I just took a glance at the top-notch head waiter Hastings in the restaurant. Detected strong reproductive instincts in the host. The multi-children, multi-blessings tycoon system has been successfully bound. A voice suddenly rang out in my head. I was suddenly startled. The phone almost slipped out of my hand. Auditory hallucination? I've been working too much overtime lately. The host meets the binding criteria with stable mental state. This system aims to help the host flourish and multiply. Strengthen the family. Each successful conquest of a qualified woman rewards 5 million yuan. Getting her pregnant comes with a reward starting at 10 million. Top rewards for the birth of an heir. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Charm plus 10. Startup capital of 100,000 yuan. I pinched myself hard, the pain sharp and biting. Not a dream. I immediately opened the banking app. The balance instantly became 11,534,550 yuan. Golden finger. My golden finger has finally arrived. Just as I was feeling exhilarated, a wave of cheap, pungent perfume drifted over. Sorry about that, traffic was terrible. I almost threw up when I looked up. A heavily made-up woman with a face as pale as wall plaster sat down opposite me. Completely different from the person in the photo. It's fine, I just got here too. I tugged at the corner of my mouth, a thought crossing my mind. A message appeared before my eyes. Name Wang Cuifeng. Looks 52 points. The system evaluation result is unqualified, with no cultivation value. So it turns out to be a photo trap. Wang Cuifeng picked up the menu, putting on airs. I have quite a few suitors. If it weren't for my family's pressure, I wouldn't have come. You can leave now. My smile remained unchanged. With a system and 100,000 yuan, my back instantly straightened up. Wang Cuifeng's hand trembled. Huh? I haven't ordered yet. What are you still eating for? I leaned back, crossing my arms. It's a shame that photo editing skills aren't being used for scams. Hurry up and go, don't waste my time. Her face instantly flushed bright red as she pointed at me. You poor little thing, what gives you the right to talk about me? I can't be bothered with her. His gaze began scanning the dining room for a new target. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. A beautiful figure was directing the waitstaff not far away. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her face exquisitely delicate. The manager's uniform outlines a perfect S-curve figure. Hastings' long legs were faintly visible. The scene before me was even more breathtaking and heart-stopping. I'd guess it's at least a D cup. My throat instantly went dry. Name Liu Yufei, age 23, appearance score 85. 90-point figure. Longing for a Hermès picotin lock in my heart. Worth 380,000 yuan. System evaluation. Grade A premium target. Huge potential. Highly recommend the host to pursue this strategy. It's her. I stood up directly, ignoring Wang Cuifeng who was throwing a tantrum on the spot. Striding towards Liu Yufei. Hey beautiful, got time for a chat? Liu Yufei looked at me with great interest, even though I dress plainly, but she still spoke politely. Sir, I'm working. Disgusting man. Wang Cuifeng cursed from behind. Left in a huff. Liu Yufei's lips curled slightly. It seems you're not having much luck today. That's because I'm waiting for a real flower. I remained utterly composed and snapped my fingers at the waiter. Bring a bottle of Chambertin. The waiter froze on the spot. Liu Yufei's eyes also flickered with surprise. That's tens of thousands per bottle. Sir, are you sure? I'm sure. Although it hurts the wallet, it's an investment. For an A-grade goal, it's worth it. I turned to look at Liu Yufei and smiled slightly. By the way, beauty. Lately, have you been really craving a Hermès bag? Like picotin lock? Liu Yufei's heart skipped a beat. The professional fake smile on their face instantly froze. You, how did you know? Because I specialize in making beautiful women's dreams come true. I gracefully poured 2 glasses of exorbitantly priced red wine. Hand 1 cup to Liu Yufei. She forced herself to appear calm, but her eyes betrayed her. Sorry, we can't drink during work hours. Then I'll wait until you get off work. I calmly raised my glass and took a solitary sip, gazing at her with burning eyes. For you, for our beautiful encounter. I see her heart in the midst of an inner struggle. Just who is this man? Wearing street market clothes but ordering wine worth tens of thousands. And even knowing about that bag I'd been longing for. She finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, what exactly do you do for a living? I smiled mysteriously and lowered my voice. Currently, I'm a wealthy bachelor seeking a life partner. Just give me a chance. Tonight I can prove it to you. I watched as she bit her red lips, knowing she was tempted. That Hermès bag priced at 38,000, she dreamed of owning it day and night. Never mind, I'll wait for you to get off work. I calmly returned to my seat and savored the wine alone. Her heart was already in turmoil. At 10 o'clock in the evening, she changed into a tight-fitting dress. Unbelievably hot body. She walked up to me, her voice trembling slightly. I've thought it through, I'll give you a chance. And give myself a chance too. A wise choice. I snapped my fingers. My name is Xiaoyi. Liu Yufei. Good name. I smiled and stretched out my arms, so our first stop would be, how is the International Finance Center? I saw her breath catch instantly. The International Finance Center, the city's top-tier mall. The Hermès counter is right there. Great. Her cheeks burned with heat. She extended her delicate hand and took hold of my arm. The astonishing softness and elasticity transmitted through. I felt a secret thrill inside. We walked out of the restaurant like a couple. I could feel the envious and jealous gazes of the waitstaff behind me. They were practically burning holes through my back. Damn, Foreman Liu really went with him? That guy's dressed in cheap street market clothes. What do you know? That bottle of Chambertin costs over 50 grand. That's called keeping a low profile. Hearing these discussions, the smile at the corner of my mouth grew even wider. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Outside the restaurant, I raised my hand to hail a taxi. Driver, to the International Financial Center. A flicker of doubt flashed in Liu Yufei's eyes. Don't you have a car? I replied without changing my expression. I lent my car to someone. Besides, I've been drinking so I can't drive. I could sense a hint of disappointment in her. Thinking I'm a pretentious fraud. But that bottle of wine worth over 50,000 was real. She couldn't bear to give up this opportunity. She gritted her teeth and followed me into the car. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the International Finance Center. The resplendent mall made Liu Yufei's heart race. I stepped out of the car first and gallantly opened the door for her. Let's go, it's time to make your little wish come true. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on my arm once more. Envious glances were cast her way by the women around. It made her stand even taller. We walked straight towards that orange signboard Hermès display cabinet. That beige bag she had been dreaming of was lying there quietly. Her breathing instantly became rapid. At that moment, a salesperson walked over. She is dressed in a proper professional suit. Yet there was a trace of coldness in her gaze. His gaze swept over my outfit of bargain bin clothes. I know that look all too well. People respect the clothes before they respect the person. Unfortunately, she was about to be proven wrong. Liu Yufei pointed at the bag on the display stand. I want to take a look at that picotin lock. The salesperson's tone immediately carried a hint of doubt. Are you sure? This bag costs 38,000 yuan. I spoke directly. Bring it out for her to try. Sir, we have regulations. High-value items require purchase intent confirmation. My voice turned colder. I said, hand it over. The salesperson froze. In the end, I obediently opened the display case. Liu Yufei took the bag, her hands trembling. She carefully tried it on. She couldn't put it down as she looked in the mirror. It suits you very well. I nodded in approval, but inwardly I was grumbling. Hundreds and tens of thousands of dollars worth of bags. I can't see any difference at all. Women's money is so easy to make. I look at the salesperson. I'll take this. The disdain in her eyes instantly turned into shock. Are you sure? I pull out my bank card directly from my wallet. I'm sure. Swipe card. This time, all of Liu Yufei's doubts vanished into thin air. Her gaze upon me instantly became incredibly gentle. The salesperson took the card, did a complete 180-degree turnaround in attitude. His face was covered in an obsequious smile. Swipe the card, pack it up, done in one smooth motion. I could sense her and another salesperson stealing glances at me, filled with regret and envy. What are you thinking about? Late. When the exquisite orange packaging box was handed to Liu Yufei, she was practically floating with joy. This bag. She couldn't afford it even after going without food or drink for months. Today, it belongs to her. Darling, you're so sweet. Liu Yufei wrapped her arm tightly around Zhou Yang's, her soft chest pressed against him, her voice dripping with unprecedented sweetness. Feeling the warm, soft curves nestled in his embrace, Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. She's hooked. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. 38,000 yuan for an A-level target? This investment was absolutely worth it. Tonight, he would claim Liu Yufei completely. Zhou Yang spoke tenderly and considerately, as long as you like it. Let's browse around some more. Sure. Liu Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Zhou Yang was so wealthy, she might just get something extra out of this. The two left the Hermès counter and continued strolling through the mall. Several girls watched their retreating figures, their eyes brimming with envy. That girl is so lucky. Yeah, with such a generous boyfriend. Look at the look on her face just now. She practically floated away. Other people's boyfriends drop tens of thousands without a second thought, but mine just tells me to drink more hot water. Sigh, when will I ever meet a man like that? Noticing the admiring glances from the others, Zhou Yang activated his system with a thought. All targets below C rank no strategic value. Zhou Yang felt a slight disappointment, but he didn't lose heart. After all, qualified targets were scarce to begin with. The most important thing now was to win over Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's find a place to sit down. Zhou Yang, sure. Where do you want to go? Liu Yufei, anywhere. You decide. She trusted Zhou Yang completely now. A man who could casually buy luxury goods surely had impeccable taste. Zhou Yang scanned the area, his gaze settling on the cafe on the mall's top floor. How about there? Perfect. The two took the elevator to the top floor. The cafe featured elegant decor and a beautiful setting, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the surrounding nightscape. This way, please. The waiter guided them to a window-side table. Liu Yufei carefully placed the gift box on the table, her eyes lingering on it. You like it that much? Zhou Yang ordered 2 coffees. It's my first Hermès bag. Her eyes sparkled with pure delight. There'll be more to come. Zhou Yang's words made her heart race, and thoughts began to form in her mind. If she could become his woman or wife, would she then live the life of a wealthy lady? With that thought, she reached out and took Zhou Yang's hand. Thank you for making tonight so wonderful. Her fingers lightly stroked the back of his hand, the gesture brimming with implication. This is just the beginning. Zhou Yang clasped her hand in return, tracing circles with his thumb across her palm. Liu Yufei felt a tingling current spread from her palm throughout her entire body. She bit her lower lip lightly, her gaze growing hazy as a faint mist of moisture gathered in her eyes. Fighting the flutter in her heart, Liu Yufei released Zhou Yang's grip and gracefully lifted her coffee cup for a sip. Her eyes kept drifting toward the Hermès box on the table as she casually asked, Zhou Yang, what kind of work do you usually do? Investments, Zhou Yang replied calmly, though inside he sneered. A gold digger, as expected. 1 bag was all it took to reel you in. But being gold digging is fine, how else would I easily win you over? Investments? That must be quite lucrative, right? Excitement flashed in Liu Yufei's eyes. Spending like this today must be a breeze for you, right? Zhou Yang set down his coffee cup, smiling without comment. Seeing he didn't respond, Liu Yufei pressed on, I hear investors usually own multiple properties. Do you have a lot of real estate too? Not bad, Zhou Yang replied vaguely. Once you become the mother of my child, I wouldn't mind letting you live a life of luxury. For now, I'll just keep you guessing. Liu Yufei's beautiful eyes darted as she pressed on, so what kind of car do you drive? BMW or Mercedes? Too many cars. Too lazy to drive today. Zhou Yang casually replied. Hearing this, Liu Yufei felt even more excited inside. Too many cars? How rich must he be? She pinched her thigh discreetly, making sure she wasn't dreaming. Zhou Yang glanced at his watch. It was almost midnight. He looked up at Liu Yufei. Yufei, it's so late. Why don't we just skip going back tonight? Liu Yufei feigned surprise, her cheeks flushing slightly. Huh? If we don't go back, where am I supposed to stay? There's a 5-star hotel nearby. We'll just go there. Zhou Yang's tone was perfectly natural. Liu Yufei's heart began to race. She knew exactly what Zhou Yang was thinking. After years of navigating the corporate world, she had long since seen through men's little schemes. But she still put on an innocent act. You won't do anything to me, right? Zhou Yang hastily raised his hand in a solemn vow. Of course not. It's purely for rest. I'm a man of integrity. But inside, he thought, you won't have a say in that, sweetheart. Liu Yufei bit her lower lip before finally nodding in agreement. Alright then, but we need 2 separate rooms. Of course. Zhou Yang agreed readily. The two left the cafe and headed to a 5-star hotel downstairs. The hotel's opulent lobby left Liu Yufei inwardly impressed. This was a place she could never afford to frequent. A young female receptionist at the front desk spotted Zhou Yang and flashed a sweet smile. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? I'd like a room, the best one available. Zhou Yang presented his ID. Both guests require ID for registration. The receptionist glanced at Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei seemed hesitant, her hand trembling as she held out her ID. Didn't we agree to get 2 rooms? Zhou Yang teased, 2 rooms would be a waste. What's the matter? We're not doing anything wrong, so why be nervous? Liu Yufei shot him a glare. Who's nervous? The receptionist took their IDs, inwardly scoffing. She'd seen this routine too many times, men sweet-talking with their mouths while their intentions were crystal clear. If you could trust a man's words, pigs would climb trees. Still, judging by his generous spending, he must be loaded. The woman was undeniably attractive tonight. She'd likely be thoroughly taken advantage of. 1 presidential suite, 12,000 yuan. The front desk handed over the room key. Zhou Yang took the key card. When Liu Yufei saw the words presidential suite, her heart began to race wildly. 12,000 yuan for 1 night. Just how rich is this man? The thought of what might happen next made her nerves start to fray. The suite's opulence exceeded Liu Yufei's wildest expectations. Floor-to-ceiling windows, leather sofas, crystal chandeliers. The opulence was dazzling. You go take a shower first, Zhou Yang said, gesturing toward the bathroom. Liu Yufei nodded and entered the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Through the frosted glass door, Zhou Yang watched a graceful figure move inside. Those perfect curves made his blood boil, his breathing growing ragged. The system alert sounded at the perfect moment. Host experiencing heightened emotions. Recommend maintaining composure and proceeding according to plan. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, striving to steady his nerves. What's the rush? The real show is yet to come. Chapter 4, 100,000 in pocket money. 20 minutes later. Liu Yufei emerged from the shower, wrapped only in a white bath towel. Her snow-white shoulders glistened faintly under the light, while her long, shapely legs were tantalizingly visible. Her damp hair clung to her shoulders, droplets falling from the ends, radiating the irresistible charm of someone fresh from the bath. Your turn. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, unable to meet Zhou Yang's eyes. Zhou Yang's throat felt dry as he hurried into the bathroom. The cold water pelting his body forced him to steady his nerves. 10 minutes later, he emerged wearing the hotel bathrobe. Liu Yufei sat on the sofa, her legs pressed together as she nervously rubbed her fingers. She had changed into a more conservative nightgown, yet it still failed to conceal her perfect curves. Feeling a little nervous? Zhou Yang sat down beside her, deliberately keeping his distance. Liu Yufei nodded, her face flushing redder. Would you like something to drink? To help you relax? Sure. Zhou Yang picked up the room phone. Send up a bottle of your best red wine. Certainly, sir. Coming right up. 10 minutes later, the waiter knocked on the door, delivering a bottle of French imported red wine. Zhou Yang skillfully opened it and poured a glass for each of them. The amber liquid swayed gently in the stemmed glasses, releasing a subtle fruity aroma. To this wonderful encounter tonight. Zhou Yang raised his glass, his eyes softening. Cheers. Liu Yufei lifted her glass and drank more than half of it in one gulp. The alcohol took effect quickly, a flush spreading across her cheeks as her gaze grew hazy. Her nervousness gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable excitement. She stole glances at the man beside her. Handsome features, a solid build, and that unhurried, composed demeanor. Most importantly, he was truly wealthy. That coveted Hermès bag, he bought it without batting an eye. How many women in the world could resist a man like this? Yufei. Zhou Yang called her name softly. Liu Yufei turned her head and realized they were standing very close. She could clearly see the tenderness and longing in his eyes. You're beautiful. Zhou Yang reached out and gently caressed her cheek. Liu Yufei's heart pounded like a drum as she closed her eyes. The next second, warm lips pressed against hers. The kiss was light and tender, like a feather brushing against her lips. Liu Yufei felt herself melting, responding to the kiss willingly. As they embraced, the room's temperature soared. Wait. Liu Yufei suddenly pushed him away, her eyes filled with confusion. What exactly are we now? Zhou Yang paused, looking at her earnestly. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, of course. Then you. Liu Yufei bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Then will you take responsibility for me? The question silenced Zhou Yang for a few seconds. Should he lie to get her into bed? Or be completely honest? After a moment's thought, he chose a middle ground. Yufei, I can't promise I'll marry you, but I promise I'll treat you well. Zhou Yang took her hand, his tone sincere. As long as you're willing to be with me, I'll give you 10,000 yuan in spending money every month. I'll make you live like a princess. Buy whatever you want. 100,000. Liu Yufei's heart pounded wildly. Her current monthly salary was only 8,000 yuan. After paying rent and utilities and sending some money back to her parents, there wasn't much left. What did 100,000 yuan in spending money mean? It meant she could splurge on designer handbags, live in a high-end neighborhood, and finally enjoy the luxurious life she'd always dreamed of. As for marriage. Anyway, many celebrities and wealthy people didn't get married these days. As long as there was money and love, the formality didn't matter. Having come to terms with these thoughts, she offered her red lips to him. This kiss was even more passionate as they clung tightly to each other. Zhou Yang's hands grew restless, gently slipping off her nightgown. Sure enough, she was well endowed. He swallowed hard, unable to shake a folk rhyme from his mind. Little white rabbit, white and white again. Gently. Liu Yufei's voice trembled, her eyes filled with both nervousness and anticipation. This is my first time. I'll cherish you. Zhou Yang spoke gently, his movements growing even softer. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow on the bed where two figures lay tightly entwined. The room held only the sound of their hurried breaths and soft murmurs. An hour and a half later. Zhou Yang leaned back comfortably against the headboard, lighting a post-coital cigarette. Exhaling a smoke ring, he turned to look at Liu Yufei beside him. Liu Yufei lay limp on the bed, her cheeks still flushed. Though she'd felt uneasy at first, the sensation afterward left her savoring the memory. She never imagined such things could be so exquisite. Feeling Zhou Yang's gaze, she shyly tapped his arm. It's all your fault for not wearing anything. What if we have a baby? Wouldn't that be perfect? Zhou Yang laughed. Then we'll have it. Liu Yufei froze. She was only 23 this year and hadn't considered having a child so soon. No, I don't want to have a baby this early. Her eyes filled with worry. What if you abandon us, mother and child? The words were both sincere and tinged with a hint of testing. If Zhou Yang was willing to take responsibility, having his child might not be out of the question. Zhou Yang stubbed out his cigarette, his expression turning serious. I won't. As long as you're willing to have it, you'll both be my treasures. I'll give you the best life possible. Seeing he wasn't joking, Liu Yufei asked curiously, do you really like kids that much? Of course. My parents are pushing me hard too, they're counting down the days to hold their grandchild. Zhou Yang paused, then offered an even more tempting deal. Once the baby is born, I'll give you an extra million plus a house. But I won't marry you right away. If you're worried about your parents, I'll handle it, I won't put you in any awkward position. Liu Yufei was tempted, but the idea of having a child left her conflicted. She'd seen online how childbirth could alter a woman's body, losing her figure, her face aging prematurely. All of it filled her with dread. Zhou Yang waited quietly as the system's prompt sounded at the perfect moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered your target, Liu Yufei. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, getting the target pregnant will yield a bonus of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, kidney essence pills to significantly boost stamina and endurance. Zhou Yang's heart surged with joy as he hurriedly opened his phone to check. Sure enough, his account showed an additional 5 million yuan. Seeing Liu Yufei still hesitating, he decided to get down to business. Give me your payment QR code. What for? Liu Yufei asked, puzzled. To transfer you money, the monthly allowance I promised you earlier. I keep my word. Liu Yufei opened her WeChat payment QR code. Zhou Yang scanned it and immediately transferred 100,000 yuan. Ding! The notification sound rang out. Liu Yufei stared wide-eyed at the change in her balance. This man really kept his word. 100,000 yuan just slipped into her hands so easily. As for having a child, you can decide for yourself. I won't pressure you. Zhou Yang gently stroked her hair. Liu Yufei bit her lip in thought. 100,000 yuan in spending money had already arrived. This man truly kept his promises. And since she would have children eventually anyway, with a young, wealthy man like Zhou Yang as the father, it didn't seem like a bad deal. After weighing these thoughts, she nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll do it. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. Then from now on, call me husband. Husband, Liu Yufei called out shyly, her voice soft and sweet. Hearing that word, Zhou Yang felt his blood surge. He took out a kidney essence pill and swallowed it, instantly feeling a surge of heat coursing through his entire body. Watching Liu Yufei's bashful expression, he could no longer hold back. The moonlight grew deeper, and the room once again filled with the glow of passion. Chapter 5, Liu Yufei's gradual surrender. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Zhou Yang slowly opened his eyes, savoring the exquisite warmth and softness in his embrace. Liu Yufei curled up in his arms, breathing evenly. Her long hair spilled across the pillow, and her delicate features looked especially captivating in the morning light. Last night's passion had utterly exhausted her. Zhou Yang gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, his mood exceptionally cheerful. The thrill of the 5 million yuan hitting his account had put him in an excellent mood. With the A-level target successfully secured, the next step was to get her pregnant, a massive reward of 10 to 20 million. He reached out, his fingers gently caressing Liu Yufei's skin, smooth as silk, tracing the curve of her slender waist. Liu Yufei murmured softly, her eyelashes fluttering. She slowly opened her eyes, her large, watery eyes still veiled in sleepy haze. Awake? Zhou Yang murmured close to her ear. Liu Yufei's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she reached out with her delicate hand and playfully tapped his chest. You're still being naughty at this hour. She reached for the phone on the nightstand and jolted awake upon seeing the time. Oh no! It's already 9:30. I'm going to be late. Liu Yufei scrambled to her feet, but the moment she moved, a wave of stiffness and soreness shot through her body, making her frown involuntarily. What's wrong? Zhou Yang asked with concern, though secretly feeling pleased. Seems like he really delivered last night. It's all your fault. Liu Yufei bit her lower lip, her voice tinged with reproach. You went too hard last night. Now I can barely walk without it hurting. Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed and gently rubbed her lower abdomen. Sorry, I didn't control myself. The warm palm pressed against her belly brought a wave of relief. Leaning against his chest, she pouted playfully, can't you be gentler? Next time for sure. Zhou Yang kissed her smooth forehead lightly. Why don't you quit your job? I'll take care of you. Liu Yufei's heart fluttered at the thought, but she shook her head. It's almost the end of the month. Quitting now isn't worth it. They'll dock my pay. Let's wait until the month is over. Zhou Yang thought about it and agreed she had a point. Even though they had money now, they still needed to save where they could. He pulled back the covers to get up when suddenly, a streak of bright red on the sheets caught his eye. An overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged through him. It really was the first time. This was a huge win. You shouldn't go to work today. Zhou Yang pointed at the sheets. You're bleeding. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to go to work like this. Liu Yufei's face burned fiercely at the sight of the crimson stain. She buried her face shyly in his chest. It's all your fault. She picked up her phone and dialed a colleague. Is this Xiaoli? Could you please call in sick for me? I'm not feeling well today and can't make it to work. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Liu Yufei nestled back into Zhou Yang's embrace. Does it still hurt? Zhou Yang gently stroked her back. Much better. Liu Yufei shook her head, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. But I might need you to make me feel better some more. Her voice was deliberately drawn out, soft and sweet as cotton candy. How exactly? Zhou Yang asked, feigning ignorance. What do you think? Liu Yufei leaned in close. Her fingers traced circles on his solid chest, her actions speaking volumes. Another 10,000 words omitted. An hour later. Both lay exhausted on the bed. Liu Yufei lay on Zhou Yang's chest, her fingers tracing patterns across his firm pectorals. You're in such great shape. You don't seem tired at all. Zhou Yang chuckled smugly, of course. Your man here is in top shape. The kidney essence pills were indeed effective, leaving him brimming with energy. 3 times straight, and not a hint of soreness in his lower back. I'm hungry, Liu Yufei said in a soft, coquettish voice that could melt anyone's heart. Come on, let's go downstairs for breakfast. After a quick wash, the two headed to the hotel restaurant. The buffet breakfast here was lavish. An entire table was filled with exquisite French pastries, fresh imported fruits, and freshly ground coffee. Liu Yufei's eyes widened in amazement. She'd never dream of splurging on a place like this normally. Just breakfast alone cost several hundred yuan, enough to cover her living expenses for days. Take whatever you want, Zhou Yang said affectionately. Liu Yufei selected some delicate French macarons and freshly squeezed juice. They sat down at a window seat. Open wide. Liu Yufei speared a piece of cake and held it to Zhou Yang's lips. Zhou Yang opened his mouth and swallowed, savoring her thoughtful care. Is it sweet? Liu Yufei asked expectantly. With you here, everything tastes sweet, Zhou Yang replied obligingly. Liu Yufei chuckled at the corny sweet talk, her heart filling with warmth. Watching her happy expression, Zhou Yang felt a quiet satisfaction. Love truly does lower one's IQ. Even the sharp-witted Liu Yufei was no exception. A bag, a meal, and a few sweet words had her wrapped around his finger. Just as they were getting cozy, Zhou Yang's phone suddenly rang. His expression changed when he saw the caller ID. Mom. Hello, Mom. Zhou Yang answered the call. Son, how was yesterday's blind date? Are you satisfied with that girl? His mother's anxious voice came through the phone. Zhou Yang glanced at Liu Yufei and replied vaguely, it was okay. Pretty good. What do you mean okay? Did it work out? Are you two moving forward? Mom, you can't rush these things, Zhou Yang replied, feeling a headache coming on. Just take it slow. Take it slow? You're 28 and you're still taking it slow? Aunt Wang next door's son is 3 years younger than you, and he already has a kid who can walk. Zhou Yang sighed helplessly, staring at the ceiling. I know, Mom. I'll try harder. Then when will you bring her home to meet us? We'll see. The timing isn't right yet. After a few more words, Zhou Yang finally hung up. Liu Yufei asked curiously, is your aunt pressuring you to get married? Yeah, old folks are like that. Zhou Yang shrugged. Don't worry about her. Then when will you introduce me to your aunt? Liu Yufei asked tentatively. Zhou Yang froze for a moment, surprised she'd bring it up herself. Logically, discussing meeting parents so soon after confirming their relationship felt a bit rushed. Let's wait until things are more stable, he replied vaguely. Liu Yufei felt a pang of disappointment but didn't press further. She lowered her head to take a sip of juice, masking her emotions. After breakfast, Zhou Yang suggested, let's go shopping for some clothes. Liu Yufei's eyes lit up, really? Of course. My woman deserves to look her best. Hearing the words my woman, a wave of sweetness washed over Liu Yufei. She took Zhou Yang's arm and said sweetly, let's go then, honey. That single word, honey, made Zhou Yang's heart soar. Seems like last night's billion-dollar investment paid off. Chapter 6, Discussing Art? The A+ grade green tea has arrived. The July sun blazed fiercely over Guangzhou, but the mall's air conditioning was cranked up high. Zhou Yang strolled through the GFC mall holding Liu Yufei's hand, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the girls dressed in revealing outfits. Hot pants, crop tops, miniskirts, white stockings, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, all kinds of legwear flashed before his eyes, distracting him. Unfortunately, after the system scanned them, all targets were rated below C grade. Honey, what are you looking at? Liu Yufei noticed Zhou Yang's gaze and furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Nothing. Just think these girls are dressed a bit too revealingly. Zhou Yang quickly averted his gaze, gently stroking her hand to reassure her. My Yufei is the most elegant of all. Hearing this, Liu Yufei's pang of jealousy instantly vanished. She gave him a coy, playful glare. You're so sweet. The two returned to the familiar luxury goods section. Zhou Yang stopped in front of an Italian high-end women's boutique, gazing at the limited edition dress in the window. Pick whichever one you like. He waved his hand generously, radiating extravagance. A spark of excitement flashed in Liu Yufei's eyes as she hurriedly pulled him inside. How much is this limited edition Valentino? Her finger trembled slightly as she pointed to a burgundy evening gown. 88,000 yuan, the salesperson replied. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang pulled out his credit card, wrap it up. And this Dior suit too. This Hermès scarf is lovely too. I tried those Louboutin heels, they fit perfectly. In just 1 hour, Zhou Yang had racked up over 300,000 yuan in charges. Liu Yufei clutched her arms full of shopping bags, her sense of satisfaction reaching unprecedented heights. Envious glances came from other shoppers around her. A group of young girls gathered and whispered, "My goodness, that guy is so generous. That woman has such a great figure, no wonder she landed such a wealthy boyfriend. Look at that Hermès bag, it must be worth tens of thousands. Sigh, comparing yourself to others is so frustrating." Hearing these whispers, Liu Yufei's eyes sparkled with smug satisfaction. She tightened her grip on Zhou Yang's arm, eager for everyone to see their intimacy. "Honey, look, there's a men's clothing store over there." Liu Yufei pointed to a high-end men's clothing boutique nearby. "Your clothes are too plain. I'll buy you a few decent outfits." Zhou Yang glanced down at his plain t-shirt, which did look a bit shabby. Though he had money now, his fashion sense remained stuck in the past. As they entered the store, a salesperson immediately approached them. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" "Help him put together a few formal and casual outfits." Liu Yufei directed the salesperson like a little wife. "You have excellent taste. This gentleman has perfect proportions, he looks great in anything." The salesperson flattered him while pulling out various styles of clothing. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang stepped out wearing a dark blue casual outfit. His entire aura instantly elevated several notches. Liu Yufei's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse." That saying is absolutely true. Back when I had no money, why didn't anyone compliment my figure? Zhou Yang stared at his reflection in the mirror, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Money truly speaks volumes. "Sir, you're too modest. With your physique, you'd look handsome even in a burlap sack." The salesperson flattered him at just the right moment. After paying, another 200,000 yuan was gone. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." Liu Yufei carried the shopping bags toward the mall restroom. Zhou Yang stood alone at the store entrance, idly scrolling through his phone. "Hey, handsome. All alone?" A crisp female voice sounded behind him. Zhou Yang froze, turning his head. A girl in a white floral sundress stood behind him, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes clear as a deer's. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll's, her skin fair and luminous, radiating an aura of pure innocence. Name, Bai Wei. Age, 20. Appearance, 90 points. Figure, 88 points. Art Academy student, painting major, faux innocence, calculating mindset, clear goals, untouched. Inner desire, seeking a long-term sugar daddy to achieve social mobility. System evaluation, a plus grade premium target, exceptionally gifted, highly recommended. Zhou Yang felt immense joy inside, yet his face remained calmly smiling. An A+ target. That's one rank higher than Liu Yufei. "Hello, my name is Bai Wei." The girl extended her delicate, pale hand with a sweet voice. "I saw you shopping earlier and thought you had great taste." Her eyes held innocent curiosity, as if she genuinely wanted to make friends. "Zhou Yang." Zhou Yang shook her hand. It was smooth and soft, almost boneless, making him reluctant to let go. "Do you shop here often?" "Occasionally. I'm an art student and enjoy observing fashion trends." Bai Wei smiled faintly, revealing her pearly white teeth. "The outfits you picked out for your girlfriend earlier, they have a real artistic flair." Her voice was soft and gentle, sending a flutter through Zhou Yang's heart. That performance? Absolutely Oscar-worthy. Clearly drawn in by his lavish spending, yet she managed to make it sound so pure and refined. "Do you study painting?" Zhou Yang feigned keen interest. "Yeah, mostly oil painting. But I'm still learning, nothing worth showing yet." Bai Wei looked down at her fingers, adopting a modest posture. "I'm sure you're very talented." "Really?" She looked up, a flicker of excitement in her eyes that quickly dimmed. "But my family's not well off. Studying art is expensive. Sometimes I can't even afford paint." As she spoke, she stole glances at Zhou Yang's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing her difficulties, a flicker of sympathy crossed the man's eyes. "Let's connect on WeChat. We can chat about art sometime." Zhou Yang held out his phone. Sure. Bai Wei pulled out her phone too. A beep sounded as they added each other as contacts. Just as they were chatting animatedly, Liu Yufei returned from the restroom. Her gaze immediately landed on Bai Wei beside Zhou Yang, and her guard instantly went up. This girl was stunningly beautiful. And she was the innocent type, exactly the kind of beauty that easily sparked a man's protective instincts. "Honey, what are you chatting about?" Liu Yufei hurried over, deliberately linking her arm through Zhou Yang's to assert her claim. Her chest pressed against Zhou Yang's arm in a provocative gesture. "Oh, this is Bai Wei, a student from the art college." Zhou Yang introduced them, "And this is my girlfriend, Liu Yufei." "Hello." Bai Wei flashed a sweet smile and extended her hand to shake Liu Yufei's. "You two look so in love. I saw you shopping earlier and was totally jealous." Her words sounded sincere, but Liu Yufei detected a different meaning. This girl was hinting that she'd seen Zhou Yang's financial standing. "Yes, my husband treats me exceptionally well. Liu Yufei emphasized the word husband while tightening her grip on Zhou Yang's arm. How long have you two known each other? Bai Wei asked curiously. Well, not that long, Liu Yufei replied vaguely. A meaningful look flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. Not too long? So their relationship isn't stable yet? That's so romantic, love at first sight, right? Her words made Liu Yufei feel even more uneasy. This girl was clearly fishing for information and she was good at it. We have things to do. We'll be leaving now. Liu Yufei tugged at Zhou Yang's arm, ready to leave. Wait. Bai Wei called after them, pulling a business card from her bag. Brother Zhou Yang, here's how to reach me. If you ever have time, I'd really love to chat with you about art. Her eyes were as pure as morning dew, making it hard to refuse. Zhou Yang froze. Hadn't they already connected on WeChat? Why was she giving him a business card? But he took the card anyway. Bai Wei's fingers brushed his hand lightly, almost imperceptibly. That tingling sensation stirred something within Zhou Yang. Sure, I'll definitely reach out when I get the chance. After they left, Zhou Yang glanced back. Bai Wei stood where she was, waving at them with an innocent, carefree expression. An ordinary person might actually be charmed by her demeanor. Interesting. Absolutely fascinating. Art is my absolute favorite thing. I definitely need to find time to have a deep discussion with her about it. Chapter 7, The innocent campus beauty is too good at flirting. Back in the hotel room, Liu Yufei remained sullen. She sat on the sofa with her legs pressed together, arms wrapped around her knees. The silhouette of her profile, bathed in the evening sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, was exceptionally captivating. Yet those eyes, usually so lively, were now filled with hurt and unease. Yufei, still thinking about that girl? Zhou Yang sat beside her and gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Liu Yufei's body stiffened slightly before softening as she nestled into his embrace. Husband, I just feel, her gaze toward you is off. She tilted her delicate face upward, a hint of accusation in her eyes. A woman's intuition is spot on. She definitely has feelings for you. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly, but his expression remained helpless. Silly girl, what are you thinking? He gently stroked her jet black hair. I admit, a man like me, it's hard to stick to just one woman. Liu Yufei's body instantly tensed, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes. But Zhou Yang changed his tone, his voice softening. No matter how many women I have in the future, each one holds an equal place in my heart. I won't abandon the old for the new, nor will I ever forsake any woman who truly cares for me. His words sounded noble and righteous, but what he was really telling her was, I will have many women. You either accept it or get lost. Liu Yufei bit her lower lip, her mind in turmoil. Of course she didn't want to share her man with other women, but faced with Zhou Yang's wealth and tenderness, she simply couldn't bring herself to let go. Besides, it would be strange for a man as exceptional as Zhou Yang not to have other women in his life. Then will you leave me, she asked cautiously. After all, Bai Wei is so beautiful, and she's a college student more cultured than me. Zhou Yang watched her anxiously, his sense of superiority reaching its peak. Such is the allure of money. It could make a proud woman willingly compromise her principles for a life of luxury. Don't talk nonsense. He cupped her face, gazing deeply into her eyes. You're my first woman. You hold a special place in my heart. No matter how many women come along, none can ever replace you. I still need you to bear my child. How could I ever abandon you? Hearing this, tears welled up in Liu Yufei's eyes. She knew Zhou Yang's words contained some exaggeration, but at this moment, she was willing to believe him. As long as Zhou Yang still wanted her, as long as she could continue enjoying this life of being pampered by a wealthy man, nothing else mattered. With that thought, Liu Yufei offered her red lips. Husband, I love you. Zhou Yang's hands began to wander, roaming over her voluptuous body. Liu Yufei let out a soft moan, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Wait. She gently pushed against Zhou Yang's chest. I'm still a little uncomfortable down there. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously, lightly tapping her moist red lips with his finger. Sometimes, other methods work too. Liu Yufei instantly understood his meaning, blushing so fiercely she nearly buried herself in the sofa. But meeting Zhou Yang's expectant gaze, she slowly lowered herself, her eyes narrowing seductively. An entire afternoon slipped away in sensual bliss. As evening fell, the two headed to a restaurant near the hotel for dinner. This Michelin 3-star French restaurant boasted elegant, luxurious decor, with every table offering a panoramic view of the city lights. Liu Yufei wore a Dior ensemble she'd bought that very day, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. Paired with her meticulous makeup, she radiated an aristocratic aura. Envious glances from fellow diners greatly satisfied her vanity. Honey, this place is so fancy, she murmured, her voice tinged with excitement. If you like it, we can come often, Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. To him, this expense was nothing. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Bai Wei. Brother Zhou Yang, are you free tonight? I'd love for you to take a look at my paintings and give me some professional feedback. A shy emoji followed the message. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. He replied immediately, of course I'm free. Just tell me where. Almost instantly, Bai Wei replied. Great. I have a small studio in the art district. It's quiet and perfect for discussing art. I'll send you the address. Then she added another message, but might it be too late? Would your girlfriend mind? This little vixen was clearly testing the waters, yet she played it so innocently. Zhou Yang grew even more eager for tonight's art discussion. Who are you texting? Liu Yufei keenly sensed Zhou Yang's unusual behavior. A business partner. Zhou Yang lied casually. I have to go out tonight for a business meeting. A flicker of suspicion crossed Liu Yufei's eyes. She had stolen a glance earlier. Though she hadn't seen the exact content, she vaguely caught the word art. Recalling Bai Wei from earlier that day, jealousy flared within her once more. That innocent-looking little definitely had ulterior motives. What kind of business? Why so late? She asked tentatively. Art investment. Zhou Yang answered smoothly. I'm looking to get into art collecting recently and need to consult a professional. Though Liu Yufei harbored doubts, she dared not press further. After all, her current status was still unofficial and unrecognized. She had no right to question Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Then be careful and come back soon, she forced a smile. Inside, she cursed silently, you sly fox, pretending to be innocent. But even if Bai Wei truly became Zhou Yang's woman, she would have to endure it. After all, she had nowhere left to retreat. After dinner, the two returned to their room for a while of affectionate intimacy. At 8 o'clock that evening, Zhou Yang hailed a taxi and headed to the arts district. This was the city's cultural heart, teeming with galleries, cafes, and diverse art studios. Sycamore trees lined both sides of the street, their leaves filtering the evening light onto the pavement and creating a romantic atmosphere. Bai Wei had already been waiting at the agreed-upon spot. She had changed into a different outfit, sporting two cute pigtails, a white cotton linen dress, and white sneakers. She looked like a college student fresh off campus, pure and untouched by the world. Zhou Yang, you're here. Bai Wei waved as she jogged over, her face radiating an innocent smile. Her twin ponytails bounced lightly behind her head, paired with that innocent, harmless little face enough to stir any man's protective instincts. Ding! Host approaching A+ level target Bai Wei. System automatically analyzing. Suggested approach, target appears innocent but harbors deep scheming. Recommend gradual boiling frog tactic. Zhou Yang felt a surge of secret delight, his face softening into a gentle smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bai Wei. Not at all, I just arrived myself. Bai Wei smiled sweetly and took his arm. Let's go. My studio is just ahead. Her gesture felt natural, like the casual intimacy between ordinary friends. Yet that faint, almost imperceptible sense of attachment stirred an unusual feeling within Zhou Yang. This little vixen was indeed a master. Chapter 8, Acquiring a Campus Beauty as My Little Sister. Bai Wei's studio was on the third floor of the art district, not particularly large at around 30 square meters. Upon opening the door, a faint scent of paint wafted through the air. The walls were covered with oil paintings, landscapes and portraits alike executed with delicate brushwork and a palette leaning toward fresh, understated elegance. Zhou Yang scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the paintings. Brother Zhou Yang, what do you think of my paintings? Bai Wei stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back, looking both eager and nervous. Her twin ponytails glowed softly under the warm yellow light. Zhou Yang walked up to a landscape painting and adopted a thoughtful pose. The composition has a strong sense of depth, and the color palette is very harmonious. He nodded, his tone laced with approval. Though I'm more drawn to the human form. The moment Zhou Yang spoke, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Nude art? I don't really understand that sort of thing. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with shyness and uncertainty. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her innocent act. This little vixen sure knew how to play the part. As the campus beauty of Yangchang Art Academy, Bai Wei had been the center of attention since her freshman year. Countless boys pursued her on campus, including many wealthy second-generation heirs. Yet she never gave in easily to anyone, always maintaining a distant yet tantalizingly close distance. Those rich kids were completely at her mercy, happily spending money on her without even getting close enough to touch her. She knew her worth and understood the concept of scarcity marketing. Brother. Bai Wei suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Ever since I was little, I've always wanted an older brother. She walked over to Zhou Yang and looked up at him. Her clear eyes brimmed with longing, like a fawn seeking shelter. Can you be my big brother? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, studying her with a hint of amusement. Just a big brother? That's all? Bai Wei blinked innocently, pretending not to grasp the implication. Of course. I've always wanted an older brother to protect me. She added, pulling a pitiful expression. Zhou Yang found her act amusing. Her performance was Oscar-worthy. He knew he couldn't rush things, now haste makes waste. Alright then, I'll be your big brother. Hearing this, Bai Wei's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Really? That's wonderful. She was as delighted as a child, clasping her hands together in front of her chest. Of course. From now on, I'm your godbrother. Zhou Yang deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word god. Bai Wei maintained her innocent facade, seemingly oblivious to the double meaning of the word. In truth, she understood Zhou Yang's intentions perfectly well. What man doesn't indulge in a little flirtation? But this ambiguous relationship felt thrilling to her. It allowed her to maintain an innocent facade while savoring the feeling of being cherished. Brother, calling you that, won't your girlfriend get upset? Bai Wei bit her lower lip, feigning concern. If I'm putting you in a difficult position, then I'll just... She made a hesitant expression, her eyes filled with disappointment. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. This little vixen sure knew how to put on a show. On the surface, she pretended to care about him, but in reality, she was testing the depth of his relationship with Liu Yufei. Yufei isn't the petty type. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. Besides, we're siblings now. She has no reason to object. As he spoke, Zhou Yang reached out and naturally took hold of Bai Wei's soft, delicate hand. Bai Wei's body trembled slightly, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Brother, what are you doing? Her voice trembled as she asked softly. Her hand didn't struggle to break free, only moving slightly in a symbolic gesture. Since we're siblings, holding hands is no big deal. Zhou Yang said with a straight face, his thumb gently tracing the back of her hand. Bai Wei's hand was small, her skin delicate and smooth, warm to the touch. She lowered her head, her long lashes fluttering. Bai Wei hesitated, clearly conflicted. But isn't this a bit? She realized this ambiguous feeling was indeed thrilling. She could enjoy the thrill of being noticed by the opposite sex without any responsibility. Most importantly, this godbrother was clearly wealthy. The two sat down on the sofa, still holding hands. Bai Wei stole glances at Zhou Yang's expression from time to time, scheming her next move in her mind. Brother, what kind of work do you usually do? She asked, tilting her head with a spark of curiosity in her eyes. Investments. Zhou Yang answered simply, then added casually. I'm looking at a few projects lately, all in the tens of millions range. At those words, Bai Wei's eyes lit up. Though she quickly hid it, that fleeting glimpse of greed didn't escape Zhou Yang's notice. Wow, big bro, you're so awesome. She adopted an admiring expression. I don't understand any of this stuff. It all seems so complicated. It's really not that big of a deal. It's mostly about having a keen eye. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and continued flaunting his wealth. Take art investment, for example. A good painting bought for hundreds of thousands might be worth millions in a few years. Bai Wei's heart raced as she listened, though she maintained a facade of disinterest. I don't really understand these business things. Painting suits me better. Zhou Yang casually inquired, speaking of painting, your daily expenses must be pretty high, right? Paints, canvases, all those materials are pretty pricey. A shadow of gloom flitted across Bai Wei's face at the mention. It really is expensive. Sometimes, to buy better paints, I have to survive on instant noodles for a whole month. Her eyes reddened slightly as she spoke. My family's not well off. My parents are already struggling to afford my education. Though he knew she was putting on an act, Zhou Yang still found himself stirred by her pitiable demeanor. That was her true skill. She could scheme against others while making them willingly take the bait. If you ever need help, just ask your big brother. Zhou Yang spoke gently, patting her hand lightly. I can't help much, but buying some paints and canvases shouldn't be a problem. Bai Wei lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother, you're too kind to me. Her voice choked with emotion, as if deeply moved. But inside, she was already overjoyed. Just as she'd thought, rich men were easy to reel in just a few words, and he'd taken the bait. As they chatted on, Zhou Yang casually dropped hints about his wealth. Like how he'd just bought his girlfriend clothes worth hundreds of thousands today, or how he stayed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Bai Wei grew increasingly excited, yet outwardly maintained an innocent demeanor. Before they knew it, the clock struck 11. Chapter 9, Their Own Calculations. Brother, I should head back to school. Bai Wei glanced at her phone and said reluctantly. The school gates lock at 11:30. If you're any later, you won't be able to get in. Zhou Yang nodded without trying to keep her. He knew he couldn't rush things. Prey of this caliber needed to be trained slowly. Then I'll walk you back. No, I'll just take a taxi. Bai Wei waved her hands hurriedly, acting very sensible. It's so late it'd be too much trouble for you to make the trip, brother. The two stepped out of the studio and downstairs. A gentle night breeze blew, making Bai Wei's long hair dance in the wind. Standing by the roadside hailing a cab, her profile under the streetlight appeared exceptionally delicate and beautiful. Brother, thank you for chatting with me today. Bai Wei turned and gave Zhou Yang a sweet smile. It's been so long since I felt this happy. A taxi pulled up in front of her, and Bai Wei opened the door. Bye, big brother. Remember to miss me. She waved goodbye and got into the cab. Zhou Yang stood rooted to the spot, watching the taxi vanish into the night. That little vixen really had a knack for it. Every expression, every word perfectly timed. He pulled out his phone to hail a ride when a sudden realization struck him. He didn't even own a car yet. This was just too inconvenient. He'd better buy one soon, or he wouldn't even have the style to impress girls. He'd head to the dealership tomorrow and pick out the flashiest one. Meanwhile, Bai Wei sat in the back seat of the taxi, the innocent look vanishing from her face. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to her roommate. "The fish has taken the bait and it's a big one." Her roommate replied quickly. "How big?" Bai Wei thought for a moment before replying. "Tens of millions. Plus he's got a girlfriend. These guys are the easiest to reel in, rich and guilty as sin." "Impressive, Wei Wei. Remember to treat me to a big meal." Bai Wei smiled and tucked her phone away. Leaning back in her seat, she began plotting her next move. This Zhou Yang clearly had a strong interest in her and was generous with his spending. If she played her cards right, she could definitely milk him for some serious benefits. As for his girlfriend, Liu Yufei, a flicker of contempt crossed Bai Wei's eyes. She was nothing but a common, vulgar woman who used her body to climb the social ladder, utterly insignificant. Bai Wei gazed at the neon lights outside the window, her heart brimming with anticipation. She'd played this game many times before, but this time she intended to play it on a much grander scale. Zhou Yang was also in a taxi on his way back to the hotel, reliving his encounter with Bai Wei. Her hands were soft, and her body carried a faint, delicate scent, not perfume, but the natural fragrance of a young woman. Even knowing she was acting, he couldn't deny that this pure yet sensual style was undeniably potent. Leaning back in his seat, Zhou Yang began mapping out tomorrow's schedule in his mind. In the morning, he'd go to the dealership to buy a car. In the afternoon, he'd head to the mall to pick up a small gift for Bai Wei. As her godbrother, he had to show some consideration, didn't he? Returning to the hotel, Zhou Yang pushed open the door quietly. Only a dim bedside lamp illuminated the room. Liu Yufei lay on her side on the bed. She wore a silk nightgown, her curves faintly visible beneath the thin blanket. A faint smile curved Zhou Yang's lips. Did this woman really think he couldn't tell? Liu Yufei's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her breathing more rapid than when she was sound asleep. Still pretending? Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed, his palm covering her pert buttocks. Liu Yufei's body stiffened noticeably, yet her eyes remained tightly shut. Zhou Yang's hand began to wander, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin nightgown. Liu Yufei couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She couldn't pretend anymore. She suddenly opened her eyes, rolled over, and pinned Zhou Yang beneath her. "You're back?" Liu Yufei's eyes flashed with a complex light. She lowered her head and sniffed at Zhou Yang's neck. The absence of another woman's perfume slightly eased her nerves. Zhou Yang immediately put on a hurt expression. "Yufei, what are you doing?" His voice carried a hint of hurt. "Don't you trust me?" Liu Yufei panicked and quickly let go of Zhou Yang. "Honey, I didn't mean it like that." She bit her lower lip, her face filled with guilt. I really was just discussing business." Zhou Yang sighed. "Art investment is complicated. We talked late into the night." Seeing the disappointment on his face, Liu Yufei's jealousy instantly gave way to guilt. She leaned in and gently kissed Zhou Yang on the cheek. "Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." Zhou Yang managed a smile. "So how do you plan to make it up to me?" Liu Yufei's cheeks flushed instantly. What kind of compensation do you want?" Zhou Yang's gaze grew intense. "I've always been fascinated by schoolgirl uniforms." He paused. "Stockings would work too." Liu Yufei's face flushed even redder, almost as if it might bleed. But she still got up and walked toward the wardrobe. She retrieved a pair of black stockings and slowly slipped them on, her back turned to Zhou Yang. Her long legs looked even more alluring encased in the stockings. By the time she turned around, Zhou Yang's breathing had grown ragged. "Yufei!" Zhou Yang's voice was hoarse. He scooped her up in his arms and gently laid her on the bed. He began working overtime with renewed vigor. 10,000 words omitted. The next morning, Zhou Yang awoke to find the bed beside him empty. A pink sticky note lay on the nightstand. "Hubby, off to work, thanks for being so tender last night. Love you, Yufei. XOXO." The handwriting was neat and elegant, with a cute little heart drawn beside it. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction as he read the note. Liu Yufei was indeed a smart woman who knew exactly what to say and when. Though materialistic, she knew her limits, a rare quality indeed. After getting up and washing up, Zhou Yang stepped out of the hotel. His first goal for the day was to buy a car. The Porsche dealership was located in the city center's upscale commercial district, its interior exuding grandeur. As soon as Zhou Yang entered, a saleswoman wearing black-rimmed glasses approached him. She wore a tailored business suit that accentuated her elegant figure, especially her long legs outlined by the pencil skirt. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to Porsche." Her voice was sweet and professional. "I'm sales consultant Lin Xiaoya. What model would you like to see?" Chapter 10, The Gold Digger's Proactive Advances. Zhou Yang's gaze swept over Lin Xiaoya. Name, Lin Xiaoya. Age, 26. Appearance, 84 points. Figure, 82 points. Sells luxury cars for a certain brand, prioritizes money above all, highly vain, has been with 17 partners including 3 married men. System assessment, ineligible target, recommended to skip. A flicker of regret crossed Zhou Yang's eyes. This woman was indeed attractive, but her extensive history didn't meet his standards. Sir, what model would you like to see? Lin Xiaoya's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. She discreetly appraised Zhou Yang's attire. His casual outfit appeared understated, yet that t-shirt was a limited edition Balenciaga piece. Moreover, Zhou Yang carried himself with an understated elegance and confident demeanor, clearly a man of means. Zhou Yang smiled and replied, "Let's just browse around first." Lin Xiaoya immediately switched to her most welcoming expression and gestured invitingly. "Sir, please take a seat over here. Let me pour you a cup of tea." She swayed her slender waist as she guided Zhou Yang toward the VIP reception area. Her black pencil skirt hugged her hips tightly, each step tracing an exaggerated curve. If he weren't afraid of being labeled a pervert, Zhou Yang would have loved to give it a pat to test its feel. As Lin Xiaoya bent over to pour tea, she deliberately left her collar slightly open, revealing the lace lingerie beneath. "Sir, this is our finest De Hong Pao tea." Her voice carried a hint of allure, her gaze softening into something tender. Zhou Yang took the cup and sipped. Though he knew nothing about tea, this brew was genuinely delicious. He looked up at Lin Xiaoya. "Do you have any 911s in stock?" Lin Xiaoya froze, taken aback by his directness. "You mean the Porsche 911? Of course we have it in stock, but..." She paused. "The standard process takes about a week to complete all the paperwork." "But..." Lin Xiaoya leaned closer, her perfume wafting toward him. "If you're in a hurry, sir, you could take delivery today for a little extra." Zhou Yang nodded. "Take me to see the car." Lin Xiaoya's heart leapt with delight, knowing she'd landed a big client today. She swayed her hips as she led the way to the center of the showroom. A silver Porsche 911 sat quietly there, its streamlined body gleaming under the lights. "Sir, this is our top-of-the-line model. It features a 420 horsepower turbocharged engine and accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.8 seconds. Lin Xiaoya delivered the professional pitch while constantly making physical contact with Zhou Yang. Sometimes it was a light brush of the arm, other times a deliberate closeness. Zhou Yang circled the car once, nodding with satisfaction. "This one it is." Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened. "Sir, aren't you going to haggle? This car costs 1.8 million yuan off the lot." She'd seen countless clients, and even the wealthiest would engage in symbolic haggling. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, his tone as casual as if he were buying vegetables. Why haggle over a car? Lin Xiaoya's heart surged with joy. This was undoubtedly the most generous client she'd ever encountered. "Sir, you're incredibly straightforward. I'll process the paperwork right away." The rest of the process went exceptionally smoothly. Zhou Yang signed the contract, swiped his card, and arranged the insurance all with remarkable speed. When he swiped his card to pay the 1.8 million yuan, Lin Xiaoya's gaze toward him changed completely. She began to subtly tease Zhou Yang. "Sir, driving such a fine car all by yourself, you must have many beautiful women around you, right?" Lin Xiaoya licked her lips, her eyes practically dripping with desire. "Women like us admire successful men like you." She deliberately bent over to organize documents, allowing Zhou Yang a clear view of her ample cleavage. "Sir, if you have time tonight, I'd like to treat you to dinner to thank you for supporting my work." Her hand brushed lightly against Zhou Yang, her gaze brimming with teasing. Zhou Yang offered no response, merely smiling. Lin Xiaoya was undeniably beautiful with an amazing figure, but her past history left Zhou Yang uninterested. Though the system hadn't explicitly stated it, he instinctively rejected this type of woman. If not for anything else, he feared contracting diseases. Otherwise, she might be a decent option for venting boredom. Seeing Zhou Yang's lack of reaction, Lin Xiaoya felt a pang of disappointment. Still, the commission from this deal would keep her happy for a while. She dared not press further and reluctantly gave up. The store manager, hearing someone had paid cash for a 911, rushed out of his office. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm Wang Jiqiang, the manager here." He respectfully handed over his business card. "Thank you for choosing our dealership. Please feel free to contact me anytime for any future needs." Manager Wang knew full well that a customer who could pay 1.8 million yuan in cash outright was no ordinary buyer. He might even buy more expensive cars in the future. This relationship must be nurtured. 2 hours later, all paperwork was finalized. Zhou Yang took the keys and slid into the driver's seat. The leather upholstery offered excellent support, and the steering wheel felt perfectly weighted in his hands. "Have a safe trip, sir. We look forward to seeing you again." Lin Xiaoya and manager Wang stood at the entrance to see him off. Zhou Yang gently pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche glided out of the showroom. After he departed, the salesgirls in the store began chatting. "Wow, that hottie was so loaded he didn't even blink at 1.8 million. And he's so young, looks like he's not even 30. Wouldn't it be amazing to be his girlfriend? Riding in a luxury car every day would be so impressive. Dream on. A guy of his caliber would never notice you. Sis Xiaoya couldn't even land him. What makes you think you could?" The female employees watched the departing Porsche with envy, their eyes filled with longing. Zhou Yang cruised the streets in his new car, feeling exceptionally content. The car's power was truly impressive. A light tap on the accelerator delivered a powerful surge of acceleration. Most importantly, this car would definitely boost his image in women's eyes. At a red light, a beautiful woman in the BMW next to him kept glancing his way. Zhou Yang nodded and smiled at her through the window, and she immediately flushed. Seems like this car was pretty effective at attracting women. Next, he needed to consider what gift to buy for Bai Wei. That little vixen was clearly into luxury goods, yet she insisted on pretending not to care. This game of push and pull was genuinely intriguing. Recalling Bai Wei's innocent demeanor from last night, Zhou Yang felt a surge of heat in his chest. Chapter 11, Buying a car and gifts to win over the persistent suitor. Zhou Yang sat in the driver's seat, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. His recent car buying experience had given him a deeper understanding of modern women. He wanted to give Bai Wei a gift but couldn't think of what to get her. Since he couldn't think of anything, he simply pulled out his phone and posted on a forum. First time buying a gift for a girl, any recommendations? Replies came quickly. Bro, depends on who you're giving it to. For an average girl, a handbag or lipstick. For a gold digger, go straight for diamonds or jewelry. Go with an iPad or a handbag, practical and not too over the top. Just ask her what she needs. Don't try to guess what girls want, you'll never figure it out. One reply caught Zhou Yang's attention. Get her a small piece of jewelry, saying you saw it and thought it suited her. It won't seem forced and lets you gauge her reaction. That's a good idea, he'd take it. Zhou Yang started his car and navigated to the most upscale jewelry store nearby. Half an hour later, he stepped into Zhou de Bao Jewelry. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, looked very presentable in her business attire and carried herself with grace. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you today? Zhou Yang stated directly, I'm looking for a pendant for a young lady. My budget is around 20,000 yuan. Her eyes lit up as she began her pitch. Sir, you have excellent taste. We just received a new collection that's perfect for young women. She walked to the display case and pulled out several exquisite pendants. One heart-shaped pendant, crafted in white gold and set with diamonds, stood out simple yet luxurious. This is our flagship piece this year. The designer drew inspiration from the beauty of first love. The saleswoman explained, the diamond is VVS grade, and the craftsmanship is top tier. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. I'll take this one. Sir, you have such refined taste. Your girlfriend will absolutely adore it. Zhou Yang casually clarified, not girlfriend, she's my sister. The clerk gave him an understanding smile and didn't ask any further questions. After paying, Zhou Yang glanced at the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon. He sent Bai Wei a WeChat message. Xiao Wei, are you at school? Bai Wei replied quickly, yeah, bro. Just finished my major class. When do you get out? 5 o'clock. Still got 2 more classes. Did you miss me, bro? A shy emoji followed. Zhou Yang chuckled and replied, yeah, I've got a little surprise planned for you. What kind of surprise? I'm so excited. You'll see when the time comes. Putting away his phone, Zhou Yang decided to find a place nearby to kill some time. He parked his car by the roadside and walked into a coffee shop. In July, Guangzhou was scorching hot like a furnace, and the girls on the streets were dressed lightly. All kinds of short skirts, spaghetti strap tops, hot pants, and crotch-bearing miniskirts revealed a sea of white skin, dazzling the eyes. Zhou Yang sat by the window, sipping his coffee while observing the passers-by. It had to be said, girls these days really knew how to dress. But when he scanned them with his system, his mood turned complicated. A girl wearing white stockings, looking innocent and pure, walked by. Name, Lu Qian. Age, 22. Appearance, 78 points. Figure, 75 points. Experienced 17 partners, including 2 married men. Zhou Yang shook his head and continued observing. Another girl with short hair and a clean-cut aura walked by. Name, Li Xinxin. Age, 20. Appearance, 82 points. Figure, 79 points. Tattoos, bar regular, slept with 25 men, has STDs. Zhou Yang felt a bit helpless. It seemed increasingly difficult to find a girl who met his standards these days. But that was only natural, times had changed. He recalled a line he'd seen online. I smoke, drink, get tattoos, hit the bars, and hook up, but I know I'm a good girl. At the time, he dismissed it as a joke, but now it seemed rooted in reality. Time slowly passed, and finally, 5 o'clock in the afternoon arrived. Zhou Yang received a WeChat from Bai Wei. Bro, class is out. Alright, I'll come pick you up right now. Zhou Yang drove to the entrance of the art college. From a distance, he spotted Bai Wei standing by the school gate, accompanied by a young man. The boy, in his early 20s, held a bouquet of pink roses and was saying something to Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked a bit troubled, yet she still maintained a sweet smile. Xiao Wei, I really like you. Can you give me a chance? The boy's voice trembled with nervousness. I'm sorry, I don't want a date right now. I want to focus on my studies, Bai Wei declined gently. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying no hint of aggression even in refusal. The boy was about to say something else when Bai Wei suddenly spotted Zhou Yang getting out of the car. Her eyes lit up and a delighted expression spread across her face. Brother! Bai Wei jogged toward Zhou Yang, waving her hand. She wore the same floral dress she had on when they first met, simple yet clean. The hem swayed lightly as she ran, revealing her fair calves. As soon as Zhou Yang stepped out of the car, Bai Wei ran to his side and naturally slipped her arm through his. Brother, how did you know to come? What a surprise! Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile radiant. The boy froze, shifting his gaze between Zhou Yang and Bai Wei. Xiao Wei, who is he? The boy's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Bai Wei's expression shifted slightly, clearly displeased. He's my brother. Didn't I just say I don't want to date anyone? Her voice remained gentle, yet a hint of displeasure was detectable. Seeing Bai Wei upset, the boy immediately panicked. He hurriedly explained, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Zhou Yang walked over and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Bro, you can't handle a girl of that caliber. The boy's eyes widened as if he wanted to say something, but upon seeing Zhou Yang's attire and the Porsche behind him, the words died on his lips. Zhou Yang recalled his own college days, when he'd acted like a similar love-struck fool. How naive he'd been back then, willing to abandon all dignity for a girl. Luckily, he'd wised up early. Otherwise, just thinking about it now would be embarrassing. Licking dogs, licking until they have nothing left. Pitiful, but not worthy of sympathy. Come on, let me take you out for something delicious, Zhou Yang said gently to Bai Wei. Bai Wei nodded sweetly, linking her arm through his as they walked toward the car. Seeing the Porsche 911, a hint of awe flashed in her eyes. Brother, your car is so beautiful. Just bought it today. If you like it, I'll take you out for rides often. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. Brother, you're so good to me. The two climbed into the car, and Zhou Yang started the engine. The roar of the Porsche's engine drew the attention of several students. Chapter 12, The Ambiguous Dinner at the Seaside Restaurant. Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Yang saw the boy still standing in the same spot. His eyes were slightly red, and the rose in his hand had fallen to the ground. Zhou Yang shook his head. Young people always had to endure some setbacks to grow. Brother, thank you for saving me earlier, Bai Wei said from the passenger seat. Has that boy been pursuing you for a long time? Yeah, for over a month now. Bai Wei sighed. I don't like him, but he just won't give up. Then why don't you just reject him outright? Bai Wei bit her lower lip. I'm afraid of hurting him. And he's not a bad person, really. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. This little vixen was packaging herself as a sweet, innocent little flower. Probably a lot of innocent young guys have had their hearts broken. But he knew Bai Wei's true motive. She simply didn't want to offend anyone and keep her options open. Oh, right, big brother, what's this surprise you mentioned? Bai Wei asked, batting her eyelashes. Zhou Yang pulled the exquisite jewelry box from his pocket. A little gift for you. Bai Wei took the box, opened it, and couldn't tear her eyes away. The heart-shaped pendant sparkled in the setting sun, looking exceptionally beautiful. Wow, it's so pretty, she cradled the box, her eyes brimming with delight. But big bro, this must have cost a fortune, right? Not expensive. I just saw it and thought it suited you. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed even redder. Brother, you're so kind to me. I don't even know how to repay you. Silly girl, isn't it only natural for a big brother to cherish his little sister? Bai Wei nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, will you help me put it on? Zhou Yang took the necklace as Bai Wei turned her back to him. She lifted her long hair, revealing her fair, slender neck. Zhou Yang's fingers lightly touched her skin, feeling a wave of warmth. Once the necklace was fastened, Bai Wei turned back around. The heart-shaped pendant rested perfectly on her collarbone, making her look even more captivating. Do you like it? She asked shyly. It looks wonderful. As if it were made just for you. Bai Wei smiled happily and reached up to touch the necklace. Brother, you have such great taste. I absolutely love it. Seeing her innocent smile, Zhou Yang smiled too. This little enchantress was becoming more and more captivating. Zhou Yang brought Bai Wei to a seaside restaurant. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays danced across the shimmering river. Brother, this place is so beautiful, Bai Wei exclaimed the moment they entered. Zhou Yang smiled indifferently, glad you like it. Zhou Yang led her to a table and waved down a waiter. 2 Australian lobsters, 1 Alaskan king crab, and 1 of each of your signature dishes. The waiter promptly jotted down the order, his eyes brimming with respect. This table alone would cost at least 7 or 8,000 yuan, making them major customers at this restaurant. Bai Wei's face paled slightly at the list of dishes. Brother, isn't this too expensive? I can't really eat that much. Her voice carried worry, and the way she bit her lower lip made her look pitifully vulnerable. Silly girl, you're worrying about this when you're eating with your brother? Zhou Yang reached out and stroked her cheek. Don't you dare say things like that again. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. But in her mind, she was rapidly calculating the cost of this meal. It was easily half a month's worth of her living expenses. Rich men really knew how to splurge. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes began arriving at the table. 2 Australian lobsters weighed over a pound each, their orange-red shells steaming hot. The king crab was even more imposing, its legs alone as thick as an adult's arm. Here, let me peel it for you. Zhou Yang picked up the special tools and skillfully prepared the lobster. The tender, succulent lobster meat, dipped in a specially prepared sauce, was utterly delicious. Open wide. Zhou Yang speared a piece of lobster meat with his fork. Bai Wei felt a touch of shyness, but obediently opened her small mouth. The sweetness of the shrimp blossomed on her tongue, and she couldn't help but let out a satisfied little hum. Is it good? Zhou Yang watched her reaction, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. So delicious. Bai Wei's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. Eat some too, brother. Don't just fuss over me, she said, picking up a piece of crab meat and bringing it to Zhou Yang's lips. They took turns feeding each other, the atmosphere gradually growing intimate. Xiao Wei, how's school treating you? Zhou Yang asked with genuine concern as he continued preparing the king crab. It's okay, just a bit heavy on the coursework. Bai Wei answered obediently. Our major covers so much sketching, color theory, art history, you name it. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, radiating the youthful energy unique to her age. So what do you plan to do after graduation? I want to be a painter and hold my own exhibitions, Bai Wei said, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes. But it's tough in this field right now. Without connections and funding, it's hard to make a name for yourself. Her mood dipped slightly at this point. Zhou Yang keenly picked up on this. He spoke gently, don't worry, I'll help you in the future. I know some people in the art world. I can introduce you to them when the time comes. Bai Wei looked up in surprise, really? You're so kind, big brother. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude, and the gaze she cast upon Zhou Yang grew even more tender. She felt a surge of quiet joy within. She hadn't misjudged him after all. This man wasn't just wealthy, he had connections too. If she could latch onto this powerful connection, her future would be secure. By the way, does that boy bother you like that often? Zhou Yang asked casually. Yeah, his name is Li Ming. He's in our class, Bai Wei sighed with a hint of resignation. He's not a bad person, just too immature. He spends all day writing love letters, sending flowers, and singing songs under the dorm building. I've turned him down so many times already. Bai Wei bit her lower lip, looking a bit aggrieved. But he just won't listen. I don't want to hurt him either. Zhou Yang stared at her innocent, kind expression, speechless. On the surface, she claimed not to want to hurt others, but in reality, she was just leaving herself an escape route. If things didn't work out here, she could always go back and harvest that love-struck eye. Next time he bothers you, just tell him you have a boyfriend, Zhou Yang suggested. But I don't have a boyfriend, Bai Wei flushed. Then say you have someone you're seeing. Zhou Yang leaned closer, his voice taking on a suggestive tone. Like, a certain mature older guy? Bai Wei's heartbeat instantly accelerated, her cheeks burning so fiercely they felt like they might bleed. Brother, what are you talking about? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Their faces were inches apart, and Zhou Yang could catch the faint scent of her natural fragrance. It was that uniquely sweet scent of a young girl, not perfume, but more natural and captivating. Bai Wei could also sense the masculine pheromones emanating from him. Mature, steady, and tinged with a hint of danger. It was completely different from those immature college boys. Suddenly, she understood why so many girls were drawn to mature men. That feeling of being cherished and pampered was indeed easy to get lost in. It's getting late. Zhou Yang glanced at his watch. It was almost 9. Want to stop by my brother's place? It'll help settle our stomachs. Bai Wei's heart tightened. She knew exactly what this meant. But looking at the expensive dinner spread before them, and the necklace around her neck worth 20,000 yuan, she felt she had no grounds to refuse. She bit her lip and finally nodded. All right, fine. Then let's go. Zhou Yang rose and gallantly pulled out her chair. As they left the restaurant, Bai Wei noticed the stares from other women. Some were envious, some curious, and a few held a hint of jealousy. A surge of vanity filled her heart. Being seen with such a man in high-end establishments certainly brought prestige. Men who saw Bai Wei's beautiful, innocent appearance and then glanced at their own plain wives couldn't help but admire Zhou Yang. Way to go, buddy. Chapter 13, The Forbidden Deal in the Presidential Suite. Upon arriving at the 5-star hotel, the receptionist greeted Zhou Yang with a smile. Good evening, Mr. Zhou. Good evening. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded back. When she saw the younger, prettier girl now by Zhou Yang's side, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Rich people sure know how to have fun. They change women more often than they change clothes. But it wasn't their concern as long as the guests were happy. If it were her, she could do it too, couldn't she? As they rode the elevator upstairs, Bai Wei felt a bit nervous. She clutched her small purse tightly, her palms sweating. Relax, Zhou Yang gently patted her back, offering reassurance. Big brother isn't going to eat you. Bai Wei managed a faint smile, but her heartbeat quickened. She knew what was about to happen. Though she felt some resistance, anticipation dominated her heart. Perhaps after tonight, her life would be completely transformed. The opulence of the presidential suite stunned Bai Wei once more. The crystal chandelier, leather sofas, and imported carpets, every item was exorbitantly priced. The cityscape outside the window, with its dazzling neon lights, was breathtakingly beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful. She walked to the window, utterly captivated by the view. If you like it, you can come here often. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her from behind. Bai Wei stiffened but didn't pull away. She could feel his warmth and breath, her heart beating faster. Glancing aside, she noticed the women's clothing on the sofa. A black business suit and lace lingerie. Bai Wei asked nervously, "Are these Liu Yufei's?" Zhou Yang admitted without hesitation, "Yes, she lives here too." A mix of emotions swirled within Bai Wei. She knew Liu Yufei was Zhou Yang's girlfriend, but hadn't expected them to be living together. Will she be back? Bai Wei asked anxiously. No, she won't be off work until after 10. Zhou Yang ran his fingers through her long hair. And even if she did, so what? His tone was calm, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Bai Wei was stunned inside. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so bold. Yet at the same time, she felt a tingle of excitement. This sense of transgression was undeniably thrilling. Come, sit down and talk. Zhou Yang pulled her onto the sofa. They sat close together, the air thickening with an undeniable tension. Xiao Wei, what do you think of your brother? Zhou Yang suddenly asked. He's great. Brother is gentle, wealthy, and knows how to take care of people, Bai Wei answered honestly. Then do you want to be taken care of by me forever? Bai Wei froze. What do you mean? What I mean is. Zhou Yang reached out to caress her cheek. To be my woman. Bai Wei's breath caught, her cheeks instantly burning hot. But we're brother and sister. Her voice trembled. We're not blood siblings. What does it matter? Zhou Yang chuckled softly. Besides, doesn't that make it even more exciting? As he spoke, Zhou Yang's hands began to wander, gently caressing her shoulders and arms. Bai Wei's body trembled, but she didn't push him away. Brother. Her voice was trembling. If I agree to you, will you treat me well? Zhou Yang felt a surge of secret delight, knowing she had already been swayed. Of course. Big brother will make you live like a princess. I'll give you 10,000 yuan in spending money every month. Buy whatever you want. Hearing that figure, Bai Wei's heart skipped a beat. 100,000 yuan. She'd have to reel in how many sugar daddies to earn that much. But she quickly regained her composure and tentatively asked. Only 100,000? I heard prices are really high these days. Zhou Yang paused, surprised that this girl would haggle. 100,000 is already a lot. That's what Liu Yufei got too. Zhou Yang withdrew his hand from her body. He had money now, and he would have even more in the future. But he wouldn't let any woman negotiate terms with him. Bai Wei weighed the pros and cons in her mind. 100,000 yuan was indeed substantial enough to afford the life she desired. And Zhou Yang was clearly wealthy. Staying with him would certainly be profitable. As for Liu Yufei, if she could accept this arrangement, why couldn't she? Besides, why should Liu Yufei get to monopolize such a great opportunity? I need some time to think about it, she said, feigning reserve. Zhou Yang, of course you can. But Big Brother won't wait forever. Once this chance is gone, it's gone. His tone was calm, but Bai Wei could detect the underlying threat. This made her realize Zhou Yang wasn't the type of man to grovel for a woman. He had plenty of options. If she didn't seize this chance, she might lose her one opportunity to change her fate. She finally spoke. I agree. Her voice was faint, but Zhou Yang heard it clearly. Really? A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Bai Wei nodded, her cheeks flushing as red as ripe apples. But you have to promise me, Big Brother, that you'll always be good to me. Of course. Big Brother loves Little Wei the most. Zhou Yang said, scooping her up in his arms. Wait, I haven't taken a bath yet. Bai Wei said shyly. No need. Big Brother likes the original flavor. Zhou Yang's voice was slightly hoarse. Brother, Bai Wei murmured softly. Please take good care of me. Don't worry, sweet sister. Zhou Yang's eyes burned with intensity. Big Brother will cherish you. An hour later, Bai Wei curled up in Zhou Yang's arms like a wounded fawn. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Brother, it hurts. Her voice was thick with a nasal tone, sounding exceptionally pitiful. The flames within Zhou Yang ignited instantly, but reason told him now was not the time. After all, a new car needed proper care. If he drove it too hard and wrecked it, repairs would be costly. He gently stroked her silky long hair, his touch as tender as if handling a fragile porcelain doll. Don't cry. I'll be gentler. Bai Wei lifted her dazed eyes to meet his, her gaze reflecting both pain and satisfaction. More than anything, it was the secret delight of a wish fulfilled. She had finally succeeded. From this day forward, she was Zhou Yang's woman. 100,000 yuan every month, plus countless luxury goods and opportunities awaiting her. At that thought, the pain seemed bearable. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the objective, Bai Wei. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a bonus reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, kidney essence pills 2 significantly boost stamina and endurance. Zhou Yang felt elated, yet his expression remained gentle. Another 5 million deposited into his account. This feeling was truly exhilarating. And with the subsequent childbirth reward, this was a truly lucrative deal. He pulled out his phone and deftly opened the WeChat transfer function. Xiao Wei, I promised you. The moment Bai Wei saw the payment notification, she froze in place. 100,000 yuan. It really was 100,000 yuan. Her trembling fingers tapped open WeChat to stare at the numbers in her balance. The tears in her eyes instantly turned to tears of joy. Brother, you really? Of course it's real. Zhou Yang gently kissed her forehead. There'll be more every month. The best days are yet to come. Bai Wei's heart pounded wildly. 100,000 yuan a month, that's 1,200,000 yuan a year. That was more than all the sugar daddies she'd ever hooked combined. And Zhou Yang clearly wasn't the type to suddenly turn stingy. Chapter 14, Phase 2 Mission Complete. Zhou Yang glanced at the clock. It was past 10. Liu Yufei should be returning soon. He got up, walked over to the phone, and dialed the front desk number. Book me the presidential suite next door. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei felt a mix of disappointment and understanding. After all, Liu Yufei was his official girlfriend, while she was still just his secret lover. But she didn't mind. In fact, she felt a tinge of excitement. The thrill of this forbidden affair was far more exciting than a straightforward romance. Xiao Wei, go rest in the room next door first. Zhou Yang said gently, I'll come over tomorrow to keep you company. Bai Wei nodded obediently, but as she gathered her things, she carefully wrapped the towel stained with traces of blood from the bedsheets and tucked it into her bag. This was the most important proof of her life. Proof that she had successfully given her first time to the man most worthy of it. Before leaving, Zhou Yang took her hand. Xiao Wei. Bai Wei turned back, her eyes still flushed from moments ago. Zhou Yang gently caressed her cheek, then slowly lowered his head. Their lips touched lightly. The kiss was gentle and tender, yet it made Bai Wei's heart race wildly once more. Go now, my dear little sister. Bai Wei's face flushed crimson as she left the room with light, quick steps. After watching her leave, Zhou Yang immediately began cleaning up the scene. The sheets, the pillow, the lingering scent of perfume in the air, not a single detail could be overlooked. He didn't want Liu Yufei to find any trace of evidence. Though given Liu Yufei's temperament, she'd likely endure it even if she did notice, he preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. After ensuring everything was spotless, Zhou Yang stepped into the bathroom for a shower. No sooner had he changed into his bathrobe than the door slid open. Liu Yufei dragged her weary body inside. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Zhou Yang. Honey, did you take a shower? She walked over and embraced Zhou Yang, greedily inhaling the scent of shower gel lingering on his skin. After working all day, only when she was back in Zhou Yang's arms could she truly relax. Yeah, just finished. Zhou Yang patted her back. Are you tired? A little tired, but seeing you makes it all go away. Liu Yufei nestled into his embrace, her voice thick with affection. Since being with Zhou Yang, her life had undergone a complete transformation. No more worrying about rent, no more scraping by day to day. Every day brought new surprises waiting for her. This feeling of being cherished had completely swept her off her feet. Go take a shower. I'll wait for you. Liu Yufei nodded and hurried toward the bathroom. Zhou Yang watched her hurried retreat, a smile spreading across his face. Liu Yufei was indeed a clever woman. After 2 days of training, her performance in bed had become increasingly satisfying. Tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time had made her more proactive, even a little greedy. This was precisely the effect Zhou Yang had been aiming for. Half an hour later, Liu Yufei emerged from the bathroom. She wore only a towel, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Husband. Her eyes held an unmistakable hunger. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. It seemed last night's experience had truly left her craving more. He took out a kidney essence pill and swallowed it while Liu Yufei wasn't looking. The warm potency of the medicine instantly spread through his body, filling him with a surge of strength. Come here. Liu Yufei approached the bed shyly, the towel shifting with her movements, revealing glimpses of her form. The light fell upon her, outlining her perfect curves. Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms, beginning a new round of passion. Once, twice, 3 times. The effects of the kidney essence pills surpassed Zhou Yang's expectations. He felt like an unstoppable machine. Liu Yufei, however, had long since transitioned from initial excitement to begging for mercy. Honey, please stop. Her voice was hoarse. But Zhou Yang didn't stop. His goal now wasn't just pleasure, it was to complete the system's mission. To get Liu Yufei pregnant and claim that reward of over 10 million. Finally, on the 7th attempt, the system's notification sounded once more. Congratulations, host. Target has successfully conceived. Conception reward, 12 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mysterious gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Additional reward, a luxury apartment in garden residential complex valued at 2.8 million yuan. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. 12 million yuan. Combined with the 5 million he earned from seducing Bai Wei earlier, he'd made 17 million tonight. Plus a property worth 2.8 million. This rate of making money was practically faster than robbing a bank. Honey, how did you pull off such an amazing feat today? Liu Yufei lay panting against his chest, her eyes brimming with admiration. When I'm feeling good, I'm naturally formidable. Besides, when have I ever not been formidable? Zhou Yang gently stroked her sweat-dampened hair, feeling happier than ever before. Tonight truly brought double good fortune. Not only had he successfully conquered Bai Wei, the ultimate prize, but he'd also gotten Liu Yufei pregnant with his child. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became a true top-tier tycoon. By then, what woman wouldn't be within his grasp? Liu Yufei soon drifted into a deep sleep in his arms, her face still flushed with contentment. Zhou Yang, however, felt no hint of sleepiness. He got up and gazed at the night view outside the window. He lit a cigarette and began puffing away. Tomorrow he planned to check out the property awarded by the system. If it was suitable, he could have Liu Yufei move in. After all, staying in hotels wasn't a long-term solution. Plus, the property could appreciate in value. This investment was an absolute steal. Thinking of Bai Wei's innocent smile and sizzling figure lifted Zhou Yang's spirits even higher. This little vixen certainly had her charms. Both her looks and her skills in bed were unforgettable. Most importantly, she knew exactly when to play innocent and when to unleash her seductive charm. A woman like this was definitely worth investing in. The clock struck 1 a.m. Snuffing out his cigarette, Zhou Yang returned to bed and gently pulled Liu Yufei into his embrace. Chapter 15. Money isn't spent on women, it's spent to be seen. At dawn, when Zhou Yang opened his eyes, Liu Yufei was already gone from beside him. He glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 in the morning. Liu Yufei was always diligent. She'd probably left for work around 8. He sent Bai Wei a WeChat message, "Wake up yet?" Bai Wei replied almost instantly, "Awake, big bro." A smile touched Zhou Yang's lips. This little vixen was a quick learner. Zhou Yang got out of bed, slipped on his bathrobe, and knocked on the door to the next room. Bai Wei opened the door quickly, still wearing yesterday's white dress. The dress was slightly wrinkled, and her hair was a bit messy. But this lazy look only added to her alluring charm. "Good morning, big brother." Bai Wei stood on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Her gesture was sweet and innocent, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Did you sleep well?" Zhou Yang ran his fingers through her silky long hair. "Very comfortable. Much better than the dorm at school." Bai Wei nestled into his embrace, pouting, "I just miss my brother a little." Zhou Yang asked, "Are you going to school today? If so, I'll drive you." Bai Wei tilted her head, thinking for a moment, her eyes darting around. "Let's go this afternoon. I want to stay with you a little longer." After saying this, she deliberately bit her lower lip, looking as if she had something more to say but held back. A mischievous smile flashed in Zhou Yang's eyes. In that case. Before he could finish, he swept Bai Wei into his arms. Bai Wei let out a soft squeal, her cheeks flushing instantly. "Brother, you're so naughty." An hour later, the two emerged from the room. Bai Wei still had a flush on her cheeks, her steps slightly unsteady. Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around her waist, gently supporting her. "Hungry? Let's go downstairs for breakfast." In the hotel's western restaurant, Zhou Yang requested a window seat. Bai Wei took small bites of her croissant, her eyes occasionally glancing at Zhou Yang. "Brother, what are your plans for today?" Zhou Yang casually replied while cutting his steak, "We're going to look at a house." "Look at a house?" Bai Wei blinked. "Are you buying a house?" "Already bought it. 2.8 million. Zhou Yang's tone was as matter-of-fact as if he'd just bought a steamed bun. The bread in Bai Wei's hand nearly slipped from her grasp. 2.8 million. She quickly calculated in her mind that was equivalent to several years of her family's income. And Zhou Yang bought it without even looking? Such wealth was beyond her wildest imagination. She silently congratulated herself on her choice. Following a man like this could never be wrong. He bought it without even seeing the place? Bai Wei forced her voice to sound calm. "It was a system reward. Quality guaranteed." Zhou Yang replied casually, then realized he'd let something slip. Fortunately, Bai Wei didn't read too much into it, assuming he was referring to some internal system at a real estate company. "Then can I come see it with you?" Bai Wei's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Zhou Yang nodded. "Sure. Garden Community Sales Office." This was a renowned high-end development in Yangcheng, with an average price exceeding 20,000 yuan per square meter. As soon as they entered the sales office, a beautiful saleswoman in a professional suit approached them. She appeared to be around 26 or 27, with a tall, slender figure. Her name tag read, Senior Property Consultant Li Tingting. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. How may I assist you today?" Li Tingting's gaze lingered on Zhou Yang. He was young, handsome, and had a refined demeanor. His clothes were designer labels, and most importantly, he was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, a prime prospect. "I bought an apartment and came to take a look." Zhou Yang provided his name and phone number. Li Tingting quickly checked the computer and her expression immediately turned respectful. Full payment of 2.8 million. And it was just paid last night. This was a major client. Mr. Zhou, hello. I'm your dedicated real estate consultant, Li Tingting. Her voice grew even sweeter and she leaned forward slightly without realizing it. Would you like to view the property now? Zhou Yang nodded. Li Tingting swayed her hips as she led the way ahead. She turned back occasionally to speak with Zhou Yang, her smile exceptionally bright. Bai Wei walked beside Zhou Yang, keenly sensing the woman's subtle intentions. This Li Tingting clearly had designs on her brother. But it was hardly surprising her brother was so young and wealthy that any woman would be captivated. She discreetly slipped her arm through Zhou Yang's, staking her claim. Li Tingting naturally noticed this subtle gesture. She scrutinized Bai Wei. Around 20 years old, with a pure and sweet appearance and fair, delicate skin. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back and her eyes were as clear as water. Such natural beauty was truly enviable. Though they called each other brother and sister, Li Tingting saw through the facade at a glance. That level of intimacy was far beyond that of ordinary siblings. Rich people sure know how to play the field. But she didn't mind. If given the chance, she too would want to be Zhou Yang's woman. The elevator reached the 18th floor of Building A. The apartment was a fully furnished 3-bedroom unit spanning over 130 square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered expansive river views. Fully furnished and equipped with appliances, it was move-in ready. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this apartment? Li Tingting detailed the various amenities of the property. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Both the location and the renovation perfectly met his requirements. Brother, who's this house for? Bai Wei asked curiously. She already had an answer in her heart. It was probably for Liu Yufei. For Yufei. Just as she'd expected. A pang of jealousy flashed through Bai Wei's heart. Not only was Liu Yufei Zhou Yangming's official girlfriend, but now she even had her own exclusive house. And what about her? Even though she'd received 100,000 yuan last night, she was still just a secret lover at the end of the day. Noticing her emotional shift, Zhou Yangming offered, if you keep up the good work, maybe I'll buy you one someday too. Bai Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Of course. When has your brother ever lied to you? Hearing this, Bai Wei's sense of unfairness vanished instantly. As long as she behaved well, she would have her own place sooner or later. And with Zhou Yang's wealth, buying her a house would be as easy as buying clothes. That was precisely why Zhou Yang had brought Bai Wei here today. Sometimes money wasn't meant to be spent on women, but to be flaunted. Only by occasionally flaunting his wealth could he make her willingly bear his children. Li Tingting listened nearby, her mind reeling in shock. Not only did Zhou Yang have a girlfriend, but he also had this mistress he called his little sister. And he openly promised to buy her a house without any hesitation. Such generosity was utterly captivating. If Zhou Yang was willing, she could become his woman too. Even without a house, a little pocket money each month would suffice. Mr. Zhou, is there anything else I can assist you with? Li Tingting's voice was unusually soft. She deliberately straightened her posture, subtly showcasing her figure. Such as housekeeping services or other private services. Bai Wei frowned. This woman was shameless. Trying to seduce her brother right in front of her. Zhou Yang didn't respond, merely smiling. Li Tingting was indeed somewhat attractive, but the system had already provided feedback earlier. Li Tingting had slept with over 30 men. How could he possibly be interested in her? Not for now. I'll contact you if I need you. Li Tingting looked disappointed, but she still handed over her business card. Mr. Zhou, this is my personal number. I'm available 24/7. She deliberately emphasized the words private and service. Zhou Yang took the card and casually slipped it into his pocket. Bai Wei watched this unfold and felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Though her brother had accepted the card, he clearly had no interest in this woman. It seemed her place in his heart remained quite important. Chapter 16, The Charming Landlady, a New Target. After touring the apartment, Zhou Yang was quite satisfied. It was close to Liu Yufei's workplace and had convenient transportation. Having her move here was indeed a good idea. After all, he had promised her an apartment before, and now that she was carrying his child, it felt like fulfilling that promise early. Let Yufei move in within the next couple of days, Zhou Yang thought to himself. Bai Wei linked her arm through his, feeling exceptionally pleased. Although this apartment wasn't for her, Zhou Yang had already made the promise. As long as she behaved herself, she would eventually have a place of her own, and it might even be better than Liu Yufei's. As the couple left the sales office, Li Tingting saw them off to the door. Mr. Zhou, remember to contact me, she said, batting her eyelashes at him. Bai Wei pursed her lips. This woman was truly relentless. But it did prove her brother's undeniable charm. Even a savvy saleswoman like her couldn't resist making a move. Once seated in the car, Bai Wei asked curiously, Brother, when do you plan to have Sister Yufei move in? Within the next couple of days. Zhou Yang started the engine. What about you? Want to move out of the dorm too? Bai Wei's eyes lit up. Moving out of the dorm meant she'd have more time alone with Zhou Yang. Plus, she wouldn't have to worry about roommates prying. But where would I move to? Zhou Yang replied casually, we can buy another apartment or stay in a hotel for now. Bai Wei's heart raced. Buying another house? Just how much money does this man have? After lunch, Zhou Yang drove Bai Wei back to the art academy. As Bai Wei was about to get out, Zhou Yang called her back and pointed to his face. Bai Wei flushed with a coy smile, tiptoed, and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Remember to miss me, big brother, she said, batting her big, watery eyes with a voice so soft and sweet it made your heart flutter. Zhou Yang nodded, watching Bai Wei sway her hips as she entered the campus. This girl really had a knack for it. Her flirtatious skills were getting more polished by the day. After getting into the car, Zhou Yang dialed Liu Yufei's number. Honey, Liu Yufei's voice dripped with sweetness. Did you miss me? Of course I do, my darling, Zhou Yang replied with practiced sweetness. Was work tiring? A little, but hearing your voice makes it all go away. Liu Yufei's voice blossomed like a flower over the phone, sweet enough to drip honey. Zhou Yang feigned mystery, I've got a big surprise planned for you tonight. What kind of surprise? Tell me already. You'll find out tonight. I promise you'll be so happy you won't be able to sleep. After hanging up, Zhou Yang drove aimlessly through the city streets. He was now a true unemployed drifter. He used to have a job, working overtime regularly, earning a few thousand yuan a month. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fired his boss. But now that he had the system, work was nothing but a passing cloud. With nothing else to do, Zhou Yang began pondering whether he should start his own business. Ideally, it would be an industry teeming with beautiful women, ensuring a steady stream of qualified targets right at his doorstep. A modeling agency? An entertainment company? Or maybe a beauty salon? As Zhou Yang pondered, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhou? This is Wang Hui, your landlord. A gentle female voice came through the phone. Your lease expires next month. Will you be renewing? Only then did Zhou Yang remember he still had a rental apartment. Staying at 5-star hotels every day, he'd long forgotten that shabby place. I won't be renewing. I'll come by to pack up my things. Alright, I'll be waiting at the apartment. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang turned his car around and headed toward the rental apartment. The name Wang Hui stirred up a flood of memories. That gentle young landlady would always prepare tea and snacks when collecting rent. Sometimes she'd even ask if he was eating well or staying warm. That big sisterly kindness had once deeply moved him when he was down on his luck. Of course, what left an even deeper impression was her curvaceous figure. A woman in her early 30s was at the most captivating age. Especially after having a child, that mature, full-figured beauty sparked endless fantasies. Countless late nights, Wang Hui became the object of his fantasies. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang arrived at an old residential building. After parking the car, Zhou Yang straightened his clothes and went upstairs to knock on Wang Hui's door. Coming. The door swung open quickly, revealing Wang Hui's gentle smile at the entrance. Mr. Zhou, please come in. After several days apart, Wang Hui still bore that gentle countenance. Her figure remained voluptuous and alluring, her lower body clad in black pencil pants that perfectly outlined her curves. Name, Wang Hui. Age, 32. Appearance, 82 points. Figure, 85 points. Divorced, has one son and one daughter, relies on rental income and odd jobs to make ends meet, lacks a sense of security. Needs, craving protection, has a strong need for money. System assessment, grade A premium target, recommended for pursuit. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Wang Hui to meet the criteria for a target. He'd heard rumors before Wang Hui divorced 3 years ago after her husband cheated. Though she had already given birth, none of that mattered. As long as she hadn't been reckless, maintained herself well, and wasn't a total wreck, it was fine. Sis Hui, you're still so young and beautiful, Zhou Yang complimented sincerely. Wang Hui flushed slightly, not at all. I'm past my prime. Nonsense. Sister Hui is at the most charming age for a woman. Zhou Yang's words warmed Wang Hui's heart. Since her divorce, few people had complimented her beauty. Yet she felt a bit puzzled. Zhou Yang had never spoken to her like this before, and there was something undeniably magnetic about him. This was actually due to the 10-point charm bonus from the system. But Wang Hui didn't dwell on it. She hurriedly gestured, sit down. Let me pour you some tea. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa, taking in the cozy little home. It wasn't large, but it was kept spotlessly clean. The living room displayed photos and certificates of the children, a boy and a girl, both looking adorable. Sis Hui, where are the kids? They're at grandma's. They spend every weekend there. Wang Hui walked over carrying a teacup and sat down beside Zhou Yang. The faint scent of perfume drifted into his nostrils, stirring his senses. You've worked so hard these past years, Zhou Yang said with concern. Wang Hui's eyes reddened slightly. It's okay. At least I managed to raise the kids. I've heard about what happened back then. That man not cherishing you was his loss. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Wang Hui looked at him gratefully, her eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. It had been so long since she'd felt understood and cared for like this. Sis Hui, how are things now? Do you have enough money? Wang Hui gave a wry smile, barely. The kids' expenses keep growing. Especially my daughter, she's starting middle school soon. Tuition, tutoring fees. Her voice caught slightly as she spoke. Zhou Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Financial pressure proved to be the best entry point. Sis Hui, if you're facing any difficulties, don't hesitate to tell me. He gently took Wang Hui's hand. I'm doing pretty well now. Helping you out a little shouldn't be a problem. Wang Hui felt the warmth radiating from his palm, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. No, thank you, Mr. Zhou. I can't impose on you. It's no trouble at all. We're friends, after all. Zhou Yang's thumb gently stroked the back of her hand. Besides, Sister Hui was so kind to me back then. Now that I'm in a position to help, it's only right I repay you. A wave of warmth washed over Wang Hui. Since her divorce, she had shouldered life's burdens alone. No one cared for her, no one understood her. Now, suddenly, a man was willing to help her, and such a young, handsome man at that. This feeling left her both touched and uneasy. Mr. Zhou, you now. Just call me Xiao Yang, like before. Zhou Yang cut her off, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Xiao Yang. Wang Hui murmured softly. She suddenly realized the man before her was no longer the inexperienced tenant she once knew. He radiated the confidence and charm of a successful man, every gesture exuding a reassuring strength. Yet she remained the same single mother struggling to make ends meet. This stark contrast left her heart filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 17, Older Women Know How to Care. Zhou Yang stroked the back of Wang Hui's hand. Sis Hui, I know you're under a lot of pressure right now. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month to help ease your financial burdens. Wang Hui snapped her head up, her eyes wide with shock. 100,000 yuan. For a single mother like her, surviving on rental income, it was almost too good to be true. But she wasn't some naive little girl. Nothing good comes for free. She bit her red lips lightly and asked, Xiao Yang, what do you want from me in return? Zhou Yang's fingers traced a gentle line across her palm, his warm breath sending a shiver through Wang Hui's body. It's simple. All you have to do is become my woman. Wang Hui stiffened. Just as she suspected. She shook her head slowly. Xiao Yang, I'm already 32 and have 2 children. You're so young and promising. You should find a better girl. What if people start gossiping? Zhou Yang gazed at her exquisite features and replied earnestly, Sister Hui, women your age know best how to cherish someone. Besides, I'm 28, you're only 4 years older than me. His voice grew tender. To be honest, I've liked you for a long time, but I never had the courage to say it. Wang Hui's heartbeat quickened instantly, and a blush spread across her cheeks. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to say such things, but her rational mind told her it couldn't be possible. She shook her head. Xiao Yang, thank you for your kindness, but I can't. Before she could finish, Zhou Yang gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Wang Hui's body trembled, her blood surging through her veins. It had been 3 years since her divorce, and this was the first time a man had embraced her so intimately. Sis Hui, trust me, okay? Zhou Yang's voice murmured in her ear, his warm breath nearly melting her. I'll treat you well, better than anyone else ever has. Wang Hui's defenses crumbled bit by bit. This man's embrace was too warm, she couldn't bear to push him away. But just as she was about to surrender completely, Zhou Yang added fuel to the fire. Sis Hui, if you're willing to bear me a child, I'll give you another million. Wang Hui's body jerked, her eyes widening in disbelief. I'll cover everything for your 2 children, tuition, living expenses, everything. I can't give you a proper status, and there will be other women in my life, but I can guarantee you'll never want for anything for the rest of your days. Wang Hui was utterly dumbfounded. She had never imagined a man would say such things to her. 1 million. And he'd support her 2 children too. Xiao Yang, where did you get all this money? Her voice trembled, but you said before. I've made a little fortune recently, I've got tens of millions now. Zhou Yang gently stroked her cheek, the money will only keep growing from here on out. Wang Hui felt her world spinning. Tens of millions. The figure was beyond anything she could have imagined. Her inner turmoil began to rage. As a woman, she had her own needs. For 3 years since the divorce, she had borne all the pressure and loneliness alone. And now she was faced with a young, handsome man like Zhou Yang, who was willing to give her so much money. Her son's school fees were already exorbitant, and her daughter was about to enter middle school. Tuition alone was a huge expense, not to mention various tutoring classes and living costs. Although she relied on rental income, it ultimately came from a dilapidated 6-story building, and the monthly rent wasn't substantial. If she accepted Zhou Yang's offer, she would never have to worry about money again. Her children could receive the best education. With that thought, Wang Hui finally nodded. Alright, I agree. But Yang, I dare not ask for much. If you ever stop having feelings for me, I won't cling to you. Zhou Yang felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, mature women were understanding and knew when to advance or retreat. This was far more endearing than the capricious whims of young girls. Sister Hui, I promise I'll treat you well. Their eyes locked, the air thickening with an undeniable chemistry. Wang Hui's cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her long lashes fluttering softly. Zhou Yang slowly lowered his head, and Wang Hui closed her eyes. Over an hour later. Splash! Wang Hui was showering in the bathroom. Zhou Yang lay on the bed, contentedly savoring the bliss of what had just happened. Wang Hui was indeed the easiest woman he'd ever conquered. The charm of a mature woman was truly incomparable to that of a young girl. As Zhou Yang was still lost in thought, the familiar system notification chime sounded. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering your target, Wang Hui. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a bonus reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, physical enhancement serum significantly boosts physical attributes. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Physical enhancement serum? That sounded like the real deal. He swiftly retrieved the potion and downed it in one gulp. A wave of warmth spread throughout his body. Zhou Yang felt his muscles grow firmer and his bones become more resilient. Even his mental state felt unusually vibrant. This feeling was incredible. With this enhancement potion, his combat endurance would be significantly prolonged. The bathroom door opened, and Wang Hui emerged wrapped in a towel. Her hair was still dripping, her cheeks flushed with the rosy glow of a bath. Zhou Yang. She stood shyly at the bathroom doorway, unable to meet Zhou Yang's eyes. Zhou Yang admired her figure with satisfaction. At 32, Wang Hui was at the age when a woman's charm was most captivating. Though her figure after childbirth wasn't as taut as a young girl's, it had gained a mature, voluptuous fullness. Sis Hui, come here. Zhou Yang beckoned to her. Wang Hui bit her lip and walked over, sitting down beside the bed. Zhou Yang, about what happened earlier. Shoo. Zhou Yang ran his fingers through her damp, long hair. Sis Hui, starting today, we're family. You don't need to feel any burden. Wang Hui nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Oh, right, Sister Hui. Here's your first payment. Zhou Yang picked up his phone. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan first. Use it to pay the kids' tuition first, then keep the rest for yourself. Wang Hui trembled as she stared at the number on the screen. She had braced herself for being scammed. After all, she felt she was the one getting the better deal. But Zhou Yang was actually giving it to her. She never imagined her life would undergo such a dramatic transformation. From a single mother struggling to make ends meet, she had instantly become the woman of a wealthy man. Though she had no official status, at least her life was now secure. Her children could receive a better education. That was enough. Zhou Yang, this is too much. It's not too much. You deserve a better life. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month from now on, without fail. Also, buy yourself a few new outfits. Since you're my woman, you should look your best. Wang Hui was so moved she nearly cried. She clung tightly to Zhou Yang and whispered softly in his ear, Zhou Yang, thank you. Truly, thank you. I'll treat you well. I won't let you down. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. This time, he'd gained both money and body-enhancing potions, a double win. Pulling his thoughts back, Zhou Yang's hands began to wander. Wang Hui shyly pushed him away, but soon succumbed to his tender advances. The room once again filled with beautiful music. Chapter 18, Mess with my woman? You've picked the wrong guy. Zhou Yang entered his own room, a place he'd lived in for 2 years. The room was sparse, furnished only with a single bed and a worn wardrobe. A few clothes were casually tossed on the bed, a bit messy but not dirty, which was quite an achievement for a bachelor like him. This is pretty shabby. Zhou Yang shook his head. These old clothes should have been tossed long ago. Now that he was worth millions, he certainly couldn't be seen wearing these cheap market finds. Wang Hui offered thoughtfully, Zhou Yang, I'll have someone clean up tomorrow. I'll pack these clothes and donate them to those in need. That would be a great help, Sister Hui. Zhou Yang felt a warm glow in his heart. Wang Hui truly understood him. No trouble at all. It's the least I can do. Wang Hui smiled gently. Oh, my son and daughter will be back soon. Otherwise, I'd have invited you to stay and taste my cooking. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Next time, call me ahead of time. I'll whip up a few of my signature dishes to help you build up your strength. Zhou Yang nodded. This feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Well, I'll be going now. Call me anytime if you need anything. He waved goodbye, descended the stairs, and drove away. Sitting in the car, Zhou Yang felt exceptionally cheerful. He decided it was time to visit Liu Yufei. After all, she was carrying his child. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang arrived at the Regular's Place restaurant. Liu Yufei was organizing receipts at the front desk when she spotted Zhou Yang entering. Her eyes lit up. Honey, what are you doing here? She ran over in surprise, nearly bumping into the table beside her. I missed you, so I came to see you. Zhou Yang naturally wrapped his arm around her waist. Liu Yufei felt so sweet she could burst. Being treated so affectionately by her boyfriend in front of everyone fed her vanity immensely. Several young waitresses shot her envious glances. Sis Yufei, is this the boyfriend you mentioned? A round-faced girl asked curiously. Yes, he is. Liu Yufei proudly linked her arm through Zhou Yang's. Wow, he's so handsome. And he looks rich too. Sis Yufei, you're so lucky to have such an amazing boyfriend. The girls chattered away with compliments, making Liu Yufei's smile grow even brighter. The male waiters, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Liu Yufei wasn't just the restaurant's head waitress, she was widely regarded as its belle. They'd always schemed about how to get close to her, but never imagined this young man would beat them to it. Zhou Yang found a seat and casually ordered a few signature dishes. Yufei, have you eaten dinner yet? I have, Liu Yufei replied in a sweet voice. I'd love to keep you company, honey, but I'm still on duty. She was indeed a responsible employee, maintaining a diligent work ethic even after securing a sugar daddy. No problem. I'll wait for you after work and we'll go home together. Liu Yufei beamed with delight and nodded repeatedly. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Yang, she returned to her work. Zhou Yang was leisurely eating when he suddenly heard Liu Yufei's somewhat forced laughter nearby. Sir, you've had too much to drink. Would you like some hangover soup? He looked up to see a drunken middle-aged man clutching Liu Yufei's hand. His face was flushed crimson, his eyes unfocused, muttering incoherently. Two equally inebriated companions sat at the table, cheering him on. Hey, beautiful, have a drink with your big brother. The drunk staggered to his feet. Big brother will tip you. Liu Yufei's expression darkened, but she forced a smile. After all, this was an upscale restaurant, and offending a customer was hardly a wise move. Sir, our policy prohibits staff from drinking with customers. She tried to pull her hand away. Please take a seat. I'll bring you some tea. Stop pretending, the drunkard's voice grew louder. Who works in a place like this if they're not here to sell themselves? How much for the night? Big brother's got money to burn. Liu Yufei's face instantly drained of color. The surrounding patrons shot her strange glances, making her wish she could sink into the ground. Zhou Yang's expression darkened as he stood up and walked over to the drunkard. Let her go. The drunk turned to look at Zhou Yang and belched, Kid, mind your own business. Who gave you the right to speak here? His two companions, eyes glazed over with drunkenness, turned to look. One sneered, who's this pretty boy trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Zhou Yang wasted no words. He grabbed the drunkard's wrist and squeezed hard. Ow! The drunk let out a pained cry and immediately released Liu Yufei. Enhanced by body-strengthening agents, Zhou Yang's current strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. This level of force was effortless for him, but it was more than enough to cause agony for an ordinary person. You little SHT. The drunk, enraged and humiliated, snarled, Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? Zhou Yang looked at him with contempt. I don't give a damn who you are. If you touch my girlfriend, believe me, I'll slap you twice. Liu Yufei's heart raced at the word girlfriend. Though she knew Zhou Yang had more than one woman in his life, being defended like this in public deeply moved her. Several waitresses' eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking Zhou Yang was incredibly manly. Wow, so handsome. Yeah, the way he protects his girlfriend is so charming. Sis Yufei is so lucky to have a boyfriend like that. The drunkard's companion saw trouble brewing and quickly grabbed the man before he could lose his temper. Old Zhang, come on, let it go. Don't start trouble. Yeah, her boyfriend's right here. Let's just leave. Though they were drunk, they hadn't completely lost their senses. Zhou Yang's attire and demeanor clearly marked him as no ordinary person. Provoking the wrong kind of person could spell trouble. Dragged away by his companions, the drunkard shot a vicious glare over his shoulder as he reached the doorway. Zhou Yang glared at him, and the drunk immediately shrank his neck and slunk away. A round of applause erupted in the restaurant. Well done, sir. That's exactly how you handle people like that. What a sense of responsibility. Liu Yufei gazed at Zhou Yang with admiration, her heart brimming with love. Honey, thank you. Her voice was slightly choked as she clung tightly to Zhou Yang's arm. Silly girl, protecting your woman is only right. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. The restaurant manager hurried over, apologizing profusely. Sir, I'm terribly sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Today's bill is on us, and you'll receive a 20% discount on all future visits. Zhou Yang nodded in acceptance of the apology. Liu Yufei watched the scene unfold, her sense of superiority swelling. The other waitstaff eyed her with envy. Sis Yufei's boyfriend is so impressive. Even the manager respects him so much. Sis Yufei has such great taste. Liu Yufei basked in the compliments, feeling utterly delighted. She knew choosing Zhou Yang was the right decision. Not only was he wealthy and influential, but he could protect her in critical moments. What's wrong with being his mistress? Chapter 19, My girlfriend's pregnant with my child. Zhou Yang turned to look at Liu Yufei and said softly, Yufei, you shouldn't keep working. Liu Yufei blinked her eyes, a hint of reluctance in her voice. But there are only 3 days left this month. I don't want to cause trouble for the restaurant. Though she was materialistic, she always took her job seriously, a trait Zhou Yang admired in her. The manager immediately waved his hands at her words. No need, no need. I'll pay you your full wages, not a penny less. He looked at Zhou Yang with a broad smile. Mr. Zhou, tonight's bill is on the house. Consider it a small token of our restaurant's appreciation. Zhou Yang shook his head, pulling several red bills from his wallet and placing them on the table. His gesture was casual. No need. What's owed must be paid. I'm not short on money. Liu Yufei watched Zhou Yang, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. This was the charm of a wealthy man. Even spending money felt effortless. She hurriedly bid farewell to her colleagues, and several girls gathered around her reluctantly. Sis Yufei, are you really quitting? We're so jealous you have such a great boyfriend. Remember to come back and visit us later. Liu Yufei smiled exceptionally sweetly, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being envied. After bidding farewell to the group, she hurried into the changing room, shedding her black business suit and slipping into her own clothes. Stepping out of the restaurant, Liu Yufei immediately spotted the silver Porsche 911 parked at the entrance. Honey, is this your car? It's gorgeous. Her voice brimmed with excitement as her eyes sparkled, circling the car once. Zhou Yang nodded, offering no explanation that he'd only purchased it yesterday. Sitting inside the car, Liu Yufei carefully stroked the leather seats. Growing up in an ordinary family, she'd never sat in such a luxurious car before. Honey, I don't have a job now. What are we going to do? She bit her red lips, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Although Zhou Yang treated her well, a woman's inherent insecurity made her constantly worry about losing what she had. Zhou Yang gave her an amused look. Isn't the 100,000 yuan I give you every month enough for you to spend? That's different. Liu Yufei's face clouded with worry as her voice trembled slightly. What if you don't want me anymore someday? Zhou Yang started the car. As long as you behave yourself, I'll never abandon you. Liu Yufei felt warmth in her heart and nodded quickly. I'll be good. I'll take good care of my husband. Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of seduction. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yang burst into laughter, pressing the accelerator as he drove away from the restaurant. The car fell silent for a moment before Liu Yufei suddenly spoke up. Husband, my period hasn't been regular lately. She lowered her head, looking a bit embarrassed. It should have come by now, but it hasn't. Could something be wrong? Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. You might be pregnant. Liu Yufei stiffened, panic flashing in her eyes. Pregnant? Her voice trembled as she placed her hands over her lower abdomen. If you're worried, buy a pregnancy test. Zhou Yang knew Liu Yufei was already pregnant, but he said this merely to ease her mind. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a 24-hour pharmacy. Liu Yufei walked in with flushed cheeks and bought 2 pregnancy test kits. Back at the hotel, she grabbed the test kits and dashed toward the bathroom. She said nervously and shyly, Honey, don't come in. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa waiting, his feelings mixed. Though the system was involved, this was still his child, and he had no experience as a father. After 10 minutes, faint sobs drifted from the bathroom. Liu Yufei emerged with reddened eyes, holding the pregnancy test in her hand. Honey, I'm really pregnant. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Although Zhou Yang had previously asked her to have his child, and she had agreed, the reality of it happening left her somewhat overwhelmed. After all, she was only 23 and had never imagined becoming a mother so soon. Zhou Yang stood up and gently stroked her cheek. Don't worry. I'll hire the best nanny to ensure the baby is born safely. His words eased Liu Yufei's anxiety slightly. Worry filled Liu Yufei's eyes. But what if my parents find out I'm pregnant? They'll think I'm immoral and scold me to death. Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. I'll take you back to your hometown when the time is right. We'll have a proper wedding ceremony and give your parents 588,000 yuan as a dowry. I won't let you suffer any injustice. He paused before adding, but I won't register our marriage. At the mention of 588,000 yuan in dowry, Liu Yufei's eyes lit up instantly, her heartbeat accelerating despite herself. As long as I have you, that's enough. She clung tightly to Zhou Yang, her voice trembling with excitement. Hailing from a small county in Jiangxi province, 588,000 yuan was indeed a substantial dowry for Liu Yufei. She recalled a high school classmate who had married just 2 years prior, and the groom had only given 288,000 yuan. Thinking of this, she felt Zhou Yang was truly treating her exceptionally well. Oh, and cancel your rental, Zhou Yang said. Liu Yufei looked puzzled. Are we going to stay in hotels after that? Zhou Yang gave a mysterious smile. I bought an apartment in Garden Community today. We'll live there from now on. I'll move in with you too. Liu Yufei's eyes widened in delight. Is this the surprise you promised me? Her voice carried disbelief. She knew Garden Community, it was a high-end residential area. Zhou Yang nodded. I was going to wait until after the baby was born to buy it for you, but I'm giving it to you early. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liu Yufei stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Yang passionately. Her red lips were soft and sweet, carrying a faint fruity scent. Zhou Yang felt a surge of desire, but managed to restrain himself. You're pregnant now, so you need to be careful. Don't get too excited. You have to control yourself. He gently patted her back, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. Liu Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded obediently. I'm going to take a shower, honey. Wait for me. She cast Zhou Yang a coy glance before swaying her hips toward the bathroom. In the end, Zhou Yang didn't do anything with Liu Yufei. After all, the first 3 months of pregnancy were the most critical for a woman, and he didn't want even the slightest mishap. But he hadn't expected Liu Yufei to be even more eager than him, leaving Zhou Yang utterly speechless. Now, Liu Yufei knelt before the sofa in her pink school uniform, quietly studying. Every so often, she lifted her watery eyes to look at Zhou Yang, her gaze brimming with adoration and longing. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa flipping through his phone, relishing the feeling of being waited on. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Bai Wei had sent him a WeChat message. Chapter 20, Pregnant Neighbor, School Beauty More Thrilling. Art College Girls Dormitory. Bai Wei sat cross-legged on the edge of her bed, her fingers lightly tapping the phone screen. Her 3 roommates gathered around, gossiping about campus rumors. Xiaowei, what's the latest on that big fish you mentioned before? Roommate Li Xiaoyu asked curiously. Bai Wei paused her tapping, lifted her head, and smiled faintly. We're like siblings now. He treats me really well. She dared not tell the truth after all, being kept by someone wasn't exactly something to boast about. Brother and sister? A hint of mischief flashed in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. So what's he like? He's great. Mature, steady, and very caring. A tender look flickered in Bai Wei's eyes. The other 2 roommates nodded along superficially, but inwardly they looked down on Bai Wei with utter contempt. Wang Sisi curled her lips, thinking to herself, what a shameless act of innocence. Siblings? Who would believe that? Zhang Xinran sneered inwardly. Bai Wei, that green tea. She puts on this innocent act like a pure white flower, but who knows how dirty she is behind closed doors. Probably slept with countless men. They all knew Bai Wei was the school's innocent campus beauty, but they were equally aware that her innocence was entirely fabricated. Bai Wei was more scheming than anyone. The hordes of boys chasing her made them green with envy. As they chatted, Bai Wei suddenly thought of Zhou Yang. That man's wealth and maturity captivated her, but more importantly, she needed to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhou Yang. Only then could she gain the upper hand in this game. She lowered her head and typed a WeChat message to Zhou Yang. Bro, are you busy? Xiao Wei misses you a little. Almost instantly, Zhou Yang's reply popped up. Can you come out? Bai Wei glanced at the time, exactly 10 p.m. She replied, sure, where should we meet? Zhou Yang, same place as before, the room you used to stay in. Bai Wei's heartbeat instantly quickened. Her fingers paused on the screen for a few seconds before she replied, sure, I'll be right over. She stood up and told her roommates, I'm heading out. Might not be back tonight. Going out so late? Li Xiaoyu asked with concern. Is it safe? It's fine, someone's picking me up. Bai Wei flashed a sweet smile, grabbed her small bag, and headed out. The moment she stepped outside, Wang Sisi and Zhang Xingqing couldn't contain themselves. Pfft, like they're siblings. She's definitely sneaking out to meet some guy this late at night, Wang Sisi said with a sarcastic tone. Exactly. What's with the act of innocence? She's just out selling herself. Zhang Xinran's voice dripped with jealousy and malice. Although Li Xiaoyu was on good terms with Bai Wei, her roommate's words made her feel a bit unsettled. Don't talk about Xiao Wei like that. She's always been nice to us, she defended Bai Wei. Nice? Zhang Xinran sneered. That's just her being fake. She acts like she's better than everyone else. She's clearly a gold digger pretending to be some angelic fairy, Wang Sisi fumed, her anger mounting. Hearing their words, Li Xiaoyu fell silent. Half an hour later, Bai Wei arrived at the hotel lobby. She adjusted her clothes and hair, ensuring she looked flawless. Tonight she wore a white dress, its hem perfectly showcasing her long, beautiful legs. Stepping into the elevator, Bai Wei sent Zhou Yang a WeChat message. Bro, I'm here. I'll need a little more time here. Wait for me in the room. Bai Wei arrived at the room she had stayed in before and unlocked the door with her key card. The room remained exactly as she had left it. She sat on the edge of the bed, feeling both nervous and excited. Liu Yufei's room was right next door, and here she was about to get intimate with Zhou Yang. The thought sent a strange thrill through Bai Wei. Meanwhile, Liu Yufei had finally fallen asleep, exhausted, curled up in Zhou Yang's arms. Pregnancy made her tire more easily, and today's mix of excitement and nerves had already drained her completely. Zhou Yang gently laid her on the bed and tucked her in before quietly getting up and heading to the next room. Arriving at the door, Zhou Yang knocked softly twice. The door swung open almost instantly, revealing Bai Wei's innocent face. Brother, she called sweetly, then before Zhou Yang could react, she stood on tiptoe and captured his lips with a kiss. Bai Wei's red lips were soft and sweet, carrying the unique fragrance of a young girl. Though her kissing technique was still inexperienced, the blend of innocence and allure sent Zhou Yang's thoughts wandering. What surprised him even more was that Bai Wei, who usually seemed pure and innocent, was being so proactive right now. Zhou Yang swiftly slammed the door shut, pinning Bai Wei against it. His voice was slightly hoarse as he asked, "Why are you so forward tonight?" Bai Wei lowered her head shyly, her long lashes fluttering. Because I missed you, big brother." Her voice was soft enough to melt. And Xiao Wei knows brother is very tired tonight. I want to take good care of you. And how do you plan to take care of your brother? Zhou Yang lifted her chin. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She reached out her small hand to touch Zhou Yang's chest, her voice soft as she spoke. Xiao Wei is willing to do anything for brother. Zhou Yang caught her wrist. Are you sure? Bai Wei nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed as red as ripe peaches. Then you have to be good and not make a sound. Bai Wei bit her red lips and nodded, her heart pounding like a drum. Zhou Yang smiled, brushing her moist lips. At 2 a.m, Zhou Yang rose quietly. Bai Wei slept soundly, a sweet smile still on her face. He quickly adjusted his clothes and returned to the next room. After all, Liu Yufei was already pregnant. At the very least, he had to ensure her emotional stability until the child was born. Zhou Yang glanced at Bai Wei on the bed and quietly closed the door. Back in his room, Liu Yufei was still fast asleep. One hand cradled her belly while the other reached toward his sleeping spot. Seeing this gesture, Zhou Yang felt a slight stir in his heart. Though this woman was materialistic, she truly cared for him and the child. He lay down gently and pulled Liu Yufei into his embrace. Husband, you're back. Liu Yufei murmured in her daze. Sleep now. Liu Yufei snuggled contentedly against him before drifting back into a deep sleep. Watching her cling to him like this, Zhou Yang suddenly felt a pang of guilt like a husband cheating on his pregnant wife. The thought barely formed before Zhou Yang startled himself, silently cursing. Damn it! Zhou Yang, what are you thinking? Liu Yufei is only with you for the money. If you had none, would she even glance your way? Bai Wei and Wang Hui were the same old women still clinging to some ridiculous fantasy of love. Once he realized this, Zhou Yang's fleeting pang of guilt vanished instantly. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 21, The truth is out, and from now on, we're sisters. The next morning, Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed watching Liu Yufei meticulously primping at her vanity. Yufei, someone will be joining us when we move today. Liu Yufei paused applying her lipstick and glanced at Zhou Yang through the mirror. Who is it? Someone you know, Bai Wei. The lipstick in Liu Yufei's hand nearly fell to the floor. She turned, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. What's she going there for? Zhou Yang walked over and wrapped his arm around her waist. She's my woman now too. She's staying in the room next door. Liu Yufei recalled Zhou Yang leaving last night. She'd assumed he'd gone out for a smoke, never imagining he'd sought out that little vixen. A wave of bitterness surged in her heart, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. With a hint of hurt, she asked. Did you deliberately arrange for us to meet? Zhou Yang nodded, his expression calm. I'll have more and more women in my life. This issue had to be addressed sooner or later. Liu Yufei fell silent for a few seconds. She knew she couldn't tie Zhou Yang's heart to her, and she'd long been mentally prepared for this. After all, a man like Zhou Yang could never be satisfied with just one woman. That little vixen, she cursed inwardly, but outwardly she nodded, all right. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead with satisfaction, then pulled out his phone to send a WeChat message to Bai Wei. Xiao Wei, come here for a moment. A few minutes later, a soft knock sounded at the door. Zhou Yang opened the door to find the innocent and adorable Bai Wei standing outside. Brother, she called sweetly. When she spotted Liu Yufei inside the room, her smile instantly turned awkward. Sis Yufei, you're here too? She had assumed Liu Yufei wasn't there, and now she suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Zhou Yang took her hand and pulled her into the room. You two are sisters now. Get along well. Liu Yufei stood up, a forced smile on her face. Little Bai Wei, what a coincidence. Seeing that fake smile, Bai Wei thought to herself. You only met brother a few days before me, what gives you the right to act like my big sister? But outwardly, she maintained a docile smile and took Liu Yufei's arm. Sister Yufei, I look forward to your guidance. The two women appeared harmonious and friendly on the surface, but each was secretly competing with the other. Zhou Yang watched it all unfold, unable to suppress the curve of his lips. Having two stunning beauties vying for his attention like this felt absolutely exhilarating. He even began to imagine what it would be like if the two of them were together. But such things couldn't be rushed, they had to be taken slowly. Bai Wei, Yufei and I are moving into our new place today. Want to come along? Bai Wei's eyes lit up. I don't have class today, so of course I'd love to come. After a quick breakfast, Zhou Yang checked out of the hotel. The receptionist watched Zhou Yang walk out of the hotel with a woman on each arm, her eyes filled with envy. If only I could join them. Arriving at Liu Yufei's small rental apartment, the landlord expressed reluctance upon hearing they were moving out. Little Liu, are you really moving out? You've been our best tenant. Liu Yufei felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Uncle Wang, I'm moving somewhere else. The landlord looked at the young and beautiful Liu Yufei and thought it was a pity. He didn't have any ulterior motives, but she was certainly easy on the eyes. Liu Yufei packed her clothes and personal items. She left behind all the furniture and appliances. The garden-style apartment complex had everything. Bai Wei helped pack while secretly plotting her own little scheme. If her brother could afford to buy Liu Yufei a house, might there be an opportunity for her too? Half an hour later, the three arrived at Garden Community by car. Taking the elevator to the 18th floor, Zhou Yang unlocked the door with his key. The moment Liu Yufei stepped inside, she was stunned by the luxurious decor. The spacious 130 square meter apartment featured meticulous finishes throughout, fully furnished with every appliance and piece of furniture in place. Oh my gosh, this place is gorgeous. She spun around excitedly. After thoroughly inspecting the entire place inside and out, she noticed the spacious and bright master bedroom, complete with a walk-in closet and private bathroom. Liu Yufei threw her arms around Zhou Yang's neck and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Honey, I love you so much. Bai Wei stood nearby, a wave of intense jealousy surging through her. She bit her lower lip, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Why did Liu Yufei get to live in such a beautiful house while she was still stuck in a cramped student dorm? Zhou Yang sensed Bai Wei's complex emotions and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He patted Liu Yufei on the back. Alright, let's start unpacking. Liu Yufei nodded obediently and began hanging clothes in the walk-in closet. Bai Wei offered to help, and the two occasionally bumped into each other in the cramped closet. Sorry, Bai Wei murmured softly. It's fine, little sister, Liu Yufei replied with a smile. But both pairs of eyes held a hint of scrutiny and comparison. Liu Yufei silently assessed Bai Wei's threat level. This little vixen was undeniably beautiful, younger than herself, and possessed a natural allure for men. Bai Wei, meanwhile, was observing Liu Yufei's every move. She noticed Liu Yufei seemed more cautious than before, even bending over with deliberate care. Was it because things had gotten too intense with her brother? After all, his prowess in that department was undeniably formidable. Even she had struggled to keep up. After tidying their clothes, the three sat on the leather sofa in the living room. Zhou Yang, Yufei, what do you think of this place? Liu Yufei's eyes brimmed with happiness as she leaned against Zhou Yang's shoulder and said sweetly. I absolutely love it. I never imagined I could live in such a wonderful place. My husband treats me so well. Bai Wei watched them with a pang of envy. She spoke up, brother, this place is truly wonderful. Sister Yufei will be so happy. Zhou Yang felt utterly content looking at the two beauties. This will be our home from now on, he said meaningfully. Upon hearing the word our, Liu Yufei instinctively glanced at Bai Wei. Bai Wei caught the glance too, her heart skipping a beat. Could brother mean? Brother, then what about me? Bai Wei hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. Zhou Yang smiled without speaking, giving her a meaningful look. Liu Yufei instantly understood Zhou Yang's intentions, her heart growing even more complicated. She knew opposing him was futile, and being pregnant now made it even more crucial not to upset Zhou Yang. If Sister Bai Wei is willing, we can all live together, she said, her words betraying her true feelings. Surprise flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. Really? Of course it is. Zhou Yang made the decision. There are 3 rooms here, plenty of space. Bai Wei nearly jumped for joy. Between a cramped student dorm and a luxurious apartment, she knew exactly which to choose. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Yufei. Liu Yufei smiled outwardly, but inwardly, she was already plotting. Since it couldn't be avoided, she'd have to find a way to keep this little vixen in check. Zhou Yang watched the two women, each harboring their own thoughts, and felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired, making them both cooperate and compete, ultimately revolving around him. The one enjoying the comfort was himself. Chapter 22, The Two Women's Covert Rivalry. To celebrate moving into their new home, Zhou Yang decided to prepare a feast. He drove to a nearby upscale supermarket and carefully selected various ingredients. When he returned home laden with bags, the atmosphere in the living room felt slightly tense. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei sat at opposite ends of the sofa, ostensibly watching TV but secretly vying for his attention. The moment they heard the door open, both women rose almost simultaneously to greet Zhou Yang. Honey, you're back. Liu Yufei called out sweetly, taking the shopping bags from Zhou Yang's hands. Honey, you must be tired. Let me help you with those. Bai Wei wasn't about to be outdone, reaching for the other bag. The two women began a silent competition right at the kitchen doorway. Liu Yufei, drawing on her wealth of domestic experience, skillfully organized the ingredients. Bai Wei, however, seemed a bit clumsy. She usually ate at the school cafeteria and knew nothing about cooking. But she cleverly chose the role of assistant, occasionally accidentally brushing against Zhou Yang's arm. Brother, how do you use this seasoning? She opened her eyes wide, adopting a pleading expression. Liu Yufei watched Bai Wei's little maneuvers and sneered inwardly. That little vixen sure knew how to put on a show, clearly clueless about cooking yet trying to curry favor here. She sped up her movements, quickly preparing several dishes. Braised pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed perch. Zhou Yang's mouth watered at the sight. Honey, go rest on the couch. It'll be ready soon, Liu Yufei said dutifully. Watching Liu Yufei bustle about, Zhou Yang felt deeply satisfied. This was the life he desired, someone to take care of his daily needs, surrounded by beautiful women. Half an hour later, a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. The three sat around the table, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Zhou Yang raised his wine glass and cleared his throat. Since we're going to live together, we need some ground rules. Both women set down their chopsticks and focused their attention on him. Rule number 1, household chores, including cooking and cleaning, will be handled by both of you on a rotating basis. Just as Bai Wei was about to nod, Zhou Yang continued, however, since Yufei is pregnant, she is exempt from these duties. Bai Wei nearly dropped her chopsticks. Pregnant? Liu Yufei is pregnant? Her eyes widened as she stared at Liu Yufei in disbelief. Seeing this, Liu Yufei deliberately touched her still flat stomach and flashed a blissful smile. Yes, little Wei, I just got pregnant. Bai Wei's heart sank to the bottom. Only then did she understand why Liu Yufei had been so brazen in front of Zhou Yang. It turned out she had the leverage of a child. See, congratulations, Sister Yufei. Bai Wei forced a smile and ate distractedly. The meal concluded amidst laughter and conversation. Bai Wei began her performance as the ideal wife and mother. She washed dishes, mopped the floor, tidied the room. Nothing escaped her attention, all with an expression of quiet, uncomplaining diligence. Brother, I've been pulling all-nighters studying for finals these past few days. I'm feeling a bit tired today, she said casually while wiping the table. But it's okay. The chores aren't that heavy anyway. I can handle them all by myself. The implication was clear. Liu Yufei was doing nothing but enjoying the good life. Zhou Yang caught the implication and let a faint smile touch his lips. Thanks for all your hard work, Xiao Wei. You know what? If you ever get pregnant, you won't have to do any chores either. Bai Wei's face flushed instantly at the remark. She knew exactly what pregnancy implied. But she was still a college student. How could she possibly raise a child when she couldn't even take care of herself? What if Zhou Yang was just playing around with her? If she got pregnant and was abandoned, her life would be utterly ruined. I'm still young. I want to study for a few more years, she murmured softly. Liu Yufei watched Bai Wei's flustered state with smug satisfaction. This little vixen actually dared to challenge her? She gently stroked her belly, displaying the vulnerability of a pregnant woman before Zhou Yang. Honey, I've been feeling nauseous lately and my appetite's gone. Could it be morning sickness starting? She spoke with a slight frown, looking pitifully vulnerable. Zhou Yang immediately grew concerned and stepped forward to support her. Should we go to the hospital? No need. This is just normal pregnancy symptoms. Liu Yufei nestled into his embrace, savoring the feeling of being cherished. But honey, I'm a little worried. I heard the first trimester is the most dangerous. What if something happens to our baby? Her voice carried unease and anxiety, successfully stirring Zhou Yang's protective instincts. Stop worrying. Our child will be perfectly healthy. Zhou Yang gently patted her back. Watching their interaction, Bai Wei felt a mix of emotions. She realized that doing housework to please Zhou Yang alone wouldn't suffice. With Liu Yufei holding the trump card of having a child, she had to find her own value. Zhou Yang was well aware of their little games but chose not to call them out. Lately, however, he'd been preoccupied with one thing, his career. Bai Wei being an art school student sparked an idea in him. The entertainment industry, a world brimming with money and beauty, seemed the perfect arena for him to make his mark. With that thought, his expression turned serious as he spoke. I've made up my mind. I'm going to acquire an entertainment company. The statement left both Liu Yufei and Bai Wei stunned. They had assumed Zhou Yang was just a wealthy second-generation heir who spent his days indulging in leisure and pleasure. Little did they know he harbored such grand ambitions. Liu Yufei was the first to recover, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. What did an entertainment company entail? A sea of beautiful women, all vying for attention. Wouldn't that mean even more young, beautiful girls would appear around Zhou Yang? Honey, why did you suddenly decide to start an entertainment company? She asked cautiously. A man needs his own career. Plus, the entertainment industry is lucrative and has great prospects. Bai Wei's eyes lit up instantly at his words. Wasn't this her chance to turn things around? Brother, this idea is fantastic, she exclaimed excitedly. I have many classmates at the art academy, some studying acting, some music, and others dance. If you're starting an entertainment company, I can help scout talented artists with potential. Zhou Yang looked at Bai Wei, his eyes filled with approval. This little minx sure knows how to seize an opportunity. Do you think you're up to the task? Absolutely. Bai Wei declared confidently, I have a natural sensitivity to the arts, and my classmates all trust me. Liu Yufei listened to their conversation, growing increasingly uneasy. If Bai Wei truly became Zhou Yang's business partner, wouldn't her own position become even more precarious? Honey, I want to work at the company too, she blurted out. I have management experience and can handle the company's daily affairs for you. Zhou Yang shook his head. Your most important task now is to focus on your pregnancy. Don't worry about company matters. But? Liu Yufei tried to argue. No buts. Zhou Yang's tone brooked no argument. This child is our future. Your responsibility is to protect him. Liu Yufei fell silent, though the unease in her heart only grew stronger. Zhou Yang turned to Bai Wei, giving her a meaningful look. Xiao Wei, if you can truly help me find a talented artist, I won't shortchange you. This promise felt like a reassuring pill, filling Bai Wei with excitement. She had finally found her value within this family. No longer just a pretty face, but a useful business partner. "Thank you for giving me this chance, brother," she said sincerely. "I won't let you down." Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. "All right. Tomorrow I'll take you to school and pack up your things. You'll be staying here from now on." "Okay, thank you, brother." Chapter 23. The Porsche driving brother stuns the entire dorm. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang opened his bedroom door to find Liu Yufei already bustling about in the kitchen. Hearing footsteps, Liu Yufei turned and smiled sweetly. "Honey, breakfast will be ready soon." Her voice carried the lingering drowsiness of early morning. Zhou Yang walked over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. "You're such a good girl, Yufei." Liu Yufei leaned against his chest, savoring the feeling of being cherished. "It's no trouble at all. I love doing these things for my husband." Though she said this, she knew full well that being pregnant now meant she had to rely even more on her domestic skills to solidify her position. After all, that little vixen Bai Wei was always eyeing her position. As the two were still in each other's arms, Bai Wei yawned as she emerged from the bedroom. Her long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, giving her a sleepy, innocent look. After tossing and turning with Zhou Yang half the night, her legs still felt weak. Seeing that Liu Yufei had prepared breakfast for her as well, Bai Wei felt a flicker of surprise. "Sister Yufei, why are you up so early?" She hurried over and gently took hold of Liu Yufei's arm. "You're pregnant now, you should be resting more." This time, her concern was genuine, without any ulterior motives. Liu Yufei sensed Bai Wei's sincerity, and her own feelings grew complicated. This little vixen might be her romantic rival, but her character wasn't entirely bad. "It's fine. I'm perfectly healthy." She gently stroked her belly, her face glowing with maternal warmth. "Besides, for the baby inside me, I need to maintain a good routine." The three of them sat around the breakfast table, the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. Zhou Yang spoke while eating. "Xiao Wei, I'll drive you to school later." "Okay, big brother." Bai Wei nodded obediently. "I need to go back to the dorm to pack some things. I'll be moving out completely after this." After breakfast, Zhou Yang drove Bai Wei to the art college. On the way, Bai Wei leaned against the passenger seat, watching Zhou Yang drive intently. "Brother, once I pack my things, can I officially move into the house?" Zhou Yang reached over and patted her thigh. "Of course. That place will be your home from now on." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Bai Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. The car pulled up outside the art college's women's dormitory. Before stepping out, Bai Wei planted a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. "Wait for me here, brother. I'll be down soon." Zhou Yang nodded and watched her walk into the dormitory building. Bai Wei pushed open the dorm door to find all three roommates inside. Li Xiaoyu was applying lipstick at her vanity when she spotted Bai Wei and immediately came over. "Xiao Wei, where have you been these past 2 days? We were all worried sick. We couldn't even get through on the phone." A blissful smile spread across Bai Wei's face. "I've been staying at my brother's place. I'm planning to move out soon." Li Xiaoyu froze, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "You're moving out?" Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran exchanged a glance, inwardly sneering. So she really is being kept. What's the point of pretending to be pure? "Yes, my brother has prepared a very nice room for me." Bai Wei swiftly began packing her clothes. She selected a few of her prettiest dresses and undergarments, leaving the rest behind. After all, Zhou Yang had promised to buy her new ones. Wang Sisi chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, found yourself a sugar daddy for life, huh? Congratulations, little Wei." Zhang Xinran chimed in. "Just wonder how long it'll last. Men always get bored with the same thing." Bai Wei paused in packing her things but quickly resumed her movements. "Thanks for your concern, but my brother and I truly love each other." Li Xiaoyu couldn't bear to watch any longer. She frowned and said, "Why are you all being so mean? Who do you think you are to criticize Xiao Wei?" Wang Sisi curled her lips. "We're just trying to warn her. So she won't cry too pitifully when she gets dumped." Bai Wei stood up with her suitcase and smiled. "Then you needn't trouble yourselves." She walked to the window and waved downstairs. Zhou Yan was waiting by the car. Her three roommates gathered at the window to look down. A well-dressed, mature man stood beside a silver Porsche. Though the distance made his face indistinct, his physique and bearing were undeniably impressive. Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. "Oh my gosh, Xiao Wei, is this the brother you mentioned?" Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran were also speechless with surprise. They had assumed Bai Wei would bring home some greasy middle-aged guy, but never expected someone so impressive. Bai Wei descended the stairs and handed her suitcase to Zhou Yang, who took it effortlessly and stowed it in the trunk. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her forehead lightly. "All packed?" "Mei-cham, all packed." Bai Wei stood on tiptoe and whispered something in his ear, making Zhou Yang burst into laughter. The intimate display left the three roommates upstairs staring in stunned silence. Li Xiaoyu was the most shocked. Bai Wei had always toyed with men at her whim, never showing such intimacy with any of them before. Had she truly fallen? After the car drove off, Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran's attitudes did a complete 180. Wow, Xiao Wei has such great taste. Exactly. That guy looks loaded. Li Xiaoyu watched their faces change so quickly she felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Just moments ago they were making snide remarks, and now they're already jealous. That afternoon, Bai Wei returned to school for class. As soon as class ended, Li Xiaoyu pulled her aside and whispered urgently. Xiao Wei, tell me honestly what's really going on. That man looked much older than you. Are you two really siblings? Bai Wei glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention before lowering her voice. Xiaoyu, some things might be hard for you to understand. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that I'm truly happy now. Li Xiaoyu saw the genuine light in her eyes and knew it wasn't an act. But Xiao Wei, you're only a sophomore. You still have your whole youth ahead of you. Is it worth giving up your studies for a man? Bai Wei chuckled softly. Who said I'm giving up my studies? My brother fully supports me continuing my studies. Suddenly recalling Zhou Yang's mention of starting an entertainment company, a mischievous gleam flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyu, I have a question for you. Do you want to be an artist? Li Xiaoyu froze for a moment. An artist? What do you mean? Like a singer. You have such a beautiful voice and you're so pretty. Bai Wei held her hand and said earnestly. My brother plans to start an entertainment company. When the time comes, you can try out for it. Li Xiaoyu's heartbeat instantly quickened. Becoming an artist had always been her dream, but she knew the industry was treacherous, and opportunities were scarce for ordinary people. Really? He's actually starting an entertainment company? Of course it's true. My brother never makes empty promises. Just then, Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran approached. Xiao Wei, what are you guys talking about? A greedy gleam flashed in Wang Sisi's eyes. Bai Wei glanced at the two and stopped talking. These two have been secretly mocking me behind my back, but now that they know I have a powerful backer, they're suddenly trying to curry favor. Nothing much, just chatting casually. Zhang Xinran wasn't giving up. Did I just hear you mention an entertainment company? Is your brother planning to invest in the entertainment industry? Bai Wei gave a faint smile. Maybe. I don't know the specifics. After all, what would a student like me know about business matters? Wang Sisi grew impatient. Xiao Wei, we're roommates. Don't forget your sisters when good things come your way. Exactly. We'll need your help in the future. Zhang Xinran chimed in. Bai Wei felt even more contempt for their hypocrisy. These things can't be rushed. We'll talk about it later. She gave a vague reply and turned to leave the classroom. Li Xiaoyu shook her head at how quickly their expressions had changed. Human nature truly couldn't withstand the test. Chapter 24, Closer to Bai Wei, Pregnant Wife's Heartbreaks Behind the Wall. At dusk, Zhou Yang appeared punctually at the school gate. Bai Wei spotted him and immediately trotted over. Brother, you're here. Get in the car. I've got some things to take care of today. Zhou Yang started the engine, his mind preoccupied with the company acquisition. Back home, Liu Yufei had already prepared a table full of dishes. This woman was becoming more and more devoted. Pregnancy seemed to have transformed her completely. Honey, you must be exhausted. Sit down and eat. Liu Yufei eagerly helped him take off his coat. Zhou Yang waved her off. Not yet. I need to handle some business first. He walked straight to the sofa and opened his laptop. The screen displayed a sea of entertainment company data. Bai Wei's curiosity piqued as she leaned in to peek. Brother, what's all this? Entertainment company profiles. Zhou Yang pointed at the screen. I've narrowed it down to 3. They're not big, but they show promise. He clicked on the detailed information for one of them. Star Brilliance Entertainment. Established 3 years ago. Not many artists under their banner, mostly third-rate talent. Bai Wei's eyes widened. Brother, you're planning to acquire this company? Yep. The owner's short on cash and asking for 8 million. Zhou Yang analyzed the financial statements. But I think we can negotiate the price down. Though small, this company had a complete framework. It has a complete artist training system and several decent music producers. Most crucially, the price is right, perfect for a newcomer like him to get started. Bai Wei's heart swelled with joy. If Zhou Yang really acquired this company, she could officially join the team. Wouldn't her standing in this household soar sky high then? Brother, do you think this industry has a future? Zhou Yang closed his laptop and leaned back on the sofa. The future is something you have to create yourself. My goal in acquiring this entertainment company is simple: to build my own business empire. He spoke with passionate conviction, though his true thoughts lay elsewhere. All this talk of a business empire was bull. He just wanted to use this platform to meet more beautiful female artists. The thought of those glamorous female stars kneeling at his feet sent a rush of excitement through him. Of course, he'd never voiced such thoughts aloud. Liu Yufei listened to their conversation from the sidelines, feeling increasingly uneasy. She could sense Zhou Yang's regard for Bai Wei skyrocketing. If Bai Wei truly became his business partner, how long could her pregnancy advantage hold up? Honey, are you sure you want to enter the entertainment industry? She asked tentatively. That world is treacherous. Zhou Yang glanced at her. Yufei, your most important task right now is to focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. Don't worry about business matters. Liu Yufei bit her lip, daring not to say more. Late into the night, Zhou Yang sat alone in the living room, poring over Star Brilliance Entertainment's documents. With over 24 million in his account now, acquiring a small company like this was more than manageable. Only a few details still needed careful consideration. Lost in thought, Zhou Yang began fantasizing about various beautiful celebrities. The mere thought made his blood boil. Putting his fantasies aside, Zhou Yang closed his laptop and quietly pushed open Bai Wei's bedroom door. Bai Wei was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt someone gently caressing her face. She opened her eyes groggily and saw Zhou Yang sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at her. Brother Bai Wei's voice carried the lazy drowsiness of waking, and she instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Zhou Yang reached out to caress her smooth cheek, his fingers slowly tracing the contours of her face. Xiao Wei, give me a child. Bai Wei jolted awake, propping herself up with a start. Surprise flashed in her eyes. Brother, why are you suddenly saying this? Zhou Yang pulled her into his embrace, his tone sincere beyond words. I love children. I hope we can have a baby of our own. Bai Wei bit her lower lip, her mind a whirl of conflicting thoughts. But brother, I'm still in school. Having a baby now. It's fine, Zhou Yang interrupted her. You can take a leave of absence. After the baby is born, you can resume your studies. I'll hire the best nanny to care for the child, so you won't have to worry about a thing. His hand gently stroked her back, his voice as soft as if soothing a child. Besides, you're already mine. Whether you go to school or not doesn't really matter. Hearing this, Bai Wei felt the scales in her heart begin to tip. Liu Yufei, now pregnant, held a far more secure position in this household than she did. If she relied solely on assisting Zhou Yang in business to vie for favor, it would be difficult to compete with a pregnant woman. Yet she still hesitated. Brother, I'm worried I won't be able to explain this to mom and dad. Her voice trailed off. Zhou Yang chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his finger to meet his gaze. Once it's a done deal, how could they possibly object? Besides, my qualifications aren't bad either. I'm sure they'll approve. Bai Wei met his gentle yet resolute gaze and finally nodded. All right, I agree. A satisfied smile spread across Zhou Yang's face. With a flick of his thoughts, he produced a pill. This was the kidney essence pill rewarded by the system. Only 2 remained. Watching him pop the pill into his mouth, Bai Wei asked curiously, Brother, what are you taking? Something to make you feel even better, Zhou Yang replied with a mysterious smile. Before Bai Wei could ponder further, Zhou Yang pinned her beneath him. Soon, the room echoed with sounds that made one blush and heart race. Liu Yufei in the next room was startled awake by the commotion. She pressed her ear to the wall and instantly flushed as red as a tomato. Not again. Liu Yufei felt a wave of heat wash over her body. The various symptoms of early pregnancy kept her awake at night. She gently stroked her still flat belly, anxiety welling up inside her. The first trimester required extra caution, no strenuous activity. This meant she couldn't be intimate with Zhou Yang for now, while Bai Wei could freely enjoy his affection. Hurry up and pass, 3 months. She silently repeated to herself. Once she got through this period, she could be with Zhou Yang again. The noise from next door grew louder, forcing Liu Yufei to cover her ears with a pillow. That little vixen sure knows how to make a racket. In the adjacent room, the intense activity continued unabated. Brother. Bai Wei clung tightly to Zhou Yang, whispering softly in his ear. Zhou Yang worked hard at the task, feeling utterly triumphant inside. This little vixen had finally agreed to bear his child. His hands caressed Bai Wei's smooth skin, imagining her with a large belly in a few months. As night deepened, their passion gradually subsided. Bai Wei curled up in Zhou Yang's arms, her face still flushed from their exertions. Brother, I'll try my best, she murmured softly. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, gently patting her back. I believe in you, Xiao Wei. Our child will be beautiful. Chapter 25, Acquiring Star Candle Entertainment. The next morning, Zhou Yang opened his eyes to find Bai Wei still nestled in his arms, fast asleep. He rose carefully, freshened up, and stepped out of the bedroom. Liu Yufei was already bustling about in the kitchen. As Zhou Yang approached, she turned around, her face bearing obvious signs of exhaustion. 2 large dark circles hung like panda eyes beneath her delicate features. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? Zhou Yang asked with concern, reaching out to touch her cheek. Liu Yufei dodged his hand and shot him a disapproving look. You guys made such a racket last night, I could hear every sound through the wall. How could I possibly sleep well? Her tone carried a hint of jealousy, and her hand moved heavier as she chopped the vegetables. Zhou Yang gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, this jealousy is stronger than the aged vinegar in the kitchen. Just then, Bai Wei got up and walked out. Seeing Liu Yufei's expression, she instantly understood what had happened, her cheeks flushing slightly. She murmured an apology, Sis Yufei, I'm sorry. Liu Yufei sighed and shook her head. Never mind. This kind of thing will only happen more often from now on. I'll just have to get used to it. Zhou Yang walked over and put his arm around Liu Yufei's shoulder. Don't be upset, it's not good for the baby. Later, I'll take Xiaowei to school and swing by the hospital to get you checked. We'll see how the baby's doing." Liu Yufei's expression finally softened and she nodded gently. After breakfast, Zhou Yang drove by way to school before taking Liu Yufei to the hospital. Upon arriving at the OB/GYN department, Liu Yufei visibly tensed up, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you," Zhou Yang whispered softly, clasping her hand. The ultrasound was performed by a female doctor in her 50s. "Congratulations, your baby is developing normally," the doctor said, pointing to a tiny dot on the screen. "This is your little one." Liu Yufei stared at the screen, her eyes welling up. That tiny life was growing inside her. It felt utterly magical. Zhou Yang leaned in to look too, a strange feeling welling up inside him. This tiny speck was his seed? It looked pretty sturdy, actually. "Is there anything we need to be careful about, doctor?" Zhou Yang asked, his tone unusually serious. "The first 3 months are the most critical period. Avoid strenuous exercise and excessive fatigue." The doctor glanced at Zhou Yang and added meaningfully, "That includes moderation in your intimate life." Zhou Yang cleared his throat awkwardly, while Liu Yufei blushed and lowered her head. The doctor prescribed some folic acid and prenatal vitamins, instructing Liu Yufei to schedule regular follow-ups before the couple left the hospital. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself and the baby," Liu Yufei murmured softly on the way home. Zhou Yang nodded. "Your most important task now is to focus on the pregnancy. Don't worry about anything else." After dropping Liu Yufei off to rest, Zhou Yang drove to Star Brilliance Entertainment. Xingsan Entertainment occupied the 12th floor of an office building in the city center. The location was prime, but with only one company occupying the entire floor, it felt rather desolate. As Zhou Yang pushed open the glass doors, a stifling atmosphere hit him. A girl in her early 20s sat at the front desk, staring down at her phone with a listless expression. Only when she heard footsteps did she lift her head, forcing a smile. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Her voice was weak and lifeless. Zhou Yang adjusted his collar and spoke in a steady tone, "No appointment. I'd like to meet your boss to discuss a business partnership." Noticing Zhou Yang's expensive attire and distinguished bearing, the receptionist immediately adopted a more professional demeanor. "Please wait a moment. I'll notify the general manager right away." She picked up the phone and briefly explained the situation. Moments later, a woman in a black business suit emerged from the office. Extending her hand with a smile, she said, "Hello, I'm Lin Meng, general manager and founder of Star Brilliance Entertainment. May I ask who you are?" Zhou Yang shook her hand. "Zhou Yang. An investor interested in the entertainment industry." Lin Meng appeared to be in her early 30s, maintaining a good figure with refined yet understated makeup. Only a hint of fatigue lingered between her brows and eyes. "Looks like this lady hasn't been having the best time lately," Zhou Yang thought to himself. "Please come to my office for a detailed discussion." Lin Meng gestured invitingly, leading Zhou Yang through the office area. Zhou Yang noticed only a handful of employees in the entire office area, none of whom seemed particularly enthusiastic about their work. The atmosphere was dead and lifeless. Upon reaching the manager's office, Lin Meng invited Zhou Yang to sit down and poured him a glass of water. "Mr. Zhou, what exactly do you mean by investment?" Lin Meng asked tentatively. Zhou Yang was direct, "I want to acquire your company." Lin Meng froze, nearly dropping the glass in her hand, before her face lit up with unmistakable delight. "Acquisition? Are you serious?" Her voice trembled slightly. Zhou Yang nodded. "Absolutely. I've already researched your company's fundamentals." Lin Meng took a deep breath and swiftly pulled a stack of documents from her drawer. "These are our company's detailed materials, including financial status, artist roster, copyrighted works, and so on." She pushed them toward Zhou Yang. "To be honest, the company is facing some difficulties." Zhou Yang merely skimmed through the materials, having already researched them online. "I can offer 6 million yuan to acquire all your shares." He stated his bottom line directly. Lin Meng bit her lip, deep in thought. Xingsan Entertainment was her brainchild, built from the ground up. Originally valued at nearly 10 million, it had suffered consecutive losses over the past 2 years and was now heavily in debt. She studied Zhou Yang. He looked barely 30 at most. Was this just a hobby for him? "Mr. Zhou, do you have experience in the entertainment industry?" she asked cautiously. Zhou Yang smiled, "None, but I have sufficient capital and resources. More importantly, I possess ambition and determination." Lin Meng paused for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, 6 million it is. But I have one condition, the company's current staff must be retained." "No problem." Zhou Yang agreed readily. "I have one request." Lin Meng's expression suddenly grew wary, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she'd seen too many individuals masking ulterior motives behind the guise of business partnerships. Her voice grew colder. "What request?" Zhou Yang noticed her change and instantly understood, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Don't misunderstand. I just want you to continue as the company's general manager and help me manage operations. After all, you know this industry better than I do." Lin Meng realized her mistake and gave an awkward chuckle. She silently cursed herself. Lin Meng, what on earth were you thinking? Sorry, I overthought it. I'd be happy to continue as general manager. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Alright then, Manager Lin. I can offer you a monthly salary of 60,000 yuan. All you need to do is execute according to my instructions. Lin Meng's eyes widened. Inside, she exclaimed, 60,000? That's more than I made running my own business. This new boss is an absolute angel. Alright, when can we sign the contract? We can sign it right now. Lin Meng hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so decisive. She immediately had someone prepare the contract. As soon as the contract was signed, the 6 million yuan transfer was completed simultaneously. She smiled and extended her hand to Zhou Yang. Boss, I look forward to working with you. No problem, Manager Lin. Zhou Yang issued his first order as the boss. I want to lease the entire floor for company expansion. You'll handle this entirely. Lin Meng's eyes widened in surprise. The entire floor? That's at least 1,500 square meters. Boss, are you sure? Zhou Yang waved it off casually. Money isn't an issue. You have the experience to plan the office layout and reception area. You'll oversee all the renovation and design. Oh, and especially my office, it has to be the most luxurious. As the boss, I'll inevitably be dealing with all kinds of artists from the company going forward. This can't be taken lightly. Zhou Yang pulled out a bank card and handed it to Lin Meng. Here's 5 million. My office must have a private rest area with top-notch soundproofing. The decor should be luxurious but tasteful. Lin Meng wondered silently, what's the deal with this new boss? He's so generous with his money, could he be some rich kid? Chapter 26, Company Progress. My cousin's getting married. Understood, boss. What about the company employees? Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Put them all on paid leave. They can come back to work once the company is up and running. Yes, boss. Lin Meng's voice carried a hint of excitement. This boss is way too generous. Alright then, I'm leaving the company matters to you. I have only one requirement, speed. Call me if any issues arise. Lin Meng stood tall, her tone more determined than ever. No problem, boss. I guarantee it'll be done within a month. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction, gave a few final instructions, and left Star Brilliance Entertainment. Lin Meng then announced the good news to all the employees, instantly sparking a wave of cheers. Holy cow, how did this happen? A month of paid leave? It was like manna from heaven. The staff silently praised their new boss in their hearts. These days, encountering such a generous employer felt like having burned incense in a past life. The following days brought a routine so steady it bordered on monotonous. During the day, he'd take Bai Wei to school and stay home with Liu Yufei as she prepared for childbirth. At night, he engaged in passionate intimacy with Bai Wei, hoping to get her pregnant as soon as possible. Yet the system still hadn't delivered news of Bai Wei's pregnancy. Xiao Wei, you really haven't been secretly taking any pills? Zhou Yang held Bai Wei, her skin glistening with sweat, as he asked with a hint of doubt. Her breath still coming in soft gasps, Bai Wei's fair face still flushed. Brother, why would I lie to you? Her soft, sweet voice carried a hint of hurt. Doubts began to creep into Zhou Yang's mind. It had been nearly half a month now. By all logic, something should have happened by now. Could it be that Bai Wei had a unique constitution? Maybe we just haven't tried hard enough. Zhou Yang frowned. He had already used up the last kidney essence pill. Bai Wei had been driven to beg for mercy, saying she couldn't take it anymore. Could it be that his technique was wrong? With that thought, Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and began researching online. He stared intently at the various position tutorials. Bai Wei leaned in curiously, only to flush instantly upon seeing the screen's content. Brother, what are you looking at? She playfully tapped his chest with a blush. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously as he pulled her closer. Learning some new moves. We'll put them into practice tonight. Bai Wei bit her lower lip, her blush tinged more with anticipation than shyness. That day, Zhou Yang received a call from Lin Meng. Mr. Zhou, the floor has been leased. Lin Meng's voice brimmed with excitement. Monthly rent is 90,000 yuan, paid annually. The landlord gave us a discount when they heard we wanted to rent the entire floor. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. This price was quite reasonable for downtown. The renovation plan is ready. Would you like to take a look? Lin Meng continued. Zhou Yang glanced at the time. Nothing urgent was pressing him. Sure, I'll head over now. He thought about how Liu Yufei had been cooped up at home lately, which wasn't good for a pregnant woman. Yufei, let's go for a walk. Liu Yufei was watching TV in the living room when she heard this and perked up immediately. Really? That's wonderful. She stood up happily, her full figure still graceful beneath her loose-fitting clothes. Bai Wei, who had heard Zhou Yang was heading to the office, came over too, her innocent little face lit up with anticipation. Brother, I don't have class today. Can I come along too? Seeing the two beauties put him in a great mood. Of course you can. Let's go together. The three arrived at the entrance of Star Brilliance Entertainment. Lin Meng had been waiting at the entrance for some time. She was still dressed in a black business suit, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Seeing the two stunning women following behind Zhou Yang, surprise flashed in Lin Meng's eyes. One called him husband, the other called him brother. This relationship clearly wasn't simple. Lin Meng silently marveled to herself the lives of the wealthy truly were different. Mr. Zhou, who are these two? Lin Meng asked tentatively. My girlfriend, Liu Yufei, and my younger sister, Bai Wei. Zhou Yang introduced them casually. Lin Meng couldn't help but admire her young boss's skills. Both were stunning beauties, and he managed their relationship so harmoniously. Hello, ladies. Lin Meng greeted them politely. Liu Yufei nodded gracefully, while Bai Wei smiled sweetly. Inside the company, Lin Meng pulled out the renovation design plans. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this proposal? Zhou Yang examined the drawings carefully. The overall design was modern, with spacious and bright office areas. The reception area was luxurious and grand, while the conference rooms were fully equipped. What pleased him most was the design of the executive office. Not only was it sufficiently spacious, but it also featured a private rest area and restroom. There was even a small fitness area, truly the standard for an executive office. Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan. Zhou Yang nodded in approval. Oh, and the secretary's office should be next to mine. Lin Meng marked the blueprint as she spoke. Understood, Mr. Zhou. As they spoke, Zhou Yang's phone rang again. Hello? Cousin. A young man's slightly nervous voice came through the line. Xiao Jun. Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. This was his second aunt's son, who had just graduated from college this year. They rarely kept in touch except during the New Year holidays. Cousin, I'm getting married in 3 days. Can you come back for the wedding? The voice on the phone sounded pleading. Zhou Yang was even more surprised. Marriage? You're only 22, why the rush? His cousin gave an embarrassed chuckle. Well, I accidentally got my girlfriend pregnant. It's a serious situation. Her parents came looking for me. I have no choice but to marry her. Zhou Yang. This kid had been trailing after me since he was little. Who'd have thought he'd be becoming a father now? Truly, the new generation is pushing the old aside. Alright, I'll head back tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhou Yang felt a flood of emotions. Time really flies. Honey, who's getting married? Liu Yufei asked curiously. My cousin. Shotgun wedding. Zhou Yang explained briefly. I'm heading back to my hometown tomorrow for the wedding. Upon hearing this, Liu Yufei's eyes flashed with anticipation. She watched Zhou Yang cautiously, a flicker of unease in her heart. Could this mean? Zhou Yang noticed her expression and understood. His mom was always nagging him to find a girlfriend and get married. Bringing Liu Yufei home this time would be the perfect way to shut her up. And with Liu Yufei being pregnant, it would be even more convincing. Yufei, would you be willing to come home with me? Liu Yufei jumped up instantly, overcome with excitement. Really? I get to meet your parents? Zhou Yang quickly steadied her. Careful, you're pregnant. Liu Yufei stuck out her tongue, her eyes brimming with happiness. She understood exactly what it meant to be brought home to meet his parents. Her status in Zhou Yang's heart had risen another notch. What about me? Bai Wei asked timidly from the side. Her beautiful big eyes brimmed with hurt. Seeing her pitiful expression, Zhou Yang felt a twinge of pity. But bringing two women home was definitely not appropriate. If his mother saw this, she'd faint on the spot. Xiao Wei, it's not convenient for now. He gently stroked Bai Wei's cheek. I'll figure something out later. Bai Wei's lips puckered high, like a little girl feeling wronged. Brothers being unfair, you only bring sister Yufei home. Her voice dripped with jealousy. Lin Meng listened quietly to their conversation from the sidelines. She had grown somewhat accustomed to the complicated romantic life of her young boss. The world of the wealthy truly wasn't something ordinary people could comprehend. Alright, I'll leave company matters to you, Manager Lin. Zhou Yang addressed Lin Meng. The renovation must be completed quickly and to a high standard. Money is no object. Lin Meng stood tall, her tone earnest. I guarantee completion, Mr. Zhou. After bidding farewell to Lin Meng, the three left the company. Bai Wei remained sullen throughout the journey, looking as glum as a frostbitten eggplant. Zhou Yang noticed her mood and felt a twinge of guilt. Xiao Wei, how about I take you shopping? At those words, Bai Wei perked up instantly. Her eyes lit up and a smile blossomed on her face once more. Really? You're the best, big brother. She happily hooked her arm through his. Zhou Yang looked at the two beauties beside him, feeling utterly smug. The feeling of having one on each arm was absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 27, Reunion with the Fallen Goddess, the Lick Dog turns the tables. Arriving at the luxurious downtown shopping mall, Zhou Yang's display of having a woman on each arm instantly set the entire place abuzz. Men glared with envy, frantically speculating what kind of background this guy had to land two top-tier beauties simultaneously. Women surreptitiously sized up Liu Yufei and Bai Wei, their minds racing to calculate Zhou Yang's net worth. Big bro, I want this bag. Bai Wei pointed at the limited edition Chanel, batting her big, watery eyes in a pout. Price tag, 188,000 yuan. Zhou Yang didn't even blink an eyelid as he pulled out his card and swiped it. And these heels, they're gorgeous. Bai Wei pressed her advantage. Over 50,000. Zhou Yang paid without hesitation, spending money like it was paper. Bai Wei bounced with excitement, clinging tightly to Zhou Yang's arm, her ample bosom brushing against him now and then. Liu Yufei watched silently from the side, her expression painfully complex. In the past, if she'd encountered such a shopping spree opportunity, she would have already started wildly stocking up. Now she merely accompanied them silently, occasionally touching her barely noticeable baby bump. Pregnancy was truly magical, it had transformed her entirely. Yufei, why aren't you buying anything? Zhou Yang noticed her unusual behavior. Liu Yufei shook her head and smiled gently. I already have plenty. I don't need to buy anything else. If someone had told her she'd say that before, she'd never have believed it. Zhou Yang felt a wave of emotion. Pregnancy truly made a woman mature and sensible. Still, he insisted on buying her 2 sets of the latest designs from international luxury brands. Though she protested with words, her heart bubbled with sweetness. Bai Wei then selected a top-tier painting set, complete with the most expensive brushes and easels. Zhou Yang picked up a bunch of gifts on the side, planning to show his parents some filial piety tomorrow. Passing by a women's lingerie boutique, Zhou Yang paused. Under the strange stares of all the staff and customers, Zhou Yang calmly picked out a set for each of the 2 women. Just as they were enjoying their shopping, someone suddenly called out to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang? Is it really you? The voice was cool, tinged with uncertainty. Turning around, Zhou Yang saw a tall woman standing not far away. She wore a simple black trench coat, her long hair pulled back into a neat bun, and gold-rimmed glasses. Even in such understated attire, she couldn't hide the scholarly aura radiating from her. Zhou Yang recognized her instantly. Su Zhixia. The goddess he'd pursued for 2 whole years in college and who'd kept him as her devoted admirer for 2 whole years. System notifications sounded. Name, Su Zhixia. Age, 28. Appearance, 90 points. Figure, 88 points. Academic elite, aloof, repressed, untouched, no vices. Inner longing, intense desire for worldly success and liberation. System assessment, a plus grade premium target, exceptionally gifted, highly recommended. Seeing this rating, Zhou Yang's heart stirred. Memories flooded back instantly. Back in college, he'd gone to ridiculous lengths to win Su Zhixia's affection. He woke up early every day to buy her breakfast, held an umbrella for her on rainy days to walk her back to the dorm, and even helped her with her homework. But Su Zhixia always kept a polite distance, never giving him any hope. It wasn't until the 2nd semester of his senior year that Zhou Yang finally gave up. After graduation, he heard she'd gone abroad for further studies. He never imagined they'd meet again here. Zhixia? You're back in the country? Zhou Yang's face softened into a faint smile. Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up and studied the man before her. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his demeanor was like night and day. The Zhou Yang of the past had always been cautious and timid. Now, he radiated confidence, every gesture exuding the composure of a successful man. What shocked her even more was the presence of 2 stunningly beautiful women by his side. One mature and sensual, the other pure and charming, both top-tier beauties. Yes, I just returned not long ago, Su Zhixia forced herself to stay calm. I never expected to run into you here. Her gaze involuntarily swept over the 2 women beside Zhou Yang. Liu Yufei instantly went on high alert. A woman's intuition told her there was definitely history between them. Bai Wei also sensed the threat. Though this woman dressed plainly, she radiated an intellectual grace and scholarly charm that Bai Wei sorely lacked. Almost simultaneously, both women tightened their grip on Zhou Yang's arm, staking their claim. Su Zhixia naturally noticed their subtle maneuvering, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. The man who had once been utterly devoted to her in college now had women on either arm. It left her with an inexpressible sense of loss. And these 2 are? Su Zhixia asked, feigning ignorance. My girlfriend, Liu Yufei, and my sister, Bai Wei, Zhou Yang introduced them. Liu Yufei nodded politely, but her eyes held obvious hostility. Bai Wei, however, smiled sweetly, her expression tinged with provocation. Su Zhixia keenly sensed their attitudes, her emotions growing more complicated. What kind of work are you doing now? She asked tentatively. Just running a small business, Zhou Yang replied casually. Before he could finish, Bai Wei chimed in with a sugary sweet voice, Brother, you're being too modest. You're a big boss. She deliberately emphasized the words big boss, making sure Su Zhixia heard every syllable. Liu Yufei chimed in at just the right moment, that's right. Zhou Yang just acquired an entertainment company. Su Zhixia's heart skipped a beat. Someone who could acquire a company must be worth at least tens of millions. This man who had once been so utterly humble in her presence had now become so powerful. And what about her? Despite earning her PhD, her resumes had gone unanswered since returning to China. The harsh realities of academia weighed heavily on her, compounded by the relentless anxiety of her advancing age. Su Zhixia forced a smile. Well, congratulations to you. Zhou Yang noticed her forced cheerfulness and felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. The tables had turned. The once unattainable goddess now faced her own struggles. And you? Where are you working now? He asked pointedly. Su Zhixia's eyes darted nervously. Still looking for the right opportunity. This was essentially an admission that she was currently unemployed. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei exchanged glances, both seeing the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. This woman who seemed so unapproachable turned out to be nothing special after all. If you ever need any help, don't hesitate to reach out, Zhou Yang said politely. Su Zhixia bit her lip, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Once, she had been the one standing high above, while Zhou Yang had groveled at her feet, trying every way to please her. Now the roles were completely reversed, she was the one needing his assistance. This stark contrast was hard to swallow, yet reality forced her to bow her head. Then thank you, she managed a strained smile. Zhou Yang pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. Here's how to reach me. Su Zhixia took the card and was even more stunned to see President of Star Brilliance Entertainment printed on it. Not only did he have a company, but he was its president. This man had truly turned his life around. We'll be heading out now. Let's catch up another time, Zhou Yang said casually. With that, he wrapped his arms around the two beauties and turned to leave. Su Zhixia stood alone, watching their receding figures. Su Zhixia stared at the business card in her hand, her emotions running wildly. The man who once cowered before her had now become a successful entrepreneur. And she, once the darling of the heavens, had now fallen to the point where she needed his help. Fate was truly ironic. But she truly needed a job. After returning home with her PhD, countless resumes sent out yielded no responses. The academic world was fiercely competitive, while companies found her too academic. She felt utterly lost now. Watching Zhou Yang's retreating figure, Su Zhixia clenched her jaw. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity. Even if it meant lowering her standards, she had to consider her future. After all, she was already 28. If she didn't seize this chance now, it would truly be too late. Chapter 28, Rain and Dew for All, rewarded with a villa. Liu Yufei pressed herself tightly against Zhou Yang, her voluptuous body practically clinging to him. Honey, was that woman just now your ex-girlfriend? She asked, brimming with jealousy. Bai Wei leaned in too, brother, she was looking at you strangely. Zhou Yang relished the jealousy between the two beauties. She's just a college classmate. Don't read too much into it. But in his mind, he was already strategizing how to win Su Zhixia over. The system's A+ rating confirmed she was absolutely worth pursuing. Besides, the thrill of conquering his former goddess was exhilarating just to imagine. Back home, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei immediately sensed Zhou Yang's shift in mood. Su Zhixia's appearance sparked an unprecedented sense of crisis in both of them. Liu Yufei stepped behind Zhou Yang, her slender fingers gently massaging his shoulders. Honey, you must be exhausted today. Let me give you a massage. Her voice was 3 degrees sweeter than usual, dripping with honey. Bai Wei wasn't about to be outdone. She crouched in front of the sofa and began kneading Zhou Yang's legs. Brother, your legs must be so sore. My pressure is just right. She lifted her small face, her large, watery eyes brimming with flattery. Zhou Yang leaned back comfortably on the sofa, feeling like an ancient emperor. He pulled out the carefully selected underwear from his bag and handed them to each of them. Go change into these. Liu Yufei took the black lace set, her cheeks instantly burning hot. Bai Wei held the white set, her own face flushing bright red. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the same mix of shyness and nervousness in the other's eyes. Brother, this. Bai Wei clutched the lingerie, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Hurry up. Liu Yufei bit her lip and pulled Bai Wei into the bedroom. The door closed, and the two began to change. Liu Yufei's hands trembled slightly. Wearing such clothing under these circumstances made her both excited and nervous. Bai Wei was too embarrassed to lift her gaze, yet an indescribable thrill stirred within her. A few minutes later, the door opened. Liu Yufei emerged first. Black lace lingerie perfectly hugged her voluptuous figure, while black stockings clung to her long legs, accentuating every curve to perfection. Bai Wei followed closely behind. White lace accentuated her youthful figure, while white stockings made her legs appear even more slender, innocence tinged with allure. Standing in the living room, neither dared to look Zhou Yang in the eye, their cheeks flushed crimson. Zhou Yang's breathing instantly grew heavier. Put on the high heels. Liu Yufei trembled as she slipped on the black stiletto heels, her proportions instantly becoming even more perfect. Bai Wei stepped into her white heels, her entire figure appearing taller and more elegant. Standing there, both shy yet alluring, they formed a striking contrast. One mature and sensual, the other pure and captivating. Zhou Yang felt his blood boiling. Come here. I've been feeling a bit heated lately. Zhou Yang's words seemed casual, but his gaze carried a meaningful glance toward Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei instantly understood, her cheeks flushing crimson. If it were just the two of them, she wouldn't hesitate. But Bai Wei was right there beside them, and that made her feel a bit awkward. "Honey," she murmured softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. "We're all family. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Zhou Yang stroked her cheek, his tone gentle yet firm. Liu Yufei bit her lip, then finally leaned down, her face flushed. Bai Wei nearly dropped her jaw at the sight. Her face instantly flushed scarlet, yet her eyes couldn't help but sneak glances in their direction. An indescribable emotion surged deep within her. Shame, curiosity, and a hint of inexplicable excitement. Come dinner time, Liu Yufei had specially prepared a pot of old hen soup. "Honey, I made this especially to help you regain your strength." She carefully ladled a bowl and offered it with both hands. The broth was crystal clear and fragrant, clearly the result of considerable effort. Bai Wei busied herself serving Zhou Yang. "Brother, eat more vegetables. You need balanced nutrition." Her movements were as gentle as if tending to a newborn, as if the slightest oversight might be unforgivable. Zhou Yang basked in this royal treatment without a hint of guilt. "Xiaowei, tomorrow Yufei and I are going back to our hometown for my cousin's wedding." He turned to Bai Wei, his tone gentle. "Be careful at home alone. Pay attention to your safety when going to and from school." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Wei's eyes at his words. But she quickly regained her obedient expression. "I'll wait here quietly for Big Brother to come back." Her voice carried a hint of sweetness. After dinner, the three continued playing the game they'd started earlier in the living room. Before they knew it, it was late into the night. Inside the bedroom, Bai Wei was more proactive than usual, each movement carrying a hint of flattery. Zhou Yang, eager to get Bai Wei pregnant as soon as possible, exerted himself with all his might. After the sixth time, the system's familiar notification finally sounded. "Congratulations, host. Target has successfully conceived. Conception reward, 15 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mysterious gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Additional reward, a luxury villa valued at 30 million yuan. Zhou Yang's heart surged with wild joy. Heaven truly rewards those who strive. Even without the kidney essence pill, his prowess remained undeniably formidable. Gently caressing Bai Wei's sweat-drenched body, he spoke softly. "Xiaowei, you need to take it easy for a while, avoid strenuous activities." Still lost in the lingering afterglow, Bai Wei asked dazedly. "Why, brother?" Zhou Yang couldn't bring himself to tell her she was pregnant, so he casually brushed it off. "The weather's been unpredictable lately, and it's easy to catch a cold. You need to take good care of yourself." Bai Wei nodded obediently, clinging tightly to his arm. "I'll listen to you, big bro." The next morning. After waking up, Zhou Yang carefully gave Bai Wei a series of instructions. "Remember what I said, no strenuous exercise, be careful on your way to and from school, and call me anytime if anything happens." Though Bai Wei didn't understand why, she obediently agreed. "Brother, you and sister Yufei, be careful on the road." She stood at the doorway, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Liu Yufei had already packed her bags and was waiting by the door. She wore a light blue maternity dress. Though her belly wasn't yet showing, she radiated a gentle maternal glow. "Honey, let's go." Her voice carried an unmistakable thrill. Being brought home to meet his parents meant the world to her. Zhou Yang nodded, casting one last glance at Bai Wei. "Be good at home. Wait for me to return." "Okay." Bai Wei nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. The two of them dragged their suitcases out the front door. Bai Wei stood at the window, watching their figures grow distant. In the car, Liu Yufei clutched Zhou Yang's hand tightly. "Honey, how should I address your parents? Should we buy some more gifts?" She was clearly nervous, firing off a string of questions. Zhou Yang chuckled softly and squeezed her hand tighter. "Relax, just be yourself. As for gifts, didn't I already prepare them yesterday?" He gestured toward the exquisitely wrapped gift box in the back seat. Inside were expensive nutritional supplements and health products. Liu Yufei finally exhaled in relief, leaning her head against Zhou Yang's shoulder. "Honey, I'm so nervous." "Don't worry, I'm here." Zhou Yang ruffled her hair and started the car. The car merged onto the highway. As the vehicle cruised smoothly, Liu Yufei's initial nervousness and excitement gradually subsided. Sleepiness crept over her. After yawning, she leaned back in her seat and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 29, Luxury Car and Beauty returned to the village, mom overjoyed. After over 4 hours on the road, Zhou Yang finally drove into the familiar small county town. The streets were considerably narrower than those in the city, lined with low-rise houses and the occasional two-story building. Street vendors selling cold noodles lined the roadside, their loudspeakers blaring, passers-by, "Don't miss out." The car pulled up in front of a small building. After turning off the engine, Zhou Yang gently nudged Liu Yufei's shoulder. "Yufei, we're here." Liu Yufei opened her eyes groggily and froze for a moment when she saw the two-story house outside the window. Laundry hung to dry in the courtyard, potted philodendrons lined the doorway, and a small vegetable patch grew chives and scallions. At that moment, Zhou Yang's mother, Lu Shouqin, was standing at the doorway chatting with Aunt Wang from next door. Both women were in their 50s, each holding a palm fan to cool themselves. Auntie Wang even had an ice pop in her mouth. My goodness, that car is so shiny. Whose car is that? Auntie Wang pointed at the silver Porsche, marveling at it so much she nearly dropped her ice pop. Lu Xiuqin also curiously examined the luxury car that had suddenly appeared in front of her house. Though she didn't recognize the brand, she could tell at a glance it was extremely expensive. Whose car is this? Why is it parked in front of our house? Just as they were wondering, the driver's door opened and Zhou Yang stepped out. Mom, I'm home. Lu Xiuqin's eyes widened and she was about to speak. At that moment, the passenger door opened and Liu Yufei stepped out slowly. Her figure was graceful and alluring, her long hair softly draped over her shoulders. This time, Aunt Wang's ice pop truly fell to the ground. Liu Yufei nervously smoothed the hem of her dress and approached Lu Xiuqin. Hello, Auntie. I'm Liu Yufei, Zhou Yang's girlfriend. Her voice was gentle and respectful, her eyes betraying the nervousness of a first meeting. Lu Xiuqin snapped back to reality, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile. Oh my goodness, come inside. Come inside. What a scatterbrain I am, I was so distracted. She took Liu Yufei's hand and looked her up and down, taking in the beautiful young woman. Liu Yufei's skin was fair and smooth, her features delicate and well-defined, and her figure was flawless curves in all the right places. A daughter-in-law like this was beyond Lu Xiuqin's wildest dreams. Son, is this really your girlfriend? Not some hired actress, right? Lu Xiuqin whispered, giving Zhou Yang a discreet pinch. Mom, what are you thinking? Would I lie to you? Zhou Yang rubbed his arm with a wry smile. Aunt Wang, standing nearby, leaned in with a look of envy tinged with a hint of sourness. My, Xiuqin, your son has really made something of himself. His wife looks just like a TV star, you're truly living the good life. Aunt Wang's words carried a distinct hint of envy. Her own son ran a small restaurant in the county town, and though his wife was decent enough, she was worlds apart from the Liu Yufei standing before them. She had often boasted to Lu Xiuqin about her son's success and his virtuous wife. But seeing Zhou Yang pull up in a luxury car with a stunning woman by his side, that sense of superiority vanished instantly. Lu Xiuqin grew more pleased with Liu Yufei the longer she looked at her, pulling her toward the house. Come in and sit down. You must be tired from the trip. Let me get you a glass of cold water, it's so hot today. Liu Yufei hastily waved her hand. Auntie, I'm not thirsty. Please don't trouble yourself. Oh my, what a sensible child. Unlike that daughter-in-law at Aunt Wang's place, she comes back without so much as a greeting. Aunt Wang's face flushed slightly. She gave a nervous chuckle and hurried back to her own home. Once inside, Liu Yufei curiously surveyed Zhou Yang's home. The living room wasn't large, and the furniture looked a bit worn, but everything was kept spotlessly clean. Photos of Zhou Yang from childhood to adulthood adorned the TV cabinet, while several calligraphy scrolls hung on the walls. A half-eaten cucumber and a plate of peanuts sat on the coffee table. This was nothing like what she had imagined. She had always assumed Zhou Yang was a rich kid, and his family must live in a mansion or villa. Now it seemed like just an ordinary working-class family. While Lu Xiuqin was busy in the kitchen, Liu Yufei edged closer to Zhou Yang. Aren't you a rich kid? How come your place is so? She whispered, trailing off mid-sentence. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. When did I ever say I was a rich kid? Liu Yufei thought carefully. Indeed, Zhou Yang had never claimed to be one. She had simply assumed he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth after witnessing his lavish spending. Then where did your money come from? I earned it all myself. Zhou Yang spoke calmly, picking up a handful of peanuts from the coffee table and popping them into his mouth. Liu Yufei watched him, a surge of inexpressible admiration welling up inside her. This man had built his fortune from scratch, amassing such staggering wealth at such a young age. He was worlds better than those spoiled rich kids who only knew how to squander their parents' fortunes. Lu Xiuqin poked her head out from the kitchen. Xiao Yang, your dad's at your aunt's place. Tell him to come back for dinner so he can properly meet Yufei. Zhou Yang nodded. Just then, his phone rang. Cousin. Are you here yet? I'm waiting at home. Li Jun's excited voice came through the phone. Just got home. I'll be right over. Great. I'll be waiting at home. I have so much to tell you. After hanging up, Zhou Yang said to Liu Yufei. I'll go check on my cousin first. You stay here and chat with my mom. Sure, go ahead. Liu Yufei nodded obediently. Lu Xiuqin waved her hands hurriedly. Go about your business. I'll take care of Yufei. I'll whip up something delicious in the kitchen, let her try some of our hometown dishes. Auntie, let me help you, Liu Yufei volunteered. Oh dear, how could I let you do that? You're our guest. It's fine, Auntie. I cook quite often myself. Watching Liu Yufei tie on an apron, Lu Xiuqin felt her heart swell with joy. She'd been constantly worried about her son's marriage prospects. She'd arranged several matchmaking meetings through connections, but none had worked out. Either they found his prospects lacking, or they turned him down because he had neither a house nor a car. Now she could finally relax. This daughter-in-law was not only beautiful but also had such a wonderful personality, she was like a blessing from heaven. Zhou Yang watched the two of them enjoying each other's company and nodded with satisfaction. Liu Yufei knew how to handle such situations, understanding exactly how to win over the elders. He turned and headed for the door, intending to visit his cousin's place. Just as he reached the doorway, Auntie Wang came running back, pulling Liu Xiuqin excitedly and asking, "Xiuqin, where's your son making his fortune now? How much is that car worth?" "Car? Oh right, Xiao Yang, what's the story with your car?" Only then did Liu Xiuqin notice the car parked at the entrance. "I bought it. It's not worth much," Zhou Yang said casually. "No way. I just looked it up on my phone. That car is super expensive." Aunt Wan looked skeptical. "At least a few $100,000, right? You must have looked at the wrong thing. It really isn't expensive." Zhou Yang thought to himself, who knew Auntie Wang, at her age, was so trendy and knew how to look up prices online. Ignoring their puzzled expressions, Zhou Yang stepped out the door. Chapter 30, The Luxury Car Stuns Mom and Dad, a gift for my cousin. Arriving at his aunt's courtyard, he heard lively chatter coming from inside before even reaching the door. As he pushed open the door, his cousin Li Jun spotted Zhou Yang and jumped to his feet excitedly. "Cousin! You're finally here!" Li Jun rushed over, his face beaming like a flower. The two had always gotten along well since childhood. 6 years younger than Zhou Yang, Li Jun had always looked up to him like a real older brother. Inside the house, besides Li Jun, sat Zhou Yang's father, Zhou Weiming, and his second aunt's husband, Li Jianwei. The two middle-aged men were sipping tea and chatting when they saw Zhou Yang enter, and they both smiled. "Little Yang's here. Sit down, Uncle," Li Jianwei invited him. Zhou Yang walked over and patted Li Jun on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Xiao Jun. You're about to become a groom." Li Jun scratched his head and, taking advantage of the adults' conversation, leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear. "Honestly, cousin, Xiaowen and I are just messing around." He lowered his voice, his eyes filled with resignation. "Then, before we knew it, someone died. Her family came looking for us, and my parents had no choice but to marry her off." Zhou Yang watched his cousin's conflicted expression and chuckled inwardly. Though he claimed reluctance, his eyes clearly betrayed anticipation for married life. "Regretting it now won't change anything. Since you're married, you might as well make the best of it." Zhou Yang patted his back. Li Jun nodded with a bitter smile, then lowered his voice again. "Her family isn't too pleased with ours. They think my family's circumstances aren't good enough. For this wedding, my parents emptied their savings to buy me an apartment in the county seat. But we couldn't afford a car. Tomorrow, we'll have to borrow someone else's car for the wedding." Hearing this, Zhou Yang felt a stir within him. "Come with me this afternoon," Zhou Yang said directly. Li Jun looked at him in confusion, unsure what his cousin was up to. Just then, Zhou Weiming set down his teacup and turned to Zhou Yang. "Xiao Yang, look at Xiao Jun, he's getting married soon, and you don't even have a girlfriend. Your mom and I worry about this every day. When will you give us some peace of mind?" Zhou Yang smiled faintly. "Who says I don't have a girlfriend? She's right here at home." Zhou Weiming froze for a moment. "Seriously? You're not just making this up to fool us, are you? Dad, why would I lie to you?" Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Zhou Weiming immediately stood up. "Then what are you still sitting here for? Hurry home and let me see her." Second aunt, who had intended to invite Zhou Yang and his father to stay for dinner, could no longer insist. "You two go ahead and head back. Come another day." As Zhou Yang left, he patted Li Jun on the shoulder. "Come find me after dinner. I need to talk to you about something." Li Jun nodded, his mind brimming with curiosity. Back home, Zhou Weiming spotted Liu Yufei bustling about in the kitchen the moment he walked in. Hearing the door open, Liu Yufei turned and walked over. "Hello, uncle. I'm Yufei." Zhou Weiming stared at the beautiful girl before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. When did his son develop such good taste? Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed an exceptional grace. Good. Sit down quickly, no need to fuss about it." Zhou Weiming hurriedly invited Liu Yufei to sit down, then went into the room to prepare a red envelope. "It's our first meeting, and I didn't prepare much. Here, take this." The envelope was thick. Liu Yufei could tell it contained at least several thousand yuan. "Uncle, I can't possibly accept this." Take it. It's just a token of an elder's goodwill." Zhou Weiming insisted she accept it. Only then did Liu Yufei accept the red envelope. During dinner, Liu Xiuqin took the opportunity to ask indirectly. "Yufei, how long have you and Yang been together?" "For quite some time now." Liu Yufei glanced at Zhou Yang. "So when are you two getting married?" Liu Xiuqin asked, her face full of anticipation. Zhou Yang paused mid-bite, his words vague. "Mom, there's no rush. We're still young." After all, Liu Yufei wasn't his only woman, and this topic was indeed difficult to delve into. Just as Liu Xiuqin was about to press further, Liu Yufei suddenly spoke up. "Auntie, I'm actually pregnant." At those words, Liu Xiuqin nearly dropped her chopsticks onto the table. "Really?" Her voice trembled with excitement. "Yes." Liu Yufei gently stroked her still flat belly. Lu Xiuqin's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she clasped Liu Yufei's hand. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm going to be a grandmother soon. Zhou Yang, you need to give Yufei a proper status. We can't let the child be without a household registration. Liu Yufei waved her hands hurriedly. Auntie, Zhou Yang treats me very well. A formal relationship doesn't matter. As long as he has me and the baby in his heart, that's enough. Her words were considerate, yet a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Zhou Weiming noticed the subtle tension and cleared his throat. Let the young people decide for themselves. We older folks shouldn't meddle. Though his words were meant to counsel Liu Xiuqin, his gaze lingered meaningfully on Zhou Yang. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Cousin, it's me. Li Jun entered from outside. Hello, auntie and uncle. Hello, sister-in-law, he greeted politely. Liu Yufei blushed slightly at being called sister-in-law. Xiao Jun, tomorrow is your big day. Are you nervous? Liu Xiuqin asked with a smile. A little, but mostly excited, Li Jun answered honestly. After a few more words, Zhou Yang stood up. Xiao Jun and I need to step out. You two stay and chat. Wait. Li Jun suddenly remembered something and pointed toward the door. Cousin, whose Porsche is parked outside? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Mine. Li Jun's eyes widened, his mouth gaping open. Cousin, you're not joking, right? How much is that car worth? Over $1 million, I suppose. The living room fell instantly silent. Liu Xiuqin and Zhou Weiming exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. A car costing over $1 million? How much money would one have to earn to afford that? Xiao Yang, what exactly are you doing for work now? Zhou Weiming couldn't help asking. I started a company, doing some small business, Zhou Yang replied modestly. But everyone present understood that anyone who could afford a Porsche was definitely in a big business. Li Jun was so excited he was trembling all over. When did his cousin become so wealthy? This wedding in 2 days was going to be a real showstopper. Zhou Yang and Li Jun stepped outside and headed straight for the largest car dealership in the county. On the way, Li Jun sat in the passenger seat, sitting so still he dared not move a muscle. Cousin, why are you taking me to the dealership? To buy you a car as a wedding gift, Zhou Yang said as he drove. Li Jun was startled. Cousin, this is out of the question. Cars are too expensive, I can't accept this. Don't be so polite. Why bring that up between us brothers? Zhou Yang's tone brooked no refusal. You're getting married the day after tomorrow. You can't very well have your bride ride in someone else's beat-up car, can you? Li Jun was moved beyond words. His cousin had always been exceptionally kind to him since childhood, and now he was even buying him a car. Chapter 31, Cousin's Wedding, System Locks New Target. At the dealership, the sales consultant spotted Zhou Yang pulling up in his Porsche and immediately scurried over. Sir, are you looking to trade in your current vehicle or add another one to your collection? I'm buying a car for my cousin. He's getting married tomorrow. Zhou Yang didn't bother beating around the bush. The sales consultant nodded like a bobblehead. The guy driving a Porsche, you think he'd be cheap? This deal's a sure thing. Li Jun stood in the showroom, heart pounding as he surveyed the rows of gleaming new cars. Cousin, just get something around 100,000 yuan. No need to splurge. He knew Zhou Yang was wealthy, but he didn't want his cousin to spend too much. Zhou Yang scanned the floor, then pointed to a white Audi. How about this one? The sales consultant immediately approached, his words pouring out like machine gun fire. You have excellent taste. This is the top-of-the-line Audi A3, priced at 250,000 yuan. It's refined, comfortable, fully equipped, perfect for family use. Can I drive it out tomorrow? No problem. We can handle all the paperwork today. Li Jun grew impatient, waving his hands repeatedly. Cousin, it's too expensive. We really don't need something this fancy. This is the one. Zhou Yang had made up his mind and pulled out his bank card. After completing the paperwork, Li Jun held the car keys, his eyes reddening. Cousin, I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Don't mention it. We're family. Zhou Yang patted him on the shoulder. On the drive back, Li Jun's hands trembled with excitement as he drove the new car. Cousin, it's on me today. Let's go relax somewhere. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. They headed straight for the county's most famous establishment, Jintai Foot Spa. The attendant immediately switched to a smile upon seeing Zhou Yang's distinguished appearance. Gentlemen, what services would you like? 2 private foot massage rooms, Li Jun said generously. A young attendant soon entered the private room, a fresh-faced girl in her 20s with a pleasant appearance and a nice figure. Sir, would you like a foot massage or a full-body massage? The young woman batted her eyelashes, her voice sweet and syrupy. Just a regular foot massage, Zhou Yang replied indifferently. Her eyes dimmed slightly, but she professionally began the service. Her technique was indeed skillful, and Zhou Yang felt so relaxed he nearly drifted off to sleep. An hour later, the two emerged from the shop. Li Jun was still savoring the experience, his face radiating satisfaction. Cousin, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. You have to be my best man. Of course. Early the next morning, Auntie Wang's mouth was already buzzing. Oh my goodness, have you heard? The Zhou family has struck it rich. They drove back in a Porsche. Really? Isn't that kid working in the city? Why would I lie? I saw it with my own eyes. Yesterday he even bought his cousin a car worth over 200,000 yuan. The news spread faster than a virus. Within half an hour, the entire village was abuzz. Just as Zhou Yang finished washing up after waking, a clamor erupted outside his door. Is Zhou Yang home? Little Yang. Your uncle came to see you. My dear nephew, you've made it big but still remembered to let your aunt know. Liu Xiuqin had barely stepped outside when she was surrounded by a crowd of aunts and relatives. Xiuqin, what business is your Xiao Yang in now? I heard he came back driving a Porsche. How much did that thing cost? You young folks are so capable, unlike that good-for-nothing kid of ours, only making 3,000 or 4,000 a month. Liu Xiuqin's face froze in a forced smile, her mouth twitching from the strain. No, Xiao Yang just got lucky. What luck? That's pure talent. Exactly. I always knew Xiao Yang was special. Zhou Weiming listened to the flattery outside his door, his mouth stretched so wide it felt like it might split open. The relatives who usually looked down on their family now seemed like completely different people. Brother Weiming, you've raised your son well. Yes. Xiao Yang has been a bright child since he was little. Zhou Weiming felt elated inside, but he remained modest on the surface. Not at all, it's all thanks to the child's own hard work. Zhou Yang listened to the commotion outside from inside the house, his head pounding. One group had barely left when another arrived. Xiao Yang, your second uncle is here. Nephew, Uncle San came especially to congratulate you. Xiao Yang, my cousin's husband is having some business difficulties. Could you see if? The stream of people seeking favors, borrowing money, or trying to build connections was endless. Zhou Yang was sweating buckets trying to handle them all. These relatives, who never even bothered to call during ordinary times, were now all overly enthusiastic. Xiao Yang, uncle will treat you to dinner sometime. Nephew, come visit auntie sometime. Little Yang, we're family, look out for each other from now on. Zhou Yang nodded perfunctorily, but inside he understood perfectly well. The fickleness of human relationships, the coldness of the world, it was all just as expected. After finally fending off this wave of people, Zhou Yang collapsed onto the sofa, feeling more exhausted than if he'd fought a battle. Liu Xiuqin approached with a tray of tea, her face still frozen in a stiff smile from the flattery. Son, what do you think of these people? Mom, you'll get used to it, Zhou Yang said, taking the teacup. Once you have money, even dogs start wagging their tails. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another knock sounded at the door. On the third day, Li Jun's wedding kicked off in a lively celebration. Zhou Yang's Porsche led the way, followed by Li Jun's new Audi and several borrowed cars. The motorcade drew considerable attention in the small county town. When they arrived at the bride's parents' apartment building, Xiaowen's parents were stunned speechless by the spectacle. Especially that Porsche, it was so dazzling it hurt the eyes. In-laws. What an impressive motorcade. Xiaowen's father grinned so widely his mouth couldn't close. The bride's relatives, who had previously been lukewarm toward Li Jun's family, instantly changed their tune. With such influential relatives backing him, Li Jun's family clearly had considerable wealth and connections. When they heard the Porsche belonged to Li Jun's cousin and the new Audi was also a wedding gift from him, the bride's family looked at Zhou Yang with newfound respect. Xiaowen's mother grabbed Zhou Yang's hand, her enthusiasm overflowing. You're quite the accomplished young man. Xiao Jun is so lucky to have a cousin like you. Zhou Yang responded politely, rolling his eyes inwardly. Money talks, it could change everything in an instant. The wedding was a grand affair, and Li Jun's smile never left his face. Not only had he married the love of his life, but he'd also gained immense prestige in front of everyone. All thanks to his cousin's help. Midway through the banquet, Zhou Yang happened to glance at the neighboring table. A woman in a beige dress spoke softly, her demeanor exuding grace. Name, Su Yao. Age, 29. Appearance, 84 points. Figure, 86 points. Married, yearning for motherhood, clear-minded, experienced with one partner, light smoker. Deepest desire, to have a child of her own. System assessment, grade A premium target, highly recommended. Zhou Yang scrutinized the woman. Approaching 30, she possessed gentle features and hair meticulously pinned up. Her bust had just the right curve, and her waist was slender. What captivated most was her aura, a gentle grace tinged with an inexpressible melancholy. Zhou Yang patted Li Jun's shoulder. Jun, who's that girl? Li Jun followed his gaze. Oh, that's Xiaowen's cousin, Su Yao. She came all the way from the city just for the wedding. She's really nice, just gave a big red envelope earlier. Why is she sitting alone? I heard she's been married for 5 years, but her husband couldn't make it today. Li Jun lowered his voice. Her husband's family is quite wealthy, they own several companies. But they've been married this long and still don't have kids. Her in-laws seem to be a bit. Before Li Jun could finish, Zhou Yang already understood. Cousin, why are you suddenly so concerned about her? Li Jun was puzzled. Zhou Yang gave a faint smile. I just feel a bit sorry for my cousin-in-law sitting there all alone. He turned to Liu Yufei and said, Yufei, I'm stepping outside for a smoke. Liu Yufei was being bombarded with questions by a group of middle-aged women at the table, her head spinning from the barrage. Go ahead. I'll handle these ladies. Chapter 32, Su Yao's Request. Zhou Yang rose and walked out of the banquet hall to the small garden by the hotel's back entrance. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Su Yao was indeed a tempting target, but he had a family. He still had a shred of conscience, hesitating whether to make his move. After taking a few puffs, footsteps approached from behind. Excuse me, could I borrow a light? Zhou Yang turned around to find Su Yao standing behind him. Up close, she was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, yet her eyes held an inexpressible sorrow. Sure. Zhou Yang handed her the lighter. Su Yao took it and lit the slim cigarette in her hand. Thank you, she said, returning the lighter. You must be Li Jun's cousin? I saw you earlier during the toasts. That's right, I'm Zhou Yang. He extended his hand. Miss Su, correct? Li Jun introduced you earlier. Su Yao gave a light squeeze. Just call me Su Yao. They stood side by side, neither speaking. Su Yao took a light drag on her cigarette and suddenly spoke up. Mr. Zhou, I can tell you're a very successful man. Oh? Why do you say that? I saw your car earlier, and the aura about you. Su Yao's voice was soft. You don't seem like someone from a small place like ours. Zhou Yang felt a stir within. Miss Su, you flatter me. I've just been luckier than most. Su Yao smiled bitterly. Luck, that word feels like a luxury to me. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes. Mr. Zhou, if there's something you desire but can't have, what would you do? Zhou Yang feigned deep thought. That depends on what it is. What if it's about the continuation of life? Su Yao's voice grew even softer. Miss Su, are you saying? Su Yao nodded, tears welling in her eyes. We've been married for 5 years, and I've always wanted a child. But my husband, he has certain issues in that area. My in-laws all assume it's my fault. We've tried every folk remedy and medical test imaginable. But how could I ever tell them the truth? It would destroy him. Zhou Yang feigned sympathy as he looked at her. That truly is a difficult situation. Su Yao took a deep breath. Actually, coming to this wedding today was also my way of distracting myself. Seeing the newlyweds so happy made me think how wonderful it would be if I could have a child. She turned to look at Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I have an unreasonable request. Go ahead. I'd like to ask you to help me fulfill my dream of becoming a mother. Zhou Yang feigned a look of shock. Miss Su, I know this request is unreasonable. Su Yao quickly interjected, but I truly have no other options. I can give you money, a lot of money. And I promise, after the child is born, I will never bother you again. Consider it a sperm donation, okay? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yao's face flushed bright red. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly, but outwardly, he feigned a look of reluctance. Miss Su, this matter. Please, Su Yao grasped his hand urgently. I'm already 29. If I don't have a child now, it'll be too late. I've observed you. You're a good man, outstanding in character, appearance, and ability. If it were your child, I'd feel completely at ease. Zhou Yang deliberately paused for a moment before sighing. Money is unnecessary. I'm not that kind of person. If I can truly help you, I'm willing to try. Su Yao was so moved tears welled up in her eyes. Really? You're willing to help me? But there's one condition, Zhou Yang said sternly. No one can ever find out about this. I promise. Su Yao nodded vigorously. She pulled a room key card from her bag. I booked a room upstairs. Room number 1208. Tonight at 11 p.m. Is that okay? Zhou Yang took the key card, feigning resignation. I'll do my best. Su Yao was so grateful she didn't know what to say. She stood on tiptoe and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Just then, Li Jun peered through the doorway. Cousin, you're here. Ah. Seeing the scene before him, Li Jun froze in shock. Su Yao recoiled in fright, her face flushing scarlet. Jun, you didn't see anything, right? Zhou Yang asked calmly. Li Jun snapped back to his senses and nodded quickly. Right, I didn't see anything. Cousin, I just came to call you back for the toast. Su Yao frantically smoothed out her clothes. I'll head back now. With that, she hurriedly left the garden. Li Jun stared at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Cousin, you're really something else. Your wife is still inside, and you just... Zhou Yang patted his shoulder. Xiao Jun, there are some things you just don't understand. Cousin, you've been so good to me I'd never tell a soul. Li Jun pounded his chest in assurance. You're truly my good cousin. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. But it's fine if Yufei finds out. Li Jun admired him even more. Cousin, how did you pull this off? Charm is something you're born with, Zhou Yang said with an air of smugness. Back in the banquet hall, Liu Yufei was chatting with a few women about parenting. Spotting Zhou Yang return, she flashed him a smile before resuming her conversation. After the banquet ended, the family returned home. Liu Yufei was removing her makeup when Zhou Yang approached from behind. Yufei, I need to talk to you about something. Liu Yufei turned her head. What is it? Zhou Yang explained Su Yao's situation in detail. Liu Yufei's expression darkened. You mean you're going to help her give birth? Isn't that helping? Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around her waist. Think about it, how pitiful is it for a woman to be unable to conceive for 5 years? Pitiful? Liu Yufei sneered coldly. That's her problem. What does it have to do with you? Yufei, you're pregnant now. You should understand how she feels, right? Zhou Yang spoke softly. If you couldn't conceive for 5 years, how would you feel? Liu Yufei fell silent. As a woman, she could certainly understand Su Yao's pain. Especially now that she was pregnant herself, she could feel the longing to be a mother even more keenly. But she still felt a lingering sense of resentment. Yufei, you know me, I'm a softie at heart, Zhou Yang murmured softly in her ear. I just can't stand seeing others suffer without wanting to help. Liu Yufei pondered for a moment before finally nodding. She understood Zhou Yang's nature. Once this man made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Rather than risking an unpleasant argument, it was better to go along with his wishes. Besides, Zhou Yang wasn't the only woman in his life. She'd long since accepted her place. Fine, Liu Yufei said. But you have to love me forever. Of course. I'll always love you. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. 11 p.m. Four Seasons Hotel. Zhou Yang hadn't intended to make a move on Su Yao. But since she'd come to him willingly, he saw no reason to refuse. Arriving at room 1208, Zhou Yang pressed the doorbell. The door opened quickly. Su Yao had already showered and was wearing a bathrobe. The robe was loose-fitting, yet it still hinted at her graceful figure, her hair damp and hanging over her shoulders. You're here. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly nervous. I thought you wouldn't come. Zhou Yang entered the room and closed the door behind him. He smiled gently. Since I promised you, I would definitely come. But are you sure you want to go through with this? Once we start, there's no turning back. Su Yao nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. I've thought long and hard about this. This might be my only chance. All right then. Zhou Yang stepped toward her, gently caressing her cheek. Relax. Don't be nervous. Su Yao closed her eyes, letting his fingers trace her face. Her ears flushed crimson, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. This tenderness was something she had never experienced in her 5 years of marriage. She clung tightly to Zhou Yang, afraid it might all be a dream. Their lips met like thunder striking earth, kissing until the world spun. Chapter 33, Su Yao's excitement, new rewards. An hour later, Su Yao curled up in Zhou Yang's arms, her face flushed with contentment. She tasted the true joy of being a woman, a pleasure her husband had never granted her. I never knew it could be like this, she murmured, her voice trembling. Zhou Yang held her tighter, whispering softly into her ear. I'll come every night from now on, until you're completely satisfied. Tears welled up in Su Yao's eyes. Not from pain, but from hope. Thank you, she murmured, burying her face against his chest. I've waited far too long for this day. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the objective, Su Yao. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's safe delivery. Special reward, kidney essence pills to significantly boost stamina and endurance. Zhou Yang gazed at the woman in his arms, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. Su Yao soon drifted off in his arms, a blissful smile still on her face. The next morning, while Su Yao was still asleep, Zhou Yang got up, took a shower, and left the hotel. Back home, Liu Yufei was preparing breakfast. Hearing the door open, she spoke without turning her head. Back so early? Went for a morning run. Liu Yufei turned around and shot him a disapproving look. Running all night? Zhou Yang walked over and embraced her from behind. Jealous? What's there to be jealous about? Liu Yufei nestled into his embrace. You're going to make a move on her sooner or later anyway. Might as well pretend to be magnanimous. You're so understanding, Yufei. Zhou Yang kissed her ear gently. Liu Yufei pushed him away. Go wash up. Breakfast is ready. Just as Zhou Yang sat down, his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Su Yao. Thank you for your tenderness last night. I'll never forget it. Zhou Yang replied with a smiley face before putting his phone away. Liu Yufei glanced over. Was that from her? Yep. Seems she's pretty satisfied, Liu Yufei remarked sourly. Yufei, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Liu Yufei lowered her head to eat her porridge. Just musing aloud, men are all big pigs. Zhou Yang smiled but didn't respond. He understood women's minds, anything said at this moment would be wrong. That evening, Zhou Yang arrived punctually at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel. He knocked lightly on the door, and Su Yao opened it almost instantly. Tonight she wore a deep blue silk nightgown, its neckline plunging low. The sash cinched at her waist accentuated her curves. You're here. Su Yao's cheeks flushed, her voice tinged with shyness. As soon as Zhou Yang stepped inside, he noticed the pair of nude stockings on the chair. Did you put those out for me? He gestured toward the stockings, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Su Yao followed his gaze and felt her face instantly flush crimson. I thought you might like them. She walked over to pick up the stockings, her movements slightly tense. As she bent over, the hem of her nightgown lifted slightly, revealing the smooth, slender curve of her legs. She sat on the edge of the bed and slowly pulled the stockings up, starting from her toes and working her way up inch by inch, each movement exuding seduction. Zhou Yang watched silently beside her, his gaze growing increasingly intense. As Su Yao rose to adjust her stockings, her silk nightgown clung to her body, perfectly accentuating her captivating curves. Zhou Yang could no longer contain himself. He pulled out the kidney essence pill and swallowed it whole before pulling her into his embrace from behind. Ah! Su Yao let out a soft gasp. Over the next few days, Zhou Yang lived a disciplined double life. By day, he accompanied Liu Yufei on walks and shopping trips. At night, he appeared punctually in room 1208 to help Su Yao fulfill her wish. That evening, just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, Liu Yufei suddenly embraced him from behind. Please don't go tonight, okay? Her voice carried a hint of hurt. Zhou Yang turned to face her, noticing tears welling in her eyes. Pregnancy had made her emotionally sensitive. Though she claimed to understand, it still hurt her inside. Yufei. Just as Zhou Yang opened his mouth, Liu Yufei suddenly knelt down. I know you have to go, but at least let me do something for you. She reached out to undo his belt. Zhou Yang sighed. Liu Yufei's jealousy had been growing more intense these past few days. Several minutes later, Liu Yufei stood up, the hurt in her eyes largely dissipated. Go. Come back soon. Zhou Yang hugged her, whispering words of comfort. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Yao threw herself into his arms the moment he opened the door. After days of close contact, she had developed complex feelings for Zhou Yang that went beyond mere gratitude. I've been thinking about you all day. Her voice was muffled as she buried her face against his chest. Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed. Su Yao climbed onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Yao, have you thought about how you'd explain it to your husband if you got pregnant? Zhou Yang asked as he caressed her. I've already thought it through. I'll just say I went to the provincial capital to see a specialist for artificial insemination. Su Yao's answer was clearly well considered. He wouldn't understand these things anyway. The two embraced once more, and soon the room echoed with intimate sounds. After their fifth time together, the system prompt finally sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. Target has successfully conceived. Conception reward, 12 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mysterious gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Additional reward, host's charm plus 15. Zhou Yang was overjoyed, running his fingers through Su Yao's silky hair. Remember to take a test tomorrow. We might already have good news. So soon? Su Yao found it hard to believe. Trust me, my intuition is spot on. The next morning, Su Yao emerged from the bathroom holding the pregnancy test, her face radiant with disbelief and joy. 2 lines. It really is 2 lines. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face as she threw her arms around Zhou Yang. I'm finally going to be a mom. Zhou Yang gently patted her back. Congratulations, Su Yao. Your wish has come true. It's all thanks to you. Su Yao lifted her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhou Yang, I'll never forget what you've done for me. But I might have to return to Guangzhou. Zhou Yang's words made Su Yao's smile freeze. You're leaving so soon? Her voice carried a palpable sense of reluctance. Work demands it. I can't stay here forever. Zhou Yang explained. Su Yao bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before asking, then, can I still contact you in the future? Of course. Reach out anytime you need anything. Zhou Yang handed her his business card. But remember, the secret between us must never be shared with anyone. I understand. Su Yao carefully tucked the card away. Back home, Zhou Yang said to Liu Yufei, who was preparing lunch, Yufei, Su Yao is successfully pregnant. Liu Yufei paused for a moment before resuming chopping vegetables. Does that mean we don't have to go over there anymore? Yes, the mission is complete. Zhou Yang embraced her from behind. Starting tonight, I'm all yours. Liu Yufei turned around, a satisfied smile in her eyes. You better remember that. Just as they were getting cozy, Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was Bai Wei calling. Brother, when are you coming back? It's been so long, I miss you to death. Bai Wei's voice was clearly filled with playful coquetry. Zhou Yang replied, we'll be back tomorrow. Just wait one more day. Great. I've got so many surprises ready for you guys. Bai Wei was beside herself with excitement. After hanging up, Zhou Yang opened his mobile banking app to check his balance, 44.6 million yuan. Zhou Yang felt elated. Though his body had grown weary over the past few days, it had all been worth it. There's no such thing as overworked land, only overworked oxen. He smiled bitterly to himself. Liu Yufei noticed his expression. What's wrong? You look exhausted. I've been pushing myself pretty hard these past few days. Zhou Yang sat down on the sofa. But I'll be back in Yangqing soon to get some proper rest. Then get some rest tonight, you've gotta drive tomorrow. Liu Yufei said thoughtfully. Zhou Yang nodded. That evening, the family gathered in the living room to watch TV. Lu Xiuqin kept checking on Liu Yufei's health, while Zhou Weiming asked about life in Guangzhou. Xiaoyang, will you come back again after this trip? Lu Xiuqin asked. Not for the time being. I still have work to attend to in Yangcheng, Zhou Yang replied. A man should prioritize his career, Zhou Weiming nodded. His phone vibrated. Zhou Yang opened it. It was a text from Su Yao. Zhou Yang, thank you for giving me the most beautiful gift of my life. No matter where I go, I will never forget this time. Wishing you all the best. After reading the message, Zhou Yang smiled without comment. He tucked his phone away and returned to watching TV with his family. But he knew they would cross paths again. Over the past few days, Su Yao had molded herself into his shape. It didn't matter that she hadn't experienced it naturally. If he didn't seek her out now, she'd find him sooner or later. All he could do was apologize to her husband. What can you do? You really are useless. Chapter 34, Becoming a Father, and incidentally launching an influencer division. Before leaving, Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and tapped the screen rapidly. Ding dong. Lu Xiuqin's phone WeChat notification sounded. She looked down and froze in shock. Transfer 500,000 yuan? Her hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Mom, it's your spending money. Zhou Yang said it casually, but Lu Xiuqin was alarmed. Are you out of your mind? 500,000. That's more money than the two of us could ever spend in our entire lives. Money doesn't last long these days. Prices are skyrocketing. Zhou Yang walked over and put his arm around his mother's shoulders. Buy whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to wear. Don't hold back. You silly boy. Lu Xiuqin's eyes welled up with tears. It's so hard to earn money. Keep it for yourself. Mom, your son's a boss now, big deal. This money's nothing. Zhou Yang's lips curled up in a smug smile, and for a moment, Lu Xiuqin forgot to argue back. Once Lu Xiuqin went into the kitchen to tidy up, Zhou Yang quickly pulled his dad into a corner. Dad. He lowered his voice and deftly pulled out his phone. 100,000 yuan. Your secret stash. Before Zhou Weiming could react, the phone vibrated. Son, what are you? A man needs to keep some cash on him for convenience. Zhou Yang winked, flashing a knowing look that only men would understand. Buy whatever cigarettes or liquor you want. Just don't let Mom find out. A broad smile spread across Zhou Weiming's earnest face, warming his heart. Well then. I'll take it. You bet. A knock sounded at the door. Cousin Li Jun arrived breathlessly to see him off. Cousin, I really hate to see you go. Li Jun patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. If you ever get a chance to visit Guangzhou, I'll show you around and broaden your horizons. That'd be awesome. I'll be waiting for that day. Li Jun rubbed his hands together, bursting with excitement. After bidding farewell to each family member, Zhou Yang started the car. Liu Yufei collapsed onto the passenger seat the moment she got in, closing her eyes to rest. Zhou Yang drove steadily while sending by Wei a WeChat message, almost home. Miss me? In her studio in the arts district, Bai Wei was engrossed in painting with her brush. The moment her phone rang, she immediately dropped her brush, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. The door swung open. Brother! Bai Wei rushed toward Zhou Yang like a young swallow returning to its nest, about to throw herself into his arms. But halfway there, as if remembering something, she abruptly halted. Her big, watery eyes blinked as she smiled mysteriously. I have some amazing news to share with you. Oh? What kind of news? Zhou Yang knew exactly what it was, but feigned curiosity. Guess. Bai Wei tucked her hands behind her back, tiptoeing slightly, adopting the coquettish manner of a young girl. Did someone buy your painting? Nope. The school's giving you a scholarship? Nope. It's 10,000 times more important than that. Bai Wei's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. Zhou Yang pretended to ponder for a moment before his face lit up with sudden realization. Could it be, you're carrying my baby? You're so smart, brother. Bai Wei threw herself into his arms. 2 clear lines on the pregnancy test. I'm going to be a mom. That's wonderful. Zhou Yang's face was plastered with exaggerated surprise, but inside he was chuckling to himself. Little girl, you think you can surprise me? The moment you lifted your skirt, I knew exactly what position you wanted. I was planning to take my driver's test in the next few days, but looks like I'll have to postpone it now. Bai Wei rubbed her belly, a hint of regret in her voice. No rush. After you give birth, I'll buy you a car as your year-end bonus. Bai Wei lifted her head, staring dreamily at Zhou Yang for a long moment before tilting her little head. Brother, I feel like something about you is different. Different how? You're more handsome. More manly than before. It's like you're a whole new person. Bai Wei gazed at him with starry eyes, almost like a lovesick fan. Zhou Yang puffed out his chest, basking in the effects of the system's charm boost. Naturally good-looking can't help it. Liu Yufei leaned in to take a closer look and indeed noticed Zhou Yang had become more charismatic than before. Having been around him daily, she hadn't noticed the change as much. For Bai Wei, who hadn't seen him in days, the difference was naturally more pronounced. Oh, right, big bro. I've been connecting with a bunch of classmates at school who want to break into the entertainment industry these past few days. Bai Wei suddenly perked up with excitement. What majors are they in? Zhou Yang perked up. Dance majors, music majors, and others too. Boys or girls? Of course they're all girls. Bai Wei lifted her little face as if it were the most natural thing in the world. My brother's company? Why would I bring in guys? Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. This little minx really understood his thoughts. But Bai Wei's expression suddenly grew complicated. My two roommates, they used to gossip about me behind my back, and now they're constantly pestering me, insisting I help them find dates. I didn't want to deal with them at all. Since they want to give it a shot, let them come. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's business, after all. Keep work and personal life separate. He pinched Bai Wei's cheek. Besides, with you, my rightful queen, here, what's a few little waves to worry about? Bai Wei finally broke into a smile, her earlier displeasure vanishing like smoke. Alright, I'll listen to you, brother. Zhou Yang's mind was already spinning with plans. Xingsan Entertainment primarily focused on music now, making it tricky to integrate him directly. But if a suitable target presented itself, letting it slip by would be a crime. Xiao Wei, I'm planning to establish an influencer department within the company, dedicated to live streaming in short videos. What do you think? Influencer department? Bai Wei blinked. I hadn't thought of that. I'll have to ask them if they're willing. She picked up her phone and messaged her roommates. Hey girls, my brother's company is launching an influencer division and looking to sign top-tier creators. Interested? Within 2 minutes, replies started pouring in. They all agree they're practically fighting over it. Bai Wei looked utterly surprised. In this day and age, who wouldn't want to become an influencer and rise to fame overnight? Zhou Yang wasn't surprised at all. Everything was under control. Liu Yufei listened quietly from the side, absent-mindedly rubbing her belly. Another group of young, pretty girls was coming to the company. As the old-timer who was already pregnant, her position would likely become even more precarious. But the thought that the child growing inside her was Zhou Yang's firstborn brought her a little peace of mind. At least in this regard, she held a temporary lead over everyone else. Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was Lin Meng calling. Boss, the office renovation is progressing at lightning speed. We expect to finish next week. Lin Meng's voice carried a mix of efficiency and excitement. Great work. Zhou Yang nodded. Oh, and by the way, set up a separate area for the influencer department next to the existing office space. Influencer department? Are you expanding into new business, boss? Yes, I'll explain the details when I get back. Zhou Yang hung up the phone, thinking about the group of young beauties about to arrive. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. What are you thinking about, big brother? Bai Wei leaned in to ask. Thinking about how to grow the company bigger and stronger, aiming to go public and ring the bell as soon as possible. I believe you can do it, brother. Bai Wei gazed at him with admiration. Yes, my husband is the best. Liu Yufei nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang basked in the praise from both women, his heart swelling with ambition. With the system in hand, the world was his for the taking. Thinking of the system, Zhou Yang recalled that luxurious villa worth 30 million. He glanced at the two women's exquisite faces. It was time to show them what a real mansion looked like. Yufei, Xiao Wei. Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously. We're moving. Chapter 35, The Neglected Sister Hui. Liu Yufei was sorting through clothes in the living room when she froze at the words. Move? But we just moved into garden community not long ago? Bai Wei also looked at Zhou Yang with confusion. Brother, is it uncomfortable living here? Zhou Yang chuckled softly, pulling his phone from his pocket and swiping the screen. Take a look at this first. Liu Yufei set down the clothes she was holding and leaned in to glance at the phone screen. The moment she saw it, she froze in place. The screen displayed a European-style detached villa covering over 1,000 square meters. It featured a garden, swimming pool, garage, and every luxury imaginable. Oh my god, honey, did you buy this? Liu Yufei's voice cracked with disbelief. Bai Wei leaned in to look too, her mouth forming an O. Brother, how much did this cost? Zhou Yang watched the stunned expressions on the two women's faces, feeling incredibly pleased with himself, though he kept his tone nonchalant. Not too bad, just 30 million. 30 million? Liu Yufei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, making her whole body wobble. As a restaurant hostess, her monthly salary barely reached a few thousand yuan. 30 million was an astronomical figure to her. Bai Wei, though more mentally resilient, was also rendered speechless by the staggering figure. 30 million. She'd never dreamed of living in such an expensive place in her lifetime. Honey, how much money do you actually have? Liu Yufei asked cautiously, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Zhou Yang gave a mysterious smile. Enough for you to spend for the rest of your lives. Liu Yufei's eyes welled up with tears. The leap from restaurant manager to a villa worth 30 million felt like a dream come true. Bai Wei mentally recalculated Zhou Yang's net worth. It seemed the brother she'd chosen was far wealthier than she'd imagined. The moving process went exceptionally smoothly. Zhou Yang hired a professional moving company to handle all the packing and transportation. As the car entered the villa complex, both Liu Yufei and Bai Wei were stunned by the surroundings. Every villa here commanded a hefty price tag, inhabited by society's elite. With tight security at the gates and immaculate landscaping, it felt like an exclusive enclave for the wealthy. This is our home from now on. Zhou Yang parked the car and walked toward the gate with his arms around both women. The interior decoration of the villa was even more breathtaking. European luxury style, every piece of furniture priceless. The living room boasted a 6-meter-high ceiling, with a massive crystal chandelier suspended mid-air, sparkling brilliantly. The master bedroom spanned a full 80 square meters, complete with a private walk-in closet and en-suite bathroom. Honey, this place is gorgeous. Liu Yufei ran excitedly from room to room. Bai Wei was also speechless at the sheer opulence. Oh, I also hired a nanny for you too. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon after, the doorbell rang. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stood at the door, looking simple and capable. Mr. Zhou, I'm Auntie Wang, sent by the domestic service agency. Auntie Wang will be responsible for your daily needs from now on, Zhou Yang told the two women. Liu Yufei was so touched she nearly cried. Zhou Yang's thoughtful consideration gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Bai Wei was also pleased with the arrangement. With a housekeeper, she could focus more of her attention on Zhou Yang. Life in the villa became even more luxurious. Every morning, Aunt Wang would prepare a lavish breakfast. Zhou Yang still insisted on driving Bai Wei to school before returning to spend time with Liu Yufei. The two would either stroll through the garden or bask by the pool. This heavenly existence made Liu Yufei feel her life was complete. In the evenings, the three would gather in the living room to watch movies and enjoy family time. Zhou Yang sits in the middle, cradled by both women, feeling like the ultimate winner in life. That day, as Zhou Yang was enjoying a massage from Liu Yufei, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Wang Hui. Xiao Yang, you haven't come to see me lately. Have you forgotten about me? Seeing the message, Zhou Yang felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed been swept up in his new life lately and had forgotten about Wang Hui. As a responsible man, how could he neglect his woman? Without avoiding Liu Yufei, he replied to Wang Hui directly. Sis Hui, sorry about that. Been swamped lately. I'll come see you right now. After replying to the message, Zhou Yang said to Liu Yufei. I'm heading out to run some errands. I'll be back tonight. Liu Yufei caught a glimpse of the message on her phone but merely nodded without saying a word. Arriving at Wang Hui's place, Zhou Yang pressed the doorbell. Wang Hui, who opened the door, had clearly just finished showering. Her hair was still damp. She wore a silk robe, her curvaceous figure inviting imagination. Xiao Yang, you finally made it. Wang Hui's tone carried a distinct hint of hurt. Zhou Yang noticed the lingering resentment in her eyes, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Sis Hui, I'm sorry. I've been incredibly busy lately. Wang Hui said nothing, merely gazing at him silently. The unique, mature charm of a 32-year-old woman radiated from her. That tenderness honed by life's trials proved far more alluring than the youthful innocence of younger girls. Zhou Yang stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. It's my fault for neglecting you. Wang Hui trembled softly in his embrace. The loneliness after her divorce made her crave this warmth more than ever. Xiao Yang, I thought you didn't want me anymore, she murmured, her voice trembling. Zhou Yang gently stroked her back. How could that be? You'll always be my most cherished sister Hui. They embraced tightly, the room filling with an increasingly intimate atmosphere. Soon, reason gave way to passion. Wang Hui took the initiative and pressed her lips to Zhou Yang's. That mature woman's initiative carried a captivating charm that could make anyone lose themselves. Zhou Yang responded to her passion, his hands growing restless. The silk nightgown slid to the floor, revealing the voluptuous figure of a mature woman. After a passionate encounter, Wang Hui nestled into Zhou Yang's embrace. Her cheeks still flushed, her eyes brimming with contentment. Zhou Yang smiled smugly. Sis Hui, you don't seem like you can't take it. Wang Hui's cheeks flushed as she playfully tapped his chest. You rascal. After resting for a while, Wang Hui got up and headed to the kitchen to prepare. She planned to cook a few of her signature dishes for Zhou Yang and prepare a nourishing soup. Xiao Yang, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? I'll help you build up your strength. Wang Hui said with concern as she chopped vegetables. Watching her busy figure, warmth surged through Zhou Yang's heart. Compared to Liu Yufei's shrewdness and Bai Wei's scheming, Wang Hui's sincerity was truly touching. The dinner was sumptuous. Wang Hui was indeed an excellent cook. Sis Hui, I'll come visit you often from now on, Zhou Yang promised, clasping her hand. Wang Hui nodded contentedly. I don't ask for much, just knowing you hold me in your heart is enough. These words made Zhou Yang feel even more guilty. A woman like Wang Hui deserved to be cherished. Over the next few days, Zhou Yang did indeed visit Wang Hui's home frequently. Her 2 children were on vacation and had been sent to stay with their grandmother. Their relationship grew increasingly intimate. Wang Hui blossomed like a flower, radiating captivating beauty under Zhou Yang's nurturing care. She grew more proactive and daring. As the old saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger. Zhou Yang finally grasped the true meaning of those words. Wang Hui's passion left him somewhat overwhelmed, yet he reveled in it. The only regret was that the system still hadn't indicated any signs of pregnancy. That day, while resting at Wang Hui's place, Zhou Yang suddenly received a call from Lin Meng. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat as he immediately answered the call. Chapter 36, Day 1 at the new company, beautiful women line up for interviews. Mr. Zhou, the office renovation is complete. When can you come for the final inspection? Excitement crackled in Lin Meng's voice. Zhou Yang perked up instantly. I'll be right over. Damn, he couldn't wait any longer. He was dying to see how his new turf turned out. After informing Wang Hui, she reluctantly saw Zhou Yang off downstairs, where they shared a lingering goodbye kiss. Upon arriving at Star Candle Entertainment, Zhou Yang pushed open the door and froze in place. Holy! Is this still the same old Thai company? The entire floor had been completely transformed. The modern decor was sleek and upscale, radiating warmth and sophistication. The spacious and bright reception area featured the company logo gleaming on the backdrop wall under the lights. The office space was meticulously organized, with each workstation equipped with the latest office equipment. The conference room was decked out like a presidential suite, easily accommodating over 20 people for meetings. Absolutely spectacular. Manager Lin, you've done an absolutely fantastic job with this. Zhou Yang praised generously. Lin Meng's face broke into a wide smile. Thank you for your recognition, boss. It's all part of the job. What pleased Zhou Yang most was his own office. Spanning 100 square meters, it was lavishly decorated without being tacky. The desk was imported Italian leather, offering an exquisite feel to the touch, while the executive chair was a top-of-the-line model worth a fortune. The lounge area featured genuine leather sofas and a coffee table, and crucially, a 2-meter-wide bed. The private bathroom was exquisitely decorated, with amenities rivaling those of a presidential suite. How's the soundproofing? Zhou Yang asked tentatively. Lin Meng smiled knowingly. Rest assured, boss. We use top-tier soundproofing materials imported from Germany. Absolutely nothing from inside can be heard outside. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. An office like this would make discussing work with female artists incredibly convenient. By the way, boss, should we have the staff come in tomorrow? Lin Meng asked. Absolutely. Zhou Yang waved his hand decisively. Also, hire some more people. The original staff just aren't enough. Got it, boss. I'll post the job listings right away. Lin Meng's efficiency made Zhou Yang feel quite pleased. Oh, and about that influencer department I asked you to set up, is the office space ready yet? It's been ready for ages, boss. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Keeping Lin Meng as manager had been an absolutely brilliant decision. After leaving the office, Zhou Yang immediately messaged Bai Wei. Xiao Wei, you can bring people in for interviews tomorrow. Bai Wei replied instantly. Really? You're amazing, bro. She immediately shared the good news with her roommates and classmates. In the dorm, Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran saw Bai Wei's message and their eyes practically lit up. Xiao Wei, is your brother's company really hiring? Wang Sisi eagerly leaned in. Of course it's true. Bai Wei replied indifferently, inwardly disgusted by how quickly these two had changed their tune. They'd been so eager to gossip about her behind her back, but now that there was something in it for them, they were suddenly all smiles. Still, Bai Wei didn't refuse. After all, Zhou Yang had taught her that business should never mix with personal feelings. Xiao Wei, we might have had a little misunderstanding before. Don't take it to heart, Zhang Xinran forced a flattering smile. Exactly. We're roommates, we should help each other out. Wang Sisi chimed in, her face as thick as a city wall. Watching these two flip-flop so quickly, Bai Wei felt nothing but contempt. But she still maintained a gentle smile on the surface. It's okay, it's all in the past. Li Xiaoyu watched from the side, feeling a bit uneasy inside. She genuinely considered Bai Wei a friend, but the current situation made her feel awkward. Xiao Wei, Li Xiaoyu hesitated, words caught in her throat. Bai Wei understood her hesitation and spoke up first. Xiaoyu, you have the best qualifications. Let's go to the interview together tomorrow. Li Xiaoyu nodded gratefully. Thank you, Xiao Wei. Bai Wei thought to herself, at least Xiaoyu still had a conscience, unlike the other two who were completely snobbish. But this was fine too, it would give her a chance to observe what kind of girl her brother was interested in. Thinking about the company interview tomorrow and the praise she'd receive from her brother, Bai Wei felt a surge of anticipation. She would make it clear to everyone that she was the most important woman in Zhou Yang's life. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Zhou Yang arrived at the company. The receptionist was the same girl as last time, and she seemed a bit nervous upon seeing Zhou Yang. Good morning, boss. Zhou Yang nodded and walked toward his office, observing his surroundings as he went. Every employee looked energetic and alert, a stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere during his first visit. Having learned the new boss's true identity from Lin Meng, they greeted Zhou Yang with respectful courtesy. Zhou Yang responded with a warm smile. The moment he entered the office, several young female employees immediately swooned. Wow, this is the new boss? He's so young. Yeah, and he's super handsome. Now that's a real eligible bachelor. I've decided my new idol is the new boss. Sitting in the executive chair, Zhou Yang felt so comfortable he almost let out a sigh of pleasure. After indulging in the thrill of being a real boss, he called Lin Meng over and instructed her to arrange today's interviews. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Bai Wei arrived at Star Brilliance Entertainment with her 3 roommates and 3 other classmates. Wang Sisi gasped in awe the moment she stepped through the entrance. My goodness, the decor is so luxurious. Zhang Xinran's eyes widened in awe. Xiao Wei, is your brother's company this wealthy? The others all looked equally stunned. Though Bai Wei was inwardly stunned, she maintained a calm exterior. Li Xiaoyu looked nervous, clutching her resume tightly. Xiao Wei, what should I say during the interview? Relax, my brother's really nice, Bai Wei reassured her. The receptionist greeted them politely. You're here for the interview, right? Mr. Zhou is already waiting in the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, Zhou Yang was seated at the head of the table. Lin Meng sat beside him, a stack of documents laid out before her. Brother Bai Wei called out sweetly. Zhou Yang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the girls. Wang Sisi immediately straightened her posture, deliberately flaunting her curvaceous figure. Zhang Xinran wasn't about to be outdone, casting a seductive glance at Zhou Yang. Li Xiaoyu, however, appeared uneasy, lowering her head and avoiding direct eye contact. Sit down, all of you, Zhou Yang said, his voice calm yet commanding. He scrutinized each girl carefully. Wang Sisi was above average in looks, with a truly sizzling figure, but her eyes betrayed an obvious sense of calculation. Zhang Xinran possessed delicate features and a seductive aura, yet she too carried a calculating air. Li Xiaoyu had delicate features and a quiet demeanor, appearing the most innocent. The other 3 were comparatively far more ordinary. Let's start with introductions, Zhou Yang began. Wang Sisi stood up first. Hello, Mr. Zhou. My name is Wang Sisi. I'm a sophomore in the dance department. She deliberately flicked her hair and leaned forward slightly. Ever since I was little, I've dreamed of becoming a star. I believe I'm destined for stardom. Zhang Xinran followed closely behind. Mr. Zhou, I'm Zhang Xinran from the acting department. Her voice was deliberately hushed, sounding charming and alluring. I think the internet celebrity industry has tremendous potential. I hope to learn from you. When it was Li Xiaoyu's turn, her voice trembled with nervousness. I'm Li Xiaoyu from the music department. I can play the piano and sing. Chapter 37, The Scheming Girl's Clumsy Performance. Zhou Yang leaned lazily back in his executive chair, sizing up the girls before him. The system panel popped up in his mind. Wang Sisi, 21 years old, 75 points in looks, 76 points in figure, materialistic, hypocritical, has tattoos, frequents bars, had 5 partners. System rating, unqualified. Zhou Yang shook his head silently. This girl looked fresh-faced, but she was clearly an old hand. Zhang Xinran, 20 years old, looks 74 points, figure 78 points, materialistic, pragmatic, tattooed, bar hopping, 6 partners. System rating, unqualified. Damn, she's even more hardcore than Wang Sisi. Zhou Yang inwardly complained. Are all young girls this experienced nowadays? Li Xiaoyu, 20 years old, looks 85-100, figure 84-100, materialistic but with boundaries, untouched. System rating, a class target, highly recommended. This perked Zhou Yang right up. Both looks and figure scored over 80, and crucially, she was still untouched. The other 3 were so pitiful he couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Alright, introductions done. Let's begin the formal interviews. Zhou Yang's fingers tapped the tabletop, the crisp sound echoing distinctly in the quiet conference room. Now, I'll give you a practical test. He gestured toward the camera equipment in the corner of the room. Imagine you're going live right now. 10 minutes. See who can attract the most viewer donations. The top performer stays. Wang Sisi's eyes lit up as she sprang to her feet. Mr. Zhou, this is my specialty. She swayed her hips toward the camera, her strut as bold as a peacock spreading its feathers. Hey, guys. Double tap 666 and Sisi will dance for you. She began swaying her body. Her movements were stiff and robotic, indistinguishable from a robot learning to dance, utterly lacking in professional skill. Zhou Yang frowned deeply. If she actually went live like this, viewers would be sick to their stomachs. Zhang Xinran couldn't stand watching any longer and shoved Wang Sisi aside. Move aside, watch me. She batted her eyelashes at the camera, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Hey, guys, I just woke up. How about some little gifts? Zhou Yang got goosebumps just listening. That voice was more unbearable than nails scraping a chalkboard. Two girls jostled for position in front of the camera, shoving and pushing each other, nearly coming to blows. The other three classmates stood by, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about what to do. Only Li Xiaoyu sat quietly in her spot, her face flushed bright red. Watching this farce unfold, Zhou Yang felt utterly disappointed. It hurt worse than missing out on a lottery win. Enough. His voice instantly silenced everyone. Wang Cici, Zhang Xinran, do you two think being an internet celebrity means flaunting your charms? The two girls flushed crimson, stammering for half a minute before they could manage a word. Li Xiaoyu, you try answering. Li Xiaoyu shook her head frantically. I don't know how to livestream. Then just sing a song, anything at all. Zhou Yang's tone softened considerably. Li Xiaoyu hesitated for a long while before finally standing up and walking to the camera. She cleared her throat twice and began softly humming a folk song. Her voice was clear and moving, pure enough to make hearts tremble. The entire conference room fell silent, everyone captivated by the beautiful melody. Bai Wei observed the shift in Zhou Yang's expression, mentally noting it. It seemed her brother truly preferred talented girls over those who were nothing but pretty faces. When the song ended, sparse applause echoed through the room. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now that's valuable content. He turned to Lin Meng. Prepare an internship contract for each of them. 3-month probationary period. What are the evaluation criteria for the probationary period? Lin Meng asked. Simple. The numbers speak for themselves. Zhou Yang stood up, looking down at the girls. Within 3 months, whoever brings in 1 million in turnover will be hired permanently. Those who fail. He paused, his voice turning cold. Will need to find other employment. Wang Cici and Zhang Xinran instantly turned pale. 1 million in sales? It was an unimaginable figure for them. Mr. Zhou, isn't that standard a bit too high? Wang Cici asked cautiously. Zhou Yang gave a cold laugh. Think it's too high? Then you're simply not cut out for this industry. Truly influential influencers can drive millions in sales per month. If you can't even manage that, what's the point of dreaming? The harsh reality poured a bucket of cold water over the girls. They had thought their looks alone would guarantee easy money, only to discover the reality was far more complex than imagined. Of course, I'm not some heartless boss either. Zhou Yang shifted his tone, offering them a glimmer of hope. The base salary during the probation period is 5,000 yuan. If you pass the assessment, bonuses will be added separately. Plus, the company provides professional training in makeup, performance, marketing, and more. These words reignited their hopes. Lin Meng spoke up at the right moment. If you decide to sign, training can begin tomorrow. I'm signing. Wang Cici was the first to raise her hand. Whatever happens, let's get in first. The others quickly followed suit, afraid that hesitation might cost them the opportunity. After the interview, Lin Meng escorted the girls out to complete the paperwork. Only Zhou Yang and Bai Wei remained in the office. Xiao Wei, come here. Zhou Yang patted his thigh. Bai Wei walked over and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Brother, what do you think of them? Zhou Yang stroked Bai Wei's thigh, savoring its smoothness. Wang Cici and Zhang Xinran? Typical pretty faces. Good for nothing but cannon fodder. The other three aren't even worth mentioning, they don't even qualify as cannon fodder. But Li Xiaoyu shows promise worth focusing on developing. Bai Wei's heart tightened. She is indeed very talented. Though she said this, she had already mentally classified Li Xiaoyu as a potential threat. Don't worry, brother. I'll find you more outstanding girls. Zhou Yang nodded, feeling a bit uneasy. That sounded like he was pimping. Xiao Wei, do you think I should hire another top streamer? A top streamer? Someone who can command the stage, preferably with existing fame and a fanbase. Zhou Yang turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. I recently came across a streamer named Shen Xian. She seems pretty good, and she's also based in Guangzhou. Bai Wei keenly sensed the special meaning in Zhou Yang's tone. Brother, you want to poach her? Not just want to, we absolutely must bring her on board. Zhou Yang chuckled, his voice brimming with confidence. To accomplish great things, you need a grand vision. These student girls can only serve as side dishes. The real profits will come from the professional players. Bai Wei gazed at Zhou Yang's confident face, feeling both admiration and concern. Admiration for his vision and boldness. Her worry stemmed from whether her own position might be threatened as a result. But then she reminded herself, she was carrying his child, now her ultimate trump card. As long as the child was there, her position would be as solid as a rock. With this thought, Bai Wei's face lit up with a sweet smile once more. She puckered her red lips and planted a kiss on his cheek. You're the best, big brother. I know you'll succeed. Zhou Yang stroked her head affectionately. Don't worry, Xiao Wei. Big brother won't let you down. But Bai Wei was secretly plotting in her mind. She needed to thoroughly investigate the name Chen Xian. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Chapter 38, Meeting the Beautiful Streamer. Before Bai Wei returned to school, Zhou Yang casually asked about Li Xiaoyu. She's my roommate. She's a nice person. Bai Wei's eyes darted around. But she has a boyfriend now. They've been dating for almost a year. Zhou Yang nodded, showing no urgency. So what if she has a boyfriend? Once she joins the company, she'll be his sooner or later. After seeing Bai Wei off, Zhou Yang returned to his office, booted up his computer, and registered a Douyin account named Zhou Tianzi. He searched for Chen Xian's livestream and clicked to enter. A girl in a sailor uniform appeared on the screen. Chen Xian smiled sweetly at the camera, making all sorts of cute gestures. Thanks to the night guarding Xian Xian for your support. Mwah. She formed a heart shape with her hands and batted her big eyes. The chat exploded instantly. Xian Xian is too cute. My wife is the best, drooling over the screen. Did the guy above wake up yet? She's clearly my wife. Zhou Yang studied Chen Xian on the screen. She truly knew how to energize the crowd, each expression perfectly timed. Completely different from the stiff, forced cuteness of Wang Cici and Zhang Xinran. This is the caliber of a professional streamer. Chen Xian continued interacting with the audience. Xian Xian is in an especially good mood today because so many brothers came to see me. She deliberately pouted her lips, adopting a pitifully vulnerable expression. But Xian Xian has a little worry lately. The livestream numbers aren't looking too great. Zhou Yang glanced at the online viewer count. It was indeed on the low side. With just over 6,000 viewers, this number is indeed average for a somewhat well-known streamer. He began sending gifts. First, a few small gifts to test the waters. Chen Xian didn't notice. Zhou Yang then ramped up his spending, sending 50 carnival gifts in rapid succession. Each carnival gift cost 2,000 yuan, meaning he'd just spent over 100,000 yuan. This time, Chen Xian took notice. Wow! Thank you, brother Zhou Tianzi, for the carnival gifts. She stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to the camera. As she bent forward, the neckline of her dress opened slightly. Zhou Yang caught a glimpse of snow-white skin. She really had a great figure. Is brother Zhou Tianzi new here? How come Xian Xian hasn't seen you before? Chen Xian blinked her big eyes, her tone dripping with sweetness. The comments instantly turned sour. Another rich kid. Xuan's been snatched away. Brother Zhou Tianzi is so impressive. Zhou Yang kept showering gifts but controlled the pace. Spending too wildly would raise suspicion. Controlled scarcity was the way to go. Chen Xian grew increasingly excited, radiating pure joy. Brother Zhou Tianzi, what song would you like Xian Xian to sing? She cupped her chin with both hands, striking an adorable pose. Zhou Yang casually replied with a song title in the chat before exiting the livestream. Play hard to get. This tactic never fails. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he received a friend request from Chen Xian. Zhou Yang didn't accept it immediately. Instead, he called Lin Meng first. Look up the profile of a Douyin streamer named Chen Xian for me. The more detailed, the better. Lin Meng worked efficiently, sending back the detailed information within half an hour. Chen Xian, 22 years old, signed streamer with Tianqing Entertainment. She started streaming last year and quickly gained popularity thanks to her sweet looks. At her peak, she could generate monthly revenue of 500,000 yuan, making her a somewhat well-known streamer. However, her numbers have plummeted in recent months. The reason was that her biggest spender, the most domineering CEO, was getting married and could no longer afford to shower her with gifts. Without her top patron's support, donations from other viewers couldn't sustain her streams. After reviewing the details, Zhou Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. This was her chance. He accepted Chen Xian's friend request. She replied instantly. Brother Zhou Tianzi, thank you for today's gift. Where are you in the country? If it's convenient, Xian Xian would love to treat you to a meal. Zhou Yang couldn't help but reply, can you fly anywhere in the country? Bro, you're so mean. I'm a proper streamer. Just kidding. I'm in town. Can we meet tomorrow? Chen Xian paused for a moment, likely hesitating. After all, meeting an online acquaintance carried risks, and she needed time to consider. But Zhou Yang's recent gift had been quite valuable, and Chen Xian didn't want to lose this generous patron. Sure. Let's meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. at Yida Plaza? Xuan's treating her big brother to coffee. Zhou Yang replied with an OK emoji. The next afternoon, Zhou Yang arrived punctually at the agreed location. Chen Xian was already waiting at the coffee shop. She wasn't wearing the heavy makeup she used for live streaming today, opting instead for a light, natural look. Even so, her beauty remained undeniable. The system panel popped up at the right moment. Name, Chen Xian. Age, 22. Appearance, 86 points. Figure, 88 points. Streamer on a certain live streaming platform, materialistic, thin-skinned, histrionic personality, has had one writer. System assessment, grade A target, conquerable. Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement. He'd only intended to recruit her to boost the company's image, but she turned out to be a viable target. This was truly an unexpected bonus. Brother Zhou Tianzi? Chen Xian approached him proactively to greet him. She wore a white knit sweater paired with a black bodycon skirt. Her figure looked even more stunning in person than during her live streams. Her long, shapely legs looked especially alluring beneath the black stockings. Just call me Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang extended his hand and shook Chen Xian's. They found a spot to sit down. Chen Xian felt a bit stiff after all, it was their first meeting. Brother Zhou, you look so young. She ventured tentatively. And you're even prettier than you are on livestream. Chen Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, clearly flattered. What do you do for a living, Brother Zhou? You seem very successful. I run a company in the entertainment industry. Zhou Yang deliberately downplayed it. Wow, Brother Zhou must be amazing. I wonder which company it is. Chen Xian asked in a sweet, girlish voice. Xingsan Entertainment. I've watched your live streams, you're very talented. Zhou Yang shifted his tone. But your numbers have been dropping lately. Chen Xian's face instantly darkened. Yeah, things haven't been going smoothly with my live streams lately. She shook her head with a wry smile. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough. It's not about effort. Zhou Yang cut straight to the heart of the matter. It's because you lack stable financial backing. Without a top spender to anchor the stream, other viewers rarely feel compelled to tip. Chen Xian's smile stiffened at his words. Zhou Yang was too blunt, cutting straight to the heart of her pain. Brother Zhou, you're joking. I'm just having a bit of bad luck. She forced a sweet smile, but inwardly she was cursing under her breath. He may be rich, but he certainly lacks tact. Who exposes someone's shortcomings on a first meeting? Zhou Yang sensed her displeasure but paid it no mind. He wanted exactly this reaction. The live streaming world was this cutthroat. Without a sugar daddy, you couldn't get anywhere. I may be a bit blunt. Zhou Yang set down his coffee cup, his tone calm. But this is reality. Running away won't solve anything. Chen Xian felt exposed, her expression growing even more uneasy. I'm not avoiding it. I just feel. Think I don't understand the live streaming industry? Zhou Yang smiled. Do you know why I'm interested in you? Chen Xian shook her head. Because you have potential but lack a platform. Zhou Yang leaned forward, his voice deepening. I can give you that platform. What do you mean? Come to my company. I'll give you better resources. Chen Xian froze. She had assumed this was just a date with a wealthy fan, never expecting him to try to poach her. But I still have a contract with Tianqing Entertainment. I'll handle the contract. As long as you join us, regardless of whether you generate revenue for the company, I'll pay you this amount every month. Zhou Yang held up 5 fingers. Chen Xian's heart skipped a beat. 500,000. That was more than her income for several months. But she didn't respond immediately, instead feigning reserve. Brother Zhou, this is so sudden. I need time to think it over. Of course. Zhou Yang stood up and smoothed his clothes. But let me remind you of one thing. He leaned closer to Chen Xian and whispered softly in her ear. Your top spot won't last much longer. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Xian sat frozen in place, her mind blank. Who exactly was this Zhou Yang? Why did he know so much about her situation? And what did that last remark mean? Didn't the most domineering CEO agree to stop sending gifts after they got married? Could there be some other unexpected change? If she could really switch to a better platform, her future income would definitely double. But the breach of contract penalty with Tianqing Entertainment is no small sum. Plus, she knows nothing about Zhou Yang's company jumping ship so rashly is far too risky. Xingsan Entertainment? Chen Xian pulled out her phone, ready to look up the company online. After searching for a while, she finally found some useful information. It showed that this was a small company on the verge of bankruptcy that had been acquired not long ago. And its main focus was music, so why had it suddenly started doing live streaming? Chen Xian grew even more curious. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Zhou Yang was no ordinary person. But whether to switch jobs? She felt she needed to observe a little longer. Chapter 39, If number 1 won't do it, then I will. That evening, Zhou Yang lay on the sofa, his head resting on Liu Yufei's soft, white thigh as he enjoyed her gentle massage. Bai Wei knelt beside him, diligently massaging his feet. Brother, your feet are so cold. Bai Wei murmured softly, her technique practiced and skilled. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes from above. Stop pretending. Yesterday you were complaining that massages were exhausting. Sister Yufei, I never said that. Bai Wei flushed, her voice growing even softer. Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered with their silent battle. He opened his phone and entered Chen Xian's livestream. On screen, Chen Xian wore a pink spaghetti strap dress, swaying her hips to the music as she battled another streamer in a live competition. Her delicate face bore a standard sweet smile, but Zhou Yang could see the anxiety in her eyes. Babies, Xian Xian is about to lose. Please save Xian Xian, okay? She pouted, adopting a pitifully helpless expression. The chat exploded instantly. Xian Xian, don't worry, we're here. What's a borderline streamer like that? Go Xian Xian. Dance even better. The rival streamer was a bombshell in ultra-short hot pants and a bikini top, every move pushing the boundaries. Her fans were clearly more active than Chen Xian's, showering her with gifts non-stop. Babies, let's show them what real talent looks like. The provocative streamer smiled seductively, deliberately bending over to reveal a deep cleavage. Bai Wei leaned in to look at the screen. Bro, is this the Qin Xian you were talking about? Yeah, what do you think? She's pretty, but... Bai Wei paused, she seems a bit fake. Liu Yufei looked over too. Pfft, typical influencer face. You can tell she's had work done. Chen Xian on the screen danced with increasing fervor, yet her tip count remained overshadowed by her rivals. Her expression began to show signs of impatience, though she struggled to maintain her sweet smile. Xuan's really going to lose, wah? Her eyes reddened slightly, looking as if she might cry. The comments were filled with sympathy. Xian, don't cry. Who has money to save Xian? Where's the CEO? Just as everyone was growing anxious, a familiar ID appeared on the screen, the most domineering CEO. The comments exploded instantly. The CEO is here. Xian is saved. When the CEO steps in, it's bound to be extraordinary. Chen Xian saw the ID and hope flashed back into her eyes. Big brother CEO. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. She made a heart-shaped gesture, her voice sweet enough to make one sick. The most domineering CEO began showering gifts, a cascade of sports cars and yachts streaking across the screen. The opposite streamer's expression darkened slightly as she began wildly swaying her body, desperately trying to grab the audience's attention. But the most domineering CEO stopped after sending 20,000. He typed in the chat, Xian, sorry my wife's been keeping a tight leash on me lately. This is all I can do for you. Xian's smile froze, but she forced a response. It's okay, CEO brother. Xian understands. The chat filled with regret. What a shame, so close. President brother must have family issues. Don't be sad, Xian. The opposing streamer saw an opening and immediately started mocking. Oh dear, looks like someone's sugar daddy isn't pulling their weight. She deliberately feigned regret, why not come to me instead? My guys are more generous with their spending. Xian's face flushed with anger, but she couldn't react. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to keep performing. Zhou Yang opened the top-up page and directly added 2 million. Liu Yufei saw the number and clicked her tongue. You're really splurging on this little girl, aren't you? Small change. Zhou Yang responded indifferently, starting to send gifts. One carnival after another, the ID Zhou Tianzi began flooding the screen. Chen Xian noticed this ID she'd seen yesterday and politely said thank you, though she didn't hold out much hope. After all, while he had spent generously yesterday, it still paled in comparison to the most domineering CEO. The bullet comments started buzzing. Who is this Zhou Tianzi? Saw him yesterday, must be a newbie. Can he even compare to Big Brother CEO? Zhou Yang's gifts kept piling up, from a few carnival gifts to dozens, then over 100. Chen Xian's expression shifted from polite to astonished, then from astonished to ecstatic. Thank you, brother Zhou Tianzi. Thank you, brother Zhou Tianzi. She jumped up in excitement, her voice trembling slightly. When the gift count hit 500,000, the opposite streamer started to panic. She shed her jacket, revealing only a bikini, her movements growing increasingly provocative. Brother Zhou Tianzi, wanna come play with sister? She batted her eyelashes at the camera. Big sister knows how to do everything. The chat exploded instantly. Holy, that direct? Xian is in trouble. Who will Zhou Tianzi choose? But Zhou Yang paid no attention, continuing to shower Qin Xian with gifts. 500,000, 1,000,000, 2,000,000. When the total gift count hit 1,000 carnivals, the entire livestream went wild. Zhou Tianzi is amazing. What kind of god-tier spender is this? Xian hit the jackpot. The rival streamer completely lost it, her face turning deathly pale. Her own fans began defecting, flocking to Qin Xian's stream to join the excitement. Chen Xian won, and it was a landslide victory. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled up in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly to the camera. Thank you, brother Zhou Tianzi. Thank you to all the brothers who support Xian. Zhou Yang typed a line on the public chat. I told you, your top donor isn't good enough. Then he immediately exited the livestream. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei were both stunned. 2 million just like that? Liu Yufei gasped, you're really willing to let that go? It's worth it to poach talent. Zhou Yang stretched lazily. Besides, that money will eventually find its way back into my pocket anyway. Bai Wei looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? You'll see once she signs the contract. Zhou Yang gave a mysterious smile and sent Chen Xian a private message, tomorrow at 10 a.m., Star Brilliance Entertainment. Interested in chatting? Less than a minute after sending the message, Chen Xian replied, sure, brother Zhou. Liu Yufei massaged his temples and suddenly spoke up. Honey, when are you going to come home with me to meet my parents? Her tone carried a hint of reproach. I'm already over a month pregnant. My belly will start showing in a few months. Zhou Yang kept his eyes closed, savoring the massage. We'll go once things settle down at work. What about me? Bai Wei leaned in too. You promised to meet my parents. Aren't you still in school? I have 2 weeks left before break. I'll just take a leave of absence then. Bai Wei's touch grew gentler as she spoke. My parents have been wanting to meet you for ages. Zhou Yang opened his eyes and looked at the two women. Liu Yufei wore an expectant look, while Bai Wei adopted an innocent expression. But he knew both women had their own agendas. Liu Yufei wanted recognition and security. After all, being pregnant without a solid relationship left her feeling insecure. Bai Wei, however, craved greater resources. Meeting the parents was merely the first step. Her ambitions were far from modest. Fine, arrange it all. Zhou Yang agreed readily. First to Yufei's place, then to Xiaowei's. Both women wore satisfied smiles. Chapter 40, Successfully Signing the Little Diva Qinxian. Exactly at 10 o'clock the next morning, Qinxian stepped into Star Brilliance Entertainment in her high heels. She had dressed meticulously for the occasion, like makeup, a beige trench coat cinched at the waist with a belt that accentuated her perfect figure. But as she approached the front desk, her nervousness was impossible to hide. Hello, I'm Qinxian. I have an appointment with Mr. Zhou. The receptionist gave her a once-over, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Mr. Zhou is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Qinxian followed the receptionist down the hallway, her heart racing. Last night's 2 million yuan had certainly stunned her, but she still had no idea what kind of person Zhou Yang really was. Knocking and entering, she found Zhou Yang seated in his executive chair reviewing documents. Come in. Have a seat. Zhou Yang looked up and nodded at her. Qinxian sat down, her hands neatly placed on her knees. Brother Zhou, thank you for last night. No problem. Zhou Yang set down his documents, leaned back in his chair, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. But I didn't transfer that money for free. Ha! Qinxian's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on her face stiffened. Come to my company. I'll give you better resources and a better platform. Zhou Yang cut straight to the chase. I'll handle things with Tianqing Entertainment. Qinxian's eyes darted around as she began calculating in her mind. Last night, that most domineering CEO had explicitly stated he wouldn't fund her anymore, and Tianqing Entertainment's attitude toward her was growing increasingly cold. If she could really jump ship to a better platform. But did Zhou Yang really have the clout to make it happen? But I still owe Tianqing Entertainment a breach of contract penalty 5 million yuan. She spoke cautiously, gauging his reaction. Zhou Yang heard this and let out a dismissive laugh. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Lin Meng's number directly. Come to my office. I have something to arrange. Within 3 minutes, Lin Meng knocked and entered. Mr. Zhou, what is it? Go to Tianqing Entertainment and terminate Qinxian's contract. Zhou Yang gestured toward Qinxian sitting on the sofa. I'll cover the penalty fee. I'll handle it immediately. Lin Meng paused for a moment, glancing from Qinxian to Zhou Yang. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind, but she didn't press for details. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Watching Lin Meng rush out the door, Qinxian was left completely dumbfounded. 5 million yuan. She just casually mentioned that amount? Without even batting an eye? But she quickly regained her composure, her mind beginning to wander. This Zhou Yang seemed pretty wealthy, but was he just putting on airs? What if he can't actually come up with the money later? Brother Zhou, your company. Qinxian tentatively began, but stopped mid-sentence. Zhou Yang saw through her thoughts and let the corners of his mouth curve upward. What? Don't you believe I have the means? No, I just... Qinxian flushed, stammering her explanation. You just think I might be pulling your leg, right? Zhou Yang cut straight to the chase. Qinxian blushed even deeper, her thoughts exposed, but she nodded reluctantly. You know what? The biggest problem with you streamers is your narrow-mindedness. You're always fixated on the immediate gains, never thinking about the long term. Qinxian felt a pang of discomfort at those words. What did he mean by narrow-minded? She'd been in the streaming world for so long, what kind of people hadn't she seen? I'm just being cautious, she retorted. She pouted, a hint of resentment in her voice. Besides, with all the scammers online these days, I have to be extra careful, right? Zhou Yang looked her up and down. That look made Qinxian feel inexplicably uneasy. Fine, take your time deciding. He picked up the documents again, as if Qinxian had vanished. But let me be clear, this is your only chance. Qinxian began to feel anxious. She had expected Zhou Yang to keep persuading her, or perhaps offer better terms. Instead, he was so abrupt, ready to end the conversation outright. This contrast suddenly made her realize she might have missed something crucial. No, brother Zhou, don't get angry. She quickly adopted a pleading tone. It's not that I'm unwilling, I just want to understand more. Zhou Yang set down his documents, his gaze softening once more. What exactly do you want to know? Well, what resources your company could offer me, the compensation package, that sort of thing. Qinxian asked cautiously, afraid of upsetting him again. Zhou Yang gave a faint smile, and his next words left Qinxian utterly stunned. Once I sign you, I'll only spend my money on you. At least 1 million a month. Qinxian's heart pounded violently, nearly causing her to jump up from the sofa. 1 million a month? This promise was too tempting. Right now, she'd be grateful to receive 10,000 in gifts a month. Really? Her eyes widened. My word is my bond. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Meng pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Zhou, it's settled. She approached Zhou Yang's desk. Tianqing Entertainment was surprisingly cooperative. They'll release her immediately for 5 million yuan in breach of contract fees. Chen Xian was utterly stunned. How long had it even been? Not even an hour. 5 million yuan, and it was settled just like that? Lin Meng stole a glance at Chen Xian, her mind filled with doubts. This streamer seemed nothing special. Was it really worth it for Mr. Zhou to spend 5 million to poach her? Prepare the contract. Zhou Yang instructed Lin Meng. Under the terms I mentioned earlier. Lin Meng nodded and turned to leave. A moment later, she returned holding a contract. Mr. Zhou, the contract is drafted. Please review it. Zhou Yang took the contract, flipped through a few pages casually, then handed it to Chen Xian. Take a look and raise any concerns. Chen Xian took the contract and began reading it carefully. When she reached the salary section, she nearly gasped aloud. Base salary, 500,000. Gift revenue split 50-50. Plus various bonuses and benefits. This package was more than double what Tianqing Entertainment offered. But upon reading the fine print, she hesitated. I have to stream for over 4 hours every day, and Brother Zhou, you must watch my stream daily too. Chen Xian pointed to the clause in the contract. Isn't this a bit too strict? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. What, got a problem with it? No, it's just that I feel. Chen Xian bit her lip, gathering her courage to speak. What if Brother Zhou gets too busy one day and forgets? Then what do you suggest we do? Zhou Yang watched her with keen interest. Chen Xian thought for a moment before cautiously suggesting. How about this, if Brother Zhou ever misses my livestream, you have to make it up to me with a carnival. Lin Meng rolled her eyes beside them. This woman really dared to make demands. A carnival costs 2,000 yuan and she actually had the nerve to ask. Fine. Zhou Yang agreed without hesitation. Any other requests? Seeing how easygoing Zhou Yang was, Chen Xian grew bolder. Can I request a dedicated makeup artist? And a costume stylist? Sure. Then, could I also have an assistant? No problem. And the livestream studio decor, I want a pink princess theme. Chen Xian grew more animated with each request, completely forgetting her earlier nervousness. Zhou Yang agreed to everything, a faint smile never leaving his face. This woman truly embodied the typical streamer mindset, always testing the other party's limits. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. Go ahead and make your demands, these investments will pay off tenfold in the end. Then it's settled. Zhou Yang stood up, his tone calm. Sign here. Chen Xian picked up the pen and solemnly signed her name on the contract. After signing, she felt a surge of excitement, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Bro Zhou, when should I start streaming? Tonight. Chapter 41, The Little Streamer's Lure. Zhou Yang tucked away the contract. Lin Meng will arrange for someone to set up your live streaming studio. It'll be done within 3 hours. Chen Xian jumped for joy. This was like manna from heaven. From a minor streamer on the verge of fading into obscurity to a signed artist with top-tier treatment. Zhou Yang watched her excitement and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The little girl had no idea this contract was essentially a contract of indentured servitude. But let her enjoy the moment now. She'd understand everything later. Lin Meng, show her the live streaming studio. Zhou Yang waved his hand, his voice returning to its usual calm. And give her an overview of the company's other operations. Lin Meng nodded. Miss Chen, please follow me. Chen Xian stood up and followed Lin Meng. As she reached the doorway, she turned back and flashed Zhou Yang a flirtatious glance. Brother Zhou, remember to watch my live stream tonight. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. Chen Xian's livestream studio was quickly decorated. It was decorated in a pink princess style. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, plush toys piled in the corners, and the entire room radiated a cute, girly vibe. The entire livestream studio was transformed. Wow! Babies, check out Xuan's new livestream room. Chen Xian twirled in front of the camera, wearing a white lace princess dress. The pastel-hued studio paired with her lovely face created a scene so beautiful it seemed unreal. The chat exploded instantly. Xuan's new studio is so luxurious. How much did this decor cost? Did Xian switch agencies? That's right. Xian is now a signed streamer with Star Candy Entertainment. She flashed a heart sign, her lace skirt swaying back and forth in front of the camera. I'll be bringing you all even better content from now on. Viewers buzzed with speculation about this Star Candle Entertainment. Midway through the stream, a familiar ID popped up. Zhou Tianzi entered the stream, triggering a carnival-themed special effect that instantly filled the screen. Thank you, Brother Zhou Tianzi. Chen Xian's voice instantly turned sweet as honey, her whole face lighting up. Brother Zhou looks so handsome today too. The chat erupted in excitement. The big spender who dropped 2 million yesterday is back. Xian has a sugar daddy now. Looks like she's about to get sponsored. Chen Xian flushed slightly, feigning coyness. I don't have any sugar daddy. Brother Zhou is just Xuan's good friend. Zhou Yang watched the livestream and couldn't help but laugh. This girl's acting is pretty impressive. She just signed a contract selling herself, yet she still plays the innocent act so convincingly. She could give by way a run for her money. He began sending gifts rhythmically. 1 carnival, 2 carnivals. Each one appeared just as Chen Xian was about to hit a lull. Chen Xian grew increasingly excited, singing and dancing in the livestream. She kept thanking everyone, and every time she bent over, a glimpse of her cleavage was visible. Brother Zhou, what song would you like Chen Xian to sing? She leaned against the chair back, deliberately bending over to flirt with the camera. Zhou Yang typed in the chat, whatever you sing, I'll love it. Those words made Chen Xian's heart melt with sweetness. She began singing a sweet love song, her voice so soft and velvety it gave people goosebumps. The live stream lasted 3 hours, during which Zhou Yang tipped a total of 800,000 yuan. Chen Xian was so thrilled she felt like she could fly. Thank you for joining me today, Brother Zhou Tianzi. Before the stream ended, she blew a kiss to the camera. Chen Xian will be back on stream tomorrow at the same time. After shutting down the stream, Chen Xian immediately sent Zhou Yang a private message. Brother Zhou, thank you so much for today. You're truly the best. Chen Xian is so happy. Zhou Yang replied with a smiley face and didn't respond further. He knew the art of playing hard to get better than anyone. The next morning, Chen Xian woke up early. She rummaged through her wardrobe and finally chose the sexiest outfit. A black low-cut knit top, a red bodycon mini skirt, black stockings, and high heels. After checking the mirror and confirming she looked stunning, she slipped into her shoes and headed out. Mr. Zhou, Miss Chen is here. The receptionist knocked on the door to announce her arrival. Let her in. Zhou Yang didn't look up, continuing to review the documents in his hands. Chen Xian walked into the office in her high heels, deliberately slowing her pace. She wanted Zhou Yang to fully appreciate her carefully chosen outfit for the day. Brother Zhou, I'm here to see you, she cooed. Only then did Zhou Yang lift his head. Chen Xian was undeniably sexy today. That low-cut sweater barely contained her ample bosom. What's up? His tone was flat, as if he were oblivious to the stunning sight before him. Chen Xian felt a pang of disappointment. She'd expected Zhou Yang to compliment her, or at least give her a second glance. Nothing much, just wanted to thank Brother Zhou for the gifts you sent me yesterday. She walked over to Zhou Yang's desk and deliberately bent over to organize the papers on it. This posture brought her chest almost flush with the desk surface, revealing a deep cleavage fully exposed before Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced over, his expression unchanged. Seeing his lack of reaction, Chen Xian grew bolder. She circled behind him and gently placed both hands on his shoulders. Brother Zhou, your shoulders are so tense. She began massaging his shoulders, her body pressed close against his. The sweet scent of her skin reached Zhou Yang's nose, making him involuntarily sniff. Must be from working too hard. Chen Xian continued the massage, her movements growing increasingly bold. Let Chen Xian help you relax. Her hands slid from his shoulders to his chest, gently caressing his pectoral muscles through his shirt. Zhou Yang grabbed her wrist. Enough. Chen Xian was startled by his sudden movement, but quickly regained her coquettish expression. Brother Zhou, don't you like it when Chen Xian does this? She pouted her lips in feigned hurt, looking utterly pitiful. Zhou Yang released her hand and swiveled his chair to face her. What do you want? Chen Xian's eyes darted around before she simply sat down on Zhou Yang's lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body closer. Chen Xian doesn't want anything just to be closer to Brother Zhou. You showered me with so many gifts yesterday, and Chen Xian wants to repay you properly. Whispering close to Zhou Yang's ear, her warm breath tickled his earlobe. Brother Zhou, how would you like Chen Xian to repay you? Chen Xian still had a fever when the office door suddenly swung open. Lin Meng walked in holding documents and froze at the sight before her. Startled, Chen Xian immediately jumped off Zhou Yang's lap, her face flushing as red as an apple. Mr. Zhou, I'll come back later to report on the work. Lin Meng said awkwardly, preparing to turn and leave. No need. Stay. Zhou Yang smoothed his clothes, his expression calm as ever. He turned his gaze to Chen Xian, his tone turning stern. During work hours, refrain from engaging in such unrelated activities. Chapter 42, Chen Xian's Gratitude and Improper Reward. Lin Meng sat back down with the documents, still wearing the mortified expression from being caught red-handed. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to report on the training progress of those new hires. She opened the folder, deliberately avoiding Chen Xian's gaze. Li Xiaoyu has performed exceptionally well. The vocal coach says she's very talented and picks things up quickly. She's already capable of handling a small live stream independently. Zhou Yang nodded. This outcome was exactly what he had expected. What about Zhang Xinran and Wang Sisi? Lin Meng frowned. Those two are dragging the whole team down. Zhang Xinran is always late and constantly butting heads with the makeup artist, complaining that the makeup isn't pretty enough. Wang Sisi is even worse. Yesterday she got into a fight with the dance instructor, saying the moves were too difficult for her to learn. Zhou Yang shook his head in disbelief. True cannon fodder material lacking even basic professionalism. Some people are just born to be background noise. Give them one last chance. If they don't improve, terminate their contracts immediately. Lin Meng nodded in agreement, gathered her documents, and prepared to leave. I'll get back to work then, Mr. Zhou. Before leaving, she shot Chen Xian a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, little girl, you're playing with fire. After the door closed, only 2 people remained in the office. Chen Xian had long forgotten the embarrassment of being caught earlier. She walked back to Zhou Yang's side. Brother Zhou, Xian Xian got quite startled just now. She deliberately pouted her lips, adopting a pitifully adorable expression. I haven't even had a chance to thank you properly yet. She made a move to sit back on Zhou Yang's lap, this time even bolder than before. Since she'd mentioned repaying the favor, she intended to follow through. Zhou Yang didn't stop her, letting her settle back down. Chen Xian's heart leapt with joy. It seemed Brother Zhou couldn't resist her charm after all. Brother Zhou, you spent so much money on Xian Xian yesterday. I'm truly touched. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck, pressing her body closer. Xian Xian has never met such a generous guy. I mean, such a wonderful person. Feeling the soft warmth of the girl in his arms, Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. How do you want to thank me? Xian Xian blushed and her heart raced at his sudden initiative, but she quickly composed herself. Xian Xian would do anything for Brother Zhou. She leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear, her voice dripping with seductive charm. As long as Brother Zhou is happy. Zhou Yang gazed at her radiant face as his hands began to roam her waist. Is that so? Then let's have a thorough discussion about our work collaboration. Chen Xian's heart pounded wildly, but she maintained a coy expression. Brother Zhou, you're so naughty. This is the office. Zhou Yang stood up abruptly and scooped her up in his arms. Then let's discuss business inside. He carried Chen Xian toward the lounge at the back of the office. Chen Xian clung tightly to his neck, her heart racing with both nervousness and excitement. She knew this step was inevitable sooner or later. Since Zhou Yang was willing to spend so much money on her, it was only fair for her to give something in return. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Besides, Zhou Yang wasn't bad-looking, and he was so wealthy she was getting a great deal. Entering the lounge, Zhou Yang laid Chen Xian on the large bed and looked down at her from above. Regretting it? Chen Xian shook her head and reached out to grab his pant leg. Xian Xian doesn't regret it. As long as it makes Brother Zhou happy. But her thoughts were elsewhere. As long as she clung tightly to Zhou Yang's golden leg, what resources would she ever need to worry about? Forget the minor streamers at Tianqing Entertainment, even top-tier internet celebrities might not get VIP treatment like hers. Zhou Yang had assumed winning Chen Xian over would take some effort, but she was surprisingly proactive. Since she was offering herself up, he wouldn't hesitate to take advantage. Chen Xian closed her eyes and wrapped her arms tightly around him. In this moment, she felt her life was finally about to take off. With Zhou Yang as her sugar daddy, she'd soon become a top-tier internet celebrity. Then, all those who had once looked down on her would have to look up to her. The two began discussing business collaboration, starting with the basics and gradually delving deeper. An hour later, their in-depth business discussion finally concluded. The multi-billion-dollar project was now officially sealed. A system notification chimed in Zhou Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the objective, Chen Xian. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher-tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, Kato's eagle claw. Seeing the last reward, Zhou Yang nearly burst out laughing. This system really is utterly irreverent. Chapter 43, Anti-Cuckold Device? More like a goddess magnet. Zhou Yang nearly laughed out loud as he read the system's final reward message. He tapped the description to view details. Kato's eagle claw, only effective on the opposite sex. Each target can only be affected once. Successful activation increases host dependency by 50%. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. This was practically a cuck-proofing tool. Though he didn't believe his woman would betray him, an extra layer of protection couldn't hurt. He glanced at Chen Xian, who was still beside him, and a faint smile touched his lips. Brother Zhou, why did you suddenly smile? Nothing. Just think you're adorable. Zhou Yang reached out and began to cast his skill. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Yang didn't respond, his movements uninterrupted. This ability was truly magical. Half an hour later. The two tidied up their clothes and stepped out of the lounge. Chen Xian smoothed her disheveled clothes, occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Yang with eyes full of adoration. Brother Zhou, can I come see you after my live stream tonight? She asked softly. Zhou Yang gently patted her head. I've got plans tonight. Let's talk tomorrow. Chen Xian pouted but said nothing more, nodding obediently. Returning to his desk, Zhou Yang began handling official business. In his mind, however, he was already scheming to try out this magical skill on Liu Yufei and Bai Wei when he got home tonight. Over the next few days, Zhou Yang significantly increased the resources allocated to Chen Xian. The company's momentum grew steadily as it forged collaborations with several industry peers. He came to the office every day, occasionally engaging in in-depth work discussions with Chen Xian. In the evenings, he would sometimes stop by Wang Hui's place to visit. His schedule was meticulously planned down to the hour, making him a true master of time management. Chen Xian's livestream viewership surged rapidly. Zhou Yang appeared punctually in her livestream every night, showering her with hundreds of thousands of virtual gifts. This made other streamers envious, prompting them to inquire about the identity of this mysterious figure known as Zhou Tianzi. "Brother Zhou, look at my stats today." Chen Xian burst into Zhou Yang's office, excitedly waving her phone. "My followers jumped by 100,000. 5 of the top 10 gifters are new big spenders who came in my honor." Zhou Yang nodded, continuing to review the documents in his hands. "Nice work." Seeing his lackluster reaction, Chen Xian pouted. "Brother Zhou, aren't you going to praise me?" Zhou Yang set down the documents and pinched her cheek. "What's there to praise? Isn't this just what you should be doing? Then could you send more gifts tonight? I want to push for the top spot on the monthly rankings." Chen Xian blinked her big eyes, her face full of anticipation. Zhou Yang smiled. "Sure, but you have to agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Come to my place after tonight's livestream." Chen Xian's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. "Sure thing." Zhou Yang smiled with satisfaction. This little girl really is easy to please. That evening, Chen Xian's livestream exploded with viewers. Zhou Yang sent 1,000,000 gifts in one go, propelling her straight to the top of the monthly rankings. The chat exploded with messages, everyone speculating about the relationship between this big spender and the streamer. After the stream ended, Chen Xian rushed to the garden community following the address Zhou Yang had given her. Zhou Yang had been waiting there for some time. As soon as she entered, Chen Xian scanned the place, feeling a bit disappointed. The apartment was decent, but it fell short of what she had imagined. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, nothing." Zhou Yang saw through her thoughts and smiled. "This is just a spare place. I don't live here normally." "Ha? Brother Zhou, then where do you live?" "Binjiang Villa District." Chen Xian's eyes lit up. That was a neighborhood where the wealthy gathered. A greedy gleam flashed in her eyes. "Brother Zhou, how did you get so rich?" Zhou Yang didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the red wine on the table and poured 2 glasses. "Care for some?" Chen Xian took the glass and sipped it slowly. "Brother Zhou, the villas in Binjiang must be expensive, right? Tens of millions, I guess." "Never counted exactly," Zhou Yang said casually. Chen Xian gasped. He casually mentioned a house costing tens of millions. Was this man genuinely wealthy, or just pretending? "By the way, Brother Zhou, I want to ask you something." She set down her wineglass, her expression suddenly turning serious. "What is it?" "I heard the company signed a few new streamers." "Is that true?" Zhou Yang nodded. "Yeah, a few." "Why?" Chen Xian bit her lip. "So, will you be tipping them too?" Seeing her nervous expression, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. "What, jealous?" "Of course not." Chen Xian pouted. "I'm just asking." Zhou Yang set down his glass, stepped closer, and lifted her chin. "Don't worry. I told you my money is only for you." Chen Xian finally smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Then tonight, I'll have to thank Brother Zhou properly." The next morning, Zhou Yang arrived at the office. As soon as he reached the lobby, he spotted a familiar figure standing hesitantly at the building entrance. She wore a simple white shirt paired with black trousers, her hair pulled back into a low ponytail, radiating an intellectual beauty. Zhou Yang froze. It was Su Zhixia, the goddess he had pursued for 2 whole years in college, the unattainable goddess who seemed so high and mighty. What was she doing here? Ding. Host approaching A+ level target Su Zhixia. System automatically analyzing. Suggested approach, target exhibits inner pride and repression. Recommend breaching psychological defenses to undermine self-esteem. Su Zhixia seemed to sense someone watching her and turned around. When she saw Zhou Yang, she froze for a moment before pursing her lips. Zhou Yang? It's you. Zhou Yang composed his expression and stepped forward. Long time no see, Zhixia. Su Zhixia looked him up and down, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. You've really changed so much. Is this your company? Zhou Yang nodded. Yes, Star Candle Entertainment. I never imagined you'd become so successful. Su Zhixia forced a smile. I remember back in college you said you wanted to be a programmer. Zhou Yang chuckled but didn't respond. He marveled inwardly that the goddess who had once barely acknowledged his existence was now striking up a conversation with him, her face full of astonishment. What brings you here? He asked. Su Zhixia nodded, her expression turning slightly embarrassed. Actually, I'm here for an interview. I heard your company is hiring, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Haven't you found a job yet? Nope, not yet, Su Zhixia replied with a wry smile. Finding work isn't easy these days. Zhou Yang paused for a moment, then made up his mind. Come with me. Let's talk properly. Su Zhixia's eyes lit up and she hurried after him. Really? Thank you so much. Once inside the elevator, Su Zhixia leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered softly. Zhou Yang, I've always felt sorry about what happened in college. Zhou Yang pressed the floor button and smiled. Let's not dwell on the past. Su Zhixia bit her lip, hesitating to speak. Stepping out of the elevator, Zhou Yang pushed open the glass doors. The receptionist couldn't help but glance at Su Zhixia a few extra times. She's stunningly beautiful with such grace. Could she be the boss's new girlfriend? Good afternoon, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang nodded in response and strode straight toward his office. Whispers began to stir throughout the office area. Who's that woman? She seems quite elegant. Is she new here? Su Zhixia surveyed the company environment, gaining a new perspective on Zhou Yang. Her heart grew heavier with mixed emotions as she recalled the 2 years Zhou Yang had pursued her in college. If only she hadn't been so proud back then and had accepted his advances. Wouldn't her life be vastly different now? Chapter 44, The Underdog's Comeback. The Secretary's Duties. Zhou Yang pushed open the office door and stepped aside. Come in and sit down. Su Zhixia entered the office, glancing around. She sat down on the sofa, her hands neatly placed on her knees. Zhou Yang poured her a glass of water. As he handed it to her, his fingers brushed against hers. Su Zhixia flinched slightly, took the glass, and sipped it cautiously. So, what position are you applying for? Zhou Yang sat down across from her, crossing his legs. Director of Operations. Su Zhixia set down the glass, striving to make her voice sound confident. I saw your company's job posting. Zhou Yang smiled. Do you have relevant experience? A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Zhixia's face as she shook her head. While I don't have direct experience, I'm a quick learner, and what? And I really need this job. Su Zhixia bit her lip, her expression hopeful. She had already sent out dozens of resumes, only to have them either go unanswered or be rejected for various reasons. The prestige of a PhD from overseas wasn't as valuable in the job market as she'd imagined. Zhou Yang leaned back against the sofa, feigning deep thought. Zhixia, this job isn't right for you. Su Zhixia's face instantly fell, her hands clenching tightly together. Why? I can learn it, The operations director requires extensive hands-on experience. You're simply not the right fit. Zhou Yang cut her off, showing no mercy. Su Zhixia lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Another rejection. Zhou Yang slowly appraised her. Her white shirt outlined elegant curves, while black trousers hugged her long legs. Her face behind the gold-rimmed glasses remained exquisitely refined, though she carried a touch more maturity than in college. Su Zhixia felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her legs unconsciously pressing together tighter. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, suddenly recalling that the secretary's office next door was still vacant. How could a boss not have a secretary? Even if it was just for the sake of having someone pleasant to look at. There's a job more suited to you. It's up to you whether you take it. Su Zhixia lifted her head, hope reigniting in her eyes. What kind of job? Be my secretary. Su Zhixia froze, speechless for a long moment. A PhD returning from abroad as a secretary? The idea was hard for her to accept. In her mind, secretaries were merely there to serve tea, fetch water, and organize documents. What do you think? Will you consider it? What exactly does a secretary do? Su Zhixia asked hesitantly. Manage my schedule, assist with my work, and accompany me to various events. Zhou Yang paused. And of course, the salary won't be anything to sneeze at. How much? 50,000 a month, plus various benefits. Zhou Yang held up 5 fingers. Su Zhixia's heart skipped a beat. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan was exactly what she needed right now. But there's one condition. Zhou Yang's tone turned serious. You must obey my every command 24/7 and be available at a moment's notice. This is a job requirement, no exceptions. Su Zhixia remained silent for a long time. As an intellectual with dignity, working as someone's secretary felt somewhat humiliating. Yet the pressure of reality forced her to bow her head. I agree. She finally nodded. Zhou Yang smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. I'll have someone process your onboarding paperwork. He pressed the intercom button. Lin Meng, come in for a moment. Lin Meng pushed open the door and paused slightly upon seeing Su Zhixia. This woman is truly beautiful. Could she be the boss's new target? This is Su Zhixia, my new secretary. Take her to complete her onboarding paperwork and assign her a workstation. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Lin Meng nodded to Su Zhixia. Miss Su, please follow me. Su Zhixia stood up and followed Lin Meng out of the office. Zhou Yang watched her retreating figure, feeling exceptionally pleased. The goddess he'd once pursued, the aloof PhD who'd kept him waiting for 2 years, was now his secretary. This reversal of status thrilled him immensely. He could already imagine the thrill of conquering Su Zhixia. An hour later, Su Zhixia knocked and entered. Zhou Yang looked up and froze in place. She had changed into a standard business outfit. A black tailored blazer, white shirt, pencil skirt, and black stockings. The intellectual beauty of before had instantly transformed into a career woman, radiating the allure of a mature woman. Especially those long legs encased in black stockings, accentuated by high heels, were enough to stir the imagination. Ms. Zhou, here are my personal documents. Su Zhixia walked to the desk, bent over to place the folder down. Her shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of smooth, white skin. Zhou Yang swallowed hard, his desire to conquer her growing even stronger. Was this the legendary workplace temptation? It was utterly intoxicating. I'll review the materials later. First, tell me about your work schedule for today. Su Zhixia pulled out her notebook, ready to take notes. Go ahead. There's a meeting at 3 p.m. You'll take notes. Then there's a dinner meeting at 7 p.m. You'll accompany me. Got it. Also, from now on, just call me Zhou Yang. No need to be so formal. Su Zhixia nodded and put away her notebook, preparing to leave. Wait. Zhou Yang called after her. Come here for a moment. Su Zhixia walked over to him, and Zhou Yang suddenly stood up. The distance between them closed instantly, leaving Su Zhixia momentarily flustered. There's something I need to remind you about. Zhou Yang leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. As my secretary, you must obey my every instruction. Whatever I ask you to do, you cannot refuse. Understand? Su Zhixia's body stiffened slightly, her expression flushing with panic. I understand. Just then, a sweet, innocent female voice drifted in from outside the office. Honey, I'm here to see you. Chapter 45, What You Can't Have, Always Stirs. Liu Yufei pushed open the door, followed closely by Bai Wei. Both women froze instantly upon seeing Su Zhixia. Wasn't this the woman they'd encountered at the shopping mall last time? Zhou Yang's college classmate Su Zhixia, the one whose face had turned ashen from their relentless bragging. Su Zhixia took a slight step back, recognizing these two strikingly beautiful women who had left such a deep impression on her. A subtle tension filled the air. You can go ahead and start working, Zhou Yang said casually. Su Zhixia nodded, gave them a polite smile, and turned to leave the office. As soon as the door closed, Bai Wei bounced up to Zhou Yang. Brother, how did she end up here? Bai Wei stared with wide almond-shaped eyes, her voice thick with confusion. Su Zhixia is now my secretary, Zhou Yang said casually. Bai Wei pouted, hands on her hips. Brother, have you taken a liking to her? Liu Yufei joined in, narrowing her eyes as she stared at Zhou Yang. Exactly. You wouldn't be thinking of taking her on too, would you? Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh at their jealous expressions. He reached out and pinched Bai Wei's rosy cheeks. My little jealousy pot, already getting jealous? Bai Wei's cheeks flushed red from his touch, but she persisted. I'm not jealous at all. I'm just curious. Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms, wrapping his other arm around Liu Yufei. My two treasures, you're both carrying my child now. What is there to fear? He gently stroked Liu Yufei's slightly rounded belly. Besides, even if I did have feelings for her, it wouldn't change how much I love you both. Liu Yufei shot him a disbelieving look. That sounds nice, but men's words are deceitful ghosts. But the smile on her face betrayed the sweetness in her heart. Bai Wei went straight for it, plopping herself onto Zhou Yang's lap. Brother, if you dare treat us badly, I'll bite you to death. She made a fierce expression, but paired with her innocent face, it only made her look adorable. Zhou Yang embraced both girls, his mood soaring. My silly girls, who could possibly shake your position now? The two women exchanged a glance that was undeniably true. They both knew Zhou Yang was a big jerk. But now they were both carrying his child that was their greatest security. But a woman's jealousy never fades so easily. Why are you both at the office today? Zhou Yang changed the subject. It's too boring at home, Bai Wei pouted, her voice so soft it could melt butter. All I do is eat and sleep. I'm going to get moldy. Liu Yufei nodded in agreement. Exactly. We wanted to see your office and check if there were any temptresses around. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the office door swung open again. Chen Xian burst in excitedly, still chattering away. Brother Zhou, I just thought of a new live streaming idea. Her words trailed off as she took in the scene inside the office. Bai Wei was sitting on Zhou Yang's lap, while Liu Yufei massaged his back. The intimate scene between the three of them made Chen Xian's heart sink. Her plan to throw herself into Zhou Yang's arms and act coy instantly evaporated. Forcing a smile, she pretended nothing was amiss. Oh, you guys are chatting? I won't disturb you then. She quickly reported last night's livestream data before hurrying away. The moment the door closed, Chen Xian leaned against the wall, her chest heaving. She knew Zhou Yang had other women besides her, but seeing it with her own eyes still stung. Why did they get to be so openly affectionate while she had to hide in the shadows? In the office, Bai Wei and Liu Yufei perked up immediately. Honey, who's that little vixen? Liu Yufei narrowed her eyes. Brother, she's your woman too, right? Bai Wei asked directly. Zhou Yang shook his head with a wry smile. Are you two running a household registration check? We absolutely must, they declared in unison. This display was pure jealousy incarnate. Zhou Yang had no choice but to tell the truth. Her name is Chen Xian. She's a contracted streamer for our company. Didn't you guys watch her live stream before? That's it? Liu Yufei clearly didn't buy it. That's it. Zhou Yang feigned innocence. Bai Wei traced circles on his chest, her movements slightly provocative. Brother, you're not lying to us, are you? The way she looks at you is definitely not right. Liu Yufei chimed in. Exactly. That looked like she could eat you alive. Zhou Yang chuckled at their jealousy. Alright. Even if I did have something with her, you two are still the most important people to me. He kissed Bai Wei's forehead and gently stroked Liu Yufei's hand. In a little while, I'll accompany you both home and formally propose to your parents. Hearing this, both women's faces lit up with satisfied smiles. But Bai Wei couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Brother, your company just opened not long ago, and you already have 2 women. She counted on her fingers. Su Zhixia, Chen Xian, who knows if there are more? Liu Yufei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Who knows how things will turn out in the future? Zhou Yang laughed heartily. Well, that depends on whether my charm is strong enough. After a moment of affection, Zhou Yang led them to the company cafeteria for lunch. As they entered the cafeteria, employees turned their heads to stare. Though they pretended not to notice, they couldn't help but secretly marvel at the boss's good fortune. With 2 women by his side, both stunningly beautiful, he was truly living the dream. A few male employees discreetly gave him a thumbs up, green with envy. Su Zhixia sat in a corner of the cafeteria, silently eating her lunch. Watching Zhou Yang and the other 2 sitting close together not far away, a complex mix of emotions stirred within her. Zhou Yang was serving Bai Wei food, his gentle and considerate manner leaving Su Zhixia feeling a bit dazed. Back in college, Zhou Yang had once treated her with such attentiveness. Every morning, he'd wait for her downstairs at the dormitory, holding steaming soy milk and buns. On rainy days, he would silently hold an umbrella and follow behind her. When she was sick, he'd buy medicine and deliver it to her dorm door. If she hadn't rejected Zhou Yang's advances back then, would she be the one he doted on now? She shook her head, trying to shake off the thought. What was the point of dwelling on it now? Life has no what-ifs. What's missed is missed. Su Zhixia set down her chopsticks. The food in her mouth had lost all flavor. She stole a glance at Zhou Yang's table, her emotions growing even more tangled. Back then, when she rejected Zhou Yang, she had thought he wasn't good enough for her. And now? He was worth millions, surrounded by beautiful women, while she had sunk to being a mere secretary. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Zhou Yang sensed Su Zhixia's gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met in midair. Su Zhixia hastily lowered her head, pretending to focus on her meal. Bai Wei keenly noticed this detail. Brother, what are you looking at? Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze and replied with a smile. Nothing much. Just noticed the staff seem to be in good spirits. Liu Yufei followed his gaze and caught sight of Su Zhixia. You mean her, right? Zhou Yang neither denied nor confirmed it. Bai Wei pouted. Brother, you wouldn't actually have feelings for her, would you? You chased after her in college, didn't you? Liu Yufei cut straight to the chase. Zhou Yang nodded. I did chase her, but that's all in the past now. The 2 women exchanged a knowing glance, alarm bells ringing in their heads. They knew men all too well, especially a womanizer like Zhou Yang. Men often dwell most on the women they couldn't have. And Su Zhixia was quite attractive, working under him now, spending every day together. Wasn't this opportunity practically handed to him on a silver platter? Brother, you can't do anything to betray us, Bai Wei cooed, clinging to Zhou Yang's arm. Exactly. We're both carrying your child now, Liu Yufei chimed in, not to be outdone. Sandwiched between the 2, Zhou Yang found himself rather enjoying the attention. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But to the 2 women, those words sounded utterly unreliable. Under control? What exactly was he in control of? Did he have a plan to win Su Zhixia over, or a plan to stay away from her? Chapter 46, Do you regret rejecting me? Brother, why don't you get a new secretary? Bai Wei suggested. Exactly. What if she tries to seduce you? Liu Yufei chimed in. Zhou Yang chuckled. You're overthinking it. Su Zhixia isn't that kind of person. That's what all men say. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. The more proper a woman seems, the more likely she is to seduce men behind closed doors. Bai Wei nodded in agreement. Brother, you'd better be careful. Don't let her facade fool you. Zhou Yang listened to their jealous banter, secretly delighted. It seemed conquering Su Zhixia would bring some unexpected perks. After lunch, back in the office, Zhou Yang summoned Su Zhixia. Is everything ready for the 3 p.m. meeting? Su Zhixia flipped open her notebook. It's all set. The conference room is booked. Very good. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Bai Wei and Liu Yufei watched Su Zhixia with piercing stares, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. I'll step out then. Su Zhixia hurried away. The door had barely closed when Liu Yufei spoke up. Honey, there's definitely something off about this Su Zhixia. Liu Yufei lowered her voice, watching Zhou Yang warily. Exactly. Didn't you see how she was stealing glances at you just now? Bai Wei clung tightly to Zhou Yang's arm, her little face puffing up. Zhou Yang gently patted her head. You're overthinking it. She's just my secretary. Oomph. You can never trust a man's words. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes and said to Bai Wei. Wei, we need to keep a close eye on her. We can't let that woman slip through the cracks. Bai Wei nodded repeatedly, the two having already formed a united front. Zhou Yang watched their nervous expressions and chuckled inwardly. These two little jealousy pots, their reactions were quite amusing. But he really didn't have the energy to deal with their jealousy right now. He had a meeting to attend this afternoon. Alright, you two go home and rest. You shouldn't be running around everywhere while pregnant, it's not good for your health. No way. I'm staying here to keep an eye on you. Bai Wei clung to him like a spoiled child, refusing to let go. Liu Yufei approached as well. Exactly. What if you do something with that woman and we never find out? Zhou Yang felt a headache coming on. These two women's possessiveness was growing stronger by the day. A soft knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Su Zhixia entered, holding meeting materials in her hands. Zhou Yang, the meeting materials are ready. Should I present them now? Seeing Bai Wei and Liu Yufei still present, a flicker of awkwardness crossed her face. You two go ahead. I'll come back later. No need. They were just about to leave. Zhou Yang cut in, then turned to the two women. Yufei, Wei, you two go ahead. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Bai Wei tried to say something, but Liu Yufei pulled her back. Let's go. We don't want to disturb his work. Though Liu Yufei felt annoyed, she knew better than to insist. Before leaving, both women shot Su Zhixia a piercing look, their eyes brimming with warning. Su Zhixia felt uneasy under their stares and only relaxed once they were gone. Sit down. Zhou Yang gestured toward the sofa. Su Zhixia walked over and sat down, legs together, maintaining a dignified posture. Tell me about the meeting. This meeting primarily discussed the company's development plan for next month. Attendees included department heads from all divisions. Su Zhixia opened her folder and began her report earnestly. I've already researched each department's current status and needs in advance and taken detailed notes. Zhou Yang nodded, gaining a new appreciation for her professional competence. Truly, as a PhD returned from overseas studies, she handled things with remarkable organization. Excellent. It seems I made the right choice in you. Su Zhixia's face lit up with a faint smile at the compliment. It was the first time she'd received recognition since joining the company, and a wave of warmth washed over her. By the way, have you prepared for tonight's dinner meeting? Zhou Yang suddenly remembered this matter. All set. It's with Mr. Zhang from Star Media to discuss a resource-sharing partnership. Su Zhixia closed her folder. It's at the Grand Flower Hotel at 7 tonight. Alright, you'll accompany me there. Zhou Yang stood up and walked over to her. Remember, you now represent both me and the company's image. Every word and action must be carefully considered. Su Zhixia looked up at him, feeling a bit nervous at such close proximity. The faint scent of his hormones drifted into her nostrils, making her heart race. I understand. She hurriedly stood up, but her movements were too abrupt, causing her to lose her balance slightly. Zhou Yang reached out and steadied her waist. Their bodies pressed together in an instant, and Su Zhixia could feel the warmth radiating from his chest. Be careful. Zhou Yang's voice murmured near her ear, his warm breath making her cheeks flush. Thank you. Su Zhixia hurriedly stepped back, her mind in turmoil. Zhou Yang watched her flustered expression, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. It seemed even the goddess of his past wasn't made of stone. She still felt nervous and her heart still skipped a beat. The afternoon meeting proceeded smoothly. Su Zhixia sat beside Zhou Yang, diligently jotting down every key point of the discussion. Her focused demeanor left Zhou Yang momentarily lost in thought. The profile behind her gold-rimmed glasses was as exquisitely crafted as a work of art. After the meeting, department heads were all impressed by this new secretary. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also highly capable, taking detailed and accurate notes. Secretary Su, would you like to grab a coffee sometime? Li, the head of the marketing department, approached her proactively. Thank you, but I still have work to attend to. Su Zhixia politely declined. Zhou Yang observed this and felt secretly satisfied. At least she was still decent and not flirting around. Back in her office, Su Zhixia began organizing the meeting minutes. You did well today. Zhou Yang walked up behind her, studying the dense text on the computer screen. It's my job. Su Zhixia stiffened slightly, aware of his presence behind her. Zhixia. Zhou Yang suddenly called her name. What? She turned around only to find Zhou Yang already seated at her desk. The looming angle made her feel uneasy. Do you regret it? What? Regret rejecting me? Zhou Yang stared directly into her eyes, his tone calm. Su Zhixia's face instantly drained of color. She didn't know how to answer this question. Never mind. What's done is done. Zhou Yang jumped down from the table and walked back to his seat. Get back to work. Su Zhixia exhaled in relief, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. If time could be turned back, would she still make the same choice? At 6 in the evening, Su Zhixia packed up her things and prepared to leave work. Zhou Yang, ready to go? MHM. The two walked out of the office together just as Qin Xian emerged from the live streaming studio. Seeing them leave together, she felt curious. Brother Zhou, where are you two headed? A dinner meeting. Zhou Yang offered no further explanation, simply pressing the elevator button. Chen Xian watched the elevator doors close, biting her lip. Su Zhixia, this woman was yet another threat. In the private room of the Grand Flower Hotel, General Manager Zhang had been waiting for quite some time. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Yang enter with a stunningly beautiful woman. Mr. Zhou, who is this? My secretary, Su Zhixia. Zhou Yang introduced. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Mr. Zhang extended his hand warmly, and Su Zhixia shook it politely. After everyone sat down, the conversation flowed smoothly. Mr. Zhang showed keen interest in the collaboration. However, his attention was clearly focused more on Su Zhixia. His gaze kept drifting over her face and figure, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Miss Su is truly gifted with both beauty and talent. Mr. Zhou is a very fortunate man. Mr. Zhang raised his wineglass, staring intently at her. Su Zhixia felt uneasy. Miss Su, shall we talk privately? Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Mr. Zhang reached out to take her hand. Mr. Zhang, please control yourself. Su Zhixia quickly pulled away, her expression sour. Chapter 47, The White Moonlight returns, and the little drama queen's jealousy boils over. Zhou Yang witnessed the scene, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He set down his glass and stood up. Mr. Zhang, you've had too much to drink. Zhou Yang's voice was soft, yet tinged with warning. Mr. Zhang's hand froze mid-air. Staring at Zhou Yang's composed face, the alcohol's effects dissipated almost instantly. Haha, I really have had too much to drink. Mr. Zhang gave an awkward laugh, withdrew his hand, and picked up his glass to cover his embarrassment. Come on, let's get back to discussing our partnership. Su Zhixia quietly exhaled in relief, her hands gripping the cutlery tightly. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to speak up at that moment, and her heart was still racing a little. Miss Su, I was rude earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Mr. Zhang offered his apology proactively, his demeanor considerably more restrained than before. It's fine. Su Zhixia replied, a warm wave of gratitude rising within her. The rest of the dinner proceeded smoothly. Mr. Zhang refrained from any inappropriate advances toward Su Zhixia, instead focusing on discussing project details with Zhou Yang. This collaboration has been truly delightful. Mr. Zhou, you're a young man of great promise, Mr. Zhang said, raising his glass at the end. You flatter me, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Yang replied politely. Stepping outside the hotel, the night breeze felt slightly chilly. Su Zhixia pulled her coat tighter around herself, the tension from the private room finally dissipating. Thank you, she murmured softly. What are you thanking me for? Zhou Yang feigned ignorance. Earlier, Mr. Zhang. He was just drunk, Zhou Yang cut her off. You're my secretary. Protecting you is my duty. Su Zhixia felt a warm glow in her heart. The words sounded ordinary, but to her now, they held extraordinary value. I'll drive you home. Zhou Yang opened the car door. No need, I'll just take a taxi, Su Zhixia waved her hands hurriedly. It's so late. It's not safe for a girl to take a taxi alone. Get in the car. Su Zhixia hesitated for a moment before finally sliding into the passenger seat. Soft music played inside the car. Su Zhixia sat perfectly straight, her hands neatly folded on her lap, watching the neon lights flash by outside the window. Zhixia. Zhou Yang spoke suddenly. How do you feel about your current job? Su Zhixia thought for a moment. It's okay. More fulfilling than I imagined. That's good. Zhou Yang smiled. To be honest, I was worried you might feel resentful. Undeserved? Su Zhixia felt a pang of bitterness. A PhD who studied abroad working as someone's secretary, it really was unfair. But she had no choice now. I'm not resentful, she murmured softly. There's no hierarchy in work. Zhou Yang stole a glance at her. Su Zhixia's profile looked exquisite under the streetlight, yet her expression carried a hint of melancholy. Zhixia, there's something I've always wondered, Zhou Yang continued. When you were abroad, did you ever think about coming back? Su Zhixia paused for a moment. I did, but there was never a suitable opportunity. What about now? Do you regret coming back? No regrets. Su Zhixia shook her head. Home is always home. The car pulled up at the entrance of an old residential complex. We're here. Su Zhixia unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to get out. Thanks for today. You're welcome. Zhou Yang paused. Remember to come to the office early tomorrow. Got it. After Su Zhixia got out, Zhou Yang didn't leave immediately. He watched her enter the residential compound, waiting until her figure disappeared before driving away. Back home, Su Zhixia took a shower but lay awake in bed, unable to sleep. The events of the day replayed in her mind over and over, especially the moment Zhou Yang had protected her, giving her a long-forgotten sense of security. She recalled Zhou Yang's kindness toward her during college. Back then, he was awkward but sincere. He waited for her every day beneath the dormitory building, rain or shine. He quietly remembered her preferences and always appeared when she needed him. Looking back now, rejecting Zhou Yang back then had been foolish. Su Zhixia shook her head, trying to banish these thoughts. The past couldn't be changed, and dwelling on it now only brought her more pain. The next morning, Su Zhixia arrived at the office as usual. She was still in her business attire, this time in gray, looking much more alert. "Good morning, Zhou Yang." She knocked and entered the office. Zhou Yang looked up, noticing she seemed much better today than yesterday. "Morning. Have you prepared today's schedule?" "All set." Su Zhixia opened her notebook. Video conference at 10 a.m., visit with President Li at 2 p.m., no evening commitments. "Excellent." Zhou Yang nodded approvingly. "By the way, did you finish organizing last night's contract?" "Yes, it's ready and printing now." As they spoke, Chen Xian walked in. She wore a pink dress and carried an elegant lunchbox. "Brother Zhou, I brought you a love lunch." Chen Xian smiled sweetly, completely oblivious to Su Zhixia's presence. Su Zhixia stopped in her tracks, standing awkwardly in place. Chen Xian, not before entering next time, Zhou Yang frowned. Only then did Chen Xian notice Su Zhixia, her smile instantly freezing. "Oh, Secretary Su is here too." She forced a smile. Su Zhixia nodded. "I'll go get the documents." She hurried out of the office, leaving Zhou Yang and Chen Xian behind. Chen Xian walked up to Zhou Yang and placed the lunchbox on the table. "Brother Zhou, I made this myself. Try some." "Thanks, but the company has a cafeteria." Chen Xian's expression darkened slightly. "Brother Zhou, do you have something against me?" "No." Zhou Yang looked up at her. "It's just that during work hours, I hope you can mind your manners." "Boundaries?" Chen Xian's voice rose. "What boundaries do we need between us? We know each other inside out." Zhou Yang didn't respond, continuing to process the documents. Chen Xian bit her lip, a mix of hurt and anger welling up inside her. Ever since Su Zhixia joined the company, Zhou Yang's attitude toward her had changed. "Brother Zhou, have you fallen for that Su Zhixia?" she asked bluntly. Zhou Yang paused, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Xian's eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Chen Xian exclaimed, her voice rising. "You treat her completely differently than you treat me." "Chen Xian, calm down." Zhou Yang stood up and walked toward her. "Su Zhixia is just my secretary. You're overthinking this." "Really?" Chen Xian looked up at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Yang gently stroked her cheek. "Of course it's true. No one can ever replace you in my heart." Hearing this, Chen Xian's tense emotions eased slightly. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang of her own accord, pressing her face against his chest. "Brother Zhou, I was just afraid of losing you." Zhou Yang patted her back. "You won't." A knock sounded on the office door, and Su Zhixia's voice came from outside. "Zhou Yang, I left the documents on your desk." Chen Xian heard Su Zhixia's voice and felt a wave of jealousy surge through her again. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Yang's lips. Chapter 48, Discussing Driving Skills? The doctor's face turned green. The moment Chen Xian's lips touched his, Zhou Yang pushed her away. "Come in." Su Zhixia entered, holding documents in her hand. She was about to set them down and leave when her peripheral vision caught sight of the faint pink mark on Zhou Yang's lip. The air froze. Su Zhixia stared at the lipstick mark, then glanced at Chen Xian, whose cheeks were flushed. "Just put the documents here," Zhou Yang said, acting as if nothing had happened. "All right." Su Zhixia's voice was calm as she placed the documents gently on the desk. The door closed, and Chen Xian smiled. "Brother Zhou, you've got my lipstick on your lips." Only then did Zhou Yang react, wiping his lips with the back of his hand. "Did you do that on purpose?" "I just wanted her to know your mind," Chen Xian whispered, tiptoeing to his ear. "And her expression earlier? That was priceless." "What expression?" "A woman's intuition tells me she's definitely not just a colleague to you," Chen Xian said triumphantly. "It's far more than a boss-secretary relationship." Outside the door, Su Zhixia leaned against the wall, her chest tight with unease. Why did her heart suddenly ache when she saw that lipstick mark? She shook her head and returned to her desk. "Since you're being so forward." Zhou Yang suddenly scooped Chen Xian up in his arms. "Brother Zhou." Chen Xian gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhou Yang carried her toward the break room inside the office. The door closed again, this time locked. An hour later, Chen Xian emerged from the break room, her hair disheveled and her cheeks flushed like apples. "Chen Xian, would you be willing to have my child?" Zhou Yang's words from earlier still echoed in her ears. Her heart pounded wildly, a mix of excitement and nervousness. Su Zhixia entered to report on work, glancing up briefly. "The video conference starts in 10 minutes. About earlier." Zhou Yang approached her. That's your personal matter, Su Zhixia cut him off. I'm just a secretary. After the video conference ended, Su Zhixia finally couldn't hold back. What were you two doing in the office for so long? Zhou Yang paused, taken aback. Discussing driving skills. Driving skills? Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up. Yes, Chuan's driving skills are quite good, Zhou Yang said earnestly. I'll teach you sometime too. Su Zhixia nodded, sensing something was off but choosing not to press further. That afternoon, after finishing work, Zhou Yang headed to the training room. A dozen young women were learning live streaming. Seeing him, they all grew nervous. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Wang Cici immediately approached him, deliberately puffing out her chest. How do you think we're doing? Please tell us if there's anything we need to improve, Zhang Xinran said in a voice so sweet it was almost sickening. Zhou Yang ignored them and walked straight to Li Xiaoyu in the corner. What are you practicing? I'm practicing singing and playing the guitar, Li Xiaoyu flushed. I want to perform during live streams. Good. Keep at it. Wang Cici and Zhang Xinran exchanged a glance, their hearts twisting with envy. Mr. Zhou, we've prepared a performance too. Wang Cici volunteered. Next time. Focus on mastering the basics first. Back in the office, Su Zhixia had already organized the day's materials. You worked hard today. It's my job. Wait. Zhou Yang called after her. Accompany me on an errand tonight. Su Zhixia paused her work. Where to? Dinner, Zhou Yang said casually. Remember what you said when you joined 24/7 on call. Su Zhixia paused for a few seconds. All right. Zhou Yang dialed Liu Yufei's number. Yufei, I have something to do tonight. I won't be coming home for dinner. Okay, honey. Xiao Wei and I will be waiting at home, came the gentle voice on the other end. After hanging up, Zhou Yang turned to Su Zhixia, let's go. They arrived at an artsy restaurant with paintings adorning the walls and soft jazz playing in the background. You should like it here, Zhou Yang said, pulling out a chair for her. Su Zhixia glanced around, sat down, and opened the menu. Order whatever you like. It's on me. Zhou Yang sat down. You worked really hard today. You're adapting faster than I expected. It's what I should do. Don't be so formal. We're college classmates. Zhou Yang ordered a bottle of red wine. Even though back then, you looked down on me, a broke loser. Su Zhixia paused slightly. I didn't look down on you. I was just focused on my studies back then. What about now? Zhou Yang poured 2 glasses of red wine. Now that you've finished your PhD, maybe it's time to consider other things? Su Zhixia took the glass, her voice tinged with bitterness. To be honest, after returning home, I realized that academic credentials don't mean everything. No one here cares about research done abroad. She took a sip, her cheeks flushing. Sometimes I wonder if all those years of effort were worth it. And you? Su Zhixia looked up at Zhou Yang. Your grades were average in college, yet now you run such a big company. Her tone was complex. Did I choose the wrong path? You didn't choose wrong. It's just a matter of timing. Your knowledge and abilities are invaluable, it's just that society today places greater emphasis on practicality. But rent doesn't get cheaper because of my degree, and living expenses don't decrease because of my thesis. Su Zhixia gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Sometimes I feel like I'm just an out-of-touch bookworm. Throughout the meal, Zhou Yang listened as Su Zhixia poured out her confusion and anxiety. I actually understand how you feel, Zhou Yang said, pouring her a second glass of wine. I've been through confusion and setbacks too, just in different ways. You're so successful now, do you still feel lost? Su Zhixia asked curiously. Of course. Success only solves some problems, people always face new dilemmas. Like navigating complex relationships or balancing desire with reason. They clinked glasses. Su Zhixia drank more than usual tonight. The alcohol loosened her tense nerves, and she found herself talking more freely. After dinner, they didn't rush back, instead strolling leisurely through the nearby streets. It's been ages since I felt this relaxed, Su Zhixia exhaled deeply. Ever since I came back, I'd been anxious every day, worried about not finding the right job, worried about wasting all these years. But haven't you found a job now? Zhou Yang walked beside her at a leisurely pace. Yeah, it's not the academic job I dreamed of, but at least it solves the survival problem, Su Zhixia said with a bitter smile. Sometimes I feel like such a failure. After all those years of studying, I end up relying on the help of classmates I used to look down on. This isn't charity, it's collaboration. Your skills are invaluable to me. It's mutually beneficial. As they approached the crossroads to head back, Su Zhixia suddenly stopped. She stared across the street at a bar, its neon lights flickering in a kaleidoscope of colors. I want a drink, Su Zhixia said abruptly. Didn't we just have drinks? Zhou Yang asked, taken aback. It's different. I want to drink in a place like that. Su Zhixia pointed at the bar across the street. Ever since I came back, I've been walking on eggshells every day. I have to think about everything, calculate everything. I want to experience life without having to think, just once. Zhou Yan looked at her and saw a nearly frenzied gleam in her eyes. It was the prelude to an eruption after prolonged suppression. Fine. I'll go with you. They crossed the street and arrived at the bar entrance, where deafening music blared and multicolored lights flashed in rapid succession. Su Zhixia shed her coat, undid the top 2 buttons of her shirt, and tousled her hair slightly. Zhou Yang was taken aback. The usually meticulous woman was actually changing her appearance on her own initiative. Tonight, I don't want to be Dr. Su. I just want to be an ordinary woman. Chapter 49. Pull up your pants and start playing PUA? Su Zhixia's defenses crumble. Amidst the deafening music in the bar, Su Zhixia had already downed her 5th shot of whiskey. The fiery liquor burned her throat, making her cough a few times. Another round, she demanded, slamming her hand on the bar. Zhou Yang sat beside her, his drink untouched. He glanced sideways at the woman beside him. The usually meticulous overseas-educated PhD now had his shirt collar open, hair tousled, cheeks flushed. She looked like a perfectly ripe peach, as if a gentle touch would make sweet juice spill out. Zhou Yang. Su Zhixia leaned drunkenly on the bar counter, her fingers poking his arm. Tell me, am I a failure? You have a PhD. How is that a failure? The PhD. Su Zhixia suddenly cursed, her voice trembling with tears. What good did all those years of studying do me? I can't even afford rent. You, the class dunce back then, are living it up. Zhou Yang didn't argue, just let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. When they left the bar, Su Zhixia staggered, clinging to him as she walked. Zhou Yang simply scooped her up, carried her into the car, and drove straight to a nearby hotel. In the room, Zhou Yang laid her on the bed. Her ankles bore red marks from the high heels. Zhou Yang knelt to help her off her shoes. Her feet were pale, her 10 toes plump and rounded. Without thinking, he grasped her ankles and began gently massaging them. Mum. A soft moan escaped from the bed. The sound sent a surge of desire through Zhou Yang. He glanced up at the defenseless woman, and the last remnants of his moral scruples began to crumble. Forget it. Taking advantage of someone in this state was best avoided. Zhou Yang rose to cover her with a blanket and leave. Just as he turned, a hand suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt. Don't go. Su Zhixia's voice was faint, thick with drunkenness and pleading. Tonight, could you not be my boss? Just be the Zhou Yang from college. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. The next second, Su Zhixia yanked him forcefully, pulling him onto the bed. Alcohol, hormones, and pent-up emotions exploded in the room, and the two rolled together naturally. During the process, Zhou Yang activated his skill. Kato's Eagle Claw, activate. A strange sensation instantly swept through Su Zhixia's entire body. Nerves numbed by alcohol suddenly snapped awake, every inch of her skin becoming painfully sensitive. Her eyes snapped open, the haze of drunkenness vanishing completely. She tried to speak, but her voice refused to obey. Her body betrayed her, yet her mind remained crystal clear. She knew exactly what she was doing, with whom, and could even smell the distinct scent of Zhou Yang's shower gel. What was happening? She'd intended to use alcohol as an excuse to let loose, treating it as a chaotic spring dream. But now this dream felt too real, so real it made her panic. Worse still, deep down, she didn't resist it instead, a powerful sense of dependence surged within her. She felt like a drowning person, and Zhou Yang was the only lifeline she could grasp. She didn't want to let go, not even a little. What was meant to be a one-night encounter had turned into something more. Now she realized she was starting to depend on this man. The next morning, Zhou Yang opened his eyes to find Su Zhixia still fast asleep beside him. Before she could savor last night's sweetness, Tongzi's voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the objective, Su Zhixia. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a bonus reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special bonus, add 1 centimeter to any body part. Zhou Yang wasn't particularly thrilled about these rewards. At over 180 centimeters tall, Xiao Yang was already quite robust. Still, adhering to the principle of why pass up a free perk, he applied the enhancement to Xiao Yang. Just as he finished, Su Zhixia's eyelashes fluttered as she awoke. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before abruptly turning her head and seeing Zhou Yang beside her. Their eyes met, and Su Zhixia's gaze drifted downward. Morning, Zhou Yang said first. Ah. Su Zhixia's face flushed bright red. She instinctively pulled the blanket up to cover herself completely. Embarrassment, regret, and a hint of longing she hadn't even noticed herself stirred within her. Damn it, what the hell happened last night? She'd intended to get drunk and let loose, but ended up hooked worse than binge-watching a drama. But then there was him. Last night. I was drunk. After holding it in for ages, she finally blurted out that classic line. Is that so? Zhou Yang leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Why do I feel like Dr. Su gave me a vivid biology practical lesson last night? I learned a lot. You pervert. Su Zhixia's face flushed even redder. She reached out to push him away, but he grabbed her wrist. What are we now? She mustered the courage to ask. Last night's experience had been too profound that intense sense of dependence still lingered in her heart. She couldn't treat this like a casual one-night stand. Zhou Yang watched her flustered state, his playful mood rising. What do you think? I don't know. You're still my secretary, Zhou Yang announced slowly. Su Zhisha's eyes dimmed, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Sure enough, to him, none of this meant anything. But Zhou Yang changed the subject, pinching her cheek. There might be some additional, personal services required going forward. Like right now, I'm hungry. Su Zhisha froze, momentarily unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. The ringtone of a phone shattered the room's suggestive atmosphere. It was Zhou Yang's phone. Hello, Yufei. Yeah, we were discussing a business deal last night and it got too late, so I just slept at the hotel. No, I was alone. Okay, got it. Stay home and be good. Love you, kiss. Zhou Yang hung up and shot a knowing glance at Su Zhisha, who was wrapped up like a cocoon. Did you hear that, Dr. Su? A muffled voice came from beneath the covers. I didn't hear anything. Is that so? Zhou Yang deliberately drew out his words. My wife told me to come home and drink some nourishing soup. The body beneath the covers stiffened slightly. Zhou Yang abruptly pulled back the covers. Dr. Su, in what capacity are you sulking at me now? As my wife? Su Zhisha's face flushed crimson as she stubbornly turned her head away. A wave of shame washed over her. A PhD returned from studying abroad, reduced to being someone's mistress. No, not even a mistress at best, a tool. Get dressed and go back to work. Zhou Yang patted her cheek, his tone reverting to that of a boss. You're late. Pay will be docked. Su Zhisha bit her lip, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She knew this was wrong, yet the unprecedented sensation from last night lingered unforgettably. What exactly was she hoping for? Chapter 50, You won't even leave a single mom alone? Su Zhisha pushed open the office door, her steps feeling unsteady. Last night felt like a dream, yet the lingering traces of intimacy on her body reminded her it was all real. She sat down at her desk, legs pressed tightly together, feeling as though all her colleagues were staring at her. Secretary Su, please review this contract. Zhou Yang handed her the documents, his voice flat as a board. Su Zhisha reached out to take it, but the moment her fingertips brushed his hand, she jerked back as if electrocuted. The papers nearly fell to the floor. What's wrong? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. And nothing. Su Zhisha lowered her head, her ears flushing bright red. How could this man act as if nothing had happened? Just past noon, the click-clack of high heels echoed down the hallway. Click-clack-clack. Chen Xian strode in on her sky-high heels, completely ignoring Su Zhisha standing beside her. Brother Zhou. She sat directly at the edge of the desk, lifting her skirt slightly to reveal a stretch of pale thigh. Su Zhisha's hand holding the pen froze. I want to organize an online fan meet and greet. Chen Xian leaned forward, her ample bosom nearly brushing Zhou Yang's face. Great idea. Go talk to the operations department. Awesome. Chen Xian threw her arms around Zhou Yang's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. I knew you'd be the sweetest to me, brother Zhou. She stood up to leave, then turned back and winked at Su Zhisha. The look was clearly a show of defiance. Su Zhisha's knuckles turned white. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Zhisha knocked on the door to deliver documents. The moment she pushed the door open, she froze in place. Zhou Yang and Chen Xian were pressed tightly together. Chen Xian wore fluffy cat ears on her head and a black and white maid outfit. Her skirt was hiked up to her waist, revealing pink panties. The two were locked in a passionate kiss. Sorry. Su Zhisha's face instantly flushed bright red. Wait, Zhou Yang called after her. Leave the documents on the table. Su Zhisha was caught between advancing and retreating. Chen Xian lifted her head, her lips swollen and eyes hazy as she looked over. Su's sister, don't leave. This is a perfect chance to learn. Xian, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yang gave her a light pat on the butt. What nonsense? Chen Xian giggled coyly. Su's sister is so amazing, she must want a boyfriend too, right? You could watch how we interact. Su Zhisha wished she could sink into a crack in the ground, but her feet refused to budge. She caught herself secretly observing their movements, feeling both embarrassed and flustered, yet tinged with an inexplicable longing. Xuan's right, Secretary Su. You stay right there. Zhou Yang's eyes darkened dangerously. This will give you a taste of what real office culture is all about. The next 10 minutes felt like the most agonizing period of Su Zhisha's life. Standing there, watching Zhou Yang and Chen Xian act with utter abandon while she remained frozen in place, her emotions churned in a tangled knot. Only when Chen Xian finished adjusting her clothes and left did Su Zhisha breathe a sigh of relief. Just leave the documents here, Zhou Yang said, smoothing his shirt. Su Zhisha placed the documents down and fled the office as if escaping a disaster. At 7 o'clock that evening, Zhou Yang returned home. Liu Yufei was curled up on the sofa watching TV, while Bai Wei fiddled with paintbrushes on the coffee table. Honey, you're back, Liu Yufei smiled sweetly. You must be tired. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. I'm going to take a shower. In the bathroom, the hot water felt wonderfully soothing against his skin. Honey, your phone's ringing, Liu Yufei called from outside the door. Can you answer it for me? Liu Yufei picked up the phone. A bank transaction notification popped up on the screen. Her expression changed instantly. Last night, Grand Hyatt Hotel, Presidential Suite, transaction amount, 12,800 yuan. Sis Yufei, what's wrong? Bai Wei noticed her expression. Liu Yufei handed her the phone. After reading it, Bai Wei's face darkened too. That scumbag. The two women exchanged glances, seeing anger burning in each other's eyes. He claimed last night he was discussing business, yet booked the presidential suite? Liu Yufei sneered coldly. Lately he's been coming home later and later, always saying he's swamped with work. Bai Wei's chest heaved with anger. Sis, we've been played. The bathroom door opened. Zhou Yang, towel in hand, dried his hair and saw the two women sitting on the sofa with dark expressions. What's wrong? Who upset you? See for yourself. Liu Yufei flung her phone at him. Zhou Yang glanced at it and inwardly thought, oh no, but outwardly remained calm. What's wrong with this? A presidential suite. 12,800 yuan. Liu Yufei's voice rose. You're staying in a presidential suite by yourself? A bigger room means better rest, Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation. Brother, you're going too far. Bai Wei finally exploded. Do you think we're idiots? You've been acting so secretive lately, is there someone else? Liu Yufei pressed. Seeing the two pregnant women seething with anger, Zhou Yang knew he couldn't dodge this today. Fine, he'd just come clean. Fine, I admit it, Zhou Yang sat down. There is someone else. The two women froze in place. They'd only suspected it, never expecting Zhou Yang to admit it outright. Not just one, Zhou Yang added, driving the point home. There are two right now. You. Liu Yufei trembled with rage. Calm down, it's not good for the baby. Zhou Yang reached out to steady her. Don't touch me. Liu Yufei slapped his hand away. You scumbag. You philandering jerk. Bai Wei was on the verge of tears. I worked my ass off recruiting people for your company, and this is how you repay me? Let me finish. Zhou Yang stood up, his voice turning serious. Since we're laying everything out, I'll be clear. I, Zhou Yang, never lie. There are indeed two women outside. One is the company's host, Chen Xian, and the other is my secretary, Su Zhixia. Hearing those names only fueled the women's rage. We've met Chen Xian. That little vixen. Liu Yufei gritted her teeth. And Su Zhixia too. That stuck-up overseas PhD. Bai Wei gritted her teeth in fury. Since we're laying all cards on the table, I'll set a few house rules. Zhou Yang stood with his hands behind his back. Rule 1, no infighting. You must coexist harmoniously. Anyone who dares cause trouble will be kicked out immediately. Rule 2, children come first. Whoever contributes to the Zhou family's lineage will hold the greatest merit and the most secure position. Rule 3, I hold final authority. This household operates under my decisions. Those dissatisfied may choose to leave. The domineering declaration stunned the two of them. They hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so brazen, so shameless. What gives you the right? Liu Yufei pouted. I was your first woman. Exactly. I've sacrificed so much for your company. Bai Wei retorted, refusing to be outdone. Zhou Yang opened the safe and pulled out two documents he'd prepared long ago. Yufei, this is the trust fund for our child, 10 million. Xiao Wei, this is yours, another 10 million. Both women fell silent at once. As long as you both behave yourselves and take good care of your pregnancies, the money is all yours. I never shortchange my own people. Faced with the temptation of money, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei's anger slowly subsided. But? Liu Yufei tried to protest. No buts, Zhou Yang cut her off. Your most important task now is to have children. Mind your own business. Liu Yufei suddenly remembered something. Wait. That woman who texted you last time, who was that Hui woman? Zhou Yang froze. Which woman? The one named Hui. Oh, Wang Hui, Zhou Yang realized. My former landlord. She's divorced, raising 2 kids alone, struggling financially. I help her out occasionally. Bai Wei's eyes widened. You don't even spare women who've given birth? And a mother of 2? Liu Yufei was equally shocked. Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation, Wang Hui helped me a lot back then. People should repay kindness. Besides, she's genuinely struggling now. It's only right that I help her. The two women exchanged bewildered glances. This man was utterly shameless. He even went after a single mom raising kids. How much more is there we don't know? Liu Yufei asked weakly. Just these for now, Zhou Yang chuckled. But there might be more in the future. After all, outstanding men are always in demand. The two women were utterly speechless. They'd seen shameless before, but never this shameless. The problem was, they truly couldn't do anything about him. Bai Wei bit her lip, her chest heaving violently. Liu Yufei clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. But staring at the trust fund documents on the coffee table, neither could bring themselves to refuse. 10 million yuan, enough to secure their financial future for the rest of their lives. Chapter 51, the overprotective sibling family is too bizarre, watch how I handle them. After the tense atmosphere dissipated, Liu Yufei took Zhou Yang's hand, her palm slightly sweaty. Honey, I need to talk to you about something. Zhou Yang was scrolling through his phone and responded casually. Actually, there's no need to go to my family's house to propose. Zhou Yang paused, lifting his head. What was this woman up to now? They just had a fight, and now this? Seeing his expression change, Liu Yufei quickly waved her hands. Don't get the wrong idea. My mom called today, and I accidentally let slip about the pregnancy. Then, they said they want to come meet you. Liu Yufei stole glances at Zhou Yang's expression as she spoke cautiously. My mom can be quite difficult. She's extremely biased towards sons over daughters, so I doubt she'll be easy to deal with. Zhou Yang's expression softened slightly as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Let them come. It's no big deal. Leave it to me. Just don't let them get too out of hand. He dialed Lin Meng's number. I won't be coming into the office tomorrow. You'll be in charge. Yeah, I've got some personal stuff to take care of. Seeing him agree so readily warmed Liu Yufei's heart. Guilt washed over her as she recalled her earlier unreasonable outburst. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang from behind, pressing her face against his back. Husband, I was being so selfish earlier. I won't do it again. Bai Wei joined them, tugging at Zhou Yang's hand as she pouted. Brother, me too. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. These two women were so easy to appease. He turned and embraced them both. All right, we're all family here. No need to be so formal. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang took Liu Yufei straight to the bank. How much are we withdrawing? Liu Yufei asked curiously. 1 million. Liu Yufei's eyes widened. That much? If we're putting on a show, we might as well go all out, Zhou Yang said with a smile, pinching her cheek. Cash makes the biggest impact. As the bank clerk counted the bills, Liu Yufei's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. She'd never seen this much cash in her life. Is it all packed? All set, Mr. Zhou. The clerk handed over a briefcase. Zhou Yang took the case. Let's go meet your parents. At the hotel entrance, Liu Yufei's parents and older brother were already waiting. The three of them looked at the hotel's luxurious decor, exchanging glances, hesitant to step inside. This place, are we really going in? Lu Chang, Liu Yufei's brother, whispered. Of course we go in, your sister's husband picked this place. Yufei really landed herself a catch this time. Lu's mother tugged at her clothes, worried she wasn't dressed appropriately. A silver Porsche pulled up at the hotel entrance. Zhou Yang and Liu Yufei stepped out. Yufei linked her arm through his, her face radiant with happiness. Mom, Dad, brother, this is Zhou Yang, Liu Yufei introduced. Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Zhou Yang. Lu's father stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, young Zhou. I've heard a lot about you. Wow, this car is gorgeous. Lu Chang circled the Porsche. Brother-in-law, how much did this cost? Over 1 million, Zhou Yang replied casually. Lu Chang gasped in astonishment while Lu's mother's eyes lit up with greed. Let's go inside and talk. Inside the private room, Lu Chang snatched the menu and began ordering. Abalone. Lobster. Bird's nest. Bring us one of each. And this, truffle? Bring that too. Lu's mother nodded enthusiastically beside him. Yes, yes. Only the best. Lu's father looked slightly embarrassed. Xiao Zhou, don't listen to them. Just order whatever you like. It's fine, uncle, Zhou Yang said calmly, sipping his tea. Today's a happy occasion. Once the dishes arrived, Lu Chang eagerly poured wine for Zhou Yang. Brother-in-law, here's to you. Thanks for taking a liking to my sister. Hold on. Zhou Yang set down his glass. Who's your brother-in-law? Lu Chang froze. If you're not my brother-in-law, what are you? You've already gotten my sister pregnant. Yufei and I aren't married yet. Calling me brother-in-law is premature. Lu's mother's face darkened as she slammed her hand on the table. What do you mean? You're just playing around and now you're backing out? Mom! Liu Yufei quickly pulled her back. Of course I'll take responsibility, but this is between me and Yufei. It's none of your business. How is it none of us? She's my daughter. Lu's mother raised her voice. Seeing the tension escalate, Lu's father stepped in to smooth things over. Xiao Zhou, how do you plan to resolve this? Zhou Yang glanced at Liu Yufei, then turned to Lu's father. It's simple. I'll take responsibility for Yufei and the child, but you won't interfere in our lives. How can that be? Mrs. Liu slammed the table and stood up. My daughter marries you, and you expect us parents to just be ignored? Zhou Yang sneered. Aunt Liu, don't pretend. Didn't you come here today just for the money? Mrs. Liu's face stiffened, and Lu Chang paused mid-bite of his lobster. My daughter is pregnant. You owe us an explanation. Mrs. Liu insisted stubbornly. An explanation? Zhou Yang opened his briefcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan bills inside. Here's 1 million yuan. Consider it the betrothal gift for Yufei. Liu Chang's eyes widened, drool nearly dripping from his mouth. 1 million? Liu's mother froze, but quickly regained her composure. Only 1 million? My daughter is a college graduate. Do you have any idea how much we spent raising her? Vocational college, Zhou Yang corrected. And she's been waiting tables at a restaurant since graduation. Don't you know that? Liu Yufei flushed crimson, wishing she could sink through the floor. Besides, Zhou Yang continued, Yufei lives with me now, residing in a villa, driving luxury cars, and receiving 10,000 yuan monthly allowance. What more could you possibly want? 10,000? Liu's father's eyes widened in disbelief. Liu Chang trembled with excitement. Brother-in-law, you're loaded. Don't call me brother-in-law. Zhou Yang snapped coldly. I told you, Yufei and I aren't married yet. Liu's mother refused to accept it. Then when will you marry? You can't expect my daughter to bear your child for nothing. We'll deal with the child after it's born. No way. Mrs. Liu slammed the table again. You must marry first. Aunt Liu, I've said it before, I'll take responsibility for Yufei. But whether we marry and when we marry is between Yufei and me. And I have one more condition. What condition? After you take this million, you two are not to bother us until the baby is born. Zhou Yang said slowly, enunciating each word. If you break this rule, consider the money never given. Liu Chang stared longingly at the money box. Mom, $1 million isn't exactly small change. Shut up. Mrs. Liu glared at her son, then turned to Zhou Yang. Then you must promise to marry her after the baby is born. Agreed. Liu's father quickly pulled his wife aside. Enough. Young Zhou has shown plenty of sincerity. Only then did Mrs. Liu nod. Then it's settled. Liu Chang eagerly lunged at the cash box, his fingers running over the bills. It really is $1 million. Zhou Yang watched his greedy expression and felt even more contempt. The meal ended in an awkward atmosphere. Yufei, stay and chat with them. I'll go settle the bill. Zhou Yang rose and left the private room. Liu's mother immediately leaned in close to her daughter. This man is quite good, wealthy and generous. You'd better hold on tight. Remember, you absolutely must have a son. Mrs. Liu lowered her voice. Men all favor sons over daughters. Only with a son will your status be secure. Liu Yufei flushed. But? A shrewd gleam flashed in Mrs. Liu's eyes. Money can corrupt a man. You'll need to keep a close eye on him. After Zhou Yang returned, Liu's father and family took their leave. Before leaving, Liu Chang patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Brother-in-law, drop by more often. Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered to respond, merely nodding. On the way home, Liu Yufei leaned against Zhou Yang's shoulder. Honey, thank you. What are you thanking me for? For not looking down on my family. Zhou Yang smiled. As long as you listen to me, I won't treat you badly. Liu Yufei nodded, silently vowing to herself that she would definitely give birth to a son. When they arrived home, Bai Wei was playing with her phone. Sis Yufei, how'd it go? It was okay, Liu Yufei replied, sitting down. But my brother's behavior was embarrassing as hell. Men go bad when they get money, Bai Wei remarked pointedly. We need to keep a close eye on them. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. These two women still thought they could manipulate him. Seems I've been too lenient lately, letting them get ideas they shouldn't have. It was time to give them a wake-up call and remind them of their place. Chapter 52, Brother Yang of Society tough and tight-lipped. After dinner, Zhou Yang collapsed onto the sofa, savoring a rare moment of relaxation. Xiao Yang had been eating way too much seafood lately, it was time for a break. Honey, want some grapes? I'll peel them for you. Liu Yufei approached with a fruit platter, radiating the aura of a devoted wife and mother. Brother, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage. Bai Wei knelt beside the sofa, her small hands gently kneading his legs. Zhou Yang savored this pampered feeling. This was the life the wealthy deserved. Liu Yufei held the peeled grape to his lips. Open wide, ah. Just as Zhou Yang opened his mouth, Liu Yufei suddenly popped the grape into her own mouth before leaning in to feed it to him, lips meeting lips. Zhou Yang instinctively sucked on her lips. Sweet enough. The two women grew even more attentive. One continued peeling grapes while the other focused on massaging his legs, their coordination seamless. The ringtone of a phone suddenly interrupted this tender moment. Wang Hui? Zhou Yang glanced at the screen, wondering why she was calling at this moment. Hello? Zhou Yang. Where are you? My daughter's been in a car accident. Wang Hui's voice trembled with tears. Zhou Yang jolted upright. What happened? Is it serious? Which hospital? The Municipal People's Hospital. The doctors are still examining her. I really don't know who else to turn to. You're the only one I could think of. Wang Hui's voice trembled violently. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei both froze, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. Don't panic. I'll be right there. Zhou Yang grabbed his car keys and stood up. Honey, what happened? Liu Yufei asked anxiously. Wang Hui's daughter got hit by a car. I need to go check on her. That single mom? How old is her daughter again? 12 or 13, I think. Zhou Yang slipped on his coat. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Though they felt uneasy inside, hearing that a child was involved, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei couldn't bring themselves to stop him. Drive carefully and come back soon, Liu Yufei urged. Remember to pick up some nutritional supplements for her, Bai Wei added. Zhou Yang nodded and hurried out. The hospital bustled with people coming and going. From a distance, Zhou Yang spotted Wang Hui crouched by the emergency room door, her body curled into a tight ball. Sis Hui. Wang Hui looked up and tears welled up instantly. She stumbled toward him and threw herself into his arms. Zhou Yang, I don't know what to do. Xiao Yu suddenly. Zhou Yang gently patted her back. Don't cry. What did the doctor say? They're still examining her. They said her leg might be broken. It's all my fault. I should have reminded her to be more careful crossing the street earlier, Wang Hui sobbed. Don't blame yourself. Accidents happen unexpectedly. Zhou Yang handed her a tissue. What your child needs most right now is your strength. A boy of 7 or 8 sat on a nearby chair, watching them timidly. You must be Xiao Yu? Zhou Yang crouched down. The boy nodded. Yes, uncle. Is my sister going to die? No, the doctor will cure her. You need to be a big boy and take good care of mom, understand? As they spoke, a commotion erupted from the far end of the corridor. Damn it! We hit someone and now we're stuck waiting here? I've got better things to do. Exactly. The little brat wasn't watching where he was going. Why should we care? Zhou Yang frowned and looked toward the source of the voices. 2 young people leaned against the wall smoking. The guy wore skinny jeans and platform sneakers, his arms covered in flashy tattoos, hair slicked up with gel, the classic hipster look. The woman was even more outrageous, rainbow-colored hair, a miniskirt revealing ample cleavage, and arms and legs covered in various designs, a living embodiment of a rune warrior. Damn it, I should have never ridden that piece of motorcycle, the punk continued cursing. Killing someone and then having to go to jail? What ing luck? Stop it, ah Wei. What if someone really died? The rainbow-haired girl tugged nervously at his arm. What the hell are you scared of? Worst case, I pay compensation. I'm not broke, the young man spat contemptuously. Wang Hui trembled with rage at his words. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then stood up and walked toward the two. Are you the ones who caused the accident? Wei looked up. His expression impatient. What's up? Apologize. Why should we? Wei sneered. That little brat was running around on his own. It's not our fault. Exactly. We've been cooperative enough. What more do you want? Chimed in the girl with the colorful hair. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and said, the child is still in critical condition. Don't you feel any remorse? Guilty my ass. Wei stood up. I was driving perfectly fine when that brat suddenly darted out. What was I supposed to do? If it weren't for my driving skills, I'd have run her over. Damn it, adults these days. If you can't teach your kids, don't have them. Zhou Yang instantly lost his temper. Originally, considering Wang Hui's daughter had indeed darted across the road, he hadn't wanted to make a big deal out of it. But the attitude of these 2 jerks was unbearable. What did you just say? Zhou Yang took a step closer. I said if you can't raise kids properly, you shouldn't have them. Got a problem with that? Wei stuck out his chin defiantly. Before the words had even faded, Zhou Yang's hand shot out and landed a solid slap across his face. Smack! Wei froze, clutching his face in disbelief as he glared at Zhou Yang. You hit me? As soon as he regained his senses, he swung his fist to retaliate. Zhou Yang delivered a kick straight to his midsection. Wei instantly doubled over like a shrimp, the pain leaving him speechless. Ah Wei! The girl with the colorful hair screamed and tried to rush over to help. Zhou Yang slapped her across the face with his backhand. Smack! Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. Zhou Yang pointed at her exposed chest. You're so young and already so corrupted. Did your parents raise you all these years just so people could ogle you for free? The pink-haired girl reeled from the blow, stars dancing before her eyes as she clutched her face and trembled. The scene stunned onlookers who gathered around. Good for you. Kids these days have no manners. Exactly. She hit someone and still acts so cocky she deserved that beating. That guy's a real man, standing up for the kid. It took Wei a while to recover before he stood up, glaring viciously at Zhou Yang. You just wait, I'll have my people take you out. Get people? Zhou Yang sneered coldly, fine, I'll be waiting. By the way, I held back on that kick just now. Otherwise, you'd be lying in the ICU right now. Just then, an anxious voice cut through the air. Shouting, are you okay? Is it serious? A girl rushed over. Zhou Yang looked closely and realized it was Li Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Zhou Yang froze. Li Xiaoyu spotted Zhou Yang too, equally surprised. Mr. Zhou? What are you doing here? You two know each other? The girl with the colorful hair, Xiaoting, covered her face and said with a pout, Sis, this guy hit me. Only then did Zhou Yang realize that this rune warrior was Li Xiaoyu's younger sister. Li Xiaoyu's expression changed instantly as she rushed over to check on her sister. Xiaoting, why is your face so red? What happened? Chapter 53, 10,000? I couldn't afford to pay that even if I sold myself. After hearing the details, Li Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale. Without a word, she rushed to Zhou Yang and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry. My sister doesn't know any better. Please don't take it personally. Xiaoting protested from the side, pouting and muttering. Sis, are you crazy? Why are you apologizing to him? He was the one who hit me first. Yeah. Why should we apologize? Wei joined in the commotion. That little brat ran out on his own. What does that have to do with us? I didn't hit him on purpose. And he dares to hit people? Does having a few stinking bucks give him free rein to do whatever he wants? Zhou Yang nearly burst out laughing at these two clowns. They were the classic examples of people who wouldn't see reason until it was too late. Fine, I'll just call the police. He slowly pulled out his phone and twirled it in his hand. Then it won't be as simple as just apologizing. Wei's face drained of color. He kept putting on a brave front, but his voice was clearly trembling. Go ahead and call them. Who's afraid of who? Is that so? Zhou Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. Hit and run. If the circumstances are severe, it starts at 3 years, got it? And don't even get me started on your attitude just now. It'd make any judge furious enough to die. In truth, Zhou Yang was just trying to scare these two punks. They had hit someone, but they hadn't fled the scene. Logically, it should only amount to paying some medical expenses. But these two punks knew nothing about legal statutes. Wei's calves were already cramping up. 3 years? That meant jail time. He was barely in his 20s. His prime years hadn't even begun yet. How could he endure that? Xiaoting burst into tears. Sis, I don't want to go to jail. My parents will kill me when they find out. Li Xiaoyu looked at Zhou Yang with a puzzled expression. Mr. Zhou, surely it can't be that serious? Want to try? Zhou Yang countered. Your sister's going to jail anyway. How are you going to explain this to your parents? Li Xiaoyu instantly panicked. She was utterly exasperated by this good-for-nothing sister of hers, but she was family after all. If she really ended up in jail, how could she face her parents? Mr. Zhou, how about this? I'll apologize on my sister's behalf. Li Xiaoyu bowed again. She was spoiled rotten growing up at home. After dropping out of school, she started hanging out with a shady crowd. But she's not a bad person at heart. She just can't keep her mouth shut. Zhou Yang shot a glance at Xiaoting, who was still wiping away tears. Not bad at heart? He remembered every bit of her arrogance just moments ago. I didn't see any kindness in her heart, Zhou Yang said, his tone icy. Where was her kindness when she was ranting and raving just now? Li Xiaoyu was sweating bullets on her forehead. Then what do you suggest we do about this? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, deciding to teach these two arrogant little punks a lesson. Simple. Pay up. 100,000. What? Li Xiaoyu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. 100,000? As a newbie college student streamer, she only made a few thousand yuan a month from live streaming. Where on earth would she get 100,000 yuan? Mr. Zhou, I really can't come up with that much money. Li Xiaoyu stammered as she spoke. Upon hearing the demand for 100,000 yuan in compensation, Wei erupted into a tirade again. Bull. Nobody died, a few thousand tops. 100,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. Keep talking back and see if I don't slap you again. Wei shut up instantly. Those two slaps earlier weren't a joke. Half his face still burned fiercely. Seeing Wei cower, Xiaoting quickly grabbed Li Xiaoyu's arm. Sis, what should we do? What if mom and dad find out? Tears were welling up in her eyes. Wang couldn't bear watching any longer. She gently tugged at Zhou Yang's sleeve. Let it go. The kid didn't get seriously hurt. Sis, you're just too soft-hearted. Zhou Yang patted Wang Hui's hand. If we don't teach people like this a lesson, they'll think they can get away with anything. Trust me on this. Li Xiaoyu paced anxiously in circles. Where on earth was she supposed to get 100,000 yuan? Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't fetch that much. If Zhou Yang knew what she was thinking, he'd probably exclaim, great, just sell yourself to me directly. Mr. Zhou, how about this? I'll take on more live streams and pay you back gradually as I earn the money. Would that work? She was practically begging. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with you. The one who hit someone was this young man over there. He pointed at Wei. Make him pay. Xiaoting perked up instantly upon hearing her sister wouldn't have to pay. Exactly. Wei hit the person. Why should my sister pay? Wei, you caused this mess. Clean it up yourself. Wei's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Didn't you tell me to drive faster just now? Now that something's happened, you want to wash your hands of it? When did I tell you to speed up? Xiaoting retorted, her voice full of righteous indignation. It's clearly because you're a terrible driver. Damn it! You ungrateful. Wei stomped his foot in rage. I bought this motorcycle for you and now you want to dump the blame on me? Who told you to buy it? You just love showing off. Shouting fired back, refusing to be outdone. Besides, who says I'm your girlfriend? We were just messing around. The argument grew fiercer by the second, completely disregarding their surroundings. Bystanders gathered around to gawk and point fingers. Zhou Yang watched the pair in utter disbelief. Just moments ago they were all lovey-dovey, and now they're acting like complete strangers. What a plastic couple. Enough, he snapped impatiently. What's with all the yelling? This is a hospital. The two finally stopped, but continued glaring at each other. Zhou Yang looked at Wei. How much can you afford to pay? Wei gritted his teeth. He didn't have any money on him. He relied on his family for support and occasionally did odd jobs. He couldn't come up with 100,000 yuan. At most 20,000. His face flushed crimson with the effort. Zhou Yang understood. For a small-time thug like this, 20,000 was the absolute limit. For Li Xiaoyu's sake, he couldn't push the guy to the brink. You're lucky, Zhou Yang said flatly. Since Li Xiaoyu is by Wei's roommate and an artist under my company, I won't make things difficult for you. 20,000 it is. Transfer it now. Wei breathed a sigh of relief, immediately pulling out his phone and frantically calling people to borrow money. Hey, Xiaodong? Need to borrow some cash, urgent. What? You don't have any either? Wazi? Bro, do me a favor, lend me 5,000. What? You hung up on me? Mom? I'm in a bit of trouble and need some money. What? Money again? You spendthrift. After making over a dozen calls, Wei finally scraped together 20,000 yuan. Gritting his teeth, he transferred it to Wang Hui, then stormed off in a rage, leaving Xiao Ting behind. Wait. Zhou Yang called after him. Drive more carefully next time. Not everyone will be around to clean up your mess. Got it. Xiao Ting watched Wei's retreating figure as tears welled up again. Sis, what am I supposed to do now? Li Xiaoyu felt helpless too. She couldn't just abandon her sister here. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your generosity. Li Xiaoyu bowed again. I'll treat you to dinner another day as an apology. Enough. Take your sister home and discipline her properly. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Just make sure she doesn't come out and cause trouble again. Just then, the emergency room door opened and a doctor emerged. Where are the family members? Wang Hui instantly rushed over, her heart pounding in her throat. Doctor, how is my daughter? The child has a mild concussion and needs to be hospitalized for observation for a few days, the doctor said. The leg fracture isn't severe, no surgery is needed. A cast will stabilize it. Wang Hui exhaled a long sigh of relief, her heart finally settling into place. Thank goodness, as long as she's okay, she said, her eyes instantly reddening. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. Don't cry. She'll be fine. The doctor continued explaining the precautions, and Wang Hui listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Li Xiaoyu watched the scene unfold beside them, growing increasingly puzzled. What exactly was the relationship between these two? Wasn't Zhou Yang Xiaowei's boyfriend? Then what was he doing with this woman? Chapter 54, Li Xiaoyu's inner struggle. Li Xiaoyu walked back carrying the freshly bought fruit, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, it was her sister who had hit someone. Even though Zhou Yang had shown leniency, she still needed to express the proper attitude. As she reached the ward door and was about to push it open, faint voices drifted from the far end of the corridor. Sis Hui, don't worry. Xiaoyu will be fine. Xiaoyang, thank you so much. If you hadn't been there, I don't know what I would have done. Li Xiaoyu instinctively looked toward the voices and froze instantly. In the corner by the staircase, Zhou Yang was embracing the woman named Wang Hui. They stood close together, the atmosphere tinged with intimacy. I promised I'd protect you both, and I always keep my word, Zhou Yang murmured softly, running his fingers through Wang Hui's hair. Wang Hui tilted her head back to look at him, her eyes brimming with tears. You've been so kind to me. I truly don't know how to repay you. Silly girl, what need is there for repayment between us? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wang Hui stood on tiptoe and leaned in to kiss him. Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened, the fruit in her hand nearly dropping to the floor. Zhou Yang didn't push her away. Instead, he pulled her closer, and they kissed passionately, reluctant to part. Li Xiaoyu could clearly see Wang Hui's hand wandering over Zhou Yang's body, finally resting on a place it shouldn't have. It's not convenient now, Wang Hui murmured, her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice trembling. Once Xiaoyu's out of the hospital, you can have me any way you want. Zhou Yang's body visibly tensed, his breathing growing heavy. Then I'll wait. He whispered something low in Wang Hui's ear. Wang Hui's heart immediately began racing. The words later brought tears to her eyes. Li Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. Was this really the same Zhou Yang who was always so gentle and considerate around Bai Wei? Wasn't he Bai Wei's boyfriend? Just as she considered slipping away quietly, Zhou Yang turned around, meeting her gaze directly. Xiaoyu? Zhou Yang's expression remained calm. Li Xiaoyu hastily lowered her head, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. I just wanted to bring some fruit over. Wan Hui also noticed Li Xiaoyu and quickly smoothed her clothes, saying awkwardly, "Thank you, you're too kind." "No problem, it's the least I could do." Li Xiaoyu placed the fruit by the ward door. "I'll be going now." She turned to run away, but heard Zhou Yang call her name from behind. "Xiaoyu, wait." Li Xiaoyu steeled herself and halted. "About what you saw earlier." Zhou Yang moved closer. "I didn't see anything." Li Xiaoyu waved her hands hurriedly. "Honestly, I didn't see a thing." Zhou Yang chuckled. "You saw it. How thrilling was that?" "What?" Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Zhou Yang to say something like that. In her mind, Zhou Yang had always been the image of a mature, steady, successful man. How could he? I. Li Xiaoyu stammered, unable to form coherent words. "Sis. What are you doing up there?" Xiao Ting yelled from downstairs. "Hurry up and come down." Li Xiaoyu seized the chance to escape and hurried downstairs. "Come to my office tomorrow morning," Zhou Yang called after her in a calm voice. "I need to talk to you." Li Xiaoyu's footsteps faltered, her heart racing faster. Downstairs, Xiao Ting waited impatiently. "Sis, what took you so long? Let's go." Li Xiaoyu hailed a taxi, her mind elsewhere. In the cab, Xiao Ting kept complaining. "That jerk away just ditched me. What a piece of work." Li Xiaoyu responded absent-mindedly, her mind consumed by the scene she'd just witnessed. What was the relationship between Zhou Yang and Bai Wei? And what about that Wang Hui? Had Bai Wei been deceived by him? Back home already on vacation, Li Xiaoyu was torn. She wanted to tell Bai Wei what she'd seen, but hesitated deeply. What if Bai Wei didn't believe her? What if Zhou Yang found out and retaliated? Besides, Zhou Yang was her boss, and he'd always been decent to her. These thoughts only deepened her turmoil. Bai Wei clearly trusted Zhou Yang deeply, perhaps she was even in love with him. If she told her the truth, could Bai Wei handle it? She lay awake all night. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang returned home close to 11 o'clock. In the living room, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei were curled up on the sofa watching a TV drama, both dressed in light, comfortable loungewear. Liu Yufei wore a sheer spaghetti strap nightdress, her snow-white shoulders and collarbones faintly visible beneath the fabric. Her figure had become more curvaceous since becoming pregnant. Bai Wei wore shorts and a tank top, revealing her slender waist and long legs, radiating youthful energy. "Honey's home?" Liu Yufei rose to greet him. "Hungry? I'll heat up some food for you." "Brother, how's that little girl doing?" Bai Wei asked with concern. "Nothing serious. Just a few days of observation in the hospital." "That's a relief." Liu Yufei exhaled softly. "Yeah, we were all worried sick," Bai Wei chimed in. Zhou Yan looked at the two girls, feeling a bit puzzled. "Why are you two so concerned about her?" Liu Yufei playfully tapped his arm and rolled her eyes. "We're not cold-blooded creatures, after all. And it's just a little girl. If anything happened to her, imagine how heartbroken her mother would be." "Exactly," Bai Wei nodded. Zhou Yang observed their reactions, lost in thought. After a while of being all lovey-dovey, they finally returned to their room to rest. The next morning, Li Xiaoyu dawdled her way to Star Candle Entertainment. The receptionist spotted her and flashed a sweet smile. "Xiaoyu, Mr. Zhou is waiting for you in his office." "Maybe it's something good," she said, winking. Steeling herself, Li Xiaoyu entered the company building. She took a deep breath outside the office door before knocking and stepping inside. "You're here? Sit down." Zhou Yang was reviewing documents, not even looking up. Li Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, her heart pounding like thunder. "Would you like something to drink?" Zhou Yang rose and walked to the tea station. "No, thank you. I'm not thirsty." Zhou Yang poured himself a cup of tea and slowly walked over to sit across from Li Xiaoyu. "How did you sleep last night?" "It was okay." Li Xiaoyu avoided his gaze. "Is that so?" A smile touched Zhou Yang's lips. "Your dark circles look pretty bad. You must not have slept much, huh?" Li Xiaoyu flushed even redder. "Probably just too tired." "Were you thinking about what you saw yesterday?" Zhou Yang cut straight to the point. Li Xiaoyu stiffened. "I really didn't see anything." "Xiaoyu." Zhou Yang set down his teacup, his voice softening slightly. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "A very good person," Li Xiaoyu replied softly. "Then do you think I would hurt Bai Wei?" Li Xiaoyu shook her head, then nodded, then shook her head again, completely flustered. Zhou Yang chuckled aloud. "You look just like a frightened little rabbit." Li Xiaoyu jumped to her feet. "Mr. Zhou, rest assured I won't tell Xiao Wei about last night." "Is that so?" Zhou Yang slowly rose and stepped before her. "What if I don't trust you?" Li Xiaoyu panicked, stumbling backward. "I swear, I really won't say anything. What good is a promise?" Zhou Yang reached out and lifted her chin. "I trust actions more." Li Xiaoyu trembled all over, trying to break free but finding her legs weak. "What do you want me to do?" "It's simple. Zhou Yang leaned close to her ear, his voice deep and husky. Be my woman. Then I'll believe you won't betray me. Chapter 55. Aren't you Bai Wei's best friend? Li Xiaoyu froze, her mind going blank. She never imagined Zhou Yang would say something like this. Be his woman? What did that even mean? I already have a boyfriend. Li Xiaoyu choked out the words after a long pause, her cheeks burning fiercely. And you and Bai Wei? Zhou Yang chuckled softly. I know you have a boyfriend. As for Bai Wei, she won't mind. Since you're such good sisters, it'll only deepen your bond. What does deepening sisterly bonds even mean? Li Xiaoyu's eyes widened in utter bewilderment at this bizarre logic. Your dream is to become a singer, right? The sudden shift in topic left Li Xiaoyu frozen for a few seconds before she nodded. Ever since she was little, her biggest dream had been to stand on stage and sing, letting everyone hear her voice. But the reality was, she could only scrape by as a small-time streamer. With your talent, being a streamer is beneath you. Zhou Yang sat back behind his desk, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface. If you agree to join us, we'll provide the best vocal coach, a top-tier production team, and the company will fully promote you. Our singer division is currently in need of a face to represent us, and you're the perfect candidate. Li Xiaoyu's heart began to race. She bit her lower lip as countless imagined scenes flooded her mind. Spotlights shone brightly as thunderous applause erupted from the audience, everyone going wild for her. Besides, Chen Xian dominates the influencer department. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass her. Zhou Yang pressed on. After all, your fan bases are worlds apart. This hit Li Xiaoyu right where it hurt. She truly couldn't compete with Chen Xian. Chen Xian had been backed by a wealthy sponsor from the start and was now the department's top star, while Li Xiaoyu could only build her popularity bit by bit on her own. Li Xiaoyu clenched her fists so tightly her nails nearly pierced her skin. But I can't betray my boyfriend. She sprang to her feet, her voice trembling slightly. And I can't betray Bai Wei either. Zhou Yang froze, taken aback. He hadn't expected Li Xiaoyu to resist such temptation. Most people would have thrown caution to the wind at the chance to fulfill their dreams. He had to give her credit for that. Fine, I won't pressure you. Zhou Yang shrugged casually. Come find me whenever you're ready. Li Xiaoyu felt as if she'd been granted a pardon and hurried toward the door. Just as she pulled the door open, she collided with Su Zhixia, who was entering. Hello, Ms. Li, Su Zhixia nodded politely. Hello, Secretary Su. Li Xiaoyu forced a smile before bolting away as if escaping. Su Zhixia keenly noticed the unusual expression on her face and furrowed her brow slightly. The young woman looked visibly tense, her face flushed. What had transpired in the office just now? Zhou Yang, I'll brief you on yesterday's situation. She stopped at her desk and pulled out a folder. You weren't in the office yesterday. Chen Xian's livestream metrics have dipped. We might need a new marketing strategy. Zhou Yang merely hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze lingering on her. Today she wore a beige pencil skirt, her legs encased in black stockings and black high heels, intellectual yet sexy. Come here, Zhou Yang suddenly ordered. Su Zhixia stiffened. What? I said come here. Zhou Yang patted his thigh. Su Zhixia's hand trembled as she clutched the folder. She desperately told herself to refuse, to keep her distance, yet for some reason, a strange sense of dependence lingered in her heart. As if under a spell, she shuffled over to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang gave her no chance to hesitate, pulling her down onto his lap. Ah! Su Zhixia gasped, her entire body pressed against Zhou Yang's chest. Through the thin fabric of her dress, she could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his body. A wave of shame washed over her. What am I doing? Su Zhixia raged inwardly. I'm a PhD who studied abroad, an intellectual, how could I do something so vulgar? Yet her body was brutally honest. Not only did she not struggle, but she felt an inexplicable longing. I really am despicable, she thought in despair. Zhou Yang's hands began to roam over her body, from her shoulders to her waist, finally pausing at the hem of her skirt. Su Zhixia shuddered violently and grabbed his hand. No, she shook her head frantically. Then kiss me, and I'll let you go. Zhou Yang whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath sending shivers through her body. Su Zhixia hesitated for a few seconds before finally pressing a light kiss to his cheek. Here, Zhou Yang pointed to his lips. Su Zhixia's eyes widened. But you said. Before she could finish, Zhou Yang cupped her face and pressed his lips against hers. This time was different from before. He kissed her fiercely, almost melting her away. Su Zhixia's mind went blank, leaving her no choice but to passively surrender to this overwhelming kiss. Only when she was nearly breathless did Zhou Yang release her. So sweet, he murmured, licking his lips. Su Zhixia's face flushed crimson, nearly bleeding, as she stumbled to her feet from his lap. I'll step out first. She grabbed her folder and bolted from the office as if escaping a fire. Zhou Yang watched her flustered retreat with a satisfied smile. Women like Su Zhixia, aloof on the surface yet fiercely passionate inside, were the most intriguing. The more she suppressed her desires, the more explosive her release would be. He couldn't wait to see this overseas-educated PhD completely fall apart. In the employee lounge, Li Xiaoyu sat in the corner, lost in thought. Her phone buzzed. A message from her boyfriend, Wang Lei. Babe, wanna grab dinner tonight? Li Xiaoyu stared at the screen, but her mind kept replaying Zhou Yang's words from earlier. Realizing her dream, becoming a singer. She truly, deeply wanted to stand on stage and sing. But the cost was... Damn it, what am I thinking? Li Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously and replied to Wang Lei, sure, you pick the place. No matter what, she couldn't betray Wang Lei and buy Wei. Dreams like that would have to be pursued through her own efforts. Meanwhile, Su Zhixia hid in the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face frantically in front of the mirror. The woman in the mirror had flushed cheeks and a dazed expression, completely lacking any trace of an intellectual's reserve. Su Zhixia, what the hell are you doing? She demanded of her reflection. But deep inside, a voice whispered softly, it feels pretty good, doesn't it? Su Zhixia bit her lip hard. This couldn't go on. She had to find a way to leave this place, to leave Zhou Yang. Otherwise, she would be completely lost sooner or later. Chapter 56, Li Xiaoyu's decision. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you today? Wang Lei placed a piece of boiled pork slices into Li Xiaoyu's bowl. You seem distracted. The Sichuan restaurant buzzed with chatter, the air conditioner humming loudly, the pungent aroma of spicy flavors stinging her eyes. Li Xiaoyu mechanically shoveled rice into her mouth, the events from the office earlier that day still swirling in her mind. Nothing, probably just tired. Is the pressure getting to you lately? You're still a student and doing live streams. Why don't you just stop streaming? I'll support you. Wang Lei reached out to take her hand, but Li Xiaoyu instinctively pulled hers back. He paused, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. They'd been dating for nearly a year, and it was always like this. Even holding hands required her to make the first move. Wang Lei felt a surge of frustration building inside, but he forced himself to maintain a gentle facade. Xiaoyu, we've been together this long. Wang Lei tentatively began, how about we get a room tonight or something? It's about time we took things further, don't you think? Li Xiaoyu's chopsticks froze mid-air. Wang Lei, haven't I told you before? Isn't a year enough? Wang Lei couldn't hold back anymore, his voice rising. Some couples sleep together on their first date. You can't expect me to be a monk forever, can you? The words stung Li Xiaoyu. So this was his real motive for being with her? All that tenderness and care, all that concern and affection, was it all just to get into bed? I told you, I want to wait until after we're married. Marriage? Wang Lei gave a bitter smile. You're still in school. Who knows when that might happen? Can I really wait that long? The atmosphere froze instantly. Li Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks. Then let's head back. After stepping out of the restaurant, Wang Lei tried to salvage the situation. Xiaoyu, that's not what I meant. I just... Forget it. We both need to cool off. Li Xiaoyu waved her hand. I'm going home first. Let me walk you home. No need. Watching Li Xiaoyu's resolute retreating figure, Wang Lei kicked a trash can by the roadside with all his might. Damn it. What's with the act of being so pure? Just as Li Xiaoyu reached the subway entrance, she suddenly remembered she'd left her phone at the restaurant. She sighed and turned back the way she came. From a distance, she spotted that familiar figure. Wang Lei was arm in arm with a heavily made-up woman, heading toward a nearby cheap hotel. The woman had a fiery figure and was clinging to Wang Lei, acting coy. They were laughing and chatting, looking incredibly intimate. Li Xiaoyu's mind went blank. How long had it been? 10 minutes? She rushed over to block their path. Wang Lei. What are you doing? The moment Wang Lei saw Li Xiaoyu, his face drained of color. Xiaoyu, let me explain. The woman eyed Li Xiaoyu up and down, curling her lip in disdain. Oh, so this is the innocent girlfriend you've been bragging about? Shut up. Wang Lei glared at her. Tears welled up in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. Wang Lei, how could you do this? What did I do? Seeing his secret exposed, Wang Lei decided to go all out. We've been together this long, and all we ever did was hold hands. You wouldn't even let me kiss you. What, you think you're some kind of goddess? You won't even give me a kiss, yet you pretend to be pure? What kind of world do we live in now? He grew more and more agitated. Every time I buy you a gift, you take it, but when it comes to the crucial moment, you make excuses. What do you take me for? An ATM? Li Xiaoyu had never seen this side of Wang Lei before. Her heart shattered completely. I'm not like some people. I do what I need to do and feel perfectly fine about it. The woman beside her added fuel to the fire. Men have needs. If you don't satisfy them, someone else will. Smack. Li Xiaoyu slapped Wang Lei hard across the face, the sound ringing out with a sharp crack. Wang Lei, I finally see you for who you are. Her body trembled, tears mingling with rage and despair in her eyes. We're done. From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other. With that, she turned and ran. Wang Lei clutched his stinging cheek, watching Li Xiaoyu's retreating figure, a pang of regret stirring within him. But the words were out, and there was no taking them back. Forget it, baby. That kind of poser isn't worth your time. The woman hooked her arm through his, deliberately brushing against his skin. Let's go get a room. I promise you'll be flying high. Li Xiaoyu sprinted to the subway station in one breath, hiding in a corner and crying her heart out. The tears wouldn't stop. She never imagined that Wang Lei, who had always been so gentle and considerate, would say such things. Was staying pure really such a mistake? In this day and age, had innocence itself become a sin? After crying her fill, she pulled out her phone and dialed Bai Wei's number. Xiaoyu? What's wrong so late? Xiaowei, I need to tell you something. Li Xiaoyu sobbed as she recounted the affair between Wang Hui and Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang has been cheating on you with another woman. I know. Bai Wei's voice was calm. You? Li Xiaoyu froze. Not just Wang Hui. There are others too. Bai Wei chuckled softly. What? You didn't think I didn't know, did you? Li Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. How could Bai Wei be so calm knowing Zhou Yang was with other women? Xiaowei, have you lost your mind? He betrayed you. Who says he betrayed me? Bai Wei countered. We never made any promises. Li Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. Was this really the Bai Wei she knew? Xiaoyu, is there anything else? Li Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before repeating what Zhou Yang had said to her today. Silence hung heavy on the line for several seconds. If it's you, I don't mind, Bai Wei's voice carried a hint of amusement. That way we can still be good sisters. How wonderful. Li Xiaoyu held the phone, utterly dumbfounded. If even her best friend felt this way, what was the point of holding on? I'll hang up now. We'll talk if anything comes up. After hanging up, Li Xiaoyu sat in the subway station, lost in thought. She had been worried Bai Wei was being deceived, never expecting the fool to be herself. A bitter smile touched her lips. Wang Lei's words still echoed in her ears. You won't even give Chow what says what are you pretending to be pure for? Bai Wei's words repeated in her mind, if it were you, I wouldn't mind. And Zhou Yang's promise, the best vocal coach, a top-tier production team the company will fully promote you. Li Xiaoyu recalled standing before the television as a child, watching the glittering singers on stage. Back then, she had sworn she would become just like them. But what was reality? Being a streamer barely paid anything. Her boyfriend resented her for not being open enough. Even her best friend accepted that her boyfriend had other women. What the hell was wrong with this world? Or was she the one who was wrong? Li Xiaoyu pulled out her phone, found Zhou Yang's number in her contacts, and hovered her finger over the screen for a long time. Forget it. If Wang Lei thought she was faking innocence, and Bai Wei didn't even mind, what was there left for her to hold on to? When it came to dreams, purity, principles, all that bull. She took a deep breath and dialed the number. Xiaoyu? Calling so late? Is something wrong? Mr. Zhou, Li Xiaoyu's voice trembled. I need to see you. What's wrong? You sound like you've been crying. Li Xiaoyu took another deep breath and closed her eyes. I've thought it through. About what you said earlier today. I agree. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Are you sure? I'm sure. Li Xiaoyu clenched her jaw. But I have one condition. Go ahead. I don't just want to be a singer. I want to be the top star of the company. Li Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. If she was going to do this, she would do it to the best of her ability. I'll make sure everyone knows the name Li Xiaoyu. Zhou Yang chuckled at her fierce determination. Ambitious. I like that. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Li Xiaoyu gave him an address. After hanging up, she tilted her head back and stared at the ceiling of the subway station. From tonight onward, the innocent Li Xiaoyu was dead. The one who lived on was Li Xiaoyu, the woman who wanted to stand atop the stage. Chapter 57, No need for revenge, he's already been punished. Zhou Yang exchanged a farewell with Wang Hui and turned to leave the hospital. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside the subway station entrance. Li Xiaoyu's eyes were red and swollen, like a mistreated young wife. Tears fell again the moment she got into the car. What's wrong? Li Xiaoyu sobbed as she recounted everything that had just happened, growing more and more aggrieved as she spoke. He called me a fake innocent and said I treat him like an ATM. Damn it, Wang Lei is such a piece of... Zhou Yang's lips twisted into a cold smile. Want to get revenge? What do you mean? Li Xiaoyu looked up. Let's go see what your dear boyfriend's up to. The two drove back to the vicinity of that shabby motel. Zhou Yang had just lit a cigarette and hadn't even taken 2 puffs. He's coming out. Li Xiaoyu followed the direction he pointed and her heart skipped a beat. Wang Lei was wrapped around the waist of a heavily made-up woman, the two of them chatting and laughing as they walked out. The woman clung to Wang Lei, giggling incessantly. Baby, you were really amazing just now. She said it with her mouth, but inside she rolled her eyes. That was all he could manage, barely 10 minutes total, not even a fraction of what those 2 black guys delivered last night. She licked her lips, recalling last night's excitement, and her legs clenched involuntarily. Li Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly. Get out. Zhou Yang stubbed out his cigarette and pushed open the door to exit the car. Wang Lei froze when he saw Li Xiaoyu and Zhou Yang approaching, then immediately wore a sneer. Oh? Found a sugar daddy already? He scanned Zhou Yang's designer clothes from head to toe, his gaze finally settling on the Porsche parked nearby. Driving a luxury car? Looks like you're rolling in dough. Wang Lei's voice dripped with venom. So all this time you weren't some innocent girl, it was all an act. I treated you so well, you. Turns out you've been cheating on me all along. Liar. Bitch. Wang Lei's tirade grew more intense, the last shred of guilt vanishing from his mind. In his eyes, Li Xiaoyu's current behavior only confirmed his suspicions. Li Xiaoyu trembled with rage, but before she could speak, Zhou Yang stepped in. Zhou Yang stared at the woman beside Wang Lei as a system prompt popped up. Name, Wang Jiajiu. Age, 26. Appearance, 76 points. Figure, 82 points. Background, nightclub hostess, gold digger, promiscuous, slept with 108 men, HIV positive. Motivation, seeks physical and financial gratification by pleasing men. System assessment, ineligible target. Host strongly advised to avoid contact. Zhou Yang froze in place. Holy crap, this woman is a walking biological hazard. 108 men? That's practically a full roster of the Liangshan heroes. And the fact that it's HIV positive? This is deadly. Wang Jiajiao caught Zhou Yang's gaze, her eyes instantly lighting up. Spotting the Porsche behind him, she giggled seductively and reached out to pull him closer. Hey, handsome. All alone? Want some company? Damn it, don't touch me. Zhou Yang recoiled in fright, taking several steps back. Are you kidding me? What if I get infected? He certainly didn't want to die young. Li Xiaoyu watched Zhou Yang's reaction, feeling a bit bewildered. He seemed perfectly normal just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly look like he'd seen a ghost? Mr. Zhou, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhou Yang waved his hand. No need for revenge. He's already gotten what he deserved. What punishment? Li Xiaoyu was even more confused. Zhou Yang pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit another one, took a deep drag, and then blew the smoke directly into Wang Lei's face. You! Wang Lei coughed violently from the smoke, cursing furiously. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Yang just laughed, a particularly hearty laugh. Bro, let me give you some advice, he said, pointing at Wang Jiajiao. Go get yourself checked out at the hospital. Some illnesses aren't something to mess around with. What? Wang Lei's face drained of color, as if he'd seen a ghost. He whipped his head toward Wang Jiajiao, panic filling his eyes. You have a disease? Wang Jiajiao was enraged by Zhou Yang's words and pointed at him, cursing furiously. What the hell are you talking about? I'm perfectly healthy. She turned to Wang Lei, honey, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm absolutely fine. I just had a checkup a few days ago. But deep down, she felt uneasy. A few days ago? Bull. Her last checkup had been 3 months ago. Wang Lei recalled what had happened in the room earlier, and his panic eased slightly. Exactly. What gives you the right to say she's sick? He joined in the tirade. Someone like you probably has a whole bunch of problems yourself. Zhou Yang shrugged. Since his warning fell on deaf ears, he saw no point in saying more. In a month, Wang Lei would learn the meaning of despair. By then, it wouldn't be about regret, he wouldn't even have time to cry. Let's go. He pulled Li Xiaoyu toward the car. Wang Lei and Wang Jiajiao's curses echoed behind them, but Zhou Yang couldn't care less. Some forms of retribution were far harsher than any revenge. Mr. Zhou, was what you said earlier true? Li Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat, still finding it hard to believe. Why would I lie to you? Some people just bring it upon themselves. Recalling Wang Jiajiao's affected manner moments ago, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but shudder. After driving for a while, the car pulled up at Garden Community. This is my apartment. Zhou Yang unbuckled his seatbelt. Want to come up for a bit? Li Xiaoyu's heartbeat instantly quickened and her palms began to sweat. Are you really sure about this? Zhou Yang didn't rush to get out, studying her intently. Li Xiaoyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then nodded firmly. I've made up my mind. As they stepped into the elevator, Li Xiaoyu's palms grew clammy with nervousness. Don't be nervous, Zhou Yang said softly, patting her shoulder. I won't force you to do anything. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped into the apartment. Zhou Yang held Li Xiaoyu's hand, feeling her tremble slightly. Having second thoughts? Li Xiaoyu shook her head. No. Good. Zhou Yang gently stroked her cheek, his touch tender. Li Xiaoyu closed her eyes, letting his hands explore her body as her clothes began to fall away one by one. She responded awkwardly, her cheeks flushed, her breathing growing rapid. I'm afraid it will hurt, Li Xiaoyu whispered softly. Don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle. Soon, the apartment was filled with the warmth of spring, and faint gasps began to echo through the space. 2 hours later. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered your target, Li Xiaoyu. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a bonus of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, fertility boost energy drink 2 when used within 24 hours of conception, success rate increases to 85%. Li Xiaoyu curled up in Zhou Yang's arms, utterly drained, her eyes brimming with dependence. Everything that had just happened made her feel like the entire world had changed. That sensation, unlike anything she had ever experienced before, had completely overwhelmed her. Does it hurt? Zhou Yang gently stroked her sweat-dampened hair. It's okay, Li Xiaoyu replied, her cheeks still flushed. Much better than I imagined. Zhou Yang felt elated. That good pregnancy boost drink, it was practically a miracle potion. But glancing at Li Xiaoyu, he momentarily dismissed the idea of using it. If she got pregnant, her dream of becoming a singer would be completely ruined, and she'd surely be devastated. Forget it. This reward was meant for someone else. Rest for now. I'll go get you a glass of water. Zhou Yang got up and headed toward the kitchen, already scheming in his mind about how to use those 2 bottles. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei were already pregnant. As for Chen Xian and Su Zhixia, they were worth a shot. And Wang Hui, her child, was already so big anyway, having another one would be perfectly normal. A smile touched Zhou Yang's lips at the thought. The system was incredibly thoughtful, arranging everything so clearly for him. Mr. Zhou, what are you smiling about? Li Xiaoyu approached, wrapped in a bathrobe. Nothing much. Just thinking about something pleasant. You don't need to go to the office tomorrow. Get some rest. Zhou Yang handed her the water cup. Also, from now on, don't call me Mr. Zhou. Call me husband. Husband. Li Xiaoyu still felt a bit awkward with the title. Zhou Yang kissed her flushed cheek. Sweetheart, you'll get used to it with time. He pulled out a set of keys. These are the spare keys to this apartment. Come whenever you want. Li Xiaoyu took the keys, her heart racing faster. But what about my singer contract? Don't worry. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow. Since I promised you, I'll make sure it happens. Zhou Yang dressed himself. I need to head back. Someone's waiting for me at home. Li Xiaoyu nodded, offering no protest. Now that she thought about it, Bai Wei was right, she really didn't mind having another sister. After all, they were all Zhou Yang's women, it wasn't like it was some secret affair. Oh, right. Zhou Yang turned back at the doorway. Don't worry about Wan Lei. He'll get his just desserts soon enough. Li Xiaoyu recalled Zhou Yang mentioning Wang Jiajiao's illness earlier and couldn't help but shiver again. If it was true, Wan Lei was truly finished this time. But she wouldn't feel sorry for him. He had it coming for being such a jerk. Chapter 58, you can't escape this time. Zhou Yang felt like he'd been dreaming. In the dream, he was soaking in a warm hot spring, utterly relaxed and refreshed. When he woke up hazily, he found Bai Wei lying on top of him, her eyes glazed over as she gazed at him. You little glutton, sneaking a bite first thing in the morning. Bai Wei playfully smacked him. You're so mean, big brother. I was just trying to wake you up. She suddenly leaned in close and whispered softly into Zhou Yang's ear. Brother, were you with Li Xiaoyu last night? Zhou Yang froze. How did you know? Xiaoyu called me last night. I guessed, Bai Wei blinked innocently. Her voice sounded different. Zhou Yang pulled her closer. Aren't you jealous? A little, but it doesn't matter. Bai Wei poked Zhou Yang's chest playfully. I knew you'd eventually make a move on Xiaoyu. After all, she's got such a great personality and she's gorgeous. Plus, we're best friends. She pouted playfully, besides, why let the good stuff go to outsiders? Big bro, I'm thinking of you like this, how are you going to repay me? I'm all yours. What more do you want? Zhou Yang suddenly grinned mischievously. Since you two are so close, maybe you could join me. Ugh. Bai Wei flushed and smacked him hard. What are you thinking? They lingered affectionately for a while before getting up to wash and dress. When they reached the dining room, the housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes at their late arrival. I've been waiting forever. You two really know how to take your sweet time. Bai Wei tugged at Zhou Yang's arm playfully. Not at all. I was discussing serious matters with my brother. What serious business could possibly be discussed in bed? Liu Yufei scoffed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Zhou Yang picked up a fried egg and offered it to Liu Yufei. Stop being jealous and eat your eggs. Who's jealous? Liu Yufei protested, but obediently ate the fried egg anyway. After breakfast, Zhou Yang arrived at the company and immediately summoned Lin Meng. Manager Lin, I need you to arrange something. Assign Li Xiaoyu the company's best vocal coach and transfer her contract from the influencer department to the music department. Lin Meng paused in surprise. Li Xiaoyu? That new girl? Yes. Pour all resources into her. I want to promote her as the company's top singer. Lin Meng was puzzled. Mr. Zhou, why this sudden decision? Li Xiaoyu is talented, but the music department is currently. The music department is barely hanging on. If we can revive it, the company will be stronger than ever. Zhou Yang tapped the table. Having Li Xiaoyu do live streams is a waste. Her vocal talent is exceptional, she's cut out for a singing career. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Lin Meng nodded. When will she come in to sign the new contract? She has commitments today and won't make it to the office. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Lin Meng sensed something had definitely happened between the two, but the boss's personal affairs weren't her concern. She thought to herself, Li Xiaoyu really has it made. She's barely been with the company and already caught the boss's eye. She's really going to take off now. Shortly after Lin Meng left, Su Zhixia knocked and entered. Her face looked haggard, clearly having had a restless night. Zhou Yang, I need to talk to you. Su Zhixia handed him a document. Zhou Yang took it and saw it was a resignation letter. Zhixia, what are you doing? I'm resigning, Su Zhixia said, biting her lip. Zhou Yang tore the letter to shreds. Not approved. You. Su Zhixia trembled with anger. Zhou Yang, you're shameless. Thanks for the compliment, Zhou Yang said smugly. I am shameless. What are you going to do about it? Su Zhixia glared at him. You weren't like this in college. Does money really corrupt men? Wrong, Zhou Yang shook his finger. I got rich because I was already rotten. He suddenly stood up, walked to Su Zhixia, and lifted her chin. Come see me tonight. After that, whether you quit your job or not, I won't stand in your way anymore. Su Zhixia stared at Zhou Yang's face, familiar yet strangely distant, her heart pounding wildly. What do you want? What do you think? Zhou Yang whispered softly in her ear. Zhixia, you should know exactly what I mean. Su Zhixia shuddered, her face flushing instantly. She opened her mouth, then nodded. All right. At 8 o'clock that evening, Su Zhixia stood at the office door, her fingers gripping the doorknob but hesitating to turn it. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the door open. Zhou Yang was seated on the sofa, a bottle of open red wine and 2 wine glasses arranged on the coffee table. You're here. Zhou Yang looked up at her. Sit. Su Zhixia's palms were sweaty, her heart pounding. Have some wine. Relax. Zhou Yang poured her a glass. I'm not much of a drinker. It's fine. This wine isn't strong, it's quite mild. Su Zhixia took the glass and sipped cautiously. Zhixia, what are you nervous about? Zhou Yang raised his glass. We're old classmates, aren't we? But what? Zhou Yang cut her off. Have you forgotten our promise from college? Su Zhixia froze. What promise? I don't remember. You said that if I ever made it big, you'd consider being with me. I never said anything like that. Su Zhixia snapped. Don't make things up. Is that so? Zhou Yang smiled. Then why are you here now? Su Zhixia was rendered speechless by the question and could only continue drinking. The alcohol slowly took effect, warming her cheeks. Before she knew it, the glass of red wine was empty. Another glass. Zhou Yang poured her another full glass. I can't drink anymore, Su Zhixia said, her cheeks flushed. I'll get drunk. It doesn't matter if you get drunk. It's just the two of us anyway. After the second glass, Su Zhixia felt a distinct dizziness, and everything before her eyes grew blurry. Zhou Yang rose at the right moment and sat beside her. Zhixia, do you remember that night back in college? What night? You got drunk, I walked you back to the dorm, and you cried in my arms for a long time. I didn't. You're making that up. You said you felt so lonely and longed for someone to be with you. Zhou Yang stroked her cheek. Now I'm here with you. The alcohol was taking hold, and Su Zhixia's resolve began to waver. Zhou Yang's hand slowly slid down to her leg, caressing it gently. Don't. Su Zhixia tried to push him away, but her hands were too weak to resist. Zhixia, your body is honest, Zhou Yang whispered in her ear. Your legs are trembling. Su Zhixia's breathing quickened. We shouldn't be doing this. Why shouldn't we? We're both adults. But you have other women. So what? You know about it too, don't you? Su Zhixia recalled seeing Chen Xian and Zhou Yang in the office. If you don't mind being an audience member, why can't you be the main character? The word struck a nerve. She closed her eyes, letting Zhou Yang's hands roam over her body. The room grew hotter and hotter, and Su Zhixia felt like she was about to melt. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, Su Zhixia was still the same woman who lost control after drinking. He pulled out the fertility boost energy drink and downed it in one gulp. Zhixia, let's go inside. Zhou Yang scooped her up and headed toward the lounge. Su Zhixia had no strength left to resist, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her mind went blank, and she could only cling tightly to Zhou Yang's neck. Su Zhixia's wildness caught Zhou Yang off guard, a far cry from her usual aloof demeanor. Her voice echoed through the room, carrying a mesmerizing allure. The moonlight grew deeper, casting mottled shadows through the glass window. Chapter 59, A New Family Member. Su Zhixia lay sprawled across Zhou Yang's chest, sweat trickling down her spine. Too exhausted to speak, she let Zhou Yang's hands gently caress her waist. Congratulations, host. Target has successfully conceived. Conception reward 18 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mysterious gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Special reward, skill photographic memory significantly enhances learning and analytical abilities. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. This fertility boost drink was damn amazing. One shot, one kill. He felt as if a flood of knowledge had suddenly poured into his mind, instantly sharpening his thinking. Handling company affairs would become much smoother from now on. Most crucially, Su Zhixia couldn't run away now even if she wanted to. With his seed growing inside her, how could she dare resign? She'd be dreaming. Why are you smiling so happily? Su Zhixia weakly lifted her head. Just happy, Zhou Yang pinched her cheek. It's the first time I've seen you so wild. Su Zhixia's face burned fiercely. She'd completely lost control earlier, doing things she'd never even dared imagine before. Now, recalling it all, she wished she could sink through the floor. Am I being disgusting? She whispered. Don't be ridiculous, Zhou Yang pulled her closer. You were amazing. But you have Bai Wei and the others. So what? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Men are greedy by nature. Su Zhixia fell silent. The old her would never have accepted this kind of relationship, but now. Forget it. At this point, what did it matter? Still quitting? Zhou Yang asked. Su Zhixia shook her head. No. Her voice was soft but resolute. Then move into the villa, Zhou Yang suggested. Xiao Wei and Yufei are both nice people. Live with other women? Su Zhixia hesitated. Such a thing had never even crossed her mind before. I'll give it a try. What will you call me from now on? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Su Zhixia's face flushed crimson as her voice dropped to a whisper, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, husband. Zhou Yang smiled with satisfaction. The once proud overseas returned PhD was now as docile as a kitten. This sense of conquest felt absolutely exhilarating. The next morning, in the conference room of Star Candle Entertainment, Li Xiaoyu sat at the head of the long table, a brand new contract laid before her. Congratulations, Miss Li, on officially signing with the music division. Lin Meng beamed. Thank you for the company's guidance, Li Xiaoyu replied calmly, though her heart was racing. Recalling the wild night with Zhou Yang in the apartment, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. But since she had chosen this path, she would give it her all. She wouldn't regret it. The moment she signed the contract and stepped outside, Wang Sisi and Zhang Xinran swarmed around her. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Wang Sisi beamed sweetly. Going straight from streamer to singer? We're all so jealous. Exactly. You gotta look out for us sisters now, Zhang Xinran chimed in from the side. Li Xiaoyu looked at their two fake smiles and felt sick to her stomach. Oh, it's just luck, she replied. Luck? Wang Sisi probed cautiously. Xiaoyu, you must have some secret trick. Teach us, okay? Both were thinking the same thing. Li Xiaoyu must be kept by Mr. Zhou, just like Bai Wei. How else could she get promoted so fast? My vocal coach is waiting. I gotta go. Li Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered with small talk and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Sisi remarked sourly, she must have caught Mr. Zhou's eye. Look how she walks now, like she's got the wind at her back. Should we try to? Zhang Xinran whispered. Do you think we have what it takes? Wang Sisi was surprisingly self-aware. How could we possibly compare? Mr. Zhou has such high standards. The two girls instantly wilted. That evening, Zhou Yang escorted Su Zhixia through the villa gates. In the living room, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei both turned around simultaneously. Seeing Su Zhixia, both wore slightly complicated expressions. Yufei, Wei, meet your new sister, Zhou Yang said, his arm around Su Zhixia's waist. From now on, we're all family. Liu Yufei stood up first, forcing a smile. Miss Su, welcome to our big family. Bai Wei also walked over, sizing up Su Zhixia. Secretary Su, I never expected you'd move in here too. Su Zhixia's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. I look forward to your guidance. Don't call me Secretary Su, just call me Zhixia, Zhou Yang said with a smile. We're all family here. No need for formalities. Liu Yufei felt a pang of envy. Another one? The number of women in this household keeps growing. But as the eldest sister, she had to maintain appearances. Zhixia, are you hungry? I'll heat up some food. No need to trouble yourself. Su Zhixia waved her hands hurriedly. Don't be so polite, we're all sisters here, Bai Wei chimed in. Zhou Yang watched the three women getting along so harmoniously, feeling utterly content. This was how a family should be, harmonious and joyful. You two chat and bond a bit, Zhou Yang said contentedly. I'm going to take a shower. The moment Zhou Yang left, the living room atmosphere turned awkward. The three women stared at each other, none daring to speak first. Finally, Liu Yufei broke the silence. Zhixia, you're a PhD who studied abroad, right? That's impressive. Not at all, just lucky, Su Zhixia replied modestly. Lucky? Bai Wei smiled meaningfully. Any woman who catches brother's eye is no ordinary woman. Su Zhixia flushed, unsure how to respond. Xiao Wei. Liu Yufei shot her a stern look. Don't mind her, that's just how she is. It's fine, Su Zhixia shook her head. She knew these two women disapproved of her arrival. After all, who wanted to share a man with another woman? By the way, Zhixia, which room are you staying in? Liu Yufei asked. Well. Su Zhixia hesitated. Of course it's brother's room, Bai Wei stated flatly. Right, Zhixia? Su Zhixia nodded, her face flushing. Liu Yufei felt even more bitter inside. She was pregnant and often had to sleep alone, yet this newcomer could share a room with Zhou Yang right away? Well, I'll go tidy up the room then. Liu Yufei forced a smile and headed upstairs. As soon as Liu Yufei left, Bai Wei leaned close to Su Zhixia and lowered her voice. Sis Zhixia, there's something I need to warn you about. What is it? Sis Yufei and I are both pregnant, Bai Wei whispered. I'm fine, but she's emotionally sensitive. It's best not to be too affectionate in front of her, lest you upset her. Su Zhixia froze. Pregnant? Both of them? Got it, thanks for the heads up. Su Zhixia nodded. Bai Wei watched Su Zhixia's bewildered expression and felt quite satisfied. Newcomers are newcomers, they know nothing. Even if they were both the brothers' women, there had to be a hierarchy based on seniority. Sister Yufei was the top dog and she was second in command. No matter who came next, no one would be allowed to step out of line. Chapter 60, The Blissful Life of Being Surrounded by Lovers. Zhou Yang held Su Zhixia as they lay on the bed, his hand gently caressing her flat stomach. Why are you being so well behaved tonight? Su Zhixia turned to press against his chest. Given Zhou Yang's usual habits, he would have started getting handsy by now. Sometimes I just want to hold you, Zhou Yang replied noncommittally. Men don't think about that stuff all the time. But inwardly, he calculated, you're carrying my child now. I wouldn't dare act recklessly. If I hurt the baby, it wouldn't be worth the cost. Su Zhixia nodded and soon drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang pushed open the bedroom door and heard voices coming from the living room. Liu Yufei was peeling an orange for Bai Wei, while Su Zhixia sipped milk from a cup in small sips. The three women sitting together created a surprisingly harmonious scene. Good morning, big brother. Bai Wei jumped up the moment she saw him, throwing herself into his arms and acting coy. Slow down, you're pregnant, you know. Zhou Yang steadied her. Bai Wei's temperament really wasn't what one would expect from a pregnant woman. Her? Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. I bet she'll be bouncing around right up until the day she gives birth. Sis Yufei, you're just jealous of my good health. Bai Wei patted her belly smugly. Zhou Yang sat down on the sofa, and the three women naturally gathered around him. Oh, right, brother, Bai Wei suddenly spoke up. When are you bringing Xiaoyu over to live with us? Xiaoyu? Liu Yufei froze. Who's that? Xiao Wei's college roommate. She's working as a singer at the company now. Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around Bai Wei, showing no hesitation. She's also my woman. The living room fell silent the moment those words left his mouth. Liu Yufei felt a pang of jealousy. Are you trying to turn the company into your personal harem? What kind of person do you think I am? Zhou Yang looked utterly innocent. You're not, the three women countered in unison. Zhou Yang was speechless, forced into a nervous chuckle. As they spoke, Liu Yufei's face suddenly turned pale. She covered her mouth and dashed toward the bathroom. Ugh! The sound of violent retching echoed through the room. Zhou Yang hurried after her. How are you? Are you okay? He gently patted Liu Yufei's back, his voice filled with concern. Tears streamed down Liu Yufei's face as she leaned weakly against the toilet rim. I'm fine, just suddenly felt nauseous. This was her first severe bout of morning sickness in over 2 months of pregnancy. Should we go to the hospital? No, it's a normal reaction. Liu Yufei waved her hand weakly. Bai Wei leaned against the doorframe, grinning with a hint of schadenfreude. Brother, now you know what it's like to take care of a pregnant woman, huh? Better treat us well from now on. You're all my precious treasures. Of course I'll treat you well. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around Liu Yufei, pulling Bai Wei closer with his free hand. Hearing this, the pang of jealousy in Liu Yufei's heart instantly vanished, replaced by a sweet sense of being cherished. Su Zhixia stood nearby, utterly stunned by the scene. How could two women be so affectionate with the same man in front of each other and still get along? Was this even a normal reaction? Zhixia, come here. Zhou Yang beckoned to her. Su Zhixia walked over, her face flushed, and he pulled her close. Now Zhou Yang had them all on either side of him, Liu Yufei leaning against his left shoulder, Su Zhixia seated to his right, and Bai Wei curled up on his lap like a little kitten. You're all my precious little treasures. He planted a kiss on each of their cheeks. All three women blushed, but none pushed him away. Upon arriving at the company, Zhou Yang and Su Zhixia had barely entered the office building when melodious singing drifted from the training room. Through the glass door, Li Xiaoyu was receiving vocal coaching from her teacher. Your breath control is excellent, and your pitch is remarkably steady, vocal coach Wang Huiman praised enthusiastically. In all my years of teaching, I've rarely encountered such talent. With proper cultivation, she'll undoubtedly carve out a place for herself in the music industry. Li Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, sweat trickling down her forehead as she continued without pause. Zhou Yang watched her focused expression and felt a pang of emotion. This girl truly loved singing and worked incredibly hard. She puts her heart into it, Su Zhixia murmured softly beside him. Yes, Zhou Yang agreed, nodding. Anyone with a dream deserves respect. Back in the office, the door barely closed before Zhou Yang pulled Su Zhixia into his arms and kissed her. Wait. Su Zhixia pushed him away. This is the office. What are you afraid of? This is my turf. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. Zhou Yang released Su Zhixia and straightened his clothes. Chen Xian pushed open the door and immediately noticed Su Zhixia's flushed cheeks and slightly swollen lips. She narrowed her eyes, sizing up the pair. Brother Zhou, what were you two doing just now? Talking business, Zhou Yang replied with a straight face. Chen Xian clearly didn't buy it. She sat directly on Zhou Yang's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother Zhou, I want to be a singer too. You? Zhou Yang looked her up and down. You don't have the right look. You might make a decent streamer, but singing takes talent. Why can Li Xiaoyu do it but not me? Chen Xian was a bit defiant. What makes me worse than her? Your vocal range just isn't up to par, Zhou Yang replied bluntly. That's innate, you can't train it later. Chen Xian pouted but nodded obediently. Fine, I'll stick to being a streamer then. She suddenly leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear, her voice turning seductive. I just bought a new cosplay outfit, a really sexy one, you know. Zhou Yang perked up. What kind? Top secret. Chen Xian giggled coyly. I'll show it to you later. Su Zhixia watched the two flirting beside her, feeling surprisingly calm. Such scenes used to torment her, but now she merely observed with detached calm. Perhaps because she had become his woman too, her mindset had completely shifted. Zhou Yang suddenly patted his other thigh. Zhixia, come sit here too. Su Zhixia hesitated, then walked over with a blush, letting him pull her onto his lap. Chen Xian was a bit stunned. What was going on? Had Brother Zhou even won over the aloof Su Zhixia? Oh? Secretary Su, I never expected you weren't truly aloof after all. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Smack! Zhou Yang gave her a slap on her pert bottom. Call her sister Zhixia from now on. Get along nicely. No underhanded tricks. Chen Xian clutched her butt and pouted, fine, fine. Sister Zhixia. When it came to Zhou Yang, she was now utterly obedient. Su Zhixia, sandwiched between them, felt the warmth radiating from both bodies and found herself at a loss. Such a situation had never appeared in her life dictionary before, yet now she found it rather thrilling. As the three sat like this, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Chen Xian breathed softly into Zhou Yang's ear. Bro, what should I wear for today's livestream? This is work time, Zhou Yang replied, feigning seriousness. What about after work? Chen Xian asked with a coy smile. After work, you two come to my apartment, Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. Chen Xian and Su Zhixia froze simultaneously. Both? What did that mean? I don't think that's appropriate, Su Zhixia stammered. What's inappropriate about it? We're all family here. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around both of them. We'll have to get used to each other sooner or later anyway. Might as well get comfortable with it now. Chen Xian felt her heart begin to race. She'd been a streamer for so long, what kind of situation hadn't she seen? But this was a first. Sis Zhixia won't mind, right? Chen Xian asked tentatively. Su Zhixia's cheeks burned fiercely. I don't know either. Chapter 61, Taking Others Down with You When You're Doomed. Zhou Yang was jolted awake by the ringing phone. The bedside was empty. A torn cosplay uniform lay discarded on the sofa, and several shirt buttons were scattered across the carpet. What a pair of devils. He got up to wash and brush his teeth, the vivid memory of Su Zhixia blushing beside him as a spectator last night still fresh in his mind. He dared not touch her, of course she carried his child. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous. But having her watch was a different kind of thrill. Sometimes, being the spectator was more exciting than being the performer. Chen Xian's voice came through the phone. Brother Zhou, Sister Zhixia and I are waiting for you downstairs. I even bought you breakfast. I'll be right down. By the time the three of them arrived at the office, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhou Yang looked refreshed and alert, while Chen Xian still walked with a slight limp. Su Zhixia's cheeks were flushed, anyone could tell something was up. In the elevator, Chen Xian leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear. Brother Zhou, last night you really… Ahem. Su Zhixia quickly interrupted. Sis Zhixia's getting shy, Chen Xian giggled. The moment the elevator doors opened, melodious singing drifted out from the recording studio. Is that Xiaoyu? Su Zhixia asked. Through the glass door, Li Xiaoyu stood focused at the microphone, headphones on, singing intently. Beside her stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses, occasionally gesturing with his hands. Zhao Kai? Zhou Yang recognized the man. Zhao Kai was a renowned music producer in the industry, having worked with numerous top-tier singers. Getting him to produce Li Xiaoyu's debut single meant Zhou Yang had spared no expense. Hold on. Zhao Kai pressed the intercom button. Miss Li, the verse is perfect first take. But for the high notes in the chorus, you still need to work on your breath control. Li Xiaoyu nodded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After 3 straight hours of recording, her voice was already hoarse. This girl's talent truly astonishes me. Zhao Kai remarked to his assistant, I've been in this business for over 20 years, and I rarely see such a gifted newcomer. With the right packaging, she'll definitely be a hit. She just gets a bit nervous and can't relax, the assistant murmured. Outside the recording studio, Zhou Yang was in high spirits. This investment was clearly the right move. Li Xiaoyu was truly a raw gem. Let's go in and see. As Zhao Kai pushed open the studio door, he immediately turned around. Mr. Zhou. You're here. Great work, Teacher Zhao. Zhou Yang walked over to shake hands. How did Xiaoyu perform? Absolutely outstanding. Zhao Kai praised enthusiastically. With her voice paired with Secret Under the Moonlight, I guarantee it will become a phenomenon. Li Xiaoyu removed her headphones and flushed shyly when she saw Zhou Yang enter. Honey. She murmured softly. Su Zhixia and Chen Xian both heard it, exchanging a knowing smile. Chen Xian murmured under her breath, this girl sure knows how to be sweet. Try the chorus part again. I'll help you find the feel, Zhou Yang said, walking over to her. But I can't hit the high notes. Li Xiaoyu sighed, feeling discouraged. After recording for so long, the most crucial part always fell short. Don't worry, Zhou Yang patted her back gently. You're just too nervous. Relax. Their bodies were close, and Li Xiaoyu could catch the faint scent of his cologne, making her heart race. Take a deep breath. Imagine you're standing on a moonlit meadow, whispering secrets to someone you love. Zhou Yang's voice was soft yet magnetic. Li Xiaoyu closed her eyes, and the image of her first encounter with Zhou Yang in the apartment flashed through her mind. That rush of pounding heart and shallow breaths surged back. She put on her headphones and began singing the chorus again. This time, her voice carried an indescribable emotion, and the high notes came effortlessly. Perfect. Zhao Kai clapped excitedly. That's the feeling. Mr. Zhou, how did you manage that? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Just know how to unlock a woman's potential. Chen Xian and Su Zhixia both shot him a disapproving look. The guy was showing off again. Recording's done. Now it's time for post-production. Zhao Kai packed up the equipment. We should have the final cut ready next week. Great work, Zhou Yang nodded. Just then, the studio door burst open. Mr. Zhou. You're here. A haggard figure burst in, none other than Wang Lei. Wang Lei bore no resemblance to his usual energetic self. His face was sallow, his eyes bloodshot, and he had visibly lost a significant amount of weight. Whoa, who is this? Chen Xian covered her nose and took a step back. A sour, musty odor emanated from Wang Lei, his hair so greasy it could fry food. How did you get in? Zhou Yang frowned. I snuck in when the front desk wasn't looking, Wang Lei's voice trembled. Mr. Zhou, please, save me. He suddenly dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I really have that disease. I went to get tested. Please save me. Li Xiaoyu stared at her ex-boyfriend kneeling before her, filled with disgust. How could she have ever been attracted to such a man? Thankfully, she hadn't let him trick her into bed. What do you want from me? Zhou Yang asked coldly. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I shouldn't have said those things. Wang Lei sobbed uncontrollably. But she didn't infect me with this disease, it was that Wang Jiaojiao. Now the whole internet is spreading rumors that Xiaoyu ruined me, destroying her reputation. What? Zhou Yang instantly understood. Someone must be spreading rumors online, claiming Li Xiaoyu infected Wang Lei. How long have you two been hooking up? Have you denied the rumors online? Over a month. Last night I posted a clarification saying Wang Jiaojiao infected me, it has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. Wang Lei wiped away tears. But no one believed me. Everyone says I'm just covering for my ex-girlfriend. Now the internet's flooded with hate, calling Xiaoyu a. People are even doxing her personal info. Li Xiaoyu's face drained of color. If such rumors were truly circulating online, her singing career would end before it even began. What exactly is happening? Zhou Yang asked. Wang Lei tremblingly pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. The third spot on the trending list screamed, #new singer Li Xiaoyu has ideas #. Clicking through, it was filled with abuse and personal attacks. This woman is disgusting. She knows she's sick and still infects others. Poor guy, killed by that green tea. How could Star Candle Entertainment sign such an artist? They have no standards. The comments section was even more appalling. Zhao Kai's expression darkened upon seeing the trending topic. Mr. Zhou, this will severely impact Miss Li's career prospects. Zhou Yang's face turned ashen. Online violence spread faster than a virus, as expected. Who posted this news first? I don't know. Wang Lei cried. Yesterday, someone suddenly claimed I got AIDS from my ex-girlfriend, and then others dug up Xiaoyu's information. I've clarified it multiple times, but it's useless. Zhou Yang, what should we do now? Su Zhixia asked anxiously. Before Zhou Yang could answer, Lin Meng rushed in frantically. Mr. Zhou. It's bad news. She was out of breath. Several media outlets just called, all wanting to cover the Li Xiaoyu AIDS infection incident. Plus, netizens are gathering outside the company building demanding answers. What? Chen Xian rushed to the window and looked down. Sure enough, over a dozen people had gathered below, waving banners and making a commotion. Li Xiaoyu's legs buckled and she nearly collapsed. Zhou Yang steadied her and turned to Wan Lei. You better tell me the truth. What the hell is going on? Chapter 62, A Gentleman's Revenge is Never Too Late. I really don't know who started it. Wang Lei knelt on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, his nose and eyes streaming with a mixture of tears and snot. I drank too much last night and called my college buddy Zhang Shun, crying about how I got AIDS. His voice trailed off as he sobbed. I said it was Li Xiaoyu who infected me. You have the nerve to show your face here? Li Xiaoyu trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly. We never even kissed, and you accused me of infecting you? Wang Lei shook his head frantically. I know I was wrong. I regretted it the moment I sobered up and immediately posted a clarification on Weibo, but no one believed me. Zhou Yang sneered coldly, AIDS has no cure. You deserve it. Mr. Zhou, please help me. Wang Lei crawled to Zhou Yang's feet and clung desperately to his pant leg. I don't want to die. I'm still young, I haven't even married or had children yet. Li Xiaoyu recoiled in disgust, unwilling to even glance at him. Don't come near me. You disgust me. Wang Lei suddenly lunged at Li Xiaoyu, trying to grab her legs. Xiaoyu, we dated for over a year. You can't just leave me to die. Please, I'm begging you on my knees. Get lost. Li Xiaoyu kicked him hard, sending Wang Lei tumbling to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, his despair instantly morphing into venomous hatred. You're nothing but a... Wang Lei pointed at Li Xiaoyu and hurled abuse. What a hypocrite. Pretending to be pure and innocent back then, and now you've hooked up with some sugar daddy and turned your back on me. How much money did I spend on you? And now you just dumped me like that? Security. Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered with this loser and bellowed the command. 2 security guards rushed in immediately. Throw this mad dog out. You'll regret this. Wang Lei was dragged toward the door, still struggling wildly. Li Xiaoyu, you'll get what's coming to you. I won't let you off even when I'm dead. The door slammed shut and the world finally fell silent. Li Xiaoyu slumped into a chair, her face ashen. This must be the work of Wang Jiaojiao or that college classmate of Wang Lei's. Zhou Yang walked to the window, gazing down at the crowd still in an uproar below. But the question is, why did it escalate so quickly? Lin Meng said with a grave expression. Someone must be stirring the pot behind the scenes. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a huge impact. After all, Li Xiaoyu is just an unknown rookie. Who would pay attention to her? I haven't offended anyone either. Zhou Yang turned around, his brow furrowed. Probably someone in the industry, Lin Meng sighed. Competitors are natural enemies. If they get a chance to step on someone, they'll take it. I've been in this business long enough to know how deep the waters run here better than anyone. Zhou Yang patted Li Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He turned to Lin Meng. The top priority now is finding Wang Jiaojiao. Call the police. People like her are walking biological weapons. We need law enforcement involved. Lin Meng immediately picked up the phone and began dialing. Zhao Kai glanced at his watch and rose to take his leave. Mr. Zhou, I'll head back to handle post-production. Once this storm passes, we'll reschedule the release plan. Thank you for your help, Mr. Zhao. Zhou Yang escorted him to the door. For the entire day, Zhou Yang comforted Li Xiaoyu. The crowd protesting downstairs was dispersed by security, but the online storm only grew fiercer. Keyboard warriors and bandwagon-jumping netizens relentlessly reposted and commented, sending the situation completely out of control. Stop looking at your phone. Zhou Yang snatched Li Xiaoyu's phone. They're just a bunch of keyboard warriors. Not worth your time. Li Xiaoyu's eyes were red. My dream of becoming a singer is over, right? Nonsense. Zhou Yang clasped her hand. This is just a temporary setback. It'll blow over soon. Su Zhixia and Shen Xian gathered around to comfort her too. Xiaoyu, trust brother Zhou. He'll figure it out. Shen Xian handed her a cup of hot tea. Yes, the truth will always come out in the end. Su Zhixia patted her back gently. At 8 p.m., Zhou Yang's phone rang. Mr. Zhou, this is Officer Zhang from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Based on your report, we've sealed off Nightscape KTV, but we haven't found Wang Jiaojia. Where is she? According to the KTV staff, she took the day off. We're conducting a citywide search. Zhou Yang hung up, feeling a surge of anxiety. If Wang Jiaojiao couldn't be found, the rumor couldn't be cleared up. Half an hour later, his phone rang again. Mr. Zhou, we've located Wang Jiaojiao at the Jincheng Hotel. Officer Shang's voice was urgent. You'd better come over. Zhou Yang rushed to the hotel immediately. The elevator took him straight to the 16th floor, where screams and the sounds of a struggle could be heard from afar. You filthy whore. You have AIDS and you're still out here selling yourself, a man roared. Who said I have AIDS? You're full of. Wang Jiajiao screamed back. Zhou Yang followed the police into the room, where a shirtless, obese middle-aged man was choking Wang Jiajiao. Completely naked, Wang Jiajiao struggled desperately, her large breasts jiggling violently. Stop! Police! Officer Zhang bellowed. The man released his grip, staring at the officers in terror. Officer, this woman has AIDS. She tried to kill me. Wang Jiajiao coughed, clutching her throat. Bull! I'm perfectly healthy. Wang Jiajiao, you're under arrest. Officer Zhang signaled for the female officer to drape a coat over her. For suspected intentional transmission of HIV. What? I don't have AIDS. Wang Jiajiao screamed. Who said I have AIDS? Zhou Yang sneered coldly. Your boyfriend Wang Lei has already been diagnosed. He said you infected him. That good for nothing Wang Lei? Wang Jiajiao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. He deserves it. Who told him to be so stingy, giving me only $500? So you admit you had a relationship with him? Officer Zhang asked. Of course. But that was days ago, Wang Jiajiao shrugged nonchalantly. How could I possibly have AIDS? I get a physical every month, okay? Then we'll just go to the hospital and get tested. Officer Zhang signaled his officers to take her away. Wang Jiajiao suddenly broke free from the female officer and threw herself at Zhou Yang. Handsome, save me. I really don't have it. I'll prove it to you. I won't charge you a dime, do whatever you want. Zhou Yang recoiled in disgust. Take her away. Back at the company, Zhou Yang explained the situation to Li Xiaoyu. Great. Li Xiaoyu hugged Zhou Yang excitedly. Now we can clear this up. Not so fast. There's still one unresolved issue, Zhou Yang frowned. Who's stirring the pot behind the scenes? Lin Meng knocked and entered. Mr. Zhou, I've found some leads. She opened her tablet. The first to leak the Li Xiaoyu AIDS scandal was this account called Entertainment Scoop. It's backed by Starglow Entertainment's paid commenters. Starlight Entertainment? Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. Why are they targeting us? Because of this. Lin Meng tapped open a page. Next month there's a nationwide newcomer singer competition with a 5 million yuan prize. The winner also gets major promotion from the show's production team. Star Glory Entertainment also has a newcomer competing Sumei. So they're worried Li Xiaoyu will steal the spotlight from their new talent? Zhou Yang tapped the table. Exactly. Lin Meng nodded. I found out that Star Shine's boss, Chen Liang, is related to Wang Lei's college classmate. Zhou Yang sneered coldly. Nice move, Chen Liang playing such dirty tricks. Now that we know who's behind this, it'll be easy to handle. He picked up the phone. Hello, Officer Zhang. I need your help with something. The next morning, a bombshell headline dominated major media outlets. KTV hostess tests positive for AIDS, police urgently seek close contacts. The report detailed Wang Jiajiao's case, releasing her recent movements and list of contacts. Among them were Wang Lei and Chen Liang. Chen Liang? The owner of Starshine Entertainment? Netizens erupted in outrage. Holy, Chen Liang actually dated an AIDS-positive woman? I heard his wife is the mayor's niece. He's done for. In Chen Liang's office, the phone rang incessantly. He stared at the news, his hands trembling. Who did this? Who the hell did this? His furious roar echoed through the office, shattering a vase on his desk. Shards flew everywhere, cutting his hand. On the other end of the line, Zhang Shun's voice trembled. Mr. Qian, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Useless. Qian Liang roared. You'll all pay for this. The moment he hung up, his secretary rushed in frantically. Mr. Qian, it's bad. The boss's wife is here, she saw the news. Chen Liang's face instantly drained of color as his phone clattered to the floor. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor grew louder and closer outside. Chapter 63, The Thank You Method That Went Viral. The video of Qian Liang being publicly slapped twice by his wife went viral online for 3 solid days. In divorce court, his face swollen like a pig's head became the laughingstock of the entire internet. Xinghui Entertainment's stock price plummeted like a cliff, crashing 80% within a week. Termination notices from major partners piled up at the front desk. Riding this wave of attention, Star Brilliance Entertainment immediately released Li Xiaoyu's new song, instantly capturing everyone's focus. Damn! This guy's in worse shape than I imagined. Zhou Yang scrolled through the trending topics, laughing so hard he doubled over. Chen Xian scurried over in her high heels, shoving her phone in his face. Bro, check this out, Qian Liang's living under a bridge now, scavenging trash for survival. Xinghui Entertainment's building got seized by the bank yesterday. Former employees say Qian Liang owes 3 months' wages. The company's been a shell for ages. Zhou Yang set down the phone and flipped to the music charts. Li Xiaoyu's Secret Under the Moonlight firmly holds the top spot on the new song chart, with streams already surpassing 1 million. The comments section is flooded with praise. Her voice is so soothing, I've been on repeat all day. Xiaoyu has been so unfairly treated, we must support her. Shingsan Entertainment hit the jackpot. This newcomer is bound to break out. A true overnight sensation. An overnight sensation? Zhou Yang murmured the 4 words, grinning mischievously as he turned to look at Li Xiaoyu, who was scrolling through her phone. Netizens are calling you an overnight sensation. How do you plan to thank your husband? Li Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red, nearly dropping her phone. Chen Xian smiled knowingly and swayed her hips toward the door. Brother Zhou, you two chat. I've got work to do. The door closed softly, leaving only the 2 of them in the office. Li Xiaoyu set her phone down and slowly stood up. She bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. What kind of thanks does my husband want? Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. You figure out how to show your sincerity. Li Xiaoyu turned away, her back to him. Her fingers gripped the hem of her shirt, slowly pulling the white t-shirt upward to reveal her smooth back and the outline of her white lace underwear. Zhou Yang rose from his chair and grabbed her from behind. Husband. Li Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Let's go inside. Without another word, Zhou Yang scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the restroom in the back of the office. The door slammed shut. 2 hours later, Li Xiaoyu emerged from the lounge, her clothes neatly arranged. Her cheeks still flushed, her hair slightly disheveled. Honey, I'm heading to the recording studio. She planted a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Teacher Zhao said we're recording the demo for the 2nd song today. Zhou Yang patted her hip. Go ahead. Do your best. Li Xiaoyu blushed and hurried away. Zhou Yang remembered there was still a bottle of fertility boost drink left unused. He planned to save it for Wang Hui. Just then, Lin Meng knocked and entered. Mr. Zhou, there's an important matter. She held a document in her hand. Sumei from Starshine Entertainment wants to switch to our company. Sumei? Didn't she just sign with Starshine Entertainment not long ago? Yes, but seeing how Li Xiaoyu skyrocketed to fame, she believes our company offers better prospects. Lin Meng handed over the documents. Now that Starshine Entertainment has collapsed, her contract is naturally void. Zhou Yang flipped open the file. The moment he saw Sumei's photo, he nearly spit out his coffee. Holy! This woman is drop-dead gorgeous. In the photo, Sumei possessed a face seductive to the core. Her wavy hair fell lazily over her shoulders, and her fiery red lips paired with a bewitching expression made her a walking hormone bomb. But what was most striking was her figure curves in all the right places, so voluptuous that the loose athletic wear couldn't hide her stunning silhouette. She's a real stunner. Lin Meng rolled her eyes. Mr. Zhou, could you please review her professional credentials first? Only then did Zhou Yang notice the other details. Sumei, 26 years old, height 5 feet 9 inches, measurements 36D2436, notable works, Nightfall and Sex in the City. She specializes in the sexy route and has high request rates at nightclubs and KTVs, Lin Meng explained. She has a solid market foundation. But we'll need to see her in person to be sure. Zhou Yang closed the file. Schedule her for an interview tomorrow morning. Got it. Lin Meng turned to leave, then remembered something. Oh, and she said she'd accept any terms if we sign her. Any terms? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Her exact words were, for the sake of my career, anything is negotiable. After Lin Meng left, Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, pondering tomorrow's interview. Su Zhixia approached from the break room, tea in hand. She placed it before him and gently pressed both hands against his shoulders. Thinking about another woman again? You figured it out? Zhou Yang savored her massage. That lecherous look on your face is too obvious. Su Zhixia's fingers gently kneaded his shoulders. Glancing at the documents on the desk, she remarked, this woman is really beautiful. Is she your new target? Not exactly a new target. Just a new singer the company wants to sign. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone rang. Hello, Sister Hui? Xiaoyang, my daughter got discharged from the hospital today. Wang Hui's voice brimmed with joy. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have known what to do. It's nothing. Don't mention it. How's the child doing now? She's fully recovered. The doctor said she's healing well. All she needs now is plenty of rest. Wang Hui paused for a moment. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight? I'll cook you a few special dishes myself. Zhou Yang caught the hint in her words. Sure, I'll come over tonight. Well, I sent the kids to their grandmother's house. Wang Hui's voice carried a hint of shyness. It'll just be the 2 of us tonight. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Then don't come begging for mercy tonight. Wang Hui gave a soft snort and hung up. Su Zhixia twisted his arm from behind. Is this another one of your women? My former landlord. She was my woman too. Zhou Yang nodded calmly. Su Zhixia sighed and continued massaging him. Zhou Yang suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him. What are you doing? Su Zhixia asked, flustered. Zhou Yang didn't answer. He knelt down and gently slipped off her high heels. Hey! It's still daytime. Su Zhixia tried to pull away, but Zhou Yang grabbed her ankle. What are you afraid of? The door's locked. Zhou Yan lifted her delicate foot. Her pale toes looked incredibly tempting inside the black stockings. He gently stroked the delicate arch of her foot, feeling the smoothness of the stockings. What I love most are your feet. If... He murmured something low in Su Zhixia's ear. You pervert. Thinking about such nonsense in broad daylight. Oh? So, are you agreeing or not? Zhou Yang lifted her chin. Su Zhixia's face flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly. She bit her lip, her hand slowly sliding down the edge of her stockings. Chapter 64, Who eats crab at this hour? The moment Zhou Yang pressed the doorbell, Wang Hui opened the door. She wore a light blue dress, her face lit with an expectant smile. I've been waiting for you forever. Sis Hui, you look so beautiful today, did you dress up just for me? Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. Wang Hui blushed and playfully tapped his chest. Flatterer. Come on in. Changing into slippers, the kitchen filled with waves of delicious aromas. What's cooking? Steamed crab, sweet and sour spare ribs, and braised pork belly. Wang Hui tied on her apron and headed into the kitchen. Sit down for a bit. It'll be ready soon. Zhou Yang poured himself a glass of water, watching the busy figure in the kitchen. The dress clung to Wang Hui's body, outlining her voluptuous curves. The charm of a young married woman was perfectly embodied in her. He set down the glass and quietly approached the kitchen doorway. Sis Hui. Wang Hui was scrubbing crabs, not even turning her head. What is it? Zhou Yang embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Stop messing around, I'm cleaning crabs. Wang Hui flinched, nearly dropping the brush in her hand. Crab can't hold a candle to how sweet you smell, Zhou Yang whispered softly in her ear. Wang Hui turned around, her eyes glistening. That mouth of yours. Zhou Yang cupped her face. Sis Hui, remember what I told you last time? Wang Hui froze for a moment. What did you say? That thing. Wang Hui lowered her head. I've never tried that. Then try it. Zhou Yang pulled out a fertility boost drink from his pocket, twisted off the cap, and downed it in one gulp. Wang Hui's eyes widened. What did you just drink? Zhou Yang tossed the empty bottle aside and cupped her face with both hands. Sis Hui, would you be willing to have a child with me? Wang Hui's smile faded. I'd do anything for you, but after all this time, nothing's happened. The doctor said I'm getting older and it's harder to conceive. Don't worry. This time, it will definitely work. Zhou Yang leaned in and kissed her. Wang Hui gasped in surprise before responding passionately, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Steam swirled in the kitchen as their breathing grew increasingly ragged. Zhou Yang scooped her up and carried her toward the living room. Forget about the crab for now. They'll burn. So be it. You matter more than the crab. Traces of their struggle were left everywhere on the living room sofa, the balcony lounge chair, even the kitchen countertop. Wang Hui collapsed limp in Zhou Yang's arms, her cheeks flushed crimson. Why were you so fierce today? She panted. Zhou Yang held her tighter. Because I've been going crazy thinking about you. Just then, the system alert sounded. Congratulations, host. Target has successfully conceived. Conception reward, 15 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mystery gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Additional reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 7.4 million yuan already parked in the villa garage. Sis Hui, you're definitely pregnant this time. Zhou Yang kissed Wang Hui lightly on the forehead. Wang Hui looked at him questioningly. How can you be so sure? My intuition is always spot on. Zhou Yang sat up and began dressing. Inside, he was laughing wildly. Intuition, my ass, this is science. Oh, and sell that rental building. Why? Wang Hui followed suit, dressing herself. The place is too old. The monthly rent barely covers anything. Zhou Yang smoothed his shirt. I'll buy you a new place for you and the kids to live in. I've got an apartment over here too, it'll be easier for us to meet up. Wang Hui felt warmth in her heart, her eyes welling up. You're so good to me. Why would I hoard my money instead of spending it on the woman I love? Zhou Yang pulled her close. I'll contact the sales office tomorrow. The location is great, transportation is convenient, it'll be so much more comfortable than here. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Hui couldn't speak, only clinging tightly to him. Sis Hui, how did that feel just now? Zhou Yang asked with a mischievous grin. Wang Hui blushed bright red, shifting her still uneasy body. You're the one with all the tricks. Ah, I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. We'll try them out slowly over time, Zhou Yang laughed heartily. Just then, a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen. Oh no! The crab! Wang Hui screamed and dashed toward the kitchen. Zhou Yang followed behind, bursting into laughter again at her frantic expression. Stop laughing. It's all your fault. Wang Hui turned off the stove and lifted the lid. The crab was already charred black. No big deal, we'll just order takeout. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone. Let's consider tonight a celebration. Celebrate what? Our baby. Zhou Yang gently rubbed her belly. I bet there's already a little life in there. Wang Hui shot him a look. You're such a... What exactly? You're impossible. Wang Hui leaned against his chest. If I really am pregnant, you wouldn't abandon us, would you? Don't be silly. Zhou Yang lifted her chin. You're my woman, Zhou Yang's woman. The child in your womb is mine. How could I possibly abandon us? Tears glistened in Wang Hui's eyes. I'm just scared. There's nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Yang pressed his lips to hers. You're my woman, Zhou Yang's woman. Anyone who dares to gossip about us, I'll take them on. Really? My word is my bond. Wang Hui's tears turned to laughter as she clung tightly to him, her heart bubbling over with sweetness. Xiaoyan, what good deed did I do in my past life to deserve someone like you? Stop crying, you're ruining your makeup. Zhou Yang wiped away her tears. We've got a long, happy life ahead of us. The takeout arrived quickly, and the two sat down at the table to eat the steaming hot meal. How's your company been lately? Wang Hui picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs for him. It's going well. Li Xiaoyu's song is a hit, and we've got an audition for a new singer tomorrow. Zhou Yang thought of Su Mei's alluring face, and a tingling sensation spread through him. Another female singer? Yeah, her name's Su Mei. Pretty cute. Zhou Yang answered honestly. Wang Hui shot him a sideways glance. You bosses have it made, dealing with pretty girls all day long. Jealous? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Who's jealous? Wang Hui flushed. Jealousy's a good thing, it means you care about me. Zhou Yang smirked triumphantly. Wang Hui glared at him before burying her head back in her food. After finishing their meal, the two lingered together for a while longer before Zhou Yang reluctantly departed. Back at the villa, Zhou Yang circled the garage several times upon spotting a new black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked inside. Holy crap! This thing could buy several houses in a garden community. He ran his fingers over the door, utterly captivated. His Porsche, which had seemed pretty decent before, suddenly paled in comparison. Zhou Yang looked up the specs online. It was the top-of-the-line model. Just imagining driving this thing around made him feel cool. Just then, his phone rang. Hello? Mr. Zhou, what time would be convenient for tomorrow's interview? Lin Meng's voice came through. 10 in the morning, then. By the way, is Su Mei definitely coming? Confirmed. She just called to double-check the time. Alright, let her know then. After hanging up, Zhou Yang circled the Rolls-Royce twice more. If Liu Yufei and the others found out, they'd be over the moon. Chapter 65, S-Class Target, a serendipitous encounter at the elevator. The next morning, Zhou Yang changed into a black Armani suit and stood in the garage, patting the hood of his Cullinan. Let's go. I'll take you to the office to show off. Su Zhixia froze the moment she entered the garage. The massive black beast sat there, its emblem gleaming. Whose car is this? Just picked it up. Zhou Yang tapped the paintwork, beaming with pride. 7,400,000. Top of the line. Su Zhixia circled the car once, her mind fixated on a single thought: has this jerk lost his mind? Are you out of your mind? Why buy such an expensive car? Isn't driving a Porsche flashy enough? This is what matches my current status. Zhou Yang opened the door. Get in and experience it. Guaranteed to turn every head. Pfft, like I'm some shallow gold digger. Despite her words, Su Zhixia obediently slid into the driver's seat. She shifted her body. This leather seat was incredibly comfortable, softer than the sofa at home. What do you think? It's just okay. Su Zhixia tried to sound nonchalant. The car pulled up outside the company building. Just as Zhou Yang parked and was about to enter the elevator, the sound of hurried high heels echoed from behind. Wait! As Zhou Yang turned around, he was immediately knocked off balance by two soft, squishy things. Holy crap! Running someone over with balls? The astonishing elasticity sent shockwaves through him, leaving Zhou Yang's mind blank and nearly causing him to bleed from the nose on the spot. The woman stumbled a few steps before plopping down onto the floor, her upper body trembling slightly. Her skirt had ridden up, revealing purple lace trim. Peering further, black lace patterns flickered in and out of view. Lace? Zhou Yang's heart pounded wildly. He quickly averted his gaze, but his peripheral vision caught Su Zhixia staring intently at him, her expression dripping with scorn. Only then did he get a clear look at the fallen woman. Holy crap, that face was absolutely stunning. Wavy curls cascaded over her shoulders, her red lips were irresistibly tempting, and her almond-shaped eyes held an innate allure. But the most devastating part was her figure, curves in all the right places, perfectly sculpted to the point of being unreal, capable of stirring the most primal desires in any man. A system prompt suddenly popped up. Name, Su Mei. Age, 26. Appearance, 92 points. Figure, 94 points. Occupation, entertainment industry artist, highly goal-oriented, hedonistic, high EQ, materialistic, virgin, no bad habits. Inner self, severely insecure, distrusts love, believes only in bank account balances. System assessment, S-Class high priority target, remarkable potential, host strongly recommended to pursue. S-Class. Zhou Yang's heart rate instantly skyrocketed to 180. Liu Yufei, Bai Wei, and Su Zhixia were certainly top-tier beauties, but encountering someone of this caliber was a first. And she was still untouched. Staring at Sumei's long legs and voluptuous figure, Zhou Yang swallowed hard. "Handsome, won't you help me up?" Sumei extended her hand, her voice dripping with sweetness. Zhou Yang hurriedly pulled her up, his hand brushing against her skin. It felt incredibly smooth and soft. Sumei brushed her skirt, looking slightly embarrassed. "I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?" She scanned Zhou Yang up and down, her gaze lingering on him for several seconds. "Are you guys employees of Star Brilliance Entertainment?" "Yes." Su Zhixia answered first, her tone noticeably cool. Inside the elevator, Sumei's rose perfume filled the air, the distinctive scent of a mature woman that sent Zhou Yang's thoughts wandering. He couldn't help but take several deep breaths, instantly feeling a surge of pleasantness. As they pushed open the glass doors, the receptionist greeted them immediately. "Good morning, Mr. Zhou." "Good morning, Ms. Su." "Morning." Zhou Yang nodded. "Mr. Zhou?" Sumei's eyes darted around as she re-examined Zhou Yang. Standing over 6 feet tall with chiseled features, he wore his black suit with impeccable style, truly the aura of a boss. "You must be the owner here." "That's correct." "Hello, Miss Su." They entered the office, and Zhou Yang gestured for her to sit down. "Miss Su, you're here quite early." Sumei sat on the sofa, her legs neatly crossed to the side, her posture elegant. Arriving early shows sincerity, after all. Su Zhixia poured tea and sat beside Zhou Yang. "I'm quite curious," Zhou Yang said, lifting his teacup. "With your impressive credentials, Miss Su, why would you consider our small company? Logically, larger firms should be competing for your services." Sumei chuckled softly. "Small doesn't mean incompetent. Li Xiaoyu became a sensation in just half a month as a newcomer. That proves you guys really know how to package artists." She paused, her expression darkening. "I've met with other companies too, but most of those bosses basically want to take advantage of me. Xian Liang from Star Glory Entertainment is exactly like that. He made a pass at me during a dinner meeting and I walked out immediately. Otherwise, with my credentials, I would have made it big long ago." Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. This woman seemed pretty flirtatious, but she turned out to have principles after all. "Didn't Xian Liang already get his comeuppance?" Su Zhixia interjected. "Serves him right." Disgust flashed in Sumei's eyes. "People like him should be begging on the streets. So what do you think of our company?" Sumei sat up straight, her expression turning serious. "Mr. Zhou, we're all adults here. I'll be blunt, what I want is simple profit. Money." She paused. "I'll accept any work assignment and fully cooperate with any promotional strategy, but there's one bottom line: I won't sell my body." Hearing this, Zhou Yang grew even more excited. A woman with principles like this would be far more interesting to conquer. "I fully understand your perspective, Miss Su. But I must ask, if you're so principled, why did you say you'd accept any terms?" Sumei smiled a smile so bewitching it could steal a man's soul. "Because I believe Mr. Zhou isn't that kind of person." "Why are you so certain? With a secretary as beautiful as Miss Su by your side, why would you need to exploit others? Besides, a man with real power wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics." Sumei batted her eyelashes, and with just a few words, she had Zhou Yang floating on air. Su Zhixia frowned beside them. This woman was too smooth with her words. A few sentences had Zhou Yang completely charmed. If only Zhou Yang were truly the upright gentleman she described. "Miss Su, you have a way with words." Zhou Yang basked in the flattery, feeling light as a feather. "I'm only telling the truth," Sumei said as she stood up, pulling out a folder from her bag and handing it over. "This is my portfolio and performance records. Mr. Zhou, please take a look." Zhou Yang flipped through the portfolio. The photos of Sumei were even more alluring, showcasing her flawless command of diverse looks. "What's your main style?" "Mature and sensual." "My voice is deep and magnetic, perfect for songs with depth and narrative." Su Zhixia finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Miss Su, the entertainment industry is treacherous, especially for female artists pursuing your kind of image." Sumei turned to look at her, her expression still calm. "Miss Su, I've been grinding it out in this industry for over a year now. What kind of shady characters haven't I seen? The reason I've managed to stay true to myself this long is because I have my own boundaries. Do you think you can become famous?" "Whether I become famous isn't up to me, but I'll definitely give it my all." Sumei sat back down. Success requires talent, it requires luck, but most crucially, it requires aligning with the right people and the right company. Her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yang. "I believe Mr. Zhou is the one who can lead me to success." Zhou Yang felt an immense surge of satisfaction inside. This woman wasn't just stunningly beautiful, her emotional intelligence was off the charts. She was the perfect package. "Since Miss Su is so earnest, let's discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Over the next half hour, the three of them discussed various issues in detail, including contract terms, development plans, and promotional strategies. Sumei demonstrated strong professionalism and deep industry insight, addressing each point with precision. "Any further questions?" Zhou Yang asked finally. "If we sign the contract, when can I start work?" "Whenever you're ready." Zhou Yang glanced at his phone. We can arrange a studio audition for you this afternoon. A look of delight flashed across Sumei's eyes. That fast? Efficiency is everything. But before we sign the official contract, I'd like to hear you sing live. No problem. Sumei agreed without hesitation. Zhou Yang dialed Lin Meng's number. Manager Lin, could you come here for a moment? Lin Meng entered promptly, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes when she saw Sumei. Take Miss Su to the recording studio. Let's hear her sing live. Yes, Mr. Zhou. The four of them headed toward the recording studio together. On the way, Sumei asked, what kind of song would you like to hear, Mr. Zhou? Just sing what you do best. Sumei nodded, already having made up her mind. Inside the recording studio, Sumei stood before the microphone and took a deep breath. Then I'll sing The Tragedy of Beauty. Chapter 66, Uncle Yang, why did you kiss my mom? The moment Sumei opened her mouth, Zhou Yang felt an electric shock in his ears. That voice was damn sexy. The slightly husky, magnetic timbre echoed through the studio, each note sending shivers down his spine. Zhou Yang leaned forward involuntarily, afraid to miss a single detail. He'd never encountered a voice as naturally seductive as Sumei's before. If she sounded like this in bed, ahem. Holy, that voice is incredible. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Yang realized he'd lost his composure and quickly cleared his throat to cover it up. Ahem. Sumei, your voice is a gift from the heavens. Sumei emerged from the recording booth, head bowed as she tidied the microphone cables, her face flushed with just the right amount of bashfulness. Mr. Zhou, you're exaggerating. I'm nowhere near that level yet. Yeah, right, far from it? Zhou Yang nearly burst out laughing. This woman sure knew how to play it cool. She was probably over the moon inside. What's lacking? Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Lin Meng, give us your honest opinion. Lin Meng nodded. She definitely has a unique quality. This kind of mature vocal tone is rare in the market these days. Su Zhixia stood in the corner, watching everyone swarm around Sumei, feeling utterly speechless. Her singing was nothing special. How come everyone was acting like they'd been drugged? Alright, let's head back to the office to discuss business. Zhou Yang led the way out. Back in the office, Su Zhixia fetched the contract while Zhou Yang personally poured tea for Sumei. Do you have any requirements for your agent? Sumei accepted the teacup with both hands. I worked well with Sister Zhang before. Could I continue collaborating with her? The company just needs to assign an assistant. No problem. Zhou Yang turned to instruct Lin Meng, assign Sumei a capable assistant, and arrange a chauffeur-driven car with a driver. Got it, Mr. Zhou. Lin Meng jotted it down in her notebook, but inwardly wondered, such treatment right after signing? Seems Mr. Zhou is quite invested in this Sumei. Sumei paused, surprise flickering in her eyes. Isn't this a bit too generous? It's only right. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair. If you want a horse to run fast, you need to feed it well, right? Su Zhixia entered with the contract, inwardly rolling her eyes. What horse and feed nonsense? He clearly has his eye on her. The contract is ready. Zhou Yang took the contract and handed it to Sumei. Review it first. We can discuss any issues later. Sumei examined it carefully, occasionally tapping her chin thoughtfully. The terms are quite favorable. I have no objections. Then sign it. After signing the contract, Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair. There's a new artist competition next month. I want you and Li Xiaoyu to participate together. A new talent contest? Sumei was a bit surprised. Yes. Even though Xiaoyu's already gained some traction, this kind of competition still helps boost visibility. You two going together will also allow you to support each other. Sumei considered it. I can participate, but I'll need time to prepare songs and styling. No problem. Just let me know what you need. Zhou Yang glanced at the time. That's all for today. Go home and prepare well. We officially start tomorrow. After seeing Sumei off, Zhou Yang drove straight to Wang Hui's place. He felt quite content throughout the drive. The company's business was going smoothly, and the women around him were growing in number. When he rang the doorbell, it was Xiaoyu who opened the door. Uncle Yang. The little girl sat in her wheelchair, her face immediately lighting up with a smile. Zhou Yang crouched down, looking at the cast on Xiaoyu's leg. Xiaoyu, how's your leg? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. The doctor said the cast can come off in 2 weeks, Xiaoyu answered obediently. That's good. Just be careful when you walk from now on, no more rushing around like that. Got it, Uncle Yang. Wang Hui emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, her hands still dusted with flour. Clearly she'd been making dumplings. The aroma of leek filling wafted over. You're back? Yeah. Where's Xiaoyu? He's doing homework in his room. Xiaoyu, Uncle Yang is here. 8-year-old Xiaoyu poked his head out and timidly greeted, Hello, Uncle Yang. The boy was still so shy. Compared to his sister, his personality was worlds apart, Zhou Yang thought. How's your homework coming along? There are still a few math problems I don't get. Xiaoyu scratched his head. I'll help you with them later, Zhou Yang patted his shoulder. But right now, your mom and I need to run an errand. You two stay home and be good. Okay, uncle. Wang Hui changed clothes and followed him out. Once in the car, she asked, where are we going? To Garden Community. We're going to buy you a house. Wang Hui froze. Buy a house? Didn't I tell you yesterday? That rundown rental building needs replacing, and the kids deserve a better environment. At the Garden Community sales office, it was still Li Tingting who greeted them. Seeing the young woman accompanying Zhou Yang, she felt a bit surprised. Last time he'd been with a young girl, and now he'd changed partners again? Rich people really are fickle. But as a professional salesperson, Li Tingting quickly composed herself. Who cares how many women he goes through? As long as he's buying property, that's all that matters. Mr. Zhou, it's good to see you again. And who might this be? A friend, Zhou Yang replied succinctly. I'd like to purchase another unit. Li Tingting's eyes lit up. What are your requirements? Same building as my current place. Floor doesn't matter. Li Tingting quickly searched on her computer. Let me check. There's one available on the 17th floor of Building A. The layout is identical to your current home. Let's go see it. The three of them went up to the 17th floor. Li Tingting opened the door and began describing the layout and orientation. Zhou Yang walked around and was very satisfied. Most importantly, it was just one floor away from his own unit, extremely convenient. Sis Hui, what do you think? Wang Hui seemed a bit embarrassed. Whatever you decide is fine. Then this one it is. When can we finalize the paperwork? With all documents ready, we can process it today. Li Tingting's voice trembled with excitement. Another commission secured with minimal effort. After completing the paperwork, Zhou Yang contacted the moving company. Wang Hui didn't have much to move, so it was all done in one afternoon. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu were thrilled to learn they were moving into Garden Community. Mom, this place is so beautiful. Xiaoyu exclaimed from her wheelchair, gazing out the window. And a swimming pool. Xiaoyu perched on the windowsill, eyes sparkling. Seeing her children so happy, Wang Hui felt warm inside. After the move, Zhou Yang took Wang Hui to the real estate agency to handle the rental property. Hello, how may I assist you? A middle-aged man wearing glasses greeted them. I want to sell my house, Wang Hui said, presenting the property deed. The man looked at it, frowned, and said, this location is indeed average, and the house is quite old. The valuation won't be very high. Zhou Yang interjected, a fair price is all we ask. We're in no rush. Then let's schedule a viewing and provide an accurate appraisal. After setting a viewing time, the two left the agency. As dusk fell, Zhou Yang drove Wang Hui back to the Garden Community. In the elevator, Wang Hui leaned against Zhou Yang's chest. Xiao Yang, thank you so much. Don't be silly. Zhou Yang gently stroked her hair, inhaling the faint scent of her shampoo. When the elevator reached the 17th floor, as Wang Hui fumbled for her keys to open the door, Zhou Yang embraced her from behind. Sis Hui. Wang Hui flinched. Stop it, the kids are still here. Just for a second. Wang Hui turned around, their eyes meeting. Zhou Yang leaned down and kissed her. Wang Hui tensed at first, but soon surrendered to the moment. Just as they were locked in a passionate kiss, the door suddenly creaked open. Mom, what are you doing? Xiaoyu sat in her wheelchair, staring curiously at the couple by the door. Startled, Wang Hui pushed Zhou Yang away, her face flushing as red as a monkey's butt. Xiaoyu, why are you out? I heard a noise at the door and wanted to see if Mom was back. Xiaoyu blinked innocently. She was already in middle school, she understood perfectly well. Uncle Yang, why did you kiss my mom? Zhou Yang felt awkward, but quickly regained his composure. Since they'd been caught, he might as well come clean. Because uncle really likes your mom. He crouched down, looking intently at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, would you mind if uncle and your mom started dating? Xiaoyu tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, Uncle Yang is a very nice person. He's always kind to me and my little brother. If mom likes him, I don't mind. Wang Hui's eyes welled up with tears. Then it's settled. Zhou Yang held out his pinky finger. Pinky swear. Pinky swear, no backing out for 100 years. Xiaoyu solemnly made the pinky promise with Zhou Yang. Xiaoyu also ran out of the room. Mom, Uncle Yang, you're back. Yes, we're back. Zhou Yang ruffled Xiaoyu's hair. Finished your homework yet? Finished. I even solved the math problems all by myself. That's impressive. Zhou Yang gave him a thumbs up. Watching Zhou Yang interact with her child, Wang Hui felt most of her worries melt away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of happiness. This feeling of a family enjoying each other's company was something she hadn't experienced in a very long time. Chapter 67, Mr. Zhou, will you be my boyfriend? After wrapping up matters with Wang Hui, Zhou Yang drove straight to the company building. Su Zhixia was already waiting there. Get in. Su Zhixia pulled open the door and slid into the passenger seat. As soon as she fastened her seatbelt, she asked, Where did you disappear to this afternoon? I looked all over the office and couldn't find you. Helping Wang Hui move. Zhou Yang started the car. I couldn't stand seeing her in that rundown rental anymore, so I bought her a new place. Su Zhisha nodded, asking no further questions. She closed her eyes and leaned back into the leather seat, savoring the comfort of this luxury car worth over 7 million yuan. Zhisha, what do you think of that woman, Sume? She's a woman with considerable skill, Su Zhisha said, adjusting her glasses. But she's genuinely talented. With her looks and emotional intelligence, it'd be hard for her not to be popular. Zhou Yang chuckled. You've got a good eye. Just as the car entered the villa district, her phone rang. Honey, where are you? Liu Yufei's voice sounded urgent, tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Almost home. What's up? Nothing, it's just. Liu Yufei paused, just hurry back. After hanging up, Zhou Yang felt a pang of unease. Why was she sounding so sweet today? She never acted like this normally. As soon as he pushed open the door, Liu Yufei rushed over and wrapped her arm around his. Honey's home. Go wash your hands, dinner's ready. Zhou Yang was dragged into the dining room, where the spread of dishes nearly made his jaw drop. Scallion fried eggs, braised sea cucumber, angelica stewed lamb, and a huge pot of black chicken soup, all super nourishing stuff. Holy crap, what are they trying to turn me into? This spread is a bit intimidating. I specially asked Auntie to prepare all this. Liu Yufei ladled a full bowl of chicken soup for him. Honey, you've been working so hard. I stewed this myself. Nourish your body well. Zhou Yang took the bowl, puzzled. This woman was acting strange today. She usually cared about him, but she'd never been this attentive before. Su Zhisha and Bai Wei also sat down at the dining table. Bai Wei stared at the table laden with dishes. Yufei, are you trying to turn your brother into a pig? Go away, go away. What's with all this pig talk? Liu Yufei shot her a disapproving look. A man works hard outside the home. Of course he needs to refuel when he gets back. Su Zhisha picked up a piece of leek and casually remarked, heard you bought a Rolls Royce? The Cullinan for over 7 million? When did you buy it? Bai Wei perked up instantly. Brother, I've never ridden in such an expensive car. When can you take me for a spin? Liu Yufei glared at her. You're pregnant and still so restless. Watch out for miscarriage. Zhou Yang laughed heartily. Alright, I'll take you all for a spin when the weather's nice. Su Zhisha shot him a sideways glance, her expression practically saying, feeling good about showing off? Really? Bai Wei's eyes lit up. Then I want the front passenger seat. Why should you get the front seat? Liu Yufei protested. You're staying in the back. I said it first. Watching the two women squabble over the front passenger seat, Zhou Yang shook his head and smiled wryly. Life like this was both headache-inducing and blissful. After dinner, Zhou Yang went upstairs to shower. Just as he finished undressing and was about to step into the bathroom, Liu Yufei pushed the door open. Honey, let me wash your back. She had changed into a sheer nightgown, as transparent as gauze. What's gotten into you today? Zhou Yang looked at her curiously. You're being so attentive the moment we got home. Liu Yufei flushed, her voice shy and hesitant. Honey, it's been so long since we. I'm 3 months pregnant now, past the critical period. Maybe we could. Only then did Zhou Yang understand. No wonder she'd been acting so out of character today. Looks like this woman really had pent-up desires. Ever since she got pregnant, they hadn't shared a moment of intimacy. So you cooked up a whole table of nourishing dishes. Of course it's for tonight, Liu Yufei flushed crimson. I have needs too, you know. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. This woman was certainly straightforward. After showering, he went downstairs to join the others watching TV in the living room. A variety show played on the screen, featuring celebrities having a blast during a game segment. Bai Wei curled up in the corner of the sofa eating fruit, occasionally bursting into laughter. Su Zhisha handled work on her tablet. Liu Yufei sat beside Zhou Yang, occasionally brushing against him. That subtle, teasing contact made Zhou Yang feel a tingle of excitement. At 10:30, the show ended. Bai Wei yawned. I'm heading upstairs. I've been feeling sleepy lately. Su Zhisha closed her tablet. I'm going to rest too. The moment the two went upstairs, Liu Yufei eagerly pulled Zhou Yang toward the master bedroom. What's the rush? Zhou Yang asked, amused. I've been waiting 3 months. Liu Yufei bit her lip, her eyes brimming with longing. I'm going to make up for these past 3 months. With that, she shoved Zhou Yang onto the bed and climbed on top of him, demanding passionately. The next morning, Zhou Yang arrived at the office. Lin Meng entered carrying a stack of documents. Mr. Zhou, Li Xiaoyu's schedule is completely booked for the next month. Lin Meng placed the documents on the desk. Besides several important TV show recordings, she has over a dozen commercial performances scheduled. Zhou Yang frowned. That busy? Let's cancel some of the less essential commercial gigs. She needs to focus on preparing for the new artist competition. That's exactly what I was thinking, Lin Meng nodded. The most crucial thing for Li Xiaoyu now is to solidify her popularity. Too many commercial gigs could backfire. Then that's how we'll handle it. Zhou Yan leaned back in his chair. Anything else? Nothing for now. Oh, have you reviewed Sumei's promotional plan? Not yet. We'll discuss it later. After Lin Meng left, Zhou Yang felt a bit bored and got up to wander around the office. Passing by the recording studio, he found Sumei discussing music arrangements with Su Kai. Miss Su, you could open up the chorus section a bit more, Su Kai said, busy at the mixing console. Sumei nodded and stepped back into the recording booth. She wore a black fitted sweater paired with a beige long skirt today, her figure undeniably sexy. Starting from this section, Su Kai gestured. Sumei took a deep breath and began singing again. Her magnetic voice echoed through the studio, even causing Zhou Yang to pause and listen for a few extra moments. When the recording ended, Sumei stepped out of the booth and saw Zhou Yang standing at the doorway. A smile immediately spread across her face. Mr. Zhou, you're here? Yeah. How's it going? It feels great. Su Kai removed his headphones. Miss Su has exceptional talent. This song is bound to be a hit once it's finished. Just then, Sumei suddenly walked toward him. Mr. Zhou, do you have a moment? I'd like to speak with you privately. Zhou Yang was taken aback, unsure why she wanted to speak with him, but he nodded nonetheless. They entered the office, and Sumei closed the door behind them. The moment the lock clicked, the air instantly grew tense. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of me as a person? Sumei walked to the coffee table, picked up the teapot, and poured Zhou Yang a cup of tea. Her movements were so graceful it was hard to look away. Beautiful. Perfect. Zhou Yang sipped his tea, his gaze drifting unobtrusively over Sumei's figure, finding her increasingly captivating. Sumei set down the teapot and slowly approached him, each step dripping with allure. So, Mr. Zhou. She stopped before Zhou Yang, her gaze fixed intently on him. Will you be my boyfriend? Put. The tea. Zhou Yang had just taken a sip of sprayed out, landing squarely on Sumei's face. Has this woman lost her mind? Chapter 68, Playing Pretend? Starting with cuddles and hugs. Zhou Yang nearly choked to death. Was this woman insane? Had she been single too long, her loneliness turning into a heat cycle? Tea dripped down Sumei's cheeks. He quickly grabbed tissues and rushed over in 2 strides to wipe her face. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. Sumei let him wipe her face, and Zhou Yang's hand brushed against the fabric over her chest. Damn, that feel. Soft yet firm. Zhou Yang nearly exploded on the spot. This woman's figure was a gift from heaven. Mr. Zhou, don't get the wrong idea. Sumei wiped the tea from her face and smoothed her damp sweater. I was referring to pretending to be your boyfriend. Pretend? Zhou Yang felt a chill run through him. Just moments ago, he'd thought fortune had smiled upon him. Why do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Sumei walked over and sat down on the sofa, her expression darkening instantly. My parents have been arranging my life since I was a child. Her voice trembled. What major to apply for in college, what kind of shop to open after graduation, even what kind of boyfriend to date, it's all up to them. Zhou Yang poured her a fresh cup of tea. Then why did you enter the entertainment industry? Because I've had enough. Sumei took the teacup, her hands shaking. Ever since I was little, I dreamed of standing on stage and having the audience go wild for me. But they said the entertainment industry was a mess, that girls should just behave themselves. She bit her lip. Until 2 years ago, I couldn't take it anymore. I defied their objections and came here to chase my dream. Zhou Yang nodded. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams, that's undeniable. Are your parents still against it? Opposed? That's putting it mildly. Sumei smiled bitterly. They call every other day urging me to come home for matchmaking, saying a woman's place is married with children, tending to her husband and raising her family. But you're not willing to accept that. Of course I'm not. Sumei gripped her teacup so tightly her knuckles turned white. I'd rather stick to my principles in this circle than go back to that arranged life. Zhou Yang found himself increasingly impressed by this woman. In the murky waters of the entertainment industry, so few could hold on to their principles. So you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to reassure your parents? Yes. Sumei nodded. Mr. Zhou, you're handsome and the company's owner. My parents probably won't find fault with you. Zhou Yang stroked his chin. What's in it for me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Sumei's eyes twinkled. I can set you up with a girlfriend. My girlfriends are all gorgeous and they're most interested in rich, handsome guys like you. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. I don't need women. Sumei froze for a moment. From yesterday's interactions, it was clear Zhou Yang and Su Zhixia had more than just a casual relationship. Plus, this guy didn't seem like the faithful type. She hadn't expected him to refuse. Zhou Yang crossed his legs, studying her with a playful look. Forget introducing others. But if you're introducing yourself, that's a different story. Sumei paused, then let out a soft chuckle. Mr. Zhou, you really are direct. She wasn't surprised after all. What man wouldn't be drawn to her? She didn't mind Zhou Yang's bluntness, at least he was far better than those insincere types. If you can win me over, becoming your woman isn't impossible, Sumei said boldly. Provided I'm willing. Zhou Yang felt a surge of satisfaction inside. This woman was direct, he liked that. It's a deal. So we've reached an agreement? Sumei extended her hand. Zhou Yang shook her hand, deliberately holding it a few seconds longer. Since we're pretending to be a couple, shouldn't we get used to it first, he said with a mischievous grin. Like holding hands, hugging, that sort of thing. Sumei shot him a glare and pulled her hand away. Nice try. The deal is the deal, but I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Zhou Yang burst out laughing. Fine, we'll take it slow. The next few days were quite fulfilling for Zhou Yang. Mornings were occasionally spent playing office romance games with Su Zhixia and Chen Xian. Su Zhixia blushed every time, while Chen Xian was much bolder. The contrast between the two amused Zhou Yang. In the afternoons, he visited the recording studio to check on Li Xiaoyu's practice sessions. The girl had made remarkable progress lately, her voice growing increasingly mature, and her figure becoming more curvaceous under his guidance. Xiaoyu, try that high note again. Zhou Yang sat at the mixing console, watching Li Xiaoyu in the recording booth. Today, the young girl wore a white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, radiating youthful energy. Honey, what do you think? Li Xiaoyu stepped out of the recording booth, beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. Not bad. Much better than last time. Zhou Yang handed her a bottle of water. Keep it up. You'll definitely place well in the newcomer competition. Really? Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Then I'll work even harder. As she drank, Zhou Yang noticed her t-shirt was damp with sweat, faintly revealing the outline beneath. This girl was developing quite nicely. It seemed all that extra attention to her studies was paying off. After handling the company's important matters, Zhou Yang would occasionally visit Wang Hui. Since moving to the garden community, Wang Hui's mood had visibly improved. Both children loved the new home. Xiaoyu's leg injury was healing well, and Xiaoyu had become more lively. Sumei, meanwhile, had become a sight to behold at the company. Every day on her way to and from work, countless male employees would sneak glances at her. The female employees, meanwhile, were filled with envy and jealousy, whispering about her behind her back. Look, Sumei's wearing a new outfit again today. That dress looks absolutely stunning on her. Well, she's got the means. I heard she used to run a clothing store. I'm so jealous. Being beautiful really has its perks. Sumei tuned out the gossip, focusing solely on preparing her songs. She knew full well that in this appearance-obsessed circle, looks were merely a stepping stone. True talent was the foundation for lasting success. Before leaving work that day, Sumei knocked on Zhou Yang's office door. Come in. Mr. Zhou, do you have a moment? Sumei stepped inside and closed the door behind her. What is it? Sumei sat down across from him, looking a bit nervous. My parents, they want to meet you. Zhou Yang paused, taken aback. So soon? They called me today. They said they're coming to visit me and meet my boyfriend. Sumei bit her lip. I tried to talk them out of it, but they've already bought their tickets. Zhou Yang put down his phone. When do they arrive? Tomorrow night. So soon? Zhou Yang felt a twinge of unease. After all, this was his first time pretending to be someone's boyfriend. What are your parents like? Anything I should be aware of? Sumei thought for a moment. My dad's pretty strict and old-fashioned. My mom's more easygoing, but she's also pretty picky. She paused. What matters most to them is the man's job and character. Financial stability comes second. Zhou Yang nodded. So what do I need to prepare? Just a normal meeting, but... Sumei blushed. You might need to act a bit more affectionate. Intimate? Like holding hands, putting an arm around each other's waist. Sumei's voice trailed off. Otherwise they'll get suspicious. Zhou Yang's lips curved upward. This was a golden opportunity. No problem, I'll play alone. Sumei exhaled in relief. Then it's settled. We'll pick them up at the airport tomorrow night. She stood up to leave, then turned back at the door. Mr. Zhou, thank you. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's the least I could do. After Sumei left, Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. Meeting Sumei's parents tomorrow, this task was no simple matter. But getting a chance to act a little closer with Sumei isn't such a bad deal. If they could turn this staged act into something real. Ha! Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Yang wiped away the drool threatening to spill from his mouth. Chapter 69, posing as her boyfriend to meet the parents, running into a college buddy at the airport. Zhixia, let's go. Su Zhixia was buried in grading documents when she heard the voice and glanced at the time. So early? It's only 4 o'clock. To meet Sumei's parents. Su Zhixia paused with her red pen, adjusting her glasses. Need me to come along for moral support? Mainly to go home and change clothes. Could you give me some advice? The two walked out of the company building, and Su Zhixia climbed into the passenger seat. As soon as the car started moving, she remarked casually, You're really going all out with this act. You're putting a lot of effort into it. Zhou Yang smiled but didn't respond. He thought to himself, this woman is so perceptive nothing gets past her. Opening the door, they found Liu Yufei curled up on the sofa binge-watching a show. She froze upon seeing them return. Honey? Why so early? Don't you usually get home around 6 or 7? Had a last-minute business meeting. Zhou Yang headed upstairs as Bai Wei poked her head out from the kitchen, holding half an apple. Brother, what kind of meeting could be so important? Meeting an important client. Might be out late tonight. Liu Yufei immediately grew alert, setting down the remote. What kind of client? Male or female? Male, of course. Zhou Yang continued up the stairs without pausing. In the living room, the three women exchanged glances. Su Zhixia sat down on the sofa and said calmly, "Get ready to welcome a new sister." Another newcomer? Liu Yufei's eyes widened. Bai Wei took a bite of her apple. At this pace, I haven't even gotten used to Sister Zhixia yet. You'll get used to it. It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway, Su Zhixia said with a slight pout. In the bedroom, Zhou Yang stood before the wardrobe, troubled. Too formal felt forced, too casual seemed disrespectful. Meeting the parents was truly a delicate task. Wear this outfit. Su Zhixia pushed open the door and pointed to the dark blue casual suit. It won't be too formal, yet it shows good taste. Zhou Yang began changing. I'm actually a bit nervous. You? Su Zhixia sat down beside the bed. With your thick skin, you're nervous? It's all an act, after all. If I slip up, it could get messy. After changing, Zhou Yang adjusted his hair in the mirror while Su Zhixia walked over to help him fix his tie. Remember, don't overdo it. Sumei isn't like those young girls, she has her limits. Zhou Yang took her hand and kissed her. Don't worry, I know my limits. At 5 o'clock, Zhou Yang drove to Sumei's residence, rang the doorbell, and waited a full 3 minutes before hearing footsteps. When the door opened, Zhou Yang almost didn't recognize her. Sumei had changed into a demure outfit, a beige knit top paired with a black long skirt. Even her hairstyle was restyled, making her appear gentle and charming, a far cry from her usual sensual aura. What do you think? Too conservative? Sumei twirled around. Perfect. Fits the good girl persona. Sumei picked up her bag. Let's go then. We don't want to keep them waiting too long. In the car, Sumei fidgeted nervously, constantly adjusting her skirt hem. Don't be nervous, you're making me nervous too, Zhou Yang said while driving. How could I not be nervous? I've never brought a boyfriend home before, not even a fake one. Sumei sighed. So I'm the first? I guess so. Sumei stared out the window at the streets rushing by. Oh, and my dad prefers down-to-earth guys, so don't act too flashy. My mom likes polite people, so remember to greet her properly. Anything else? My dad hates smooth talk, just be straightforward. My mom's more emotional, so you can compliment me, but don't overdo it. Zhou Yang nodded, mentally noting these key points. What does your dad do for a living? He runs a small factory making hardware fittings. My mom's an elementary school teacher. Then they're probably pretty traditional. Exactly. So you absolutely mustn't say the wrong thing. Sumei turned to look at him. Also, we need to act closer, but not too close. How close? Sumei blushed. Well, holding hands, putting an arm around each other's waists. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. What about kissing? Don't push your luck. They arrived at the airport. Zhou Yang found a parking spot while Sumei glanced at the flight information. It's still 20 minutes away. They sat down in the waiting area. Sumei was still nervous, constantly checking her phone. Relax. Just treat it like a regular meeting. Zhou Yang patted her hand. Third brother? A voice suddenly called out from behind them. Zhou Yang turned around and froze in place. Zhang Lihang and Li Haoyang were walking toward them, both wearing expressions of surprise and delight. Damn! What a coincidence! Holy crap, it really is third brother. Li Haoyang hurried over. Haven't seen you in years. What are you doing here? Zhou Yang stood up and embraced both of them. Oh no! This is really bad. Second brother, fourth brother, what are you doing here too? Just dropped off a client. Zhang Lihong slapped him on the shoulder. Third brother, you look sharp in that suit. You're doing well for yourself. Not bad. Zhou Yang forced a smile, already plotting in his mind how to handle the situation. I work at a foreign trade company. Zhang Lihong pointed at Li Haoyang. Number 2's still the same old story, coasting by at the bank. What number 2? We graduated 5 years ago, can we drop the dorm rankings already? Li Haoyang protested. Old habits die hard. Zhang Lihong roared with laughter, then noticed Sumei. Their reactions nearly made Zhou Yang laugh out loud. Though Sumei had changed into demure attire, her figure and face were impossible to conceal. Especially those eyes, naturally seductive. Third place guy, who's this? Zhang Lihong swallowed hard. My girlfriend, Sumei. Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around Sumei's waist, the soft feel of her skin sending a thrill through him. Mimi, this is my college roommate. Sumei nodded obediently. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. The two hurriedly responded. Li Haoyang leaned close to Zhou Yang and lowered his voice. Holy crap, third brother, when did you snag such a stunner? That figure, that face, unbelievable. Zhang Lihong's face was equally filled with envy. Third brother, you've been keeping this under wraps pretty well, not even showing off such a gorgeous girlfriend to the brothers. Zhou Yang felt thrilled inside, but kept his composure on the surface. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. We absolutely have to celebrate. Li Haoyang exclaimed excitedly. Come on, let's grab a bite somewhere and catch up properly. Exactly. We don't meet often like this, let's drink until we drop. Zhang Lihong chimed in. Just as Zhou Yang was thinking of how to decline, Sumei gently tugged at his sleeve. Following her gaze, he saw a man and a woman emerge from the station exit, looking around. The man was around 50, of average build, dressed plainly but neatly. The woman was in her 40s, stylishly dressed and well preserved. My parents are here, Sumei whispered. Zhou Yang immediately understood and turned to his two roommates. Guys, I can't make it today. I need to run some errands with my girlfriend. I'll treat you all another time, we'll definitely have a proper get-together. What's so urgent? Li Haoyang asked reluctantly. Meeting the parents. Zhou Yang gestured toward the couple across the room. Her parents are meeting me for the first time. I can't be rude. Zhang Lihong and Li Haoyang followed his gaze and instantly understood. Then we really can't delay. Zhang Lihong patted his shoulder. Meeting the parents comes first. We'll hang out another day. Absolutely. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone. Let me get your contact info. I'll organize something in a couple days. After exchanging WeChat contacts, the two roommates reluctantly took their leave. Zhou Yang and Sumei headed toward the exit, where Sumei's parents spotted them. Dad, Mom. Sumei waved and called out. Su Mingyuan and Lili walked toward them. You must be exhausted from the trip. Chapter 70, The In-Laws Interrogation. Su Mingyuan and Lili approached, their eyes fixed on Zhou Yang. The moment Zhou Yang saw Lili, his heart skipped a beat. Damn, this woman looked way too young for her age. She looked barely over 30, with that figure and aura. If Sumei hadn't called her mom, he'd have sworn they were sisters. Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Zhou Yang. Sumei hooked her arm through Zhou Yang's, her fingernails digging lightly to remind him, Zhou Yang, these are my parents. Hello, uncle and auntie. Zhou Yang instantly straightened up. Su Mingyuan scanned him from head to toe, then nodded slowly. Zhou, is it? Lili smiled warmly. Mimi's been talking about you non-stop these past few days. Finally, we get to meet the real person. Auntie, you're too kind. Zhou Yang grabbed the suitcase. You must be exhausted from the trip. Let me take you both to the hotel first. Such a thoughtful young man, Lili said approvingly, patting Sumei's hand. Su Mingyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yang, making the young man's spine tingle. The kid sure knows his manners. Mimi, you've lost weight. Lili clasped her daughter's hand tightly. Not at all, Mom. You just missed me, didn't you? Su Mingyuan hadn't listened to their conversation at all, his gaze fixed entirely on Zhou Yang. His attire was decent, and his demeanor seemed confident enough, but who knew what he was really like? When they reached the parking lot and he saw that gleaming black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Su Mingyuan's eyelid twitched violently. Is that your car? MHM. Zhou Yang opened the trunk to stow luggage, feeling utterly delighted. Uncle, hop in. Lili ran her fingers over the leather seats and blurted out, how much did this cost? Not bad. Zhou Yang started the engine, secretly thrilled. You two, buckle up. The car had barely left the airport when Su Mingyuan launched into a barrage of questions. Xiaozhou, how old are you? 28. What do you do? I run an entertainment company. I'm an artist agent. Su Mingyuan frowned. Entertainment company? Isn't that industry a mess? Sumei nervously interjected, Dad, Zhou Yang's company is completely legitimate. Uncle, entertainment companies aren't what they used to be, Zhou Yang quickly explained. We mainly train singers, it's a legitimate business. Is the income stable? Lili interjected. It's decent. Enough to support a family. Who else is in your family? Just me and my parents. I'm the only one working hard in Guangzhou. Lili said sympathetically, it must be so hard being alone. Sumei took Zhou Yang's hand at just the right moment, that's why I have to take good care of him. Zhou Yang nearly laughed out loud. This woman's acting skills are damn impressive. Our Mimi has grown up, Lili said, filled with relief. Su Mingyuan observed the two in the rearview mirror. His daughter and this Zhou Yang seemed genuinely close, their bond appearing strong. Suddenly, Su Mingyuan blurted out, Xiaozhou, when do you and Mimi plan to get married? At that, Zhou Yang nearly slammed on the brakes instead of the gas pedal, and Sumei's grip tightened so hard it dug into his flesh. Damn it, is she already pressuring us to marry? Well, we're still considering it, Zhou Yang steadied himself. We're both young, and we want to get our careers more stable first. It's good for a man to be career-driven, Su Mingyuan nodded. But you can't put it off forever. Mei isn't getting any younger. Dad. Sumei's face flushed bright red. What are you saying? Lili laughed, smoothing things over. Your dad's just eager to hold a grandchild. The tension in the car eased slightly, and Zhou Yang relaxed too. It seemed Sumei's parents had a decent impression of him, at least they weren't openly hostile. Uncle and Auntie, I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. Let's try some local specialties. No need to spend money on us, Su Mingyuan waved his hand. It's only right. On our first meeting, how could I let you two pay? Li nodded approvingly. This young man was quite considerate. The car pulled up at the hotel entrance. Zhou Yang eagerly grabbed the luggage and carried it all the way to their room. Rest up for now. We'll come pick you up for dinner at 8. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Stepping out of the hotel, Sume let out a long sigh of relief. How did it go? Zhou Yang asked. Not bad. They have a good impression of you, Sume smiled. Especially my mom, she's already taken a liking to you. That's good. Zhou Yang relaxed too. But your dad asking about marriage nearly scared the life out of me. Sume shot him a look. We're playing the part to the fullest. This is just the beginning. At exactly 8 o'clock that evening, the two arrived at the hotel on time. Li had changed into a tasteful dress, and Su Mingyuan was dressed in formal attire, clearly treating this dinner as a major event. How did you two sleep? Zhou Yang inquired politely. Very well. This hotel is quite nice, Su Mingyuan nodded. Xiao Zhou, thank you for your trouble tonight. It's the least I can do. Since this is our first meeting, I want to make sure you're well taken care of. The car pulled up at a renowned Cantonese restaurant in the city center, where Zhou Yang had reserved a private room in advance. As the waiter led them to their table, Zhou Yang naturally pulled out a chair for Sume. Thank you, Sume said with a deliberately sweet smile as she sat down. Li noticed this and silently approved. This young man is quite the gentleman. Uncle, what would you like to eat? This place has authentic white-cut chicken and steamed spare ribs. We're not picky. You just pick something. Su Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Yang ordered several classic Cantonese dishes and specifically requested a bottle of Maotai. Before the dishes arrived, Su Mingyuan launched into his second round of questioning. Xiao Zhou, how long has your company been in business? Over 3 months. Just getting started, huh? Must be stressful. It's definitely not easy, but things are slowly getting on track now. The entertainment industry is fiercely competitive. How do you ensure the company's stable growth? Zhou Yang inwardly marveled at how professionally the old man phrased his questions. It all comes down to talent and quality work. The artists we've signed all have potential. With dedicated cultivation, they're bound to deliver results. So what are your plans for the future? I hope to grow the company into a powerful force with real influence in the industry. Su Mingyuan nodded approvingly. This young man had clear ambitions. Xiao Zhou, how did you and Mimi meet? Li interjected. Zhou Yang and Sume exchanged a glance. They'd already coordinated their response. A friend introduced us. We hit it off right away when we first met. How long have you been dating? Almost half a year, Sume chimed in. Li smiled. Half a year? That means your relationship should be pretty solid by now. As the dishes arrived one after another, Zhou Yang took the initiative to pour wine for the two elders and poured himself a glass as well. Here, Uncle and Auntie, I'd like to toast you both. Thank you for raising such a wonderful daughter. Su Mingyuan raised his glass. You're too kind. We're also delighted that Mimi found a boyfriend like you. The three clinked glasses, and the atmosphere grew much more relaxed. Throughout the meal, Sume occasionally acted coy. Zhou Yang, I want those shrimp dumplings, she said, pointing to the dim sum across the table. Zhou Yang immediately stood up and used the communal chopsticks to pick a few for her. Careful, they're hot. And that spare rib, it looks so delicious. Zhou Yang picked out another piece of spare ribs for her, thoughtfully removing the bone. Li watched with shining eyes. This young man was truly attentive to her daughter. Mom, you should eat more too. Sume served some food onto Li's plate. Alright. You young folks eat up. Don't worry about me. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Mingyuan asked a question that made Zhou Yang's heart race. Zhou, how serious are you about Mei Mei? Zhou Yang paused, feeling Sume's tense gaze on him. He steeled himself and replied. Uncle, I genuinely love Mimi and hope to spend the rest of my life with her. Then have you two considered marriage? Sume nearly choked on her tea, coughing to cover her surprise. Well, we're still young. We want to stabilize our careers first, Zhou Yang repeated his previous line. Young is young, but you can't keep putting it off forever, Su Mingyuan said sternly. Mimi is already 26 this year. In a few more years, she'll be considered an older mother. Dad. Sume's face flushed tomato red. What are you saying? Li smiled and tried to smooth things over. Old Su, don't scare young Zhou. Matters of the heart can't be rushed. Zhou Yang quickly assured them, Uncle Su is right. I'll seriously consider this matter. Dinner concluded in a relatively harmonious atmosphere, and Zhou Yang insisted on picking up the tab. Xiao Zhou, how can I let you do that? Su Mingyuan protested. Uncle, no need to be polite. It's the least I can do. As they walked Sume's parents back to their hotel, Su Mingyuan patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, I'd like to visit your company tomorrow. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. Your company? I'm a practical man. I'd like to see your work environment. Su Mingyuan smiled. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you? Chapter 71, This relationship is complicated. My dad's attitude nearly scared me to death. Sume slumped into the passenger seat, deflated like a punctured balloon. Zhou Yang started the car, his mind still lingering on the sensation of holding her hand. Damn, this woman's hands were so damn soft, smoother than tofu. Thanks for playing along with me today. Sume's voice trembled slightly. Especially the part where we held hands. So you're thanking me for taking liberties? Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then I've really hit the jackpot. Get lost. Sume raised her hand and slapped him, her face flushing as red as a monkey's butt. By the way, your mom looks way too young for her age. She could pass for your sister. Of course. Sume perked up instantly. Back in her day, my mom was the county beauty queen. Suitors lined up from the county government all the way to the train station. But don't get any funny ideas. I'm not some beast. Zhou Yang burst out laughing. Besides, with a daughter like you around, would I even have eyes for mom? The car stopped at a traffic light and Zhou Yang turned his head. We'll have to keep up the act tomorrow. Your dad says he wants to inspect the company in person. That's just how my dad is, he has to see everything with his own eyes. Sume flicked her long hair. You don't find it bothersome, do you? Pretending to be a couple with a beauty? I'd gladly do it every day. Smooth talker. Sume spat out, tomorrow at the company, we need to act even more intimate. How close? Just like a normal couple. Then I'll have to study how to gauge that level carefully. Zhou Yang's mind was already scheming about how to take advantage of the situation tomorrow. The next morning at 9 o'clock sharp, Zhou Yang arrived at the hotel to pick her up. Auntie, how did you sleep last night? Very well. This hotel is indeed quite nice. Lily nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Today I'll take you both on a tour of the company. In the elevator, Sume linked her arm through Zhou Yang's, their bodies pressed close together. Zhou Yang brushed against her arm without a trace of effort. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. The receptionist greeted them sweetly. Her eyes widened when she saw Sume linked arm in arm with Zhou Yang, accompanied by two strangers. What was going on? When had Sume started getting so cozy with the boss? As they entered the office area, every pair of eyes turned toward them. Holy crap, why is Sume all over the boss today? Those two look like her parents. Could it be a meet the parents situation? Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Su Zhixia happened to be passing by, saw the scene, rolled her eyes, and pretended not to notice. Shen Xian's eyes widened, practically glued to the wall, itching to eavesdrop. This is our office area. Everyone's young, and the work atmosphere is great. Zhou Yang gave the tour, secretly basking in his own satisfaction. Today's performance was bound to send the entire company into an uproar. Lily looked around. The environment is really nice, very vibrant. Xiao Zhou, is that the recording studio over there? Su Mingyuan pointed to the glass-walled cubicle. Yep. Want to take a look inside? Inside the recording studio, Li Xiaoyu was practicing her singing. The young girl stopped abruptly when she saw Zhou Yang bring in strangers, looking a bit nervous. Xiaoyu, these are my friend's parents. They're here for a tour of the company. Hello, uncle and auntie. Li Xiaoyu greeted them politely. This little girl is so fresh-faced, Lily praised with a smile. Li Xiaoyu stole a glance at Zhou Yang and Sume sitting so close together, her mind filled with questions. When did my husband become so close with Sume? After touring the recording studio, production room, conference room, and other areas, Su Mingyuan was generally satisfied. The company's scale is indeed impressive. It's clear you've put a lot of effort into running it. You flatter me, uncle. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. As the tour concluded, Su Mingyuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Xiao Zhou, I'd like to speak with you privately. Sume's heart sank. The thing she feared most had finally happened. Mom, let's step outside for a moment. Sume and Lily stepped out of the office, leaving the two men staring at each other. Su Mingyuan settled into the sofa, his piercing gaze fixed directly on Zhou Yang. Xiao Zhou, I'll ask you straight, what exactly are your intentions toward my daughter? Zhou Yang answered calmly, Uncle, I'm serious about Mimi. Serious? Su Mingyuan scoffed coldly. Young people find it easy to say they're serious, but truly being serious is no simple matter. You're right, uncle, but I genuinely care for Mimi. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but you can't keep putting it off. Su Mingyuan's tone turned stern. Mimi is already 26 this year. I expect you two to be married within 3 years. Marry within 3 years? Zhou Yang inwardly laughed wildly. By then, the kids would be running all over the place. Could you even put them back inside? Uncle, rest assured. I'll give it serious thought. Consider? Su Mingyuan stood up and walked over to Zhou Yang. Young Zhou, I can see you're a capable young man. But my daughter isn't someone to toy with. If you're only looking for a fling, make that clear now. Don't waste Mimi's youth. Absolutely not. Zhou Yang quickly declared, I'm serious about Mimi. This is absolutely not a game. Su Mingyuan stared at him for a long moment before sitting back down. I hope you keep your word. Outside the office, Lily pulled Su Mei aside for a quiet chat. Nini, I observed him yesterday. This Zhou fellow really does care about you. Su Mei blushed. Mom, don't say things like that. Mom's been there, I can tell he likes you. Lily lowered her voice. But a girl should maintain some reserve, don't be too forward. I know. How far have you two gotten? Lily asked curiously, you know, that thing? Mom. Su Mei blushed so fiercely she wanted to sink through the floor. What are you thinking? Alright, I won't ask anymore. Lily patted her daughter's hand with a smile. Just take good care of yourselves. After touring the company, Zhou Yang spent the entire afternoon showing Su Mei's parents around the sights, from Baiyun Mountain to a night cruise on the Pearl River. Su Mingyuan was quiet, but Lily was full of energy, pulling Su Mei around for photos and asking Zhou Yang to take group shots. Xiaozhou, come join us for a photo, Lily beckoned. No need, auntie. I can take it myself. Why be so formal with family? Come on over. Lily pulled Zhou Yang over directly. Su Mei flushed, while Zhou Yang's lips curved upward. This mother-in-law was even more forward than her daughter. Dinner was at a seafood restaurant by the river. Su Mingyuan insisted on ordering 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor. Dad, you don't usually drink much, do you? Su Mei asked curiously. I'm happy. My daughter finally found a boyfriend. We have to celebrate. Su Mingyuan poured Zhou Yang a glass. Zhou, uncle raises a toast to you. After 3 cups, Su Mingyuan opened up. Xiaozhou, I like what I see in you, young man. Su Mingyuan's face flushed slightly. You're ambitious, and you treat Nini well. It's just what? Zhou Yang's heart tightened. I worry about you folks in the entertainment industry. You meet so many beautiful women, it's easy to get distracted. Su Mingyuan voiced his true feelings directly. Su Mei quickly interjected, Dad, Zhou Yang isn't that kind of person. He's completely devoted to me. Loyal? Su Mingyuan looked at Zhou Yang. Young man, be honest, besides my daughter, are there any other women? Zhou Yang nearly choked on his drink. How could he answer this? Saying no would be a lie, but admitting yes would probably make this old man flip out on the spot. Uncle, I'll always be with Mimi. Zhou Yang dodged the question. That's good. Su Mingyuan nodded with satisfaction. She's my only daughter. I've spoiled her since she was little. I won't let anyone mistreat her. Lily chuckled beside them. Old Su, you've had too much to drink. Why are you saying all this? I'm not drunk. Su Mingyuan waved his hand. What needs to be said must be made clear. Zhou, if you dare wrong my daughter, I won't let you off the hook. Absolutely not. After a hearty meal, the 4 stepped out of the restaurant. Su Mingyuan was staggering slightly. Dad, you should drink less. Su Mei supported her father. It's fine. I'm just happy today. Su Mingyuan patted his daughter's hand. Nini, I think this young man is quite suitable. You two should get along well. On the way back to the hotel, Su Mei linked her arm through Zhou Yang's and deliberately leaned closer to him in the elevator. Thanks for playing along today, Su Mei whispered. It's the least I could do. Zhou Yang felt a tingle inside as he inhaled the scent of her perfume. But what your dad said? Shoo. Su Mei made a shushing gesture, for Su Mingyuan was looking their way. The elevator doors opened, and Su Mei suddenly planted a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Zhou Yang froze in place, while Su Mingyuan and Lily exchanged a knowing smile. These two really are in love, Lily said, pulling her husband into the room. At 11 p.m., Zhou Yang drove Su Mei home. How did the performance go today? Su Mei fastened her seatbelt. Your dad totally bought it. But that move you made earlier pretty bold. It was part of the act. Su Mei's voice trembled slightly as she quickly turned her head toward the window. Don't overthink it. By the way, what did my dad talk to you about alone today? Su Mei turned back, her face brimming with curiosity. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. Your dad told me to have kids with you sooner, preferably this year. Nonsense. Su Mei's eyes widened. My dad would never say something like that. Fine, whatever. Zhou Yang shrugged. Anyway, your dad's really pleased with me and wants us to hurry up and make a baby. Su Mei eyed him suspiciously, convinced he was bluffing, yet unable to be certain. Chapter 72, A Teasing Friend Lets the Wolf In. The next morning, the airport departure lounge bustled with people. Lily clutched Zhou Yang's hand tightly, her eyes slightly reddened. Zhou, dear, I've never met a better young man in my life. Mei Mei's always been stubborn since childhood. Meeting you is her greatest fortune. Auntie, don't say that it's just my luck. Su Mei rolled her eyes beside him. This guy's acting was so convincing, even she was starting to believe it. Su Mingyuan walked over and slapped Zhou Yang's shoulder hard. Young Zhou, I'm entrusting my daughter to you. Don't let us down. Uncle, rest assured. I'll never let Nini suffer any injustice. Zhou Yang staggered back a step from the impact but stood tall, his expression earnest. The boarding announcements sounded. Su Mei hugged her mother. Mom, you and Dad take good care of yourselves. You take care of yourself too, don't stay up so late all the time. Lily turned to Zhou Yang. Xiao, Nini can be a bit temperamental sometimes. Please bear with her. It's the least I can do, Auntie. Watching them enter the security checkpoint, Sume finally let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. She turned to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, you've really gone out of your way these past 2 days. To show my appreciation, dinner's on me tonight. No need to be so formal. It was nothing. Zhou Yang felt elated inside. These past 2 days holding hands, wrapping arms around waists, cheek-to-cheek moments, every touch had sent him over the moon. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, his phone rang. Third brother. Yesterday's meeting was too rushed. Let's properly catch up tonight, I've already reserved a spot, Zhang Lihang's excited voice came through. Zhou Yang glanced at Sume, feeling a bit awkward. Well, don't refuse. Second brother and I are bringing our wives. You should bring your sister-in-law too, so everyone can get acquainted. Sume overheard the conversation and nodded to signal she was fine with it. Alright, what time? 7 o'clock tonight, at that Hunan restaurant in the Jinmao Tower. After hanging up, Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed. Looks like I'll be putting you out tonight. No problem. I'd be idle anyway, and eating is eating wherever we go. Sume thought to herself, it's all just acting anyway, one more performance won't make a difference. 7 o'clock in the evening, at the base of the Jinmao Tower. As soon as Zhou Yang and Sume stepped out of the car, they saw Zhang Lihang and Li Haoyang already waiting at the entrance. Each man had his wife standing beside him. Zhang Lihang's wife was Wang Jing, a petite woman with the classic features of a Jiangnan beauty. Li Haoyang's wife was Zhao Min, dressed in a business suit and looking quite capable. Hey, third brother. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Haoyang rushed over warmly as soon as he saw them. Hello. Sume nodded politely, and simply standing there, she became the center of attention. Wang Jing and Zhao Min both froze in shock. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Damn, third brother, your taste is unreal. Zhang Lihang whispered in Zhou Yang's ear, lowering his voice. That face, that figure utterly flawless. Li Haoyang nodded wildly beside him. Bro, what kind of crazy luck did you get? Inside the private room, 6 people sat around a table. Before all the dishes arrived, the conversation had already turned to Zhou Yang and Sume. Sume, how did you two meet? Wang Jing asked curiously. A friend introduced us. I thought he was a decent guy from the very first meeting. Of course. Li Haoyang raised his wine glass. Our old trio's taste is unquestionable, we were just too honest back then. Who knew we'd finally get it together? Zhang Lihang chimed in with the banter. Exactly. He went 4 whole years in college without dating anyone. We all thought he was going to be a bachelor forever. Zhou Yang's face darkened. Enough with the two of you. Zhao Min stared at Sume for a long moment, her brow slightly furrowed. Are you a celebrity? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Sume nodded. Sort of. I just started out. No wonder. That's why you look so familiar. You're a singer, right? Yes, I'm signed to Zhou Yang's company. Hearing this, Zhang Lihang and Li Haoyang exchanged glances, their expressions utterly priceless. Damn it, this guy not only started an entertainment company but also hooked up with one of his own artists. What the hell kind of magic is this? Third brother, you're really something now. Zhang Lihang said with a touch of envy, running your own company, being the boss, and landing a celebrity girlfriend. Just got lucky. Zhou Yang waved his hand modestly, but inside he was secretly thrilled, feeling like a big shot is awesome. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Li Haoyang's face flushed crimson, his neck bulging as he began to speak without restraint. Hey, third brother, remember what happened back in college? He pointed at Zhou Yang, his tongue thick with alcohol. You were the school's notorious suck-up back then. Zhou Yang's expression darkened. Second brother, you've had too much to drink. I'm not drunk. Back then, third brother was chasing after some goddess every day. What was her name again? Su Zhixia. Sume asked casually, Su Zhixia? That name sounds familiar. She was our school's campus beauty. Li Haoyang grew more animated as he spoke, gesturing wildly. Third brother was so desperate to win her over, bringing her breakfast every day, writing love letters, saving her seat in class. Zhang Lihang joined in the teasing, slapping the table. Yeah. Remember that time it rained? Third brother braved the downpour to bring her an umbrella, but she didn't even appreciate it. The worst part was when he confessed. Li Haoyang slurred his words. Third brother spent a whole month preparing, bought 99 roses, and got rejected right in front of the entire dorm building. Zhou Yang's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. These two jerks, why bring up the most painful topic? Sume turned to look at Zhou Yang, a smirk playing on her lips. Isn't your current secretary named Su Zhixia? The private room fell instantly silent. Zhang Lihang and Li Haoyang's eyes widened, sobering up halfway. What? Li Haoyang stammered, dropping his chopsticks onto the table. Third brother, your secretary is Su Zhixia? The Su Zhixia from our university? Zhang Lihan was equally stunned, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Zhou Yang nodded. Yep, that's her. Holy crap. The two shouted in unison, loud enough for the next booth to hear. What the hell kind of crazy plot twist is this? The goddess he couldn't get in college was now his secretary? And judging by the situation, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Wang Jing and Zhaoman exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the situation, left staring blankly from the sidelines. So? Zhaoman asked cautiously, what exactly is your relationship now? Zhou Yang took a sip of his drink and replied casually. Work relationship. Work relationship my ass. Li Haoyang jumped to his feet, furious. Third brother, you've pulled off a total comeback. From a bootlicker to the boss, this plot twist is more thrilling than any novel. Zhang Lihan couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Bro, you've really turned your life around. Sume watched from the side, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She had long known that Zhou Yang and Su Zhixia shared a complicated history. Hearing these old stories now only made it all the more intriguing. One was the white moonlight of his college days, the other the red rose of his present life. This man really knew how to play the game. Enough. That's all in the past. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let's talk about something else. No way. Li Haoyang refused to let the topic drop. Third brother, you gotta spill the beans to the guys. How did you actually win over the goddess? Yeah, tell us, bro. Zhang Lihan chimed in, all ears. Zhou Yang sighed helplessly. Nothing much to say. When fate aligns, it just happens. Fate my ass. There's gotta be some secret trick. Li Haoyang wouldn't let it go, leaning in and lowering his voice. You must have pulled some trick on her. Spill it. The conversation continued, but the atmosphere had grown slightly awkward. Zhang Lihan and Li Haoyang kept stealing glances at Zhou Yang, their feelings complex. They were happy for their brother's success, yet couldn't help feeling a pang of jealousy. Not only was this guy successful in his career, but he also had women lining up for him, a total winner in life. At 10 o'clock that night, the dinner concluded. The group agreed to meet again when they had time and went their separate ways. Zhou Yang drove Su Mei home. The car fell quiet. Sorry you had to hear all those embarrassing stories. No big deal, it was pretty funny. Never would have guessed you used to be such a suck-up. Su Mei's tone carried a hint of teasing. That was just youthful ignorance. Thinking back now, it's embarrassing. Actually, there's nothing embarrassing about it. Su Mei turned to look at him. At least it shows you're persistent. The car pulled up outside the building. Zhou Yang was about to say goodbye, but Su Mei showed no sign of getting out. Want to come up for a bit? She suddenly asked. Have some tea before you go? Zhou Yang froze. What did this mean? Was she inviting him upstairs? Wouldn't that be too late? It's fine. Tomorrow's the weekend anyway. Su Mei opened the door and turned back to smile at him. Come on, let's consider it a thank you for your help these past 2 days. Chapter 73, You'll Be Mine Eventually. The elevator ascended slowly. Neither spoke, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Upon entering the room, Su Mei bent down to remove her shoes. The perfect curve of her back left Zhou Yang feeling parched. Her black pencil skirt hugged her curves tightly. As she bent over, the hem lifted slightly, revealing a sliver of her fair thigh. Zhou Yang quickly averted his gaze, pretending to admire the room's decor. A faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, and the living room was immaculately tidy. His gaze swept over the sofa, and he froze in place. A purple lace panty lay casually draped over the backrest, its intricate openwork pattern faintly visible in the light. Instantly, the memory of that glimpse of black lace when Su Mei had fallen last time flashed through Zhou Yang's mind, making his heart race. Ahem! Su Mei caught his gaze, her face flushing crimson as she rushed to stuff the panties into the bedroom. Nice renovation on the place. Zhou Yang cleared his throat, adopting the air of a proper gentleman. Stop pretending. Su Mei shot him a glare. You're staring like a deer in headlights. What's with the gentleman act? They sat down on the sofa while Su Mei went to the kitchen to brew tea. It's so late. Aren't you afraid of inviting trouble? Zhou Yang picked up his teacup. Su Mei chuckled softly. Like you could eat me alive? Zhou Yang thought, not necessarily. But aloud he said, I'm a respectable man. Does a respectable man stare at a woman's underwear? Su Mei teased, her tone tinged with playful reproach. It was an accident, pure coincidence. Zhou Yang defended himself, thick-skinned as ever. Su Mei took a sip of tea, her expression turning serious. After spending these past couple of days with you, I've found you're not bad. At least you're more reliable than I expected. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up, though his expression remained composed. Of course. I've always been honest and dependable. In that case, what I said earlier still stands. Su Mei set down her teacup and looked him straight in the eye. If you can win me over, I might consider becoming your woman. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. You've made up your mind? You're reading too much into it. Su Mei rolled her eyes. I only said I'd consider it. You're decent in other ways, but you're far too lustful. What man isn't lustful? It's in our nature impossible to suppress. Zhou Yang burst out laughing. Sume propped her chin on her hand, asking curiously. Speaking of which, besides Su Jixia, who else have you been with? I'm kinda curious. Zhou Yang froze. Why was she asking this? Don't worry, I don't mind, Sume waved her hand dismissively. I just want to understand you better. After all, if we really end up together, I should know who my competition is, right? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and decided to be honest. Besides Su Jixia, there's Qin Xian and Li Xiaoyu from the company, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei at home, and Wang Hui on the side. Sume's eyes widened, nearly causing her teacup to slip from her grasp. She'd assumed there'd be 2 or 3, at most never imagined there'd be so many. Sume's mind raced with thoughts, is this guy a stud? So, what do you think? Shocked? Sume took a deep breath and shrugged. That's your problem. As long as you can win me over, I don't mind being one of them. So generous? Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. Wouldn't most women get angry hearing that? I'm not just any woman. Sume flashed a seductive smile. Besides, being desired by so many women proves you've got real talent. Zhou Yang felt a surge of satisfaction inside, but he replied, I played along with your charade for so long you think one sentence will dismiss me? Then what more do you want? Sume flicked her long hair with a smug look. Zhou Yang didn't answer. He simply stood up, walked to her, and kissed her without warning. Sume was utterly caught off guard. Her eyes widened as she tried to push him away, but Zhou Yang's arms had already wrapped around her waist. The moment their lips met, both froze. Zhou Yang felt the soft, sweet warmth of her lips, while Sume's mind went blank from the sudden kiss. Seconds later, Sume snapped back to reality and shoved him away with all her strength. As their lips parted, a shimmering silver thread connected them. Zhou Yang licked his lips, savoring the sweetness of Sume's taste. Tastes pretty good. Sume's face flushed crimson, and she grabbed a pillow to hurl at him. You filthy pervert. Zhou Yang caught the pillow effortlessly, grinning mischievously. Consider this a deposit. The rest will be collected once you truly become my woman. Who wants to be your woman? Sume stomped her foot in fury. It's only a matter of time. Zhou Yang smoothed his clothes and walked toward the door. It's getting late. I should head back. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Sume, who was still lost in thought. You'll be mine sooner or later. After the door closed, Sume sat alone on the sofa, her fingers unconsciously tracing the lips that had just been kissed. She never believed in love, convinced that relationships between men and women were nothing but transactions of mutual benefit. But Zhou Yang's kiss just now had stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her. That sensation of her heart racing was something she had never experienced before. Back home, the living room was brightly lit. Liu Yufei, Bai Wei, and Su Jixia were sitting on the sofa chatting. Still up this late? Zhou Yang asked, taking off his coat. Bai Wei blinked. Waiting for brother to come back, of course. We want to hear how the performance went today. Su Jixia pushed her glasses up. The play's over? It's over. Zhou Yang sat down on the sofa. So when are you bringing her home? Su Jixia asked casually. Zhou Yang was taken aback by the question and cleared his throat. Well, we'll see. Liu Yufei leaned in and wrapped her arms around his. Honey, that Sume is pretty, right? She's okay, I guess. Zhou Yang replied noncommittally. Bai Wei pouted beside them. Brother, will you take me for a drive tomorrow? I haven't been out in ages. Zhou Yang thought about it. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he didn't have anything important planned. Sure, I'll take you both out for a drive tomorrow. Awesome. Bai Wei clapped her hands in delight. Just then, Liu Yufei stood up, took Zhou Yang's hand, and led him toward the bedroom. It's getting late. Time to rest. Sis Yufei, you're so greedy. Bai Wei protested indignantly. It should be my turn now. My dangerous period is over too. Zhou Yang burst into laughter and pulled Bai Wei into his arms. Then let's all join in. It's been ages since we played landlords. Bai Wei flushed crimson. Brother. Liu Yufei pouted beside them. You naughty boy, you're getting more and more out of hand. Zhou Yang turned to Su Jixia, still seated on the sofa. Jixia, you come too. Me? Su Jixia froze. I'll pass. Stop pretending. You want to too, Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. Forget playing cards. Let's switch to mahjong. Su Jixia's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, saying nothing. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei exchanged glances, excitement flashing in each other's eyes. Sis Jixia, come join us, Bai Wei coaxed softly. We're all sisters here anyway. Exactly, Liu Yufei chimed in. We're all so close now, what's there to be shy about? Su Jixia blushed even deeper under their combined pressure, though a flicker of interest stirred within her. Su Jixia hesitated. Zhou Yang walked over and gently took her hand. Come on. You'll like it. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Su Jixia finally nodded softly. The moment the door closed, the living room fell silent once more, save for the steady ticking of the clock on the wall. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Chapter 74, Taking 4 Beauties Out, Stirring Anger by the Sea. Early morning rustling sounds came from the bedroom. Oh my, how do I even put this on? Bai Wei held up a blue bikini, her face flushing crimson. The thing had so little fabric she felt embarrassed just looking at it. Silly girl, it's a bikini of course you. Liu Yufei started to explain, but suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Sis Yufei, you're so mean. Their playful squabbling woke Zhou Yang. Opening his eyes, he saw Liu Yufei leaning against the headboard in a sheer nightgown, flipping through a parenting manual. Her graceful figure was faintly visible in the morning light. Honey, you're awake? Liu Yufei set down the book and leaned in to kiss him lightly on the lips. Big bro, get up quick. Bai Wei pounced on him, clutching a pile of colorful dresses. Help me pick which one to wear today. Zhou Yang stared at the dozen or so dresses in her arms, his head pounding. Anyone will do. No way. Bai Wei stamped her foot in a pout. I want to be the brightest one in the whole place. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. With your tiny frame? Sister Yufei's picking on me. The two started wrestling again, and Zhou Yang quickly slipped out to wash up. In the living room, Su Zhixia was doing her morning yoga routine. Her form-fitting yoga attire hugged her curves, every stretch exuding allure, especially the downward dog pose, utterly mesmerizing. Up this early? Zhou Yang approached. I'm used to it. Su Zhixia didn't look up, continuing her routine. Zhou Yang helped her tidy the yoga mat, his hand accidentally brushing against her curves. Last night's massage really worked wonders. You've kept yourself in great shape. Su Zhixia flushed and pushed his hand away. Don't be ridiculous. Just as they were eating breakfast, Zhou Yang's phone rang. Brother Zhou, I miss you. Chen Xian's saccharine voice came through the receiver, so sweet it made your skin crawl. Why do you miss me? To go shopping with me please. Zhou Yang glanced at the three girls. We're going to the beach today. What? Then I'm coming too. Chen Xian's voice shot up instantly. You can't leave me behind. Liu Yufei, overhearing from the side, pouted, then let's all go together. The car's big enough anyway. Really? Awesome. I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Chen Xian dragged her suitcase into the villa. The moment she stepped inside, she froze. Crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, oil paintings adorning the walls, everything exuded an aura of wealth. Wow, this place is gorgeous. It's okay, I guess. Zhou Yang responded indifferently, his nonchalant demeanor reaching the pinnacle of affectation. Chen Xian immediately turned to the three women, her face breaking into a wide smile. She knew exactly what she needed to do to gain a foothold here, win over these women first. Sis Yufei, your nightgown is gorgeous. What brand is it? Hermès, Liu Yufei replied with a hint of pride. Wow. No wonder it feels so luxurious. Chen Xian was green with envy. She then turned to Bai Wei. Wei, your skin is flawless. What skincare do you use? Bai Wei beamed at the compliment. Just the usual stuff. Finally, Chen Xian looked at Su Zhixia. Sis Zhixia, you're becoming more and more elegant. Su Zhixia retorted with a hint of irritation. Cut the pleasantries. We see each other every day. Chen Xian felt a bit awkward at the retort, but quickly recovered. She pulled several elegant boxes from her suitcase. Oh, right, I brought gifts. These are limited edition lipsticks from fans. Liu Yufei took a look and saw it was a high-end limited edition. Her mood instantly lifted. She sure knows how to play the game, she murmured to Bai Wei. Bai Wei also received a gift and was overjoyed. Chen Xian is so thoughtful. Chen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these two sisters were getting along well enough. Then let's get going, Zhou Yang said, checking the time. The five of them headed to the garage. When Chen Xian saw the Rolls-Royce parked there, her jaw nearly dropped. This is a Rolls-Royce? Yeah, just picked it up, Zhou Yang said casually. Chen Xian's heart raced. This car was worth at least 6 or 7 million. She'd never dreamed she'd get to ride in such a luxury vehicle. After getting in, she cautiously touched the leather seats, afraid she might damage them. Relax, it's just a means of transportation, Zhou Yang said as he started the engine. A means of transportation? Chen Xian mentally railed against the notion. If this was just a means of transportation, then what was her second-hand BMW? As the car merged onto the highway, it drew countless stares along the way. During a rest stop at a service area, it drew an even larger crowd. Wow, a Rolls-Royce. How much must that cost? The owner must be a billionaire. When Zhou Yang stepped out with 4 stunning women, the crowd went wild. Holy crap, what kind of dream team is this? One guy with 4 women and they're all so gorgeous. Is this what rich people's lives are like? Bai Wei was thrilled beyond words. Brother, take a picture of us. Sure. The 4 women struck various poses. Liu Yufei radiated sensual charm, Bai Wei exuded innocent cuteness, Su Zhixia embodied intellectual elegance, and Chen Xian was sweetly captivating. The men watching were practically drooling, wishing they could swap places with Zhou Yang right then and there. Chen Xian deliberately pulled out her newly purchased Chanel bag and flaunted it before the camera. Chen Xian, that bag is gorgeous. Bai Wei complimented. It's okay, just a little bag, Chen Xian replied modestly, though she was secretly thrilled. Even the usually reserved Su Zhixia relished the thrill of being the center of attention. After snapping photos, the group got back in the car. Brother Zhou, you're amazing, Chen Xian whispered. Those guys were practically glaring at you like they wanted to kill you. Zhou Yang laughed heartily. You'll get used to it. 2 hours later, the car arrived at the seaside resort. This was a top-tier resort, and Zhou Yang had already reserved the most luxurious villa suite. Welcome, sir, the front desk attendant greeted them with a sweet smile. Yes, is the room ready? Of course. We've prepared the ocean view villa suite for you. As the staff guided them through the property, the 4 women were speechless at the opulent decor. Upon reaching the villa, they were utterly stunned. The entire villa faced the ocean, its opulent decor offering an unobstructed, breathtaking view of the sea. Wow, this place is absolutely stunning. Bai Wei spun around excitedly. Honey, you're amazing. Liu Yufei wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's arm. Chen Xian stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the endless ocean vista, too stunned for words. Su Zhixia appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was equally stunned by the sheer opulence. No big deal, Zhou Yang said casually. Unpack first. We'll hit the pool this afternoon. 2 p.m., poolside. The 4 women emerged in their swimsuits. Though they'd chosen relatively modest one-piece styles, they couldn't hide their individual charms. Liu Yufei's black swimsuit accentuated her fiery figure, highlighting every curve and contour. Bai Wei's white swimsuit gave her an innocent, adorable look, yet her perfect curves still sent pulses racing. Su Zhixia's deep blue swimsuit radiated intellectual charm. Her tall stature paired with delicate features made her breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Xian's pink swimsuit radiated sweet charm. Though her figure wasn't as stunning as the other 3, it had its own unique appeal. The moment they appeared, they became the center of attention. Zhou Yang reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, basking in the adoration of the surrounding beauties. Brother, how's the water temperature? Bai Wei tentatively dipped her toes in. Just right. Chen Xian played in the pool, occasionally drifting close to Zhou Yang, deliberately letting him get a little too close. Brother Zhou, will you teach me how to swim? Sure. Zhou Yang entered the water, wrapping his arms around Chen Xian's waist to demonstrate swimming strokes. Relax, don't be nervous. Chen Xian felt the warmth of his palms, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I want to learn too. Bai Wei also entered the water. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around Bai Wei's slender waist, moving with extra gentleness due to her pregnancy. Take it slow, don't overexert yourself. Liu Yufei and Su Zhixia followed suit, and Zhou Yang took turns instructing them. The crowd by the pool went wild. Many women stared at Zhou Yang with burning eyes, thinking he must either be incredibly wealthy or exceptionally well endowed. The men watched with eyes red with envy, seething with the urge to beat Zhou Yang to a pulp. This guy's got it made. For stunning beauties? I wouldn't dare dream of that. Damn it, it's like the dry die of thirst while the wet drown. That bastard deserves to die. The waves of envy rolled in, but Zhou Yang paid them no mind, continuing to fulfill his duties as a swimming instructor. Life with looks and money is just this plain and monotonous. Chapter 75, The Beautiful Technician and the Wives Go Ballistic. Back from the pool, Zhou Yang had just shed his dripping swim trunks when his phone rang. Mr. Zhou, we've specially arranged a massage service for you. The front desk attendant's voice came through, for therapists will be at your room shortly. All right. After hanging up, Liu Yufei walked over, wrapped in a towel. Honey, I can give you a massage. Why bring in strangers? She pressed close, her hands already gliding over Zhou Yang's chest. Zhou Yang patted her butt. Professionals are different. Am I not professional? Liu Yufei pouted, her hands growing bolder. Of course you're professional, but... His words trailed off as the doorbell rang. Zhou Yang opened the door and froze instantly. 4 young female technicians in tight white uniforms stood outside the door, each with a stunning figure and sweet looks. The leader's ample bust nearly strained against the fabric of her uniform. Hello, Mr. Zhou, the leader smiled sweetly. I'm Xiaoya. This is Xiaoli, Xiaona, and Xiaoye. Liu Yufei's face darkened instantly. Why are they all women? Bai Wei rushed forward, blocking Zhou Yang. Did your hotel do this on purpose? Xiaoya smiled professionally. Our skills are top-notch. We guarantee your satisfaction. She deliberately straightened her posture as she spoke. Come in. Zhou Yang stepped aside to let them pass. Honey. Liu Yufei panicked, grabbing Zhou Yang's arm. Stop fussing. We're already here. 4 technicians entered the room and began preparing the massage beds and essential oils. Liu Yufei stared intently at their figures, growing angrier by the second. These little vixens, each with curves in all the right places, clearly up to no good. Sis Yufei, look at them over there, Bai Wei whispered into Liu Yufei's ear. Their uniforms are practically bursting at the seams. They're doing it on purpose. Liu Yufei gritted her teeth. The massage began. Zhou Yang lay face down on the bed as Xiaoya's hands glided across his back. Mr. Zhou has such a great physique, perfect muscle definition. Her hands lingered deliberately on his waist for a few extra seconds. I work out regularly, Zhou Yang replied, savoring the professional technique. Do you often serve male clients? Of course, but someone as young and handsome as you is quite rare. Xiaoya's voice was sweet and soft as she moved closer. Liu Yufei listened nearby, grinding her teeth in frustration. That little vixen. Brother, their technique is just average. I give way better massages than them. Bai Wei piped up indignantly. Xiaoya's face flushed slightly. We're all professionally trained. Su Jixia sat on the sofa rolling her eyes. Here she goes again. Chen Xian felt annoyed too, but she dared not show her jealousy as openly as the others. Her status was the lowest now, she had to tread carefully. Mr. Zhou, this area feels a bit tense, it needs extra attention. Xiaoya murmured softly, her hands already sliding onto Zhou Yang's waist. Then press harder. Liu Yufei finally exploded, enough. She lunged forward and shoved Xiaoya aside. I'll massage my husband. Xiaoya nearly stumbled backward, letting out a startled cry. Sister Yufei is right. Bai Wei also stood up. We can handle it ourselves. Xiaoya looked awkward. Then, should we leave? No way, professionals are a different story. Zhou Yang waved her off. Keep going. You three, come over too. Zhou Yang beckoned to the other three therapists. The others hesitated, but eventually approached. The four women's expressions darkened further. After the massage ended, Zhou Yang generously tipped the technicians, who departed satisfied. Honey, you're being too much. Liu Yufei stomped her foot in anger. Exactly. You're so mean, big bro. Bai Wei also bristled. I was just enjoying the service. Zhou Yan laughed heartily. Is it really worth such a big reaction? Who's overreacting? Liu Yufei retorted stubbornly. Zhou Yan walked over to her side and gently stroked her slightly rounded belly. Come on, let me hear the little one's heartbeat. He pressed his ear against Liu Yufei's belly, listening intently, a tender smile spreading across his face. Seems like the baby's moving around very active. Liu Yufei instantly melted at this tender gesture, her anger dissipating by half. Really? Of course. Zhou Yang turned to Bai Wei. Wei Wei, come over too. Bai Wei shyly approached, and Zhou Yang placed his ear against her belly as well. This little one is so well behaved too. Both expectant mothers were moved to tears. Suddenly, Zhou Yang walked toward Su Jixia. Jixia, come over too. Me? Su Jixia froze. I'm not pregnant. Who says? Zhou Yang gave a mysterious smile. You're pregnant too. Su Jixia's eyes widened. What? Impossible. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei were also stunned. Sis Jixia is pregnant? Bai Wei couldn't believe it. When did this happen? Liu Yufei was equally shocked. Su Jixia's face flushed crimson. Nonsense. How could I possibly? Trust my judgment, Zhou Yang said confidently. I can spot a pregnant woman at a glance. Chen Xian watched the scene unfold silently, her hand drifting to her flat stomach. They all have it, but not me? She silently cursed her own inadequacy and resolved to conceive Zhou Yang's child. Evening, private beach. The sun dipped below the horizon as a gentle sea breeze blew in. Staff had already set up the barbecue grill. Brother, let me grill the meat. Bai Wei volunteered, grabbing a skewer. I'll mix the drinks. Liu Yufei headed toward the bar. Chen Xian sat on the sand with her guitar, soft music drifting through the air. Su Jixia sat quietly beside Zhou Yang. This life not even the gods would trade for it. Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around Su Jixia as they watched the sunset dip below the horizon. It truly is beautiful. Su Jixia was unusually relaxed. Bai Wei handed over the grilled meat. Brother, try some. Even more fragrant than restaurant made. Bai Wei beamed at the compliment and planted a kiss on his cheek. Liu Yufei approached with a cocktail in hand. Honey, try this. How does it taste? It's fantastic. When did you learn to make this? I learned it secretly, wanted to surprise you. Chen Xian's guitar playing grew more melodious, blending with the sound of the waves to create an incredibly warm atmosphere. Xian Xian, sing us a song. Chen Xian cleared her throat and began softly singing a love song. Her sweet voice drifted on the sea breeze, enveloping everyone in its enchantment. 10 o'clock at night, private hot spring. Under dim lighting, steam rose from the hot spring. The water's just right. Zhou Yang stepped in first. The four women felt a bit shy, but eventually followed one after another. The hot spring wasn't large, and with 5 people sitting together, physical contact was inevitable. So relaxing, Bai Wei murmured, leaning against Zhou Yang's shoulder. Yeah, all the day's fatigue just melts away. Liu Yufei moved closer too. Chen Xian and Su Jixia, though silent, quietly drew closer. Zhou Yang savored the feeling of being surrounded by beauties, occasionally creating intentional physical contact. Oh my, big bro, your hand? Bai Wei feigned annoyance. Oops, my bad, Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. The steam from the hot spring made everyone's cheeks flush, and the atmosphere grew suggestive. Liu Yufei suddenly stood up. I'm heading back to my room. What's wrong? Zhou Yang asked. Nothing, just a little tired. Liu Yufei hurried away, her face flushed. Truthfully, she felt something unusual in her body and feared losing control here. By the time she returned to her room, it was already 11 o'clock. Let's play a game, Zhou Yang suggested. How about cards? What kind of game? Liu Yufei asked. High card. The loser gets a dare. What kind of punishment? Bai Wei asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough, Zhou Yang replied with a mysterious smile. The game began as they gathered around the bed. First round, Chen Xian lost. What's the punishment? She asked nervously. Kiss me. Chen Xian blushed, but still leaned in to give Zhou Yang a light kiss on the cheek. In the second round, Su Zhixia lost. Zhixia's punishment is letting me hold her for 10 seconds. Su Zhixia was held in Zhou Yang's arms, feeling his warmth, her heart filled with longing. The game continued, with the punishments growing increasingly daring. Bai Wei lost and had to sit on Zhou Yang's lap. Liu Yufei lost and had to feed Zhou Yang water. Their faces flushed bright red. Last round the loser has to. Zhou Yang paused, stay up all night chatting with me. The four girls' hearts raced, they all knew exactly what this chat entailed. At 6 o'clock the next morning, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Zhou Yang was in the middle of a sweet dream, his face scowling in annoyance. Who the hell is it, so early? Chapter 76, Chen Xian falls for the trap, and new gains emerge. Bang bang bang. The urgent knocking echoed loudly, jolting Zhou Yang awake. He scrambled out of bed, his hair sticking up like a bird's nest. Damn it, who is it? The four women beside him were still snoring away, their blankets in disarray. Last night's card game had indeed gotten way too wild. Zhou Yang threw on a bathrobe, his temper flaring, and yanked the door open. The resort manager stood outside, smiling politely, sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. Zhou, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. Spit it out. The manager swallowed awkwardly. Well, last night a guest complained that the noise from your room was disturbing their rest. Zhou Yang's mind cleared instantly. Last night, those women really went wild loud as hell. This crappy hotel has such terrible soundproofing? And you dare call yourselves a top-tier resort? The manager was sweating buckets. How was he supposed to respond to that? Mr. Zhou, we'll inspect the soundproofing immediately. We also hope you could. Enough, enough. I get it. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste words on him. Anything else? Nothing else. Enjoy your vacation. The manager took off like a shot, relieved to be rid of him. The moment Zhou Yang closed the door, a long-forgotten system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully impregnating target subject Chen Xian. Conception reward, 16 million yuan in cash. Birth reward, a mysterious gift package will be awarded upon the child's safe delivery. Bonus reward, Peach Blossom Charm X1 significantly boosts romantic luck for 24 hours. Holy! Zhou Yang froze in place. Chen Xian was pregnant? He tiptoed to the bedside, gazing at Chen Xian still fast asleep. The little girl lay on her side, one hand resting on the quilt, her cheeks rosy and her breathing steady and even. Zhou Yang's heart swelled with joy. After all that effort without success, he never imagined last night's unexpected turn of events would finally hit the jackpot. 16 million yuan deposited, awesome. And the Peach Blossom Charm, it should boost his romantic luck significantly. Wonder what new fish he'd be able to reel in. Zhou Yang flopped back onto the bed, feeling utterly content. Chen Xian rolled over in her sleep, instinctively burrowing into his arms. Brother Zhou. She mumbled incoherently, her small hands fumbling across Zhou Yang's chest. Zhou Yang gently patted her back. So she was pregnant. So what? It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. By 9 in the morning, the four women woke up one after another. Ugh, my head hurts like hell. Bai Wei sat up, clutching her head, her hair as messy as a scarecrow's. Did we overdo it last night? Liu Yufei rubbed her temples, her voice hoarse. I can't remember what we did in the middle of the night. Su Zhixia was also a bit dazed, only remembering the game getting more and more intense before her memory went blank. Only Chen Xian seemed wide awake, stretching lazily. I feel so relaxed and incredibly comfortable. Zhou Yang nearly laughed out loud. You won't feel that way for long. Everyone, get up. We're playing again today. After washing up, the group headed to the dining room for breakfast. Brother Zhou, look, those guests over there keep staring at us, Chen Xian whispered. Zhou Yang glanced up and saw several tables of guests pointing and whispering, their eyes darting toward their table. Some even wore peculiar grins. Just jealousy and envy, Liu Yufei said unconcernedly, taking small bites of her fried eggs. Or maybe it's because of last night, Su Zhixia murmured, her face flushing slightly. What happened? Bai Wei looked completely confused. That manager mentioned someone complained we were too noisy. Zhou Yang explained briefly. The four girls instantly flushed tomato red, wishing they could crawl under the table. It's all your fault. Bai Wei playfully punched Zhou Yang. What did I do? It was clearly your own fault. Shut up. Liu Yufei quickly covered his mouth. After breakfast, the group headed to the beach for a game of beach volleyball, with Zhou Yang facing off against the four girls alone. Brother, you think you can beat all four of us by yourself? Dream on. Bai Wei declared confidently. Not necessarily. Zhou Yang stretched his muscles. The match began. The four girls worked together seamlessly, passing and spiking with precision. Zhou Yang didn't want to tire them out, so he deliberately let them win. But his physical prowess was undeniable, and after a few rallies, he gained the upper hand. Foul! You're too strong, bro. Bai Wei gasped, breathless. You lose, you pay up. There's a penalty for losing, Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. What kind of punishment? Liu Yufei asked warily. Give me a 1-hour massage. The four girls exchanged glances, then resigned themselves to their fate. They had lunch at a seaside restaurant and spent the afternoon exploring a nearby island. As soon as they boarded the boat, Liu Yufei and Bai Wei began feeling nauseous, their faces turning pale. Su Zhixia also felt queasy, her stomach churning violently, making her begin to believe she might actually be pregnant. Still, she'd have to get tested to know for sure. Chen Xian, on the other hand, was having a blast, completely unaffected, enjoying the sea breeze at the bow. On the island, coconut palms swayed gently, and the sea was crystal clear. The group snapped countless photos, with Bai Wei and Chen Xian striking all sorts of poses, practically treating the entire island like a photo studio. Wei, that pose is way too artificial. Liu Yufei directed from the side, gesturing with her hands. No way. This is called being professional, okay? Bai Wei wasn't convinced and struck another pose. What major? You're not a model. The two began bickering again, while Zhou Yang watched with amusement. Su Zhixia sat quietly on the rocks, staring blankly at the distant horizon. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yang walked over and sat beside her. Nothing much. Just feeling how peaceful it is here. If you like it, come here often. MHM. Su Zhixia murmured softly, blushing again for no apparent reason. Lately, she'd been blushing for no apparent reason, and she couldn't figure out why. As the sun set in the west, the group prepared to return to the resort. We have to go back tomorrow. I'm so reluctant to leave, Bai Wei gazed longingly at the ocean view. We'll have work to do when we get back, Zhou Yang reminded her. Work is the worst, Bai Wei pouted. Then keep being a freeloader, Liu Yufei shot her a disapproving look. Back at the resort, the group packed their bags in their rooms. Zhou Yang sat on the balcony, his mind racing with plans on how to win over Su Mei once they returned. That girl might be all talk, but he could tell she wasn't completely indifferent to him. That kiss last time had already cracked open a corner of her defenses. With the right timing, winning her over shouldn't be a problem. Now with the peach blossom charm as his secret weapon, he might even get an unexpected bonus. Honey, what are you thinking about? Liu Yufei walked onto the balcony and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Work stuff, Zhou Yang replied, taking her hand. Can't you think about me instead? Liu Yufei nuzzled his neck playfully. I think about you every day. Zhou Yang turned and kissed her forehead. Liu Yufei smiled contentedly, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup when we get back. Will you come with me? Of course. Zhixia is going too. She might actually be pregnant. Liu Yufei lowered her voice. That can't be. She won't even admit it herself. A woman's intuition is never wrong. You'll see for yourself. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. He knew exactly what was going on. The important thing was that Chen Xian had fallen for it too. This vacation had been quite the eye-opener. Chapter 77, The Peach Blossom Talisman's Effect Totally Baffled. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang checked out of the hotel. On the way back, Su Zhixia clutched the test kit box tightly, her palms sweaty. Chen Xian glanced over and asked curiously, Sis Zhixia, what are you buying this for? Nothing. Su Zhixia hurriedly stuffed the box into her bag, her heart pounding. Liu Yufei and Bai Wei exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling in silent understanding. The moment they arrived back at the villa, Su Zhixia dashed straight into the bathroom without a word. What do you think the result will be? Bai Wei bit her nails, feeling a bit nervous. It's definitely positive, Liu Yufei declared confidently. I've been through this before, no doubt about it. Chen Xian sat on the sofa, her heart racing. If Sister Zhixia really is pregnant, then I'll be the only one left. 10 minutes later, Su Zhixia emerged from the bathroom, her expression complex. How did it go? Zhou Yang asked. Su Zhixia held up the test strip, which clearly showed 2 red lines. Wow! Sister Zhixia really is pregnant. Bai Wei jumped up, bursting with excitement. Congratulations! Liu Yufei beamed. Chen Xian's eyes flashed with envy as she instinctively touched her own stomach. Sigh, when will it be my turn? Su Zhixia stared blankly at the test strip, her mind in turmoil, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Zhou Yang walked over and gently embraced her. What's wrong? Not happy? No, it's just so sudden. Su Zhixia's voice was barely a whisper. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It feels like a dream. Silly girl, this is a good thing. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. Su Zhixia felt his affection, and a wave of happiness washed over her. Chen Xian watched from the side, a pang of envy stinging her heart. Here I am, all alone. No, I have to push myself harder. At 10 in the morning, Zhou Yang brought Su Zhixia and Chen Xian to the company. As they passed the conference room, voices drifted out. Xiaomei, your positioning must be clear, focus on a mature, sensual image, but also maintain an approachable side. Zhou Yang pushed open the door and saw Su Mei sitting at the conference table discussing something with a woman in her 40s. Mr. Zhou. Su Mei stood to greet him, her expression perfectly natural, showing no sign of anything unusual. This is my agent, Sister Zhang, Su Mei introduced. Sister Zhang immediately stood up, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. You're too kind. What were you discussing? Zhou Yang sat down. We were discussing Xiaomei's development plan, Sister Zhang said, pulling out a proposal. My plan is to build her popularity first, then enter her into a new artist competition to make a big splash. Zhou Yang flipped through the proposal, his photographic memory kicking in instantly. A few minutes later, he set the document down, his brow furrowing. There's a problem with this plan. Sister Zhang paused, puzzled. What's wrong with it? First, you're positioning Su Mei as mature and sexy, yet the promotional strategy leans toward innocence. Isn't that contradictory? Second, have you researched the judges' preferences for the new artist competition? Can last year's champion's success formula be replicated? Third, your marketing budget allocation is completely unreasonable. The imbalance between online and offline spending will never break into the market. Zhou Yang pointed out several problems in one breath, each hitting the nail on the head. Sister Zhang listened in stunned silence, her pen dropping to the floor. Su Mei was even more stunned. She never imagined Zhou Yang possessed such professional expertise beyond his reputation for being a womanizer. Then what do you suggest we do? Sister Zhang asked humbly. Zhou Yang stood up and walked to the whiteboard. First, Su Mei's persona needs consistency, mature and sensual yet approachable, like a friendly older sister next door. Second, competing is merely a means, not an end. The true goal is to establish a personal IP and build brand value. Finally, marketing must be precisely targeted to identify the right audience. He sketched a detailed promotional flowchart on the whiteboard, each step seamlessly connected. Sister Zhang grew increasingly excited as she listened. Mr. Zhou, this approach is brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Watching Zhou Yang speak with such eloquence, Su Mei felt an unusual sensation welling up inside her. This man was no ordinary figure. He might look like a lecher, but he's actually quite capable. After the meeting, Sister Zhang eagerly took the revision suggestions to rework the plan. Su Mei stayed behind, her gaze toward Zhou Yang filled with complexity. I never expected you to be so capable beyond your lecherous tendencies. Thanks for the compliment. Zhou Yang accepted the praise with a thick skin, not blushing in the slightest. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes beside them, while Chen Xian gazed at Zhou Yang with eyes full of admiration. Back in his office, bored out of his mind, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered the peach blossom talisman the system had rewarded him yesterday. He secretly pulled out the talisman and stuck it to his chest. Peach blossom talisman activated. Effect lasts 24 hours. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up with anticipation, secretly delighted at the prospect of romantic opportunities unfolding. 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. Half an hour passed, still nothing. After an hour, Zhou Yang began to suspect the charm might be fake. Could the system be pulling a fast one on me? He muttered under his breath. Just then, a startled cry echoed through the conference room. Oh no! Followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Zhou Yang hurried over and saw Su Mei holding onto the table, with a pile of scattered documents at her feet. What happened? My high heel broke. Su Mei looked helpless, standing on one foot with the other dangling in the air. Let me help you. Zhou Yang instinctively reached out his hand. Just as Su Mei reached for his hand, she suddenly lost her balance and began falling backward. Zhou Yang reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch her. But he misjudged the angle. Su Mei fell straight down, landing right where Zhou Yang had just rushed to catch her. Thud! Su Mei landed squarely on Zhou Yang's face, her black pencil skirt pressed tightly against his cheeks. Time seemed to freeze. Zhou Yang was completely stunned, his nostrils filled with the scent of her perfume. Hot face meets cold but utter bewilderment. Su Mei froze too. Glancing down to see Zhou Yang's head pinned beneath her, her face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp. I'm so sorry, so sorry. She scrambled to her feet, nearly stumbling again. Zhou Yang sat on the ground, his face still warm from Su Mei's body heat, his mind a complete blur. Is this the effect of the peach blossom charm? This is way too crazy. System, did you mess something up? Su Zhixia and Chen Xian rushed over, both frozen in shock at the scene. What the hell are you two doing? Su Zhixia's face darkened. Accident. Pure accident. Zhou Yang scrambled to his feet, scrambling to explain. Su Mei's face flushed bright red, wishing she could sink into a hole. I'm going to change my shoes. She dropped that line and bolted out the door barefoot. Once Su Mei was gone, Chen Xian finally burst out laughing. Brother Zhou, your expression just now was hilarious. What's so funny? Zhou Yang retorted irritably. It just was funny, Chen Xian said, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up. Are all men this lecherous? You never let an opportunity go to waste. It really was an accident, Zhou Yang said, looking utterly innocent. Yeah, right, Su Zhixia rolled her eyes. Sume dashed back to the break room, staring at her flushed face in the mirror as her heart pounded wildly. The scene from earlier embarrassed her so much she felt like she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. She slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to calm down. But Zhou Yang's completely bewildered expression earlier didn't seem intentional at all. That look was genuinely hilarious. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but laugh. This man was truly a love-hate relationship. Zhou Yang sat in the executive chair, fingering the peach blossom talisman on his chest. This thing really has a unique effect. Though a bit awkward, the effect was undeniably direct. The scene from earlier flashed through his mind. Sume's body was so soft, her perfume smelled so good, and the way her face flushed just now. But did this really count as romantic luck? Oh well, no harm done. It felt like, ahem, an unexpected bonus. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Is today my unlucky day? Why does she keep bumping into me? In the recording studio, Sume's lazy voice drifted through the monitoring equipment. Zhou Yang sat at the control console, watching Sume practice intently through the glass window. He couldn't help but grin. Smiling so lecherously, what are you thinking about? Su Zhixia leaned in. I'm appreciating the art, got it? Zhou Yang declared with conviction. Like I can't see through your dirty little thoughts? Just then, Sume's voice came from the studio. Mr. Zhou, there's a problem with the microphone. Zhou Yang sprang to his feet. I'll go check it out. Pushing open the studio door, he found Sume scrutinizing the microphone from every angle, her brow furrowed. What's wrong with it? Zhou Yang hurried over in 2 strides. The sound's distorted. Listen. Sume handed him the microphone. As Zhou Yang took it, his fingertips accidentally brushed against Sume's hand. Sume jerked her hand back as if scalded, her ears flushing crimson. Damn it, what's going on here? Sume cursed herself inwardly. It was just a touch of the hand. Was such a big reaction really necessary? Let me check. Zhou Yang fiddled with the settings. Poor connection. He crouched down to inspect the equipment, with Sume standing nearby. Suddenly, Sume's phone rang. She instinctively reached into her bag for it, completely unaware of the tangled mess of wires at her feet. Watch out. Before the warning was fully spoken, Sume tripped hard over the cord, losing her balance and lunging forward. Zhou Yang sprang up to catch her, but instead, they collided head-on, sending Sume crashing straight into his arms. Her warm body pressed against his chest, and the familiar scent of her perfume filled his nostrils. Her face buried against his chest, she could clearly hear the strong beat of his heart. Zhou Yang instinctively tightened his arms around her. They remained frozen in that position for a full 3 seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sume pushed him away abruptly, her face flushed crimson. Her mind screamed, Sume, you idiot. Can't you even walk straight? You've embarrassed yourself to no end. It's okay. Did you hurt yourself? Zhou Yang remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Su Zhixia, watching from outside, saw the whole scene clearly. Her expression darkened further. This guy's luck with women is beyond ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. Inside the recording studio, Sume hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Is the microphone fixed? It's fixed. Zhou Yang handed her the microphone. Keep practicing. I'll step out for now. After Zhou Yang left, Sume touched her still flushed cheeks. What was going on? Was she cursed today? Why were these bizarre incidents happening one after another? And every single one involved that guy, Zhou Yang. During lunch break, Sume stepped out of the company building, ready to head downstairs. Just as the elevator doors were closing, Zhou Yang rushed in, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Wait! But then Sume's bag strap got caught in the elevator door. She tugged hard but couldn't pull it free. Let me help you. The elevator was cramped, so Zhou Yang had to press close to Sume to help her. He reached to pull the bag strap, his body nearly pressed against her back. There. He gave a sharp tug, and the strap finally came free. But the force of his pull sent Sume's body lurching backward, crashing into his arms. His familiar masculine scent enveloped her, sending her breath into disarray. Again? Sume was speechless enough to roll her eyes. Did I forget to check the almanac before leaving today? This time, it really isn't my fault. Zhou Yang raised his hands in innocence. You leaned back on your own. The elevator reached the lobby, and Sume fled in a panic. In the break room, she stood on tiptoe to reach a cup in the high cabinet. Just as her fingertips touched the rim, she couldn't quite grab it. Let me help you. Zhou Yang appeared silently behind her, stretching his arm to effortlessly grab the cup. In this position, he was practically embracing Sume from behind. The warmth of his chest pressed through the thin fabric of his shirt, making Sume's breath catch for a moment. Here you go. Zhou Yang handed her the cup. Thanks. Sume took the cup and hurriedly fled the scene once more. In the hallway, the receptionist and several female employees were whispering among themselves. Did you see that? Sume and Mr. Zhou were acting super close today. Yeah, I saw them in the elevator earlier. They were practically glued together. They were already close when Sumei's parents visited before, but now they're not even trying to hide it. Do you think they're playing some kind of romantic game? Definitely. Look at Sumei's face, it's as red as a monkey's butt. Sumei happened to pass by and overheard these remarks, making her face flush even redder. She quickened her pace back to the lounge, growing increasingly puzzled. What was going on today? Why did she keep having these awkward mishaps with Zhou Yang? And every time, Zhou Yang looked so innocent, as if he hadn't meant it. But this was just too coincidental, wasn't it? The more Sumei thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She decided to confront Zhou Yang and get to the bottom of it. She knocked on Zhou Yang's office door. Come in. Sumei pushed the door open. Zhou Yang was alone in the office. What's up? Zhou Yang looked up at her. Sumei closed the door and walked up to Zhou Yang. I need to ask you something. What is it? Zhou Yang set down his phone, studying her serious expression. Did you deliberately arrange all these incidents today? Sumei cut straight to the chase. What accidents? Zhou Yang feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. The recording studio, the elevator, the break room, do you really think I'd buy all these coincidences? Sumei's voice trembled with emotion. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Zhou Yang blinked. Do you really think I have the ability to orchestrate all this? I'm not a director. Then explain why these things keep happening. Sumei stood with her hands on her hips, looking ready to confront him. Maybe it's fate? Zhou Yang said, stifling a laugh. Fate my ass. Sumei stomped her foot in anger. You're doing this on purpose. I'm innocent. Zhou Yang looked utterly blameless. You're the one who keeps bumping into me every time. Now you're blaming me? I bump into you? Sumei's eyes widened. You're twisting the facts. That's the truth, Zhou Yang shrugged. In the recording studio, you tripped over the cables. In the elevator, your bag got stuck. In the break room, you couldn't reach the cup. I was just being helpful. Sumei was momentarily speechless. He had a point. Then why only today? This never happened before. Maybe you're just extra charming today? Zhou Yang said with a mischievous grin. You? Sumei's face flushed again. You're such a smart aleck. I'm telling the truth. Zhou Yang stood up. You really are beautiful today. He slowly approached Sumei. Sumei instinctively took a step back. You, what are you doing? Since you think I deliberately caused an accident. Zhou Yang continued to advance, then I'll deliberately do it once more. Sumei backed up until she hit the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Zhou Yang placed his hands on either side of her body against the wall, trapping her between himself and the wall. Does this count as intentional now? He murmured, his voice hoarse as he looked down at her. Overwhelmed by his intensity, Sumei's heart pounded wildly, yet she found herself speechless. Only inches separated them. You, stay away from me, Sumei's voice trembled. I don't want you to, Zhou Yang replied with a wicked grin. But you said I did this on purpose, didn't you? Then I'll show you just how deliberate I can be. His face drew closer and closer, and Sumei could feel his warm breath on her skin. Mr. Zhou. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Just then, the office door burst open. Brother Zhou, I. Chen Xian's voice trailed off abruptly. She froze instantly at the sight before her. Zhou Yang and Sumei remained locked in an ambiguous wall-pressing embrace, both turning their heads toward the doorway at the same time. I didn't see anything. Chen Xian halted abruptly, then spun around and fled. Sumei seized the moment to push Zhou Yang away, her cheeks flushed crimson. It's all your fault, you jerk. She hastily smoothed her clothes and dashed out after him. In the hallway, Chen Xian caught up to Sumei. Sumei, what was that just now? Nothing. Sumei kept walking without looking back. Seriously? Nothing? Your posture just now was pretty suggestive. Chen Xian asked with a gossipy tone. I said nothing happened, so nothing happened. Chapter 79, Divine Assistance. Even heaven itself is on my side. Sumei fled back to the break room, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, panting heavily. Just now, Zhou Yang had pinned her against the wall. He almost kissed her. What was even worse was that she hadn't dodged. Sumei, have you lost your mind? She slapped her cheeks. That guy is a pervert. Yet the images kept replaying in her mind. Zhou Yang's commanding presence was undeniably masculine. No, I absolutely can't let him charm me. She shook her head, forcing herself to calm down, but her heartbeat still raced uncontrollably. Quitting time arrived. Sumei gathered her things and headed to the parking lot. She pressed the car key, but the vehicle didn't respond. What's going on? She frowned and pressed the start button again. The engine emitted a few feeble clicks before going completely silent. Damn it, breaking down at this moment. Sumei tapped the steering wheel in frustration. Car trouble? Zhou Yang's voice came from behind her. Sumei turned to see him and Su Zhixia walking toward them. It won't start. Probably dead battery, Sumei said, sounding a bit down. Su Zhixia glanced at the sky. It's so late, all the repair shops are closed. Then how am I supposed to get home? I'll give you a ride, Zhou Yang offered. Sume instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering the earlier flirtatious moment, her face flushed again. No need. I'll just take a taxi. It's not safe this late. Su Jixia pushed her glasses up. Have him drive you home. I'll take a taxi myself. Jixia, why? Zhou Yang was taken aback. It's fine, Su Jixia said calmly. I actually want some time alone. Sume looked at Su Jixia, sensing there was more to her words than met the eye. Then I'll trouble you. The car pulled out of the parking lot, the interior eerily quiet. Sume sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the window, unable to meet Zhou Yang's eyes. Zhou Yang focused on driving, but his peripheral vision kept drifting toward Sume. At the traffic light, the car came to a stop. Zhou Yang turned to look at Sume, just as she turned her head toward him. The moment their eyes met, both froze. Sume's face flushed bright red, and she quickly looked away. Zhou Yang started to speak, but the green light came on, forcing him to continue driving. About today. Sume suddenly spoke up. What about it? Zhou Yang feigned ignorance. What happened in the office? Sume whispered softly. Don't get the wrong idea, I didn't mean anything by it. I know, Zhou Yang nodded. You're implying I took advantage of you? No. Sume denied hastily. I mean, never mind. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Zhou Yang chuckled to himself. This woman was clearly smitten, yet she was still putting up a front. Just as the car pulled up to the entrance of Sume's residential complex, a muffled clap of thunder echoed across the sky. Beads of rain the size of beans pelted the windshield. Within seconds, the downpour intensified. Why did it suddenly start raining? Sume frowned, watching the downpour outside. The forecast didn't mention rain tonight, Zhou Yang frowned. The rain grew heavier, rapidly reducing visibility. This rain is too heavy. Don't get out of the car yet, Zhou Yang said as he turned off the engine. In the confined space of the car, the two were very close. Sume could smell the faint masculine scent on Zhou Yang, and her heart began to race again. It should stop soon, she murmured softly. Zhou Yang nodded, but his gaze drifted involuntarily toward her. Sume's collar was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, making his breathing grow slightly ragged. What are you looking at? Sume caught his gaze. Nothing, Zhou Yang quickly averted his eyes. Pervert. Sume shot him a glare, but her tone held no anger, only a hint of playful reproach. The rain drummed on the car roof, creating an intimate atmosphere. The window fogged up, blurring the outside world. When will this rain ever stop? Sume asked, feeling uneasy. It wasn't the rain itself, but the charged atmosphere in this enclosed space that made her heart race. Why don't you go upstairs to wait out the rain? Sume suddenly suggested. Sitting in the car isn't really an option. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that a bit? What's wrong with it? Sume flushed as she spoke. It's just to get out of the rain. Well, okay. They pushed open the car door and dashed toward the building entrance in the downpour. The rain was too heavy, the short distance left them both soaked to the bone. Sume's skirt clung to her body, the wet fabric clinging to her form, leaving Zhou Yang feeling parched at the sight of her faintly visible curves. Hurry into the elevator. Sume shouted as she ran. Once the elevator doors closed, both of them were drenched to the bone. Sume brushed her dripping hair back with her hand, droplets sliding down her cheeks. Zhou Yang tried hard not to look at her, but somehow his gaze kept wandering back involuntarily. Her soaked dress clung to her body, tracing every curve perfectly. You're staring again. Sume snapped, flustered by his gaze. I'm not, Zhou Yang denied flatly. You're lying. Your eyes are glued to me, Sume protested, covering her chest with her arms. The elevator reached their floor, and Sume hurried out. At her doorstep, she rummaged through her bag for her keys. Strange, where are my keys? She rummaged through her bag. Perhaps she'd zipped it up too hastily in her rush earlier. With a sudden tug, the bag fell to the floor, spilling its contents everywhere. Let me help you. Zhou Yang crouched down to assist with the cleanup. Sume crouched down too, and as their hands brushed while picking things up, both of them froze. Here's the key. Zhou Yang picked it up and handed it to her. Sume took the keys, her fingers brushing against his hand once more. This time, she didn't pull away. Instead, she looked at Zhou Yang. The motion-activated lights in the hallway suddenly went out, plunging the area into darkness. Only the occasional flash of lightning outside the window illuminated their faces. Sume. Zhou Yang's voice was slightly hoarse. In the darkness, the distance between them grew ever closer. Just then, the door next door suddenly swung open. Xiaomei? Still not home this late, the neighbor peered out. Sume jumped in surprise and quickly stood up. Aunt Wang, I just got home. She hurriedly opened the door. And who's this? The woman asked curiously, eyeing Zhou Yang. A friend. He gave me a ride home, Sume explained. Oh, well, come on in then. Don't catch a cold. The neighbor closed the door. Sume opened the door and glanced back at Zhou Yang. Want to come in for a bit? It's pouring out there. You can't go back now. Zhou Yang watched her soaked appearance, and the fire in his heart burned ever brighter. Sure. He nodded in agreement. Sume pushed open the door, and the room was pitch black. She fumbled for the light switch as Zhou Yang followed her inside. Is the light out? Zhou Yang asked. Probably tripped, Sume said, feeling her way toward the fuse box. Sit down, I'll check it out. In the darkness, Sume stumbled, her body losing balance as she fell backward. Zhou Yang reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch her. They clung tightly to each other in the darkness, clearly feeling each other's warmth and heartbeats. Are you okay? Zhou Yang's voice was right by her ear, his warm breath tickling her neck. I'm fine. Sume's voice trembled, her body feeling weak. Just then, the lights suddenly came on. Still locked in an embrace, their eyes met. Sume's face flushed crimson, and Zhou Yang's breathing quickened. Sume tried to speak, but found herself unable to utter a word. Zhou Yang's arms still encircled her waist, their faces mere inches apart. Xiao Mei. He murmured her name softly. Sume's heart pounded wildly. She knew she should push him away, but her body refused to obey. Just then, Sume's phone suddenly rang, shattering the charged atmosphere. She hurriedly pushed Zhou Yang away and answered the call. Hello? Xiao Mei, are you home yet? It's pouring outside, and I'm worried about you. Sister Shang's voice came through the phone. I'm here. I'm fine. Sume hurriedly replied. Good. Remember to come to the office early tomorrow. We need to discuss the new promotional plan. Got it, I know. After hanging up, Sume looked at Zhou Yang, and both felt a bit awkward. Why don't you take a hot shower first? Don't catch a cold. Sume gestured toward the bathroom. Isn't that a bit awkward? Zhou Yang hesitated. Why wouldn't it be? Sume flushed as she spoke. I'll find you some clean clothes. She walked into the bedroom and pulled out a loose-fitting women's nightgown. I haven't worn these yet. You can wear these for now. Zhou Yang took the nightgown, his fingers brushing hers again. Thanks. He headed toward the bathroom. Sume watched his retreating back, her heart pounding wildly. The sound of running water filled the bathroom as Sume sat on the sofa, her mind in turmoil. What was going on today? Why did these ambiguous incidents keep happening with Zhou Yang? And each time, she felt no urge to push him away. Sume, what the hell are you thinking? She slapped her own cheeks. Just then, the bathroom door swung open abruptly. Sume, there's no towel. Zhou Yang emerged bare-chested, droplets of water sliding down his muscular pectorals. Sume froze, her face flushing crimson. Why did you come out without clothes? Chapter 80, A Quiet Room, A Restless Heart. Sume froze for several seconds before snatching a sofa cushion and hurling it at him. Pervert. Put some clothes on. I just forgot to grab a towel. Zhou Yang raised his hands in surrender. It wasn't on purpose. The towel's in the bathroom cabinet. Are you blind? Sume covered her face, but peeked through her fingers. Damn, this guy's got an incredible physique. Those rock-hard pecs, those chiseled abs, and that faint V-line. Ahem, I'm going in. Zhou Yang caught her sneaky glance and turned away with a mischievous grin. This girl says no with her mouth, but her body tells a different story. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yang emerged from the bathroom wearing that loose pink pajama set. Sume was folding wet laundry when she turned and saw this ridiculous sight, nearly choking on her laughter. Ha 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 ha. You look. She doubled over, laughing. Too hilarious. The pink pajamas clung to Zhou Yang's frame, the sleeves cut short, the hem barely covering his thighs. Paired with his ruggedly handsome face, the contrast was utterly striking. Is it that funny? Zhou Yang glanced down at himself and couldn't help but laugh too. Hilarious. Sume pulled out her phone. I'm taking a picture to post on WeChat Moments. Don't take it. Don't take it. Zhou Yang hurriedly protested. If this gets out, how am I supposed to keep my reputation? Then beg me, Sume declared triumphantly, holding her phone aloft. Miss Su, I beg your mercy. Please spare this humble servant. Zhou Yang exaggeratedly clasped his hands in a bow. After a moment of playful banter, the awkwardness vanished completely. Hungry? I'll grab something to eat. Sume tucked away her phone and headed toward the kitchen. I'll help you. Zhou Yang followed her. You know how to cook? Sume asked, slightly surprised. I know a little. Zhou Yang rolled up his sleeves. How can a man win a woman's heart if he can't cook? The kitchen wasn't spacious, and the two of them bustling about felt a bit cramped. Sume chopped vegetables while Zhou Yang rinsed rice, their arms brushing against each other unintentionally. Cut slower, don't hurt yourself, Zhou Yang cautioned. I'm not a child, Sume retorted, though her heart warmed at his words. No sooner had she spoken than oil suddenly splattered from the pan, hot droplets landing directly on the back of her hand. Ouch! Sume yelped, dropping the knife in pain. Zhou Yang immediately turned off the stove and pulled her hand toward him to examine it. Where's it burned? Is it bad? The back of my hand, Sume frowned. Zhou Yang gently guided her to the faucet and ran cool water over her hand, his movements incredibly tender. Does it still hurt? He asked softly. It's okay. Sume watched his focused profile, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Zhou Yang retrieved burn ointment from the first aid kit and carefully applied it to the back of her hand. Don't get distracted while cooking anymore, got it? Okay, I heard you. Sume nodded obediently. This feeling of being cared for wasn't half bad. After bandaging the wound, Zhou Yang looked up and met her gaze. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Something seemed to be brewing in the air. Ahem, I'll get back to cooking. Zhou Yang looked away first. Sume stood beside him, watching him bustle about, and found herself smiling without realizing it. This man, aside from being a bit of a flirt, was actually quite thoughtful. Half an hour later, a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup was ready. Try my cooking. Zhou Yang ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Sume took a sip and her eyes lit up. Delicious. I never expected you to be such a good cook. Of course. I'm a jack-of-all-trades boyfriend, Zhou Yang said smugly. Who said I'm your girlfriend? You've got some nerve. Sume flushed. It'll happen eventually. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. Dream on. Sume playfully spat at him, though her heart was melting inside. Outside, the rain still pounded heavily, punctuated by occasional flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. This rain is really heavy, Sume remarked, gazing out the window. Yeah, it probably won't let up tonight, Zhou Yang agreed, glancing at the sky. Sume hesitated. Why don't you just stay here tonight? It's too dangerous to drive in this downpour. Are you sure? Zhou Yang's heart raced with excitement, but outwardly he feigned hesitation. It's because of the weather. Sume emphasized. Don't get any funny ideas. I get it. Just to stay out of the rain. Zhou Yang stifled a laugh. After dinner, Sume got up to clear the dishes, and Zhou Yang offered to help. You go rest. I'll take care of this, Sume said. We can finish faster together. The two worked in perfect sync. Sume cleared the table while Zhou Yang washed the dishes. Pass me the plates. Here are the chopsticks. Be careful not to drop them. This warm interaction made Sume feel as though they were already an old married couple. Are all men this good at housework? Sume asked. Not necessarily. I'm a special case. Zhou Yang continued washing the dishes. Whoever becomes my woman will be in for a treat. You're such a show-off. Sume laughed and playfully slapped him. After tidying up the kitchen, the two sat in the living room watching TV. Sume curled up in one corner of the sofa while Zhou Yang sat on the other side, maintaining a safe distance between them. An idle drama played on the TV, showing the male and female leads sharing a passionate kiss in the rain. Sume stole a glance at Zhou Yang and caught him looking at her too. Ahem, it's getting late. Time to call it a night. Sume quickly stood up. Zhou Yang stood up too. Then both froze. The sleeping arrangement became an issue. Sume's apartment had only one bedroom, and the living room sofa could barely sleep one person. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa, Sume gestured toward the couch. That's not right. Zhou Yang immediately objected. I'm a man. I should take the couch. This is my place, I make the rules, Sume insisted. Guests sleep on the couch, hosts sleep in the bed. What kind of logic is that? Zhou Yang wouldn't budge either. That's exactly how it is. Sume put her hands on her hips. Besides, you're taller than me. Your feet will hang off the end of the couch. Then I'll sleep curled up. No way. You're the guest. I'm a man. I'm a woman. The two began to argue, neither willing to back down. Sume's voice grew louder, and Zhou Yang wasn't about to back down either. Finally, exhausted, Sume plopped down on the sofa, feeling a bit defeated. Forget it. The bed's big enough, let's just sleep together, Sume conceded. But we have to keep our distance. Zhou Yang was overjoyed inside, nearly jumping up, but he feigned reluctance. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Sume flushed as she retorted, it's just sleeping. Nothing will happen. Fine then, if you insist. Zhou Yang reluctantly agreed. Sume fetched a quilt and pillow from the bedroom and began arranging them carefully. You sleep on the left, I'll sleep on the right. We'll put a pillow in the middle as a divider. Fine, whatever you say. Zhou Yang nodded but inwardly wondered, would this boundary really work? Sume turned off the light and they lay down on opposite sides of the bed. Are you asleep yet? Sume asked softly. Not yet, Zhou Yang replied. Don't move around too much. I know. Also, don't snore. I don't snore. Good. The room fell silent, filled only with the sound of rain outside and the two of them breathing. Sume lay there, her heart pounding so hard she couldn't sleep. This was her first time sharing a bed with a man. Though nothing had happened, her heart pounded wildly. Moreover, the masculine scent emanating from Zhou Yang made it even harder for her to drift off. After 10 minutes of tossing and turning, Sume still couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, her body stiffened. Zhou Yang's hand was gently caressing her cheek. Chapter 81, Are You a Dog? In the darkness, Sume held her breath, her body stiff as a stone. Zhou Yang's hand was caressing her cheek, his touch incredibly gentle. "What are you doing?" Sume's voice trembled. "Can't sleep," Zhou Yang murmured in a low voice. "You smell so good, how could I possibly sleep?" Sume's heart pounded wildly as Zhou Yang's hand began to wander, sliding from her cheek down to her neck. His warm palm pressed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. "If you move again, I'll bite you," Sume threatened. "Bite where?" Zhou Yang whispered wickedly into her ear, leaning closer. "Here?" His hands grew increasingly bold, and Sume finally couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed Zhou Yang's hand and bit down hard. "Ouch!" Zhou Yang yelped in pain. "Are you a dog or something?" "Serves you right." Sume released her bite. "You asked for it." Zhou Yang shook his bitten hand, watching Sume's pouty expression in the darkness. He couldn't help but laugh. "You actually have feelings for me, don't you?" he suddenly asked. Sume froze, unsure how to respond. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yang pulled Sume into his arms. "Let go of me." Sume struggled a few times. But her resistance grew weaker and weaker until she finally stopped moving altogether. Noticing her reaction, Zhou Yang felt a surge of delight. His hands began to roam over Sume's body, his movements gentle yet carrying a deadly allure. Sume's body went limp, a sensation she had never experienced before. A tingling sensation spread from wherever his touch grazed her skin. Just as she was lost in this dizzying sensation, Zhou Yang captured her lips with a kiss. Sume froze for a moment, then couldn't help but respond. Their breathing grew increasingly ragged, and the room's temperature soared. Just as Zhou Yang prepared to go further, Sume suddenly grabbed his hand. "I'm not ready yet," she gasped. Zhou Yang felt a pang of disappointment but stopped his advances. Still, he was satisfied with today's progress. He knew Sume had fully accepted him, though she still held on to some reserve. Noticing the shift in Zhou Yang's mood, Sume cautiously asked, "Are you upset?" "No," Zhou Yang replied, struggling to calm his agitated emotions. Sume groped in the darkness and accidentally brushed against him there. Her face flushed instantly. "Does it hurt?" "A little," Zhou Yang replied hoarsely. Sume hesitated before whispering, "Should I help you?" A flicker of interest crossed Zhou Yang's mind. "How?" Half an hour later. Sume shook her aching arms and snapped, "Can you just go to sleep now?" Zhou Yang nodded, feeling rather pleased with himself. In the darkness, Sume's voice drifted back, "Where did you put your hands?" "Heh, I couldn't help myself." "Stop messing around and go to sleep." Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Sume woke up groggily, feeling a slight tightness in her chest. Glancing down, she saw Zhou Yang's hand resting boldly on her chest. They had ended up embracing each other at some point, their posture dangerously intimate. Recalling last night's events, Sume's face flushed crimson instantly. She couldn't believe she'd done such a thing. It was utterly humiliating. Noticing Zhou Yang was about to wake up, Sume quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Zhou Yang opened his eyes and saw Sume in his arms, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Last night, with the lights off, he couldn't see a thing. Now, however, everything was laid bare before him. Sume wore only a thin nightgown, her perfect figure laid bare before him. Zhou Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. Slowly, the sensation of Yang Ding Tian made Zhou Yang feel quite uncomfortable. Sume woke up just in time, saw Zhou Yang's discomfort, and gloated, "Serves you right. Could you help me out again?" Zhou Yang asked, thickening his skin. "Nice try. Figure it out yourself." Sume jumped off the bed triumphantly and skipped toward the bathroom. Watching her heartless demeanor, Zhou Yang sighed. This woman changes her mind faster than you can flip a book. After a quick breakfast, the two headed to the office together. No sooner had they arrived than Sister Zhen called Sume away. Zhou Yang entered the office to find Su Zhixia sitting on the sofa. She gave Zhou Yang a half smile, half sneer. "Had a good night, I see?" Zhou Yang cleared his throat. "Not at all. It just rained too hard, so I stayed at Sume's place for the night." "Is that so?" Su Zhixia narrowed her eyes. "Then how do you explain the lipstick mark on your neck?" Zhou Yang instinctively touched his neck, finding nothing there. "Just kidding," Su Zhixia giggled. "Your reaction says it all." Zhou Yang was speechless. This woman was too cunning. He walked over and pinched Su Zhixia's lips. "Jealous? No way." Su Zhixia insisted stubbornly, though her face clearly betrayed her jealousy. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile at the rare glimpse of her girlish vulnerability. He swept Su Zhixia into a horizontal carry and headed toward the lounge. "Husband's feeling uncomfortable. Help your husband. It's broad daylight. Are you crazy?" Su Zhixia struggled. "What are you afraid of? The door's locked." The door to the lounge slammed shut with a thud. Half an hour later, the door swung open again. Zhou Yang emerged, his arms wrapped around Su Zhixia, her face flushed, a smug grin on his own. Su Zhixia gave him a sharp pinch before rushing to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Just then, Lin Meng entered with Li Xiaoyu. "Mr. Zhou, Xiaoyu's new single is finished recording. Would you like to listen?" Lin Meng reported. After listening, Zhou Yang praised, she sings even better than last time. She's made tremendous progress. Receiving Zhou Yang's affirmation, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Thanks, honey." The moment the words left her mouth, she noticed Lin Meng was still present and instantly flushed. Lin Meng's expression remained unchanged, clearly accustomed to such scenes. The single officially launches tomorrow. I'll arrange for multiple music bloggers to promote it simultaneously, Lin Meng continued her report. Got it. Thanks for your hard work, Manager Lin, Zhou Yang nodded. After Lin Meng left, Li Xiaoyu sat on Zhou Yang's lap and acted coy. Have you been feeling tired lately? Zhou Yang asked with concern. Not at all. Singing is what I love most, Li Xiaoyu replied with a sweet smile. She hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding, Honey, my younger sister Zhou Yang wants to join the company as a streamer. Could you give her a chance? Zhou Yang instantly pictured that high-energy girl and frowned. Noticing his expression, Li Xiaoyu quickly added, Zhou Yang has changed a lot lately. If it's not possible, then never mind. Seeing her nervousness, Zhou Yang softened. Alright, let her give it a try. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyu beamed with delight and pressed her cherry lips firmly against Zhou Yang's cheek. You're the best, honey. Chapter 82, The Sister-in-Law's Live Streaming Debut. Li Xiaoyu nestled in Zhou Yang's embrace, her cheeks still flushed from the lingering intimacy. Biting her lower lip, she spoke cautiously, Husband, Zhou Yang. Enough. Zhou Yang pinched her cheek. I promised, and I won't go back on my word. But let me make one thing clear, this isn't a shelter. Li Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she doesn't cause you any trouble. You'll watch her? Zhou Yang chuckled. Last time at the hospital, her boyfriend was spewing profanities left and right, and she herself seemed fearless. What can you possibly control about her? Li Xiaoyu instantly wilted. She wasn't always like this. It started after she dropped out of school and got mixed up with some shady characters. Don't tell me that, Zhou Yang cut her off. Have her come to my office tomorrow at 10 sharp. I'll talk to her myself. 1 minute late and she's out the door. His tone was blunt, yet Li Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fact that Zhou Yang was willing to take the time to speak with her personally meant he was genuinely giving her a chance. Thank you, honey. You're so good to us sisters. She kissed him passionately on the lips. Words alone won't suffice. Zhou Yang's hand slid down to her waist. I have other requests. Li Xiaoyu flushed and stammered, then, what do you want me to do? Zhou Yang whispered something in her ear, and Li Xiaoyu immediately smacked him. You're so naughty. 9:55 a.m. the next day. Zhou Yang finished handling several documents and glanced at the time. Su Zhixia and Chen Xian sat on the sofa, one flipping through a fashion magazine, the other scrolling through her phone. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Li Xiaoyu entered with a girl in tow. The girl sported a rainbow-colored hairstyle, multiple metal rings dangling from her ears, and her face was heavily made up. Though dressed in relatively proper attire, her edgy, street-style vibe was impossible to hide. It was Li Xiaoting. The moment she entered, she scanned the room. The luxurious office decor first surprised her, but she quickly adopted a cynical expression. Mr. Zhou, this is my sister, Li Xiaoting, Li Xiaoyu introduced nervously. Sis, why are you so nervous? Li Xiaoting rolled her eyes, sizing up Zhou Yang. You're Zhou Yang? My sister's boss? This attitude made Li Xiaoyu's heart sink. Xiaoting. How dare you speak to Mr. Zhou like that? Zhou Yang didn't seem angry, instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Leaning back in his executive chair with his hands folded on the desk, he calmly looked at Li Xiaoting. Yep, it's me. Have a seat. Li Xiaoting plopped down casually, crossing one leg over the other. Zhou Yang remained silent, simply watching her. The office was quiet, broken only by the sound of Su Zhixia flipping through a magazine. At first, Li Xiaoting seemed indifferent. But Zhou Yang's presence was overwhelmingly intense, a calm so deep it felt bottomless, and it gradually made her squirm. After a few minutes, she couldn't take it anymore. She dropped her legs and spoke impatiently. Hey, what exactly are you trying to say? Didn't you say you'd give me a chance to be a streamer? If you're going to try it, just try it, don't just stand there staring blankly. Xiaoting. Li Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. Want to be a streamer? Zhou Yang finally spoke up. What makes you think you can? Li Xiaoting paused, then sneered, what do I have? I'm young and pretty, isn't that enough? Young and pretty? Zhou Yang scanned her heavily made-up face. There are at least 80 girls in this company who are younger and prettier than you. What makes you special? Li Xiaoting was speechless. She'd always been confident in her looks, adored by boys both in school and out in the world. She never imagined Zhou Yang would dismiss her as worthless. I can dance. I dance beautifully, she declared defiantly, puffing out her chest. Is that so? Zhou Yang remained non-committal. Many can dance. Xian Xian, come here. Chen Xian, sitting on the sofa, put down her phone and approached. Mr. Zhou. Tell her, he said, as a new streamer, is just knowing how to dance enough? Chen Xian glanced at Li Xiaoting. As one of the company's hottest streamers, she had ample authority to speak. Little sister, being a streamer isn't as simple as you think, Chen Xian said in a senior's tone. Just dancing? That's a talent show act it won't keep viewers hooked. You need to know how to chat, interact, pull off gags, catch fans' memes, and guide them to send gifts. Most importantly, you need to show gratitude, make the big spenders feel their money is well spent. There's a whole science to this. Li Xiaoting was stunned by the barrage of advice. She thought being a streamer was just turning on a camera, singing and dancing, and then cute fans would shower you with gifts. She hadn't realized there were so many intricacies involved. Zhou Yang studied her expression and continued. I'm giving you this chance not because of you, but because of your sister. Li Xiaoyu is a signed artist with my company. Since she asked, I can't refuse her favor. He paused, his tone turning serious, but this is a one-time offer. I'll give you a 1-month trial contract. During this month, the company will provide you with the most basic equipment in space, but there will be no traffic support and no base salary. What? No base salary? Li Xiaoting jumped up. Then what do I eat? What do I drink? Am I supposed to work for free? You can choose not to do it, Zhou Yang said flatly. The company takes 50% of all your streaming revenue. The remaining 50% is yours. After 1 month, we'll evaluate your performance. If your numbers are strong and you show potential, you'll be hired full-time with a formal contract and compensation according to company policy. If your numbers are a complete disaster, you'll pack your bags and leave. Li Xiaoting bit her lip and fell silent. These terms were downright harsh. No base salary, no guaranteed traffic purely on your own. What's the difference between this and surviving in the wilderness? Husband. Li Xiaoyu tried to plead for her sister. Zhou Yang raised his hand to stop her. You don't need to say anything. She chose this path herself. Whether she becomes a dragon or a worm, let her forge her own destiny. He turned his gaze back to Li Xiaoting. So, are you willing to sign? Li Xiaoting hesitated for a long moment. A stubborn streak ran deep in her veins. The more Zhou Yang looked down on her, the more she wanted to prove herself. Sign it. Who's afraid of who? She stiffened her neck. It's just streaming. I refuse to believe I, Li Xiaoting, am any worse than anyone else. Good. That's the spirit. Zhou Yang nodded. Manager Lin, take her to handle the paperwork and set up the live streaming studio. Lin Meng quickly entered and handed Li Xiaoting a contract and a pen. Li Xiaoting skimmed through it quickly. The terms were indeed as harsh as Zhou Yang had warned, but she already made her promise. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and sign her name. Follow me. Lin Meng tucked away the contract, her demeanor strictly professional. Li Xiaoting stood up and followed Lin Meng out. As she passed by Li Xiaoyu, she paused briefly and whispered, Sis, just wait. I'll make it happen. Li Xiaoyu watched her retreating figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions, worry mingled with a sliver of hope. Honey, am I causing you trouble? She turned to Zhou Yang, her eyes reddening. You're just realizing the trouble now? Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms. I've already gotten her in. Whether she succeeds or not is up to her own fate. You should worry less about her and just take care of yourself. Li Xiaoyu buried her face in his chest and nodded firmly. By afternoon, Li Xiaoting's live stream setup was complete. A small partition, a computer, a camera, and a microphone, that was all the equipment. Lin Meng led her to the doorway and gestured inside. The equipment's all set up and I've registered your account. Go in and start streaming. You need to stream at least 4 hours a day. You can schedule it however you like. Remember, no profanity in the live stream, no vulgar or pornographic content, and no attacking streamers from other platforms. Violate any of these and your account will be banned and your contract terminated immediately. After giving these instructions, Lin Meng turned and walked away without another word. Li Xiaoting stared at the empty studio, feeling a twinge of unease, but mostly a surge of resentment and anger. You think you're better than me? Just wait and see. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in, slamming it shut behind her. In Zhou Yang's office, he opened the live streaming platform's webpage and easily found a newcomer's stream under the ID Angry Xiaoting Online Trolling. On screen, Li Xiaoting sat before the camera, fiddling with her microphone with a clearly annoyed expression. Only a handful of viewers were in the live stream room, mostly bots randomly pushed by the platform. Hey, hey, hey! Anyone there? Say something. If you're not dead, at least breathe. Li Xiaoting shouted into the mic. The chat remained dead silent. Zhou Yang shook his head and closed the webpage. With this level of skill, she wants to go viral? It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Chapter 83, Can this streaming style go viral? Just as Zhou Yang finished processing the last document and was about to call Sumei to arrange dinner, his phone suddenly started vibrating wildly. Honey! Quick, watch Xiaoting's livestream. She's gone crazy. Li Xiaoyu's voice was on the verge of tears. Zhou Yang froze. What's wrong? She's in a live streaming chat brawl. I'm afraid her account will get banned. Damn it, has that little brat really lost her mind? Zhou Yang hurriedly replied, alright, I'll check it out right now. Clicking on the livestream Li Xiaoyu sent, Zhou Yang almost thought he was seeing things. The newbie livestream that had been deserted earlier in the afternoon now had over 300 viewers online. On screen, Li Xiaoting was hurling insults at the camera. Calling me ugly? Are you blind? Turn on your camera and let everyone see your face. I bet 50 cents you look like a steamed bun run over by a car. The chat exploded instantly. The host's temper is too explosive, I love it. Love my ass. If you love it, show it with gifts. All talk and no action? You're just a cheapskate. Li Xiaoting fired back without mercy, ranting like a street corner shrew. Haha, this streamer is hilarious, following now. Keep cursing, streamer, this is exactly why I watch. Please, don't stop. Zhou Yang watched, utterly bewildered. Is this even acceptable? Are viewers' tastes really this extreme nowadays? He remembered that when Li Xiaoting first went live that afternoon, she sang a few songs and scared away the only few bots she had. Later, she threw caution to the wind and started ranting about her interview experiences in the livestream. She described him as a pretentious, greasy old man and called Chin Shin a plastic surgery-faced green tea. Unexpectedly, this unfiltered authenticity attracted a crowd of spectators. When someone insulted her, she fired back tenfold, her words sharp and her angles biting, yet she managed to avoid profanity entirely, dancing wildly on the edge of what was allowed. Her livestream viewership skyrocketed, yet her gift revenue remained a paltry $50. What are you all staring at? Get the hell out of here. Bunch of freeloaders. Li Xiaoting was furious, her face flushed crimson. Just then, a golden bullet screen flashed by. Dragon Brother V5 enters the livestream. Immediately after, 10 rockets flooded the screen, their dazzling effects filling the entire display as thunderous sound effects boomed. 10,000 yuan. The entire livestream exploded. Holy crap. Dragon Brother is here. Bro Long is amazing. Dropping 10 grand right off the bat. The streamer's gonna get rich. Li Xiaoting stared in disbelief, rubbing her eyes hard, thinking she must be seeing things. From $50 to 10,000? That jump was just too crazy. Bro. Brother Long? Her voice stuttered as her expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Thank you for the rocket, Brother Long. You're so awesome and powerful. You're the best in the world. The speed of this transformation left Zhou Yang speechless. Aren't streamers supposed to be good at cursing? Why aren't you cursing now? Brother Long V5 sent a comment. Li Xiaoting's smile froze instantly. Yeah, streamer, keep cursing. You don't curse when you're paid, but you spew nonsense when you're not? Your character is questionable. What happened to your principles, streamer? Sold out for 10 grand? So disappointed. Li Xiaoting's face flushed red then drained pale. She froze in front of the screen for several seconds, gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and shouted into the camera. Swear. Hell yeah. Dragon Brother, huh? Think having a few stinking bucks makes you special? Think that 10 grand will cover your urology bills? Your ID isn't V5, it's withered with a W. The livestream fell instantly silent. No one expected her to dare insult the top donor. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. This girl, she's got some guts. She was gambling. Betting that Brother Long wasn't here to pick a fight, but actually had a thing for her style. After a few seconds of silence, the screen was flooded with rocket effects again. 10 more. 20,000. Ha ha ha. Got guts. I love a girl like you. Dragon Brother V5 sent a bullet comment, followed by a string of laughing emojis. The livestream exploded with excitement. Awesome. The streamer is amazing. Getting 20k just for cursing? This world's gone mad. I'm impressed, seriously impressed. Li Xiaoting herself was stunned, her mouth agape, unable to force out the words thanks, Brother Long. After a long pause, she finally managed to squeeze out, are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha, yep. I'm sick, I love hearing you curse me. Keep it coming. What followed was even stranger. Li Xiaoting cursed Brother Long in every imaginable way, from head to toe, from his ancestors to his descendants. Not only did Brother Long V5 not get angry, but he showered her with even more gifts, rockets, spaceships, sports cars, bombarded the chat non-stop, special effects never ceased. The livestream's audience quickly surpassed 1,000 viewers, all drawn in by the gift banners. Upon entering, they witnessed the new streamer viciously berating the top donor, leaving them utterly stunned. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin. He had assumed that his spiritual little sister like Li Xiaoting would be nothing more than a fleeting phenomenon, quickly weeded out by the platform's rules. But he was wrong. Amidst a sea of sweet, cute, and gentle streamers, Li Xiaoting's unfiltered, fiery temper, a true mudslide, actually became a breath of fresh air. She tapped into a specific audience's rebellious streak and curiosity. Especially this Longa V5, clearly not short on cash, was hooked on exactly that. One was willing to dish it out, the other was willing to take it. Zhou Yang picked up his phone and texted Lin Meng, look into Dragon Brother V5's background. Then he called Li Xiaoyu back. Honey, how's it going? Xiao Ting. It's fine, everything's good, Zhou Yang replied casually. Stop worrying. Let her broadcast on her own. He put down his phone and turned his attention back to the screen. In the livestream room, Li Xiaoting was engaged in another round of friendly exchange with brother Long V5. Gift effects never ceased, and the viewer count kept surging wildly. Zhou Yang had a hunch this Li Xiaoting might just turn out to be an unexpected ace up the company's sleeve. It seemed his soft-hearted decision had backfired in a good way. He'd stumbled upon a real gem. Chapter 84, The Sisters' Harvest Day. Li Xiaoting's livestream ran until midnight. She cursed until her mouth was dry and her throat felt like it was on fire. Staring at the numbers on the back end, she rubbed her eyes repeatedly, afraid she was seeing things. 113,000 yuan. After the platform's cut and her 50-50 split with the company, she'd pocket nearly 30,000. Holy crap! She jumped straight up from her chair and spun around the livestream room several times. 30,000 yuan. She couldn't earn that much doing odd jobs for half a year before. Now she got it just by cursing people all night? Had the world gone mad? After shutting down her streaming equipment, Li Xiaoting dialed Li Xiaoyu with trembling hands. Sis. Guess how much I made today? How much? Li Xiaoyu had just finished showering and was drying her hair. Guess first. Li Xiaoting was so excited she could barely contain herself. 1,000? Wrong. Guess again. 2,000? You're so excited, could it be 5,000? 30,000. A full 30,000. Silence fell instantly on the other end of the line. Sis? Are you still there? Li Xiaoyu froze for a moment. What did you just say? 30,000 yuan. I made 30,000 in one day. Li Xiaoting bounced around her room. Sis, I'm rich. I'm really rich. Li Xiaoyu was happy for her sister, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She recalled her own early days at the company, scraping by on a meager monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, working herself to the bone yet still earning less than her sister did in a single day. Xiaoting, how did you pull this off? I just insulted people. There's this big spender called Brother Long V5. Every time I cursed at him, he'd send gifts. The more I cursed, the more he sent. Li Xiaoting still couldn't believe it. Sis, this money came way too easy. Li Xiaoyu gave a wry smile. Easy? Look at how hoarse your voice is. A hoarse voice? That's nothing. For 30,000 yuan, I'd keep cursing until tomorrow morning. Li Xiaoting paced excitedly around the room. Sis, I think I found the path to riches. Be careful not to go too far, Li Xiaoyu warned anxiously. Relax. I know my limits. Li Xiaoting's excitement hadn't faded. Sis, I'm treating you to a feast. The next day, Lin Meng knocked on Zhou Yang's office door, holding a stack of reports. Mr. Zhou, Li Xiaoting's data from last night is in. Go ahead. Peak concurrent viewers, 3,200. New followers, 5,400. Gift revenue, 113,000 yuan. Lin Meng set down the reports. These numbers surpass 99% of new streamers. Zhou Yang looked up. Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? I double-checked it 3 times. Lin Meng shook her head. Honestly, in all my years in this business, I've never seen a newcomer perform like this on their very first day. Zhou Yang scanned the figures. They were indeed astonishing. For a newcomer to make this kind of profit on their first day is nothing short of a miracle. Did you track down that dragon brother V5? We got him. He's the owner of a local chain of internet cafes. Wang, 34 years old, divorced, comes from a wealthy family. Loves watching live streams online and spends money like water. Lin Meng flipped to another page of the file. The streamers he follows all have unique personalities. Zhou Yang nodded, then frowned. What are the risks with this model? Lin Meng immediately voiced her concerns. Mr. Zhou, Li Xiaoting's streaming style is far too risky. She's a newcomer now, so the platform might turn a blind eye. Once she gains fame, people will inevitably exploit her insulting streamer label, making her highly susceptible to reports and bans. Plus, this style is too extreme. If viewers imitate her or it sparks social controversy, it could damage the company's image. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. You're right. But risk and reward go hand in hand. Since she's already chosen this path, let her continue down it. Have our legal team compile a list of her risky statements from streams. She must avoid crossing those lines going forward. Lin Meng nodded. I'll assign someone to monitor her live streams closely to prevent any missteps. If Li Xiaoting maintains this momentum after a week, prepare a new contract for her, Zhou Yang concluded. Understood. Lin Meng turned to leave. Wait. How's Li Xiaoyu's new song coming along? Lin Meng flipped open another report. Excellent. Her Fireflies of Midsummer hit number 10 on the new releases chart within 3 hours of release, surpassed 100,000 downloads, and the comments section is flooded with praise. At this rate, breaking into the top 5 is entirely possible. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Our artists are really pulling their weight. At noon, after finishing his meal, Zhou Yang was about to relax with Su Zhixia when Li Xiaoyu walked in. She wore a light blue dress, her face radiating unmistakable joy. "Honey! My new song is trending." Li Xiaoyu excitedly ran over. "It's already at number 10. The comments are all praising me, and so many people are saying they want to follow me." "I know. Manager Lin already told me." Seeing her happiness lifted Zhou Yang's spirits too. "Congratulations. It's all thanks to you, honey." Li Xiaoyu tried to throw her arms around him, but seeing Su Zhixia sitting on the sofa, she hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhou Yang sensed her hesitation and immediately stood up, pulling her into his arms. "What are we, shy with each other?" Su Zhixia raised an eyebrow, preparing to get up and leave. "You come over too." Zhou Yang extended his other hand toward Su Zhixia. "Ha?" Su Zhixia froze. "Come here. Let's celebrate Xiaoyu's success together." "Honey, isn't this a bit awkward?" Li Xiaoyu felt a bit shy. Though she knew about Zhou Yang and Su Zhixia's relationship, this was their first time being together like this. "What's wrong with it? You'll have to get used to it." Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around both of them and led them toward the lounge. "Wait." Su Zhixia tried to refuse. "What?" Zhou Yang's tone brooked no refusal. "Celebrating Xiaoyu's new song success, you're not joining us?" Su Zhixia rolled her eyes at him helplessly before following them toward the lounge. Li Xiaoyu's face flushed bright red. Usually, it was just her and Zhou Yang, but today Su Zhixia had suddenly joined them, leaving her both nervous and excited. But she never refused any of Zhou Yang's requests. "Oh, I want to thank my husband for shouting this opportunity." Li Xiaoyu remembered something important just before being ushered into the green room. She made 30,000 on her very first livestream yesterday. "I can't believe it. 30,000? Su Zhixia was astonished. A newcomer can make that much on her first day? Mainly because some big spender showered her with gifts, Zhou Yang explained. But that girl's got some wild ways. Who knows what trouble she'll stir up later. As long as she makes money, it's fine, Su Zhixia smiled. Looking at it now, your soft-hearted decision was actually the right one. So that's how unexpected good fortune happens. Zhou Yang pushed open the dressing room door. "Double good fortune today, we deserve a proper celebration." "Honey, do you think someone might hear us?" Li Xiaoyu asked nervously. "Relax, the soundproofing is excellent." Zhou Yang closed the door. "Besides, it's lunchtime now. No one will disturb us." The door barely closed before Li Xiaoyu pressed herself against him. Su Zhixia hesitated, but Zhou Yang pulled her in. Soon, sounds that made one blush and heart race came from inside the door. Chapter 85, Sumei's Complete Surrender. In the break room, Sumei stared at the tablet screen as Li Xiaoyu's song Fireflies of Midsummer played on repeat. A girl in a white dress ran through a sunlit forest, her clear voice healing the soul. "Tsk tisk, truly the new generation surpassing the old." Sister Zhang cracked sunflower seeds, her tone dripping with envy. "That Li Xiaoyu sure got lucky landing a boss like Zhou Zong who's willing to splash the cash." Sumei didn't respond, her fingers swiping across the screen as a mix of emotions churned within her. After all her years of grinding, she still couldn't hold a candle to some newbie kid. Just then, the break room door swung open. Li Xiaoyu walked in, looking radiant, her bangs slightly messy, and an unusual flush on her cheeks. "Congratulations, Xiaoyu. Your new song is a huge hit." Sumei set down her tablet and smiled. "Just luck." Li Xiaoyu fidgeted with her hair, feeling slightly uncomfortable. Sumei nodded in agreement, though she didn't quite believe it. In this industry, luck alone wasn't enough. Without someone backing you, becoming famous was harder than climbing to the moon. Sister Zhang observed Li Xiaoyu's gait as she walked, her expression thoughtful. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words died on her lips. After all, if Sumei truly wanted to pursue that path, she would have made it big long ago. Quitting time arrived. Sumei pulled out her phone, drafted several WeChat messages, then deleted them all. Should she reach out to Zhou Yang? Would that seem too forward? Just as she was wrestling with these thoughts, her phone buzzed. "Zhou Yang, want to grab dinner tonight?" Sumei's heart raced as she quickly replied, "Sure, you pick the place." Zhou Yang replied instantly, "Come to your place. You cook for me." Reading the message, Sumei's face flushed instantly. At 7 o'clock that evening, the doorbell rang. Sumei opened the door to find Zhou Yang holding a large bouquet of pink roses. "Is this how cliché you are when chasing girls?" "Who cares if it's cliché? It works." Zhou Yang grinned mischievously as he shoved the flowers into her arms. Sumei complained outwardly, but inside, she was sweet as could be. She placed the flowers in a vase and turned toward the kitchen. Zhou Yang offered no help, leaning against the doorframe to watch her bustle about. This woman was flawless from every angle, even cooking was mesmerizing. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty cook before?" Sumei felt his gaze and her cheeks flushed slightly. "I've never seen one this beautiful." Zhou Yang praised her without reservation. Sumei felt a surge of delight, her hands moving with even greater dexterity. They chatted and laughed throughout the meal, Zhou Yang occasionally making affectionate gestures that Sumei didn't shy away from. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yang rose to leave. "It's getting late. I should head back. Su Mei hesitated. It's still early. Why not stay a little longer? Zhou Yang's heart raced with excitement, but outwardly he feigned reluctance. Isn't this a bit awkward? Just the two of us alone together. Put. Like you'd care about that. Su Mei shot him a withering look. Since you insist so strongly, I'll stay a little longer. Zhou Yang slid back onto the sofa. The dim lighting in the living room created an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhou Yang stared at Su Mei. Mei, you're truly beautiful. Su Mei dared not meet his gaze, her heart pounding wildly. Zhou Yang reached out and took her hand. Seeing she didn't struggle, he grew bolder. He pulled Su Mei into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. Su Mei's body stiffened momentarily before melting into his embrace. After a long moment, they parted. Panting, Su Mei gazed at Zhou Yang. Will you love me forever? Zhou Yang nodded without hesitation. Of course. Su Mei let go of all her reserve, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Love me well. Zhou Yang felt his blood boil, trembling as he undid her buttons. 3 hours later. Sweat glistened on Su Mei's skin as she nestled into Zhou Yang's embrace. Though it was her first time, she was still stunned by his intensity. Are you tired? Zhou Yang gently stroked her smooth back. I'm okay. Su Mei's voice was slightly hoarse, her face flushed with contentment. Zhou Yang traced her delicate skin. Getting this woman was no easy feat. Just then, the system alert sounded. Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering target, Su Mei. Host achieves first S-rank target conquest, triggering upgrade reward. Conquest reward, 20 million cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target may yield additional rewards ranging from 10 to 20 million. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, 1 heavenly voice skill book usable on designated targets. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. Heavenly melody? Sounds incredibly powerful. He opened the system interface to examine the skill details. Heavenly voice grants the designated target perfect vocal conditions, significantly enhancing singing talent. Duration, permanent. Zhou Yang gazed at Su Mei in his arms, an idea forming in his mind. Su Mei already possessed solid foundational skills. With this skill added, she could absolutely become a top-tier singer. When she became famous, he would reap the benefits too. And a mischievous grin spread across Zhou Yang's lips. With a child, this woman would be completely tied to him. What are you thinking about? Su Mei noticed his distraction. Thinking about you. Zhou Yang leaned down and kissed her forehead. Su Mei blushed, burying her face against his chest, unable to look up. Watching Su Mei's bashful expression, Zhou Yang felt the urge surge within him once more. He pinned Su Mei beneath him. Ah! Again? Su Mei gasped in surprise. Who told you to be so tempting? Zhou Yang grinned wickedly. Another round of passion ensued. The next morning, Su Mei awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Gazing at Zhou Yang sleeping soundly beside her, a blissful smile spread across her face. Last night had been too perfect. She never imagined she'd surrender everything so quickly. But she didn't regret it. Zhou Yang opened his eyes to find Su Mei staring at him. Morning, beautiful. He reached out and pulled Su Mei into his arms. What time is it? Su Mei glanced at the time. Oh no, we're going to be late. No worries, I'll cover for you. Zhou Yang remained calm and collected. That won't do. I'm an artist, I need to maintain professional integrity. Su Mei struggled to get up. Zhou Yang held her tight. Just lie here a little longer. We're really going to be late. Su Mei playfully punched him. Fine, get up. Zhou Yang finally let go. They hurriedly washed up and rushed to the company together. Just as they entered the building, they ran into Lin Meng. Mr. Zhou, Su Mei, you two came together? A spark of curiosity flashed in Lin Meng's eyes. We were just passing by, Su Mei explained, her face flushing. Lin Meng nodded meaningfully, oh, just passing by. Once inside the elevator, Su Mei murmured in a low voice, it's all your fault. Now everyone's noticed. So they figured it out. Who in this company dares to spread nonsense? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Easy for you to say. Su Mei shot him a glare. The elevator doors opened, and they parted ways toward their respective work areas. No sooner had Su Mei sat down than Sister Zhang approached with a suggestive look. Little Mei, you look radiant today. Something good happen? Nothing special, just slept well. Su Mei felt a twinge of guilt. Really? Then what's that on your neck? Sister Zhang didn't buy it. Su Mei instinctively touched her neck, where Zhou Yang had left his mark. A mosquito bite. Su Mei's face flushed bright red. Mosquitoes this time of year? And that bite looks pretty skillfully done. Sister Zhang smirked. Su Mei wished she could sink into a hole. Just then, Zhou Yang's WeChat message arrived, want to grab lunch together? Su Mei stared at her phone, her heart fluttering with sweetness. She quickly replied, sure. Sister Zhang caught a glimpse of her screen, her gaze growing even more suggestive. Little May, as someone who's been there, let me give you some advice. Sister Zhang lowered her voice. You need to pace yourself with this kind of thing. Don't overdo it, it's not good for your health. Su Mei nearly spit out her drink. Sis Zhang. Ha ha, why so shy? It's a normal physiological need. Sister Zhang patted her shoulder. But remember, love is love, career is career. Don't let romantic entanglements derail your future. Su Mei nodded, but inwardly thought her feelings for Zhou Yang were genuine, not for career gain. At noon, Zhou Yang took Su Mei to a Western-style restaurant. How was last night? Zhou Yang asked with a mischievous grin. How dare you ask? It's all your fault, Sister Zhang's been teasing me all day. Su Mei flushed. They found out? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Then just admit it openly. No way. What if word gets out? What will people think of me? Su Mei pouted. Zhou Yang reached out and took her hand. Then what do you want to do? Su Mei hesitated. Let's keep it private for now. We'll go public when the time is right. Fine, whatever you say. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Surprise. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yang and Su Mei returned to the company together. The moment the elevator doors closed, Zhou Yang couldn't hold back any longer. Tiger Documents Anti-Theft Print, Find Book Machine Person Choose Tiger, Stable Reliable No Pitfalls. Watching Su Mei eat spaghetti in the restaurant earlier, the way her little mouth opened and closed was absolutely killing him. Mei, I have a gift for you. Su Mei had been staring at the numbers flashing on the elevator display, but she turned her head at the sound of his voice. What kind of gift? Before she could finish, Zhou Yang suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Su Mei's eyes widened as she instinctively tried to push him away, only to be held even tighter. In that instant, Zhou Yang silently commanded, activate the voice of heaven skill. A strange warmth surged from his lips into Su Mei's body. She trembled all over, a tingling sensation spreading deep within her throat. Su Mei finally broke free and immediately pinched Zhou Yang's arm hard. Ow. Ow ow ow. Zhou Yang grimaced, rubbing the bruised spot. Are you a crab or something? You dared to make a move in the elevator? What if there were security cameras? Su Mei's face was flushed crimson, her heart still racing. This is your gift. Don't believe me? Try singing a few lines. Zhou Yang wore a mysterious look. Are you out of your mind? Su Mei couldn't make heads or tails of his logic. A kiss is the gift? I think you're just trying to take advantage. Seriously, sing a few lines first. Zhou Yang looked expectant, his expression more excited than if he'd won 5 million. Pressured by his urging, Su Mei had no choice but to clear her throat casually and hum the English song she'd heard in the restaurant earlier. When I was young, I never needed anyone. The moment the song left her lips, Su Mei froze. Was this really her voice? Her voice, once pleasant but slightly thin, now became rich and full-bodied, each note carrying a soul-stirring power. Even she found herself captivated by the sound. How is this possible? Su Mei touched her throat in disbelief, her voice trembling. Zhou Yang was overjoyed inside, but his mouth spouted nonsense with deadpan seriousness. Maybe it's because of what we did last night that yin-yang harmony unlocked your hidden potential. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense. Su Mei's face flushed even redder, yet her heart was bursting with excitement. This voice, this texture, it was even more heavenly than the Queen of Pop herself. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Su Mei didn't bother bickering with Zhou Yang any longer. She dashed straight toward the recording studio. She had to confirm it wasn't just her imagination. Sister Zhang, who was coming towards her, saw her rushing in and asked, Hey, Xiaomei, why the rush? Recording. Su Mei didn't even look back, her pace quickening. Inside the recording studio, Su Mei slipped on her headphones and selected her signature track, Nightscape. She took a deep breath, adjusting her focus. As the instrumental began, Su Mei launched into the song. The night is hazy, the moon like a crescent hook, longing flows like water toward the east. Her heavenly voice filled the studio, leaving passing staff members stunned. Holy crap, is that Su Mei? An audio engineer stopped in his tracks, disbelief written across his face. That voice, even better than the Queen of Pop. No way. She didn't sound like this when she sang yesterday. Is there something wrong with the equipment? More and more people gathered outside the recording studio. Even Su Kai, the most discerning music producer, dropped everything and rushed over. He pressed his face against the glass, utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Su Mei cheating? The song ended, and Su Kai burst inside, his excitement making him stumble over his words. Su Mei! What was that? Just singing normally. Su Mei took off her headphones, still a bit dazed. Normal my ass. Su Kai gestured wildly, nearly losing his mind. That voice of yours is straight up diva level. We have to re-record that single we did earlier right now. Su Mei nodded and re-entered the recording studio. This time, she nailed it perfectly on the first take. Su Kai listened, utterly entranced, almost ready to kneel before her on the spot. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the sound I've been dreaming of. His voice trembled with emotion. Manager Sister Zhao rushed over upon hearing the news and was stunned the moment she listened to the recording. Xiao Mei, did you cheat or something? You weren't like this yesterday. Zhao's sister's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Mei herself was bewildered. The change had come too suddenly. Maybe I suddenly got the hang of it? Gifted my ass. Sister Zhao slapped her thigh in excitement. This is a gift from heaven. Little Mei, you're going to be a sensation. Zhou Yang stood at the back of the crowd, grinning from ear to ear. The system's skill was truly powerful. Su Mei caught his expression and a wild thought suddenly popped into her head. Could all this really be connected to Zhou Yang? But how could that be? This isn't a sci-fi movie. Alright, everyone disperse. Go about your business. Zhou Yang waved his hand, dispersing the onlookers. Su Mei, come with me to the office. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhao patted Su Mei's shoulder meaningfully. Little Mei, seize this chance, but don't overdo it. Su Mei's face flushed as she followed Zhou Yang toward the office. The moment they entered, she grabbed his arm and shook it vigorously. What the hell just happened? This is totally unnatural. I told you, it might be because of what we did last night. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously and made a suggestive gesture. Can you be serious for once? Su Mei playfully punched him, her face flushing again. Zhou Yang sat down in the executive chair, his expression turning serious. Regardless, the company will throw its full weight behind you from now on. We'll make sure you become the hottest singer since Xiao Yu. Hearing this, Su Mei felt her heart pounding with excitement. She had waited far too long for this day. Zhou Yang watched her flushed excitement and grinned mischievously. How do you plan to thank me? Su Mei dropped all pretense. Since she was already Zhou Yang's woman, why hold back? She walked straight over and wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang. I'm all yours. Do with me as you please. Then start by calling me husband. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Husband. Su Mei replied without hesitation, her voice sweet enough to make one sick. Zhou Yang felt elated, wrapping his arms around her waist. Good girl. By the way, I'm planning to write a few custom songs for you. Guaranteed to go viral across the entire internet. Really? Su Mei's eyes lit up, and she nearly jumped up with excitement. When have I ever lied to you? Zhou Yang tapped her nose gently. But you have to promise me you'll sing for me every day from now on. That's all you want? Su Mei breathed a sigh of relief. That was surprisingly easy. Also, whenever I call you, you have to come running. Nice try. Su Mei rolled her eyes. I'm not your personal maid. Since you're calling me husband, you should fulfill your wife's duties. Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation. How did I end up with such a shameless boss? Su Mei complained aloud, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Mr. Zhou, Su Mei's demo is ready. Care to listen? Su Kai's voice came from outside the door, his excitement making his tone crack. The two quickly separated and straightened their clothes. Come in. Su Kai burst in, holding the freshly recorded demo. Mr. Zhou, this is absolutely the most perfect recording I've ever heard. Su Mei is a natural-born singer. His hands were trembling. In over a decade as a music producer, he'd rarely encountered vocals of this caliber. Zhou Yang took the headphones, listened for a few moments, and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This quality is ready for release. Mr. Zhou, I suggest we record an album with Su Mei immediately. Su Kai suggested excitedly. In her current state, she could absolutely create a miracle. Alright, go make the arrangements. Zhou Yang waved him out. After Su Kai left, Su Mei threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. Husband, I'm so happy. She clung tightly to Zhou Yang, tears welling up in her eyes. The gap between being a nobody and a star, she finally had a chance to bridge it. Happy is exactly how it should be. This is just the beginning. Feeling the softness of her body, Zhou Yang felt utterly fulfilled. Su Mei snuggled closer in his arms, thinking that no matter how this had all come about, she would cherish this opportunity dearly. Chapter 87, The Harmonious Family. Heavenly vocals filled the recording studio, leaving Su Kai utterly dumbfounded. Every note hit with pinpoint precision, the emotional depth sending shivers down his spine. Su Mei, did you cheat or something? Su Kai burst into the studio, his excitement rendering him incoherent. That voice completely outshines top-tier singers. Su Mei removed her headphones, a faint smile playing on her lips. Ever since that elevator kiss with Zhou Yang, her voice had transformed. Even she found it miraculous, yet the proof was undeniable. In the hallway, Li Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks. That voice just now. She listened intently for a few more sentences, her brow furrowing deeper with each word. It wasn't jealousy, but a kind of ignited fighting spirit. She had always said that if she was going to do something, she would do it to the best of her ability. Hearing Su Mei's flawless voice now only fueled her competitive spirit. I can't lose. Li Xiaoyu turned and strode straight toward the vocal practice room, her steps carrying a fierce determination. Thunderous applause erupted in the recording studio, captivating every staff member. Amazing! Su Kai's face flushed crimson. This album is going to be a smash hit. Zhou Yang stood at the back, his heart bursting with joy. The heavenly voice skill hadn't been wasted. Sumei's current talent could easily outshine 90% of singers on the market. Lin Meng, pick a good time to go live, Zhou Yang beckoned. I'm going to make Sumei an overnight sensation. Lin Meng was beyond excited. The once bankrupt little company had undergone such a transformation it was beyond her wildest dreams. Mr. Zhou, I'm so glad I sold the company to you back then. This is just the beginning, Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. Sumei stepped out of the recording studio and bumped into Su Zhixia. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Zhixia, you look great, Sumei said first. You look great too. You've been in such good form lately. Su Zhixia replied with a smile, then lowered her voice. Sumei, can I ask you a personal question? Sumei's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Did you sleep with Zhou Yang? Su Zhixia asked bluntly. Sumei's face flushed instantly, and she stammered, unsure how to respond. She thought Su Zhixia had come to confront her, and now she felt a bit uneasy. But unexpectedly, Su Zhixia suddenly smiled. Sumei, come over to my place tonight. Let's have a proper chat. Ha? Sumei froze. This turn of events was nothing like she'd imagined. You're not here to confront me? Sumei asked cautiously. Su Zhixia burst out laughing. Confront me? I can barely keep up with my jealousy. With all the women Zhou Yang has, do you think I have time to go after each one? Sumei was even more bewildered than you. We're sisters now. Of course we should get along well, Su Zhixia said matter-of-factly. Sumei stared at Su Zhixia, utterly impressed. This woman wasn't just beautiful and highly capable at work, she was also incredibly generous. She was practically the perfect partner. Zhixia, you're amazing, Sumei praised sincerely. Not at all. Su Zhixia waved her hand with a smile, linking her arm through Sumei's. Come over tonight. It'll be a good chance to meet the other sisters. Sure. Zhou Yang emerged after finishing his instructions and saw the two of them looking so close. Surprised, he asked. When did you two become so close? You just don't understand female friendships, Sumei said smugly. After Sumei left, Zhou Yang pressed Su Zhixia, what's your game plan? Su Zhixia shot him a look. Isn't it all for you? Sumei is bound to become a big star. I need to find a way to keep her firmly by my side, lest she fly away. Zhou Yang felt a warm glow in his heart. He hadn't expected Su Zhixia to be so considerate of him, and he was deeply touched. Since we're meeting, let's invite Xiaoyu and Xinxian too. We can all get together tonight. Shouldn't we invite Wang Wei too? Su Zhixia asked. Zhou Yang shook his head. She has a child at home and is rather shy. We'll see about her later. Hearing this, Su Zhixia promptly bit his arm. You jerk. Ow ow ow. After work that evening, Zhou Yang drove home with several gorgeous women in the car. The car was filled with laughter and light-hearted chatter. Sister Sumei, I listened to your song, it's absolutely amazing. Chun Xian exclaimed excitedly. Thanks for the compliment, Sumei replied with a smile. Li Xiaoyu, sitting in the front passenger seat, glanced back at Sumei, silently competing with her in her mind. Just wait and see, I won't lose to you either. As soon as they arrived at the villa, Bai Wei and Liu Yufei came out to greet them. Seeing Sumei, both of them froze for a moment. Wow, Sumei is so beautiful. Bai Wei exclaimed. And so tall. Liu Yufei pinched Zhou Yang discreetly and whispered, you're getting off easy. Zhou Yang gave a wry smile. Why do women always pinch people? His arm was turning purple. Li Xiaoyu stared at Bai Wei's slightly rounded belly and asked in shock, Xiao Wei, are you pregnant? Yep. Bai Wei stroked her belly, her face radiant with happiness. Over 3 months now. Li Xiaoyu hadn't expected Bai Wei to change so much from the delicate young woman she once was to the gentle expectant mother she was now. Bai Wei enthusiastically took her hand. Xiaoyu, I've been listening to your songs non-stop these past few days. They're absolutely beautiful. The two quickly fell into lively conversation. During dinner, Bai Wei suggested, why don't we have a drink to celebrate? No way. Liu Yufei and Su Zhixia protested in unison. Bai Wei pouted, why not? You're pregnant and you want to drink? Stick to soft drinks, Su Zhixia said impatiently. Zhou Yang poured red wine for Li Xiaoyu and Sumei, while Chen Xian watched longingly. Brother Zhou, I want some too. You can't drink either, Zhou Yang set down the bottle. You're pregnant too. What? Chen Xian froze, taking a few seconds to process. Really? Of course it is. Zhou Yang nodded firmly. Chen Xian nearly jumped for joy. I'm pregnant too. This is wonderful. Sumei and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, thinking Zhou Yang was truly formidable. His fertility was astonishing. The thought of potentially becoming pregnant themselves made both women blush slightly. Zhou Yang, are you planning to start a soccer team? Sumei teased. A soccer team isn't enough, I'm building an army, Zhou Yang replied with a thick-skinned grin. Put. Shameless, the women chorused in unison. The dinner table buzzed with lively chatter as the women bantered back and forth, laughter filling the air. Bai Wei suddenly asked, by the way, when should we go for prenatal checkups? I'm curious too, Chen Xian said, rubbing her belly. It still doesn't feel quite real. Zhou Yang picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Bai Wei's bowl. I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow. Big brother is so kind. Su Mei raised her wine glass. Here's to this wonderful family. Cheers. Zhou Yang sipped his wine, his gaze sweeping over each person. Which one should I choose for the night? This is giving me a headache. Or maybe he should just sleep with them all together. Chapter 88, a night attended by beauties. After dinner, the women gathered in a circle to chat. Zhou Yang stretched out on the sofa, legs crossed, looking every bit the part of a wealthy landowner. Xiao Wei, give me a leg massage. Bai Wei obediently walked over, her small hands gently massaging his legs. Yufei, peel an apple for me. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm your maid? Despite her words, she still went to the kitchen to fetch a fruit knife. Su Zhixia brought over a tray of tea. Zhou Yang, you'll get spoiled if you keep this up. I'm already spoiled rotten, Zhou Yang replied with a thick-skinned grin. You serve me during the day, and I serve you at night. How fair is that? Su Mei sat beside him and began massaging his shoulders. You work so hard, honey. Li Xiaoyu watched the scene unfold, a pang of envy stinging her heart. She wanted to join them but felt too embarrassed to approach. Chen Xian, however, was perfectly at ease. She sat down on Zhou Yang's other side and gently stroked his arm with her small hand. Brother Zhou, you're amazing. You've got all these beauties wrapped around your finger. Of course. Zhou Yang boasted smugly. Don't you know who I am? Liu Yufei returned with a peeled apple and rolled her eyes at the sight. Zhou Yang, you look like you're asking for a beating. Even if I am, I'm still your man, Zhou Yang replied with a cheeky grin. Bai Wei stopped pounding her leg, her cheeks flushing red. Brother, you're saying such embarrassing things. Why be embarrassed? I'm just stating the facts. As he spoke, his hands grew restless. Taking advantage of Bai Wei's distraction, he gave her but a light smack. Ah! Bai Wei gasped. Zhou Yang! Su Zhixia glared at him. Xiao Wei is pregnant. Behave yourself. I just gave her a little pat. It's no big deal. Zhou Yang said, then pinched Su Mei's waist. Su Mei gave him a playful glare. Why can't your hands stay still? Who told you to be so tempting? Zhou Yang's hand reached out again, sliding over Li Xiaoyu's thigh. Li Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, but she didn't pull away. Liu Yufei couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Yang, can you behave yourself? This is being proper. I'm not taking your clothes off, Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation. Put. Shameless, the women retorted in unison. Liu Yufei shoved a peeled apple slice into his mouth. Shut your trap. Chewing the apple, Zhou Yang's gaze drifted over the beauties. Tonight's setup felt like the life of an emperor. Oh, right, he suddenly remembered. Let's all sleep together tonight. What? The women froze in unison. Sleeping together under one big blanket, how fun would that be? Zhou Yang beamed with anticipation. Su Zhixia promptly smacked him on the head. Nice try. How big is the bed? Can it even fit all of us? If it's too small, we can buy a bigger bed. No way. Liu Yufei protested firmly. I refuse to squeeze in with all these people. Bai Wei murmured softly, I don't think it's a good idea either. Chen Xian, however, was excited. I think it'd be pretty fun. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both feeling a flicker of interest but too shy to voice it. You women have no sense of fun at all, Zhou Yang shook his head in disappointment. Romance my ass. Su Zhixia snapped irritably. You just want to take advantage. I admit it, but that doesn't mean they're mutually exclusive, Zhou Yang said thick-skinnedly. Besides, we're all going to have to do this sooner or later. Who says? Liu Yufei glared at him. I do, Zhou Yang declared imperiously. From now on, we'll all sleep together under one big blanket once a week. Dream on, the women refused in unison. Zhou Yang looked at them, silently vowing to himself. One day, he would make this dream come true. It was getting late, and the women began heading back to their rooms. Zhou Yang watched them longingly, his heart torn apart. Who should he choose tonight? Su Mei walked over and whispered softly in his ear, Honey, I'll be waiting for you in the room. With that, she swayed her hips and headed upstairs. Li Xiaoyu leaned in close too, I'll be waiting for you in my room too. Zhou Yang's heart was bursting with joy. Looks like tonight's going to be busy. The other women, witnessing this scene, all smiled knowingly. After all, Zhou Yang had boundless energy and they were used to it. Honey, take it easy, Liu Yufei teased. Don't wear yourself out. Don't worry, I'm in great shape, Zhou Yang patted his chest, brimming with confidence. After everyone had gone upstairs, Zhou Yang followed suit. He headed first to Su Mei's room. Su Mei had already changed into a sexy nightgown and was sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him. Honey, you're here. Her voice was so soft and sweet it made Zhou Yang's heart flutter. Little vixen, aren't you cold wearing so little? Zhou Yang walked over and swept her into his arms. Not when you're holding me. Su Mei leaned in for a kiss. They soon became entangled in each other's arms. Sumei's technique had improved significantly since before, pleasuring Zhou Yang to utter contentment. An hour later, Zhou Yang lay back on the bed, utterly satisfied. "Honey, you're amazing," Sumei murmured, her face flushed as she rested her head on his chest. "This is just the beginning," Zhou Yang said smugly. "I still need to go see Xiaoyu." "What? You're going again?" Sumei stared at him in surprise. "Of course. Can't play favorites." Zhou Yang got up to dress. "You should get some rest." Sumei watched his retreating figure, filled with admiration. This man's energy was truly boundless. Zhou Yang arrived at Li Xiaoyu's room and found her practicing her singing. "Still practicing? It's so late." "I'm going to surpass Sister Sumei," Li Xiaoyu said earnestly. "She sings so well now I can't let her outshine me." Zhou Yang felt a warm surge in his heart. This girl was still so competitive. "Xiaoyu, you're already amazing." He walked over and hugged her. "Besides, you both have your own unique strengths. There's no need to compare." "But I just don't want to lose," Li Xiaoyu insisted stubbornly. "Then let me help you practice?" Zhou Yang said with a mischievous grin. "How exactly?" "Practice with my body." Zhou Yang picked her up and carried her toward the bed. "You jerk!" Li Xiaoyu playfully punched him, but didn't resist. What followed was another round of intense activity. Li Xiaoyu turned out to be even more proactive than Sumei, leaving Zhou Yang thoroughly exhausted. The next morning, Zhou Yang was awakened by a knock on the door. "Sir, breakfast is ready," came the voice of Aunt Wang, the housekeeper. Zhou Yang glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs for breakfast. Several women were already seated at the dining table. Sumei and Li Xiaoyu looked a bit tired but were in good spirits. "Honey, you went too far last night," Sumei murmured softly. "Exactly," Li Xiaoyu chimed in, "now my back is killing me today." Zhou Yang grinned shamelessly. "That just proves I'm good at it. Powerful my ass." Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. "You're just a pervert." "So what if I'm a pervert? At least I'm not messing with other people's daughters." Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation, "I only mess with my own women." "Put. Shameless." The women all chimed in with their complaints, but their faces were lit up with smiles. Aunt Wang was clearing last night's dishes in the kitchen when she overheard the conversation in the living room. She couldn't help but shake her head. The head of this household was utterly ridiculous, but since the pay was generous, she couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. After breakfast, Zhou Yang drove Sumei and Li Xiaoyu to the office. "See you tonight, honey," Sumei waved goodbye. "Bye," Li Xiaoyu waved back. Zhou Yang watched the two beauties walk into the office building, feeling utterly delighted. This kind of life was absolutely fantastic. Chapter 89, They're All My Wives. The moment Zhou Yang drove out of the company parking lot, his phone started ringing like crazy. "Brother!" Bai Wei's voice was choked with tears. "My stomach hurts so bad, I feel like I'm dying." Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to crash into the roadside guardrail. "What's going on? Is it really bad?" "It hurts so bad, and it comes in waves." "Could I be having a miscarriage?" Bai Wei sobbed, gasping for breath. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll be right there." Zhou Yang floored the accelerator and reached the villa in 10 minutes flat. In the living room, 4 women formed a circle around Bai Wei, who lay on the sofa, her face frighteningly pale. "What happened?" Zhou Yang rushed over to lift her. "Don't move her." Su Zhixia blocked him. "It might be acute gastroenteritis. She's been vomiting repeatedly." "Gastroenteritis?" Zhou Yang exhaled in relief. "I was afraid it might be. Last night she ate half a roast duck by herself and drank a huge bowl of soup." Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. "How could a pregnant woman stuff herself like that?" Bai Wei looked at Zhou Yang with a pouty expression. "Brother, I just wanted to eat it." All right. Let's get her checked at the hospital first." Half an hour later, outside the obstetrics hospital. The car had barely pulled up when it drew a flurry of stares. A man bringing 4 pregnant women to the hospital was indeed an unusual sight. The receptionist paused for 3 seconds before snapping out of it, then approached professionally. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Prenatal checkup," Zhou Yang replied calmly. All prenatal checkups," the receptionist stammered. "Yes, all my wives." The receptionist nearly stumbled, but forced a smile. "All right, very well. Please follow me." In the OB/GYN waiting room, others were discreetly eyeing them. "What's that guy's deal? Got 4 women pregnant? Does that even happen these days? He must be a big shot, no way he could afford to support them all." Whispers rippled through the room. Bai Wei felt uneasy and moved closer to Zhou Yang. "Brother, so many people are staring at us." "Let them stare," Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. "It won't hurt us." The nurse called out, "Liu Yufei, please come in." Liu Yufei stood up, and Zhou Yang rose with her. "You're coming in too?" the nurse asked, puzzled. "I'm the child's father." Inside the examination room, the doctor was a woman in her 40s named Wang. She glanced at the medical records. "Liu Yufei, 26 years old. Is this your second prenatal checkup?" "Yes." Dr. Wang began the routine examination, listening to the fetal heartbeat, taking blood pressure, and drawing blood. The fetus is developing well, and all indicators are normal, Dr. Wang said with a smile. Just keep it up. Next up were Su Zhixia, Bai Wei, and Chen Xian. At every examination, Zhou Yang followed her in, and Dr. Wang grew increasingly curious. After Chen Xian's examination concluded, Dr. Wang finally couldn't contain himself. Sir, who are these 4 individuals? All my wives, Zhou Yang admitted openly. Dr. Wang froze for a moment. All of them? Is there a problem? No problem. It's just unusual, Dr. Wang stammered. Aren't we encouraging childbirth these days? I'm just following the national policy, Zhou Yang declared with righteous indignation. Dr. Wang was speechless and could only nod. After the examination, Zhou Yang escorted the 4 women to their car. Wait here for a moment. He returned to the examination room and knocked on the door. Dr. Wang, can we talk privately? Dr. Wang looked puzzled. What is it? Zhou Yang pulled a thick red envelope from his pocket and placed it gently on the desk. What's this? Dr. Wang frowned. A token of appreciation, Zhou Yang said, nudging the envelope. All my wives are pregnant for the first time and lack experience. I hope you'll take extra care of them. It's my duty. No need for extra. Zhou Yang slipped the envelope directly into her desk drawer. Dr. Wang, I know you're a doctor of the highest integrity, but consider this money as if it were for buying nutritional supplements. Dr. Wang glanced at the drawer, hesitating. Also, my situation is rather unique. I hope you can keep it confidential. Zhou Yang continued, after all, the idea of polygamy wouldn't reflect well if it got out. Dr. Wang considered it and finally nodded. I understand your position. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhou Yang smiled with satisfaction. I'll be counting on your continued care. Back in the car, the 4 women were discussing the test results. The doctor said the baby is healthy, Bai Wei said happily, rubbing her belly. Mine too, Chen Xian sighed in relief. I was worried just now. Once the babies arrive, our homes will be even livelier, Su Zhixia said with a smile. Liu Yufei suddenly remembered something. Honey, why did you go back just now? Just chatted with the doctor for a bit, asked about precautions, Zhou Yang replied casually. What did you talk about? Su Zhixia asked curiously. Just about prenatal care and stuff. The women didn't think much of it and continued chatting about the baby. By the way, should we start thinking about names? Bai Wei suggested. Isn't it too early to start now? Chen Xian said. Not at all. We can start thinking about it now, Su Zhixia said. We should prepare for both a boy and a girl. What should we name a boy? Liu Yufei asked. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. For a boy, Zhou Batian. For a girl, Zhou Qingcheng. What? The 4 women exclaimed in unison. Zhou Batian? Zhou Qingcheng? Su Zhixia was speechless. What kind of taste is that? They're powerful names, Zhou Yang shrugged. Impressive my ass. Liu Yufei rolled her eyes. They're so tacky they're cringeworthy. Tacky? I think they're perfect. Absolutely not, the 4 women declared in unison. Then what do you suggest? Zhou Yang conceded. We'll discuss that later, Su Zhixia said. But it absolutely can't be Zhou Batian or Zhou Qingcheng. Zhou Yang pursed his lips. Women were such a hassle. Back home, Chen Xian suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, should we tell our families? The question left Su Zhixia and Bai Wei silent. Keeping such a major event as pregnancy a secret from family was indeed unwise. But revealing it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. Liu Yufei, however, didn't dwell on it much after all, she'd already managed to handle the situation with her parents. I think we should hold off for now, Su Zhixia spoke up. Let's wait until the baby is more stable. Bai Wei voiced her concern, but isn't it wrong to keep it hidden? There's nothing wrong with it, Zhou Yang reassured her. Once the baby is born, it'll be a done deal. They'll have no choice but to accept it. But what about my parents? Bai Wei bit her lip. I haven't been home in so long. They'll definitely suspect something. Don't worry, I'll explain it to your family, Zhou Yang patted his chest. I'll make them accept it. What are you going to use to make them accept it? Su Zhixia rolled her eyes. Say you're building a harem? Pretty much. Zhou Yang grinned, thick-skinned as ever. You shameless jerk. The women started teasing him again, but deep down, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At least Zhou Yang wasn't the type to shirk responsibility. That was enough. Chapter 90, Sume goes viral, Xiaoting's livestream explodes. At dawn, Sume lay limp in Zhou Yang's arms, her cheeks still flushed. The recent battle had left her body aching and limp, too exhausted even to lift her hand. Clutching her phone, she refreshed the music platform every few minutes. The numbers for her new song Radiance were skyrocketing wildly, climbing from 0 downloads to soaring heights. Honey, my heart's racing, Sume's voice still trembled slightly. What's there to be afraid of? You sang so beautifully. Zhou Yang stroked her smooth back. No sooner had he spoken than Su Kai's call exploded in. Mr. Zhou. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Su Kai's voice cracked with excitement. Within an hour of release, downloads have hit 10,000. The comments section is blowing up. Sume jolted upright and snatched the phone to check. The comments section was indeed going wild. Holy crap, what kind of godly voice is this? My ears are pregnant. When did Sume get this good? This voice blows top-tier singers out of the water. On repeat until dawn, it's amazing. My mom asked why I was kneeling while listening to music. Zhou Yang leaned in to look and was stunned by the speed of the data growth. This is way too fast. The next morning, as soon as Sume stepped through the company gates, she was surrounded by a crowd. Sister Sume! You're trending! Chun Xian jumped up excitedly. Third on Weibo's trending topics. Sume opened Weibo to find the hashtag Sume new song Radiance hashtag had already racked up 30 million views. Lin Meng jogged over with a stack of data reports, her smile stretching almost to her ears. Sume! Congratulations! Within 12 hours of release, downloads have surpassed 500,000. It's debuted straight at #1 on the new song charts. Is this real? Sume couldn't believe it. Absolutely true. Every major platform is featuring it on their homepage. This is a phenomenon-level hit. Zhou Yang watched the lively scene unfold, feeling genuinely pleased. Sume, get ready for interviews. All the major media outlets want to book you. Sume's eyes welled up with excitement. Honey, thank you. What are you thanking me for? You deserve it. Just then, Lin Meng's phone rang. She answered the call and listened for a few moments before her expression changed instantly. What? Someone's questioning whether Sume lip-synced? Hanging up the phone, Lin Meng frowned as she reported. Mr. Zhou, some industry insiders are stirring up trouble. Several marketing accounts are posting articles questioning whether Sume's vocals were digitally enhanced. Some are even digging up her old recordings for comparison. Zhou Yang scoffed coldly. Jealous? Definitely. Sume's performance this time was too dazzling, some people just couldn't sit still. Sume's expression darkened. What gives them the right to accuse me of lip-syncing? Ignore those clowns. Zhou Yang comforted her, the truth will out. No way. Lin Meng shook her head firmly. We must counter these accusations immediately. Otherwise, it'll damage Sume's reputation. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. Then let them see what real strength looks like. How? Record a video of Sume singing a cappella live, then post it online to shut those doubters up. Su Kai responded immediately, I'll get the recording equipment ready right away. Half an hour later, in the recording studio. Sume stood before the microphone, palms sweaty. Ready? Su Kai asked. Sume nodded and took a deep breath. The music began, and Sume started singing Radiance. Her heavenly voice filled the room once more, leaving everyone in the studio utterly stunned. Even Su Kai, who had heard it countless times, couldn't help but get goosebumps. Perfect, he murmured. As soon as the recording ended, Lin Meng immediately uploaded the video to major platforms. The caption was simple, live a cappella, no editing, no backing track. Doubters, please shut up. The moment it went live, it caused an immediate sensation. Holy crap, this is live? Unbelievably strong. Talk about a swift slap in the face. Are the doubters' cheeks stinging? Sume's voice is incredible, even better than the studio version. Where are the apologies? Where are those who called it lip-syncing? The skeptical marketing accounts fell silent instantly, and the comments section was flooded by fans. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoting's livestream was also breaking records. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll try to be gentle with my scolding, Li Xiaoting said to the camera. The chat exploded with comments. Gentle? Are you sure? Xiaoting is scarier when she's being gentle. Where's Brother Long? Not coming to get scolded today? No sooner had she finished speaking than Dragon Brother V5 entered the livestream. Dragon Brother's here. Li Xiaoting's eyes lit up. What kind of scolding do you want to hear today? Brother Long immediately sent 20 rockets. Go ahead and scold me, the harsher, the better. Alright, I won't hold back then. Li Xiaoting cleared her throat. Brother Long, your name is so clever. What does V5 mean? Vengeful and mighty? Or does it mean you only last 5 seconds? The livestream exploded with excitement as gifts rained down. Longgood didn't get angry, he just got more excited. Keep it coming. You masochist. Did you get bullied too much as a kid? Now that you're grown up and can't find anyone to pick on you, you have to pay people to insult you? Ha 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 ha. Dragon Brother roared with laughter in the chat, sending another wave of gifts. The audience went wild. What kind of divine pairing is this? One loves to curse, the other loves to be cursed. Perfect match. Brother Long is going to go broke again today. Just as the livestream was heating up, a platform administrator suddenly entered the chat. Platform admin, host, please watch your language and avoid personal attacks. Li Xiaoting saw the message, but instead of backing down, she grew even more brazen. Oh, admin's here? What's the big deal? Is it illegal to insult people? I didn't even use any swear words. Platform admin, please cooperate with platform regulations, or your account will be suspended. Ban me? Li Xiaoting sneered. Don't you know how much money your platform makes off me? Ban me? See if you can find another streamer who can sell products like I do. The audience was stunned. Has Xiaoting lost her mind? Daring to confront the platform? This is going to blow up. The admins were left speechless. Longa then dropped 10 more carnival gifts. Xiaoting is awesome. That's the spirit. Zhou Yang watched the scene unfold in his office, torn between laughter and tears. That girl's got some nerve. He shook his head and called Lin Meng. Go talk to the platform. Don't let them ban Xiaoting. Got it, I'll handle it immediately. Also, assemble a legal team for Xiaoting, just in case. Understood. After hanging up, Zhou Yang resumed watching the livestream. Li Xiaoting was still confronting the administrator. I've studied your platform's rules thoroughly. I haven't violated any regulations. My criticism doesn't use profanity. This is called the art of language. Platform admin. The audience was laughing hysterically. Xiaoting is so awesome, she even convinced the admin. What kind of bizarre streamer is this? How much is Brother Long gonna spend today? Sure enough, Brother Long sent another wave of gifts, pushing his single session earnings past 100,000 yuan. Back at the company, everyone was glued to Su Mei and Li Xiaoting's updates. This is insane. The marketing manager sighed, one went viral for singing, the other for cursing. In the karaoke room, Li Xiaoyu heard the news and clenched her fists tightly. She stared at her reflection in the mirror and declared, I won't be outdone. Li Xiaoyu began practicing even more intensely, demanding perfection from every single note. She was determined to prove she wouldn't lose to anyone. Chapter 91, Cold Beauty Lin Shi lands a multi-million endorsement deal. On the third day after Su Mei's new song exploded in popularity, the phones in Lin Meng's office hadn't stopped ringing. President Zhou, another brand is calling. This is the 12th one today. Lin Meng burst into Zhou Yang's office clutching a stack of business cards, her face beaming with excitement. Zhou Yang flipped through the cards, all from renowned brands. Screen them. Keep only the top-tier ones. I've already screened them, these are all international top-tier brands. Lin Meng's voice trembled slightly. Cartier showed the most sincerity, they sent their Asia-Pacific director directly. Cartier? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and tapped his fingers on the desk. That does show sincerity. The other party will arrive at the company tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. What do you think? Arrange a conference room. I'll receive them personally. The following afternoon, Stephen, Cartier's Asia-Pacific director, arrived punctually with his team. Stephen, a Frenchman in his 40s, wore a crisp suit and carried himself with refined elegance. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you, Stephen said, extending his hand proactively. His Chinese was impeccable. Mr. Stephen, welcome. In the conference room, Stephen's team presented a detailed data analysis of Su Mei's metrics, with a highly professional PowerPoint presentation. Miss Su Mei possesses a truly unique vocal timbre, and her image aligns perfectly with our brand's aesthetic. Stephen pointed to the data charts on the screen. We would like to invite her to become the spokesperson for Cartier in China. Lin Meng took notes beside him, her pen gliding swiftly across the paper. What are the specific terms of the collaboration? Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. A 1-year endorsement contract including print ads, video commercials, and attendance at 2 brand events. What's the endorsement fee? Stephen exchanged a glance with his team before clearing his throat. Our budget is 8 million. Zhou Yang shook his head immediately, too low. 8 million is already a very sincere offer. Stephen seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting such a blunt rejection. Mr. Stephen, I believe you're underestimating Su Mei's value. Zhou Yang rose and walked to the projection screen, tapping it with his finger. Her new song surpassed 2 million downloads within 3 days of release, and her Weibo followers surged from 500,000 to 3 million. That growth rate is unprecedented in the Chinese music industry. Stephen frowned. But she's still not a top-tier artist. Not yet doesn't mean she won't be in 3 months. Zhou Yang turned, his tone hardening. Besides, our company has other artists. He pulled out his phone and pulled up Li Xiaoyu's data. This is another artist under our label. Debuted less than 2 months ago, her new song hit the top 3 across all platforms last week, and her fan count has already surpassed 5 million. Stephen's team began whispering among themselves. If you partner with us, it won't just be Su Mei, it'll be the full resources of our entire company. Zhou Yang sat back down, folding his arms on the table. Our offer is 15 million yuan, not a penny more. That price. Stephen hesitated. Mr. Stephen, opportunities like this come only once. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. Su Mei is at the peak of her career right now. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Stephen and his team conferred for 10 minutes, their discussion growing increasingly heated. Alright, we accept the price. A wise choice. Zhou Yang smiled with satisfaction, and that smile inexplicably eased Stephen's tension. After signing the contract, Stephen proactively shook Zhou Yang's hand, this time with a firmer grip. Mr. Zhou, I look forward to our collaboration. We won't disappoint you. After seeing off the Cartier team, Lin Meng was so excited her face flushed. She paced around the office several times. Mr. Zhou, 15 million. This is the largest single revenue the company has ever generated. This is just the beginning, Zhou Yang replied calmly. Sumei's value extends far beyond this. Just then, an argument erupted from the front desk. Ma'am, our company has a dress code. Your attire is inappropriate. What's inappropriate about my outfit? Zhou Yang stepped out of his office to find the receptionist arguing with a young woman. The girl was in her early 20s, tall and slender, dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, her demeanor cool and aloof. What's going on? Zhou Yang approached. The receptionist immediately protested, Mr. Zhou, this lady claims she's here for an interview, but what? She's dressed too casually. It doesn't look like she's here for an interview, the receptionist said, pursing her lips. The girl shot the receptionist a cold glance. I'm here for the copywriter position, not a beauty pageant. Ding. High-quality target detected. Name, Lin Shi. Age, 22. Appearance, 90 points. Figure, 88 points. Recent graduate, aloof, independent, stubborn, untouched, no vices. Mindset, determined to establish herself in a major city through her own abilities and prove her worth. System evaluation, a plus grade premium target, remarkable potential, strongly recommended for host to pursue. Zhou Yang's heart skipped a beat. This girl was top-tier material. You're Lin Shi? Zhou Yang glanced at the resume in his hand. Yes. Lin Shi nodded, her tone still cool. Follow me. The receptionist froze. Mr. Zhou conducting interviews personally? What was going on? In the conference room, Zhou Yang flipped through Lin Shi's resume. Yanda University, Chinese Department. Excellent grades. Plus internship experience. MHM. Lin Shi was sparing with her words. Why did you choose our company? The compensation package is attractive, and as an emerging company, there's room for growth. Zhou Yang smiled. A very practical answer. Lin Shi didn't respond, simply waiting quietly with her back straight as an arrow. How much do you know about our company? An entertainment agency representing artists like Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. It's been growing rapidly lately. Then do you think you're qualified for the copywriting and planning position? Lin Shi finally lifted her head, her voice firm. My professional skills are solid. What I lack is experience. Alright, you're hired. What? Lin Shi froze. No written test? No. You can start tomorrow. Zhou Yang stood up. Salary will be as per your expectations. 3-month probationary period. Lin Shi couldn't quite believe it. That's it? That's how simple it is. Zhou Yang extended his hand. Welcome aboard. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. His palm felt slightly cold. Thank you. You're welcome. The company needs talent like yours. As he walked Lin Shi to the door, Zhou Yang casually asked, Is your place far from here? Not too bad, about an hour by subway. That's quite a distance. Would you like the company to arrange dormitory accommodations for you? Lin Shi shook her head. No need. I can handle it. Watching Lin Shi's retreating figure, Zhou Yang stroked his chin. This girl is interesting, though she does have a bit of a cold personality. Back in the office, Lin Meng was organizing the Cartier contract. Mr. Zhou, should I handle the new employees' onboarding paperwork? Yes. Assign her a decent workstation and place her directly under my supervision. Lin Meng glanced up at him. You seem to place quite a bit of importance on this Lin Shi. Talent is hard to come by, Zhou Yang replied casually. Lin Meng chuckled inwardly. She knew Mr. Zhou's tactics all too well. But this Lin Shi seemed like a tough nut to crack. This should be interesting. Chapter 92, The Ice Queen money can't buy the company went bust. The company went up in flames. The moment news broke that Su Mei had signed a 10 million yuan endorsement deal, Zhou Yang stood in the center of the office area and bellowed. Everyone listen up. Starting today, all employees will receive 3 months' worth of salary and bonuses. Holy crap. President Zhou is amazing. We're rich. We're rich. Working for Mr. Zhou is pure bliss. The entire office instantly erupted into chaos, chairs scraping across the floor. Some leapt straight off their desks, while a few others hugged each other and bounced around. Only Lin Shi in the corner kept tapping away at her keyboard. Without lifting her head, her fingers danced across the keys as the final lines of a proposal filled the screen. The finance girl rushed over excitedly and slammed the bonus notification onto her desk. Lin Shi, your bonus. Lin Shi paused, glancing at the notice. Thanks. She continued typing. The finance lady froze. 3 months' salary. How could this girl act like nothing was up? Before she could say anything else, Lin Shi's fingers were already flying across the keyboard again, completely ignoring her. Zhou Yang watched the scene through the blinds and couldn't help but smile. Interesting. He pressed the intercom button. Lin Shi, bring your proposal to my office. 3 minutes later, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Lin Shi pushed open the door, holding several printed pages in her hand. She wore her usual simple white shirt and jeans, but the tailored fit accentuated her slender figure. Her waist was slender, her hips curved and lifted, and her legs were long and straight. She placed the documents on Zhou Yang's desk and stood at attention. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang didn't glance at the papers. Instead, he picked up a phone case from his desk and slid it toward her. This is the company's reward for outstanding new hires. Lin Shi glanced down. It was the latest Apple iPhone, probably costing over 10,000 yuan. Her current phone was so slow it felt like it was dying. Opening WeChat alone took forever. Zhou Yang then pulled an envelope from his desk drawer and slid it across as well. Here's 50,000 yuan in cash. It's for you too. Lin Shi stared at the items on the table for a full 10 seconds. Then she looked up. I don't want it. Why? Zhou Yang was taken aback. I just got here. I haven't done anything. Why should I take this? Her words were direct, without a trace of politeness. I'm perfectly satisfied with the salary stated in the contract. I don't want any more. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair. For the first time, someone had refused his money, and so decisively. He found it rather amusing. In this money-obsessed era, could anyone truly resist such temptation? Fine. Zhou Yang didn't press the issue. He tucked the items away and picked up the proposal. Then let's talk business. As he flipped through the pages, Zhou Yang grew increasingly astonished. This promotional plan for Li Xiaoyu was exceptionally professional. Not only was the logic crystal clear, but the copywriting itself was exceptionally well crafted. Tear through the night with song, bathe the soul in starlight. Zhou Yang read aloud one line. This is good. Lin Shi didn't respond. But I think it could use some tweaking, Zhou Yang said, setting the document down and leaning forward. The word tear is too aggressive, it doesn't fit Li Xiaoyu's persona. How about awaken? Awaken the night, let souls bathe in starlight. Lin Shi paused, taken aback. She'd assumed this boss was only good at throwing money around, but he actually knew his stuff. After a few seconds of thought, she replied, Mr. Zhou's suggestion is excellent. And this fan interaction segment, it's bold, but execution could easily backfire, Zhou Yang continued. Why not switch it to a theme challenge? Something like Shine for Your Dreams could generate buzz without risking disaster. For the next half hour, the two engaged in a lively discussion about the proposal. Zhou Yang drew upon both his hard-earned street smarts and the entertainment industry knowledge he'd crammed recently. Surprisingly, he found himself holding his own in the conversation with this top-tier Yen University graduate. Lin Shi, who had been guarded at first, gradually became fully engaged. She realized this boss was actually quite capable, not the nouveau riche she had imagined. As the workday ended, Zhou Yang wrapped up the conversation. That's all for today. Revise it according to our discussion and send it back to me. Got it. Lin Shi nodded and turned to leave. At quitting time, Zhou Yang and Su Zhixia walked out of the company together. Just as they were about to get in the car, they spotted Lin Shi standing in line at the bus stop. The evening rush hour buses were packed like sardines. She was at the very back of the line, with over a dozen people ahead of her. At this rate, she'd have to wait for the next bus to get on. Zhou Yang drove over and rolled down the window. Get in. Lin Shi turned around and saw Zhou Yang in the driver's seat and Su Zhixia in the passenger seat. No thanks, the bus is fine for me. There are a few details left to discuss about that proposal. We can continue talking in the car. Zhou Yang's tone brooked no refusal. Since I've kept you after work, it's only right I drive you home. Su Zhixia watched the exchange silently, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Shi hesitated for a few seconds before pulling open the back door. The car's leather seats and subtle fragrance offered a stark contrast to the crowded chaos outside. As the car merged into traffic, Zhou Yang drove while chatting with Su Zhixia in a familiar tone. What do you feel like eating tonight? Something sour. Then let's have Auntie make sour cabbage fish tonight. Lin Shi sat in the back seat, listening to their conversation. Her gaze fell on her own worn-out canvas sneakers, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her backpack strap. The car pulled up at the entrance of Lin Shi's residential complex. We're here, Zhou Yang said. Lin Shi was a bit surprised, expecting him to ask which building she lived in, or at least to drop her off at the entrance. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. She opened the door, stepped out, and politely bid him farewell. Watching Lin Shi walk into the complex, Zhou Yang finally started the car again. So, what do you think? Su Zhixia suddenly spoke up. What do you mean, how? This Lin Shi, she's not going to be easy to handle. Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up. Your money-throwing tactics won't work on her. True enough, Zhou Yang admitted frankly. So I'm asking you for advice, any good ways to deal with these artsy girls? Su Zhixia shot him a look. Dealing with people like that requires talent and sincerity, not your money or domineering ways. Talent. Zhou Yang stroked his chin. That might be a bit tricky. Su Zhixia chuckled softly. Then use sincerity. But before you start your new plan, there's one thing you absolutely must resolve first. What is it? Xiao Wei. Su Zhixia's expression turns serious. She's nearly 4 months pregnant, her belly can't be hidden anymore. When do you plan to confront her family? The smile faded from Zhou Yang's face. This was indeed a major problem. He fell silent for a moment before jerking the steering wheel sharply. You're right. Tomorrow I'll take her home and set the record straight. Chapter 93, Bai Wei returns home to confront the family. Zhou Yang stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the airport departure lounge, watching planes take off and land on the runway. Bai Wei sat in her chair, fidgeting with her fingers. She glanced up at Zhou Yang's back from time to time, biting her lower lip as she said, "Brother, Dad's a stubborn man. Don't go head-to-head with him." Zhou Yang turned, walked over, knelt down before her, and took her hand. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Bai Wei nodded. She had deliberately chosen a loose white dress today to conceal her slightly rounded belly. This time back home, she had to confront her parents. "Let's go, boarding starting." Zhou Yang lifted her hand and picked up their luggage. In first class, Bai Wei rested her arm around Zhou Yang's shoulder, leaning against him. Her dark hair cascaded down, making her skin appear exceptionally fair. "Sir, would you like a blanket?" A tall flight attendant approached with a sweet voice. Her gaze toward Zhou Yang was heated, her red lips parted slightly, and the smile on her face held a hint of suggestiveness. Name, Linya. Age, 26. Appearance, 85 points. Figure, 90 points. Flight attendant, vain, materialistic, had 18 lovers including 6 married men. Motivation, land a wealthy partner to achieve social mobility. System notice, ineligible target, not recommended for pursuit. No, thank you. Zhou Yang politely declined, inwardly sighing. She looked pretty, but turned out to be trash. What a waste. The flight attendant glanced at Bai Wei's intimate posture, disappointment flashing in her eyes. As she turned to leave, the sway of her hips grew noticeably more pronounced. Bai Wei leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and giggled, "Brother, even the flight attendant's hitting on you." Zhou Yang pinched her cheek. "No matter how pretty she is, she can't compare to my little Bai Wei." Hearing this, Bai Wei's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Her nerves eased slightly, and she closed her eyes contentedly. 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Suzhou Airport. Zhou Yang headed straight for a nearby car rental company. Noticing his distinguished bearing, the staff immediately began fawning over him. "Sir, we have a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class just arrived." "That one," Zhou Yang replied simply. Half an hour later, a brand new Mercedes-Benz S-Class rolled out of the rental company. Bai Wei sat in the passenger seat, entering the navigation address with fingers trembling slightly. "Brother, my dad is a government official. He really cares about appearances." Zhou Yang gripped the steering wheel with one hand and patted her hand with the other. "Don't worry." The car entered a mid-range residential complex. Several elderly dog walkers spotted the luxury vehicle and immediately stopped to gossip. "Isn't that the Bai family's daughter? Who's the guy driving that car? I heard she's studying out of town. Is she bringing her boyfriend back?" Bai Wei's parents were already waiting downstairs. Bai Yuan stood tall, dressed simply in a shirt and trousers, his expression stern. Zhang Fangfang looked well preserved, her hair meticulously permed into curls, dressed in a stylish dress. Seeing the Mercedes pull up slowly, surprise flashed across both their faces. "Dad, Mom." Bai Wei got out of the car and ran over, hugging Zhang Fangfang. Zhou Yang retrieved gifts from the trunk and approached. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhou Yang." Bai Yuan looked Zhou Yang up and down, then nodded. "Hello." Zhang Fangfang was much more enthusiastic. "Come inside, don't stand out here." The Bai family home was a standard 3-bedroom apartment with tasteful decor, not extravagant, but refined. "Uncle, Auntie, I brought a small token of appreciation from Yangchang." Zhou Yang unpacked the gifts one by one. Maodai liquor, premium tea, luxury brand silk scarves and belts, bird's nest, and ginseng. Zhang Fangfang repeatedly declined, "These are far too expensive." Though she said this, her eyes betrayed her delight. Bai Yuan remained stern. "What line of work is Mr. Zhou in?" "Dad, didn't I tell you?" "My brother runs an entertainment company," Bai Wei interjected. "I want to hear it from him," Bai Yuan said, fixing his gaze on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang remained composed and unhurried. "I founded an entertainment agency specializing in artist development and music production." "Oh? How large is it?" "It's medium-sized, I'd say. It's growing steadily." Bai Yuan nodded, saying nothing more, though his scrutinizing gaze remained fixed. Noticing the awkward silence, Zhang Fangfang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "I'll go prepare lunch. You two continue chatting." The lunch spread was lavish, with Zhang Fangfang preparing over a dozen homestyle dishes. Zhou Yang took the initiative to pour wine for Bai Yuan, his manners impeccable and his conversation witty, gradually easing the tension. "Which government department does your uncle work in?" Zhou Yang inquired. "The Finance Bureau." "Nothing too high up," Bai Yuan replied flatly. "Must be very busy with work, right?" "It's manageable. Just following the routine." Bai Wei watched their exchange, her nerves growing increasingly frayed. She knew the crucial moment had arrived. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Bai Wei took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Zhang Fangfang set down her chopsticks. What is it, dear? Bai Wei glanced at Zhou Yang. Encouraged by his look, she gathered her courage and said, Dad, Mom, I'm pregnant. The words had barely left her mouth when Bai Chongyuan's chopsticks clattered to the floor. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Wei's stomach as his face drained from red to pale. What did you say? Bai Chongyuan's voice trembled as his fists clenched tightly. I'm over 3 months pregnant. Bai Wei's voice grew even softer, yet her words came out clearly. Zhang Fangfang froze, covering her mouth in disbelief as tears welled up instantly. Wei, how could you do this? Bai Chongyuan whipped around to face Zhou Yang, his eyes blazing with fury. You got my daughter pregnant? Zhou Yang set down his chopsticks and met Bai Chongyuan's gaze directly. Uncle, I'm sorry, but I'll take responsibility for Xiao Wei and the child. Take responsibility? Bai Chongyuan sneered coldly. Do you know the reputation our Bai family has here? Do you know how people will gossip about me at work? Dad! Bai Wei jumped to her feet in panic. It's not my brother's fault, I did this willingly. Shut your mouth. Bai Chongyuan roared. What brother this, what brother that? Have you no shame? Getting pregnant before marriage? Where do you expect us to hide our faces? Zhou Yang stood up, his voice steady. Uncle, I came here today to tell you that whether you approve or not, we will keep this child. Bai Chongyuan trembled with rage, his hand shaking as he pointed at Zhou Yang. Who do you think you are? Running some small company and expecting to bring my daughter happiness? I can't promise her the world, but I can guarantee she'll never want for anything. Zhou Yang pulled a bank card from his pocket, his tone sincere. Here's 2 million yuan. Consider it a token of my sincerity. Bai Chongyuan swatted the card away. Get out of my house. My daughter won't marry someone like you. Chapter 94, Bai Wei, if you've got the guts, hit me too. Seeing Zhou Yang unmoved, Bai Chongyuan grabbed the broom from the corner and swung it toward Zhou Yang. Zhang Fangfang lunged forward in a flash, clutching her husband's arm tightly. Old Bai, you're out of your mind. This is inside our house, don't lay a hand on him. He got my daughter pregnant. I'll be damned if I don't beat the crap out of this kid today. Bai Chongyuan violently shook off his wife, raising the broom high. Zhou Yang stood rooted to the spot, not even flinching. How long have you two been together? Bai Chongyuan gritted his teeth. 4 months, Bai Wei's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. At those words, the veins on Bai Chongyuan's forehead bulged. 4 months and already 3 months pregnant? You're trying to drive me to my grave. The broom whistled through the air, hurtling straight for Zhou Yang's head. Bai Wei shrieked and rushed to Zhou Yang's side, throwing her arms out to shield him. Dare to touch a single hair on my brother's head. If you've got the guts, hit me too. Better yet, knock the baby out of my belly. Bai Chongyuan's broom froze mid-air, his hand trembling. This was the precious treasure he'd cherished for 20 years, held in the palm of his hand. How could she defy him for some wild man? Wei, how dare you speak to your father like that? Apologize to him right now. Zhang Fangfang seized the opportunity to snatch the broom away. I won't apologize. Bai Wei stubbornly stuck out her neck. Unless he agrees to let me be with brother, I'll never apologize. We'll just run away together, let's see if you can find us. Bai Chongyuan's chest heaved with rage, but his raised hand refused to come down. He slumped into a chair. This daughter, whom he had cherished since childhood, was now severing their father-daughter bond over a man. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Yang's mind. The usually princess-like Bai Wei was fiercely protective of him in this critical moment. He gently pulled Bai Wei behind him and faced Bai Chongyuan's fury. Uncle, please calm down. Calm down? You've ruined my daughter's entire future happiness. Bai Chongyuan glared with bloodshot eyes. I haven't ruined her. I'll take full responsibility, Zhou Yang replied calmly. Even if you beat me to death, it won't change anything. The situation is what it is now. We need to find a way to resolve it. These words cooled Bai Chongyuan slightly, though his anger remained palpable. Resolve it? Fine. Then tell me how to resolve it? Xiao Wei is still young, with a bright future ahead. She's also your only daughter. Zhou Yang paused. Can you bear to let her give birth to a child without a father? Bai Chongyuan was rendered speechless, sitting in his chair and breathing heavily. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yang pulled a box of exquisitely packaged little panda cigarettes from his pocket. The box bore a distinctive anti-counterfeiting seal, clearly not something available on the open market. Bai Chongyuan, who had been about to explode in anger, froze upon seeing the cigarettes. Having smoked for most of his life, he instantly recognized these as premium internal use only goods. Uncle, I know you're angry, but anger won't solve anything. Zhou Yang personally opened the pack, handed Bai Chongyuan a cigarette, and lit it for him with his lighter. Bai Chongyuan instinctively took it and drew a deep drag. The rich, mellow flavor of the tobacco softened his expression considerably. This cigarette was truly top-notch. Zhou Yang casually picked up the bottle of Mao Tai from the table and poured Bai Chong Yuan a full glass. Xiao Wei mentioned you enjoy a drink now and then. I specially arranged for this genuine bottle. Shall we chat over a few sips? Just as Zhang Fangfang moved to stop him, Bai Chong Yuan waved her off. Fill it up. He raised the glass and downed it in one gulp, coughing from the burn, yet he didn't refuse Zhou Yang's offer to pour more. At the table, Zhou Yang avoided any mention of marriage, instead steering the conversation toward Bai Chong Yuan's military service days. He'd already gleaned these details from Bai Wei. Uncle, you served in the Northwest back then. Conditions must have been pretty harsh there, right? Zhou Yang's words were filled with admiration. It was tough, but that's what made real men. Bai Chong Yuan perked up. Not like these young whippersnappers today, they can't handle a bit of hardship. Exactly. Soldiers are made of steel. Zhou Yang gave him a thumbs up. I have a buddy who served too. He told me about the army's rules when the reveille sounded. You had to be dressed and lined up within 3 minutes. Bai Chong Yuan's eyes lit up. That's nothing. Back in our day, we crawled through snow in the dead of winter when it was below 30 degrees. Our hands froze solid. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously, chiming in with occasional comments. He vividly recounted several amusing military anecdotes he'd heard, striking a chord with Bai Chong Yuan. After 3 cups of wine, Bai Chong Yuan completely let his guard down. His mouth opened wide, and he began to boast endlessly about his heroic deeds from back in the day. That year, our company was on a mission when we got caught in a blizzard. We were trapped for 3 whole days and nights. Bai Chong Yuan grew more animated as he spoke. In the end, only the squad leader and I were still able to move. We carried the wounded soldiers 50 miles through the mountains. Impressive. Zhou Yang kept toasting him, agreeing with every word, and showering him with praise, leaving Bai Chong Yuan completely intoxicated. You're a true hero, uncle. Youngsters today don't have your iron will. Of course. Our generation was made of iron. Bai Chong Yuan pounded his chest, feeling he'd found a kindred spirit. Watching from the side, Bai Wei admired Zhou Yang's skill. She knew her father well. This tactic worked like a charm on him. After 3 rounds of drinks, Bai Chong Yuan was already feeling the effects. His face flushed crimson like Guan Yu's, and his speech began to slur. Zhang Fangfang's eyes were slightly reddened. Seeing the tension ease, her heart finally settled. Xiao Yang. Bai Chong Yuan patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder, his tone softening. My daughter's been spoiled rotten since childhood. She's got a temper. You'll have to cut her some slack. Uncle, you're too kind. Xiao Wei is quite sensible, Zhou Yang quickly replied. Mind her own business, my ass. Bai Chong Yuan downed another glass. She's been willful since she was little. Whenever she wanted something, she'd throw a tantrum. Her mom and I couldn't do a thing about it. Bai Wei pouted. Dad, how could you say that about me? Still won't admit it? If you weren't so stubborn, would you have gone off to study that useless art? Bai Chong Yuan glared at his daughter. I should have stopped you from going to that art school in the first place. None of this would have happened. Dad. Bai Wei felt so wrong she was about to cry. Zhou Yang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Uncle, Xiao Wei has talent. Studying art is a good thing. The cultural industry is booming now, with bright prospects. Prospects? Bai Chong Yuan sneered. I call it neglecting proper education. She could have studied at a fine teacher's college, but instead she went off painting worthless pictures. Now look, she's dropped out altogether. Old Bai, hold your tongue. Zhang Fangfang interjected at the right moment. The child is already like this. What good does it do to say these things? Bai Chong Yuan poured another glass, downed it in one gulp, then fixed Zhou Yang with a piercing stare. Xiao Yang, if you dare let my daughter down, I'll make you pay even if it costs me my job. His words were laced with menace, dripping with threat. Zhou Yang felt a chill run down his spine. If he found out about the other woman, wouldn't he skin him alive? As he poured Bai Chong Yuan another glass, he kept making assurances. Uncle, rest assured. I'll never treat Xiao Wei unfairly. Bai Wei's eyes welled up with emotion. Her father truly cherished her above all else. Even in his fury, he was still thinking about her happiness. She reached to take the wine glass from Bai Chong Yuan's hand. Dad, please don't drink anymore. It's bad for your health. Go away, go away. Adults drinking, kids shouldn't interfere. Bai Chong Yuan waved her off, though his tone had softened considerably. Watching this scene, Bai Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. This hurdle was cleared. Though her father still wasn't entirely satisfied, at least he no longer stood firmly opposed. Chapter 95, Scumbag or True Love? Childhood friend smashes teacup in rage. The drinking continued into the evening. By dusk, Bai Chong Yuan was passed out drunk, sprawled across the table, his hand clutching Zhou Yang's tightly. My brother, my daughter, from now on. I'm counting on you. The old man's words came out in broken, slurred bursts, his face smeared with snot and tears. Zhou Yang felt both amused and exasperated, nodding repeatedly. Don't worry, big brother. Bai Wei watched the scene, both exasperated and amused. Her father was usually so stern, but when drunk, he was like a 3-year-old child. Zhang Fangfang shook her head, pulling Bai Wei into the room and closing the door before lowering her voice. Wei Wei, tell mom the truth. What are you two planning to do from now on? Bai Wei sat on the edge of the bed, her hand gently resting on her belly. I want to have the baby first, then go back to school once I'm feeling better. Who'll take care of the baby? My brother will hire a nanny. He has money. Bai Wei's tone was light. Mom, don't worry. My brother treats us really well. Zhang Fangfang nodded, then suddenly sensed something was off. Wait, what did you mean by us just now? Bai Wei's expression changed. She inwardly cursed herself for letting it slip. Me and the kids, of course. Zhang Fangfang wasn't fooled. She latched onto this detail. No, your tone clearly didn't mean that. Spill it, what's really going on? Cornered, Bai Wei had no choice but to bite the bullet and confess. Mom, there's another woman in my brother's house, more than one. Zhang Fangfang nearly gasped aloud, quickly covering her mouth. You're someone's mistress? No. Bai Wei shook her head frantically. Brother treats us all the same. There's no main wife or mistress. We get along perfectly fine. Don't worry. Zhang Fangfang felt her head buzzing. How could she possibly accept something like this? But it was too late to turn back now. If old Bai found out, wouldn't the house be turned upside down? Mom, you absolutely mustn't let Dad find out. Bai Wei clutched her mother's hand. He barely accepted brother. If he finds out about this, he'll make a huge scene. Zhang Fangfang sighed deeply and reluctantly agreed. You silly girl, how could you be so reckless? The next morning, Zhou Yang woke up with a hangover, his head still pounding. Zhang Fangfang had prepared a hearty breakfast. The table was set with millet porridge, fried eggs, pickled vegetables, and steaming hot buns. But she kept stealing glances in his direction, leaving Zhou Yang utterly baffled. Bai Chong Yuan's attitude had done a complete 180, his sudden warmth making Zhou Yang feel uneasy. Xiao Yang, try these steamed buns. My wife's cooking is second to none. The old man even pulled out his treasured chess set, insisting on dragging Zhou Yang into a game. Come on, let uncle see how you play. He was treating him like a son. Zhou Yang could only play along, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Yesterday he was threatening to beat him with a broom, today he was adopting him as his son. This change of heart was faster than a Sichuan opera performance. Around 10 in the morning, the doorbell rang. Zhang Fangfang went to answer it and returned with a young man trailing behind her. Wei Wei, look who's here. The visitor was in his early 20s, tall and slender with delicate features. He wore a neat shirt and trousers, carrying a bag of fruit. June? Bai Wei whispered, her expression shifting slightly. Wang Jun was her childhood sweetheart. Their families lived nearby, and they had grown up together. He had always harbored a secret crush on Bai Wei. Working at a local public institution with a comfortable family background, he considered himself a suitable match for her. The moment Wang Jun entered the living room, he saw Bai Wei intimately peeling an orange for Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was leaning back comfortably on the sofa, enjoying Bai Wei's attentive care. The smile on his face froze instantly. Wang Jun placed the fruit on the coffee table and forced a smile. Wei Wei, who's this? My boyfriend, Zhou Yang, Bai Wei introduced him, her tone flat. Wang Jun's expression immediately changed. He eyed Zhou Yang up and down, his words dripping with hostility. Oh? And where does this gentleman hold his position? Zhou Yang ignored him, turning to Bai Wei instead. Honey, I'd love some tea brewed by you. Sure, I'll make it right away. Bai Wei obediently agreed, turning toward the kitchen and completely ignoring Wang Jun. Left standing alone, Wang Jun's face flushed alternately red and white. Bai Chong Yuan caught the tension and cleared his throat. Jun, Wei Wei has a boyfriend now. You see. Wang Jun gritted his teeth, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Uncle, I just came to see Wei Wei. Nothing else. He turned to Zhou Yang, his gaze brimming with challenge. This Mr. Zhou looks quite a bit older, doesn't he? Wei Wei is still in school. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhou Yang glanced up at him and replied coolly, whether we're appropriate for each other isn't for outsiders to decide. Wang Jun was momentarily silenced, but he refused to back down. Wei Wei has always been innocent and easily deceived. As her friend, I have a duty to warn her about people with ulterior motives. The implication was clear, he was suggesting Zhou Yang had ulterior motives. Bai Wei emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of tea, just in time to hear those words. Her expression darkened instantly. Wang Jun, what do you mean by that? Wei Wei, I'm only looking out for you, Wang Jun said with feigned concern. You're still young and inexperienced. You're easily fooled by smooth-talking men. He pointed at Zhou Yang's designer clothes. Look at him decked out in gold and silver, obviously the type who charms his way through life. A man with real talent wouldn't flaunt himself like that. Bai Wei's hands trembled with anger. Enough! Who do you think you are to talk about my brother? Brother? Wang Jun froze, a pang of envy stinging him. Wei Wei, you're using that sappy term now? What kind of love potion did he slip you? Bai Chong Yuan frowned, his expression turning slightly displeased toward Wang Jun. Jun, hold your tongue. Uncle, don't defend him. Wang Jun grew increasingly agitated, his voice trembling. I watched Wei Wei grow up. I know her personality better than anyone. Unless this man used some trick, how could Wei Wei have changed like this? He pointed at Zhou Yang, completely tearing down the facade. What despicable tactics did you use? Did you threaten Wei Wei? Zhou Yang set down his teacup and rose slowly. The height difference became instantly apparent. Wang Jun instinctively took a step back, but still stood his ground, neck stiff with defiance. What? Getting angry because I hit the nail on the head? Zhou Yang walked up to Wang Jun, towering over him. Kid, I can understand jealousy, but I won't tolerate you slandering me like this. Who's jealous of you? Wang Jun stubbornly insisted, his face flushing red. I just can't stand scum like you. Enough. Bai Wei slammed her teacup down, the sharp crackling sound freezing everyone in place. Tea splashed everywhere, porcelain shards scattering across the floor. She stepped before Wang Jun, her voice icy cold. Wang Jun, we grew up together. I always looked up to you like an older brother. But today, your behavior has deeply disappointed me. Wei Wei. Wang Jun's voice trembled slightly. Listen to me carefully. Bai Wei cut him off, speaking slowly and deliberately. Being with Zhou Yang is my own choice. No one threatened me. No one deceived me. We love each other, and I'm already carrying his child. The last sentence hit him like a bolt from the blue. Wang Jun froze, his face turning deathly pale. What did you say? Chapter 96, not only pushing hard, but standing up to kick. Pregnant? Wang Jun's voice cracked as he stared fixedly at Bai Wei's belly. He looked as if struck by lightning, his face drained of color. Wei Wei, you're joking, right? Bai Chongyuan cleared his throat twice. Though he felt utterly humiliated, he steeled himself to speak. Jun, it's true. Wang Jun's eyes turned red. Zhou Yang, seemingly unsatisfied with the shock value, wrapped his arm around Bai Wei's shoulder. Exactly. That's why I'm accompanying her back to rest and prepare for the baby. He paused, then delivered the final blow. We've been living together for quite some time now. There's a villa in Yangchang we bought for 30 million. It's not huge, but the location is prime. Uncle and auntie can come anytime to help take care of Xiao Wei. With that, he stroked Bai Wei's belly in front of everyone. Bai Wei's face flushed crimson, but she didn't pull away. 30 million yuan. Wang Jun was utterly dumbfounded. The combined earnings of his entire life wouldn't even cover the cost of one of their bathrooms. He looked at Zhou Yang's appearance, then at Bai Wei's blissful expression, and thought about his own pitiful income. Wah-ha-ha! Wang Jun suddenly burst into tears like a child, then stormed out the door like a madman. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Bai Chongyuan and Zhang Fangfang exchanged glances, feeling strangely satisfied. After all, Wang Jun's parents had constantly flaunted their son's iron rice bowl in front of them. Now look at that, what good is a secure job? Bai Wei tugged lightly at Zhou Yang's sleeve and whispered, Brother, wasn't that a bit too harsh? Zhou Yang tickled her nose. If I don't teach him a lesson he'll never forget, he'll just keep bothering you. This way, it's a permanent solution. Bai Chongyuan slapped his thigh at this. Right. Xiao Yang did the right thing. That toad needs to be taught a lesson. After this incident, the Bai family elders were thoroughly convinced. Any lingering resentment vanished into thin air. In the evening, Zhou Yang accompanied Bai Wei on a stroll through the neighborhood. The autumn breeze carried a chill. Bai Wei wore a white dress, her arm linked through Zhou Yang's. Little Wei, is this your boyfriend? Grandma's son, walking her dog, stopped and looked them over. Yes, Grandma's Sunday. What a fine young man. Much better than that Wang boy. The old lady made no effort to hide her admiration. Zhou Yang felt a surge of pride, politely thanking her. What line of work are you in, young man? I run a small company. Small company? Granny's son chuckled. Driving such a fine car and dressed so smartly, and you call it a small company? You're just being modest. Zhou Yang knew the old lady was trying to pry, but he just smiled and didn't respond. Bai Wei quickly changed the subject. Grandma's son, your dog is so adorable. The old lady's attention was successfully diverted, and she began chattering about her pet dog. Zhou Yang seized the moment and pulled Bai Wei away. These old ladies sure are nosy. They've got nothing better to do than meddle in other people's business, Bai Wei chuckled. As they reached the neighborhood garden, the crowd thinned considerably. Bai Wei suddenly stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Brother, thank you. Bai Wei batted her eyelashes. Thanks for coming back with me and helping me deal with Wang Jun. Zhou Yang grinned mischievously. I just saved your face big time. You know how to show your appreciation tonight, right? Bai Wei blushed, fidgeting as she whispered, keep your voice down. My parents might hear. No problem, just keep it quiet. Zhou Yang extended his right hand, hooking his index and middle fingers together. Xiao Wei, see how nimble my fingers are? Brother! We're outside. Don't say such embarrassing things. Bai Wei pouted playfully, though a flicker of anticipation flickered in her heart. Zhou Yang burst into laughter. This little vixen's bashful expression was truly amusing. Just as they were playfully bantering, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. Wang Jun had appeared in the middle of the path at some point, his eyes swollen like peaches. Clearly he'd been crying. Bai Wei frowned. What do you want now? Zhou Yang pulled Bai Wei behind him, narrowing his eyes. Something else? Wang Jun stared at Bai Wei's pure, innocent face, a face so delicate he wouldn't dare touch it even in his dreams. He took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yang, from now on, treat Wei Wei better. And don't be too rough. Zhou Yang froze. He had assumed Wang Jun still wasn't ready to give up, but never expected him to say something like this. Such impulsive behavior filled Zhou Yang with contempt. None of your business, Zhou Yang retorted bluntly. And I won't just push, I'll stand up and kick. Wang Jun trembled with rage and stormed off. Bai Wei pouted. Brother, what are you saying? Zhou Yang pulled her closer and smiled. I was just teasing him. Of course, I'll treat you well. The two continued their stroll, reaching the neighborhood fountain. The setting sun cast its glow on the fountain, making the water sparkle. Brother, look at that. Bai Wei pointed to the sculpture at the fountain's center, a pair of embracing lovers. Pretty romantic. I used to play here all the time when I was little. Back then, I'd think to myself, when I grow up, I'll find someone who loves me and we'll kiss here. Without a word, Zhou Yang pulled Bai Wei close and pressed his lips to her cherry-red mouth. After a long moment, they pulled apart. Bai Wei's face flushed as red as an apple, her breath coming in gasps. My wish has come true. Brother, do you think our baby will be a boy or a girl? Whether it's a boy or a girl, they'll be adorable just like you. Zhou Yang stroked her hair. I hope it's a boy, handsome like you. Then we'll have more boys like me, girls like you. Nice try. Bai Wei playfully punched him. I'm not a sow, you know. Who said you were a pig? You're my most precious little princess. Bai Wei felt her heart bubble over with sweetness. Being cherished like this felt utterly blissful. Brother, do you think we'll always be together? Zhou Yang paused, then smiled. Of course. I'll always cherish you, day and night. Bai Wei stamped her foot playfully, clinging tighter to Zhou Yang's arm. Night fell, and the streetlights came on. The two walked home, snuggled close together. Not far away, hidden behind a tree, Wang Jun silently watched the scene unfold. His heart was filled with bitterness and resentment. He bit down hard on his finger, fighting back the tears. Chapter 97, Triumphant Return tonight must be shared equally. The moment they entered the Bai household, the clatter of chopping vegetables echoed from the kitchen. Mom, we're home. Bai Wei wrapped her arm around Zhou Yang's, her voice sweet and syrupy. Zhang Fangfang wiped her hands on her apron and peeked out from the kitchen. Glad you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Her words were reassuring, but her gaze lingered briefly on Zhou Yang before quickly shifting away. A chill ran down Zhou Yang's neck. He leaned close to Bai Wei's ear. What's with your mom? That look gave me the creeps. Bai Wei blinked innocently. Really? Maybe she just thinks you're handsome. Zhou Yang pursed his lips and didn't press further. At the dinner table, Bai Yuan was unusually enthusiastic, constantly serving Zhou Yang dishes. Xiao Yang, try this fish, it's your aunt's specialty. Eat up. Thanks, uncle. Zhou Yang smiled as he accepted the serving, but Zhang Fangfang's subtle glances kept landing on him, making the meal feel a bit indigestible. Finally, Zhang Fangfang set down her chopsticks. Xiao Yang, your family knows about Wei Wei's pregnancy, right? Just as Zhou Yan lifted a piece of fish with his chopsticks, the words froze them mid-air. His heart skipped a beat. He calmly placed the fish into his mouth, swallowed it deliberately, and only then spoke. They know. They're thrilled. They've been looking forward to holding a grandchild for ages. Oh? And what's their attitude toward our Wei Wei? Zhang Fangfang pressed, her eyes fixed intently on him. My parents adore her. They've treated her like their own daughter for ages. Zhou Yang remained impassive. That's good. That's good. Zhang Fangfang nodded and picked up her chopsticks again. After dinner, Bai Yuan got the urge to play chess and insisted on dragging Zhou Yang into a game. Bai Wei was called into the kitchen by Zhang Fangfang to wash the dishes. The sound of running water drowned out their conversation. Checkmate. You lose, Bai Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, realizing his king was trapped by the opponent's rook with no escape. Uncle, your skill is exceptional. I concede. Zhou Yang chuckled awkwardly as he conceded defeat. That night, Bai Yuan and his wife retired to their room. Before leaving, Bai Yuan deliberately added, You young folks take it easy, finally letting go of his worries. The moment the door closed, Zhou Yang immediately locked it from the inside, then spun around and pulled Bai Wei close. Tell me, what was up with your mom today? She kept staring at me like I owed her money. Bai Wei bit her lower lip, twisting the hem of her nightgown with her fingers, unable to lift her gaze. Brother, please don't be angry. Speak. Zhou Yang pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. Bai Wei stuck out her tongue, looking guilty as sin. It's just, yesterday my mom kept asking me questions, and I accidentally let it slip. I told her you have sisters at home. You. Zhou Yang laughed in exasperation, pinching her soft cheek. You little minx, you call that an accident? I think you did it on purpose, just to watch the show, didn't you? Instead of backing away, Bai Wei leaned in closer. Her large, watery eyes gazed at him seductively, her voice soft and sweet. So, big bro, how do you plan to punish me? Whatever it is, I'm ready for it. This little vixen. Zhou Yang felt a surge of heat rise from his lower abdomen. Without a word, he scooped Bai Wei up and tossed her onto the plush bed. Brother, be gentle, my parents are right next door. Bai Wei giggled, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang lowered his body, his voice hoarse. Then it's up to you. 2 hours later. Zhou Yang leaned against the headboard, entering his post-coital state, savoring Bai Wei's utterly seductive service moments ago. Bai Wei lay panting, her sweat-drenched body pressed against Zhou Yang's chest. Brother, about my mom, aren't you worried at all? What's there to worry about? As long as your dad doesn't find out. Mom promised me she wouldn't tell dad. Bai Wei whispered, but she still worries I'll be mistreated out here. Zhou Yang chuckled. As if I'd dare? I still remember that broomstick of yours. Bai Wei chuckled and snuggled closer into his embrace. I knew it, my brother loves me the most. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang packed his bags. Today he was returning to Guangzhou, while Bai Wei would stay home for the time being to keep her parents company. At the dinner table, Bai Chongyuan continued to give his son advice. Xiao Yang, be careful on the road. Come back and visit often when you have time. I will, uncle. Zheng Fangfang said little, only handing him a thermos before he left. Drink up on the road. Take care. Zhou Yang knew that be careful carried a double meaning. He pulled yesterday's card from his pocket and slipped it into Bai Chongyuan's hand. Uncle, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Unable to refuse, Bai Chongyuan finally accepted it. Alright, I'll hold on to it for my grandson. As he was leaving, Zhou Yang slipped another card into Bai Wei's hand. This is for living expenses. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back. Thank you, brother, Bai Wei said with a sweet smile. At the airport, Bai Wei clung tightly to Zhou Yang, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, come back to see me soon. I know. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. Take care of yourself. Even after Zhou Yang's figure disappeared through the security gate, Bai Wei remained standing in place. After landing, Zhou Yang exited the airport and hailed a taxi straight to the villa. Opening the door, he found Su Zhixia and Liu Yufei sitting in the living room. Seeing only him return, both visibly relaxed. Liu Yufei was the first to rush over, taking his suitcase and helping him off his coat. Honey, you must be exhausted. Want to take a shower first? Zhou Yang smiled and ruffled her hair. No rush. Let's sit for a bit first. Su Zhixia adjusted her glasses and pulled out a stack of documents. These are the contracts that piled up over the past few days. Please review and sign them. Also, Sumei has a new endorsement deal, and the client specifically requested to discuss it with you. Zhou Yang flipped through the papers and signed his name. We'll handle the endorsement tomorrow. Today is your day off. Su Zhixia hesitated, then couldn't resist asking. Has everything been resolved with Xiao Wei? Zhou Yang briefly recounted the sequence of events. After listening, Liu Yufei curled her lips and spoke with a sour tone. That little sure knows how to put on a show playing innocent and pitiful, but she's more seductive than anyone. Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms and gave her firm, pert buttocks a playful slap. What's that? Smell of jealousy in the air? Who's jealous? Not me. Liu Yufei retorted stubbornly. Su Zhixia cleared her throat lightly, reminding the pair to pay attention. Zhou Yang laughed heartily and stood up. Alright, to celebrate my triumphant return, I'll cook dinner tonight. I'll whip up a feast for you both as compensation. Liu Yufei's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want braised pork belly. Su Zhixia also flashed a rare smile. I'd like steamed fish. No problem, I'll make sure you all get what you want. Zhou Yang rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the kitchen. I'll spend quality time with you both over the next few days to make up for my absence. How exactly do you plan to make it up to us? Liu Yufei wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's waist from behind, her breath tickling his ear. Zhou Yang spun around and swept her up in his arms. What's the rush? Tonight, you'll have plenty of time to find out exactly how I make it up to you. Chapter 98, Core Talent? No, it's the one I've set my sights on. Zhou Yang crawled out of bed and stretched lazily. Last night, he'd thoroughly exhausted Liu Yufei. Her figure had become even more voluptuous since her pregnancy, offering Zhou Yang a different kind of pleasure. Honey, you're awake? Liu Yufei rubbed her eyes, her voice thick with sleepiness. Zhou Yang pinched her cheek affectionately. Sleep a little longer. I'll head to the office first. Liu Yufei nodded and burrowed back under the covers. Downstairs, Su Zhixia was already dressed and waiting. Zhou Yang wolfed down his breakfast in a few bites and grabbed his car keys. Let's go. In the car, Su Zhixia suddenly spoke up. Next time you two do this, could you please not drag me into it? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It adds some spice, doesn't it? Fun for you, maybe. I was dying of embarrassment. Su Zhixia shot him a glare. Zhou Yang froze, then burst into laughter. Jixia, you sound like a bitter old woman. Get lost. Su Jixia flushed and turned her gaze out the window. At the office, Zhou Yang finished his tasks. During his midday stretch, he noticed Lin Shi still sitting at her desk. All the other colleagues had gone to lunch, but she was still staring at her computer screen, browsing rental websites. Zhou Yang walked closer and saw nothing but old, run-down apartments in remote areas. Was this girl trying to become a fringe dweller? Zhou Yang stroked his chin, his mind already spinning with ideas. He studied Lin Shi's profile and an idea took shape in his mind. That afternoon, he called Su Jixia over. Jixia, does the company offer employee housing benefits? Su Jixia saw right through his intentions and replied, no, we don't have that policy. After a pause, she added, but you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. After speaking, she shot Zhou Yang a look that said, here we go again, huh? Zhou Yang smiled. Then we'll issue a notice under HR's name. It'll state that to incentivize core employees, the company will provide select premium apartments as employee housing. Eligible candidates may apply. Got it. I understand your thinking. Su Jixia turned and left. Half an hour later, Lin Shi was summoned into the office. Sit. Zhou Yang gestured to the chair across from him. Lin Shi sat down, her back straight as an arrow. What brings you here, Mr. Zhou? Your last proposal was excellent. I've decided to designate you as a core candidate for promotion. Lin Shi froze. This promotion came way too fast, didn't it? Me? I'm just a newcomer. I don't deserve this kind of treatment. Zhou Yang shook his head, his expression turning serious. This is part of the company's talent investment strategy. Retaining promising talent is my top priority as the boss. It's purely business. He pulled a set of keys from his desk drawer and placed them on the table. The company has an unfurnished apartment in Garden District that's currently vacant. You can move in for now. The rent will be deducted symbolically from your salary once you're officially hired. Lin Shi stared at the keys but didn't reach out. What's the matter? Not interested? Mr. Zhou, this is too valuable. I'm worried. What are you worried about? Zhou Yang cut her off. I told you, this is strictly business. Do you think I have any improper intentions toward you? Lin Shi flushed. That's not what I meant. Then take it. Zhou Yang pushed the keys toward her. Don't overthink it. Lin Shi hesitated before finally taking the keys, but still said, I need to sign a formal lease agreement with the company. No problem. Zhou Yang pressed the intercom button. Jixia, prepare a standard lease agreement. Soon, Su Jixia entered with the contract in hand. After carefully reviewing it, Lin Shi noticed the rent was significantly below market rates, which finally put her mind at ease. The afternoon passed quickly. At quitting time, Zhou Yang offered, I'm heading that way. I can drop you off to see the apartment. Lin Shi hesitated to decline, but considering her unfamiliarity with the area, she nodded in agreement. In the car, Zhou Yang only discussed work and company development. The company has big plans for the next quarter. Your planning skills will come in handy then. I'll do my best. Lin Shi hesitated, then couldn't help asking, Mr. Zhou, isn't Secretary Su coming with you? Zhou Yang paused, surprised by the question. She has matters to attend to with manager Lin. Lin Shi nodded, and the car fell silent. Upon arriving at Building A of Garden Community, Zhou Yang led Lin Shi upstairs and opened the door. The apartment featured 3 bedrooms and a living room, decorated in a modern minimalist style with all appliances included. Lin Shi stood in the living room, gazing at the night view outside the window, her expression still cool and detached. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang handed her the keys. Get some rest. I can help you move tomorrow. No need. I can manage on my own. I don't want to trouble you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang nodded. Alright, call anytime if you need anything. With that, he turned and left. After closing the door, Lin Shi stood in the empty living room, her expression finally shifting. She walked to the balcony and saw Zhou Yang's car still parked below, not having driven away. What exactly is Zhou Yang up to? She immediately began inspecting every corner of the house. Lifting sofa cushions, peering into lampshades, even dismantling the air conditioning vents, terrified there might be hidden cameras. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, she finally felt slightly relieved. Lin Shi pulled out her phone and called her best friend. Judja, guess where I'm staying? The dorm, of course. Where else? I moved out. The company arranged an apartment for me. Ha! That's awesome. Which company? The entertainment company I interviewed with last time. Wait, your boss isn't hitting on you, is he? Lin Shi frowned. Don't be ridiculous. He's a proper boss, and I think he already has a girlfriend. Be careful. Men are all scoundrels. I know. I signed a contract. I'm not staying here for free. After hanging up, Lin Shi started worrying. How am I supposed to move tomorrow? Her belongings weren't numerous, but the distance from her old place to here was considerable. Taking a taxi was too expensive, and public transportation was too much of a hassle. Just as she was pondering, her phone rang an unknown number. Hello? Is this Lin Shi? This is Xiaoli, the company driver. Mr. Zhou asked me to pick you up tomorrow for your move. What time would be convenient for you? Lin Shi paused. No need, I can manage on my own. Mr. Zhou specifically instructed me. He said you're a key talent at the company, so this small matter must be properly arranged. Rest assured, I'll be the only one coming. No one else will be there. Lin Shi bit her lip and said. Then I'll trouble you. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, please. After hanging up, Lin Shi fell deep in thought. This Zhou Yang, while claiming to respect her decision on the surface, he'd secretly made arrangements behind her back. Still, having someone help would be quite convenient. She walked into the bedroom and looked at the clean, tidy bed, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion. For the past few months, she'd been living in a cramped shared room with 5 others to save money, without even a proper bed. Suddenly having such a nice place to stay felt a bit unreal. Lin Shi lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. She wasn't stupid, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Yang must have his reasons for doing this. But for now, he was acting like a gentleman, not overstepping any boundaries. I'll take it one step at a time, Lin Shi murmured to herself. Worst case, I'll move out immediately. Zhou Yang didn't head straight back. Instead, he rang Wang Hui's doorbell. It had been quite a while since he'd visited, and he found himself strangely missing her. The door opened quickly, revealing Wang Hui's curvaceous figure. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Sis Wei, did you miss me? Chapter 99. Be a good girl, help you first, then deal with him. Xiao Yang, why didn't you say you were coming? Wang Hui opened the door, a look of surprise and delight flashing across her face. Zhou Yang slipped on slippers and stepped inside. Wang Hui wore a loose dress with her hair casually tied back. Her relaxed, at-home look put him in a good mood. Just finished settling in a new employee upstairs. Thought I'd swing by to see how you two are doing. A female employee, right? Wang Hui closed the door, her tone tinged with amusement. Zhou Yang smiled. Sis Wei, you're sharp. When did you start being so nice to guys? Wang Hui shot him a look. Zhou Yang chuckled without denying it. The sound of writing came from the living room. Xiaoyu was bent over the coffee table doing homework, while Xiaoyu drew pictures beside her. Washed apple slices lay on the coffee table, along with a half-full cup of warm water. Uncle Yang. Xiaoyu looked up and called out happily. Hi, Uncle. Xiaoyu set down his crayons and ran over to hug Zhou Yang's legs. Zhou Yang ruffled both children's hair. Finished your homework yet? Almost done. Mom said we can eat apples once we finish, Xiaoyu replied obediently. Then hurry up and finish. Uncle will check it later. The two returned to their seats, and Zhou Yang took the chance to wrap his arms around Wang Hui from behind. He breathed in the faint scent of laundry detergent on her skin, his hands gently caressing her waist. Stop it, the kids are home, Wang Hui murmured softly, but she didn't push him away. Zhou Yang placed his hand on Wang Hui's lower abdomen, stroking it gently. Hui, is anything bothering you? Wang Hui flushed slightly. No, I'm fine. Zhou Yang nodded. Having given birth to 2 children, Wang Hui's body had adapted to pregnancy and didn't experience significant discomfort. Haven't you eaten yet? I'll make you some noodles. Wang Hui wriggled free from Zhou Yang's embrace and headed toward the kitchen. Zhou Yang sat down on the sofa and teased, how could noodles be as delicious as you? You're so naughty. Wang Hui turned back with a playful pout. She bustled about in the kitchen. The water in the pot soon came to a boil, and the sound of noodles hitting the water echoed. Zhou Yang pulled out a cigarette, about to light it, when he suddenly noticed a cigarette butt in the ashtray on the coffee table. Zhou Yang frowned. Sis Wei, did anyone come over today? Wang Hui paused in her movements, her voice tinged with tension. It was my ex-husband. He somehow found out I moved. Zhou Yang's expression darkened instantly. What did he want? He came demanding money, saying he owed gambling debts. Wang Hui's voice trembled slightly. If I'd known it was him, I wouldn't have opened the door. Did you give him any? No. Wang Hui denied immediately. I didn't give him a single penny. And I told him we divorced long ago, his affairs have nothing to do with me. Zhou Yang nodded, inwardly cursing Wang Hui's ex-husband for his shamelessness. Divorced for so long, yet he still harasses his ex-wife for money. What a loser. Next time he comes, don't open the door. I'll handle it. Zhou Yang's tone was calm, but Wang Hui detected the underlying chill. Wang Hui nodded gently, trusting Zhou Yang could handle the situation. The noodles were soon cooked, and Wang Hui brought them to Zhou Yang. The steaming egg noodles filled the air with a delicious aroma, topped with a few leaves of green vegetables. Careful, it's hot, Wang Hui said thoughtfully as she handed him the chopsticks. As Zhou Yang ate, his mind lingered on the cigarette butt incident. The fact that Wang Hui's ex-husband dared to show up meant he already knew her new address. This man had abandoned his wife and child back then, and now he was demanding money, utterly shameless. Mom, I finished my homework. Xiaoyu held up her notebook. Me too. Xiaoyu ran over. Wang Hui checked their work and praised them, very good. You can have an apple now. The two children happily grabbed apple slices and sat on the sofa to watch TV. Zhou Yang set down his bowl and chopsticks, his mood gradually calming. Come sit here, Wei. Zhou Yang patted the spot beside him. Wang Hui sat down, and Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around her shoulders. The kids are home. Wang Hui whispered, her tone tinged with obvious anticipation. Zhou Yang glanced at the two children engrossed in the TV, then picked Wang Hui up and headed toward the bedroom. Hey, put me down. Wang Hui struggled half-heartedly. Xiaoyu, you two stay in the living room and watch TV. Uncle and Mom need to talk for a bit. Zhou Yang closed the bedroom door and locked it. The moment the door closed, Wang Hui threw her arms around Zhou Yang's neck and kissed him. Not seeing Zhou Yang for so long had made her miss him terribly. After becoming pregnant, a woman's emotional needs intensify, and Wang Hui was no exception. Missed me? Zhou Yang gently stroked Wang Hui's long hair. Wang Hui nodded. Zhou Yang gently laid her on the bed. Her eyes glistened with moisture, making her look utterly captivating. An hour later, Zhou Yang gazed at the woman in his arms, a surge of protective instinct welling up inside him. Though Wang Hui was a few years older than him, she always seemed so gentle and dependent around him, giving him a profound sense of fulfillment as a man. I should go. I have things to attend to, Zhou Yang said, glancing at the time. Wang Hui clung to him reluctantly. Leaving already? If I don't leave now, the kids will start to suspect something, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Wang Hui smoothed her clothes and gently adjusted Zhou Yang's collar. Opening the bedroom door, he saw Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu still watching TV. Seeing them emerge, Xiaoyu innocently asked, Mom, what were you two talking about for so long? Uncle was teaching Mom about work, Wang Hui explained, her face flushing. Zhou Yang ruffled both children's hair. Uncle has to go now. You two listen to your mom. Bye, Uncle. The children waved goodbye. Wang Hui walked Zhou Yang to the door, reluctant to part. Remember what I said. If your ex-husband bothers you again, you must tell me, Zhou Yang urged earnestly. I know. Wang Hui nodded. You take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself. Zhou Yang kissed her cheek. Stay home and wait for me. I'll come see you whenever I can. Watching Zhou Yang step into the elevator, Wang Hui lingered until the doors closed before reluctantly returning to her room. Downstairs, Zhou Yang drove away, his mind still on what had just happened. Wang Hui's ex-husband was a potential threat that needed to be dealt with swiftly. When it came to matters involving his woman, Zhou Yang was notoriously petty. Chapter 100, getting you inside is just the beginning. The next morning, Zhou Yang reclined in his executive chair, savoring Chen Xian's massage. Her slender fingers kneaded his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Brother Zhou. That Li Xiaoting's livestream viewership is almost catching up to mine. Chen Xian's voice carried a hint of jealousy as her hands pressed a little harder. Zhou Yang kept his eyes closed, inwardly chuckling. This girl finally felt threatened. Isn't that perfect? She'll become the company's new top streamer, and you can focus on your pregnancy. Chen Xian paused, considering the logic. Being a streamer paid well, but it was ultimately a youth-dependent career. After pregnancy, her figure would change, and viewers would inevitably drift away. Better to step back from the spotlight early and focus on being Zhou Yang's woman. She knew the difference between being a streamer and becoming a wealthy wife. Brother Zhou, does this mean I can move into your place now? Chen Xian's voice brimmed with anticipation as she wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck. Of course. Zhou Yang opened his eyes, gazing at her delicate little face. Chen Xian happily planted a kiss on his cheek. Brother Zhou, don't worry. I'll definitely give you a healthy baby. She touched her still flat stomach, her face glowing with anticipation. Ring ring ring. The phone rang urgently. Zhou Yang glanced at the screen. It was Wang Hui calling. Hello? Xiao Yang. Hurry over. He's back. He's banging on the door. I'm so scared. Wang Hui's panicked voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the sound of banging on the door and angry shouts in the background. Zhou Yang sprang to his feet, his expression darkening instantly. Don't be afraid. Lock the door, hide in your room. I'll be right there. He hung up, grabbed his car keys, and rushed out. I'm heading out. Chen Xian had never seen Zhou Yang look so cold before. Her instincts told her this was serious. Brother Zhou, be careful. She obediently refrained from asking more questions. Zhou Yang nodded and strode out of the office. In the elevator, his fists clenched so hard they cracked. That good-for-nothing ex-husband of Wang Hui harassing her time and again. Did he really think Zhou Yang was someone to be pushed around? This time, he'd put an end to this nuisance once and for all. All the way there, Zhou Yang floored the accelerator, pushing the speed to 120. Upon arriving at Garden Community, he heard loud banging on Wang Hui's door the moment he stepped out of the elevator. Wang Hui, you filthy. Got money to keep your sugar daddy but none for me? Open the door now. I know you moved here. Stop playing dead. A gaunt, disheveled man was furiously kicking the door, spewing a torrent of profanities. His face was covered in stubble, his hair greasy, his clothes wrinkled and crumpled, reeking of smoke and alcohol. This was Wang Hui's ex-husband, Zhang Weijun. Zhou Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and deliberately tiptoed forward. He pulled out his phone and adjusted the angle toward the hallway security camera. His movements were casual, ensuring a clearer shot. "Hey, looking for someone?" Zhou Yang's voice was calm, even tinged with amusement. Zhang Weijun turned around, his eyes filled with envy at the sight of Zhou Yang dressed in designer clothes. "You're that pretty boy, huh?" Zhang Weijun pointed at Zhou Yang arrogantly. "You're just in time. Tell that to hand over the money." Seeing Zhou Yang reach for his phone, he assumed he was about to call the cops, which only made him more brazen. "What? Trying to call the cops? This is a domestic matter, the police won't do anything." He waved his fist, a cold smile on his face. "I want my money. If you don't pay up, I'll smash this door to pieces." Zhou Yang chuckled softly and slipped his phone back into his pocket. He deliberately adopted a contemptuous tone. "What family matter? You two have been divorced for years. Relying on a woman to pay off your gambling debts? You call yourself a man? Useless." He emphasized the last two words with particular venom. Zhang Weijun was utterly enraged, veins bulging on his face. "I'll kill you, you pretty boy," he roared, swinging his fist straight at Zhou Yang's face. Zhou Yang was ready for it. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the punch. Simultaneously, his foot shot out, tripping Zhang Weijun lightly at the ankle. Zhang Weijun lunged forward, his momentum carrying him forward. Zhou Yang's foot tripped him again, sending him tumbling headfirst onto the ground like a dog eating. "Ah!" He let out a wail as his forehead slammed into the ground, immediately breaking the skin and drawing blood. "Damn it!" Zhang Weijun scrambled to his feet, enraged and humiliated. He grabbed a fire extinguisher from the hallway, ready to smash it into Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang reacted with lightning speed, lunging forward and executing a reverse wrist lock, pinning Zhang Weijun firmly to the floor. "Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Let me go!" Trapped and unable to move, Zhang Weijun could only scream in impotent rage. The commotion alerted the entire building. Property security rushed over, and several neighbors peered out to see what was happening. What they saw was Zhang Weijun pinned to the ground by Zhou Yang. "What's going on? What happened here?" Security guard Xiao Wang asked nervously. "This guy was smashing doors and harassing residents. He even attacked me with a fire extinguisher just now." Zhou Yang's tone was calm, but the pressure on his hands didn't ease at all. Neighbors began pointing and whispering among themselves. Hearing the neighbors' murmurs, Zhang Weijun grew even more enraged. He started throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground and shouting. "He's assaulting me. He's bullying people because he's rich. I just came to see my own child, what's wrong with that? He attacked me the moment he saw me, you all saw it. Everyone, bear witness. This rich man is bullying me." Zhang Weijun's voice was wretchedly pitiful, his acting quite convincing. Without knowing the full story, it would be easy to be fooled by him. At that moment, Wang Hui trembled as she opened the door. Her face was pale, tear stains still visible in her eyes, clearly she'd been terrified. Seeing Zhou Yang subdue Zhang Weijun, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yang nodded reassuringly at her, signaling her not to be afraid. Then he addressed the security guard. "Please call the police. Someone here is causing trouble and attempting to harm others. There are surveillance cameras in the hallway. Everything is clearly recorded." Security guard Xiao Wang immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie. Security desk. This is Xiao Wang. There's a disturbance on the 17th floor. Please dispatch police immediately." "Copy that. Handling it immediately." 10 minutes later, 2 police officers arrived at the scene. The moment Zhang Weijun saw the police, his demeanor changed completely. Pointing to the wound on his forehead, he began wailing tearfully. "Officers, you're just in time. This man is my ex-wife's lover. They won't let me see my child. I just wanted to see my own son, but he beat me up without any reason. Look, he even split my head open, it's bleeding everywhere." Zhang Weijun acted with such emotion and conviction, looking every bit the victim. What's wrong with a father wanting to see his child? Just because they have money, does that make them above the law? Can they just beat people up whenever they want? The young officer examined the wound on Zhang Weijun's head, then looked at Zhou Yang. "Sir, please explain the situation." Zhou Yang remained calm and released his hold on Zhang Weijun. "Officer, he's been banging on the door and threatening the homeowner. We have neighbors who can testify." He pointed to the hallway security camera. "And there's surveillance footage here. He attacked me first. I was acting in self-defense." Encouraged by Zhou Yang, Wang Hui also gathered her courage and stepped forward. "Officer, he wasn't here to see the child, he came to demand money. We've been divorced for years. He's racked up huge gambling debts and now he's come after me for money. The child is at school, not at home. He knows that." Wang Hui's voice trembled slightly, but she spoke clearly. "Both my child and I are terrified of him. Every time he comes, he smashes the door and yells. The neighbors all know. Several neighbors nearby nodded in agreement. Yeah. This guy's always causing trouble. Wang Hui is a good person. That man is a scoundrel. The senior officer listened to everyone's accounts and carefully surveyed the scene. Since there's surveillance, let's retrieve the footage and take a look. The group proceeded to the property management surveillance room. The security guard on duty pulled up the footage from half an hour earlier. The footage clearly captured the entire incident. Zhang Weijun violently kicked the door and hurled insults. When Zhou Yang stepped forward to intervene, Zhang first threw punches, then raised a fire extinguisher as if to strike someone. Everything was captured clearly, leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Weijun's face drained of color as he watched the footage. He hadn't expected his entire performance to be recorded. The evidence is irrefutable, the senior officer said sternly. Disturbing the peace, intentional destruction of property, and attempted assault. He immediately produced handcuffs and secured them around Zhang Weijun's wrists. Come with us. Neighbors watching the scene all wore expressions of satisfaction. Just as the officers were about to take Zhang Weijun away, Zhou Yang offered a kind reminder. Officer, I hear this man owes a lot of gambling debts, has been borrowing money everywhere, and is now at the end of his rope. His tone was sincere, like that of a concerned citizen. A man like this would do anything for money. You might want to check if he's involved in other activities like online extortion? Chapter 101, kissing goodbye to the passionate widow, then running into his attractive subordinate. The older officer looked startled, sizing up Zhou Yang from head to toe. This young man looked quite ordinary. Why was he so sensitive about this kind of thing? Still, he nodded and jotted down the information. Alright, we'll look into it. Back at the station, Zhang Weijun was still stubbornly denying everything. I just have a bad temper. What's wrong with wanting some living expenses? She was my ex-wife. He figured he'd get detained for 3 to 5 days at most, then figure out another way to make money once he got out. But he never imagined they'd actually follow up on Zhou Yang's lead. This investigation uncovered a major problem. Zhang Weijun had over a dozen online loans under his name, all high-interest loans with principal and interest totaling nearly 1 million yuan. His phone was even worse, filled with gambling apps, and the transaction records were shocking. When the tech department dug up his chat logs, they blew their tops on the spot. Damn it, this guy's a con artist. His phone was crammed with dense pages of scam scripts. Hello, sir. I'm your grandson's classmate. He's been in a car accident and urgently needs medical expenses. Ma'am, your package has been detained for suspected contraband. We need your cooperation for an investigation. Sir, congratulations on winning the lottery. Just pay a small processing fee. Every trick in the book, complete with punctuation. Even more outrageous, his phone stored over 1,000 pieces of personal information. ID numbers, home addresses, bank account numbers, you name it. The investigating officer couldn't help but laugh on the spot. Wow, he really walked right into it. The nature of the case changed instantly. What started as a civil dispute escalated into a telecommunications fraud case and a gang operation at that. Zhang Weijun was dumbfounded. No, comrades, I just came to collect money. I didn't do anything. He waved his hands frantically, as if trying to shake his head off. But the evidence was right there. What good was any excuse? He was detained on the spot, facing years behind bars. Zhang Weijun felt like crying, wishing he'd never bothered Wang Hui in the first place. The police would never have noticed a small fry like him, but he'd gone and walked right into trouble. When Zhou Yang received the police call, he nearly laughed out loud. Mr. Zhou, thanks to your tip, we wouldn't have caught this lead otherwise. The investigating officer sounded ecstatic over the phone. We traced his suppliers and arrested over a dozen people, cracking several cases. Zhou Yang humbly replied, just luck, just luck. But inside, he was overjoyed. A casual remark had solved a major problem. His luck was unmatched. When Wang Hui heard the news, she froze in disbelief. Is that true? He was arrested? Her voice trembled with disbelief. At least 3 years. Could be longer. Zhou Yang leaned back on the sofa, his tone surprisingly calm. Wang Hui's eyes instantly welled up, not with sadness, but with joy so overwhelming it brought tears to her eyes. The gloom that had hung over her for so long vanished, leaving her feeling light and free. She threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. Xiao Yang, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Zhou Yang patted her back. It's all over now. He won't bother you two anymore. Wang Hui lifted her head, her eyes brimming with admiration. This man, a few years her junior, not only provided her with a stable life but could also handle any trouble that came her way. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang and kissed him on the lips. This kiss was different from usual, filled with gratitude and deep affection. Feeling Wang Hui's passion, Zhou Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Lost in passion, they kissed in the living room. Only the sound of a child's voice in the hallway made them pull apart in haste. Mom, we're home. Xiaoyu bounded through the door, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Zhou Yang. Uncle's here again. Xiaoyu followed behind, greeting him politely. Hello, uncle. Seeing the children's innocent smiles lifted Zhou Yang's spirits even more. After spending some time with them, the sky grew dark. Zhou Yang rose to take his leave. I'll be heading out now. Get some rest early. Wang Hui reluctantly saw him to the door. Be careful on your way home. Come again tomorrow, if you have time. Zhou Yang pinched her cheek. Wait for me, okay? Stepping outside, Zhou Yang felt elated, humming a tune as he entered the elevator. Just as he reached the lobby, he bumped into Lin Shi, who was carrying groceries. Lin Shi visibly startled for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence. Her tone was polite, but Zhou Yang caught a flicker of confusion in her eyes. It is quite a coincidence. Just back from grocery shopping? Zhou Yang glanced at the vegetables in her hands. Greens, carrots, and a few eggs. Looks like she's preparing to cook. Lin Shi nodded and asked casually. Do you live here too, Mr. Zhou? Or do you have friends here? Zhou Yang remained impassive. A business partner lives in this building. I came over to discuss some matters. He watched Lin Shi's reaction, gauging whether she believed him. Lin Shi murmured, oh, and didn't press further. But she had her suspicions. Business talks at this hour? In a residential area? And judging by Zhou Yang's relaxed and cheerful demeanor, he certainly didn't look like someone who'd just wrapped up serious business. She also noticed a red mark on his neck. He clearly looked like he'd just come from a woman's place. But that's none of her business. Why should an employee like her concern herself with the boss's private life? How's the apartment? Let me know if you need anything. Zhou Yang changed the subject, asking with concern. It's great. The facilities are very well equipped. Lin Shi remembered something and felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, Mr. Zhou, thank you for arranging the driver to help me move. That was a huge help. Otherwise, moving all that stuff by myself would have killed me. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. No big deal, no need to thank me. After a pause, he suddenly smiled and said. If you really want to thank me, why not treat me to a meal? Just to celebrate moving into your new place. Lin Shi's expression stiffened slightly. The request wasn't unreasonable, considering how much he'd helped. Besides, it was perfectly normal for a subordinate to treat their boss to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. But the thought of spending time alone with Zhou Yang made her uneasy. It wasn't that she feared Zhou Yang would do anything inappropriate, on the contrary, he had always been a gentleman. It was just that her gut told her this man was dangerous. What if? Zhou Yang noticed her hesitation and understood. This girl still had her guard up around him. But he hadn't intended to truly put her on the spot earlier, it had been more of a test. Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Zhou Yang laughed heartily. You're a girl, so you really should be careful. It's getting late. You should head upstairs. With that, he waved to Lin Shi and headed toward his car. Lin Shi watched Zhou Yang's retreating figure and let out a sigh of relief. But then she began to reflect on herself. She silently berated herself for being so useless. It was just a dinner invitation, why make it so awkward? Zhou Yang had done her such a huge favor, and he was her boss. Wasn't inviting him to dinner to express gratitude the right thing to do? Could her earlier reaction have made Mr. Zhou think she was ungrateful? Perhaps he was just being polite, and she had taken it too seriously? Watching Zhou Yang's car slowly pull out of the residential compound, Lin Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions. Never mind, overthinking it was useless. Carrying the bag of vegetables, she turned and headed back into the building. The moment she stepped into the elevator, regret washed over her. Why was she so cowardly? Back home, she shoved the vegetables haphazardly into the fridge, her mind still replaying the earlier scene. She thought about it while showering. She thought about it again during dinner. Finally, lying in bed, she couldn't sleep at all. After tossing and turning for ages, Lin Shi suddenly sat up. No way. It's just dinner, what's the big deal? She wasn't some naive young girl who'd never seen the world. Was there really any need to be so nervous? Once she realized this, Lin Shi felt much lighter. She picked up her phone, hesitated, then put it down again. Discussing this over WeChat just felt wrong. Forget it. It's more proper to discuss it in person. She had to resolve this matter tomorrow. Chapter 102, he ordered not food, but my life. Early the next morning, Lin Shi paced outside the office door. Her palms were drenched in sweat, and she wiped them repeatedly with tissues. She'd rehearsed her lines half the night, but now she'd forgotten them all. Maybe I should just give up, she murmured softly. Just as she was about to slip back to her desk, voices drifted down the hallway. Su Zhixia followed Zhou Yang with a notepad in hand, speaking as they walked. The morning meeting is postponed to 10:30. Got it. Lin Shi panicked and hurried a few steps toward the break room, pretending she just finished getting water. Good morning, President Zhou, Secretary Su. Morning. Zhou Yang nodded and prepared to push open the office door. Lin Shi gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve. Mr. Zhou. Wait a moment. Zhou Yang turned around, and Su Zhixia also halted her steps. Lin Shi glanced at Su Zhixia, her face flushing slightly. It felt odd discussing such matters in front of someone else. Su Zhixia, quick-witted, gave Zhou Yang a knowing wink. I'll go organize the documents first. Once she was out of earshot, Zhou Yang leaned against the doorframe. What's going on? Lin, she cleared her throat, her voice taut. It's just about yesterday. The move in the apartment. I'm sorry to trouble you. She paused, taking a deep breath. So I wanted to treat you to a meal to show my gratitude. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Oh? Our talented Lin is treating us? I wouldn't miss such a treat. Lin, she breathed a sigh of relief. He agreed so easily? How about tonight? What time works for you? How about 7? I know a nice private dining spot, quiet atmosphere, perfect for conversation. Zhou Yang spoke with such natural ease, revealing no hidden meaning. Great, just send me the address. I'll pick you up then. It'll be more convenient. Lin, she hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She calculated in her mind that the meal would cost no more than a little over 1,000 yuan. Her savings were still sufficient. She had to treat him this time. She couldn't keep owing Zhou Yang favors. I'll get back to work now. Back at her desk, Lin, she let out a long sigh. She'd been restless all day, glancing at the clock every few minutes. Just past 5:30, she packed up and left. Back home, she opened her wardrobe and froze. She usually wore either a white shirt or a t-shirt to work, but going out for dinner called for something more formal, right? After rummaging through her closet for ages, she finally pulled out a plain dress. It was from her school days, simple in style, but the fabric was decent. She tried it on in front of the mirror. It was passable. After applying light makeup, she went downstairs to wait. At exactly 7 o'clock, Zhou Yang's car pulled up on time. Lin, she walked over and noticed the passenger seat was empty. Isn't Secretary Su coming? She's busy. It's just the two of us. Lin, she sat down in the car, feeling a bit nervous. She'd changed into a skirt today and still felt a bit awkward in it. As the car started moving, Zhou Yang made small talk. You're dressed pretty formally today. I don't usually see you in skirts. Lin, she flushed. Just trying a different style. It looks really nice, much softer than usual. The compliment made Lin, she even more embarrassed, and she quickly changed the subject. Is the restaurant far? Not far, it's tucked away in an alley downtown. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at the entrance of a quiet alley. Lin, she got out and was completely dumbfounded. Where was the restaurant? Just a dilapidated courtyard gate, not even a sign. If Zhou Yang hadn't led her here, she'd never have believed you could eat anywhere like this. This is it? Don't judge it by its unassuming exterior, it's different inside. Pushing open the gate, Lin, she was secretly amazed. The small courtyard featured rockeries with trickling water and swaying bamboo. The antique-style buildings radiated refinement from every corner. Oh no, a place like this must be ridiculously expensive. She stole glances at the surroundings. Just these antiques alone must be worth a fortune. A waitress dressed in a cheongsam, her features exquisitely refined, approached them. Mr. Zhou, your private room is ready. By the time they reached the private room on the second floor, Lin Shi's back was drenched in sweat. A round rosewood table, tie-shirt chairs, and a window offering a perfect view of the small courtyard outside. She forced herself to hide her nervousness. She couldn't embarrass herself in front of Zhou Yang. The setting is truly lovely. The dishes here are authentic too, all made with traditional techniques. As the waiter handed her the menu, Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat upon glancing at it. The menu was written in neat, calligraphic brushstrokes, but there were no prices listed. She flipped through several pages without spotting a single number. Restaurants without prices were usually ridiculously expensive. Zhou Yang took the menu and began ordering. 1 steamed chicken, free range please. Steamed mandarin fish, and make sure it's live. 1 order of dompa pork, not too greasy. He ordered 5 or 6 dishes in total. Lin Shi listened to the dish names, her heart growing increasingly anxious. Each one sounded expensive. Lin Shi, do you have any dietary restrictions? I'm fine with anything. Not picky. Lin Shi's voice trembled slightly. Add some seasonal vegetables and a light soup. Any recommendations? The waiter suggested fish maw stewed with lean pork soup, light and nutritious. That'll be it. Lin Shi was completely distracted throughout the meal, consumed by one thought, oh no, how much is this going to cost? A rough estimate put the total for these dishes at no less than 2,000 or 3,000. It was already beyond her means. But she'd already spoken her mind, no backing out now. Worst case, she'd survive on instant noodles this month. Would you like anything else, sir? No alcohol, please. 2 pots of tea. We have premium tea guanyin and longjing. Tea guanyin, please. The tea arrived quickly, filling the private room with its fragrance. Zhou Yang poured her a cup. Try this tea guanyin, the tea here is quite good. Lin Shi took the cup and sipped cautiously. The tea left a sweet aftertaste, its fragrance lingering on her tongue before fading away. It really is excellent. The owner here is a tea enthusiast, he personally oversees every batch. Zhou Yang lifted his cup. This pot of tea guanyin alone is worth several hundred. Lin Shi nearly spit out her tea. Several hundred? For just this tiny pot? She swallowed hard, now hesitant to drink even a sip more. Do you usually drink tea? I do, but I don't know much about it. Lin Shi's voice trailed off as her mind raced through the cost. Take your time. Tea isn't something you rush into. I only started enjoying it recently myself. As they chatted, Lin Shi responded politely on the surface, but inside she was already calculating tonight's bill. The dishes began arriving. The first dish, poached chicken, was brought to the table. And Lin Shi's heart sank when she saw the golden skin and the meticulous arrangement. Just by its appearance, she knew it wouldn't be cheap. Next came the steamed mandarin fish, followed by donpa pork. With each dish served, Lin Shi's heart sank a little deeper. Here, try this white-cut chicken. Zhou Yang picked up a piece for her with his chopsticks and thoughtfully dipped it in sauce. Lin Shi opened her mouth mechanically. The flavor was indeed superb, but she was in no mood to savor it. Her mind was filled with numbers dancing before her eyes. This single piece of chicken probably cost as much as her entire lunch. How is it? Delicious, she forced out a compliment. The chef here has inherited his craft through 3 generations, and the seasonings are all secret recipes. Every word Lin Shi heard drove home how upscale this restaurant was. A craft passed down for 3 generations, the prices must be steeply priced for 3 generations too. She forced down a few bites before she couldn't eat anymore. What do you do in your free time? Zhou Yang asked, setting down his chopsticks. I read books and write a little. What do you write? Just random stuff. Nothing worth mentioning. Lin Shi's mind was in turmoil now. She had no energy for this conversation. Don't be so modest. Your proposals are really well written. As they chatted, over an hour slipped by. The waiter came in to clear the tableware, and Lin Shi's heart immediately leapt to her throat. It was time to pay. Her palms were sweaty, and her legs were trembling slightly. Mr. Zhou, I need to use the restroom. She practically fled her seat. The moment she entered the restroom, she pulled out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her best friend, Jia. Jia, help. Transfer me 5,000 now. No, make it 10,000. This is an absolute emergency. After sending the message, she leaned against the wall, nearly crying. The phone vibrated. Jia replied, What's up? You never borrow money normally? Chapter 103, Who's draining whom? Don't you have a clue? Jia's call came through, and Lin Shi frantically hung up. She quickly typed. Don't call. I'm having dinner with the boss. This place is ridiculously expensive. Probably over 10,000. Jia replied instantly. I knew it. He's doing this on purpose. He's using this tactic to embarrass you, so you'll have to rely on him. Don't fall for it, get out of there now. Lin Shi stared at the screen, her heart racing. But she recalled her earlier conversation with Zhou Yang. He'd acted perfectly normal, never crossing any boundaries. He even offered her an easy way out. Forget it. Deal with the immediate problem first. She gritted her teeth and typed, cut the crap and transfer the money now. The transfer notification chimed almost immediately. Her balance increased by 10,000 yuan. Lin Shi finally exhaled in relief, composed her expression, and stepped out of the restroom. Inside the private room, Zhou Yang was still slowly sipping his tea. The dishes on the table had mostly been cleared away. What took you so long? My stomach wasn't feeling well, Lin Shi lied, forcing herself to keep her composure. She surreptitiously studied Zhou Yang's expression. She hoped to detect some clue. But he looked perfectly natural, showing no signs of anything unusual. After waiting several minutes, no server had come in. Lin Shi grew restless and decided to take the initiative. I'll go get the waiter to settle the bill. Just as she was about to rise, Zhou Yang waved her off. It's already taken care of. While you were in the restroom. Lin Shi shot him a startled look. But I was supposed to treat you to this meal. How could I let you spend money? Zhou Yang's tone was perfectly natural. You've only just started working. As your boss, I can't very well let my employee go bankrupt, can I? He paused, then smiled. But since you insisted, we'll save it for next time. Next time, just treat me to some spicy hot pot. I'm not picky. This single sentence instantly melted away all of Lin Shi's tension. Not only did he avoid embarrassing her, but also so naturally saved her face. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed and a warm wave washed over her heart. Then I'll transfer the money to you. She pulled out her phone. Transfer what? I said I'll treat you next time. Zhou Yang stood up. Let's go. It's getting late. Lin Shi hurried to catch up. On the way back, Lin Shi tried several times to say something. In the end, she only murmured softly, Mr. Zhou, thank you for today. No need to thank me. Helping each other out is just normal among colleagues. Zhou Yang focused on driving. By the way, just call me Zhou Yang. No need to be so formal after work. The car fell quiet, filled only by soft music. This perfectly measured distance felt comfortable to Lin Shi. When they arrived at her apartment complex, Lin Shi didn't leave immediately after getting out of the car. She stood there, watching Zhou Yang's car turn around and drive away before turning to head upstairs. Zhou Yang caught the scene in his rearview mirror, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just as he drove out of the complex, his phone buzzed. Su Zhixia sent a message, all set? Zhou Yang replied with a single word, yeah. A confident smile spread across his face. Artistic young women like Lin Shi were most vulnerable to being won over by a slow, gradual approach. His performance tonight was flawless. He'd shown grace while preserving her dignity. And in the process, he'd closed the distance between them. Now, all he had to do was wait for her to come to him. Since that dinner, Lin Shi's attitude toward Zhou Yang had undergone a subtle shift. At work, she maintained the proper distance. But privately, she found herself observing him more often. She'd heard the rumors about Zhou Yang's womanizing ways at the company. Her rational mind told her to steer clear of such a man. Yet for some reason, she found herself wanting to understand the real Zhou Yang. And a woman's curiosity about a man is often the beginning of her downfall. The date of the new singer competition drew ever closer. It would officially kick off in the Magic City in 3 days. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu had both cancelled most of their appearances to focus on preparing for the competition. That afternoon, Zhou Yang was reviewing the competition plan in his office. Su Mei walked in. Honey, I need to discuss something with you. She wore a black form-fitting dress that day. Her wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders, swaying with each step as she walked. What is it? Su Mei sat down on the sofa, her beautiful legs together. About the competition, I think that girl Xiaoyu will be my rival. So? I wanted to ask you, if both of us make it to the finals, who would you support? Su Mei's almond-shaped eyes fixed on Zhou Yang without blinking. Zhou Yang set down his documents and smiled at her. Are you jealous? I'm not that petty. Su Mei flicked her hair. I just want to know how much I mean to you. You're both my women. You're both equally precious to me. Zhou Yang rose and sat beside her, stroking her soft, delicate hand. But when it comes to competitions, it's still about proving yourself. Su Mei shot him a disapproving look. You're so pragmatic. The business world is like a battlefield. Feelings are feelings, work is work. Zhou Yang gently pinched her chin. Besides, don't you have confidence in your own abilities? Of course I am. Su Mei straightened her back. I just wanted to make sure you wouldn't play favorites with that girl. No sooner had she spoken than Li Xiaoyu knocked and entered. Honey, Seeing the two people on the sofa, she paused in surprise. Sister Su Mei, you're here too. It's fine, come in. Su Mei beckoned her over. This is perfect, we can discuss the competition. Li Xiaoyu walked over and sat down obediently on the sofa. Xiaoyu, do you feel confident about this competition? Su Mei asked. I'll give it my all. Li Xiaoyu's voice was earnest. But with you being so strong, Sister Su Mei, I feel a lot of pressure. Pressure is a good thing, it can unlock your potential. Su Mei smiled gently. We may be competitors, but we're also sisters. Let's just cheer each other on. Li Xiaoyu nodded. Yeah, I'll learn from Sister Su Mei. Watching the two women encourage each other, Zhou Yang felt quite pleased. Alright then, you two prepare well. The company will fully support you. Zhou Yang stood up. Xiaoyu, what were you going to say earlier? Oh, I wanted to ask about the costumes. Li Xiaoyu looked a bit embarrassed. The stylist said the design should match the song style, but I'm not quite sure. Discuss it with Su Mei, she has more experience. Su Mei volunteered, no problem. Let's go check it out together sometime. Li Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, Sister Su Mei. They chatted for a while longer before Li Xiaoyu left first. Only Zhou Yang and Su Mei remained in the office. Nice acting, Zhou Yang teased. What acting? I genuinely wanted to help her. Su Mei stretched lazily. Besides, the real competition is against contestants from other companies. We need to stick together internally. You sure have a way of looking at things. I'm not a child. Su Mei stood up and smoothed her skirt. But speaking of which, don't play favorites. She stepped in front of Zhou Yang and hooked her arm around his neck. I'm a woman who holds grudges. Oh? How exactly do you hold a grudge? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Su Mei leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'll drain you dry. With that, she planted a kiss on his cheek. I'm heading out now. Remember to come over tonight. Help me with some singing lessons. With that, she winked at Zhou Yang and walked away in her high heels. Zhou Yang watched her sultry figure fade away, shaking his head. She pretends not to care, but deep down, doesn't she just want to keep me all to herself? But this woman was getting bolder by the day. How dare she provoke me like this? Who's going to drain who? Doesn't she have a clue? Chapter 104, I'll protect my own. Got a problem? In the training room. Su Mei stopped singing after just 2 lines, pressing her throat and frowning. Xiaomei, what's wrong with your voice? Sister Zhang immediately leaned in, her face etched with concern. Why does your voice sound a bit hoarse? It's nothing. Su Mei waved her hand dismissively, clearing her throat. Her voice still sounded a bit dry. Nothing, just practiced singing too late last night. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was cursing Zhou Yang to high heaven. Last night, she'd only dared to boast a little. That bastard pinned her to the bed and coached her all night long. At first, she'd handled it with ease, even finding pleasure in it. But by the wee hours, even her pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. Zhou Yang wouldn't let her go. Now she was left completely drained, her body aching all over, and her throat felt like it was on fire. Sister Zhang didn't think along those lines and breathed a sigh of relief. You'd better take care of yourself. Your voice is your bread and butter before the competition. Drink some honey water to soothe your throat. Li Xiaoyu silently handed her a bottle of warm water, her eyes filled with sympathy. She had been present last night. Though she was only an alternate, she witnessed Sister Sumei's later ordeal. Recalling Sister Sumei's voice at that moment, Li Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush. She silently cursed under her breath. My husband is such a beast, he doesn't know how to treat a woman with tenderness. In the conference room, Zhou Yang sat in the chair of honor, his gaze sweeping over each person present. This new talent competition in Shanghai is crucial for the company, so I decided to lead the team personally. Lin Meng was taken aback. You're going personally, Mr. Zhou? Yes. I need to ensure everything goes smoothly. Zhou Yang nodded. Additionally, Lin Shi will be joining us. At this announcement, the few people in the conference room exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with unspoken amusement. Lin Meng raised an eyebrow, then relaxed. As subordinates, they understood Mr. Zhou's intentions. Rest assured, I'll handle company affairs during this period. Lin Meng said earnestly. And I wish Su Mei and Xiao Yu every success in their endeavors, bringing honor to the company. Zhou Yang nodded to her. I have full confidence in your capabilities. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Yang walked over to Lin Shi's workstation. Lin Shi, get ready. You're coming with me to Shanghai tomorrow. Lin Shi looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. Me too? Yes. You'll handle the copywriting and publicity. Zhou Yang's tone softened slightly as he spoke. It's getting cooler in the Magic City lately. Remember to pack an extra jacket. This concern warmed Lin Shi's heart. Got it, Mr. Zhou. Lin Shi nodded, feeling both nervous and excited. That evening, Zhou Yan returned home. Are you sure you don't need me to go with you? Su Zhixia asked. Zhou Yang shook his head and kissed each of them lightly on the lips. No need. You two stay home and rest. I'll bring back good news. Liu Yufei wrapped her arms around his and pouted. Then you better give it your all, bring home the championship trophy for me and the baby. Don't worry. This championship is mine for the taking. Early the next morning, the company's business van was already waiting downstairs. Su Mei, Li Xiaoyu, Lin Shi, Sister Zhang, and several staff members were all present. Everyone here? Let's go. Zhou Yang scanned the group and waved his hand. The group set off in a grand procession, heading straight for the airport. On the plane, Lin Shi happened to be seated next to Zhou Yang. First business trip? Zhou Yang asked. Lin Shi nodded. I went to competitions out of town during college, but that doesn't count as work. Nervous? A little. It is a major event, after all. Zhou Yang smiled. Just relax and treat it like a trip. You can go sightseeing in your free time. Lin Shi smiled too. Sounds great. I've always wanted to see the Magic City. The two chatted, the atmosphere light and easy. Before they knew it, the plane began its descent. The group took a car to the hotel, just a 10-minute drive from the competition venue. During check-in, Sister Zhang distributed the room keys. Su Mei and Xiao Yu will share a suite convenient for practice sessions. Lin Shi, you'll have the Riverview room. The scenery is great, perfect for finding inspiration for your promotions. Lin Shi accepted the keycard, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention. She instinctively glanced at Zhou Yang. He was deep in conversation with the hotel manager, seemingly oblivious to her presence. At 7 o'clock that evening, everyone gathered at the hotel's Chinese restaurant. Just as they finished ordering, a commotion erupted outside the door. Aren't those people from Tianhua Entertainment? Sister Zhang lowered her voice. Their top new talent, Zhou Yufei, is here to compete too. Zhou Yang looked up. That young man named Zhou Yufei was indeed quite handsome. His silver hair was styled with an air of arrogance, and a hint of pride shone between his brows. Zhou Yufei clearly noticed them too. His gaze swept over Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu with a hint of frivolity. Well, isn't this the rising star of Xingsan Entertainment? Zhou Yufei raised his voice as he walked over. I hear your company hasn't even been around a year, yet you dare enter the Rookie King competition? That takes some nerve. His agent immediately chimed in, approaching with a forced smile. Mr. Zhou, I presume? Long admired your reputation. You're truly blessed to have brought two such beauties to compete. Though I wonder, is the focus on the competition or on sightseeing? The remark was deeply insulting. Su Mei's expression instantly turned cold. She slammed her chopsticks down, ready to explode. Zhou Yang gently pressed down on her wrist. He wiped his hands with a wet wipe before looking up. He fixed his gaze on the agent, his tone level. Mr. Zhao, you're joking. Our company, Star Brilliance, is new and lacks experience. This trip to Shanghai is primarily about winning the championship. It's also a team-building exercise and a chance to travel. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yufei's face. Unlike Tianhua Entertainment, a large, established company with extensive experience, they emphasize participation year after year and never return empty-handed. This sportsmanship, prioritizing friendship over competition, is something we younger generations should learn from you. But Li Xiaoyu couldn't hold back, nearly spitting out the drink she'd just swallowed. Tianhua Entertainment's biggest pain point was pouring massive investments into promoting new talent year after year. Yet year after year, they end up as mere supporting acts in major competitions, with third place being their best achievement. The agent's face turned ashen, while Zhou Yufei, consumed by rage and humiliation, glared fiercely at Zhou Yang. "We'll see about that," he gritted out. Zhou Yang ignored them and turned to his own team. "Finish your meal and get some rest early, we have a rehearsal tomorrow." With that, he rose and departed, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu followed closely behind, with Lin Shi hurrying to keep up. Back at the elevator lobby, Su Mei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You were so cool just now. Look at how flustered they were." Li Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Mr. Zhou, that was so satisfying. Don't get too excited just yet." Zhou Yang pressed the elevator button. Tianhua Entertainment has deep connections in the industry. There's bound to be someone on the judging panel they've pulled strings for. Su Mei pursed her lips. "So what? We'll let our talent speak for itself." Zhou Yang nodded. "Exactly. That's why tomorrow's rehearsal is crucial, we have to nail it perfectly." The elevator arrived, and the group dispersed to their respective rooms to rest. Chapter 105, Daytime with the Little Bunny, Nighttime with the Wild Kitten. Backstage at the competition venue, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were making final preparations. "Nervous?" Zhou Yang approached, holding 2 bottles of water. "Not too bad." Su Mei took the water and took a sip. "But that Zhou Yufei really has some skills. I listened to him earlier." Li Xiaoyu nodded. "His singing is really good, and he's got a great image too." "Image?" Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. "Silver hair, just like an anime character? You call that image?" Su Mei laughed out loud. "You're pretty jealous, huh?" "What am I jealous of?" Zhou Yang scoffed. "That pretty boy? He's not even worthy of comparing himself to me." Li Xiaoyu covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. "Honey, you look so adorable when you're so protective. I'll stick up for my own." "Got a problem with that?" Zhou Yang lifted his chin. "My people, if I don't protect them, who will?" These words warmed both women's hearts. Lin Shi jogged over, holding the rehearsal schedule. "Mr. Zhou, just confirm Su Mei is 7th on stage, Li Xiaoyu is 12th. Zhou Yang took the schedule and glanced at it. "What about Zhou Yufei? He's 8th, right after Sister Mei." Zhou Yang sneered coldly. "On purpose? Trying to undermine us with contrast? No big deal. It'll just show him the gap." Su Mei tossed her hair. "I'll show him what professionalism looks like." The rehearsal began. Contestants took turns on stage, familiarizing themselves with the venue and equipment. When it was Su Mei's turn, she stepped out in black leggings and a white t-shirt, radiating confidence. The moment she opened her mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Her voice, lazy yet magnetic, captivated everyone. "She truly is our ace," Zhou Yang nodded. Lin Shi watched, completely mesmerized. Su Mei's voice is absolutely incredible, and her stage presence is so steady. "Of course she is. I personally trained her," Zhou Yang said with pride. Lin Shi didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind his words and simply nodded. "No wonder she's so professional." After Su Mei finished her rehearsal and stepped off stage, Zhou Yufei was just about to take the stage. As they passed each other, Zhou Yufei whispered, "Nice singing, but it lacks any real character." Su Mei didn't even turn her head. "Thanks for the advice. I'll remember your suggestion how to be a singer without any distinctiveness." Zhou Yufei's expression darkened, not expecting to be shot down like that. Returning backstage, Su Mei pouted at Zhou Yang. "That jerk was deliberately provoking me. Ignore him. Just focus on preparing." Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. "You're already amazing." Li Xiaoyu's rehearsal went smoothly as well. She chose a ballad. Her voice was clear and bright, her emotions sincere. After the rehearsal, Zhou Yang led the team back to the hotel to rest. "Everyone get some rest tonight, tomorrow is the official competition," Zhou Yang reminded them. Everyone headed to their rooms, except Lin Shi, who lingered hesitantly by the elevator. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yang asked. "I want to take a walk by the river to relax." Lin Shi rubbed her hands together. "It's my first time in Shanghai. I want to see the night view." Zhou Yang glanced at the time. "It's only 8 o'clock. That is pretty early. Do you want me to go with you?" Lin Shi froze. "Well, isn't that a bit awkward?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Zhou Yang smiled. "Think of it as a walk to aid digestion." The two arrived at the riverside near the hotel. The nighttime metropolis was ablaze with lights, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors on the river's surface. "It's truly beautiful," Lin Shi murmured. Zhou Yang gazed at her profile. It is quite beautiful. Unaware of his gaze, Lin Shi continued to herself. Ever since I was a child, I dreamed of living in the Magic City. There are so many opportunities and possibilities here. So has your dream come true now? I suppose so. I'm not working in the Magic City, but at least I've made it here. Lin Shi smiled. And coming as a company employee feels quite different. Zhou Yang watched her smile, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. This feeling was entirely different from what he felt when facing Su Mei or Li Xiaoyu. Are you cold? He asked. A little. Lin Shi rubbed her arms. Zhou Yang took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Put it on. No need, Mr. Zhou. This isn't appropriate. Just call me Zhou Yang, he interrupted. It's after hours, remember? Lin Shi hesitated but took the coat anyway. Thanks. Zhou Yang. The two walked slowly along the riverbank, chatting about work and life. Before they knew it, they had walked quite a distance. It's getting late. Let's head back. Zhou Yang glanced at his phone. It was already 9:30. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Shi suddenly asked. Zhou Yang, why did you choose me for this event? There are more senior colleagues in the company. Zhou Yang smiled. Because I'm good at spotting potential. You have it. That's it? Also because. Zhou Yang paused. I think you remind me of myself back then, both determined to change our fate through hard work. Lin Shi hadn't expected such an answer and was momentarily speechless. Back at the hotel, the two rode the elevator in silence. The elevator stopped at Lin Shi's floor. Good night, Zhou Yang. Lin Shi stepped out of the elevator and turned back to say. Good night. Zhou Yang watched her leave. The elevator continued upward as Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was a message from Su Mei. I'm in your room. A smile touched Zhou Yang's lips as he swiped his key card to open the door. Su Mei sat in a bathrobe on a chair, staring at her phone, her hair still dripping wet. Finished showering? Zhou Yang stepped inside and locked the door. Yeah. Where'd you go? Coming back so late? Su Mei asked. I took Lin Shi for a walk by the river. Su Mei raised an eyebrow. Oh? Starting to pursue a new target? It's just work-related. Zhou Yang sat down on the sofa. What, jealous? Me? Jealous? Su Mei walked over and sat on his lap. I'm not that petty. Her bathrobe hung loosely, revealing her snow-white skin. You have a competition tomorrow. Aren't you worried about losing your voice again? Zhou Yang teased. Su Mei bit his ear. Well, it's up to you to see if you can keep me from making a sound. Zhou Yang picked her up and carried her toward the bedroom. You asked for it. The next morning, Zhou Yang appeared in the dining room looking refreshed and energetic. Su Mei followed him downstairs. Her face looked a bit tired, but she seemed reasonably alert. Did you sleep well? Zhou Yang asked, knowing full well the answer. Su Mei shot him a look. It was okay, just a bit tired. Li Xiaoyu glanced at the two of them but said nothing, simply lowering her head to eat her breakfast. Lin Shi was the last to arrive at the dining room. Seeing Zhou Yang, an awkward flicker crossed her face. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Morning. Zhou Yang nodded. How did you sleep last night? Very well, thank you for asking. Lin Shi sat down and began eating breakfast. Sister Zhang glanced from one person to another, silently calculating something in her mind. After breakfast, the group headed to the competition venue. Today was the preliminary round, with 60 contestants participating. Only half would advance. Nervous? Zhou Yang asked Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. Not at all, Su Mei replied confidently. A little, Li Xiaoyu admitted honestly. Just relax and perform at your usual practice level. Zhou Yang encouraged them. I believe in you. The competition began. The contestants took the stage one by one. Some performed brilliantly, while others were visibly nervous. When it was Su Mei's turn, she wore a red long dress. Her makeup was refined yet understated, radiating the charm of a mature woman. After her song ended, thunderous applause filled the venue. The judges' expressions were clearly satisfied. That was amazing. Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly. Sister Su Mei will definitely advance. Zhou Yang nodded. That's for sure. Liu Yufei performed a rock song, showcasing both a powerful voice and strong stage presence. Li Xiaoyu was the second to last performer. She wore a white dress, and her singing style differed from Su Mei's. Her voice was sweet, and her delivery was emotionally nuanced. Xiaoyu was fantastic too, Zhou Yang nodded. After deliberation, the judges announced the results. Su Mei took first place, Li Xiaoyu third, and Liu Yufei eighth. All three advanced. Congratulations to both of you on advancing. Zhou Yang said to Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. The two high-fived in celebration. Tonight's on me, Zhou Yang said. There's a nice restaurant nearby, Lin Shi suggested. I've checked the reviews. Let's go there then, Zhou Yang agreed. That evening, everyone gathered at the restaurant Lin Shi had recommended, chatting over dinner. The next match is in 2 days. We should rest up these next couple of days. Zhou Yang said, we can go out tomorrow. I want to go to the Bund, Li Xiaoyu said. I want to visit the museum, Su Mei said. Then we'll split up. Zhou Yang turned to Lin Shi. Where do you want to go? Lin Shi thought for a moment. I want to go to the bookstore and the art district. I'd like to go there too. Let's go together. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, each reading the other's thoughts. The old fox was on the move again. Chapter 106, Confronting Xiaorizi, what do you think you are? The bookstore street in the Magic City bustled with people. Zhou Yang and Lin Shi had just stepped out of an independent bookstore. Lin Shi held two newly purchased poetry collections in her hands, a satisfied smile still on her face. I didn't expect to find so many niche literary works here. Glad you like them. Zhou Yang walked beside her, occasionally glancing at the shops lining the street. As they walked, a young man in a floral shirt blocked Lin Shi's path. Hey, beautiful. I'm Kudong Chuanshi, from the land of cherry blossoms. He spoke in stiff Chinese, holding his phone in hand. Can I add you on WeChat? I'd like to be friends. Lin Shi frowned and took a step back. Sorry, I'm not interested. Kudong Kawashi didn't give up and continued to pester her. Come on, I'm really interested in Chinese culture. You could teach me. He even reached out to grab her arm. Lin Shi quickly dodged, her face turning pale. Zhou Yang stepped forward, placing himself between the two. Can't you understand? She said she's not interested. Kudong Kawashi glanced at Zhou Yang and sneered disdainfully. Sir, we're just making friends. Mind your own business. Making friends? Zhou Yang scoffed coldly. You Japanese women spread your legs for any foreigner you see, thinking it's the same here? Watch too many porn movies? Reality isn't that rosy. Kodakawa's face flushed crimson instantly. You're insulting our country. Insult? Zhou Yang shrugged. Every word I said is the truth. Want me to recommend some websites so you can keep watching your romance action films? Bystanders began to gather around, many whispering among themselves. Kudong Chuanshi, overcome with shame, slunk away. Haha, bro, you've got a sharp tongue. A voice came from beside him. Zhou Yang turned to see a young man dressed in designer clothes approaching with a grin. My name's Su Haoran. I just saw you take down that little punk, it was awesome. Zhou Yang. Su Haoran slapped Zhou Yang on the shoulder. My family's in the car business. There's a car show this afternoon. Want to check it out? A car show? Zhou Yang perked up. What auto show? The Magic City International Auto Show. All kinds of new car debuts, plus. Su Haoran winked at Zhou Yang. Plus plenty of eye-catching car models. Zhou Yang glanced at Lin Shi, who was busy organizing her books. Sounds great. I'm free anyway. That's perfect. Su Haoran pulled out a business card and handed it to Zhou Yang. 2 o'clock this afternoon. International Exhibition Center. I'll wait for you at the entrance. With that, he drove off in his red Maserati. Lin Shi finally looked up. Thank you for earlier. Her voice trembled slightly, still reeling from the recent events. Zhou Yang walked over and naturally took her arm. It's fine. People like that deserve a lesson. Lin Shi felt the warmth of Zhou Yang's palm, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. She didn't push him away, just kept her head down, silent. Want to grab a coffee to calm your nerves? Zhou Yang could sense her tension. Sure. Lin Shi nodded. They found a coffee shop and sat down. Lin Shi cradled her coffee cup in both hands, letting its warmth soothe her nerves. Are you really going to the auto show this afternoon? Yeah, I don't have anything else planned anyway. Zhou Yang took a sip of coffee. Want to come along? Lin Shi thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not really into cars. I'd rather go back to the hotel and read. That's fine too. Get some rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang arrived punctually at the entrance of the exhibition center. Su Haoran was already waiting there. Let's go, I'll show you around. The two entered the exhibition hall, where a dazzling array of luxury cars greeted their eyes. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens. But Zhou Yang's attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. Beside each display stand stood scantily clad car models. Some wore tight leather outfits, others sported ultra-short hot pants. Each boasted a stunning figure and striking looks. Zhou Yang's LSP tendencies immediately surfaced, his eyes widening in awe. Dude, that look on your face. Su Haoran gave him a mischievous pat on the shoulder. Turns out we're birds of a feather. Ahem. Zhou Yang cleared his throat twice, feigning seriousness. I was just checking out the car. It's really nice, so white. I mean, so big. Ha ha ha. Su Haoran doubled over laughing. White? Are you looking at the car model or the actual car? Zhou Yang remained completely unfazed. Of course it's the car. I'm a respectable person. Want me to introduce you to a few? Su Haoran nodded toward several car models nearby. I know all those girls. We're pretty close. Some of them are even genuine. Zhou Yang waved his hand. No thanks, I'm just looking. Though he said that, his peripheral vision kept drifting toward the beauties. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Name, Chenya. Age, 23. Appearance, 82 points. Figure, 88 points. Graduated from an art school, part-time car model, highly vain, had one previous partner, no vices. Inner desire, aspires to enter the entertainment industry. System assessment, grade A premium target, conquerable. Name, Li Xin. Age, 24. Appearance, 84 points. Figure, 95 points. Former fitness trainer, single for 2 years, dated one delivery rider, no vices. Inner self, insecure, easily swayed by money. System rating, A+ premium target, conquerable. Name, Zhou Tian. Age, 22. Appearance, 86 points. Figure, 85 points. College student, financially strapped, has been with 8 writers, has had an abortion. Personality, pronounced materialistic tendencies, aspires to a luxurious lifestyle. System assessment, ineligible target. He scanned over a dozen profiles in succession, each containing detailed information. Zhou Yang felt dizzy from the overload, inwardly cursing his own stupidity. If he'd known there were so many high-quality prospects, why hadn't he thought to check out the auto show before? Hey, what are you spacing out about? Su Haoren nudged him. Come on, I'll take you to the VIP lounge. The environment's much better there. Just as the two were about to leave, a car model in a red tight-fitting dress approached them. Chapter 107, Auto shows are great places we should come more often. The car model in the red tight dress approached them. Her curvaceous figure drew the attention of many lecherous men. Haoren, long time no see. Xiao Shui. Su Haoren's eyes lit up. Never thought I'd run into you here. Zhou Yang took her in from head to toe. Tall and slender, with delicate features, her long legs were particularly captivating. A system prompt immediately popped up. Name, Wang Shui. Age, 23. Appearance, 88 points. Figure, 90 points. Professional car model, art school graduate, untouched, no vices. Personal situation, facing financial hardship, urgently needs funds. System assessment, A+ grade premium target, conquerable. Zhou Yang noticed this. Staying unspoiled in this line of work is truly rare. This is my friend Zhou Yang, Su Haoren introduced. Zhou Yang, this is Wang Shui. We met at that yacht party last time. Wang Shui turned to Zhou Yang. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Wang Shui extended her hand proactively. Zhou Yang took her hand, holding it for a few seconds before releasing it. Hello, Miss Wang. Working here must be quite demanding, right? It's okay, though my legs get a bit sore from standing too long. Wang Shui bit her lower lip lightly. Then you must take good care of yourself. Zhou Yang looked at her legs. Such beautiful legs, you can't let them get worn out. Wang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Mr. Zhou, you really know how to talk. Su Haoren watched from the side, understanding everything. These two had hit it off. Well, he wasn't short on women anyway. He'd gladly give this new friend a chance. Xiao Shui, are you free tonight? Su Haoren spoke up. We were planning to unwind at a bar. Wang Shui glanced at Zhou Yang. Would Mr. Zhou like to join us? If you're going, I'll go too, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Then I'll go. Wang Shui agreed immediately. After Wang Shui left, Su Haoren patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Bro, got your eye on her? Zhou Yang didn't deny it. With genuine goods like that, why pass up the chance? You're definitely one of us. Su Haoren laughed heartily. I was thinking of giving it a shot myself, but since you're interested, I'll let you have it. That's cool. Zhou Yang's regard for Su Haoren grew. The two continued browsing the auto show. Zhou Yang's gaze swept over the various car models. Soon, he zeroed in on 2 targets. One was a model at the Lamborghini booth named Li Xin, 24, a former fitness trainer. She had a stunning figure and exaggerated pectoral muscles. The other was a model at the Ferrari booth named Zhang Lin, 25, with a background in dance. She possessed an elegant demeanor, tall stature, and long legs. Zhou Yang walked toward the Lamborghini booth. Miss, may I take a photo? Zhou Yang pulled out his phone. Li Xin struck a pose. Of course, sir. How would you like to take it? Stand at the front of the car, hands resting on the hood. Zhou Yang directed. Yes, that's it. Bend your waist a little more. Li Xin positioned herself as requested, her curves clearly visible beneath the tight-fitting outfit. You've really kept your figure in great shape. Zhou Yang remarked as he snapped the photos. You can tell you work out regularly. Thanks. I used to be a fitness trainer, Li Xin replied. That must be quite professional. Zhou Yang put away his phone. I'd love to pick your brain sometime. I'm trying to lose weight lately. Li Xin gave him a once-over. Sir, you're already in great shape. Why would you need to lose weight? Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Zhou Yang pulled out a business card and handed it to her. Here's my contact information. Let's grab dinner sometime and chat about fitness tips. Li Xin took the card and her expression changed when she saw Chairman of Starcandle Entertainment printed on it. You're the owner of an entertainment company? Yes, a small company, nothing to write home about, Zhou Yang replied. But we're currently developing new talent. If you're interested. Really? Li Xian's voice rose. Of course. Get back to me. Zhou Yang winked at her before turning toward the Ferrari display. With Zhang Lin, Zhou Yang employed a different strategy. Miss, you have such a unique aura. Zhou Yang walked straight up to her. You've studied dance, haven't you? Zhang Lin paused, taken aback. How did you know? I can tell just by the way you walk, Zhou Yang smiled. My company is currently preparing a musical project and needs professional dancers. Really? Zhang Lin asked. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and displayed photos of Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. These are our signed artists. They're currently competing in a new singer contest. They're gorgeous. Zhang Lin exclaimed in surprise. Beauty paired with beauty, that's the perfect combination, Zhou Yang said. If you're interested, come give it a try. We can discuss it. He handed her his business card, which Zhang Lin accepted. Su Haoran watched Zhou Yang's entire flirting routine from the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. Bro, your moves are killer, he exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. You charmed her in just a few words. No big deal. The key is to play to their interests, give them what they want. Learned a lot. Su Haoran nodded. The two continued strolling, Zhou Yang feeling quite pleased. He really liked places like this and planned to come often. By the way, you mentioned you're the owner of an entertainment company? Su Haoran asked. Star Brilliance Entertainment. Ever heard of it? Never heard of it, but no big deal. Su Haoran waved it off. That's Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu, I've seen their videos online. They're really attractive. Of course they are. I handpicked them all, Zhou Yang said. They're all your women? Su Haoran raised an eyebrow. You could say that. Zhou Yang didn't deny it. Damn, did you start this entertainment company just to pick up hot girls? Su Haoran suddenly understood. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Great minds think alike, Zhou Yang chuckled. I want to get into showbiz too, Su Haoran said excitedly. How about we team up? I'll invest, you provide the talent and effort. Zhou Yang looked at Su Haoran. This guy might be a spoiled rich kid, but he's genuinely reliable and has money. Most importantly, they were kindred spirits. I'll think about it. What's your idea? My family's car business is stable, but it's boring as hell, Su Haoran said. The entertainment industry is way more interesting, it's full of beautiful women everywhere. Indeed, we can delve deeper into this. Zhou Yang was quite interested in this collaboration. After touring the auto show, the two agreed to meet at a bar that evening. Stepping out of the exhibition center, Zhou Yang felt elated. Today had been incredibly fruitful. Not only had he met Su Haoran, a friend who shared his temperament, but he'd also hooked up with 3 high-quality prospects. Especially that Wang Shui virgin was truly a rare find. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to rest for a bit, his phone rang. It was a message from Su Mei. Want to come to my room? Zhou Yang glanced at the time, it was still early. Still, he wanted to save some energy. Tonight might bring a fierce battle. He replied, got plans tonight. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Su Mei replied quickly, off flirting with some little vixen again? Ran into an old friend at the auto show. We're grabbing drinks tonight. All men are the same. Zhou Yang chuckled but didn't reply. His mind was now completely occupied with how to win Wang Shui over tonight. A woman with such clear intentions shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 108. Pretending to be dumb in front of outsiders is stupid, but doing it with your own people is actually pretty badass. Zhou Yang slept for over an hour before getting up. He took a shower, changed clothes, and walked into the hotel restaurant. Su Mei, Li Xiaoyu, and Lin Shi had already started eating. Sister Zhang sat nearby, handling work on her phone. How was your day out today? Zhou Yang pulled out a chair and sat down. Not bad. Xiao Yu and I went to the museum. Su Mei set down her chopsticks and took a sip of juice. What about Lin Shi? I heard you went to the bookstore street? Lin Shi nodded, still looking excited. The atmosphere there was amazing. I found 2 poetry collections I really love. Her expression darkened as she finished speaking. Li Xiaoyu noticed immediately. What's wrong? Did something upset you? Lin Shi pursed her lips, glanced at Zhou Yang, then whispered. Nothing. Just got harassed by someone from Sakura country. What? Li Xiaoyu's voice rose slightly. He didn't do anything to you, did he? It's fine, Lin Shi waved her hand hurriedly. Mr. Zhou happened to be there and helped me out. Zhou Yang, who was picking up a piece of beef, looked up at the mention and briefly recounted the incident. People like that deserve to be cursed at. Li Xiaoyu declared indignantly. Next time I see him, I'll yell at him too. Su Mei glanced at Zhou Yang, a faint smile playing on her lips. Oh, the hero saves the damsel in distress. Zhou Yang ignored her, turning instead to Lin Shi. When you're out in public, keep your wits about you. Lin Shi murmured in response. She stirred the rice in her bowl, her mind filled with images from that afternoon. Zhou Yang's silhouette shielding her from behind, the warmth of his hand on her arm, her heart still hadn't calmed down. Sister Zhang, watching from the side, took it all in and sighed inwardly. Another innocent girl about to fall into the boss's clutches. His tactics were truly impossible to guard against. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yang glanced at the time on his phone and stood up. You two get some rest and recharge. I'll be stepping out for a bit. Without further explanation, he left after giving a brief reminder. 9 o'clock at night, Blue Note Bar. Thumping bass pounded the eardrums as lights flashed. The air carried a mingled scent of alcohol and perfume. As soon as Zhou Yang reached the door, Su Haoran came out to greet him, slinging an arm around his shoulder. You finally made it. We've been waiting for you. Su Haoran led him through the crowd to a corner booth. Several men and women were already seated there, dressed in the style of wealthy young people. Wang Shui was there too, having changed out of her daytime car model uniform into a black strapless mini dress. The tight fabric hugged her body, and under the lights, her exposed skin glowed with a luminous whiteness. Spotting Zhou Yang, she slid inward to make room for him. Zhou Yang sat down, right next to her. His arm rested on the sofa back, half enveloping her in his embrace. Let me introduce everyone to my new buddy, Zhou Yang. Su Haoran announced loudly, he runs an entertainment company. A girl with smoky eye makeup leaned in. An entertainment company boss? So you must have tons of beautiful women working for you? Zhou Yang chuckled, not too many, just a few dozen, I guess. Su Haoran was a regular here, and people kept coming over to greet him. He exchanged a few pleasantries before pushing the drink menu toward Zhou Yang. Bro, you're in charge tonight. Order whatever you want, it's on me. The offer was straightforward, giving Zhou Yang face while showcasing his own generosity. Zhou Yang pushed the menu back. It's my first time hanging out with you guys, I can't let you foot the bill. He snapped his fingers to summon the waiter. Bring us a bottle of your most expensive liquor. The waiter paused in surprise. Zhou Yang clarified, Black Ace, Louis XIII, whatever's most expensive. Fill the table. At this, the girls in the booth sat up straighter, their gazes on Zhou Yang growing more eager. Su Haoran burst into laughter, giving Zhou Yang a thumbs up. He loved hanging out with friends who knew how to play the game. It was all about playing along together, that's what made it fun. Soon, bottle after bottle of expensive imported liquor arrived, filling the table to overflowing. Zhou Yang picked up a glass, his hand sliding down from the sofa back to rest on Wang Shui's thigh. Wang Shui stiffened momentarily but didn't pull away. Instead, she lifted her glass and offered it to Zhou Yang, letting her actions speak for her. They clinked glasses and drained them in one gulp. After a few rounds, the laughter and chatter in the booth grew louder. Midway through the drinking, Wang Shui leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear, her breath tickling his ear. Shall we dance? Zhou Yang glanced at the men and women swaying in the center of the dance floor and frowned. He had little interest in such scenes. But Wang Shui had already pressed herself against him. Swaying to the music's rhythm, her body kept brushing against his arm and chest. Zhou Yang's Adam's apple bobbed as he stood up, letting her pull him onto the dance floor. The dance floor was packed, and Zhou Yang felt a bit overwhelmed, but Wang Shui moved with ease. She pressed close to Zhou Yang, her arms wrapped around his neck, her body swaying to the drumbeat. Every turn, every dip, perfectly matched the rhythm of the music. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. The skin beneath his palms felt firm and elastic, a sensation he thoroughly enjoyed. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. A silver-haired young man, surrounded by a crowd, raised his wine cup high and shouted something, drawing cheers from those around him. It was Zhou Yufei. Su Haoran noticed him too and curled his lip. Who's that idiot over there? He sure knows how to put on a show. He couldn't stand people who deliberately acted like they were something special. Of course, Zhou Yang was an exception. When one of your own acts like a big shot, it's called being a badass. When an outsider does it, they're just a fool. The double standard was crystal clear. An opponent. Zhou Yang ignored Wang Shui's movements and fixed his gaze on Zhou Yufei. This rookie tournament contestant is from Tianhua Entertainment. Oh, him. Su Haoran's friend chimed in. I remember now. I saw the news about him. Wasn't he exposed for sleeping with fans 2 months ago? Rumor has it he got a college girl pregnant and then paid to make it go away. That happened too? Su Haoran perked up. Absolutely true. My cousin works at an entertainment magazine. The story was ready to break, but Tianhua Entertainment's PR team managed to suppress it. Hearing this, Su Haoran's expression darkened. He leaned closer to Zhou Yang and whispered, Bro, you and him don't get along? We're more than just at odds, Zhou Yang chuckled. Just the other day at the hotel restaurant, he tried to pick a fight with me. Damn it, he dared to mess with my brother? Su Haoran's temper flared. Just wait. I'll get you even. Zhou Yang didn't stop him. He'd had it in for Zhou Yufei for ages. If someone else was willing to handle it, he was all for it. Moreover, Su Haoran's character standing up for his friends made him feel a bit more favorably toward this newly acquainted playboy. Chapter 109, Zhou Yufei, your headline is already booked. Su Haoren glanced at the commotion unfolding around Zhou Yufei before leaning close to Zhou Yang's ear. Bro, I've got an idea that'll guarantee this guy trends tomorrow. Zhou Yang perked up, releasing Wang Shui and following Su Haoren to a quiet corner. What's the plan? Su Haoren pulled out his phone, dialed a number, spoke briefly, then hung up. I know 2 college girls who do commercial gigs on the side. They look pretty innocent. I'll have them come over, pretend to be Zhou Yufei's fans, get him drunk, and take him away. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Then what? Then? Su Haoren chuckled. I booked a room at a nearby hotel. The room's already rigged with hidden cameras. Once they went in, we'd have quite the show to watch. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up at the prospect. You sly fox, you're ruthless. He's still too green to play games with me, Su Haoren patted his chest. This kind of scum needs a lesson. Otherwise, he'll think he's something special. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both wearing sinister grins. Back at the booth, Wang Shui had already drunk quite a bit. Her face was flushed, her eyes unfocused. Zhou Yang pulled her into his embrace. Wang Shui leaned against his shoulder, her hand wandering over his thigh. What were you talking about earlier? Nothing much. Just guy stuff. Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around her waist. Have some juice to sober up. Half an hour later, 2 girls dressed in innocent styles walked into the bar. Dressed in t-shirts and jeans, they looked like college students fresh out of class. Su Haoren spotted them and started to wave, but suddenly remembered something and quickly stopped himself. He pointed toward Zhou Yufei's direction and the 2 girls nodded. Are those 2 the ones you found? Zhou Yang asked. Yep. One Xiao Wen, the other's Xiao Qi. Both drama majors, Su Haoren replied. Their acting is solid, but what really matters is their innocence looks perfect for this kind of role. But don't let their looks fool you, they're actually pretty hot. With that, he gave Zhou Yang a knowing wink. The 2 girls walked straight toward Zhou Yufei's booth. Holding pens and notebooks, they stood before Zhou Yufei. Brother Zhao, could you sign something for us? We're your fans. Zhou Yufei paused, then burst into laughter. Fans? You actually followed me to the bar? His friends immediately started cheering him on. Bro, you're so awesome. Fans still coming to see you this late. That's the life of a celebrity. I'm so jealous. Zhou Yufei straightened his back, took the pen and notebook, and signed his name. Ladies, care to sit down for a drink? The 2 girls exchanged glances and nodded shyly. Really? We'd be honored. Zhou Yufei patted the seats beside him. The girls sat down, flanking him on either side. Brother Zhao, we've watched all your videos, your singing is amazing. Yeah, everyone in our dorm is your fan. They'd be so jealous knowing we got to meet you today. Flattered by the praise, Zhou Yufei kept pouring wine for the girls. Here, drink up. Zhou Yang watched the scene and laughed out loud. Damn it, they actually bought it. Wang Shui asked, what the hell are you guys up to? Nothing much, just teaching him a lesson. Zhou Yang turned his attention back to Wang Shui. You're much more interesting than them. Wang Shui giggled coquettishly, pressing herself against Zhou Yang. You've got a way with words, don't you? It's not just my words that flatter. Zhou Yang murmured in her ear, you'll find out soon enough. Wang Shui blushed even deeper and playfully slapped him. As time ticked by, the atmosphere at Zhou Yufei's end grew increasingly heated. The 2 girls kept pouring him drinks, and he drank more and more until his speech became slurred. You're such great fans. Come on, one more round. Finally, Zhou Yufei stood up, swaying as he announced he needed to use the restroom. The 2 girls supported him on either side as they made their way toward the door. Su Haoren glanced at his phone and said to Zhou Yang, the show's about to begin. Zhou Yang also stood up. Then we should be going too. Su Haoren had intended to urge him to drink more, but seeing the look between him and Wang Shui, he understood. He winked at Zhou Yang. Bro, take it easy. Your health comes first. Get lost. Zhou Yang laughed and cursed under his breath. He called over the waiter to settle the bill. Amidst the ambiguous stares of the crowd, he wrapped his arm around Wang Shui and left the bar. The night breeze blew as Wang Shui leaned against Zhou Yang's chest, her steps unsteady. Where are we going? She asked, though she knew full well. The hotel, Zhou Yang replied bluntly. Wang Shui halted, biting her lip. Isn't this too fast? We've only just met. Zhou Yang looked at her, cutting straight to the point. 200,000. Wang Shui froze. What? 200,000. For one night. Zhou Yang repeated. I don't like wasting time. For a girl like Lin Shi, he was willing to invest time in a slow courtship. But for someone like Wang Shui, who put a price tag on herself, he wanted to get it over with as directly as possible. Wang Shui paused, then laughed. You really are straightforward. I prefer straightforward deals. What do you think? Wang Shui bit her lip, hesitation flickering in her eyes before being replaced by resolve. Fine. As they walked, they passed a 24-hour pharmacy. Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Wait here for a moment. He stepped inside the pharmacy, grabbing a bottle of birth control pills and a bottle of vitamin C. As he paid, he glanced at the 2 bottles and had an idea. After stepping out, Wang Shui asked, "What did you buy?" "Just some essentials," Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Instead of taking Wang Shui back to his own hotel, he found a new one. After all, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were still staying there, which made it awkward. After checking in, they entered the room. Wang Shui set down her bag and said awkwardly, "I'll go take a shower first." "Go ahead," Zhou Yang nodded. As soon as the bathroom door closed and the sound of running water filled the air, Zhou Yang sprang into action. He opened the bottle of birth control pills, emptied the tablets into the trash can, and then filled it with vitamin C tablets. "Perfect," Zhou Yang murmured, surveying his handiwork. 20 minutes later, Wang Shui emerged wrapped in a towel, her hair still dripping wet. She saw Zhou Yang sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a glass of water and a pill. "What's this?" she asked. "Birth control pills," Zhou Yang handed them to her. "Safety first." Wang Shui took the pill and water, swallowing it down. "You're quite experienced, aren't you?" She set down the glass and walked up to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang embraced her. "No, you're the experienced one." Wang Shui smiled. "You're wrong. This is my first time doing this." "Is that so?" Zhou Yang pulled her onto the bed. "Then I'll be gentle." Chapter 110, Hiding the Truth. "She's carrying my child." The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Zhou Yang was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his phone. He reached for the phone on the nightstand and saw Su Haoran's name displayed. "Hello?" Zhou Yang's voice was still hoarse from sleep. "Bro, you awake? Did you catch the show?" Su Haoran's excited voice came through. Zhou Yang shook his head. Last night's battle had been too intense, and he was still a bit groggy. "What show?" "That bastard Zhou Yufei. I had someone edit the video. Want to take a look first?" Only then did Zhou Yang recall last night's plan. He glanced at the time. It was almost noon. "Don't rush to release it. Wait until tomorrow's match." "Why? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to release it now?" Su Haoran was puzzled. Zhou Yang smiled. "If we release it now, they'll still have time to handle the PR damage. Release it tomorrow during the match itself. Catch him off guard. That's what you call a knockout blow." "Brilliant. You really think things through." Su Haoran suddenly understood. "That's why I get along so well with you. We're both schemers at heart." Before hanging up, Su Haoran remembered something. "Oh, and about that entertainment company I mentioned yesterday, what do you think?" Zhou Yang froze for a moment. "You're serious? I thought you were just talking nonsense after drinking." "Of course I am. My dad keeps nagging me to get into a proper business." "Isn't the entertainment industry a proper business?" Su Haoran declared with righteous indignation. "Plus, there are plenty of beautiful women. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Zhou Yang thought it over. It really was a good opportunity. "All right, let's find a place to talk this over in detail." "Got it. 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'll book a place and send you the details." After hanging up, Zhou Yang turned to look beside him. Wang Shui was still fast asleep, the quilt having slipped down to her waist, revealing her smooth back. Last night's passionate encounter had left its mark on her body. Recalling the system's notification sound, Zhou Yang's lips curved upward. "Congratulations, host, on successfully conquering your target, Wang Shui. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Bonus reward, skilled business acumen enables keen detection of business opportunities and market trends. Congratulations, host, on successfully impregnating the target. Conception reward, 18 million yuan in cash. Additional reward, skill networking management expertise in maintaining and expanding professional networks. A total of 23 million in rewards, plus 2 skills that are extremely useful for entrepreneurship. This night was worth it." "What are you laughing at?" Wang Shui stirred groggily, her voice slightly hoarse. "Nothing. Just thinking how beautiful you are," Zhou Yang replied casually. Hearing this, Wang Shui felt a sweet warmth in her heart and smiled contentedly. She tried to sit up but frowned, letting out a soft groan. "It hurts." Zhou Yang feigned concern. "Where does it hurt?" Wang Shui shot him a glare. "It's all your fault. You're not human. How can you say that about me?" Zhou Yang teased. "Last night, you didn't act like it was your first time. You sounded so professional." Wang Shui's face flushed even redder as she playfully slapped him. "You still bring that up. You nearly tore me apart." Zhou Yang laughed as he wrapped his arms around her. "That just proves I'm skilled." Wang Shui leaned against his chest, her tone turning serious. "Zhou Yang, I don't want this to be just a one-night stand." "Oh? Then what do you want?" "I want to be your woman." Wang Shui looked up at him. "Your real woman." Zhou Yang showed no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. "You can be my woman, but you can only be one of them." Wang Shui paused for a moment, then nodded. "I know a man like you could never settle for just one woman." She felt a quiet triumph inside. Being one of them was better than nothing at all. Zhou Yang nodded. Wang Shui was indeed a woman who knew when to be pragmatic. Sensing Zhou Yang's change, Wang Shui pulled the blanket over them and slowly slid down. Zhou Yang was pleased with her compliance. Women like this were the easiest to handle. They didn't get out of bed until noon. After showering, Zhou Yang took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Shui. You keep your word. Thanks. Wang Shui's mood lifted even more upon receiving the transfer. Oh, and remember to take your birth control every day, Zhou Yang kindly reminded her. Safety first. Yeah, I know. Wang Shui nodded obediently. Little did she know that what she'd taken last night wasn't birth control pills at all, it was vitamin C. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly but kept a straight face. Well, I'll head back now. Get some rest, and call me if you need anything. Alright, drive safely. Wang Shui walked into the door, waving goodbye reluctantly. Zhou Yang returned to his original hotel and encountered Lin Shi the moment he stepped into the lobby. She was holding a book, preparing to head out. Up so early? Zhou Yang approached her. Early? Lin Shi glanced at the time. It's already 1 in the afternoon. I slept in late last night, Zhou Yang chuckled. Where are you headed? There's a coffee shop nearby. I thought I'd stop by. Going alone would be boring. Want me to come with you? Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. No need. You must have your own plans. Accompanying a beauty for coffee is exactly what I have to do. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Yang regretted them. That kind of flirtatious remark might work with Wang Shui, but Lin Shi was different. To his surprise, Lin Shi didn't get angry, she just flushed a little. Don't say things like that. Seeing she wasn't upset, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief and seized the moment to take her hand. Come on, I'll buy you coffee. Lin Shi hadn't expected Zhou Yang to do this, and her body froze instantly. It was the first time a man had ever taken her hand. Strangely enough, she didn't feel repulsed. Instead, the warmth radiating from his palm made her heart race. Could it be that she had truly fallen for Zhou Yang? The moment that thought surfaced, panic washed over her. Lin Shi. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu stepped out of the elevator. Seeing the two holding hands, their expressions were priceless. Lin Shi quickly pulled away and hid behind them. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Su Mei approached. Don't you dare bully our Lin Shi. I'm not bullying her. Zhou Yang looked utterly innocent. Ask her if you don't believe me. He didn't bully me, Lin Shi whispered in Zhou Yang's defense. I wanted to go get coffee myself and asked him to come with me. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu exchanged surprised glances. Lin Shi was already won over by Zhou Yang so quickly? That was way too fast. Alright, stop overthinking it. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm going to talk to a friend about something. You guys hang out on your own. He winked at Lin Shi and turned to leave. Lin Shi watched his retreating figure, the flush lingering on her cheeks long after he was gone. Chapter 111, Want to break into showbiz? Prove your commitment. 3 p.m., a high-end club on the Bund in Shanghai. Zhou Yang and Su Haoren sat in a window-side private room. The guy was dressed casually in sunglasses, looking like a total show-off. How much are you planning to invest? Zhou Yang cut straight to the chase. Su Haoren pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. 200 million. Is that enough? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. This guy really was loaded. It's enough, but I don't want to play small ball. What do you mean? Zhou Yang picked up his teacup. If we're going to do this, let's go big. Film, music, variety shows, online content expand in every direction. Su Haoren's eyes lit up. Now that's thinking big. I can't stand those timid little businesses. And we won't just create content, we'll build distribution channels too, Zhou Yang continued. Our own cinema chains, our own streaming platform, our own music app. This was the judgment born from his newly acquired business acumen skill. In the coming years, the era of content reigning supreme is upon us. Whoever controls the channels controls the narrative. Holy crap, you've got some serious ambition. Su Haoren exclaimed, slapping the table excitedly. I like it. So it's settled then? It's settled. Su Haoren extended his hand decisively. Happy collaboration. The moment their hands touched, Zhou Yang felt the power of his network management skill. Methods for nurturing and expanding connections instantly flooded his mind, as vivid as if he'd experienced them firsthand. Have you decided on a company name? Su Haoren asked. Let's call it Shangshi Entertainment. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before replying, it's grand. Shangshi Entertainment, I love that name. Just as the two were deep in conversation, Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhou? This is Li Xin. We met at the auto show yesterday. A nervous female voice came through the phone. Zhou Yang paused. Was she already making a move so soon? Of course I remember. What can I do for you, Miss Li? Well, I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you for the opportunity you gave me yesterday. No need to be so formal. Also, Li Xin's voice grew even softer. I'd like to learn more about the entertainment industry. Zhou Yang understood she was trying to get close to someone influential. Sure, I happen to be free today. They agreed on a meeting place and time. After hanging up, Su Haoren smirked mischievously. Another date with a beauty? Met her at the auto show yesterday. She's a car model looking to break into showbiz. Wow, and you haven't even officially launched your company yet, and people are already lining up at your door. Su Haoren remarked. The entertainment industry really is full of beauties. This is just the beginning. Zhou Yang said with confidence. At 7 o'clock that evening, Zhou Yang arrived at a Sichuan restaurant according to the address. Li Xian was already waiting at the entrance. She had changed into a light yellow dress, her makeup meticulously applied, her figure accentuated by the dress's flattering silhouette. Mr. Zhou, you're here. Li Xian greeted him warmly, taking his arm. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, I just arrived myself. The two entered the restaurant, where Li Xian had already reserved a private room. I hear you're from the south, you must be able to handle spicy food, right? Li Xian busily poured tea for Zhou Yang. This place has an especially authentic version of koshui chicken. I'm not picky. You order whatever you like. Li Xian ordered a table full of dishes, all signature specialties of the restaurant. Mr. Zhou, about what you mentioned yesterday helping me enter the entertainment industry, is that for real? Li Xian asked tentatively. Of course it's true, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. But the plan has changed. I'm setting up a media group with broader operations. A media conglomerate? Li Xian's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean even more opportunities? Exactly. We'll definitely need all kinds of talent. Zhou Yang paused deliberately. Someone as talented and attractive as you is exactly what we need. Li Xian was flattered to the core. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhou. But the entertainment industry is fiercely competitive, outward qualities alone won't suffice. Zhou Yang shifted his tone. You also need unwavering determination and a spirit of sacrifice. Li Xian caught the implication in his words, and a blush spread across her cheeks. I understand what you mean. She moved closer and sat beside Zhou Yang. I'm willing to do anything to achieve my dreams. Is that so? Zhou Yang reached out to caress her cheek. Then I can rest assured. Li Xian didn't pull away, instead, she leaned in closer. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of me? Very good. Zhou Yang's hand slid down her cheek to her neck. You've kept your figure in great shape. Thank you, Li Xian replied, her voice trembling slightly. I work out at the gym every day. It shows. Zhou Yang's hand continued its descent, and Li Xian's breathing grew rapid. Mr. Zhou. Just call me Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I want to be your woman. Li Xian confessed boldly, her eyes brimming with desire. So direct? I don't like beating around the bush. Li Xian bit her lip. I know you have many women, but I don't care. As long as I can be by your side, it's all worth it. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. This kind of sensible woman was exactly his type. In that case, let's find somewhere else to continue this conversation. After finishing their meal, the two left the restaurant. Where would you like to go? Zhou Yang asked. You decide, Li Xian said, linking her arm through his. Whatever you say. Then let's go shopping first and buy some things. Zhou Yang led Li Xian to a bustling commercial street in the metropolis. Here, all kinds of brand stores gathered, ranging from affordable options to luxury goods. Are you really going to buy me something? Li Xian asked, sounding almost incredulous. Of course. Since we're partnering up, I should show my appreciation. Zhou Yang pulled her into a clothing store. The store specialized in professional attire at moderate prices, with a suit costing around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Pick out a few business outfits. You'll need them for work. Li Xian browsed the store, asking Zhou Yang's opinion every time she picked up an item. What about this one? Nice. Try it on. Li Xian entered the fitting room and soon emerged wearing a gray suit. The tailored cut perfectly accentuated her curves, creating a striking contrast between the suit's formality and her sensuality. It suits you perfectly. Zhou Yang nodded. I'll take this one. Really? It's too expensive. What's a few thousand yuan? Zhou Yang didn't seem to care. Pick out a few more. Li Xian's heart leapt with joy as she quickly selected 3 more suits in different colors. At checkout, Zhou Yang swiped his card for over 20,000 yuan. Thank you, Zhou Yang. Li Xian clutched the shopping bags, her face radiant with gratitude. This is just the beginning. Zhou Yang then took her to a shoe store, where they bought several pairs of matching high heels. Then they went to a cosmetics store, where they bought a large haul of skincare products and makeup. Finally, at a lingerie store, Zhou Yang even helped her pick out several sets of sexy underwear. You have such great taste. Li Xian blushed as she held the black lace lingerie. Glad you like it. Zhou Yang whispered in her ear, find a time to wear it for me. Li Xian's body trembled slightly as she nodded. After browsing around, Zhou Yang spent less than 100,000 yuan. To him, it was nothing, but to Li Xin, it was a huge shock. Zhou Yang, you're so good to me. What's this compared to what you've done for me? Zhou Yang gently stroked her hair. As long as you're good and obedient, there'll be more to come. I'll be good. Li Xin nodded vigorously. I'll do whatever you say. Chapter 112, live streamed across the web. Zhou Yufei's social humiliation. The two continued browsing the mall. Li Xin grew increasingly relaxed, her chatter flowing freely. She shared her fitness tips with Zhou Yang and recounted all sorts of bizarre incidents from her days as a car model. Zhou Yang realized this woman wasn't just stunningly hot, she had a genuinely interesting personality too. By the way, where do you live now? Zhou Yang asked casually. I'm sharing an apartment with a friend over in Pudong. That far? No choice, it's cheaper, Li Xin replied, sounding a bit embarrassed. Car model income isn't very stable. How about this? I'll find you a studio apartment downtown. Really? Li Xin grabbed Zhou Yang's arm in delight, her soft chest brushing against his arm. You're too good to me. Feeling the warmth and suppleness of her arm, Zhou Yang savored the moment. You're my woman now, so of course I'll take good care of you. I'll make sure to repay you properly. Li Xian's voice carried a distinct hint of intimacy as she spoke. Zhou Yang nodded and continued shopping. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock that the two parted ways. Though he wanted to get intimate with her, Zhou Yang wasn't in a hurry. What's in the bag won't escape. Besides, tomorrow was game day. The next day, Zhou Yang woke up early. First, he sent Wang Shui a message, reminding her to take her birth control pills on time. Then he sent Li Xin a good morning message. Only after handling these matters did he head downstairs. In the dining room, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were already preparing for today's competition. Today we absolutely have to show our true strength. Li Xiaoyu clenched her fist, her face radiating determination. Just relax and play at your usual level, Zhou Yang reassured her. Exactly. What's there to be nervous about? Su Mei remained surprisingly calm. That Zhou Yufei doesn't look like much anyway. Lin Shi sat quietly to the side, eating her breakfast. Lin Shi, you're in charge of on-site promotional photography today. Remember to take plenty of great shots, Zhou Yang instructed her. Got it. Lin Shi nodded obediently. Oh, and don't forget to snap some shots of our boss looking dashing later. Su Mei teased, maybe we can use it as a promotional photo. Su Mei. Lin Shi flushed. Our shy Lin Shi is blushing, Li Xiaoyu joined in the teasing. Zhou Yang watched Lin Shi's flushed face and found it amusing. This girl's personality had changed so much since she first joined the company. But to him, this was a good thing. 10 a.m., competition venue. The Magic City Stadium was buzzing with excitement, the stands packed to capacity. Backstage was even more bustling, with staff from various companies coming and going. When Zhou Yang arrived with his team, they happened to run into the Tianhua entertainment crew. Zhou Yufei wore a silver suit today. His hair was styled extravagantly, making him look like a walking, talking hairdresser's creation. Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yufei provoked him. Here again today, just for the sake of participating? Indeed, participation is key, Zhou Yang replied with a bright smile. But we're competing for the championship, unlike certain people who compete in creating scandals. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yufei's expression darkened. Nothing much, just saying. Zhou Yang patted his shoulder. Put on a good show later. Try not to embarrass yourself too badly. Zhou Yang led his team toward the rest area. Zhou Yufei's face turned pale with anger, but he dared not react. After all, this was a public place, he couldn't act too recklessly. Brother phone, let's just ignore him, Zhou Yufei's agent advised. Once the competition's over, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. Just wait and see. Little did Zhou Yufei know that a conspiracy targeting him was about to unfold. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the competition began. 30 contestants competed today. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were scheduled to compete 5th and 7th, respectively. Zhou Yufei was 15th. The performances of the earlier contestants were mediocre, but when Su Mei took the stage, the entire venue erupted with excitement. She chose another love song for today, her voice lazy and alluring. Paired with perfectly timed stage presence, she had the audience spellbound. She's truly my woman. Zhou Yang watched from below, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Su Mei's performance was truly outstanding, earning high scores from all the judges. The subsequent contestants delivered performances that were merely adequate until Li Xiaoyu took the stage. The young girl performed exceptionally well today. Her voice blended beautifully with the piano accompaniment, creating a refreshing sensation. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Just as I thought, this girl is truly different after my training, Zhou Yang thought smugly. Finally, it was Zhou Yufei's turn to take the stage. He strode onto the stage with confidence, ready to prove himself through sheer talent. Just then, Su Haoren sent Zhou Yang a message. The show was about to begin. Almost simultaneously, the venue's large screen suddenly malfunctioned. The screen, which should have displayed contestant information, abruptly began playing a video. The video's protagonist was none other than Zhou Yufei. In the footage, he was in a hotel room with 2 female college students. Of course, the crucial parts were pixelated. Holy! What the hell is this? Isn't that Zhou Yufei? The audience erupted in an instant. Zhou Yufei on stage saw the content on the big screen and turned pale instantly. Turn it off! Quick, turn it off! He yelled at the staff. But the video kept playing, and the audio came through loud and clear. Brother Foam, you're amazing. Truly my idol. Do it again. The venue erupted in commotion as audience members pulled out their phones to record. The staff scrambled to shut down the video, but the technical glitch couldn't be fixed immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical glitch. The host tried to regain control of the situation. But it was useless, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Zhou Yufei slept with a fan. Scumbag! Get off the stage! A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Zhou Yufei stood frozen on stage, unable to move forward or back. In the end, he could only slink off stage, his face a picture of humiliation. Zhou Yang watched the scene unfold from below, feeling utterly satisfied. Zhou Yufei was finished for good. Not just this competition, his entire performing career was ruined. Sume leaned over to Zhou Yang and asked, "What's going on?" "No idea. Probably some technical glitch." Zhou Yang feigned innocence. "Serves him right." Li Xiaoyu gloated from the sidelines. "He deserves it for being so arrogant all the time." Lin Shi remained silent, but she too believed someone like Zhou Yufei deserved punishment. The match continued. But everyone's attention remained fixated on the earlier video. Whispers and murmurs swirled around the venue, completely souring the atmosphere. The final results were announced. Sume took first place, Li Xiaoyu second. Both successfully advanced to the top 16. Xingsan Entertainment emerged as tonight's biggest winner. During the interview segment, Sume flashed a sweet smile at the camera. "I want to thank our company's boss, Zhou Yang. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today." Beside her, Sister Hong couldn't stop grinning. Zhou Yang, listening from the audience, felt even more delighted. But what pleased him most was Zhou Yufei's downfall. Zhou Yufei had already been urgently recalled by Tianhua Entertainment. He was likely facing contract termination and hefty compensation demands. Meanwhile, online, videos of him had begun circulating wildly. The hashtag Zhou Yufei sleeps with fans shot straight to the top of the trending list. "Now you're truly famous." Zhou Yang glanced at the news on his phone and let out a cold laugh. At the celebratory banquet that evening, Su Haoren raised his glass and approached Zhou Yang. "Bro, how'd you like that move today?" "Not bad. You're the man." Zhou Yang gave him a thumbs up. Of course it was," Su Haoren said smugly. "Mess with my brother, and you mess with me." Cheers." The two looked like a pair of conspirators, grinning in a rather sleazy way. Just as everyone was celebrating, Zhou Yang's phone rang. "Hello?" An angry voice came from the other end of the line. "Zhou Yang, is that you?" "You just wait." Chapter 113, Since when did you become such a gentleman? The furious voice on the line instantly silenced the entire private room. Zhou Yang glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "May I ask who's speaking?" "This is Zhao Tianming. Zhao Yufei's father." The voice nearly exploded from the phone. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" "Zhao Tianming?" Zhou Yang feigned confusion. "Sorry, no recollection. A shareholder of Tianhua Entertainment, you dare say you don't know me?" Zhao Tianming was so furious his voice cracked. "Oh, Tianhua Entertainment." Zhou Yang suddenly understood. "That perennial runner-up company? I've heard a lot about them." Su Haoren nearly spit out the wine in his mouth, his face flushing crimson with suppressed laughter. "Don't play dumb. That video today was your doing." Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth. "Video? What video?" Zhou Yang continued to feign innocence. "I was busy watching the game today. Who had time for anything else?" "You. And Mr. Zhao." Zhou Yang shifted his tone, his voice turning cold. "Don't you have any idea about the mess your son's been causing? Sleeping with fans, getting someone pregnant, and you're trying to blame others?" "It was an accident." Zhao Tianming's voice clearly faltered. "Accident?" Zhou Yang sneered. "One time is an accident, but 2 or 3 times? Your son sure has a lot of accidents." Everyone else in the private room heard it loud and clear. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Got any proof it was me?" Zhou Yang fired back. "If you can't produce evidence, stop making baseless accusations." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Indeed, they didn't have a shred of evidence. "You just wait. This isn't over." Zhao Tianming could only threaten. "I'll be waiting." Zhou Yang couldn't care less. "But let me give you some advice, keep your son in line. Don't let him embarrass himself in public again." Beep beep beep. Zhou Yang hung up the phone. "Ha ha ha." Su Haoren slapped the table and roared with laughter. Bro, you've got a sharp tongue. Serves them right. Li Xiaoyu joined in the teasing. They deserved it for being so arrogant. Sume raised her glass toward Zhou Yang. Cheers to our boss. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. At that moment, Su Haoran's gaze involuntarily fell upon Sume. Tonight, Sume wore a black strapless gown, its deep V-neck showcasing her stunning figure. Her wavy long hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her fiery red lips looked especially alluring under the lights. But the most dangerous feature was those almond-shaped eyes. A single glance could steal any man's soul. Holy! Su Haoran was mesmerized. He leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered, "Bro, your luck with women is off the charts." Zhou Yang noticed Lin Shi standing nearby and quickly shot Su Haoran a warning glance. Su Haoran got the hint immediately. Though he was green with envy, he'd never touch his friend's woman. Come on, keep drinking." Su Haoran raised his glass. "To today's victory. Lin Shi, have a drink too." Zhou Yang turned to Lin Shi. I don't drink." Lin Shi nervously waved her hands. "Sume and Xiaoyu both placed well today, it's worth celebrating," Zhou Yang urged gently. "Just a small glass, just for the sake of it." Seeing the expectant look on Zhou Yang's face, Lin Shi's resolve softened. "Alright, just one small glass." She took the glass and sipped cautiously. The alcohol sting made her frown, but she persevered and finished it. Before long, Lin Shi's face flushed red, and her speech became slightly slurred. I feel a bit dizzy." She leaned on the table, her eyes unfocused. "Why don't you go back to your room and rest?" Zhou Yang asked with concern. "Okay, sure." In the hallway, Zhou Yang slowly guided Lin Shi along. "Zhou Yang, thank you." Lin Shi leaned against his shoulder, her voice muffled. "Don't mention it." Zhou Yang caught the faint scent wafting from her. "Drink less in the future. You really can't hold your liquor." I know." At the door to their room, Lin Shi fumbled for her key card, her hand trembling slightly. "Let me do it." Zhou Yang took the card and swiped it to open the door. "You go in and lie down first." Lin Shi nodded and stumbled into the room. Zhou Yang followed behind, watching her sit on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. "Take off your shoes and get some rest." Zhou Yang knelt down and helped her remove her shoes. Lin Shi's feet were small, with rounded toes that looked incredibly cute. Zhou Yang looked away and pulled a thin blanket over her. "Zhou Yang." Lin Shi suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" "Thank you." "You're welcome," Zhou Yang replied gently. "Get some rest." He turned off the light and tiptoed out of the room. The room fell silent once more. Lin Shi opened her eyes only after hearing the door close. Most of her drunkenness had worn off. She'd been faking it all along. Ever since Zhou Yang had helped her into the room, her heart had been racing wildly. She had thought Zhou Yang might do something to her. Her heart was both nervous and hopeful. But Zhou Yang merely helped her off her shoes, tucked her in, and left. Lin Shi clutched the edge of the quilt. She couldn't tell if she felt relieved or disappointed. What was I thinking? How could I have such thoughts? Her cheeks flushed hot, and she shyly buried her face in the covers. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang returned to the private room. Back already? Su Mei raised an eyebrow. I thought you'd be gone much longer. What were you thinking? She got drunk, so I just walked her back to her room. Really? Li Xiaoyu was equally surprised. Honey, when did you become such a gentleman? I've always been a gentleman, okay? Don't think so badly of me. Su Mei leaned close and whispered in his ear. Come to my room tonight. Xiaoyu is looking forward to it too. Zhou Yang's Adam's apple bobbed as he nodded. But did you make Lin Shi drink to create an opportunity? Su Mei asked again. Zhou Yang gently patted her hand. Don't jump to conclusions. I don't have those kinds of intentions. Really? Su Mei looked at him. Then what about you and Lin Shi? If she's not willing, you absolutely mustn't force yourself on her, Su Mei said sternly. While I don't mind if you have other women, you can't force anyone. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. The gathering ended quickly, and everyone returned to their rooms. Before leaving, Su Haoran patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Man, you're one lucky guy. If you're jealous, go find one yourself, Zhou Yang chuckled. With your looks, you're not exactly lacking in female attention. But you're the one who knows how to play the field, Su Haoran shook his head. I don't have the skills to run a harem like you do. Cut the nonsense. Zhou Yang shoved him playfully. Get back to bed. We've got things to do tomorrow. Chapter 114, Tonight, we'll take good care of you. Zhou Yang arrived at the door of Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's room and knocked. Coming. Li Xiaoyu's voice called out from inside. The door opened, and Li Xiaoyu threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. Her face flushed from the alcohol, she looked adorable. Husband, you look so handsome today. Especially when you stood up to that Liu Yufei. You like it? Zhou Yang held her close. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll deal with them just like that. You're the best, honey. Li Xiaoyu snuggled into his embrace. I haven't been nourished by my husband in far too long. You little vixen, it's only been a few days. Zhou Yang pinched her cheek. Stop it. Li Xiaoyu playfully tapped his chest. Can't I miss my husband? Li Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and blew a soft breath into his ear. Zhou Yang felt weak all over. This little vixen was getting better and better at teasing him. Ahem. Sume cleared her throat beside them. Can you two tone it down a bit? Only then did Zhou Yang notice. Sume was sitting on the sofa, watching them lazily. She had changed into a set of loungewear. A silk spaghetti strap nightdress that accentuated her figure perfectly. Come here. Zhou Yang reached out his hand towards Sume. Wait, Sume stood up instead. Go take a shower first. Why? You smell like alcohol, Sume wrinkled her nose. I don't want to spend the night smelling like alcohol. Zhou Yang shook his head and headed toward the bathroom. Remember to use shower gel. Li Xiaoyu called after him. While showering, Zhou Yang heard rustling sounds outside, along with the low murmurs of two women. What were they doing? 20 minutes later, Zhou Yang emerged from the shower. The scene before him made his blood boil. Li Xiaoyu wore a black and white maid outfit. The puffy skirt hem barely covered her thighs, revealing her fair calves. A maid's headpiece adorned her hair, giving her an innocent yet alluring look. Sume had changed into a red lace nightgown. Its semi-transparent fabric hinting at her voluptuous figure. Master, welcome home. Li Xiaoyu mimicked a maid's manner, curtsying to Zhou Yang. When did you buy these? Zhou Yang swallowed hard. We bought them earlier when I went shopping with Sister Sume, Li Xiaoyu said shyly. I was hesitant to wear it at first, but Sister Sume said you'd definitely love it. Cut it out. Sume lay lazily on the bed. You're the one who wanted to buy them in the first place. What's there to be shy about? Sume. Li Xiaoyu's face flushed even redder. She twirled around. Do I look good? It looks great, absolutely stunning. Zhou Yang nodded repeatedly. Xiaomei, you've corrupted our innocent little Xiaoyu. Cut it out. Sume shot him a glare. Don't you like it? She tapped her finger lightly against her red lips. I like it. Of course I like it. Zhou Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He walked straight over and pulled both of them into his arms. My two treasures. Husband. Li Xiaoyu lifted her head shyly. Sister Sume taught me so much. What did she teach you? Zhou Yang asked softly. I'm not telling you. Li Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. You'll find out soon enough. Sume's breath was sweet as orchids as she whispered seductively into his ear. Husband, tonight we'll take good care of you. Zhou Yang held the person in his arms tighter. Since you're both so eager, I won't hold back. After a night of wild passion, dawn was breaking. Zhou Yang lay in bed, cradling two beauties in his arms. Sume lay lazily against his chest, her fingers tracing circles on his skin. Li Xiaoyu curled up in the crook of his right arm, her breathing still slightly ragged. Husband, you're too much. Sume pouted playfully, not the slightest bit gentle. Exactly. You don't know how to treat a lady at all. Li Xiaoyu joined in with a soft, sweet voice. Can't blame me for that, Zhou Yang chuckled smugly. Who told you to dress so temptingly? Men are all the same, taking advantage and then acting innocent. Sume shot him a withering glance. I'm just telling it like it is. Zhou Yang gently tapped her nose. Besides, you two were clearly enjoying it. Both women blushed. Honey, are we heading back after the competition? Li Xiaoyu asked. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. I'm considering something. What is it? Sume looked up at him. Where to set up the new company? Zhou Yang stroked Sume's hair. I think the Magic City is more suitable than Yangcheng. Why? Li Xiaoyu was puzzled. The entertainment industry's development level is different, Zhou Yang explained. Shanghai's resources and connections in this field are simply unmatched by Guangzhou. If we want to scale up, we have to come to Shanghai. Sume nodded thoughtfully. You're right. And Shanghai does offer more opportunities. But doesn't that mean we'll have to leave Yangcheng? Li Xiaoyu felt reluctant. Xingsan Entertainment will remain in Yangcheng as our subsidiary, Zhou Yang reassured her. The new company will be called Shangshi Entertainment and it will be much larger in scale. Shangshi Entertainment? Sume's eyes lit up. That name has real presence. Of course. We're aiming for a golden age, Zhou Yang declared ambitiously. Not just entertainment will expand into film and television, music, variety shows, and even streaming platforms. Wow, that sounds amazing. Li Xiaoyu looked at him with admiration. You're so amazing, honey. This is just the beginning. Zhou Yang pulled them both closer. Just wait and see. We're going to shake up the entire entertainment industry. What about Sister Yufei and Xiaowei? That goes without saying, they'll be joining us, of course. As they chatted, they all drifted off into a deep sleep. Just as dawn broke, Zhou Yang's phone rang. Hello? Bro, awake yet? I found the perfect spot. Su Haoran's excited voice came through. That fast? Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. I had people start looking as soon as I got back last night. There's a commercial building in Huangpu district. The location is prime, and we can rent the entire floor. What's the price? 30 million a year, but we can negotiate a long-term contract to get a discount. Zhou Yang did some quick calculations in his head. The price seemed reasonable. Moreover, Huangpu district is the heart of Shanghai, which would benefit the company's growth. Alright, I'll go take a look later. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs. After hanging up, Zhou Yang glanced at the two beauties still fast asleep and quietly got up to wash up. An hour later, they arrived at a modern commercial building in Huangpu district. The 38-story building boasted a sleek, imposing exterior. Surrounded by high-end office buildings and shopping malls, its location was indeed prime. What do you think? Su Haoran asked smugly. Pretty good taste, huh? It certainly is, Zhou Yang nodded. Let's go inside and take a look. The elevator went straight to the top floor. The entire floor was spacious with excellent natural lighting. Su Haoran pointed to the largest room and said, "This could be the boss's office, it has the best view." Zhou Yang walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the river view outside with satisfaction. What about the other floors? The floors below the 10th are for office space, while the 10th floor and above can be used for recording studios, photography studios, and such. Su Haoran explained. The top floor is reserved exclusively for the boss. Alright, this is the one. Shall we go sign the contract? Hold on. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone. Let me draft the investment agreement first. Chapter 115, Recruiting Troops, a Modest Hiring Drive. Zhou Yang pulled out his phone and opened the memo app. Hold on, you're drafting the contract right now? Su Haoran froze for a moment. Of course. Zhou Yang's fingers flew across the screen. In business, you strike while the iron's hot. Every day you delay adds another layer of uncertainty. In less than 10 minutes, an investment agreement was finalized. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Su Haoran took the phone and examined it carefully. The terms were clear, responsibilities well defined, and profit distribution reasonable. I invest 200 million, you invest 200 million, but you get 60% equity and I get 40%? Su Haoran raised an eyebrow. I'll handle operations and management, bearing primary responsibility, Zhou Yang stated matter-of-factly. Plus, I'll integrate my existing artist resources into the venture. Fine, no problem. Su Haoran agreed readily. But I have one condition. Go ahead. Give me the title of Deputy General Manager. Zhou Yang chuckled. What are you up to? Su Haoran scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Mainly so I have a proper title. Makes it easier to introduce myself when hitting on girls. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yang roared with laughter. You sure are blunt. Men should be honest, right? All right. Zhou Yang slapped him on the shoulder. Then let's go find the landlord to sign the lease agreement. The two went downstairs to the property management office and contacted the landlord. The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon hearing they wanted to rent the entire building, he rushed over immediately. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Chen, the landlord said, extending his hand. I hear you're looking for a long-term lease? Yes, starting at 5 years, Zhou Yang got straight to the point. But we'll need to discuss the price. 30 million a year is already quite favorable for this location. Mr. Chen, Zhou Yang interrupted. We're looking at a long-term partnership and we're leasing the entire building. Your risk is minimized. So what are you saying? 28 million, paid annually, 5-year contract. Mr. Chen hesitated. This price. Do the math. Zhou Yang opened the calculator app on his phone. Monthly, that's 2.33 million yuan. This building has 38 floors averaging over 60,000 yuan per floor per month. You still think that's too low? Su Haoran nodded in agreement beside him. Plus, we have solid financial backing, no risk of missed payments. Mr. Chen pondered for a moment. Alright then, 28 million it is. That's a fair deal. Let's sign the contract now. After signing the contract, Zhou Yang immediately transferred the first year's rent. Seeing the payment confirmation text, Boss Chen couldn't stop grinning. Gentlemen, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Next, Su Haoran began leveraging his network connections. Su Haoran said, I'll handle the company registration. I have friends at the Administration for Industry and Commerce. It'll be done in 3 days tops. What about the renovation? I've got someone for that too, specializes in high-end office renovations. I'll make sure it looks absolutely top-notch. Su Haoran declared triumphantly. Zhou Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then I won't have to worry about these things. By the way, when should we transfer the staff over from Guangzhou? After the renovation is complete, Zhou Yang replied after a moment's thought. The new company has just been established, so we'll start by hiring a group of people from outside. How do you plan to recruit them? I have my ways. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Yang went straight to Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, you'll be in charge of the next few days' matches. You won't be joining us? Sister Zhang sounded surprised. I need to handle company matters, Zhou Yang explained. You know Su Mei and Xiao Yu's capabilities, they should be fine. Sister Zhang nodded. Alright, I'll keep an eye on them. But are you sure about opening a new company in Shanghai? Absolutely. Zhou Yang's tone was resolute. There are far more opportunities here than in Guangzhou. Sister Zhang hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang arrived at the largest job fair in the Magic City. The place was bustling with people, packed with recruitment booths. Zhou Yang found a prime spot, set up a table, and erected a sign. Shengshire Entertainment hiring, agents, publicity, finance, administration. The sign was simple, just a printed A4 sheet taped to a wooden board. Compared to the elaborately designed recruitment ads nearby, it looked rather shabby. But the compensation section caught everyone's attention. Agent, monthly salary 20k 30k. Publicity specialist, monthly salary 15k 25k. Administrative assistant, monthly salary 10k 15k. These salary levels were quite generous. People quickly gathered around. Is this offer legit? Asked a young man wearing glasses. Absolutely, Zhou Yang replied. What's your company called? Where are you located? Shengshire Entertainment. Newly established. The onlookers murmured among themselves. A new company, huh? With such high pay, could it be a scam? Scammers have so many tricks these days. Zhou Yang ignored the skepticism and remained seated, waiting. Just then, two young women approached. One with short hair looked sharp and capable, while the other with long hair seemed quieter. Hello, are you still hiring? The short-haired girl asked. Yes, what position are you interested in? Zhou Yang looked up at the two of them. The short-haired girl was in her early 20s, with delicate features. The long-haired girl was about the same age, with a gentle demeanor. I'd like to apply for the agent position, the short-haired girl volunteered. My name is Fang Chung. I graduated from Communication University. I'd like to try for the PR specialist position, the long-haired girl said, sounding a bit nervous. My name is Liu Yufei. I majored in marketing. Zhou Yang nodded. Do you have any work experience? I interned at a small company for 6 months, Fang Cheng replied. I mainly handled artist scheduling and media coordination. I just graduated, so I don't have much work experience, Liu Yufei admitted honestly. As the two girls spoke, their cheeks flushed when they caught sight of Zhou Yang's face. Handsome boss. Fang Cheng murmured softly. What? Zhou Yang didn't catch her. Nothing, Fang Cheng quickly waved her hands. I meant, you look so young starting a company at such a young age. Ability has nothing to do with age, Zhou Yang smiled. That smile made both girls' hearts race. Can we submit our resumes? Liu Yufei stammered. Just then, a discordant voice cut through the crowd. Hey, don't get fooled. A young man in his 20s pushed his way through, pointing at the recruitment sign. This is clearly a scam company. Look how shoddy that sign is. And look at these salaries, 30k for an agent? You think this is Huai Brothers or something? The surrounding crowd began murmuring in agreement. Yeah, that salary is pretty outrageous. Where would a new company get that kind of money? The young man grew more animated as he spoke. I worked at an entertainment company for 2 years, I know the market. A legitimate agent makes around 7 or 8,000 a month. He's offering 30,000 outright, something's clearly off. And look at him, so young. Who'd believe he's the boss? Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei began to hesitate. Zhou Yang put down his phone and looked at the young man. Are you done? I'm doing this for everyone's own good, to prevent you from getting scammed. The young man declared with righteous indignation. There are so many scam companies these days, all using the same tricks. What kind of scheme? They lure people in with high salaries, then demand deposits or training fees. In the end, you lose both your money and your job. The onlookers nodded in agreement, their expressions toward Zhou Yang turning wary. Zhou Yang stood up and pulled several documents from his bag. What's this? The young man leaned in curiously. Lease agreements. Zhou Yang unfolded the papers. An entire commercial building in Huangpu district, leased for 28 million yuan a year. The room fell instantly silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Is this real? Someone stammered. Contract number, landlord details, bank transfer records. Zhou Yang spread the documents across the table. You can verify it. The young man picked up the contract and examined it closely, his expression darkening. If I can afford 28 million yuan in annual rent, do you really think I'd be short on that little salary? Zhou Yang sneered. The crowd erupted in commotion. Holy crap, is this for real? 28 million a year? That's a major corporation. That prime real estate in Huangpu district. Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei exchanged glances, both growing excited. Can I still submit my resume? Fang Cheng asked. Zhou Yang sat back down and picked up their resumes to review them. The young man was about to say something else. But seeing the disdainful looks around him, he felt a bit embarrassed and slunk away. Once the office renovation is complete, we'll notify you for interviews. Zhou Yang added both of their contact information. Really? That's great. The two girls nearly jumped for joy. Even after getting his contact info, they lingered at the table, reluctant to leave. Any other questions? Zhou Yang asked. No, nothing. Fang Qing blushed, unable to resist stealing another glance at Zhou Yang. Only when someone behind them urged them on did the pair reluctantly leave. Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Yang's lips curved upward. He smugly thought to himself, being handsome is such a crime. Chapter 116, a beauty comes calling and she wants to take her bestie home too? A long line had already formed at the job fair venue. Zhou Yang flipped through the resume of the bespectacled young man before him. What work experience do you have? I worked as an assistant at Tianhua Entertainment for 2 years, the young man answered honestly. Why did you leave? The pay was too low, and there was no room for advancement. Zhou Yang nodded. That was a straightforward answer. Alright, leave me your contact info. Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei, who had stayed behind, stepped in to help organize the resumes. Fang Cheng handed Zhou Yang a stack of resumes. Boss, these are all applications for agent positions. Thanks. You don't need to stay here. I'll notify you if there's any news. Liu Yufei flushed slightly. It's fine. We're free anyway. Glad to help out. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly at the girl's eager attentiveness. That's the power of good looks for you. Throughout the morning, applicants streamed in one after another. Zhou Yang carefully selected only a dozen or so promising resumes. Boss, what are your hiring criteria? Fang Qing couldn't help asking. Ability comes first, attitude second, Zhou Yang replied, closing his folder. The company is just starting out. We don't need a large team, but every member must be elite. Just then, a fashionably dressed young woman approached. Excuse me, are you still hiring? She asked in a sweet voice. Zhou Yang looked up. In her early 20s, she had a sweet face and a stunning figure. She wore a women's suit but had unbuttoned the top 2 buttons, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Yes, we are. What position are you interested in? Administrative assistant. The girl handed over her resume, deliberately bending over to give Zhou Yang a better look. My name is Lin Na. I have 2 years of work experience. Zhou Yang took the resume and flipped through it casually. Where did you work before? Tianyu Entertainment. Why did you leave? My boss kept harassing me. I couldn't stand that kind of environment. Lin Na pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with hurt. Zhou Yang glanced at her and silently shook his head. 86 points for looks, 88 points for figure, but she'd been with over a dozen guys. He set down her resume. Alright, we'll get back to you. Lin Na froze, surprised Zhou Yang ended the conversation so abruptly. She wanted to say more, but Zhou Yang had already begun talking to the next applicant. Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei exchanged glances, both seeing through Lin Na's intentions. This boss has incredible self-control, Fang Qing murmured. Yeah, any other guy would have been charmed off his feet by now, Liu Yufei nodded in agreement. Around noon, Su Haoren drove up to the recruitment site. Bro, done with your work? Seeing the surrounding crowd, he couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, this many people? Almost done. Zhou Yang stood up and stretched. Let's go grab a bite. Su Haoren noticed Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei. Who are these two beauties? Job applicants, Zhou Yang introduced. Fang Cheng, Liu Yufei, this is my friend Su Haoren, a partner in the company. Hello, they greeted politely. Would you like to grab a bite? Su Haoren suggested. No, thank you. We'll grab something on our own so we don't interrupt your meeting, Fang Cheng declined politely. Zhou Yang nodded and left with Su Haoren. In the car, Su Haoren teased, those two girls are pretty nice. Got a new target? Nah, they're not my type. Damn, your standards are way too high. Su Haoren teased. By the way, the company registration is all set. We'll get the business license in 3 days. That fast? I told you I have connections, Su Haoren said smugly. Plus, the interior design plans are ready. Let's find a place to check them out. The two found a restaurant and discussed over dinner. I've reviewed the design plans. Overall it's solid, but a few adjustments are needed, Zhou Yang remarked while looking at his tablet. The top floor layout needs changing, swap the conference room and the boss's office. Why? The conference room needs more space and better natural light. We'll be holding many important meetings there in the future, so the environment must be top-notch. Su Haoren nodded. Makes sense. What else? The artist lounges planned for floors 15 to 20 are too small, they need to be doubled in size, Zhou Yang continued. We'll be signing more and more artists, so we need to plan the space ahead of time. Su Haoren nodded repeatedly in agreement. You really think things through. That's called preparing for the future. By the way, when does the renovation start? Zhou Yang took a sip of tea. They can move in tomorrow. The renovation company is already lined up. Speed is important, but quality matters more, Zhou Yang emphasized. We're in the entertainment business, appearance matters. Rest assured, this company is top tier in the industry. They specialize in high-end office spaces, no issues there. After lunch, the two headed straight to the new company building. The renovation company's project manager was already waiting there. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Su, I'm Li Chang, the project manager from the renovation company. A man in his 40s approached them. Zhou Yang shook his hand. Manager Li, we're counting on you for the renovation. We have high expectations for both quality and speed. Understood. Li Chang nodded. We'll arrange 3 teams to work around the clock, ensuring completion within 2 months. 2 months? That's too slow. 1 month at most. Zhou Yang frowned. Li Chang replied hesitantly, Mr. Zhou, with a project of this scale, 1 month might be. Increase the budget, Zhou Yang stated bluntly. Add 30% to the original price, but it must be finished within 1 month. Li Chang's eyes lit up. No problem. I'll immediately allocate more manpower. Remember, quality must not be compromised. We'd rather spend more than cut corners on this project. I guarantee the design will be executed flawlessly, Li Chang pledged, pounding his chest. Over the next few days, Zhou Yang and Su Haoren visited the site daily to oversee the work. The renovation progressed smoothly as workers operated in 3 shifts, laboring day and night. During this time, Wang Shui repeatedly sent messages asking Zhou Yang out, but he turned her down each time, citing his busy schedule. Honey, I miss you so much, Wang Shui sent in a sweet voice message. Zhou Yang glanced at it and replied, I've been swamped lately. Let's meet up once this busy period is over. To him, Wang Shui was already pregnant, his goal achieved. There was no immediate need to meet again. It was clear he was being a complete jerk. Meanwhile, the singing competition had advanced to the semi-final stage. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu delivered their usual stellar performances, solidifying their status as top contenders for the championship. Boss, Su Mei and Xiaoyu made it into the top 8. Sister Zhang called excitedly. The live audience went wild, shouting their names until their voices were hoarse. Way to go, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Tell them to keep up the momentum, the finals are where it counts. Oh, and Lin Shi has been helping with promotional photos, they're turning out great, Sister Zhang added. Her photos have a real vibe to them, the fans love them. Really? Zhou Yang was a bit surprised. Then let her keep handling that. No sooner had he hung up than his phone rang again. Li Xian's sweet voice came through. Hey, Zhou Yang, I'm free today. Want to grab dinner together? Zhou Yang glanced at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. Not today. I'm still at the construction site. Construction site? What are you doing there? Li Xian asked in surprise. Supervising the work. The company is renovating. Wow, can I come see it? Li Xian asked excitedly. I'm really curious to see what your new company looks like. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and agreed. Sure, come on over. I'll send you the address. Half an hour later, Li Xian arrived at the construction site. She wore a form-fitting tracksuit that accentuated her curves. Zhou Yang. Li Xian waved at Zhou Yang and jogged over. As she ran, something swayed in a way that made one's eyes go blurry. Su Haoren's eyes lit up when he saw Li Xian. Isn't that the car model you hooked up with before? Yeah, she wants to break into showbiz. Zhou Yang nodded. Got it. Su Haoren grinned, looking a bit sleazy. Li Xian approached, curiously surveying the construction site. Wow, this entire building belongs to your company? Yep, the whole building. This will be Shangshi Entertainment's headquarters. Zhou Yang led her on a tour. That's incredible. Zhou Yang, you're so accomplished. Li Xian looked at Zhou Yang with admiration. Su Haoren shook his head silently beside them. This woman sure knows how to flatter someone to death. Oh, right. Li Xian suddenly lowered her voice. I have a friend who's also a car model, she's got amazing credentials. She wants to break into the entertainment industry too. Do you think she could meet with you? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. What's she like? She's exceptionally beautiful, has a great figure, and most importantly, she's very obedient, Li Xian said meaningfully. As obedient as me. Zhou Yang chuckled. You really are enthusiastic. Alright, I'll arrange a meeting sometime. Li Xian nodded happily, then leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear. I'm free tonight. Want to? Chapter 117, Where 3 walk together, there must be my teacher. I'm free tonight. Want to? Before Li Xian could finish, Zhou Yang shook his head. Tonight won't work. Too much going on at the company. Disappointment flashed across Li Xian's face as she bit her lower lip. I thought you might be interested. Zhou Yang smiled and pinched her cheek. It's not that I don't like it, I genuinely don't have time. Li Xian pouted, wondering if her charm had faded. Well, I'll be going then. Let me walk you out. As they reached the lobby, Zhou Yang suddenly pulled Li Xian close and embraced her. Once things settle down at the company, bring your friends over too. Li Xian froze, then realized what he meant, her cheeks flushing. You mean, all 3 of us? Zhou Yang nodded and whispered in her ear. Like I promised you before, I'll rent an apartment near the office for you guys. It'll be more convenient. Li Xian's heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson. You really know how to have fun. That's called knowing how to enjoy life provided your friends meet my standards. Zhou Yang gave her a light pat on her pert bottom. Head back first. I'll contact you when the time comes. Li Xian nodded and reluctantly left. At 8 o'clock that evening, Su Haoren drove Zhou Yang to a private club. What kind of place is this? Zhou Yang asked. A private club owned by a friend of mine. I've arranged a gathering with a few childhood buddies tonight and wanted to introduce you. The club boasted understated luxury, requiring membership cards for entry. Su Haoren led Zhou Yang confidently to a private room. 3 young men were already seated inside, drinking and chatting. Upon seeing the 2 newcomers, a man dressed casually stood up. You're here. So this is the partner you mentioned? That's right, Zhou Yang, my childhood friend. Chen Xiao, his family's in finance, Su Haoren introduced. Chen Xiao extended his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Haoren says you're quite capable. Zhou Yang shook his hand. You flatter me. These 2 are Wang Gang and Zhang Tianyu, brothers I've known since childhood. Wang Gang is a chubby young man who looks quite earnest. Zhang Tianyu was a lanky guy with glasses, looking quite scholarly. Sit down. Today's just a casual get-together to relax, Chen Xiao said as he welcomed them. The group sat down as the waiter brought drinks and a fruit platter. I heard you guys started an entertainment company together? Wang Gang asked. Yeah, just getting started, Zhou Yang replied. Any pretty artists? Wang Gang's eyes lit up. Su Haoren chuckled. Our companies Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu are competing in the Magic City TV singer competition. They've already made it to the top 8. Oh? Those 2 stunning female singers? Zhang Tianyu pushed his glasses up. I've watched the competition. They're genuinely talented. Of course. Our company only signs talent with real skills, Su Haoren said proudly. As they chatted, the private room door opened. 4 girls dressed provocatively walked in. Young Master Chen, you're here. The lead girl greeted them sweetly. Come on, pour everyone some wine, young Master Chen called out. The 4 girls took their seats. A girl in a pink dress sat next to Zhou Yang. Handsome, I'm Xiao Ai. Nice to meet you. Her voice was soft as she poured Zhou Yang a glass of wine. Zhou Yang got goosebumps all over. Yeah, first time here. What do you do for a living, handsome? Xiao Ai leaned in close, her perfume wafting over him. I run a company. Wow, a boss? That's impressive. Xiao Ai exclaimed dramatically, her hand casually resting on Zhou Yang's leg and stroking it. Zhou Yang smiled, neither pulling away nor making any further moves. Here, let's drink to that. Xiao Ai raised her glass and clinked it against Zhou Yang's. After a few rounds, the atmosphere grew lively. Xiao Ai moved closer and closer, practically pressed against Zhou Yang. Handsome, wanna go upstairs for a rest? Xiao Ai whispered suggestively in Zhou Yang's ear. Zhou Yang pretended not to understand, simply wrapping his arm around her waist and lightly stroking her back. No thanks, I can hold my liquor. Xiao Ai looked slightly disappointed, but her professional demeanor kept her smile intact. Then I'll drink with you. Su Haoren, watching from the side, leaned in and whispered. Bro, not into her? Want to switch? Zhou Yang shook his head. Today's main goal is to make friends. We'll talk about the rest later. Su Haoren nodded and said no more. Meanwhile, at Tianhua Entertainment headquarters, Zhao Tianming sat in his office, his expression grim. A report lay on his desk, detailing the public sentiment analysis regarding the Liu Yufei incident. Zhao Tianming slammed his fist hard on the desk. Damn Zhou Yang! How dare he scheme against my son like this? His assistant stood cautiously by his side, not daring to utter a word. Have you found out who released the video? No, they covered their tracks perfectly. Useless. Can't even handle such a minor task, Zhao Tianming roared. But I'm certain it was Zhou Yang. The Yufeng incident has already caused severe repercussions. Our stock price has plummeted. Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth. I will have my revenge. He turned to his assistant and ordered. Contact the PR department. I want to launch a smear campaign targeting Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu from Star Candle Entertainment. But, isn't that a bit too obvious? The assistant hesitated. What's there to fear? Zhao Tianming snorted coldly. Just spread rumors that they climbed the ladder through backdoor deals and had an improper relationship with Zhou Yang. But we have no evidence. Who says there isn't? Zhao Tianming smiled maliciously. Fake a few photos, hire some trolls, and stir up some scandal. How hard could that be? The assistant dared not object further and nodded in agreement. Remember, it must surface before the finals to disrupt their mindset. Zhao Tianming added, I'll make Zhou Yang taste the sting of being manipulated. Early the next morning, negative news about Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu suddenly surfaced online. Shocking. Singing contestants advance through backroom deals. Exclusive scoop, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's secret relationship with Xingsan Entertainment's boss. Insider reveals, both contestants made top 8 through owner's manipulation. Accompanied by photoshopped images and anonymous tips, these stories instantly caused an uproar online. Zhou Yan was supervising construction at the site when his phone suddenly started ringing non-stop. As soon as he answered, Sister Zhang's panicked voice came through. Mr. Zhou, it's bad. Someone's spreading rumors online about Su Mei and Xiaoyu, claiming they climbed the ranks through backdoor deals. Zhou Yang frowned. When did this happen? It surfaced this morning and is already causing a huge stir online. Do Su Mei and Xiaoyu know about this? Yes, they both know. They're devastated, especially Xiaoyu. She hasn't stopped crying. Zhou Yang took a deep breath. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Zhou Yang rushed straight to the hotel. In the hotel room, Su Mei sat on the sofa, her face dark and somber. Li Xiaoyu lay on the bed, her eyes red and swollen. Seeing Zhou Yang, Su Mei forced a faint smile. Honey, you're here. Zhou Yang walked over, patted her shoulder, then turned to Li Xiaoyu. Stop crying. This isn't worth your tears. Li Xiaoyu sobbed, but everyone online is attacking us, calling us shameless, saying we used our bodies to climb the ladder. So what? Zhou Yang cut her off. You earned it through your talent. The audience knows that. Su Mei sighed. The problem is, once rumors like this spread, they'll damage our image badly. And the finals are coming up. For something like this to happen now. Zhou Yang sat down and took Su Mei's hand. Don't worry. I already have a hunch who's behind this. Who? Zhao Tianming from Tianhua Entertainment. He's seeking revenge for his son. Su Mei's eyes widened in realization. So it was him. Zhou Yang nodded. Such petty tricks are nothing to fear. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Shi's number. Lin Shi, I need your help. What is it? Take a set of promotional photos for Su Mei and Xiaoyu. The sooner the better. No problem. I'll get ready right away. After making these arrangements, Zhou Yang told the two, don't worry about the online stuff for now. Focus on preparing for the competition. But? Li Xiaoyu tried to protest. No buts about it. Zhou Yang's tone was firm. Trust me. Within 3 days, I'll make these rumors disappear on their own. Su Mei watched Zhou Yang's confident expression and felt much more at ease. Alright, we'll follow your lead. After leaving the hotel, Zhou Yang immediately contacted Su Haoren. Hey, bro, I need a favor. What is it? Do you know if Tianhua Entertainment has any major projects up for bid lately? Su Haoren thought for a moment. There's a film studio project. I hear the investment is substantial. Dig up some inside info on this project for me. What are you up to? Zhao Tianming wants to play dirty? Then I'll make him taste what it's like to shoot himself in the foot. On the other end of the line, Su Haoren chuckled. Got it. Leave it to me. Zhou Yang hung up the phone, his expression dark. Zhao Tianming dared to go after Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. This debt must be settled. Chapter 118. You dare slander me? I'll raid your nest. An hour later, Zhou Yang dialed again. Haoren, what did you find out? We found it. Tianhua Entertainment invested 300 million yuan in a film studio project in the suburbs, Su Haoren replied rapidly. But there's a problem, their land acquisition procedures aren't exactly above board. What do you mean? The land was originally farmland. They used certain connections to reclassify it as commercial land, but only paid a small portion of the compensation to the farmers. Zhou Yang chuckled. Got any proof? Yes. My dad has a friend at the Land Resources Bureau. I had him secretly photocopy some documents for me. Great. Send me the materials. Zhou Yang hung up and immediately contacted Lin Shi. Lin Shi, did you take the photos? Done. The results are great, Lin Shi replied. Su Mei and Xiaoyu are recovering quickly. Send them over for me to see. Moments later, Zhou Yang received a set of photos. In the photos, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu wore white t-shirts and jeans, smiling in the sunlight. No heavy makeup, no staged poses, just the genuine smiles of two girls who love music. This is fantastic. Zhou Yang exclaimed. These photos speak louder than any denial. He immediately instructed Sister Zhang to post the photos on the official account with the caption. True talent doesn't need rumors to tarnish it. Thank you all for your support, we'll repay your love with our music. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang organized the materials sent by Su Haoren. He anonymously sent it to several media outlets and relevant authorities. That evening, Zhou Yang returned to the hotel. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu immediately approached him. How did it go? Su Mei asked. Don't worry, we'll have results tomorrow, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Early the next morning, a major news story broke online. Exclusive, Tianhua Entertainment's film studio suspected of illegal land use, project halted. The report included detailed documentation and evidence, causing an uproar. Netizens flooded the comments section. Wow, this is bad, 300 million down the drain? Tianhua Entertainment brought this on themselves. Just yesterday they were bashing others, and today they're caught red-handed. What goes around comes around. Meanwhile, the photos Lin Shi posted garnered massive likes and shares. Netizens were moved by Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's image, leaving supportive comments. Now that's true talent. After seeing these photos, who would still believe those rumors? Supporting Su Mei and Xiaoyu can't wait to see your finals performance. The negative news was quickly suppressed. Netizens' attention shifted entirely to the scandal at Tianhua Entertainment. Zhou Yang was supervising construction work at the site when he received a call from Zhao Tianming. Hello? Zhou Yang, did you pull this stunt? Zhao Tianming roared. Zhou Yang chuckled. Mr. Zhao, what's got you so worked up? Stop playing dumb. My film studio project got shut down. It's definitely your doing. Mr. Zhao, that's not fair. Your land acquisition was non-compliant. What does that have to do with me? You. Zhao Tianming was so furious he couldn't speak. Just you wait. I've got connections. This is nothing. Is that so? I'll be watching. Zhou Yang replied calmly. Zhou Yang. Don't get too cocky. Mark my words, crossing me won't end well for you. Zhao Tianming roared. Mr. Zhao, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Zhou Yang's tone turned cold. I only released one video about your son. I still have plenty of footage left. You and your company's problems go far beyond just this film studio, Zhou Yang continued. If we keep digging, who knows what else we might uncover. Silence hung heavy on the line for several seconds. Zhou Yang, don't think this is over. Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth. We'll see about that. With that, he hung up. Zhou Yang shook his head and resumed overseeing the construction site. That night, Zhou Yang lay in bed, holding Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu close. Su Mei stroked his chest. Honey, you're amazing. All the negative news online has vanished, and everyone's supporting us now. Li Xiaoyu added happily, at rehearsal today, the staff were so friendly, and the judges praised our talent. Zhou Yang smiled. I told you I'd resolve this within 3 days. Will that Zhao Tianming cause trouble again? Li Xiaoyu asked worriedly. Not anymore. He's got his own problems to deal with now. The issues surrounding his film studio project are too serious. He won't be bouncing back anytime soon. As the three were chatting, Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was Liu Yufei calling. Hello, honey, Liu Yufei's voice came through. I saw the news online. Are Su Mei and Xiaoyu okay? They're fine. Everything's been taken care of, Zhou Yang replied. That's good. Jixia and I were really worried, Liu Yufei sighed in relief. Su Jixia's voice came through the phone. Zhou Yang, when are you coming back? What, miss me? Zhou Yang asked with a laugh. Who misses you? There's just some business at the company that needs your attention. Su Jixia put on a tough front. Liu Yufei teased from the side. Don't listen to her. She hasn't been able to eat properly these past 2 days, asking non-stop when you're coming back. Liu Yufei. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Jixia pouted playfully. Zhou Yang listened to their playful banter over the phone, his mood lifting considerably. I'll be heading back soon, once I wrap up things here. Then we'll wait for you, Liu Yufei said. By the way, are Su Mei and Xiaoyu there? They're here. Zhou Yang switched the phone to speaker mode. Girls, are you okay? Liu Yufei asked with concern. Su Mei laughed, we're fine, thanks to my husband. Li Xiaoyu added, don't worry, Sister Yufei. We're doing great. We'll definitely do well in the finals. Liu Yufei encouraged them, that's great. Keep it up. Jixia and I are rooting for you. After hanging up, Su Mei immediately pressed her cherry lips against Zhou Yang's in a kiss. Li Xiaoyu joined them, and the three became entangled in a passionate embrace. Honey, tonight we'll treat you to something special. You can do whatever you want, Su Mei purred seductively. Li Xiaoyu blushed and nodded. Thanks for helping us out with that trouble. Zhou Yang laughed heartily as he held both women close. Soon, the room echoed with intimate sounds. Chapter 119, What's wrong with being nice to your own people? As the competition progressed, both Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu advanced to the finals. The negative online rumors about them gradually subsided. Netizens shifted their support toward the pair, buzzing about their performances in the finals. Su Mei's voice is so distinctive, she's definitely a top contender for the championship. Li Xiaoyu's pure voice is also incredibly moving, I prefer her. Both are true talents, unlike some contestants who rely on hype. Zhou Yang nodded as he read the online comments. He was at the construction site, where renovations were more than halfway complete and the results exceeded expectations. Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this effect? Li Chang pointed to the company reception area. Zhou Yang took a look. The lighting's too dim. Brighten it up. We're an entertainment company, not a funeral home. Li Chang made a note. Got it. I'll have someone adjust it right away. Just then, his phone rang. It was Sister Zhang calling. Mr. Zhou, there's been an incident. Sister Shang's voice was urgent. Zhou Yang frowned. What now? I just got some inside info. Zhao Tianming bribed 3 judges to sabotage Su Mei and Xiaoyu in the finals. That old bastard still won't give up? Zhou Yang sneered coldly. Give me the judge's contact information. After hanging up, Zhou Yang immediately contacted Su Haoran. Haoran, arrange a dinner meeting for tonight. I need to see a few people. Who? The judges from the singing competition. Su Haoran chuckled. Got it. Where should we eat? Just that Michelin 3-star place on the bund. Damn, that high-end? Of course. We need to show them who's worth partnering with. At 7 o'clock that evening, Zhou Yang and Su Haoren waited in a private dining room. The 3 judges arrived one after another, all renowned figures in the music industry. Good evening, everyone. I'm Zhou Yang from Star Candle Entertainment. Zhou Yang rose to shake hands. Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. We've heard a lot about you. The middle-aged man at the head of the group shook his hand. After everyone took their seats, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. I hear you're planning to expand into Shanghai, one judge inquired. Yes. The company is called Shangshur Entertainment and it will be significantly larger than Xingsan, Zhou Yang replied. We plan to sign a group of talented musicians. Would any of you be interested in collaborating? The 3 judges' eyes lit up. What kind of collaboration? Zhou Yang produced 3 contracts. Music director, starting at $1 million yuan annual salary plus project profit sharing. The judges picked up the contracts and gaped at the figures. Mr. Zhou, isn't this a bit too generous? Zhou Yang shook his head. It's worth every penny. I'm well aware of your standing in the industry. This price is not excessive at all. He raised his wine glass and said, of course, I also expect you to maintain professional standards and judge each contestant fairly and impartially. The 3 judges exchanged glances, understanding perfectly. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou. We will uphold the highest standards of professionalism. Zhou Yang nodded. Good. By the way, I heard that Mr. Zhao from Tianhua Entertainment has also approached you all? The judges looked slightly awkward. One of them replied. That is correct, but the terms he offered were far less favorable than those from Mr. Zhou. That's good. I trust your judgment. After the meal, Zhou Yang and Su Haoren stepped out of the restaurant. Bro, that was a masterstroke. Su Haoren gave him a thumbs up. You basically bought him off. That's called a win-win, Zhou Yang replied. They got their benefits and we achieved our goal. Zhao Tianming is going to be furious this time. He deserves it. That's what you get for trying to steal a chicken and ending up losing a sack of rice. Zhou Yang sneered coldly. On the day of the finals, the Magic City Stadium was packed to capacity. Backstage, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were making final preparations. Nervous? Zhou Yang asked. A little, Li Xiaoyu nodded. Su Mei clasped her hand. Don't worry. We've come this far, just give it your all. Zhou Yang looked at them. Remember, no matter the outcome, you're both the best. Lin Shi walked over with her camera. Zhou Yang, I'm heading up front to take photos. Go ahead. Take lots of great photos. Lin Shi nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hurried away. The competition officially began. The host enthusiastically introduced the 6 contestants for the evening. First up was a rock singer from the north. His voice was hoarse and powerful, and the audience swayed to the rhythm below the stage. Not bad, he's got something unique, Zhou Yang remarked to Su Haoren. Should we try to recruit him? Su Haoren asked. We can consider it, depending on how he performs tonight. The second performer was a folk singer strumming a guitar and singing songs he had written himself. His heartfelt emotion moved many in the audience. This one's pretty good too, very talented, Zhou Yang remarked. The third contestant was Li Xiaoyu. She stood under the spotlight wearing a white long dress. As soothing music began to play, Li Xiaoyu started singing. Her voice was crystal clear, as if it could wash away the audience's inner turmoil. The audience fell silent, completely absorbed in her singing. Lin Shi, taking photos from the audience, suddenly lowered her camera and shouted, "Go, Xiaoyu!" Her shout sparked a chain reaction. More and more audience members began to cheer along. Li Xiaoyu heard the cheers, her eyes brightening, and her singing grew even more powerful. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The judges were thoroughly impressed and awarded high scores. One judge even awarded a perfect score. That was incredible. Zhou Yang came backstage to applaud. Li Xiaoyu excitedly threw her arms around him. How did I sing? Perfect, Zhou Yang said, kissing her forehead. The fourth and fifth contestants were also outstanding, but neither surpassed Li Xiaoyu's score. The final contestant was Su Mei. She wore a red gown, sexy yet dignified. She exuded the aura of a rising diva in the music industry. As the music began, Su Mei started her performance. Tonight, she chose an extremely challenging song. It was a stark contrast to Li Xiaoyu's style. The continuous high notes tested both her technique and lung capacity. Yet Su Mei navigated them with effortless ease. Her voice soared to soaring heights and dipped to deep, resonant lows, conveying a rich tapestry of emotion. The audience below the stage was stunned by her performance, with many rising to their feet to applaud. As the song concluded, the entire venue erupted. Su Mei! Su Mei, the crowd chanted in unison. The judges gave her extremely high praise, with scores even surpassing Li Xiaoyu's. Zhao Tianming sat in front of the TV watching the live broadcast. Seeing Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's high scores, he was so furious he threw the remote control. These judges are nothing but traitors. His assistant stood by, not daring to utter a word. Zhou Yang, I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Zhao Tianming gritted his teeth. The competition concluded, and the host announced the final result. The champion of this year's Magic City TV singing competition is Su Mei. The runner-up is Li Xiaoyu. The audience erupted in cheers as Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu embraced each other in excitement. Zhou Yang walked onto the stage and presented them with flowers. Congratulations to both of you, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Su Mei said emotionally, thank you. Without you, none of this would be possible. Li Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes reddened. Reporters swarmed around them, flashes popping incessantly. Su Mei, how does it feel to win the championship? Li Xiaoyu, what do you want to say about winning second place? Mr. Zhou, how would you evaluate the performances of these two contestants? Zhou Yang smiled and replied, they proved themselves through their skills. That's the best answer. At the victory banquet, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Congratulations to both of you, your futures are limitless. Su Haoren raised his glass. Thank you, Mr. Su, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu replied in unison. Zhou Yang stood up. Today is memorable not only because you secured first and second place, but also because it marks a turning point for Star Brilliance Entertainment. He addressed the crowd. From this day forward, Star Brilliance Entertainment will become a subsidiary of Shengshi Entertainment. We aim to build China's largest entertainment media conglomerate. Applause erupted, filling the room with excitement. Lin Shi sat in the corner, her gaze complex as she watched Zhou Yang surrounded by the crowd. Zhou Yang walked over and sat beside her. Why sitting alone like this? Lin Shi kept her head down. I'm not very good with words. Zhou Yang smiled. You weren't like that today. I saw how you cheered for Xiaoyu from the audience. Lin Shi blushed. I was just caught up in the moment. It was adorable, Zhou Yang murmured softly. Much cuter than your usual quiet self. Lin Shi blushed even deeper and whispered, really? Of course. Zhou Yang paused for a moment. Would you be interested in pursuing opportunities in Shanghai? Shanghai? Lin Shi looked up at him. Yes. I plan to make you the chief content officer of my new company. Lin Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Absolutely. I believe in your abilities. You've been performing exceptionally well lately. Lin Shi took a deep breath. Alright, I'm willing to give it a shot. Alright, we'll discuss the specifics another time. Zhou Yang nodded. Lin Shi was too overwhelmed to speak, only managing to nod. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder and returned to the main table. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were chatting with others. Seeing Zhou Yang return, they both shot him questioning looks. Zhou Yang smiled without explanation. He raised his glass. To the future of Shengshi Entertainment. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Amidst laughter and cheer, everyone felt confident about the future. Chapter 120, Wang Shui, are you sure that's birth control? Wow, this is our new company? Su Mei stood before the Shengshi Entertainment building, gazing up at the 38-story modern office tower, her eyes filled with awe. Li Xiaoyu and Lin Shi stood beside her, speechless at the sight before them. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. Yes, this is the new company headquarters. It's huge. Even more impressive than I imagined, Li Xiaoyu exclaimed. Zhou Yang led them inside the building. Though the renovations weren't quite finished, the future layout was already clear. Spacious lobbies, transparent glass walls, and modern design elements exuded sophistication and grandeur throughout. This is the front desk area, Zhou Yang pointed to the section still under construction. After the renovation is complete, a massive LED screen will be installed to showcase information about our company's artists and their works. Everyone followed Zhou Yang into the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Zhou Yang pushed open a large door. A spacious, bright room revealed itself, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a magnificent view of the metropolis. This is my office. What do you think? Su Mei walked to the window and looked down. Amazing. The view is absolutely breathtaking. Sister Zhang looked around and exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, your office is bigger than my entire home. Zhou Yang smiled. This is just the beginning. Next, I'll take you all to see the other floors. The group followed Zhou Yang on a tour of the entire building. The artist lounges on floors 15 to 20 were spacious and comfortable. The recording studios on floors 21 to 25 were equipped with top-notch gear. Floors 26 to 30 housed fully equipped conference rooms and training centers. This will become the headquarters of China's largest entertainment media conglomerate. Zhou Yang stood confidently in the center of a partially finished lobby and declared, we won't just focus on music and film, we'll expand into streaming media, concerts, variety shows, and every aspect of content creation. The crowd listened with hearts racing, eyes brimming with anticipation. Sister Zhang. Zhou Yang suddenly turned to Sister Zhang. Starting today, you are Shengshi Entertainment's chief talent agent, responsible for managing all artists. Sister Zhang froze. Me? Chief agent? That's right. Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. You've been with me for so long, I know your capabilities better than anyone. This position is tailor-made for you. Sister Shang's eyes welled up with emotion. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhou. I won't let you down. After the tour, everyone returned to the lobby. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu approached Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, we want to go shopping. Su Mei pouted. The competition these past few days has been exhausting. We just want to relax a bit. Li Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yeah, we want to buy some new clothes to celebrate. Sister Zhang immediately frowned. No way. You're so popular right now, you'll definitely get recognized if you go out. It's fine. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Let them go. They just need to take precautions. But, Sister Zhang. Zhou Yang cut her off. They just won first and second place. They deserve to celebrate. Just assign an assistant to accompany them. Sister Zhang sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll have Xiao Wang accompany them. Remember to wear masks and sunglasses so you won't be recognized. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu nodded happily, then turned to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, wanna come with us? Lin Shi hesitated. I still have work to do. Li Xiaoyu grabbed her hand. Don't be so serious. It's good to relax once in a while. Lin Shi glanced at Zhou Yang, who smiled and nodded. Lin Shi finally agreed, alright, I'll go. The three of them left in high spirits. Just as Zhou Yang was about to return to his office, his phone rang. It was a message from Wang Shui. Are you not interested in me anymore? You haven't contacted me in half a month. Zhou Yang glanced at the message, thought for a moment, and replied. Been swamped lately. Got some free time today, I'll come see you. Wang Shui replied quickly, okay, I'll be waiting at home. Zhou Yang told Sister Zhang he had business to attend to, then took a ride to Wang Shui's place. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang stood at Wang Shui's door. The door opened, and Wang Shui rushed toward him. You finally came. She clung tightly to him, her voice brimming with both delight and a hint of reproach. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled. How could I? I've been swamped with work lately and couldn't break free. Wang Shui pulled Zhou Yang inside and poured him a glass of water. How's your company doing? Not bad, Zhou Yang said, taking a sip of water. The renovations are almost done. We'll be up and running soon. Wang Shui sat down beside Zhou Yang and leaned her head against his shoulder. So you'll be busier from now on? It'll be hectic at first, but things should settle down once we get established. Zhou Yang stroked her hair. Wang Shui nodded, then suddenly said, oh, by the way, I've been taking the birth control pills you gave me. That's good. Are you sure those are birth control pills? Wang Shui looked up at Zhou Yang, her eyes filled with doubt. Zhou Yang's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. Of course they are. Why? Wang Shui shook her head. Nothing. Just feels a bit odd. Weird? Wang Shui stood up and turned around in a circle. Do you see any changes in me? Zhou Yang looked her up and down. Maybe a little fuller? Wang Shui shot him a look. That's not it. I've been feeling sleepy lately, my appetite's been off, and I get a little queasy in the mornings. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly but feigned deep thought. Oh, well, birth control pills aren't 100% effective. Sometimes accidents happen. Accidents? You mean? Wang Shui's expression changed. You might be pregnant. It happens. After all, the pills aren't foolproof. Zhou Yang said calmly. Wang Shui sat down, her voice trembling with anxiety. Then, what should we do? Don't panic. Zhou Yang took her hand. Keep track of your period. See if it's late. If you're worried, you can buy a pregnancy test kit to check. What if I really am pregnant? Zhou Yang looked into her eyes and said earnestly. If you really are pregnant, I'll take full responsibility. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wang Shui visibly relaxed. Really? Of course. I'm not the kind of person who shirks responsibility. Zhou Yang nodded. Wang Shui leaned against Zhou Yang's chest, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. Did you come here today just to ask that? Zhou Yang smiled. Didn't you ask me to come? Wang Shui looked up at him, her eyes brimming with allure. I know what you like about me. As she spoke, she stood up and slowly slipped off her coat, revealing the strappy top beneath. I know the only things that attract you are my looks and figure. Wang Shui murmured softly, so I have to serve you well. Zhou Yang leaned back on the sofa, admiring the sight before him. You're very sensible. Wang Shui continued undressing until she was left in her underwear. She walked to Zhou Yang, knelt down, and began massaging his feet. Tired? Wang Shui asked softly. Let me help you relax. Zhou Yang closed his eyes in comfort. That feels so good. Wang Shui's touch was gentle, massaging from the soles of his feet up to his calves. Gradually, her hands began to move upward, reaching his thighs. Her breath was sweet as orchids, her voice laced with temptation. Let me help you relax and forget all your troubles. Zhou Yang looked down at Wang Shui kneeling before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He reached out to caress her cheek, savoring her service. Before long, Zhou Yang let out a satisfied sigh. Chapter 121, Three Beauties Competing for Favor, Men All Jealous. Wang Shui emerged from the bathroom after rinsing her mouth, her cheeks still flushed. She sat down in Zhou Yang's lap with a coy smile and pouted, "Husband, my mouth is so sore." Zhou Yang stroked her smooth, white thigh and chuckled softly, "So, did you like it?" Wang Shui blushed even deeper and nodded softly, "I did." After a moment of intimacy, Wang Shui suddenly spoke with a hint of shyness. "Honey, I want to buy a car. Just something around 100,000 yuan. She spoke while secretly observing Zhou Yang's expression, afraid he might be displeased. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang replied, 100,000 is too modest. Let's get you a BMW. Wang Shui's eyes widened in delight. Really? Of course. As long as you take good care of me, I'll give you even more in the future. Zhou Yang pinched her cheek playfully. Wang Shui rubbed against him excitedly. You're the best, honey. Zhou Yang patted her pert bottom. Hurry up and get dressed. I'll take you there. Half an hour later, the couple arrived at the BMW dealership. Welcome. Several saleswomen immediately approached them. Their eyes lit up at Zhou Yang's demeanor and attire. Let's look at the X3, Zhou Yang stated directly. Saleswoman Xiaolu enthusiastically detailed the model specifications. Wang Shui listened from the sidelines, completely lost in the jargon, only grasping that the car was expensive and high-end. The total price for this model is 368,000 yuan. After saying this, Xiaolu stole a glance at Zhou Yang's expression. Cash, Zhou Yang said calmly. The saleswomen were stunned. Such generous customers were rare these days. While processing the paperwork, several saleswomen hovered around Zhou Yang, showering him with attention. Sir, you're so young and accomplished. This lady is so lucky. Sir, is there anything else we can assist you with? Wang Shui clung tightly to Zhou Yang's arm, as if afraid he might be snatched away. In the corner, two salesgirls whispered. That woman's so flashy she's clearly being kept. She knows how to play the game. Wish I could snag a guy like that. You? Forget it. She's got the looks and the body. After completing the paperwork, Zhou Yang drove the new car to the shopping mall with Wang Shui. Honey, let's go buy shoes. I want a pair of high heels, Wang Shui said excitedly. The two entered an upscale shoe store. While browsing, a familiar voice rang out. Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang turned to see Li Xin. Beside her stood another beauty none other than Zhang Lin, whom he'd met at the auto show. Li Xin? Zhou Yang smiled. What a coincidence. Li Xin noticed Wang Shui beside Zhou Yang, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. They had both worked at the same auto show, so naturally they knew each other. Wang Shui? What are you doing here? Li Xin feigned surprise. Wang Shui linked her arm through Zhou Yang's and said smugly, My husband and I came to buy shoes. Zhang Lin froze in shock. She hadn't expected that the person Li Xin had said she wanted to introduce to her was Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, this is my good friend Zhang Lin, the one I mentioned to you before, Li Xin introduced. Zhou Yang took a moment to study Zhang Lin before smiling. I see. Miss Zhang certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Zhang Lin's face flushed slightly. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Li Xin, not to be outdone, promptly hooked her arm through Zhou Yang's other side, deliberately thrusting out her ample bosom. Though she was slightly less attractive than Wang Shui, her figure was far more voluptuous, and she felt a quiet satisfaction. Wang Shui, noticing Li Xin's move, immediately pouted. Though she was also curvaceous, she couldn't quite match Li Xin's figure. The two women engaged in a silent battle, yet neither dared to go too far. After all, they both knew Zhou Yang had many women, but each wanted more of his attention. Watching them, Zhou Yang couldn't help but recall how Liu Yufei and Bai Wei had behaved when they first met. He chuckled inwardly, this truly is a universal female trait. Since we're here, let's pick out shoes together, Zhou Yang suggested. Wang Shui and Li Xin immediately began happily selecting pairs, trying on various styles. Zhang Lin stood awkwardly to the side. Zhou Yang noticed and said to her, You should pick some too. Zhang Lin feigned reserve, No need. I'll just look. What's the matter? Don't you want any? Zhou Yang countered. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment before joining the shopping spree. The other men in the store, accompanying their girlfriends, stared wide-eyed, their envy practically dripping from their mouths. Damn, who is this guy? Bringing 3 beauties out alone? And every single one is a knockout. I'm jealous. Seriously jealous. The girlfriends tugged at their boyfriends' arms, gazing at Wang Shui and her friends with a mix of jealousy and envy. Honey, will you help me change my shoes? Wang Shui asked sweetly. Zhou Yang smiled as he knelt down, cradling Wang Shui's delicate white feet. He gently slipped off her old shoes and replaced them with the new high heels. Wang Shui shot Li Xin a smug look. Li Xin, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, Mr. Zhou, these feel a bit tight. Could you take a look at mine too? Zhou Yang crouched down again to help Li Xin change her shoes. Li Xin's feet were slightly larger than Wang Shui's, but equally fair and delicate. Zhang Lin remained silent, but Zhou Yang walked over to her on his own. Without waiting for her consent, he cupped her foot and changed her shoe, even giving it a gentle squeeze. Zhang Lin blushed and felt her heart race, thinking she must find a way to get close to Zhou Yang too. Feeling the distinct beauty of each of the three women's legs, Zhou Yang felt utterly satisfied. The men around them watched, grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it, what kind of divine treatment is this? Did I do something terrible in my past life? People are just jealous. Honey, let's go. I'll buy you shoes too, a man said to his girlfriend. What's the point? You only make 8,000 a month. Any pair of those shoes costs more than your entire salary, his girlfriend snapped. Well, I'll work harder to make more money. Work your ass off? Look how young they are. You're 30 and still like this. Similar exchanges echoed throughout the store, making Zhou Yang the target of everyone's disapproval. Mr. Zhou, you're such a gentleman, Zhang Lin whispered. It's the least I can do. Zhou Yang stood up and clapped his hands. Have you all made your selections? All three women nodded, each having picked out 2 or 3 pairs of shoes. That'll be 123,000 yuan total, the cashier announced. Zhou Yang paid without batting an eye. The men in the store felt utterly defeated, and their girlfriends' eyes had changed. Honey, can we check out some other stores? One girlfriend began to pout. Honey, let's go home first and buy them another day, her boyfriend said with a grimace. No way. I'm buying it today. But I really don't have any money left. Then go borrow some. Zhou Yang led the three beauties out of the shoe store, leaving behind a trail of arguing voices. Zhou Yang, where should we go next? Li Xian asked. Where do you want to go? Zhou Yang countered. I want to look at handbags, Wang Shui said. I want to look at clothes, Li Xian said. I'm fine with either, Zhang Lin murmured softly. Then let's do it all, Zhou Yang declared with a sweeping gesture. Today, you can shop till you drop. The three women were thrilled beyond words, linking arms with Zhou Yang as they headed toward the next store. Behind them, the men were still arguing with their girlfriends. Some had even started calling friends to borrow money. Bro, lend me some cash urgent. What? Buy shoes? Are you out of your mind? Please, my girlfriend is about to break up with me. Zhou Yang listened to the commotion behind him, a faint smile curling his lips. Money lets you be this reckless. This 13th, he was playing it cool as hell. Chapter 122, Changing Outerwear? Next time, underwear. Zhou Yang led the three women into a high-end clothing boutique. The store specialized in casual everyday wear, yet boasted sophisticated designs and hefty price tags. Honey, I'll go pick something out first. Wang Shui said in a sweet voice before diving straight into the clothing racks. Li Xian and Zhang Lin also split up to browse. Moments later, Wang Shui emerged wearing a tracksuit. The pants were form-fitting, the fabric hugging her rounded, perky hips. She twirled in front of Zhou Yang, her face full of anticipation as she asked, Honey, do I look good? Zhou Yang's gaze lingered behind her before he nodded. Nice. It really flatters your figure. Flattered by the compliment, Wang Shui beamed with pride. She swayed her hips and spun around twice more, as if determined no one should miss her assets. Li Xian, standing nearby, curled her lip in disdain. Showing off like she's the only one who knows how. She grabbed several dresses of different styles from the rack and walked over to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, help me decide which one looks better. Zhou Yang glanced at them. They're all pretty nice. They suit you well. Then can I keep them all? Li Xian swayed his arm, her voice sweet and syrupy. Just buy me one more, okay? Sure thing. Zhou Yang agreed readily. Come in and help me pick one out. Before Zhou Yang could answer, Li Xian took his hand and pulled him toward the fitting room. The sales assistant at the entrance watched the scene unfold, smiling but making no move to stop him. The fitting room was spacious and well soundproofed. The moment the door closed, Li Xian shed her outer layer without hesitation. She slipped off her outer garment right in front of Zhou Yang, revealing a sexy purple lace lingerie set underneath. Zhou Yang's breath caught in his throat. He knew Li Xian had a stunning figure, but he'd only ever seen it through her clothes before. This up-close view delivered a far more intense visual impact. Her astonishing curves swayed slightly with her movements. Li Xian caught the shifting Zhou Yang's gaze and felt a quiet satisfaction. She picked up a dress. This dress feels a bit tight. Could you help me zip it up in the back? With that, Li Xian turned her back to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's fingers touched her smooth back, slowly sliding upward along the zipper. Halfway up, he felt a distinct resistance. Ugh. Li Xian sighed. It's all because this part is too big. Every outfit feels like a burden. Zhou Yang's hand paused at the top of the zipper, watching her astonishing curves pressed against the fabric in the mirror. He whispered into her ear, I don't find it cumbersome. I quite like it. His warm breath sent a shiver through her body, and her cheeks flushed. After that, Li Xian tried on several more outfits. Each time, she found some excuse to ask Zhou Yang for help. Sometimes the buttons were too complicated, other times the hem needed adjusting. Zhou Yang reveled in it, using the pretext of helping to take full advantage. Alright, just these few, Li Xian finally declared, satisfied. Zhou Yang nodded. Then we'll take them all. Li Xian put on her own clothes but didn't open the door right away. Instead, she pressed herself against him, her body flush against his. Standing on tiptoe, she breathed softly into his ear. You helped me change my outer clothes today. Next time, how about trying to help me change my underwear? With that, she gave a soft laugh, opened the door, and walked out, leaving Zhou Yang alone to savor the moment. Outside, Wang Shui had already tried on several outfits and was striking poses in front of the mirror. Zhang Lin had also picked out a beige high-waisted mini skirt. She already possessed a pair of long legs she took pride in, and this short skirt accentuated her figure to perfection. As Zhou Yang emerged from the dressing room, he was instantly captivated by her long legs. Seeing the three beauties before him, each with a distinct style yet equally pleasing to the eye, put him in an excellent mood. Buy them all, he told the sales assistant. After purchasing the clothes, Wang Shui linked her arm through Zhou Yang's as her stomach growled. Honey, I'm starving. How about we grab some Japanese food? Zhou Yang frowned, his tone flat. Japanese food? What's so good about those little Japanese things? Wang Shui immediately fell silent. I know a great buffet nearby. They have fresh seafood and everything you could want, Li Xian chimed in immediately. Then let's go there. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the buffet restaurant. Zhou Yang sat in the middle, with Wang Shui and Li Xian flanking him on either side. The two women seemed to be competing, constantly piling food onto Zhou Yang's plate. Wang Shui speared a piece of lobster meat with her fork and held it to Zhou Yang's lips. Honey, try this baked lobster, it's delicious. Zhou Yang opened his mouth and ate it. Not bad. Li Xian, not to be outdone, picked up a piece of beef and fed it to him. Zhou Yang, this beef is so tender. You should try it too. Zhou Yang was enjoying the attentive care from both women when he suddenly felt something unusual on his leg. A foot was resting on his calf, gently rubbing against it. He picked up his drink, took a sip without showing any emotion, and glanced across the table. Zhang Lin was bent over eating, acting as if nothing had happened. This woman really is a tease, can't even behave herself during a meal. Zhou Yang thought to himself as his left hand slipped quietly under the table, seizing the mischievous little foot. Zhang Lin's body stiffened instantly. Feeling the smooth softness in his grasp, Zhou Yang's fingertips tickled the sole of her foot. Zhang Lin couldn't help but let out a muffled moan, nearly dropping her fork onto the plate. She quickly picked up her water glass and took a sip to cover her embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Yang flashed a mischievous grin and released his grip. The foot immediately retracted obediently. Midway through the meal, Wang Shui stood up. Honey, I'm going to the restroom. Me too. Li Xian set down her chopsticks and stood up as well. The two women left together, leaving only Zhou Yang and Zhang Lin at the table. As soon as the two figures disappeared, Zhang Lin picked up her tray and moved to sit beside Zhou Yang. A faint scent of perfume wafted into his nose. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, wondering what this woman was up to now. Zhang Lin said nothing, but her body drew closer and closer. Suddenly, she grabbed Zhou Yang's hand and pressed it against her thigh. The smooth, warm sensation made Zhou Yang instinctively begin to stroke it. He turned to look at Zhang Lin, his hand still moving. Are you trying to seduce me? Zhang Lin met his gaze, biting her lip. With a hint of anticipation, she asked. Mr. Zhou, at the auto show last time, you mentioned about me entering the entertainment industry. Was that for real? Chapter 123, Testing Acting Skills? Start with the splits. Zhou Yang didn't respond immediately, his hand still resting on Zhang Lin's thigh. His fingertips traced the graceful curve, caressing gently. He took a sip from his drink before speaking. Of course it was. Shengshur Entertainment has just been established. It's precisely the time we need new talent. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Her body tensed, her breathing becoming slightly hurried. But Zhou Yang shifted his tone, pausing his hand to press his thumb against the crook of her knee. To get something, you always have to give something in return. You should understand that principle. Zhang Lin's face flushed as she bit her lower lip and nodded. Li Xian, she's already told me everything. What she can do, I can do too. Zhou Yang was satisfied. The greatest virtue of these women navigating the world of fame and fortune was their understanding. It saved him a lot of explaining. Which direction do you want to pursue? Zhou Yang asked. I want to be an actress, Zhang Lin answered without hesitation. An actress? Zhou Yang scrutinized her. It takes more than just looks and a good figure. He leaned forward, drawing closer. Didn't you say you majored in dance? Yes. Then you must have good flexibility, right? Zhang Lin's face flushed even redder, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's. It's okay. Zhou Yang smiled, staring straight at her. Can you do the splits? The question made Zhang Lin's head nearly bury itself in her chest, her face burning hot. After a few seconds of silence, she replied softly. Yes. I can do some even harder poses too. Oh? Zhou Yang's smile grew wider. Then I'll have to see that someday. And while I'm at it, I'll test your acting skills too. He deliberately emphasized the word acting, the implication unspoken. In the restaurant restroom. Standing before the makeup mirror, Wang Shui set down her lipstick and turned to Li Xian beside her, her tone tinged with accusation. Li Xian, you're something else. When did you start flirting with Zhou Yang? Li Xian was adjusting the fabric at her chest. Hearing this, she chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Just because you can do it, doesn't mean I can't? Zhou Yang isn't yours alone. Wang Shui was momentarily speechless, then straightened her posture. I've already slept with him. He's perfectly satisfied with me. So what? Li Xian shot her a glance, deliberately leaning forward to accentuate her assets. Zhou Yang likes them big, didn't you know? Wang Shui's gaze lingered on Li Xian's astonishing curves before dropping to her own. She gritted her teeth and muttered sourly. So what if I've gained a couple pounds? Big deal. A thought flashed through her mind, should I get implants? But the idea was quickly dismissed. What if Zhou Yang disliked fake ones? It wouldn't be worth it to upset him over something like this. Seeing Wang Shui's look of both anger and jealousy, Li Xian felt utterly triumphant inside. She leisurely touched up her makeup before turning and leaving the restroom. The two returned to the table, one after the other. Wang Shui immediately spotted Zhang Lin sitting beside Zhou Yang. They were sitting very close together, looking intimate. Her anger flared up instantly. It felt like her personal territory had been invaded. This Zhang Lin, usually so quiet and reserved, turned out to be a seductress too. Li Xian, however, showed no reaction. After all, she had brought the person here she had anticipated this kind of thing. Seeing the two return, Zhang Lin calmly picked up her tray. She sat back down in her original spot, as if nothing had happened. Wang Shui immediately sat back down beside Zhou Yang, practically draping herself over him. She asked in a sweet, girlish voice, "Honey, what were you guys talking about earlier? You both looked so happy." "Nothing," Zhou Yang replied indifferently. "Zhang Lin wants to sign with our company, so we just talked about work stuff." No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Xian piped up, "Zhou Yang, you can't play favorites. I want to sign too." "Don't worry." Zhou Yang smiled. "I promised you before, once the company officially opens, you and Zhang Lin can come report for duty." Hearing this promise, Li Xian finally smiled contentedly. Wang Shui listened nearby, but inwardly she wasn't convinced. Why enter the entertainment industry? It's grueling and exhausting, nothing compared to the comfortable life she had now. As long as she clung tightly to Zhou Yang, the big tree, she could enjoy the good life. Wasn't that far better than being some star? Once she came to this realization, she stopped dwelling on it. She picked up her fork again and resumed feeding Zhou Yang with eager attentiveness. Li Xian, seeing this, refused to be outdone. The table once again became a stage for the two women vying for favor. By the time they finished eating, an hour had passed. Restaurant entrance. Zhou Yang looked at the three women laden with bags and suitcases and said to Wang Shui, "You should drive back first. Be careful on the road." Wang Shui was dead set against it. She glanced at Li Xian, then at Zhang Lin. She knew perfectly well that Zhou Yang had no intention of taking her along. But she dared not say anything, only pouting as she walked away, glancing back every few steps. Watching Wang Shui's car disappear, Li Xian immediately pressed close to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, wanna come to my place? Lin and I will take good care of you." Zhou Yang looked at Li Xian, then glanced at the slightly bashful Zhang Lin beside her. "You two are that close?" "Of course. We've known each other for years, we're best friends," Zhang Lin replied. "Alright, let's go then." The group climbed into Li Xian's car. She drove a red Volkswagen Beetle, its interior clean and tidy, adorned with a cute air freshener. Zhou Yang sat in the front passenger seat, while Zhang Lin took the back seat. The car drove into a residential complex in Pudong. Li Xian's home was a one-bedroom apartment, not large, but warmly decorated. "Have a seat, I'll get us something to drink." Li Xian set down her bag and swayed her hips as she walked toward the kitchen. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa, looking around. Zhang Lin stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. "Come sit down," Zhou Yang patted the spot beside him. Zhang Lin hesitated, but eventually sat down obediently, though she dared only to perch on the edge of the sofa. Zhou Yang suddenly pulled her into his arms, making her sit on his lap. Zhang Lin gasped, her body stiffening slightly. "Why so tense?" Zhou Yang looked down at her, twirling a strand of her long hair between his fingers. "You seemed pretty bold back in the restaurant, didn't you?" Zhang Lin's face flushed as red as a monkey's buttocks, her eyes lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Just then, Li Xian emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 glasses of red wine. Seeing their interaction, she merely smiled. She placed the glasses on the coffee table, then sat down on Zhou Yang's other side, leaning casually against his shoulder. Li Xian's voice carried a hint of lazy allure. "Zhou Yang, between me and Lin, who has the better figure?" Chapter 124, tired? "No, this is just the beginning." Li Xian's voice gently caressed the man's heart. Zhou Yang's gaze shifted between her and Zhang Lin. One had a fiery figure, the other a tall, slender frame. These two starkly different beauties lifted his spirits immensely. He picked up the red wine, swirling it gently. His other hand lightly tapped Zhang Lin's thigh. How can you tell through the clothes? Hold on, I need to check for myself. Giggle giggle giggle. Li Xian's laughter rang out like silver bells, her body trembling with delight. She took a sip of red wine, her tongue lightly licking the droplet at the corner of her lips. Wonder how your stamina holds up? Zhou Yang downed the rest of his wine in one gulp, exhaling deeply in satisfaction. Setting down his glass, he pulled Li Xian into his embrace. Zhou Yang grinned, brimming with confidence. 2 more rounds? No problem. Li Xian's eyes met his intently as she leaned in, offering her lips. Zhou Yang savored the wine's rich aroma while his hands busied themselves. After a long while, Li Xian giggled softly, I'm going to freshen up. You two keep chatting with Lin Lin. She stood up, winked at Zhang Lin, and swayed her hips toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Only Zhou Yang and Zhang Lin remained in the living room. Zhang Lin felt stiff, hesitating to move. Zhou Yang's hand remained on her shoulder as he leaned close to her ear. You were pretty forward in the dining room just now, weren't you? Why are you suddenly playing the good girl now? Zhang Lin bit her lower lip, unsure what to say. Zhou Yang looked at her and spoke with a smile. Didn't you say you majored in dance? I want to see how solid your fundamentals are. Zhang Lin blushed even deeper, realizing what was coming next. Mr. Zhou, what exactly do you want to see? Right here. Show me your flexibility. Zhang Lin paused briefly before gently pulling away from his embrace and standing up. She walked to the center of the living room and took a deep breath. Without any unnecessary movements, her body slowly descended. Her legs spread wide apart, effortlessly forming a perfect split. Her tight skirt stretched to its limit by the movement, perfectly outlining the contours of her legs. But this is only the beginning. She maintained the split position, leaning her upper body forward to touch the floor. Next, she braced herself with one hand on the floor and lifted the other leg upward. Pointing straight toward the ceiling, her body formed an astonishing angle. Zhou Yang leaned back on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine as he savored this visual feast. It must be said, women who study dance possess truly extraordinary flexibility and control over their bodies. Zhang Lin's movements flowed seamlessly. From leg lifts to back bends and various challenging yoga poses, she executed them all with effortless grace. After about 10 minutes, the performance concluded. Zhang Lin brought her movements to a halt and stood upright. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her breathing was slightly labored. Her fair skin glowed with a faint flush from the exertion. She approached Zhou Yang, her breath coming in light gasps. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied? Zhou Yang set down his wineglass and extended his hand toward her. Zhang Lin understood and offered her soft, small hand. Zhou Yang pulled her forcefully, and Zhang Lin fell into his embrace. Very good. Zhou Yang lowered his head, inhaling the fragrance in her hair. Your acting skills also need a proper test. Zhang Lin's body trembled, going limp in his embrace. As long as Mr. Zhou likes it. As they spoke, the bathroom door opened. Li Xian emerged wrapped in a towel, her damp hair draped over her shoulders. Seeing the two embracing, she smiled and spoke. Your turn, Lin Lin. Zhang Lin blushed as she rose from Zhou Yang's embrace and hurried into the bathroom. Li Xian walked gracefully in front of him and twirled around. Do I look good? Zhou Yang's gaze lingered on her as he nodded. Yeah, you look great. Li Xian was clearly pleased by his compliment and sat down right beside Zhou Yang. They chatted casually, Li Xian occasionally giggling softly. Suddenly, Zhou Yang asked, by the way, didn't you mention last time that you share an apartment with a friend? Li Xian paused. Yeah, but she has to work during the day. Zhou Yang nodded and didn't press further. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang said to her. Let's go see if Zhang Lin is ready. We still need to evaluate her acting skills. And test yours while you're at it. Li Xian paused, then instantly understood his meaning. She flashed an excited smile. You really know how to play. She turned and headed toward the bathroom. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again. Li Xian and Zhang Lin emerged. Zhou Yang looked at the two of them and smiled. Well then, it's time for me to test your acting skills. The two exchanged a glance and nodded. Over 2 hours later. Zhou Yang, you're not human, Li Xian gasped, her voice hoarse. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement, too exhausted to speak. Zhou Yang, however, looked refreshed and alert as he leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He smiled and said, not bad. You two did pretty well. Li Xian shot him a glare. Beside her, Zhang Lin spoke weakly. Mr. Zhou, does this mean we passed the assessment? Just as Zhou Yang was about to speak, the long-forgotten system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered both targets, Li Xian and Zhang Lin, triggering a critical hit reward. Conquest reward, 40 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield an additional reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, comprehensive physical attribute boost. Stamina plus 50, charm plus 30, intelligence plus 20. Special reward, luck aura 24 hours. Zhou Yang was completely stunned. 40 million in cash? He never imagined the reward would be this generous. Previously, when he had conquered Wang Shui and impregnated her, the reward had only been 18 million. This time, it had more than doubled. But Zhou Yang quickly regained his composure. He knew full well that such opportunities were rare and unpredictable. Li Xian and Zhang Lin were already close friends, both moving in the same social circles. They were open-minded and highly receptive to such arrangements. If he'd tried this with a girl like Lin Shi, he'd probably have been shot down on the spot just for mentioning it. It seemed different targets required different approaches. A thought struck Zhou Yang, and he checked the description of the lucky aura. Lucky aura, while active, the host continuously gains luck buffs, increasing lottery win probability to 100% and significantly boosting unexpected windfall chances. Duration, 24 hours. The description was simple, but the effect was overwhelming. Just then, Zhou Yang felt his body undergoing a transformation. His body, which had been weary from the fierce battle moments ago, was suddenly filled with a powerful surge of energy. It felt lighter and more powerful than ever before. Zhou Yang clenched his fists, savoring the surge of vitality. This feeling was incredible. He turned to look at the two of them. Li Xian and Zhang Lin had recovered somewhat and were now leaning against each other, whispering quietly. Noticing Zhou Yang's gaze, they both looked up at him simultaneously. Their eyes held both fear and a hint of anticipation. Zhou Yang tossed his cigarette butt and stood up. Finished resting? Li Xian and Zhang Lin instinctively shrank back. What do you want now? Zhou Yang grinned and said. That was just the preliminary test. The real challenge is only beginning. Facing the energetic Zhou Yang, both felt a mix of resignation and inexplicable excitement. A new round of acting assessments commenced. Chapter 125, Winning the Lottery was just the appetizer? By the time Zhou Yang left Li Xian's house, evening had fallen. The sunset painted the sky crimson, a gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks. As he walked, he replayed the wild encounter in his mind. Li Xian's fiery figure was undeniably impressive, but Zhang Lin's flexibility left him utterly amazed. Those high-difficulty moves had sent him into a state of pure ecstasy. Zhou Yang stroked his chin, feeling thoroughly satisfied. These two women are truly comforting and caring. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yang suddenly recalled the lucky aura he had just acquired. The system claimed lottery win probability had skyrocketed to 100%? With such an outrageous effect, how could he not give it a try? Zhou Yang scanned his surroundings and spotted a convenience store nearby. He strode over. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman, was watching TV. Spotting a customer enter, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Young man, what can I get for you?" "Lottery tickets," Zhou Yang replied directly. Her eyes lit up as she pulled out the lottery machine from beneath the counter. "Which one? Double color ball or super lotto?" "Double color ball," Zhou Yang replied casually. Anyway, the system said it was a 100% win, so it didn't matter which one he picked. "How many tickets?" Zhou Yang thought for a moment. 10 tickets. It wasn't expensive anyway, so buying more tickets was safer. The cashier deftly operated the machine, quickly printing out 10 tickets. Zhou Yang paid and tucked the tickets into his wallet. Stepping out of the convenience store, he hailed a taxi back to the hotel. On the way, Zhou Yang suddenly realized his luck was truly on his side today. The moment he got in the cab, the traffic lights turned green, and the ride was smooth sailing. Even the traffic lights seemed to be cooperating. This lucky streak was definitely something special. Back at the hotel, Zhou Yang had just stepped into the elevator when he ran into Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu. "Zhou Yang, where'd you go?" Su Mei asked curiously. "Handling some work matters," Zhou Yang replied casually. He couldn't exactly say he'd been testing the new recruit's acting skills. The three of them returned to their floor together. Inside the elevator, Su Mei suddenly noticed the lottery ticket in Zhou Yang's hand. "Hey, you buy lottery tickets?" Li Xiaoyu leaned in to take a look too. "Yeah, didn't you always say you didn't believe in this stuff?" Zhou Yang chuckled. "Just testing my luck occasionally. What if I win?" "Huh, you're right," Su Mei teased. "If you really win the jackpot, remember to treat us to a big feast." "No problem." Zhou Yang agreed readily. After all, the system had guaranteed a 100% win rate. This feast was inevitable. Back in his room, Zhou Yang took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Then he pulled out his phone to check tonight's lottery draw time. 1 hour to go. Zhou Yang felt a surge of anticipation. This was his first time experiencing the effects of the lucky aura. He wondered how much he'd win. The minutes ticked by. At exactly 9 p.m., the double color ball lottery draw commenced. Zhou Yang opened the livestream and watched intently as the numbers scrolled across the screen. Red balls 03, 07, 12, 18, 25, 31. Blue ball 16. As soon as the draw ended, Zhou Yang pulled out his lottery ticket to check. First ticket 03, 07, 12, 18, 25, 31 plus 16. Perfect match. First prize. Zhou Yang froze. The system hadn't lied, it really was a 100% win. He continued checking the other tickets. Second ticket 03, 07, 12, 18, 25, 30 plus 16. 5 red balls plus the blue ball second prize. Third ticket 03, 07, 12, 18, 24, 31 plus 16. Second prize again. The 4th through 10th tickets all won second prize. 1 first prize, 9 second prizes. Zhou Yang was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. This luck was simply unbelievable. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Yang, open up. Su Mei's voice called out. Zhou Yang tucked away the lottery tickets and went to open the door. Su Mei, Li Xiaoyu, Lin Shi, and Sister Zhang were all standing outside. The results are out. Did you win? Su Mei asked impatiently. Zhou Yang feigned calmness. I won a little. How much? Li Xiaoyu leaned in curiously. Not much, a few million, I guess. Zhou Yang said casually. What? The 4 women gasped in unison. A few million? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Sister Zhang couldn't believe it. Zhou Yang pulled out the lottery ticket for them to see. The 4 huddled together, comparing it to the winning numbers. Holy cow! It really is the first prize. Su Mei exclaimed in shock. And 9 second prizes. Li Xiaoyu counted the tickets. Zhou Yang, your luck is unbelievable. Lin Shi looked at Zhou Yang, her eyes filled with astonishment. She'd never seen anyone win so many prizes from just 10 lottery tickets. Mr. Zhou, do you have some secret trick? Sister Zhang asked jokingly. Nope, just good luck, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Su Mei patted his shoulder. So, about that big meal we promised, can we arrange it now? No problem. I'll treat everyone to a feast tomorrow. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone rang. It was Su Haorun calling. Bro, I've got some great news for you. Su Haorun's voice was brimming with excitement. What's the good news? Zhao Tianming got kicked out of Tianhua Entertainment. What? Zhou Yang froze. Just got word that Tianhua Entertainment's board held an emergency meeting. They dismissed Zhao Tianming from his position on the grounds of irregularities in the film studio project and are pursuing legal action against him. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. The effect of this lucky aura was even stronger than he'd imagined. Not only was his own luck improving, but his enemies were suffering misfortune too. Great news! Zhou Yang exclaimed happily. Tianhua Entertainment should finally behave themselves now. Exactly. Without Zhao Tianming, they won't dare cause you trouble anymore. After hanging up, Zhou Yang shared the good news with Su Mei and the others. Everyone was delighted upon hearing it, agreeing that evil deeds deserved their just punishment. Just then, Sister Zhang's phone rang. What? Really? Okay, I'll tell Mr. Zhou right away. Sister Zhang hung up, her face beaming with excitement. Mr. Zhou, more good news. What is it? Just now, several agents representing internationally renowned brands contacted me, wanting to invite Su Mei and Xiaoyu to be their spokesmodels. Which brands? Zhou Yang perked up. Chanel, Dior, and LV. Sister Zhang exclaimed excitedly. They said they watched the competition videos and think both girls have great potential. They want to discuss collaborations. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu were equally thrilled upon hearing this. These were all major international brands. Securing endorsements from these brands meant their fame and influence had reached a significant level. Zhou Yang, should we go talk to them right now? Su Mei asked impatiently. Zhou Yang waved his hand. No rush. Let's wait until we get back to Guangzhou and discuss it at our company. That way we'll have home field advantage. Besides, your market value has changed now. We can't just agree to anything. If we negotiate, we need to get a good deal. Sister Zhang nodded. Mr. Zhou is right. I'll reply to them immediately, saying we'll discuss details after returning to Guangzhou. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Today's luck was truly exceptional. He'd won the lottery, Zhao Tianming had been kicked out of the company, and now a big client had come knocking. The effect of this lucky streak was simply unbelievable. By the way, everyone pack up. We're heading back to Guangzhou tomorrow, Zhou Yang announced. So soon? Lin Shi was a bit surprised. Yeah, we've wrapped up most things in Shanghai. The office renovation still needs time. We'll handle what needs to be done here first, then come back once everything's finished over there. Su Mei felt a pang of reluctance. Shanghai's been pretty fun. We'll have plenty of chances in the future, Zhou Yang smiled. Once we've established ourselves in Shanghai, we can come back anytime we want. Everyone nodded in understanding. After the meeting, Zhou Yang returned to his room and pulled out his phone to send messages to several people. First was Wang Shui. Heading back to Guangzhou tomorrow. Let me know if you need anything. Wang Shui replied quickly. Honey, I don't want you to leave. Also, I went for a checkup at the hospital this afternoon. The doctor said I'm really pregnant. Zhou Yang felt a quiet satisfaction upon reading the message. Then take good care of yourself and wait patiently for me to come back. Then he sent a message to Li Xian. I'll be back in Yangcheng tomorrow. Once the company renovation is done, I'll bring you both over. Li Xian's reply came quickly. Okay, Zhou Yang. Lin and I will wait for you. Also, today was really fun. Let's hang out again when you get back. Zhou Yang recalled her sizzling figure, his heart racing. He put down his phone, feeling exceptionally content. Today had truly been a day of great rewards. Not only had he conquered 2 new targets, but he'd also earned a massive reward. More importantly, the lucky aura's effects exceeded his expectations. More surprises were surely on the way. Chapter 126, The Sudden Confession. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang received a call from Su Haoran. Bro, are you heading back to Guangzhou? Yeah, I've got some things to take care of over there, Zhou Yang replied while getting dressed. Alright, leave the company matters to me. Su Haoran's voice came through the receiver. Oh, and about arranging accommodations for those 2 car models? I looked around yesterday. There are a few nice luxury apartments near the company. Where? Right across from the company building. Fully furnished with appliances, just move in with your bags. What about the rent? 12,000 a month. That's actually pretty cheap for that area. Zhou Yang buttoned his shirt. Alright, go ahead and rent 2 units for me. 1 year lease minimum. 2 units? Su Haoran paused. Aren't they sharing one place? It's more convenient to live separately. Li Xian and Zhang Lin were best friends, but relationships between women were incredibly complicated. Living together for too long inevitably leads to conflicts over personal matters. Living apart meant peace and quiet for both. Oh. Su Haoran deliberately drew out the syllable and chuckled. Keeping a mistress hidden away? That's a move, bro. What golden house? This is for the company's growth. Alright, for the company's growth. I'll handle the paperwork right away. After hanging up, Zhou Yang packed his luggage. Sister Zhang had already booked their flight back to Guangzhou departing at 11 a.m. The group boarded a bus and headed for the airport. After driving for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. He hadn't cashed in yesterday's winning lottery ticket yet. He pulled out his phone and searched. There was a welfare lottery center near the airport. Driver, take us to the lottery center first. What are you doing? Su Mei turned around. Claim my prize. Zhou Yang waved the lottery ticket he'd bought yesterday. Only then did everyone remember that Zhou Yang had won several million yesterday. Right. I almost forgot about that. Li Xiaoyu tapped her forehead. 20 minutes later, the bus pulled up outside the welfare lottery center. Zhou Yang got off alone and walked into the prize redemption hall. Half an hour later, he emerged with a smile on his face. The first prize was 8 million yuan, and the 9 second prizes totaled 1,200,000 yuan. After taxes and fees, he walked away with over 7 million yuan. Though not a huge sum for Zhou Yang now, it held special significance. This was the first fortune brought by his lucky aura. He got back into the car. All set? Su Mei asked. Yep, all set, Zhou Yang nodded. The big feast we promised last night, I'll arrange it once we're back in Guangzhou. The group cheered. At the airport, after completing check-in, the group entered the departure lounge. With an hour before boarding, everyone was in a relaxed mood. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu went shopping at the duty-free store, while Sister Zhang handled work emails. Zhou Yang and Lin Shi sat in the lounge area. How was your trip to Shanghai? It was very fulfilling. I learned a lot. Lin Shi held a cup of coffee. Especially seeing how you handled the crisis, I'm really impressed. There will be plenty more chances to learn. Zhou Yang stretched lazily. Once Shengshi Entertainment is established, your work will become more challenging. Lin Shi nodded. As they chatted, it was time to board the flight. On the plane, Zhou Yang was seated next to Lin Shi. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu sat in the row ahead, while Sister Zhang occupied the seat behind them. Lin Shi shared her experiences from recent days with Zhou Yang, who listened quietly. As they chatted, Lin Shi grew drowsy. She leaned back in her seat, her eyelids growing heavy. Soon, she was fast asleep. Zhou Yang watched her peaceful sleeping face, and a strong urge to protect her welled up inside him. All the way, Zhou Yang kept watching her. The plane touched down at Yangcheng Airport at 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shi was jolted awake by turbulence and realized she had leaned against Zhou Yang's shoulder without noticing. Her face flushed, and she quickly sat up straight. Sorry. It's fine, Zhou Yang smiled. Did you sleep well? Very soundly. Lin Shi nodded, her voice barely audible. After landing, Zhou Yang arranged for everyone to go home and rest. Back to work as usual tomorrow. We'll have a meeting the day after to discuss the new company. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu boarded the car arranged by their assistant, while Sister Zhang also had a dedicated vehicle waiting for her. Only Zhou Yang and Lin Shi remained. I'll drive you back. No need. I'll just take a taxi. Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed. Why take a taxi? I'm going that way anyway. Zhou Yang grabbed her suitcase, leaving no room for refusal. The two walked out of the airport together and got into a taxi. Driver, take us to Garden Community first. As the car rolled along the road, Lin Shi sat beside Zhou Yang, her heartbeat quickening. She stole a glance at the man beside her, her heart filled with complex emotions. From their first meeting until now, her impression of Zhou Yang had changed dramatically. Initially, it had been fear and wariness, then gratitude and admiration. And now, she realized she might be falling for this man. This feeling left her both exhilarated and terrified. The excitement stemmed from experiencing such heart-fluttering feelings for the first time. The fear stemmed from the fact that Zhou Yang was surrounded by many women. How could she, an ordinary girl fresh out of college, possibly compete with those glamorous movie stars? Lost in these thoughts, the car had already arrived at the garden community. "We're here," Zhou Yang reminded her. Lin Shi snapped back to reality and hurriedly got out. Zhou Yang helped her with her suitcase as they walked toward the community gate together. Just as they reached the elevator entrance, Lin Shi suddenly slipped. "Ah!" She let out a startled cry as her body lost balance, teetering on the brink of a fall. In the nick of time, Zhou Yang reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and Lin Shi could feel Zhou Yang's warmth and masculine scent. "Are you okay?" Zhou Yang asked with concern. Lin Shi tried to move her foot, immediately wincing in pain. "I think I twisted it." Zhou Yang immediately crouched down and gently examined her ankle. "It's a bit swollen. Definitely sprained." He paused, then suddenly picked Lin Shi up horizontally. "Zhou Yang, what are you doing?" Lin Shi was startled. "I'm carrying you upstairs. Walking will only make your foot hurt worse." Lin Shi tried to struggle, but Zhou Yang held her tightly. And the sensation of being held like this made her heart pound like a drum. Neither spoke in the elevator. Nervous, Lin Shi didn't know where to look and simply closed her eyes. Zhou Yang gazed at the girl in his arms, feeling something unusual stir within him. Her body was so light, holding her felt almost heartbreaking. When they reached her floor, Zhou Yang carried Lin Shi to her door. "Where's the key?" Lin Shi fished the key out of her bag, and Zhou Yang unlocked the door for her. Once inside, Zhou Yang gently laid Lin Shi on the sofa. "Stay here for now. I'll go get some ice for you." He found the refrigerator in the kitchen, took out some ice cubes, and wrapped them in a towel. Returning to the living room, he gently applied the ice to Lin Shi's ankle. "Does it hurt?" "A little," Lin Shi murmured, biting her lip. "Bear with it. It'll feel better soon." Zhou Yang knelt before her, concentrating intently on treating the injury. That earnest expression left Lin Shi mesmerized. This was the man she loved. Though domineering and forceful in front of others, he was so gentle and considerate toward her. "Zhou Yang." Lin Shi spoke suddenly. Zhou Yang looked up at her. "I have something to tell you." Lin Shi gazed deeply into his eyes, her expression utterly serious. "What is it?" Lin Shi took a deep breath and gathered her courage to say, "I like you." Chapter 127, The Moment of Truth. "You're my girlfriend now." Zhou Yang froze. He hadn't expected Lin Shi to confess her feelings at this moment. Looking into her sincere eyes, a wave of warmth washed over Zhou Yang. Her affection was unadulterated, pure enough to move anyone. "Lin Shi." "Don't say anything," Lin Shi cut him off. "I just want to tell you this. Nothing else matters." Zhou Yang set down the ice cube and gently stroked her cheek. "Then I'll say it anyway. I like you too." Lin Shi's eyes widened. "You're lying, right?" "Of course it's true," Zhou Yang said earnestly. "From the moment I first saw you, I was drawn to you." Lin Shi bit her lower lip. "But with all the women around you, what am I to you?" "I won't deny that." Zhou Yang looked her straight in the eye. "But my feelings for you are real. I won't force you to accept anything. I just want to be good to you." Lin Shi closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling heavily. After a few minutes, she opened her eyes. As if she'd made up her mind. "All right. Wonderful." Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she tried to stand. But the pain in her ankle forced her back down. "Don't move around. Rest and let your injury heal," Zhou Yang said tenderly. "Okay." Lin Shi nodded obediently. Zhou Yang picked up the ice pack again to apply it to her ankle, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Though her confession had come suddenly, he had long sensed her feelings. At least it saved him the trouble of figuring it out himself. "By the way, this injury will take at least 2 days to heal. Don't come to the office tomorrow." "It's fine, I can manage," Lin Shi shook her head. "Be good. Your health comes first," Zhou Yang said gently. "You're my girlfriend now. I can't let you overexert yourself." At the word girlfriend, Lin Shi's face flushed bright red. Then tonight." She stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue. Zhou Yang sensed her hesitation but decided to head home first. Su Zhixia and Liu Yufei were still waiting for him, and his relationship with Lin Shi needed to develop gradually. Rushing things would only make matters worse. "I'll head back first. I'll come see you tomorrow." Lin Shi felt a pang of disappointment but nodded anyway. "Okay." Zhou Yang kissed her forehead lightly. "Get some rest. Call me if you need anything." Leaving Lin Shi's home, Zhou Yang felt quite content. This confession only reinforced his belief in the power of his lucky charm. Zhou Yang took a taxi back to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he heard a familiar voice. Honey's home. Liu Yufei leapt up from the sofa and threw herself into his arms. I missed you so much. Zhou Yang held her tightly, inhaling deeply the scent that lingered on her skin. I missed you too. Su Zhixia emerged from the kitchen. Honey, you're back. Her belly was already showing, and she walked with extra care. Zhou Yang hurried over and gently stroked her belly. How's the baby? Very well. Kicks me every day, Su Zhixia said with a smile. That's good. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, how's everything going in Shanghai? Liu Yufei asked curiously. I heard you started another company? Yes, Shangshi Entertainment. Zhou Yang briefly explained the situation. The two women listened, their eyes wide with astonishment. A 400 million investment? That's huge. Su Zhixia exclaimed. And you rented the entire building? Liu Yufei couldn't believe it either. No big deal, Zhou Yang said casually. You two should come by once we open. Really? Liu Yufei perked up with excitement. Of course. You're my women, we're meant to be together. Not just you two, Xiao Wei and Xiao Xian will be there too. Hearing this, both women felt deeply touched. Husband, you're so good to us. Liu Yufei's eyes welled up. Silly girl, if I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Zhou Yang pulled them both into his embrace. Oh, honey, have you eaten yet? Liu Yufei asked with concern. Not yet. Airplane food is awful. I'll make you something. Liu Yufei started toward the kitchen. What about the housekeeper? She had something come up at home and can't come these next couple of days. Zhou Yang frowned. How can you cook in your current state? Let me handle it. I'll help too, Su Zhixia chimed in eagerly. The three of them headed into the kitchen together. With two women assisting him, Zhou Yang quickly whipped up a few simple dishes. During dinner, Zhou Yang shared his experiences in the metropolis with them. Naturally, he selectively omitted anything about Wang Shui and Li Xin. Honey, did you really win millions in the lottery yesterday? Liu Yufei still couldn't believe it. Absolutely true. Zhou Yang pulled out the winning ticket to show them. My goodness, that's incredible luck. Yeah, it feels like a dream, Su Zhixia marveled. Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly. If it weren't for that lucky aura, he wouldn't have won a damn thing. After dinner, the three sat in the living room watching TV. Zhou Yang sat between them. When he mentioned the incident involving Zhao Yufeng and his son, both girls grew indignant. What a despicable person. Liu Yufei declared. Su Zhixia nodded in agreement beside her. Zhou Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, they're finished. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 10. Time for bed, Zhou Yang announced as he stood up. Husband. Liu Yufei grabbed his hand, her eyes brimming with longing. I've missed you so much while you were away. Zhou Yang smiled at the two of them. Then let's get some rest early. Chapter 128, Su Yao's Call, the Married Woman's Request. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang awoke. Liu Yufei and Su Zhixia beside him slept soundly, their breathing slow and steady. He kissed each of their foreheads. Su Zhixia's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her voice thick with sleepy languor. Honey, you're awake. Mei Chem, I'm awake. Zhou Yang smiled, placing his hand on her lower abdomen. How do you feel? It's been fine, just a bit tiring. Su Zhixia said as she got up. I'll make breakfast. Don't move. Zhou Yang pressed her down firmly. You're under special protection right now. What are you doing making breakfast? He looked at Su Zhixia, his expression turning serious. Starting today, you're not working as a secretary either. Just stay home and focus on your pregnancy. Don't worry about anything else. Su Zhixia felt a wave of warmth wash over her. But the company. The company has me, Lin Meng, and so many others. It won't miss you. Zhou Yang's tone brooked no argument. Your only job is to get nice and plump, got it? Su Zhixia nodded firmly and leaned in to kiss his cheek. Liu Yufei, who'd been woken by the commotion, rubbed her eyes and grumbled. Honey, you two are spreading love all over the place first thing in the morning. Can't you let us sleep? Zhou Yang smiled and pinched her nose. Alright, everyone up. I'll make breakfast for you all. After enjoying a heartfelt breakfast, Zhou Yang changed into fresh clothes and headed to the garage. The Cullinan, untouched for ages, sat quietly there. Feeling the car's comfort, he finally started the engine and drove away from the villa. Xingsan Entertainment. The moment the elevator doors opened, Zhou Yang witnessed an exaggerated scene. Lin Meng stood at the front, followed by a group of company executives. They stood in perfect formation at the doorway, holding a red banner. Warm congratulations to Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu for their outstanding achievements in the singing competition. Zhou Yang's lips twitched. Was such a grand display really necessary? President Zhou. Lin Meng spotted him and immediately approached with a beaming smile. Mr. Zhou, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. What's going on here? We're giving Xiao Mei and Xiaoyu a surprise. Sister Zhang said with a laugh. They've brought honor to the company this time, we absolutely have to celebrate properly. Just then, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu arrived. Seeing the commotion at the door, both girls looked a bit embarrassed. Sister Zhang, this is a bit over the top, don't you think? Su Mei flicked her hair seductively. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing, Li Xiaoyu murmured softly. Inside the company, Chen Xian heard the commotion and rushed out. And upon seeing Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu, she immediately grabbed their hands warmly. Mei, Xiaoyu, congratulations. I saw your performance on stage, it was absolutely amazing. Thanks, Xiao Xian. Exactly. You have no idea, on the day of the finals, the entire company was watching the livestream and cheering you on. The three women immediately chattered away in a lively group, sharing amusing stories and the joy of the competition. By the way, where's Lin Shi? Haven't seen her around, Su Mei suddenly asked. She sprained her ankle and is resting at home, Zhou Yang replied casually. Oh? Is it serious? Li Xiaoyu asked with concern. Chen Xian also gave her a concerned look. Nothing serious. She'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. Everyone relaxed at that. After a brief celebration, all company employees gathered in the large conference room. Lin Meng presided over the meeting. After brief opening remarks, Zhou Yang began his address. Everyone, this trip to Shanghai not only brought honor to our company, but more importantly, it proved the strength of Star Candle Entertainment. Loud applause erupted from the audience. But this is only the beginning, Zhou Yang shifted his tone. I have an important announcement to make. Everyone perked up. We will establish Shangshi Entertainment Media Group, with Xingsan Entertainment continuing to operate as a subsidiary. What? A media group? Such a grand undertaking? The employees murmured in astonishment. Zhou Yang continued, the group headquarters will be based in Shanghai, with an investment scale of 400 million yuan. Its operations span multiple sectors including film and television, music, variety shows, and streaming media. Zhou Yang raised his voice. Furthermore, all employees who choose to join Shangshi Entertainment will receive a 30% salary increase. The entire room erupted in excitement. A 30% pay raise was an enormous temptation for anyone. President Zhou is awesome. Follow President Zhou and you'll get your share. I'm joining Shangshi Entertainment. Seeing the excitement on his employees' faces, Zhou Yang was thoroughly satisfied. This was precisely the effect he sought. Retaining talent with better compensation while igniting everyone's passion for work. The meeting concluded amidst cheers from the crowd. After the meeting, Zhou Yang returned to his office. Lin Meng followed him in. Mr. Zhou, were you serious about that 30% pay raise you mentioned earlier? Of course. I never write bad checks, Zhou Yang nodded. But that will significantly increase labor costs, Lin Meng expressed her concern. Don't worry. I'll handle the funding, Zhou Yang said confidently. And top talent is worth every penny. Lin Meng nodded, feeling even more admiration for Zhou Yang. It's rare to find a boss who can make employees follow him so wholeheartedly. Oh, right, Manager Lin. Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something. Sister Zhang mentioned several international brands are interested in having Su Mei and Xiaoyu as brand ambassadors. You should reach out and personally discuss this with them. International brand endorsements? Lin Meng was taken aback. Yes. Discuss the specifics with Sister Zhang. Remember, push the price as high as possible. Got it. I'll handle it immediately. With that, Lin Meng left. Watching her decisive retreat, Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. After all, he couldn't handle everything personally. Having her take charge of this was the best solution. By the time he finished handling company affairs, it was already noon. Zhou Yang prepared to visit Lin Shi. Just as he was about to rise, his phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Zhou Yang paused in surprise. Su Yao? Since their last parting, the two had tacitly avoided contact. Why would she suddenly call? Hello? A gentle yet slightly trembling female voice came from the other end of the line. Zhou Yang, it's me. I know. I'm in Yangchang now. Su Yao's voice was soft, yet it stirred something deep within Zhou Yang. Where are you? I'm at the Hilton Hotel. Could you come over? A hint of pleading tinged her voice. Zhou Yang fell silent for a moment. It would be a lie to say he hadn't missed her after all this time. He still remembered how tenderly that gentle wife had clung to him. All right, send me the address. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Zhou Yang changed his mind. Lin Shi could wait. First, he needed to meet the woman who had made him a father. Chapter 129. Does he actually enjoy wearing this hat? Half an hour later, Hilton Hotel. Zhou Yang pushed open the suite door and immediately spotted the figure standing by the window. Su Yao wore a simple, elegant maternity dress, her figure already rounded by pregnancy. Yet her gentle, graceful aura remained undiminished. Hearing the door open, she whirled around abruptly. The moment their eyes met, Su Yao's eyes reddened. Zhou Yang. Months of pent-up longing erupted in an instant. She hurried over and threw herself into Zhou Yang's arms. I missed you so much. Warm tears instantly soaked through Zhou Yang's shirt. Zhou Yang held her close, inhaling the familiar, subtle fragrance. He patted her back and asked softly, "Why did you suddenly come to Yangcheng? You didn't even give me a heads up." Suyao lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at him. "My husband, he came to Guangzhou for business. I made up an excuse saying I wanted to get away and clear my head, so I came alone." As she spoke, she gently stroked Zhou Yang's cheek, afraid this moment might be nothing but a dream. "I thought about you every day, but I didn't dare contact you, afraid I'd cause you trouble." "Silly girl." Zhou Yang pinched her cheek gently. "How's the baby?" At the mention of the baby, a tender smile instantly spread across Suyao's face. "He's doing great. He's already over 4 months old, and the doctor says he's very healthy." She took Zhou Yang's hand and gently placed it on her lower abdomen. "Feel it. He moves sometimes." Through the fabric, Zhou Yang felt as though he could sense the tiny life growing inside her. A strange feeling welled up inside him. This was his child. Just then, the suite door suddenly swung open from the outside. A well-dressed, refined man stepped inside. "Yao Yao, I." The man saw the intimate posture of the two in the room and stopped mid-sentence. Su Yao's body instantly stiffened. The color drained from her face completely, and she instinctively pulled away from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked calmly at the man. This must be Su Yao's husband, Wang Junjie. The atmosphere grew intensely awkward. Wang Junjie was the first to recover. He plastered on a warm smile and extended his hand. "And who might this be?" Su Yao flusteredly explained, "Junjie, this is a friend of mine, Zhou Yang. He heard I was coming to Guangzhou and came to see me specially." "Oh, so he's Yao Yao's friend." Wang Junjie seemed oblivious to any awkwardness, warmly shaking Zhou Yang's hand. Hello. My name is Wang Junjie. I'm Yao Yao's husband." "Hello." Zhou Yang shook his hand without showing any emotion, though inside he felt utterly bizarre. He just pulled this huge stunt on the guy, and now he was shaking hands and making small talk. What the hell kind of situation was this? "What do you do, Mr. Zhou? You look like a real catch, young and promising." Wang Junjie complimented him with easy familiarity. "Just running a small business," Zhou Yang replied indifferently. "Wow, that's really impressive." Wang Junjie slapped him on the shoulder. "Yao Yao's all alone in Guangzhou, so it's great to have a friend like you looking out for her. Once I'm done with my work, I absolutely must treat Mr. Zhou to a proper meal." "Mr. Wang, you're too kind." Looking at Wang Junjie's overly enthusiastic smile, Zhou Yang had only one thought. He seems to be enjoying wearing this hat, doesn't he? Oh dear, my memory. I have a client meeting, time's almost up. Wang Junjie glanced at his watch. Yao, I need to get back to work. Keep chatting with Mr. Zhou, don't neglect your friend." With that, he flashed Zhou Yang a smile before turning and striding away. Su Yao approached the doorway. Once she was certain he was gone, her entire body went limp. "That scared me to death. I thought he'd notice." Zhou Yang walked over and wrapped his arms around her. Did he really not notice? He didn't believe it. A man who sees his pregnant wife being so intimate with another man and still manages to smile so happily? He'd either have to be mentally unstable or know exactly what was going on. Seems like this Wang Junjie has quite a story to tell. Before Zhou Yang could dwell on it further, Su Yao suddenly jerked her head up from his embrace. The panic in her eyes vanished. Instead, they held a wild, uncontrollable longing that had been suppressed for months. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang didn't refuse, responding passionately. Neither of them knew. At the corner of the hallway, Wang Junjie, who had just left, hadn't gone far. He stood silently there, watching the two of them kiss passionately with an expressionless face. His eyes held no anger, no jealousy, only calmness. Ever since Su Yao became pregnant, he had harbored doubts. After all, he knew his own body best. 5 years of marriage, countless doctors consulted, countless medications tried, all to no avail. The doctors had long since given him a death sentence. Now, everything had been confirmed. Wang Junjie gave a wry smile, straightened his suit. As if nothing had happened, he turned and walked toward the elevator. After a passionate kiss, Su Yao leaned breathlessly against Zhou Yang's chest. Zhou Yang glanced at the time and decided it was best to leave for now. "I've got some things to take care of. I'll head out now. We'll connect later tonight." "Okay." Though reluctant to let him go, Su Yao knew she couldn't put him in an awkward position. "Drive carefully." After leaving the hotel, Zhou Yang arrived at the garden community. He pressed the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. Lin Shi stood on one foot, dressed in a cotton pajama set. Seeing Zhou Yang, her cool, delicate face flushed instantly. Why are you here?" "To see my girlfriend. Is that not okay?" Zhou Yang smiled as he stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him before scooping her up in his arms. "Ah!" Lin Shi gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing? Your foot's injured. Stop moving around." Zhou Yang gently laid her on the sofa, crouched down, rolled up her pant leg, and examined her ankle. "It's still swollen. Did you ice it today?" I forgot. Lin Shi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lost in the afterglow of yesterday's confession and the flutter in her heart, she'd completely forgotten about icing her foot. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. He got up, fetched an ice pack from the kitchen, and gently applied it to her ankle. The icy sensation made Lin Shi flinch. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Lin Shi watched Zhou Yang's focused expression. His tender gesture made her heart melt. Neither spoke, yet the atmosphere grew quietly warmer. After applying the compress to her foot, Zhou Yang was about to withdraw his hand when Lin Shi fixed him with an intense stare. Her eyes were wet, her lashes still trembling. He couldn't resist leaning in, pressing a light kiss to her lips. Lin Shi's entire face flushed instantly, even her ears turning crimson. You? Blushing? Zhou Yang teased her deliberately. Lin Shi quickly grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa, burying her face in it, her voice muffled. No way. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh at her ostrich-like behavior. Alright, stop hiding. There's a company dinner tonight. Come with me. Lin Shi peeked out from behind the pillow. With my foot like this? I'd rather not. No way. Zhou Yang stood up. It'll be a perfect chance for everyone to meet the boss's wife. I'm not. Lin Shi protested softly, her voice lacking any conviction. By evening, the two arrived at the banquet hotel. Lin Shi limped along, needing Zhou Yang's support to walk. The commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. The chatter abruptly fell silent. Sume set down her chopsticks and gave Li Xiaoyu a meaningful glance. Li Xiaoyu immediately understood and tugged at Chen Xian's arm. It seemed their sisterhood had gained a new member. Chapter 130, running into my husband, and he actually laughed. After a brief silence, the atmosphere quickly grew lively again. Lin Shi, you're here. Sume was the first to react, smiling as she rose and walked over to Lin Shi. She took her from Zhou Yang's arms and helped her sit down. What happened to your foot? How careless of you. Li Xiaoyu and Chen Xian also gathered around, chattering with concern. Exactly. Sprains can be serious or minor, but you need to take good care of it. Should we take you to the hospital to get it checked? Faced with the enthusiastic concern from her seniors, Lin Shi felt a bit overwhelmed, her cheeks flushing red. It's nothing serious. Thanks for your concern. Zhou Yang watched this harmonious scene unfold and settled into the seat of honor with satisfaction. The women gathered around Lin Shi, showering her with affectionate inquiries. The male colleagues, sensing the mood, gathered around Zhou Yang to toast him, showering him with loud compliments. By the end of the meal, both hosts and guests were thoroughly entertained. In this warm atmosphere, Lin Shi gradually shed her reserve and began chatting with Su Mei and the others. This was her first time interacting with them as Zhou Yang's woman. This gave Lin Shi a new perspective on Zhou Yang's harem. No, it gave her a fresh perspective on the women surrounding Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, at the Hilton Hotel, Su Yao paced restlessly around the room. Her mind kept returning to that awkward encounter with Wang Junjie earlier that day. Though Wang Junjie acted as if it meant nothing, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. Just then, the door swiped open. Wang Junjie walked in. He took off his suit jacket, casually draping it over the sofa, and undid the top two buttons of his shirt. You're back. Su Yao stepped forward to greet him, her voice tightening slightly. MHM. Wang Junjie replied, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, then spoke slowly. That man this afternoon, are you certain he's just a friend? Su Yao's heart sank. He asked after all. Yes, he's my friend, she forced herself to sound calm. Wang Junjie turned to face her, his gaze eerily calm. Yao Yao, we're husband and wife. There's no need to hide things from me. Su Yao's lips trembled, but no words came out. The child in your womb, is it his? Su Yao's face drained instantly, her body swaying as if she might collapse. It's over. Everything was over. She had braced herself for a storm. She'd even prepared herself to be stripped of everything. But Wang Junjie's next words left her utterly dumbfounded. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to blame you. He walked over to Su Yao, gently took her shoulders, and guided her to sit on the sofa. What happened in your room this afternoon? I saw everything. Su Yao jerked her head up, her face frozen in disbelief. He saw it? He saw it, so why didn't he explode on the spot? Why could he still smile? Wang Junjie seemed to see right through her thoughts and sighed. Yao Yao, we've been married for 5 years, and I haven't been able to give you what you want. It's my fault. He gave a bitter smile. I know my own body better than anyone. I'll never be able to have children in this lifetime. Back then, my family pressured me relentlessly, and I was under immense stress. That's why I kept shifting the blame onto you. I'm sorry. These words stunned Su Yao. She never imagined Wang Junjie would say something like this. So, I don't care. Wang Junjie cut her off, his gaze complex. The Wang family needs an heir. I need a son to solidify my position. Since I can't bear one, what difference does it make whose child it is? He gazed at Su Yao's belly, his eyes even holding a hint of eagerness. As long as this child bears the Wang surname and calls me father, that's all that matters. As for you and him, there's no need to hide it. Just don't go too far and make a spectacle of yourselves. Su Yao was utterly dumbfounded. She felt her entire worldview shatter into pieces at that moment. Was this even possible? Not only did her husband tacitly approve of her betrayal, he'd even gone out of his way to secure a proper identity for the bastard child growing inside her. Oh no, the child, had he secured a proper identity for it? This is like manna from heaven? After the gathering ended, Zhou Yang drove Lin Shi home. He departed amidst her reluctant farewells. They arrived at the Hilton Hotel. The moment they entered the room, Su Yao rushed over. She recounted everything that had just happened in meticulous detail. After listening, Zhou Yang remained speechless for a long while. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and finally spoke slowly. This Wang Junjie, he's quite the character. Damn it, in this day and age, someone actually volunteers to be the cuckold? And he says it with such refreshing sincerity, so noble and righteous. For the sake of the family heir? To solidify his position? Let's be honest, he's nothing but a complete and utter loser. But for Zhou Yang, this was nothing short of fantastic news. It meant the biggest obstacle between him and Su Yao had vanished. Even though he says that we should still exercise restraint around him, Zhou Yang cautioned. Men like him are the hardest to read. He might accept things today, but tomorrow he could turn on you. I know. Su Yao nodded, but her expression had already changed. All her psychological burdens and guilt had vanished, leaving only deep affection for Zhou Yang in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck, her breath warm against his ear. Zhou Yang. I miss you. Those two words held infinite magic. Zhou Yang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He didn't even finish his cigarette, simply crushing the butt between his fingers. He scooped Su Yao into his arms. Then what are we waiting for? 2 hours later. Zhou Yang dressed with renewed vigor. Su Yao lay lazily beside him, watching him with contentment. I'll head out now. I'll come find you another day. Zhou Yang kissed her lightly. Zhou Yang quietly closed the door. As soon as he reached the elevator lobby, he spotted a familiar figure. Wang Junjie was holding a cup of coffee. He was sitting on a sofa in the nearby lounge area, as if waiting for someone. Spotting Zhou Yang, Wang Junjie paused for a moment. He immediately stood up, his face breaking into a warm smile. Mr. Zhou, still up this late? Just wrapped up some business. Zhou Yang replied without batting an eye. Oh, young people prioritizing their careers, that's only natural. Wang Junjie nodded and even pressed the elevator button for Zhou Yang. The two exchanged a glance. Each read an unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. Zhou Yang said nothing more and stepped into the elevator. Wang Junjie waved at him with a warm smile. Take care, Mr. Zhou. The doors closed slowly. Zhou Yang leaned against the elevator wall. Recalling Wang Junjie's smiling face, he thought to himself, this world is just too damn interesting. Chapter 131. So shy, how will she ever run the place? When Lin Meng pushed open the door, Zhou Yang was flipping through financial statements. Most of the company's operations will be transferred to Shanghai. Here at Xingsan, we'll mainly retain the live streaming department. He set down the documents and stated directly. Lin Meng had anticipated this outcome and nodded. What about personnel arrangements? Those willing to go will be taken along. Those unwilling, I won't force them. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair. Go compile the list. Salaries will be adjusted as previously discussed, a 30% increase. Understood. I'll get it done immediately. In the afternoon, Lin Shi limped into the room. How's your foot? Much better. It barely hurts now. Lin Shi sat down in the chair, looking a bit awkward. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yang couldn't resist teasing her. What's up? Got something to say? Lin Shi bit her lower lip before finally speaking. About going to the Magic City. You don't want to go? It's not that I don't want to go, it's just... Lin Shi flushed. Your family. Zhou Yang understood what she was worried about. He had mentioned before that Lin Shi could stay with him when the time came. He guessed the girl was fretting about how she'd get along with Su Zhixia and the others. Don't worry. Zhixia and the others are really nice. You'll definitely get along great. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. From my previous interactions with Su Zhixia, she certainly doesn't seem difficult to get along with. I want to go, she murmured softly. That's good. Zhou Yang stood up and walked over to her. Don't worry. Once we're in the Magic City, I'll take care of you. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed even redder as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Zhou Yang couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. So shy, how are you going to be the boss's wife? I'm not. A week later, the employee survey results came out. 90% of the company's employees chose to relocate to the Magic City. Only a handful remained in Guangzhou due to family circumstances. Zhou Yang was quite satisfied with the outcome. It seemed money still held immense appeal. After wrapping up company affairs, Zhou Yang's days became remarkably leisurely. With no urgent tasks demanding his attention, he enjoyed a freely scheduled daily routine. In the mornings, he visited Su Yao at the Hilton Hotel to discuss life and in passing, helped ease her longing. Every time he saw Wang Junji's warm, smiling face, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This man truly embodied the essence of forgiveness. Not only did he not mind his wife's infidelity, but he actively paved the way for their child's future. Zhou Yang genuinely admired this kind of big-picture perspective. Returning to the office in the afternoon, he occasionally found himself alone with Lin Shi, teasing his shy little girlfriend. "Want to come over for dinner tonight?" Zhou Yang asked tentatively. Lin Shi blushed. "No. That might not be appropriate." "Why wouldn't it be? We're officially dating now," Zhou Yang teased her with a smile. Lin Shi flushed even deeper, stammering. But there's still." "What else?" Zhou Yang asked, feigning ignorance. "There's sisters Zhixia and the others." Zhou Yang burst out laughing. "What's the matter? Still nervous about meeting your sisters? You'll have to face them sooner or later." Lin Shi wished she could sink into a hole. Over the past few days, Zhou Yang had hinted that they could take their relationship further, but Lin Shi had politely declined each time. Zhou Yang wasn't in a hurry about it. With a girl like Lin Shi, the more you rush her, the more likely you are to scare her away. Take it slow, and things would naturally fall into place. Zhou Yang also continued to visit Wang Hui's home regularly. Wang Hui was now 3 months pregnant, and her belly had begun to show a slight curve. "Xiao Yang, are you really going to the Magic City?" Wang Hui nestled into his embrace, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Yes, the company needs me to expand." Zhou Yang stroked her hair. "Do you want to come with me?" Wang Hui paused for a moment before shaking her head. "Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu still have school in Guangzhou. I can't leave them behind." Zhou Yang understood her choice. Wang Hui was a responsible mother who wouldn't abandon her children for her own feelings. "Then I'll arrange for a nanny to take care of your daily needs." "No need. I can manage on my own." "Don't be polite. You're carrying a child now, it's my duty to take care of you." Zhou Yang cut her off. Wang Hui's eyes welled up slightly and she leaned in to kiss his lips. "Thank you." Moved and reluctant to part, Wang Hui became more accommodating to Zhou Yang's various unreasonable demands. Even things she'd normally be too shy to mention, she was willing to try. This pleased Zhou Yang immensely. A few days later, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's endorsement deals were finally secured. Each secured an endorsement deal with an international cosmetics brand and a luxury brand respectively. Both contracts were worth 8 figures. The entire company was buzzing with excitement. "Sis Mei, you're a real superstar now," Chen Xian said enviously. Su Mei lazily flipped her hair. "It's still early days. This is just the beginning." Li Xiaoyu was also delighted, though she remained relatively low-key. "Xiaoyu, why aren't you excited?" Su Mei asked. "I am excited, it just feels a bit unreal," Li Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Everything happens so fast." Su Mei patted her shoulder. "You'll get used to it. Good things like this will only come more often in the future." Due to the endorsement deal, both women found their schedules growing increasingly hectic. Shooting commercials, giving interviews, attending events, their schedules were packed solid. That evening, Zhou Yang returned to the villa. Liu Yufei sat on the sofa in a silk nightgown watching TV, while Su Zhixia read a book nearby. "Honey, you're back." Liu Yufei rose to greet him. Zhou Yang lay down on the sofa, resting his head on Liu Yufei's lap. "I'm exhausted." Liu Yufei gently massaged his temples with practiced skill. Chen Xian appeared out of nowhere, crouching beside the sofa to massage his feet. "Brother Zhou, does that feel good?" Very comfortable." Zhou Yang closed his eyes and savored the moment. Su Zhixia put down her book and asked, "When are you going to bring Xiao Wei back?" "She's home alone and I'm a bit worried." Zhou Yang opened his eyes, "No rush. Let's wait until we're settled in Shanghai." "But she's pregnant. It's inconvenient for her to be alone," Su Zhixia frowned. "Doesn't she have her parents to take care of her? Besides, it'd be fine for her to do her postpartum confinement at her parents' place." Liu Yufei suddenly chimed in, "Speaking of Xiao Wei, I actually miss her a bit." Zhou Yang looked at her in surprise. "You miss her? But you two were always bickering." "That's different," Liu Yufei protested. "Sure, we had little spats now and then, but we were actually really close." "Yeah, Xiao Wei can be a bit scheming sometimes, but she's a decent person," Su Zhixia chimed in. Zhou Yang shook his head and chuckled. "Women are truly unpredictable." "What do you mean by that?" Liu Yufei pinched him in annoyance. "Nothing much, just musing aloud," Zhou Yang quickly protested. Chen Xian chimed in from the side, "Brother Zhou, that's classic straight guy thinking. The bonds between women are something you men just can't grasp," Liu Yufei declared triumphantly. Zhou Yang shook his head helplessly. Truly, he'd never grasp women's logic. One day they'd be arguing over some trivial matter, and the next they'd already start missing each other. But that was fine. Seeing them get along harmoniously was something he was genuinely happy about. "By the way, have you found a place in Shanghai yet?" Su Zhixia asked. I'm already looking at them and planning to buy a larger villa, Zhou Yang replied. We can all live together, then it'll be more lively. How big should it be? Liu Yufei asked curiously. At least 7 or 8 bedrooms, so everyone has their own space. Chen Xian's eyes widened. How much would that cost? Don't worry about the money, Zhou Yang said casually. For him now, buying a house was no big deal. You're amazing, honey. Liu Yufei planted a kiss on his cheek. So when can we move in? Su Zhixia asked. Around next week, once the company finishes the renovations. Chen Xian jumped up from the floor in excitement. Shanghai. I've never been there before. Once we're there, I'll show you around, Zhou Yang said, looking at them. Xiao Xian, we'll have to pause the live streams for a while then. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly. Brother Zhou, I'll do whatever you say. Seeing the eager expressions on the women's faces, Zhou Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Making their lives better mattered more than anything else. Alright, it's getting late. Time to rest. Zhou Yang stood up and stretched. Husband, tonight. Liu Yufei trailed off mid-sentence. What about tonight? I just wanted to talk with you, Liu Yufei said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Zhou Yang understood what she meant and smiled. Then let's talk. Su Zhixia sensibly stood up. I'll head back to my room. You two take your time. Chen Xian slipped away too. Only the two of them remained in the living room. Liu Yufei nestled into Zhou Yang's embrace, savoring the familiar scent of his skin. Husband, I love you, she whispered softly. I love you too. Zhou Yang held her tighter. The night was deep, but this tenderness had only just begun. Chapter 132, 1,000-mile delivery of that thing thrilling or not? That day, Su Ya was leaving. Zhou Yang escorted her to the hotel lobby, where Wang Junjie's car was already parked at the entrance. He leaned against the car smoking, immediately stubbing out his cigarette when he saw them emerge. Yao, got everything packed? Wang Junjie took the suitcase with practiced ease. Yeah, everything's set. Su Yao's voice sounded muffled. Zhou Yang stood on the steps, hands tucked into his pockets, watching. Wang Junjie stowed the luggage in the trunk and deliberately checked the tires one last time. Zhou Yang, you've really gone out of your way these past few days. Su Yao's words were matter of fact, yet her eyes brimmed with reluctance. It's the least I could do. Su Yao clenched her jaw, suddenly stepping forward and rising onto her toes to kiss Zhou Yang. The kiss came completely out of the blue. Zhou Yang froze for a second before instinctively returning it. Wang Junjie, who was organizing the trunk just 5 meters away, glanced up briefly before looking away again. He even turned away on his own, giving them some private space. After a dozen seconds, Su Yao reluctantly pulled away. I'll miss you, she murmured softly. Drive safely, Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. Su Yao gave him one last lingering look before turning toward the car. Wang Junjie opened the door for her, thoughtfully shielding her head. Take it slow, don't bump your belly. After they got in the car, Wang Junjie said cheerfully. Mr. Zhou, you must come visit us sometime. Certainly, I will. Su Yao rolled down the window. Zhou Yang, how about I come visit you in Shanghai sometime soon? I don't really have much going on right now anyway. Wang Junjie adjusted the rearview mirror from the driver's seat, showing no reaction to the remark. Zhou Yang nearly laughed out loud. This woman had completely let herself go. Arranging a date with her lover right in front of her husband, and so brazenly at that. He leaned closer to the window and deliberately lowered his voice to tease her. Isn't that like delivering something all the way? Su Yao flushed, glaring at him reproachfully. You're so naughty. Wang Junjie cleared his throat. It's about time. We should go. All right. Su Yao looked at Zhou Yang with reluctance. I'll be going now. All right. Text me when you get home. The car slowly pulled away. Through the rear window, Zhou Yang could see Su Yao glancing back repeatedly. Only after the car turned the corner and vanished did Zhou Yang turn away. This Wang Junjie, what a weirdo. Back at the office, Su Haoran's call came through just then. Bro, great news. The renovation's all done 3 days ahead of schedule. That fast? Paying extra really makes a difference. The workers were incredibly motivated, Su Haoran chuckled. When are you coming over to inspect it? I'll send someone tomorrow. I'll be there the day after. Alright, I'll head to the office first to check out the results and snap some photos for you. After hanging up, Zhou Yang immediately called a meeting with everyone. Everyone, preparations in Shanghai are complete. We'll depart tomorrow. Lin Meng asked, Mr. Zhou, when will you be heading over? The day after tomorrow. I'll drive there, it'll take a day on the road. Sume said lazily, then should we go ahead and warm up the place for you? That's the idea, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Once we arrive, everyone should familiarize themselves with the environment. We'll officially begin operations after I arrive. Li Xiaoyu raised her hand, Mr. Zhou, what about accommodations? There are employee dorms upstairs in the company building, 2 people per room, and the conditions are quite good. Sume gestured toward herself and Li Xiaoyu. What about the rest of us? Zhou Yang considered the question. You'll stay at a hotel for now. I'll arrange accommodations for you later. After the meeting, Zhou Yang began wrapping up the final arrangements in Yangchang. The villa was handed over to property management for regular cleaning and ventilation. For Wang Hui's side, he hired a nanny to take care of her. Xiao Yang, are you really leaving? Wang Hui clung to his arm. Yes. Once the baby is born, I'll bring you both over then, Zhou Yang reassured her. Then when will that be? Soon. Half a year will pass in no time. Wang Hui snuggled closer in his arms. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too. Take good care of yourself. After handling these matters, Zhou Yang arrived at Lin Shi's home. Are you packed? Lin Shi dragged a large suitcase and carried a backpack. That's all I have. So little? I don't have much to begin with. Does this look too meager? Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed. What's modest about it? Once we get to the Magic City, you can buy anything you want. Zhou Yang took her suitcase. Let's go. My place first. On the way, Lin Shi seemed a bit nervous. Will they like me? Of course not, you're so adorable. I'm not cute, Lin Shi murmured in protest. To me, you're the cutest. Lin Shi blushed. The moment they walked in, Liu Yufei, Su Zhixia, and Shen Xian immediately surrounded them. Shen Xian was the most enthusiastic, grabbing Lin Shi's hand right away. Lin Shi, you're finally here. Welcome, welcome, Su Zhixia smiled warmly. Liu Yufei studied Lin Shi, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. This girl was indeed beautiful, with a fresh and delicate charm that stood in stark contrast to their own styles. Hello, I'm Liu Yufei. She extended her hand proactively. Hello, I'm Lin Shi. Lin Shi shook her hand politely. Don't stand around. Sit down and chat, Zhou Yang invited everyone. Shen Xian pulled Lin Shi over to sit on the sofa. Lin Shi, where are you from? I'm from Guangzhou. Oh, we're all from out of town. You're the only local here. Su Zhixia asked, what's your major? Chinese literature. No wonder your writing is so polished. I've seen the proposals you wrote, they're really impressive. Flattered, Lin Shi felt a bit shy. Thanks for the compliment. Liu Yufei observed Lin Shi's reaction and silently approved. This girl truly had a good disposition, not the type to get jealous or competitive. Lin Shi, what are your hobbies? Liu Yufei asked. Reading, writing, and occasionally listening to music. That's great. We're all pretty ordinary folks, you're the cultured one here. Not at all. You're all so talented, Lin Shi quickly waved her hands. The women chatted animatedly, and Zhou Yang watched from the sidelines, feeling quite satisfied. By the way, you guys fly over tomorrow. I'll drive up the day after, Zhou Yang said. Why not travel together? Chen Xian asked. I can't just leave the car in Guangzhou. I need to drive it over. But that's so tiring. Why not just ship it? Liu Yufei said sympathetically. It's fine. I enjoy driving. I'll treat it like a road trip. Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up. Driving alone isn't safe. Why don't I come with you? In your current state, flying would be safer, Zhou Yang declined her offer. Then I'll go with you. Chen Xian volunteered. You get motion sickness? I don't get car sick. Last time you rode with me, you threw up the whole way. Chen Xian instantly wilted. Lin Shi whispered, how about I go with you? Zhou Yang looked at her. You don't get motion sickness? No, I've loved riding in cars since I was a kid. Alright then, you can come with me. Liu Yufei pouted. You're playing favorites. How am I being biased? We knew you first, yet the newcomer gets special treatment. Lin Shi grew anxious, maybe I should just take the plane after all. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just talking out of her mouth, Zhou Yang reassured her. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth, Liu Yufei said, deliberately feigning hurt. Su Zhixia and Shen Xian giggled quietly beside them. They could all tell Liu Yufei was just teasing Lin Shi. Alright, enough fooling around. Zhou Yang stood up. It's getting late. Everyone should get some rest, we've got flights to catch tomorrow. Where's Lin Shi staying tonight? Chen Xian asked. The guest room is all set up, Zhou Yang replied. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been worried about some awkward arrangement. I'll show Lin Shi to her room, Su Zhixia volunteered. I'll come too, Chen Xian followed behind. Liu Yufei remained still, waiting until they were out of earshot before speaking. This Lin Shi is quite impressive. As long as you're satisfied. Of course I am. More sisters mean more care, Liu Yufei smiled. And with her personality, she probably won't cause any conflicts with us. That's good. But? Liu Yufei changed the subject abruptly, don't you treat her differently? Different how? You seem gentler with her. Zhou Yang thought for a moment. Maybe because she's more innocent and needs a little more care. Is that so? Liu Yufei looked at him suspiciously. Of course it is. So does that mean the rest of us aren't innocent? You guys? Zhou Yang chuckled, you're all seasoned veterans. What do you mean old hands? Liu Yufei pinched him. We're still pure as snow. Yeah, you're the purest. Last night, I wonder who was begging for more. Ugh. Chapter 133, Driving Together, Why Are You Nervous? Hey, slow down. Chen Xian dragged her suitcase, turning back to shout at the airport entrance. After seeing Liu Yufei and the others off, Zhou Yang watched the women disappear through security before turning toward the parking lot. Lin Shi leaned against the car waiting for him, a freshly bought bottle of mineral water in her hand. Did they go in? Yeah, we should be in Shanghai by this afternoon. Zhou Yang took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. We should be heading out too. Lin Shi glanced at the black Cullinan, biting her lower lip. It's going to be over 10 hours. How about I drive part of the way? You know how to drive? Of course I can. I got my license in college. Lin Shi sounded a bit annoyed. Don't underestimate me, I'm a great driver. Oh, my skills are pretty solid too. Maybe we can have a friendly race sometime. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Lin Shi found his teasing a bit baffling. Zhou Yang waved his hand, ending the teasing. He opened the driver's door. Forget it. You just sit there. I'm not tired. Are you sure you don't need my help? Seriously, no need. Lin Shi pouted and slid into the passenger seat. The car left Yangchang and merged onto the expressway. The navigation says it's still over 1,200 kilometers. Lin Shi stared at the screen. Are we really going to drive that long? Pretty much. We'll take a few breaks along the way, find a place to stay overnight and arrive tomorrow morning. Stay overnight? Lin Shi's voice tightened slightly. Zhou Yang glanced at her. What's wrong? Scared? No, it's just... Just what? Nothing. Lin Shi's face began to flush as she lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. Zhou Yang stifled a laugh. This girl really can't take a joke. The car cruised smoothly along the highway. Lin Shi had been tense at first, but gradually relaxed. Did you used to drive long distances often? She asked. Occasionally. I went on a few road trips with my roommate during college. Where did you go? Yunnan, Tibet, Xinjiang. We covered quite a bit of ground. A hint of envy flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. That's wonderful. I've never been that far away. I'll take you someday when we get the chance. Really? Of course I mean it. Zhou Yang gripped the steering wheel with one hand. Where do you want to go? Tibet, I guess. I hear it's beautiful there. It is beautiful, but the altitude sickness can be pretty intense. No problem, I'm in great shape. Lin Shi patted her chest, causing it to tremble slightly. Zhou Yang's gaze drifted over involuntarily. Lin Shi noticed and flushed again. Hey, what are you looking at? Watching the road, Zhou Yang replied with deadpan seriousness. You were clearly looking at me. How could I not watch the road while driving? Lin Shi glared at him in exasperation. You were definitely looking at me. Fine, I admit it. I took a peek. Zhou Yang threw up his hands in surrender. Who told you to be so good looking? Lin Shi's face flushed even redder and she fell silent. The car fell silent, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Want to put on some music? Lin Shi broke the silence. Sure, you pick. Lin Shi scrolled through her phone and selected a gentle folk song. The music flowed softly through the cabin as the scenery outside steadily receded. Feeling sleepy? Zhou Yang asked. A little. Then get some rest. We've got a long way to go. Lin Shi glanced at him, then leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Half an hour later, her breathing evened out. She was clearly asleep. Zhou Yang glanced at her. Asleep, Lin Shi seemed less aloof and more soft and adorable. At 4 in the afternoon, the car pulled into a service area. Zhou Yang gently tapped Lin Shi's shoulder. Wake up, we're at the rest stop. Lin Shi opened her eyes groggily. Where are we? A rest stop. Get out, stretch your legs, grab something to eat. Lin Shi stretched lazily and followed Zhou Yang out of the car. The service area bustled with people, packed with vehicles parked everywhere. Wow, so many people. Let's go. First to the restroom, then find a place to eat. The two headed toward the restaurant, Zhou Yang casually taking Lin Shi's hand. What should we order? Zhou Yang glanced at the menu. Whatever. I'm not picky. Then let's get Kung Pao chicken and some greens. Certainly, please wait a moment. While waiting for their food, Lin Shi secretly observed Zhou Yang. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft shadows across his profile. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yang suddenly turned his head. Nothing at all. Lin Shi looked away, embarrassed. Were you looking at me? No. Then why are you blushing? Lin Shi wished she could sink through the floor. The food arrived, and they ate in silence. The taste is okay. Zhou Yang picked up a piece of chicken. Yeah, better than I expected. After finishing their meal, they strolled around the service area to aid digestion. We still have over 6 hours to go. Are you sure you don't want me to drive? Lin Shi offered again. Really, I'm fine. I'm in good shape. All right then. They hit the road again as dusk settled in. Should we find a place to stay? Lin Shi asked, gazing at the night outside. Let's drive a bit longer. There's a small town up ahead with decent hotel accommodations. Around 8 o'clock, the car entered a small town. Zhou Yang pointed to a hotel by the roadside that looked reasonably clean. Let's stay here. The two entered the hotel lobby. 2 rooms, please, Zhou Yang told the front desk. I'm sorry, sir, we only have 1 king room left, the front desk clerk said apologetically. Zhou Yang frowned. Really? None left? We have a tour group today, and all the rooms are booked. Zhou Yang turned to Lin Shi. Should we try another place? Lin Shi bit her lower lip and whispered, never mind. Let's just take this one. It's only for 1 night anyway. Are you sure? MHM. They went upstairs, and Zhou Yang swiped his card to open the room. The room wasn't large, with a double bed taking up most of the space. Zhou Yang pointed to the single sofa in the corner. I'll take the couch. Lin Shi glanced at the sofa, which was clearly too short. That's too small. You won't fit. It's fine. I'm adaptable. Forget it. Lin Shi gathered her courage. The bed's big enough. Let's sleep together. Zhou Yang froze for a moment. Are you sure? I'm sure. We're boyfriend and girlfriend anyway, isn't that normal? Lin Shi feigned calmness. Alright then. After each finishing their nighttime routine, Lin Shi changed into a conservative pajama set, long sleeves and long pants. Zhou Yang wore only a t-shirt and shorts. I'll sleep on the inside? Lin Shi pointed to the spot against the wall. Sure. They laid down on opposite sides of the bed, separated by a clear boundary. Good night, Lin Shi murmured softly. Good night. The room was quiet, filled only with the sound of their breathing. Lin Shi turned her head, gazing at Zhou Yang's back. Can't sleep? Zhou Yang suddenly spoke. MHM. Lin Shi answered honestly. Nervous? A little. Zhou Yang turned to face her. They were only half a meter apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. Lin Shi whispered softly, this is my first time sharing a bed with a guy. First time? Zhou Yang asked deliberately. Yeah, I've never. Zhou Yang's fingers gently brushed her cheek. Take your time. I'm in no rush. Lin Shi closed her eyes. His palm felt warm. Xiao Shi. What is it? I want to hold you. Lin Shi paused for a few seconds before slowly moving closer to press against his chest. Isn't this a bit too fast? Her voice was soft. What's too fast? We're already together. Zhou Yang tightened his arms around her. Isn't this just natural? Her soft body pressed against him, carrying the faint scent of shampoo, and Zhou Yang's breathing began to falter. CC. Can I touch you? Chapter 134, dude, I'm impressed. How'd you handle so many women? In the darkness, Lin Shi's voice carried obvious tension. Touch where? Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. This girl was just too adorable. You tell me? Rustling sounds came from under the covers as Lin Shi curled up into a ball. Just once, okay? Zhou Yang's hand gently brushed her cheek, tenderly beyond words. Relax. I won't hurt you. His hand slowly slid down her cheek. Minutes later, Lin Shi's breathing was completely ragged. She trembled as she asked, is it okay now? Xiao Shi. Zhou Yang's voice was slightly hoarse. Can I rub against you? Lin Shi. For the first time, she gained a clear understanding of Zhou Yang's shamelessness. This man, who appeared gentle and considerate on the surface, was nothing but a complete scoundrel. Get lost. Lin Shi pushed him away in embarrassment and anger. Zhou Yang burst into laughter, leaning in to kiss her the instant her mouth opened. Lin Shi let out a muffled groan, instantly going limp in his arms. In the darkness, their breaths mingled together. Zhou Yang gently stroked her back, his touch light and tender. Relax, he murmured softly into her ear. Lin Shi nodded, slowly relaxing her body. She never imagined she'd end up in a strange town, sharing a bed with the man she loved. Will it hurt? She asked softly. It won't. It'll be over quickly. Zhou Yang kissed her forehead. Lin Shi closed her eyes, her heart pounding like a frightened deer. Then, be careful. Of course. The next morning, Lin Shi woke up with her face still flushed. The events of the previous night replayed endlessly in her mind. Though they hadn't gone all the way, they'd done everything else. She stole a glance at the man sleeping beside her, and her heart began to race again. Awake? Zhou Yang opened his eyes, a smile in his gaze. No. Lin Shi immediately closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. If you're not awake, you don't have to get up. We're not in a hurry anyway. Lin Shi shot her eyes open. I'm awake. I'm awake. Zhou Yang pinched her nose. Little liar. While brushing her teeth at the sink, Zhou Yang embraced her from behind. How did you sleep last night? He whispered softly in her ear. Lin Shi's face flushed again. With toothpaste foam filling her mouth, she mumbled indistinctly, don't talk about it. Why be shy? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Boyfriends and girlfriends don't act this shameless. Zhou Yang burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You call this shameless? CC, you're still too naive. During breakfast, Lin Shi was noticeably more relaxed than yesterday. She poured milk for Zhou Yang herself and thoughtfully asked if he wanted sugar. Feeling pretty good today, huh? Zhou Yang teased. Not at all, Lin Shi insisted stubbornly. Really? Then I must have misheard someone humming a tune earlier? Lin Shi flushed. I wasn't humming. Fine, you weren't. After getting back on the road, Lin Shi became noticeably more talkative. Pointing out the window, she excitedly shared her impressions with Zhou Yang. Look at that cloud, doesn't it look like a rabbit? It really does. And those mountains over there, their shapes are so strange. That's called Dansha landform. How do you know everything? Lin Shi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The benefits of reading widely, Zhou Yang chuckled smugly. Pfft, you probably just looked it up online. That's defamation. I'm suing you for libel. Go ahead then, I'm not afraid. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and time flew by. By noon, the car finally entered the heart of Magic City. Shangshur Entertainment Tower, top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, Liu Yufei and the others immediately surrounded him. Chen Xian threw herself into his arms. Brother Zhou, I missed you so much. We just parted yesterday, okay? Zhou Yang patted her back. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Sumei leaned lazily against the wall and remarked, is someone here to shower us with love? Her gaze drifted between Zhou Yang and Lin Shi, her eyes sparkling with a knowing smile. This company is absolutely mind-blowing. Liu Yufei tugged at Zhou Yang's arm. 38 floors. We actually have a company this big. Su Zhixia pushed her glasses up. From a financial standpoint, this is definitely a solid investment. Zhixia, can't you just speak plainly? Shen Xian rolled her eyes. I am speaking human language. Lin Meng and Sister Zhang stood nearby, pretending not to notice the close interactions between the women and Zhou Yang. They were long accustomed to it. Mr. Zhou, the employee dormitories are all arranged. Everyone is staying very comfortably, Lin Meng reported. Zhou Yang nodded. Great work. How's the preparation for tomorrow's opening ceremony coming along? Everything is set. We've also contacted the media. Just then, Su Haorun emerged from the office and immediately approached Zhou Yang. Bro, you're finally here. Traffic was bad. Zhou Yang gave him a hug. Su Haorun's gaze swept over the women present, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered, Bro, I'm seriously impressed. What's up? How do you manage to keep all these women getting along so well even with a few pregnant ones among them? Zhou Yang smiled without responding. Seriously, I've met plenty of impressive people growing up, but you're the first of your kind. Su Haorun gave him a thumbs up. You flatter me. Oh, and I'll handle the company's transportation needs, minivans, business vehicles, whatever. My family happens to have connections in that area. Zhou Yang sighed inwardly. Having a rich kid friend made things so much easier, no need to worry about a thing. He patted Su Haorun on the shoulder. Thanks for taking care of it. No need for formalities between us, especially since we're partners. Zhou Yang walked up to Lin Meng and cleared his throat. Manager Lin, tomorrow is the company's opening ceremony. Let's double-check the entire schedule, we can't afford any mistakes. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Alright, everyone, familiarize yourselves with the office first. I've got some business to attend to. Su Mei raised an eyebrow. Off to have some fun again? Buying a house. Zhou Yang answered honestly. Buy a house? The women's eyes widened in unison. I can't have you all staying in hotels forever. I'm planning to buy a villa for us all to live in together. Liu Yufei jumped up excitedly. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? I want to go see it too. Chen Xian raised her hand. Me too. Li Xiaoyu followed suit. Zhou Yang looked at the girl's eager expressions, thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. You stay at the company. Too many people would draw attention. I'll take you once I've checked it out. Though disappointed, the girls didn't insist. After a few brief words, Zhou Yang and Su Haorun headed downstairs. Chapter 135, I told you were going to devour me. I've already screened a few options for you, all top-tier luxury properties. Su Haorun said while driving. What about the prices? The cheapest is 50 million, the most expensive is 100 million. Zhou Yang nodded. These prices were considered standard in the metropolis. The first villa was located in Pudong. It covered a large area, but Zhou Yang felt the location was a bit remote. The second one was in the city center, great location, but a bit small. The third was along the Huangpu River, complete with a private dock, but the price was exorbitant. The final one near Zhujiahui offered the most balanced overall package. This one it is, Zhou Yang decided. 80 million, it's pricey, but worth every penny. Alright, I'll contact the seller right away. Su Haorun immediately made the call. Half an hour later, the contract was signed. Zhou Yang paid the full amount in one lump sum, his generosity leaving the agent stunned. These days, houses aren't easy to sell, let alone top-tier luxury properties like this one. Mr. Zhou, would you also need a housekeeper? The agent inquired attentively. Yes, 3, Zhou Yang replied after a moment's thought. They must be experienced, know how to cook, and have good character. No problem, I'll arrange it immediately. After purchasing the villa, Zhou Yang returned to the company to pick up the women. Come on, let's show you your new home. The group arrived at the villa in a grand procession. Wow! It's huge! Shen Xian exclaimed, looking around excitedly. How many square meters is this place? Liu Yufei marveled. 1,200 square meters, 3 stories, plus a basement and garden, Zhou Yang explained. Is there enough room? Su Zhixia asked. Plenty. 1 master bedroom, 9 guest rooms, plus a study, media room, and so on. The women were all pleased with their new surroundings. Especially the expectant mothers having such spacious quarters lifted their spirits considerably. That evening, Zhou Yang hosted the first family dinner at their new home. 3 maids bustled about, preparing a lavish feast. Here's to our new home. Cheers. Zhou Yang raised his glass. Cheers, the women responded in unison. Surrounded by his lovely companions, Zhou Yang felt utterly content. By the way, I miss Xiao Wei, Liu Yufei suddenly said. Why not video call her? Su Zhixia suggested. Great idea. Liu Yufei pulled out her phone and dialed Bai Wei's video call. Soon, Bai Wei's fresh-faced appearance filled the screen. Sis Yufei. Bai Wei waved excitedly. Xiao Wei. The women gathered around the phone. Where are you guys? Bai Wei asked curiously. Magic City. Brother Zhou's new place. Chen Xian boasted. Envy flashed in Bai Wei's eyes. It's so beautiful. Xiao Wei, how are things at home? Su Mei asked with concern. It's fine, just a bit boring. Bai Wei pouted. Brother's being unfair, he won't take me along to play. Seeing her pouty expression, the girls burst into laughter. Zhou Yang walked over, appearing in the camera frame. Xiao Wei, how's your health? Brother. Bai Wei's eyes lit up. I'm fine, I just missed you. Good girl. Once you're feeling better, I'll come get you. Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Bai Wei smiled sweetly. Then I'll wait for you. They chatted for over 10 minutes before hanging up. After the dinner gathering, the women silently dispersed to their rooms to rest. Only Zhou Yang and Lin Shi remained. Lin Shi sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, clearly nervous. What's wrong? Zhou Yang sat beside her. Nothing. Nothing at all. Lin Shi avoided his gaze. Nervous? Lin Shi nodded. Zhou Yang took her hand. Don't be nervous. Everything will happen naturally. Lin Shi nodded. She felt both nervous and excited about what was going to happen tonight. After showering, Zhou Yang walked toward Lin Shi's room in his bathrobe. He knocked lightly on the door. Cici, are you asleep? A muffled voice came from inside. Not yet. He pushed the door open. Lin Shi was curled up under the covers, only her head peeking out. Why'd you wrap yourself up like a dumpling? Zhou Yang asked with a chuckle. No, Lin Shi's voice grew even quieter. Zhou Yang sat on the edge of the bed. Nervous? A little. But last night was different. Lin Shi cut him off. Last night was an accident. Tonight is. What is it? It's intentional. Lin Shi buried her face deeper. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. So what if it was on purpose? We're boyfriend and girlfriend, isn't that perfectly normal? But I still get nervous. Then should I leave? Zhou Yang deliberately stood up. Don't go. Lin Shi poked her head out. Aren't you nervous? I am nervous, but I want to be with you. After saying this, Lin Shi's face flushed bright red. Zhou Yang felt a warm surge in his heart and sat back down. Silly girl, what's there to be nervous about? He gently stroked her hair. I'm not going to eat you. You were going to eat me anyway, Lin Shi muttered softly. What? Nothing. Zhou Yang leaned closer to her ear. I didn't catch that. Say it again? No way. Lin Shi buried her head deeper. Then I'll leave? Zhou Yang started to get up. Don't you dare. Lin Shi reached out and grabbed his robe. So are you going to say it or not? After wrestling with herself for a long moment, Lin Shi finally threw caution to the wind. I'll tell you were going to eat me anyway. Oh? How did you know I was going to devour you? Because that's the kind of person you are. Zhou Yang burst into laughter. What kind of person? A pervert. Lin Shi snapped, her embarrassment turning to anger. I'm a pervert? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes. A big pervert. If I'm such a big pervert, then why did you ask me to stay? Lin Shi froze for a moment, then felt even more humiliated and angry. Because I like this big pervert. After saying that, she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Good heavens, what had she just said? Zhou Yang was utterly charmed by her adorable outburst. Since you like this big pervert, then stop hiding. He gently pulled back the blanket. Let me see my little prey. Lin Shi wore a pink pajama set, looking pure and adorable. You look beautiful, Zhou Yang praised sincerely. Don't look at me like that. Lin Shi covered her face shyly. Why can't I look? You're my girlfriend, what's wrong with me looking? I just can't let you. Then I'll close my eyes? Still no. What should we do then? Zhou Yang feigned helplessness. I don't know. Lin Shi was on the verge of tears. Seeing how genuinely anxious she was, Zhou Yang dropped the joking tone. "CC, look at me." Lin Shi slowly lowered her hands, her eyes filled with tension and unease. "Ready?" Zhou Yang asked earnestly. Lin Shi's heart pounded like a frightened deer, but she nodded nonetheless. "I'm ready. If you want to stop at any point, just tell me." I don't know anything about this. You'll have to teach me," Lin Shi murmured softly. "Of course, I'll teach you." Zhou Yang gently stroked her cheek. "Let's start with a hug." He slowly lay down, pulling Lin Shi into his embrace. "Relax. Don't be so tense." Lin Shi gradually calmed down in his embrace. The familiar embrace gave her a sense of security. "What's next?" she whispered. "Next?" Zhou Yang leaned closer to her face. "Turn off the lights first," Lin Shi quickly interjected. "Why turn off the lights?" Because I'm shy." Zhou Yang smiled as he switched off the bedside lamp. The room plunged into darkness, illuminated only by moonlight streaming through the window. In the darkness, the sound of clothes rustling as they were removed reached her ears. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened. Zhou Yang's voice echoed in the darkness. "Shao Shi, I'll be gentle." What happened next was not for outsiders to know. Chapter 136, How Can It Be a Golden Age Without Madness? 2 hours later. Zhou Yang gently brushed the sweat-dampened strands of hair from Lin Shi's forehead. "Tired?" Lin Shi curled up in Zhou Yang's embrace. Her entire body was limp, managing only a faint "How does it feel?" "Don't talk." Lin Shi buried her face tightly against his chest, her voice muffled. "Are you that embarrassed?" "Of course I am." Zhou Yang grinned mischievously, teasing her further. "Then do you want to do it again?" Lin Shi remained silent for a long moment before a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz emerged. "Yes." "What? I didn't catch that." "Yes." Lin Shi snapped, reaching out to twist his arm. "Ouch. Trying to murder your own husband. Who says I'm your wife? Didn't you just call me husband?" Lin Shi froze in place. Did she really just say that? Oh no, this is so embarrassing. I couldn't help myself." "Oh, couldn't help yourself, huh?" Zhou Yang deliberately drew out the syllables. "That means you enjoyed it." "I didn't enjoy it at all." "No? Then who was just?" Lin Shi quickly covered his mouth. "Don't say another word, or I'll bite you to death." Zhou Yang burst into laughter, pulling her closer. Just then, the system alert sounded. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the objective, Lin Shi. Conquest reward, 5 million yuan in cash. Friendly reminder, impregnating the target will yield a bonus reward of 10-20 million yuan. Birth reward, a higher tier mystery reward will be granted upon the child's successful birth. Special reward, 40% equity stake in Huai Cinema chain." Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. 5 million yuan was nothing special, but a 40% stake in Huai Cinema line was a different story. Huai Cinema line is one of China's largest cinema chains, operating over 3,000 theaters. A 40% stake was worth at least billions. He pulled Lin Shi closer. This girl really was a treasure trove, bringing him such a huge return. "I'm sleepy," Lin Shi murmured softly in his arms. "Sleep if you're tired. Aren't you leaving?" "No, I'll stay here with you tonight." Lin Shi closed her eyes, a sweet smile playing on her lips. She had finally completed her transformation from girl to woman in the arms of the one she loved. The next morning, when Lin Shi woke up, Zhou Yang was already gone. She stretched lazily, her whole body aching. Certain areas ached particularly badly. Recalling last night's events, her face flushed crimson once more. "Honestly, it's all that jerk's fault," she muttered under her breath. After washing up and changing clothes, Lin Shi stepped out of her room. Downstairs in the dining room, everyone was having breakfast. "Lin Shi, come eat," Liu Yufei called out to her. As Lin Shi walked over, her steps felt slightly unnatural. She tried to walk normally, but the more she tried, the more obvious it became. Sumei shot her a glance and let a meaningful smile curve her lips. Li Xiaoyu noticed too, exchanging a knowing glance with Chen Xian. Su Zhixia said nothing, but a look of understanding flashed in her eyes. Only Lin Shi herself continued to put on a brave face, convinced no one could tell. "Lin Shi, what's wrong? Why are you walking so strangely?" Chen Xian asked deliberately. "And nothing's wrong," Lin Shi explained nervously. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Liu Yufei joined in the teasing. "Or did you engage in some vigorous activity?" Lin Shi's face flushed bright red all the way to her ears. "No. I didn't do anything." "Oh, you didn't do anything, huh?" Su Mei drawled. "Then why are you so flushed?" I just blush easily." Lin Shi blurted out a flimsy excuse. The girls exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is just too adorable. She's clearly an adult now, yet she's still so shy. Alright, stop teasing her, Su Zhixia stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Shi, come sit down and have something to eat. Lin Shi shot her a grateful glance before carefully taking a seat. The moment she sat down, she sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa. What's wrong? Liu Yufei asked with concern. And nothing, it's just, it hurts a little. Where does it hurt? It's just. Lin Shi stammered, unable to articulate it. The women all shared a knowing smile. They were all experienced enough to know exactly what was going on. It's like this the first time. It'll feel better in a few days, Sumei said lazily. Hearing the words first time, Lin Shi nearly crawled under the table. Sumei, she exclaimed, flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Sumei blinked innocently. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Isn't it your first time? Why yes. Lin Shi admitted in a whisper. That's exactly right, Sumei chuckled. It's normal to feel uncomfortable the first time. Want me to get you some medicine? Liu Yufei offered. What kind? Anti-inflammatory and pain relievers. No. I'm fine. Lin Shi waved her hands quickly. Are you sure you're okay? Su Zhixia asked with concern. I'm really fine. Just then, Zhou Yang came downstairs. Morning, ladies, he greeted them brightly. Morning, the women replied in unison. Only Lin Shi kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze. After breakfast, the pregnant women stayed home. Zhou Yang took Lin Shi, Sumei, and Li Xiaoyu to the company. Today marked the grand opening of Shengshi Entertainment. The building entrance was already adorned with flower baskets, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the street. Reporters had arrived early, their cameras trained on the entrance. Wow, so many reporters, Li Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit nervous. Don't worry, they're all here to support us, Zhou Yang reassured her. Just stand beside me later and make a brief appearance. What about me? Lin Shi asked. You're the chief content officer, of course you'll be there too. But I don't know how to face the cameras. It's fine. You won't need to speak, Zhou Yang patted her shoulder. Just stand there so everyone can see the company's leadership. At 11 a.m., the opening ceremony officially commenced. As the company's chairman, Zhou Yang took the stage first to deliver his opening remarks. Distinguished media representatives and esteemed guests, welcome to the grand opening ceremony of Shengshi Entertainment. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The establishment of Shengshi Entertainment marks our official entry into the entertainment market of the Magic City. We possess both the confidence and the capability to create our own golden age in this era brimming with opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Next, please welcome our company's artists to deliver a spectacular performance. Sister Sumei, you go first, Li Xiaoyu nudged her. Sumei took the microphone, and screams erupted from the audience. She sang her signature hit, Nightscape, and her deep, magnetic voice instantly captivated the entire audience. Li Xiaoyu followed onto the stage, choosing the refreshing Spring Breeze 10 Miles. The two starkly contrasting styles completely ignited the atmosphere. Fans below waved their support signs wildly. Sumei! Go Xiaoyu! Wave after wave of cheers nearly shook the roof off. The moment the performance ended, reporters swarmed forward. Microphones were thrust at Zhou Yang as camera flashes lit up the room. Mr. Zhou, what's the secret to your success in founding an entertainment company at such a young age? Zhou Yang adjusted his tie. There's no secret, just be a little bolder. What are your future plans for the company? Become the industry leader within 5 years. The reporter paused in surprise. Isn't that goal a bit? How can you call it a golden age without a bit of audacity? Zhou Yang cut him off. The reporters exchanged glances. This kid was bold. After the group photo, the crowd gradually dispersed. By shortly before 3 p.m., major media outlets had already published their stories. 4 billion builds entertainment empire, Shengshi Entertainment opens today. Young CEO Zhou Yang, dominating the entertainment industry in 5 years. Sumei and Li Xiaoyu's market value skyrockets as international brands rush to partner. Weibo's trending topics exploded instantly. Netizens erupted. What's Zhou Yang's background? How did he build such a massive company at such a young age? Look at his talent roster. Sumei and Li Xiaoyu are both top-tier stars, okay? These two women are stunningly beautiful. Starting today, I'm their biggest fan. Zhou Yang scrolled through his phone, nodding with satisfaction. This publicity campaign exceeded expectations. Follow-up business operations should go much smoother now. Hey, wanna celebrate tonight? Su Haoran approached with a suggestion. Sure, everyone's worked hard. I'll make the arrangements and invite everyone. Sure, but don't make it too late, we've got work tomorrow. At 8 o'clock that evening, the group gathered in a luxurious private room at a 5-star hotel. The waitstaff brought in drinks, filling the table. Zhou Yang raised his glass to Shengshi Entertainment's grand opening success. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone clinked glasses together, spilling wine across the table. Lin Meng had a few glasses of red wine, her cheeks flushed slightly. Mr. Zhou, you're truly remarkable, expanding from Yangcheng to the Magic City in just a few months. Sister Zhang raised her glass too. Working under Mr. Zhou is a sure path to success. Not at all. Without everyone's cooperation, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Zhou, you mustn't be so modest. After several rounds of drinks, the private room buzzed with lively excitement. Sume leaned against Zhou Yang, her voice softened by the alcohol. Today was truly a success. Even better than I imagined. Sume leaned closer, her breath carrying a hint of alcohol and a touch of suggestiveness. So shouldn't we celebrate in a special way? Zhou Yang smiled. Let's talk about it when we get home. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Shi sat in the corner, her face burning fiercely. How could these women speak so boldly? Still, she couldn't help but wonder what would happen tonight. Chapter 137, just as she was about to throw herself at him, 80 billion banged her out of her mind. Zhou Yang shifted slightly, and the soft warmth beside him murmured softly in response. Sume slept deeply, her long hair spread across the pillow. Last night's celebration had left her utterly exhausted. Zhou Yang rose quietly and tiptoed to Lin Shi's room. The little girl was curled up in a ball, breathing evenly. Zhou Yang lifted the edge of the blanket and slipped inside, skillfully pulling her into his arms. Mum. You sleep like a little pig. You're the pig. Lin Shi mumbled her protest, yet her body nestled deeper into his embrace. How did you sleep last night? Not well. Without you, I just couldn't relax. Zhou Yang gave her a mischievous grin and pinched her nose. Then should I stay tonight? Lin Shi's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. No way. Yesterday was embarrassing enough. What was embarrassing? You were adorable. Don't even say that. She twisted his arm playfully, her cheeks still flushed. It's all your fault, you jerk. After a moment of affectionate bickering, Zhou Yang finally got up to wash up. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shangshi Entertainment officially began its first day of work. In the 38th floor office building, veteran staff from Yangcheng quickly adapted to the new surroundings. Downstairs, Sister Zhang directed the scheduling of Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's appearances. Lin Meng handled the company's daily operations, her desk piled high with documents. Zhou Yang felt exceptionally content as he headed straight to the chairman's office on the top floor. The newly promoted secretary knocked on the door, a rather pretty young woman who had followed the team from Yangcheng. Mr. Zhou, the new employee interviews are scheduled for 9:30. Got it. Is the conference room ready? Everything is ready. There are 32 candidates in total. Zhou Yang hummed in acknowledgement. They were all candidates he'd cast a wide net for at the job fair. On the 35th floor, Su Haoren was already sipping tea in the conference room. Bro, ready to start? Let's begin. The first to enter was Fang Qing, dressed in a professional suit with a confident demeanor. Fang Qing graduated from Communication University, applying for the agent position. She stated directly. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair and immediately threw a difficult question her way. If your artist is pressured by investors to engage in escort services in exchange for landing a major production's second male lead role, how would you handle it? Fang Qing paused briefly but quickly regained her composure. I'd first discuss the artist's boundaries with him. If he refuses, I'd reject the investors and use the company's resources to secure alternative opportunities. If he agrees, I'd ensure his safety and use this as leverage in future negotiations. Shortcuts through shady means might work temporarily, but they won't last. Her response was clear and decisive, showing real grit. Zhou Yang circled her name on the resume. Excellent. Await further notice. Next was Liu Yufei, who appeared more nervous than Fang Cheng. Liu Yufei, majoring in marketing, applying for the publicity specialist position. What do you believe is the core of promotional work? 2. To help more people understand and appreciate our artists in the right way. Liu Yufei's voice trembled slightly, but her answer was decent. If you were given a newly debuted artist with little name recognition, what would be your first step? I'd first analyze their personal traits to find their most distinctive label, then build content around that label on social media. Like shooting entertaining short videos or piggybacking on trending variety show topics to build buzz within a smaller circle first. Zhou Yang nodded. Though she was a bit green, her approach was sound. The subsequent interview saw Zhou Yang ask increasingly tricky questions, quickly weeding out a large number of candidates. Several candidates were clearly only in it for the money and were immediately eliminated. Others showed decent skills but lacked ambition, failing to make the cut. Nice work. Su Haoren watched from the sidelines, his jaw dropping. To me, these people all look cut from the same cloth. How can you tell the good from the bad? HR work is all about reading people. If you can't judge them, you shouldn't be in this line of work. After the interviews concluded, Zhou Yang selected 12 candidates, including Fang Cheng and Liu Yufei. Zhou Yang addressed the group. Congratulations to all of you. Welcome to Shangshi Entertainment. You'll start work officially tomorrow. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. The selected candidates couldn't hide their excitement. Mr. Zhou, we'll give it our all. Fang Qing spoke up first. It's our privilege to join Shangshi. Liu Yufei nodded in agreement. Those who hadn't made the cut felt disappointed but acknowledged the challenge. The interview process was indeed tougher than most companies could match. At 3 p.m., just as Zhou Yang sat down in his office, the front desk announced visitors. Send them up. Moments later, the office door opened as Li Xian and Zhang Lin entered. Both were clearly dressed to impress. Li Xian wore a form-fitting red dress, her cleavage plunging deep. Zhang Lin, dressed entirely in black, wore a skirt that barely covered the top of her thighs, the exposed skin gleaming white. Zhou Yang, we're here to sign the contract, Li Xian said with a seductive smile. Take a look. If everything's in order, sign it. Zhou Yang handed over 2 contracts, standard 5-year rookie agreements. No problem. We trust you. Zhang Lin signed without even glancing at the documents. Li Xian followed suit, then stepped over to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, from now on we're your people. You'll have to take good care of us sisters, okay? She deliberately leaned in as she spoke, her neckline cut just right. Zhang Lin joined her, and the 2 women flanked Zhou Yang on either side. Mr. Zhou, we sisters, we should show our appreciation somehow, right? Li Xian's hand casually rested on Zhou Yang's shoulder. Oh? How do you plan to show it? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Zhang Lin leaned close to his ear, her breath warm and sweet. We want. Just as Zhou Yang was about to make a move, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Zhou? This is Manhwa, legal director of Huai Cinema Line. Huai Cinema Group? The 2 women's eyes widened in shock at the name. Huai Cinema Group is one of the largest cinema chains in the country, operating over 3,000 theaters. The matter is this, regarding your 40% equity stake in our company, we require you to come to our offices to sign the formal equity transfer agreement. 40% equity? Li Xian and Zhang Lin gasped in disbelief. Huai Cinema chain? That's a giant in the entertainment industry. What was the value of a 40% stake? Zhou Yang, you acquired Huai Cinema chain? Li Xian stammered. Zhou Yang waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and continued his phone conversation. Alright, I'll be right over. Send me the address. After hanging up, the 2 women remained in shock. Following Zhou Yang was definitely the right choice, Zhang Lin thought to herself, her eyes burning with even greater intensity. Li Xian shared the same sentiment, convinced she'd made an exceptionally wise choice. You 2 head back and await further notice. The company will arrange your work schedules. Zhou Yang stood up, preparing to leave. Zhou Yang, we. Li Xian tried to speak up. We'll talk another time. I have important matters to attend to now. Just then, Su Haoren pushed open the door. Hey, bro, got plans this afternoon? Wanna? He paused mid-sentence upon seeing Li Xian and Zhang Lin. Perfect timing. Come with me to Huai Cinema Group. Huai Cinema Group? What are you going there for? To sign the equity transfer agreement. I'm their major shareholder now. Su Haoren froze in place, speechless for a long moment. 40% equity, around 8 billion yuan, Zhou Yang added. Holy. Su Haoren couldn't help but let out a curse. Bro, how many more hidden cards do you have up your sleeve that I don't know about? Not many. Just a few cards up my sleeve, Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. Li Xian and Zhang Lin were utterly dumbfounded. 80 billion? What kind of concept was that? Right now, they had only one thought, they absolutely had to latch onto this powerful ally. Let's go. We don't want to keep them waiting. Zhou Yang headed for the door. Su Haoren hurried after him, shaking his head in amazement as they walked. Being around a friend like this meant his worldview got completely turned upside down every single day. The 2 women watched them leave, their hearts still pounding from the shock. In that moment, they felt their choice had been absolutely right. With a man like this by their side, what couldn't they achieve? Chapter 138, My Talent. When did others get to name their price? Huai Cinema headquarters building. Zhou Yang and Su Haoren had just stepped out of the car. A middle-aged man in his 40s hurried over, his face plastered with a broad smile. Mr. Zhou, I'm Wang Hua, legal director of Huai Cinema Line. I've long admired your reputation. I didn't expect you to be so young. You're too kind. Zhou Yang shook his hand. Are the contracts ready? Of course, of course. Please follow me. Wang Hua personally led the way, and the elevator ascended to the top floor. In the chairman's office of Huai Cinema Line, a gray-haired elderly man sat behind his desk. Mr. Zhou, welcome. I'm Li Jianwei, chairman of Huai Cinema Line. The elderly man rose and extended his hand. Chairman Li, it's a pleasure. Zhou Yang shook his hand. Li Jianwei's grip was firm, though Zhou could sense his nervousness. Please, have a seat. Li Jianwei gestured for Zhou Yang to sit down as his secretary served tea. Mr. Zhou, to be honest, when I received this news yesterday, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Li Jianwei shook his head with a wry smile. Huai Cinema chain has been established for 15 years. I never dreamed such a change would come. You're too kind, Chairman Li. I'm just an investor. Zhou Yang took a sip of tea. The day-to-day operations still rely on professionals like you. That may be true, but you are our largest shareholder now. Li Jianwei wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, last night's board meeting lasted 3 hours, and everyone was discussing this very matter. What did you discuss? Your intentions and the company's future direction. Li Jianwei studied Zhou Yang's expression. After all, with such remarkable capabilities at your age, everyone is curious about your background. Su Haoran listened nearby, his jaw dropping. An 8 billion yuan equity transfer was indeed staggering. I don't have any special background, just good luck. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. As for the company's development, I trust Chairman Li's professional judgment. You're too kind. Li Jianwei breathed a sigh of relief. Shall we sign the contract first? Sure. The contract was thick, over 20 pages long. Manhwa explained each clause in detail while Zhou Yang listened attentively. 40% equity stake, voting rights exercised proportionally, 2 board seats. Dividend policy follows the company's articles of association, with priority distribution rights. Half an hour later, the contract was signed. Zhou Yang officially became the majority shareholder of Huai Cinema chain. Mr. Zhou, I look forward to your continued guidance. Li Jianwei extended a gold-embossed business card with both hands. It is our honor to have a shareholder like you at Huai Cinema Line. Looking forward to a fruitful partnership. Stepping out of Huai Cinema Line, Su Haoran shook his head all the way. Bro, how did you pull that off? What do you mean, how did you manage it? Don't play dumb. Huai Cinema's shares aren't that easy to acquire. Su Haoran stopped in his tracks. That sly fox Li Jianwei is sharp as a tack. Would he just hand over 40% of the shares for nothing? Maybe it's because I'm so handsome? Zhou Yang joked. Cut the crap. Get serious. Some things you wouldn't believe even if I told you. Just call it good luck. Zhou Yang patted his shoulder. First day on the job, how's it going? What's there to adjust to? All I do is drink tea and look at pretty girls. That's great. The next day, the 12 newly hired employees officially began their duties. Fang Qing was assigned to the talent management department, tasked with assisting Sister Zhang in managing Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu's schedules. Liu Rui joined the publicity department, primarily handling social media operations. How is everyone adjusting? Zhou Yang made his rounds through each department. We're adapting very well. Fang Qing looked up excitedly. Director Zhou, Miss Su Mei has 3 brand meetings scheduled for this afternoon. I've already arranged the times. Good work. If any issues arise, feel free to reach out to Sister Zhang anytime. Upon entering the PR department, Liu Rui sat staring at her computer, deep in thought. What's wrong? Mr. Zhou, I'm planning a topic marketing campaign for teacher Li Xiaoyu, but I feel like something's missing. Zhou Yang glanced at her proposal. The concept is solid, but the angle could be bolder. Like what? For instance, emphasize her academic prowess. She's a piano virtuoso with a grade 10 certification and composes music too. Zhou Yang pointed at the screen. Fans today prefer talented idols, not just pretty faces. Got it. Liu Rui's eyes lit up. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Zhou. Just then, an internal call came in from the front desk. Mr. Zhou, a Mr. Chen Jiqiang is here to see you. He's the vice president of Warner Music. Warner Music? Zhou Yang paused for a moment. Send him up. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the office. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chen Jiqiang, vice president of Warner Music China. He extended his hand proactively. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Zhou Yang shook his hand. What brings you here today, Mr. Chen? Well, Warner Music is very interested in 2 artists from your company. Chen Jiqiang got straight to the point. Both Ms. Su Mei and Ms. Li Xiaoyu show tremendous potential. We'd like to explore collaboration opportunities. What kind of collaboration? We can provide them with a superior resource platform, including international record distribution, overseas performance opportunities, and more. Chen Jiqiang pulled out a set of materials. Here's our cooperation proposal. Please take a look. Zhou Yang flipped through it, frowning. Mr. Chen, this doesn't look like a partnership, it looks more like poaching talent. Haha, you're joking, Mr. Zhou. Chen Jiqiang gave a nervous chuckle. We simply hope to offer the 2 ladies better opportunities for growth. They're thriving under my management. But Mr. Zhou, Shangshire Entertainment is still newly established. In terms of resources and platform. Chen Jiqiang was cut off mid-sentence by Zhou Yang. Are you implying our company lacks sufficient strength? Not exactly. I was just. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Zhou Yang stood up abruptly. Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu are both signed artists with our company, with over 4 years remaining on their contracts. Mr. Zhou, why the rush to refuse? Chen Jiqiang also stood up. Our terms are very generous, a signing fee starting at 20 million yuan, plus preferential access to various resources. 20 million? Zhou Yang scoffed coldly. Mr. Chen, have you made a mistake? What do you mean? When did it become anyone else's place to name the price for my talent? The room fell silent. Chen Jiqiang's expression shifted. Mr. Zhou, in business, we're all here to make money. Exactly. It's all about making money. Zhou Yang walked to the window. But the prerequisite is having the capability to do so. Mr. Zhou is surely aware of Warner Music's global influence. Chen Jiqiang's tone hardened. Crossing us won't benefit Shengzhe Entertainment. Threatening me? Zhou Yang turned around, a smirk curling his lips. Chen Jiqiang's heart tightened, but he pressed on regardless. I'm merely stating the facts. Then let me state a fact as well. Zhou Yang walked back to his desk and picked up the documents lying there. Signed yesterday, 40% equity in Hawaii Cinema Chain. He tossed the share certificate onto the desk. Mr. Chen, you know Hawaii Cinema Chain, right? Chen Jiqiang's pupils contracted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hawaii Cinema Chain controls 60% of the nation's theater resources. If I make one phone call. Zhou Yang didn't finish, but the threat was clear. Chen Jiqiang's face instantly drained of color. Crossing Hawaii Cinema Chain would spell the end of Warner Music's operations in China. Mr. Zhou, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. His voice began to tremble. The office door swung open. Sumei entered wearing a black long dress, her charming smile brightening the entire room. Zhou Yang, are you busy? She glanced at Chen Jiqiang with a hint of confusion. And who might this be? Mr. Chen from Warner Music. He was just about to leave. Zhou Yang replied calmly. Chen Jiqiang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gathered his materials. Mr. Zhou is right. I should be going. He hurried toward the door, but as he passed Sumei, he couldn't help but glance at her twice. Sumei caught his gaze and frowned slightly. Is something wrong? No, nothing. Chen Jiqiang slunk away. What's going on? Sumei closed the door and walked over to Zhou Yang. Warner Music wants to poach you and Xiao Yu. Poach us? Sumei chuckled softly. How much are they offering? 20 million signing fee. They're quite generous, aren't they? Sumei sat on the edge of her desk, her long legs crossed. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck. So what was your response? I turned it down outright. Why? Sumei tilted her head, looking at him. Don't you miss me? Chapter 139. Women, they're all big clumsy oafs. Can't bear to part with me? Zhou Yang chuckled at Sumei's words and pinched her cheek. What I can't bear to part with is money. You dead straight man. Sumei smacked his chest hard. I asked if you're reluctant to part with me, and all you can think about is money? Warner Music gave you 20 million. I pour over 50 million worth of resources into you every single year. Zhou Yang counted on his fingers, looking every bit the shrewd businessman. What exactly should I be reluctant to part with? Sumei froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Well done, you've even learned to crunch the numbers now. She leaned close to Zhou Yang, her red lips brushing against his ear. Now that I'm worth so much, shouldn't we raise the price? Raise what price? The overnight fee, of course. Sumei bit his earlobe with a mischievous grin. Used to be free, but now I'm charging. Zhou Yang pulled her into his arms. Charge? Then I'll have to inspect it properly. Sumei giggled coyly as she pushed him away. Just as they were getting cozy, the office door suddenly swung open. Lin Shi rushed in, arms full of documents. Seeing the scene before her, she froze in place. Did I come at a bad time? Her face flushed crimson, and she turned to flee. Come in. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Zhou Yang released Sumei and adjusted his tie. Sumei remained perfectly composed, even deliberately flipping a strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Shi, why are you blushing so much? I'm not flushed. Lin Shi hastily denied it, but her ears burned bright red. Oh, so you are blushing after all. Sumei's laughter grew more playful, her eyes sparkling with teasing. You're still so innocent, little sister. What's there to be shy about? Lin Shi wished she could sink into a hole. She tossed the documents onto the desk and prepared to flee. I've left the documents here. You two continue. Continue what? Zhou Yang asked deliberately, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Get back to work. Lin Shi started to dash out but was called back by Zhou Yang. Hold on. What's so urgent about these documents? Li Xian and Zhang Lin's work assignments plus the new employee training plan. Lin Shi answered without turning back, her voice trembling slightly. All right, let me take a look. Zhou Yang opened the documents, and Sumei leaned in to look as well. Those two women were so eager when they came to sign the contract yesterday. Sumei pointed at Li Xian's photo, her tone tinged with envy. Especially this one, she practically wanted to stick to you. How do you know that? I'm not blind. Sumei shot him a withering glance. A woman's little thoughts? I see right through them. Lin Shi listened to their conversation, a pang of jealousy stinging her heart. She stole a glance at the photo. Li Xian was undeniably beautiful, with a figure that was beyond reproach. Zhou Yang, you don't actually have feelings for them, do you? Lin Shi mustered her courage to ask. What kind of feelings? You know, that kind of thing. Lin Shi stammered, unable to articulate clearly, her face flushing even redder. Sume watched the spectacle unfold, relishing the drama. Is little Lin Shi feeling jealous? I'm not jealous at all. Lin Shi snapped. I'm just worried about the company's image. The company's image? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. What company image? It's about not having office romances. Lin Shi grew increasingly flustered, not knowing where to put her hands. It affects work efficiency. Sume laughed so hard she could barely stand up straight. Sis, the way you talk, you'd think things between you and Zhou Yang were so pure. Lin Shi froze instantly. Her relationship with Zhou Yang was definitely not pure anymore. But, it's different for us. How is it different? Sume continued to tease her, her eyes brimming with mischief. Didn't you two have an office romance? Wait. Lin Shi opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing Lin Shi on the verge of tears, Zhou Yang stepped in to break the tension. Alright, stop teasing her. He stood up, walked over to Lin Shi, and gently ruffled her hair. Li Xian and Zhang Lin are just regular sign artists, nothing more. They're still my women, Zhou Yang added silently in his mind. Really? Lin Shi looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. Of course it's true. Sume rolled her eyes beside them. Pfft, men's mouths are full of lies. What did you say? Zhou Yang turned to look at her, his gaze turning dangerous. I said you're a good man, loyal as they come. Sume immediately changed her tune, her smile growing exceptionally sweet. I absolutely won't fall for every guy I meet. Just then, Su Haoren pushed open the door. Hey, guys, busy? Seeing the scene inside, he scratched his head awkwardly. Should I come back later? It's fine, come on in. Zhou Yang motioned for him to sit down. What's up? Well, I just got a call. An investor wants to meet with you. Su Haoren pulled out his phone and scrolled through his call log. Wang Xingyao, the boss of Star Glory Group. Zhou Yang frowned. Xingyao Group? What do they do? Started in real estate, now diversified into entertainment, finance, and technology. Su Haoren explained. Their assets are around 30 billion yuan. They're a pretty big deal. Why is he looking for me? He mentioned wanting to invest in our company, but didn't elaborate on the specifics. Sume immediately leaned in upon hearing this. 300 billion yuan in assets? That's a major investor. Have you met this Wang Xingyao? Zhou Yang asked Su Haoren. I've met him a few times. He's in his 40s and seems pretty sharp. Su Haoren pondered for a moment. But I hear his personal life is pretty messy. He changes women like he changes clothes. Lin Shi's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. What kind of person could someone like that be? It's business. Character and business are two different things. Sume waved dismissively. As long as he pays up, who cares about his private life? You can't talk like that. Lin Shi countered, her voice tinged with displeasure. People with bad character are bound to be unreliable partners. Not necessarily. Sume shrugged. Some people have messy personal lives, but they're still trustworthy in business. The two women argued while Zhou Yang pondered nearby. Xingyao Group was indeed a major corporation. But Shengshur Entertainment wasn't short on funds. Now there was no need to rush into finding investors. Haoren, what do you think Wang Xingyao's motives are? He might genuinely see potential in the entertainment industry, Su Haoren analyzed. Or he might be after the equity in Huai Cinema Line. Huai Cinema Line? Yes. You're now the major shareholder of Huai Cinema Line. That position is highly valuable. Su Haoren reminded him. Partnering with you means indirectly tapping into Huai Cinema Line's connections. Zhou Yang nodded. The analysis made sense. Then let's meet him. See what he's really after. When should we meet? Tonight. You pick the location. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Su Haoren stood up to leave, but paused at the door and turned back. Bro, be careful. This Wang Xingyao isn't someone to mess with. After Su Haoren left, Sume plopped down onto the sofa. Seems like more people have been showing up lately, huh? Guess we've got money now. Zhou Yang replied casually as he walked over to the coffee table and poured himself a glass of water. Money like that is bound to attract envy. Lin Shi bit her lower lip, her fingers twisting unconsciously. Could it be dangerous? Danger? Zhou Yang took a sip of water and smiled. We're not 3-year-olds. Who'd dare mess with us? I'm not some pushover anyone can push around. Sume rose and walked over, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. A 40% stake in Huai Cinema chain, that's a pretty solid trump card. But you'd better watch out for those sly foxes. Ha? Old lecher Wang Xingyao? He's a master of the beauty trap. Sume lowered her voice, her warm breath tickling his ear. Tonight, they might just arrange a few stunning beauties to lure you in. Lin Shi's cheeks flushed crimson at the suggestion. Don't you dare fall for it. Zhou Yang turned around, watching the two women looking all flustered, and nearly laughed out loud. Are you two jealous? Who's jealous? Sume shot him a glare. I'm just looking out for you, making sure you don't get scammed out of your money or seduced. Exactly. Lin Shi nodded hastily. We're all looking out for you. Zhou Yang burst into laughter, feeling excited about tonight's meeting. Chapter 140, A Beauty Trap? Is this your ace in the hole? Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Wang Xingyao. Zhou Yang and Su Haoran had just stepped into the private room at Tianqian Pavilion. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached them. His hair was neatly combed and his smile appeared sincere, though his shrewdness was impossible to hide. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Zhou Yang extended his hand for a firm shake. Please, have a seat. Let me introduce you to two friends. Wang Xingyao warmly ushered them inside. Two women were already seated in the private room. The one on the left wore a tight white dress with wavy curls, applying lipstick to a small mirror. Hearing the voices, she set down her lipstick and stood up with a charming smile. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Ding Shuiying. Pleased to meet you. She extended her hand proactively, leaning forward with her cleavage fully exposed. Name, Ding Shuiying. Age, 23. Appearance, 86 points. Figure, 90 points. Famous model, vain, pragmatic, chaotic personal life, slept with 18 men. Mindset, uses physical advantages to gain more career resources. System assessment, ineligible target, not recommended for approach. Seeing her flirtatious manner, Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. What did Wang Xingyao take him for? Using trash like this to seduce him? Hello. He nodded politely, his expression cold. The girl on the right was a different story. She wore a light blue dress, radiating an innocent charm, and was busy playing with her phone. Only when introduced did she lift her head, revealing a delicate, petite face. My name is Xinxi. I'm an actress. Her voice was soft, tinged with nervousness. Name, Xinxi. Age, 22. Appearance, 92 points. Figure, 90 points. Rising starlet, innocent personality, impoverished background, forced to attend various social engagements for career advancement. Virgin, no vices. System assessment, S-class target, strongly recommended for pursuit. Zhou Yang glanced at her a couple more times. Xinxi felt his gaze and flushed slightly, quickly lowering her head. Wang Xingyao introduced. Xinxi is a rising star right now. She just wrapped up a period drama set to air next year. Mr. Wang, you flatter me, Xinxi replied softly. Su Haoran watched them, his eyes fixed on the scene. Both beauties possessed unique charms, making him marvel at Zhou Yang's romantic luck. Come, everyone, take a seat and chat. Wang Xingyao gestured for everyone to take their seats. Waiters brought out exquisite dishes and a bottle of expensive red wine. This wine is excellent. Wang Xingyao personally uncorked the bottle. Getting to meet Mr. Zhou today calls for a proper celebration. Ding Shuiying immediately took the bottle. Let me pour for Mr. Zhou. She deliberately bent over, giving Zhou Yang a better view. Zhou Yang remained impassive, but Su Haoran couldn't help but swallow hard. Thank you. Ding Shuiying sat down beside him, her body almost pressed against his. Mr. Zhou, achieving so much at such a young age is truly admirable. I admire successful men the most. Xinxi watched from across the table, a flicker of unease crossing her eyes. Miss Ding, you flatter me. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Wang Xingyao raised his glass. Here's to our friendship. The group clinked glasses, the atmosphere gradually warming up. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Xingyao changed the subject. Mr. Zhou, the main reason I sought you out this time is to discuss a potential collaboration. Please proceed, Mr. Wang. I see great potential in the entertainment industry, especially in Shangshur Entertainment's growth prospects. Wang Xingyao raised his glass. I intend to invest 1 billion yuan and hope to become a major shareholder. Zhou Yang set down his chopsticks. What exactly do you mean, Mr. Wang? A 51% controlling stake, Wang Xingyao stated directly. That way we can truly collaborate at a deep level. The room fell suddenly silent. Su Haoran frowned. This wasn't an investment, it was clearly an attempt at a takeover. Mr. Wang's proposal is sincere, Zhou Yang said slowly. But Shangshur Entertainment doesn't need new investors. Wang Xingyao's expression shifted slightly. Mr. Zhou, won't you reconsider? In business in Shanghai, it's always better to have more friends than enemies. The words carried an unmistakable threat. Zhou Yang smiled. Are you threatening me, Mr. Wang? Not at all, Wang Xingyao deflected with a laugh. I'm just offering a friendly reminder some matters require caution. Ding Shuiying sensed the awkwardness and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, come on, business talk? Today is just a gathering of friends. She picked up her wine glass and moved closer to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, I'd like to toast you. As he raised the glass to his lips, Zhou Yang caught a faint, peculiar scent. Something was wrong with this wine. He pretended to drink, but not a single drop touched his lips. Thank you, Miss Ding. You're welcome. I love making friends with successful people. Ding Shuiying batted her eyelashes. Especially someone as young and accomplished as Mr. Zhou. Xinxi watched the scene unfold across the table, biting her lower lip. Cici, raise your glass to Mr. Zhou too. Wang Xingyao gave Xinxi a meaningful look. Xinxi hesitated briefly before lifting her glass. Mr. Zhou, I wish to sign with Shangshur Entertainment. I hope you'll give me a chance. Her voice was sincere, her eyes filled with hope. Zhou Yang could tell she was being pressured, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Miss Shen, if that's your wish, we can discuss it formally. Really? Xinxi's eyes lit up. Of course. Wang Xingyo observed Zhou Yang's reaction from the sidelines. Seeing his favorable attitude toward Xinxi, he felt a quiet satisfaction. Come on, everyone, let's have another round. He poured another round of liquor. Ding Shuiying took the opportunity to refill Zhou Yang's glass. Mr. Zhou, I heard you recently acquired shares in Huai Cinema Line. That's correct. Zhou Yang feigned slight intoxication, his speech becoming slurred. That's truly impressive. Ding Shuiying leaned closer. A man like you deserves any woman. Her hand accidentally rested on Zhou Yang's arm. I feel a bit dizzy. Zhou Yang shook his head, his acting utterly convincing. A smug gleam flashed in Wang Xingyao's eyes. The drug was taking effect. He feigned concern. Did you have too much to drink? Why don't you rest for a bit? There's a quiet lounge upstairs. Shuiying, please take care of Mr. Zhou. Ding Shuiying immediately stood up. Let me help you upstairs to rest. She took Zhou Yang's arm and pressed close to him. I'll go take care of Mr. Zhou too. Xinxi suddenly spoke up, her face clouded with concern. Wang Xingyao glanced at the two of them, his eyes darting. Then I'll trouble the two of you, ladies. Su Haoren tried to follow, but Wang Xingyao stopped him. Mr. Su, let's discuss the investment details. The three stepped out of the private room. Ding Shuiying supported Zhou Yang as they headed toward the elevator. Mr. Zhou, are you alright? Xinxi followed alongside, her voice tinged with concern. I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. Inside the elevator, Ding Shuiying pressed closer to him. Mr. Zhou, you're truly captivating. Xinxi stood to the side, watching Ding Shuiying's behavior, feeling deeply uncomfortable. Upon reaching the third floor, Ding Shuiying pushed open the door to a suite. Mr. Zhou, please go in and rest first. The room was decorated suggestively, with rose petals scattered across the bed. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. Wang Xingyo had certainly prepared thoroughly. Xinxi remained standing at the doorway, hesitating to enter. Sister Shuiying, I think it's better to let Mr. Zhou rest alone. Silly girl, in Mr. Zhou's current state, how could he possibly be left alone? Ding Shuiying pulled her inside. What if something happens? The door closed behind them as Ding Shuiying began undressing. Soon, she was left wearing only black lace lingerie. She climbed onto the bed, ready to offer herself. Mr. Zhou, let me take care of you. Xinxi watched from the side, her face flushing and heart racing, yet she dared not leave. Just then, Zhou Yang suddenly opened his eyes, all traces of drunkenness gone. Is the show over? Chapter 141 Chapter 141 10%, take it or leave it. Ding Shuiying froze completely, her seductive demeanor vanishing without a trace. You? How are you okay? In her panic, she reached for the blanket to cover herself, her voice trembling. Zhou Yang sat up, cracking his neck. Drugging someone's drink? That's a third-rate trick. Is that the best you've got? I don't know what you're talking about. Ding Shuiying clenched her teeth, refusing to admit it, but she dared not meet his gaze. Don't know? Zhou Yang smiled. The taste of that sedative in the drink was pretty strong. Next time, remember to find someone more professional. Xinxi stood beside them, utterly bewildered. Though she was inexperienced in the ways of the world, she could still piece together what had happened. Shuiying, you really did put something in the drink. Shut up. Ding Shuiying shot her a fierce glare before switching to a flattering expression directed at Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to get closer to you. Get closer? Zhou Yang stood up, his gaze cold as he stared at her. Crawling into my bed dressed like that? That's certainly getting close enough. Ding Shuiying's face flushed red then drained pale as she scrambled off the bed to find her clothes. You have 3 seconds to get out of this room. Zhou Yang's voice dropped to freezing point. Mr. Zhou, please don't be angry. I really. 3. I'll explain right away. 2. Ding Shuiying was terrified out of her wits. She grabbed her clothes and rushed toward the door, not even bothering to put them on. The room fell silent. Xinxi lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Mr. Zhou, I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea they were planning something like this. Seeing her flustered state, Zhou Yang's tone softened slightly. This has nothing to do with you. Xinxi stole a quick glance at him before ducking her head again. The door suddenly burst open. Wang Xingyao burst in, panting heavily. His face darkened the moment he saw Zhou Yang standing there unharmed. He scanned the room but didn't see Ding Shuiying. What's going on? Where's Shuiying? Your beauty trap backfired, Zhou Yang said, arms crossed, his gaze dripping with mockery. Did you underdose the medicine, or was your acting just that bad? Wang Xingyao's face flushed crimson. He thought his plan was foolproof, but Zhou Yang hadn't fallen for it at all. He forced himself to stay calm, adjusting his tie. Not bad, Mr. Zhou. Just a minor hiccup. A minor hiccup? Zhou Yang laughed. Drugging people, arranging for beautiful women, is this how you conduct business? The business world is like a battlefield, any means are fair game. Wang Xingyao regained some confidence. Isn't Mr. Zhou just putting on a show too? Xinxi stood by, feeling like a third wheel. She wanted to leave but dared not make a move. His acting is indeed impressive, Zhou Yang conceded. But your dirty tricks are truly disgusting. Wang Xingyao's face darkened. Watch your words, Mr. Zhou. I'm not someone to mess with in the Magic City. Is that so? Zhou Yang sneered. Then tell me, how exactly do you plan to make yourself untouchable? Don't think having Hui Cinema chain backing you means you can run rushot over Shanghai. Wang Xingyao's voice turned icy. Cross me, and you won't be able to take a single step here. Just as Zhou Yang was about to retort, Wang Xingyao suddenly broke into a smug grin. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. That film studio project of Tianhua Entertainment that got shut down? I've taken it over. Zhou Yang's expression shifted slightly. He remembered that project, clearly a 300 million yuan investment. If managed properly, its value would far exceed that figure. Wang Xingyao, noticing Zhou Yang's expression, grew even more smug. What do you think? Surprised, huh? That fool Zhao Tianming screwed it up, but the project itself holds immense value. What are you getting at? Zhou Yang suppressed the turmoil within. Simple. Partnership. Wang Xingyao beamed with satisfaction. Once this film studio is completed, it will be the largest production base in East China. Aren't you at Shengshi Entertainment planning to produce movies and TV series? Without a facility like this, your costs will skyrocket. She was completely baffled. Yet she could sense the tension between the two men, making her feel increasingly uneasy. Wang Xingyao continued. Moreover, this project involves various procedures like land planning, environmental impact assessments, and construction permits. Without a strong network of connections, it won't be easy to proceed smoothly. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. This project was indeed valuable and beneficial for Shengshi Entertainment's growth. What are your terms? 51% equity. Wang Xingyao laid out his terms. I'm trading this project for control of your company. Zhou Yang rejected it without hesitation. Dream on. Shengshi Entertainment won't let anyone gain controlling interest. Then there's nothing to discuss. Wang Xingyao sneered coldly. Without me, expanding in Shanghai will be as hard as climbing to the moon. Zhou Yang weighed the pros and cons. The film studio project was undeniably tempting, but Wang Xingyao absolutely couldn't be allowed to hold a controlling stake. 10%, he stated. I can let you take a stake in Shengshi Entertainment, but no more than 10%. I won't budge an inch. 10%? Are you insulting me? Wang Xingyao's eyes widened as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Take it or leave it. At least 30%. Wang Xingyao slammed his fist on the table. A 300 million yuan project, and you're offering me just 10%? Zhou Yang analyzed, the project is yours, but the resource integration, operational management, and artist resources are all ours. 10% is already fair. Wang Xingyao's face turned pale with anger. Zhou Yang, don't push it too far. Overstepping? Zhou Yang retorted. You were the one who resorted to underhanded tactics like drugging people. Now you're telling me I'm going too far? She watched the two argue, holding her breath. She'd never witnessed a business negotiation like this before, her palms sweating from the tension. Let me tell you this, without my network, you guys won't get anywhere with this project. Wang Xingyao threatened. Is that so? Zhou Yang stared back at him calmly. But don't forget, without Hui Cinema's resources backing you, your base will be useless even if you build it. Wang Xingyao paused, taken aback. Indeed, film studios ultimately relied on content to turn a profit. And the primary distribution channel for content was the cinema circuit. Hui Cinema chain controlled 60% of the nation's theater resources. Without their backing, even the finest base would be nothing but a showpiece. Besides, do you really think other investors would want to partner with someone who resorts to drugging tactics? Zhou Yang pressed on. This hit Wang Xingyao where it hurt. The business world isn't huge, but it's not small either. A tarnished reputation would spell real trouble. Downstairs, Su Haoren glanced at the time. An hour had already passed. He felt uneasy but dared not go upstairs to interrupt. Inside the room, the standoff continued. 10%, that's my bottom line, Zhou Yang declared firmly. If you think it's too little, you're free to seek other partners. Wang Xingyao gritted his teeth, yet he had to admit Zhou Yang had a point. Without Hui Cinema Line's backing, the film studio's value would be significantly diminished. Moreover, Su Mei and Li Xiaoyu from Shengshi Entertainment were currently at the peak of their popularity. These artist resources truly couldn't be bought with money. Are you sure you won't reconsider? He made one final attempt. No, Zhou Yang shook his head. Either 10% or forget it. Xinxi watched this negotiation unfold from the sidelines, utterly impressed. Zhou Yang was young, yet his negotiation skills were remarkably seasoned. Wang Xingyao, on the other hand, shifted his expression several times. Fine. 10% it is, he gritted out. But I demand a voice on the board. Agreed, Zhou Yang nodded. Then the specific terms of the cooperation. We'll discuss them tomorrow. Zhou Yang stood up. That's all for today. Chapter 142, The Old Fox's Beauty Trap. I've taken it. The negotiations concluded, and though Wang Xingyao composed himself, his expression remained unsettled. Zhou Yang turned and walked toward Xinxi in the corner. You mentioned wanting to join Shangshur Entertainment earlier, were you serious? Xinxi snapped her head up, surprise flashing in her eyes before quickly fading. I was serious, but what? Xinxi bit her lower lip, her fingers clenching the hem of her skirt. I'm still under contract with Star Glory Media, and... Her voice trailed off as she stole a glance at Wang Xingyao. Plus, my family owes a lot of money. I have to earn money to pay it back. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought back the tears. I have no connections, but I truly want to act. I want to make it on my own. Zhou Yang watched her tear-streaked face, feeling a pang of pity. Don't worry about the contract, I'll handle it. As for the debt, the company can advance a signing fee. Xinxi stared at him wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Really? Absolutely. Wang Xingyao listened from the sidelines, his expression growing increasingly grim. The little beauty he'd worked so hard to get was being snatched away by Zhou Yang like this. Mr. Zhou, what about Cece? What about her? Zhou Yang glanced over with a sideways look. She still has 2 years left on her contract with us. Terminating it isn't something to take lightly. Zhou Yang sneered. Didn't Mr. Wang just agree to release her from her contract? Are you already going back on your word? Wang Xingyao was rendered speechless. Earlier, to secure the partnership, he had indeed given in. But now it was too late to take it back. I can let her terminate her contract, but Mr. Zhou must guarantee she'll be treated well. He put on an act of caring for his subordinate. During her 2 years at our company, I've always treated Cece like a younger sister. Xinxi heard this and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. What sister? He always made her accompany him to every social event. Those suggestive words and gestures, her fingers clenched into fists. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. Our company has robust safeguards in place for our artists. Zhou Yang's voice remained calm, but his meaning was clear. This is none of your concern. Wang Xingyao's expression shifted several times before he could only nod in acquiescence. Then it's settled. I'll have the legal department handle the contract termination procedures tomorrow. Xinxi was so excited she nearly jumped up. Thank you, President Zhou. I'll work my hardest. Don't thank me just yet. First, see if you can adapt to our company's pace. The three of them stepped out of the private room. In the elevator, Wang Xingyao kept stealing glances at Xinxi, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xinxi stood nervously behind Zhou Yang, fearing it might all be a dream. Upon reaching the lobby, Su Haorun immediately stood up. The expressions on their faces told him the negotiation hadn't been straightforward. How did it go? Not bad, Zhou Yang replied succinctly. Wang Xingyao pulled a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. These are the detailed materials for the film studio. The layout plans, investment budget, and approval timeline are all included. He handed it to Zhou Yang. We'll sign the contract at the law firm tomorrow afternoon at 2. No problem. Wang Xingyao then turned to Xinxi. Xixi, you've worked hard these past few months. Make sure to thrive at the new company. Xinxi nodded politely. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your guidance these past 2 years. Her words were polite, but her tone was distant. Wang Xingyao felt a pang of disappointment, yet he could only accept reality. Well, I'll be heading out now. Watching Wang Xingyao's retreating figure, Su Haorun leaned in. Bro, what trick did that old fox pull just now? The beauty trap, Zhou Yang replied indifferently. The beauty trap? Su Haorun's eyes lit up as he looked Xinxi up and down. You mean this little beauty? Xinxi flushed and waved her hands hurriedly. No, it's someone else. No need to explain. I get it. Su Haorun grinned mischievously, slapping Zhou Yang on the shoulder. You're one lucky guy, bro. Zhou Yang shot him a disapproving look. What are you thinking? Xinxi is our newly signed artist. Artist? Su Haorun froze for a second before it clicked. Oh, did you poach her from Wang Xingyao? You could say that. Stepping out of the club, Zhou Yang glanced at his phone. It was almost 10 o'clock. I'll drive you home, he offered to Xinxi. No need, I can get back on my own, Xinxi quickly declined. It's so late. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Su Haorun chimed in from the side. Exactly. What if you run into trouble on the way? Xinxi's face flushed even redder. Then, I suppose I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Zhou. On the way, Su Haorun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Bro, Wang Xingyao looked like he'd eaten something awful. What's up with that? Zhou Yang briefly recounted what had just happened, including Ding Shuiying drugging him. Holy! Su Haorun slapped his thigh. That old bastard resorting to such dirty tricks? Good thing you're sharp, otherwise you'd have fallen for his trap. Shi listened from the back seat, feeling both relieved and terrified. Relieved that Zhou Yang hadn't fallen for it, yet terrified that she'd nearly become an accomplice. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, she murmured. I genuinely didn't know they were going to drug him. Zhou Yang glanced at her through the rearview mirror. This has nothing to do with you. You're a victim too. After driving for 20 minutes, they arrived at the base of an apartment building. This is it. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Shi prepared to get out, but Zhou Yang called her back. By the way, is your current place convenient? It's okay, but it's a bit far from downtown. Zhou Yang considered for a moment. How about this? There's employee housing above the company building. You could move in there. Really? Shi's eyes lit up. It takes over an hour by subway to get to the city center from here. If I could live near the company, that would be so convenient. Of course. I'll have someone arrange it for you when you come to the office tomorrow. Thank you, President Zhou. Shi was so moved she nearly cried. Today had truly been a miraculous day for her. Not only had she escaped Wang Xingyao's clutches, but she'd also secured a spot at Shangshi Entertainment. Don't thank me too soon. Whether you can establish yourself in the entertainment industry depends entirely on your own efforts. I'll work hard. Seeing Shi's determined expression, Zhou Yang nodded. Then that's settled. Report to the company tomorrow morning at 9. Got it. After getting off the car, she jogged into the building. She's a good girl, pretty and has a nice personality, Su Haoren remarked. You fancy her? Zhou Yang teased. I'd like to, but she's clearly into you. Su Haoren chuckled. Back in the car, she kept stealing glances at you. Zhou Yang shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic. Back upstairs, Shi stood in the hallway, hesitating before entering. Today's events had been too sudden, she needed a moment to process. Tomorrow marked the start of a new life. She felt both excited and nervous. Recalling Zhou Yang's commanding demeanor earlier, her heart skipped a beat. She patted her own cheeks, trying to calm herself down. Shi, stop overthinking. He's the boss, and you're just a minor actor. After muttering to herself, she took a deep breath and opened the door to enter the room. Regardless, tomorrow marked a fresh start. Chapter 143, Newcomer arrives, new big moves. The next morning at 9 o'clock sharp, Shi arrived at the front desk of Shangshi Entertainment. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with black trousers, her ponytail neatly pulled back, and carried a small suitcase in her hand. Miss Shen. A woman in a business suit hurried over, her smile warm and welcoming. I'm Lin Meng, the company manager. Hello, Manager Lin. Shi quickly set down her suitcase, almost bowing. Oh, don't be so formal, Lin Meng waved her hand dismissively. We don't have all those rules around here. Last night, Mr. Zhou specifically instructed us to arrange the best dorm room for you. They reached the dormitory floor, and Lin Meng opened the door to a south-facing room. How about this one? Shi was stunned. The room wasn't huge, but it was exquisitely decorated, fully furnished with everything she needed, even featuring potted plants on the windowsill. This is too good. Way better than I imagined. Then let's put your things down first. I'll take you to handle the paperwork. In the HR office, Shi buried her head in filling out forms, her hands trembling slightly. Noticing her nervousness, Lin Meng smiled and poured her a glass of water, setting it before her. Take your time, no rush. After completing the forms, Lin Meng escorted her to the talent management department. Fong Cheng. Come here for a moment. A girl with neatly trimmed short hair hurried over. This is Shi, our newly signed artist. From now on, you'll be handling her bookings and schedule. Hello, Shi. I'm Fong Cheng. I look forward to working with you. Fong Cheng extended her hand. I should be the one learning from you, Shi replied, quickly shaking her hand. No need to be formal, I'm new to this too, Fong Cheng replied with a smile. Though I do have some experience managing artists. Just as they were chatting, a knock sounded from upstairs. All department heads, meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. Lin Meng glanced at the time. Shi, you and Fong Cheng get acquainted with the surroundings. I'll head to the meeting. In the conference room, Zhou Yang sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface. Lin Meng, Sister Zhang, Lin Shi, and several department heads sat in a circle around him. I've called everyone here today to announce something important. Zhou Yang got straight to the point. The company will be producing 2 film and television projects next. The room fell silent. Lin Meng was the first to react. Mr. Zhou, we're currently focused on music. Isn't it a bit too ambitious to suddenly branch out into film and television? Not at all, Zhou Yang waves dismissively. Now that our artist roster is stable, it's time to expand our business. What specific genres are we targeting? Sister Zhang inquired. 1 TV series and 1 film. The series will follow an urban idol route, while the film will be a suspense thriller. Lin Shi raised her hand. What's the approximate investment scale? 50 million for the TV series, 100 million for the film. A collective gasp filled the conference room. A combined investment of 150 million yuan was indeed a significant sum for Shangshi Entertainment at present. Funding won't be an issue. I'll formally sign the cooperation agreement for the film studio this afternoon, which will resolve the financial concerns. The meeting lasted half an hour, with roles clearly defined. Lin Meng would oversee script acquisition and pre-production, Sister Zhang would handle casting, and Lin Xu would manage publicity and distribution planning. The news spread quickly. In the makeup room, Sumei was touching up her lipstick when she heard the news. Her eyes lit up. A film project? Interesting. She set down her lipstick and turned to Li Xiaoyu, who was practicing harmonies. Xiaoyu, wanna go find Zhou Yang together? Li Xiaoyu paused her practice and looked up. Mei, you want to act? Sumei stood up and smoothed her skirt. Why not give it a shot? I'm tired of just singing. Acting might be more challenging. Then I'll go ask if I can sing the theme song. Li Xiaoyu perked up with interest. The moment they stepped out of the dressing room, they ran into Fang Qing giving Xinxi a tour of the company. Sis Mei, Sis Xiaoyu, Fang Qing greeted them promptly. Sumei's gaze settled on Xinxi, taking her in from head to toe. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, but what truly stood out was her rare, fresh, and refined aura. You're Xinxi? Sumei initiated the conversation. Yes, hello Sister Sumei, Xinxi replied, feeling a bit nervous. Sumei sensed her unease and smiled. Don't be so formal. We don't have all that hierarchical stuff around here. Thank you, Sister Sumei. I heard you came over from Star Glory Media? Li Xiaoyu chimed in. Xinxi nodded. Just got out of my contract yesterday. That old lecher Wang Xingyao finally let you go? Sumei cut straight to the point. That guy has a pretty bad reputation. It's good you got out. Hearing Sumei's words, Xinxi felt even more grateful toward Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou is very kind. He gave me a new opportunity. A sly gleam flashed in Sumei's eyes. Of course he is. Our Mr. Zhou is a very charming man. Xinxi flushed, unsure how to respond. Li Xiaoyu stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. Sis Mei, stop teasing her. Xinxi just started and is still adjusting. I'm just helping her adjust. Sumei patted Xinxi on the shoulder. In this circle, timidity won't get you far. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us, Li Xiaoyu added. We're not exactly veterans ourselves, but we've got some experience under our belts. Xinxi felt the warmth of their kindness, her heart filling with gratitude. Thank you both, sisters. Alright, we need to meet with Mr. Zhou about the film project. You continue looking around. Let's grab lunch together when you have time. Sumei said, pulling Li Xiaoyu toward the elevator. Sister Sumei is really kind, Xinxi murmured, watching their retreating figures. Fang Qing remarked, Sister Sumei may seem carefree on the surface, but she's actually very thoughtful. The fact that she reached out to you shows she recognizes your worth. Top floor, Zhou Yang's office. Come in. Sumei pushed open the door, followed by Li Xiaoyu. I heard you're shooting a film? Sumei asked directly. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and set down his phone. What, are you interested? Sumei sat down across from him, crossing her legs. I want to try acting. It should be more interesting than singing. You've never studied acting. So what? Sumei flicked her hair. Talent isn't something everyone possesses. Zhou Yang chuckled at her confidence. This woman was getting more and more cocky. What about me? Li Xiaoyu chimed in. I want to sing theme songs for movies and TV shows. That's something we can consider. Theme songs do need to be sung by our own artists. Zhou Yang nodded. A smile spread across Li Xiaoyu's face. As for acting, Zhou Yang looked at Sumei. Once the script is finalized, you can audition. Deal. Sumei blinked. But I have one condition. What condition? If my acting isn't up to par, you have to coach me personally. Zhou Yang chuckled at her words. You're trying to get something out of me? Sumei looked utterly innocent. Not at all. I just want the most professional person to teach me. Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at the two flirting beside her. These two, one dared to say it, and the other dared to take it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang arrived punctually at the law firm. Wang Xingyao was already waiting in the conference room, flanked by 2 lawyers. Mr. Zhou, the contracts are all prepared. Wang Xingyao rose to greet him, his face plastered with a smile. But Zhou Yang could tell the smile was forced. Still, Zhou Yang felt quite pleased to have gotten the old fox to back down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Yang picked up the contract and examined it carefully. Equity ratios, board seats, profit distribution, the clauses were densely packed. The investment scale has changed. I've decided to increase the budget to 500 million, Wang Xingyao suddenly announced. Zhou Yang looked up at him. Why the sudden increase in investment? If we're going to do this, we can't be small-minded, Wang Xingyao said, his eyes gleaming. 500 million will secure our absolute dominance in the industry. Zhou Yang understood perfectly well the old man wanted to leverage increased investment to strengthen his bargaining position. But 500 million was undeniably tempting. It would benefit the company's growth. Agreed. The signing ceremony concluded swiftly. Wang Xingyao formally acquired a 10% stake in Shengshire Entertainment, along with a seat on the board of directors. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands. When will the project commence? It's already underway. I've been handling the paperwork. Stepping out of the law firm, Wang Xingyao suddenly leaned in, his voice hushed. Mr. Zhou, there's something I must remind you. What is it? Shanghai is a treacherous place. Not everyone wants to see Shangshi entertainment grow. Wang Xingyao said meaningfully. Some established players might make things difficult for you. Zhou Yang stared at him. Who exactly are you referring to, Mr. Wang? I can't name names, but you need to keep your guard up. Wang Xingyao patted his shoulder. But with me around, most troubles can be handled. Zhou Yang expressed gratitude outwardly, but inwardly grew even more wary. This Wang Xingyao on the surface, a business partner, but what he truly had in mind was anyone's guess. Still, they were allies for now, best to make use of him while he lasted. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang. No need for formalities, we're in this together now, Wang Xingyao replied with a dazzling smile. By the way, how is CC adjusting at your company? She's doing great. Wang Xingyao nodded inside. The meat was right there for the taking, yet he'd handed it over to someone else. He glanced at his watch. Let's go. I'll show you the project progress. Chapter 144, Construction Site Accident, That Heartless Old Dog. Zhou Yang followed Wang Xingyao through the construction site. The air was filled with the roar of machinery and the bustling activity of workers. Wang Xingyao pointed toward the building framework being poured in the distance. What do you think? Pretty good progress, right? Zhou Yang nodded. It was indeed faster than anticipated. At this pace, the main structure of the base could be completed within 6 months. Wang Xingyao was quite pleased. Once this is finished, all the big productions will come here to film. Provided the quality is up to par, Zhou Yang reminded him. Of course. I never cut corners in my work. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. Several workers had gathered in a circle, and agonized moans drifted from the center. What's going on? Wang Xingyao frowned. The two hurried over. They saw a worker in his 30s lying on the ground, his face pale and cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His right leg was bent at an angle, clearly broken. He fell from the scaffolding. He was working on the 3rd floor and missed his footing, explained a foreman nearby. Wang Xingyao glanced at the worker on the ground, then at the gathered onlookers, his face flashing with impatience. Old Zhang, handle this, he instructed the foreman. Pay whatever it takes to keep him quiet. Don't let him cause trouble. The foreman nodded and pulled out his phone to make a call. Zhou Yang stopped him. Hold on. Call an ambulance first. An ambulance? Wang Xingyao froze. That's unnecessary. It's just a fall. He'll be fine after resting a few days. Zhou Yang fixed him with a cold stare. Look at his leg, the bone's broken. What do you expect him to do if we don't take him to the hospital? Wang Xingyao felt uneasy. Taking him to the hospital is fine, but the medical bills. I'll cover it. Zhou Yang cut him off immediately. He pulled out his phone and dialed 120, then crouched down to examine the worker's injuries. Hang in there, buddy. The ambulance will be here soon. The worker looked up at Zhou Yang, his eyes filled with gratitude. Boss, you're a good man. The other workers witnessed the scene and looked on with admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Xingyao's expression grew increasingly grim. A few minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Zhou Yang accompanied him into the ambulance and stayed by his side all the way to the hospital. At the hospital, the doctor diagnosed a comminuted fracture requiring surgery, with estimated costs around 80,000 yuan. 80,000? When the worker's wife arrived at the hospital and heard the figure, her legs went weak. She was a simple rural woman, and 80,000 yuan was no small sum for their family. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll cover all the medical expenses, Zhou Yang reassured her. Overwhelmed with emotion, the woman nearly knelt down. Sir, we'll never forget your kindness for the rest of our lives. In the hospital room, several other workers' family members gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Zhou Yang. This boss is a good man, unlike some bosses who try to shirk responsibility when trouble hits. Exactly. Good bosses like this are rare these days. Wang Xingyao stood nearby, his face ashen. These words were clearly meant to mock him. After leaving the hospital, Wang Xingyao couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou Yang, are you lecturing me? Zhou Yang looked at him, his tone calm. No, I just believe human life matters more than money. Wang Xingyao sneered. Poof. You think that's how you win people over? Accidents happen on construction sites all the time. Just throw some money at them and call it a day. Zhou Yang shook his head. Working with someone like this definitely required extra caution. On the surface, Wang Xingyao wore a sharp suit, projecting the image of a successful businessman. But deep down, he was a cold-blooded merchant. This old dog was rolling in money yet wouldn't part with a single penny, truly black-hearted. Mr. Wang, there should be some principles in how one conducts themselves and their business. Zhou Yang finished speaking and turned to leave. Wang Xingyao froze in place, his face alternating between green and white. Back at the office, Zhou Yang had barely sat down when Lin Shi walked in carrying a stack of documents. We've made progress on the scripts. We received 12 scripts in total. I've screened them and think these two are the most suitable. Zhou Yang took them and began flipping through. The first was an urban idol drama titled Starlight Glow. It revolves around the love and rivalries within the entertainment industry, making it a perfect fit for the company's current roster of artists. The second was a suspense drama titled The Abyss. Set in a small town, it follows a young female detective investigating a series of murders. Zhou Yang glanced at the character profiles. The Abyss is promising. The female lead's character is quite challenging. She nodded. I also think this script is higher quality, though it demands more from the actors. Zhou Yang suddenly thought of Shi. This role didn't need a pretty face, it needed a truly talented actress. Shi's blend of innocence and resilience perfectly matched the female detective's character. You go ahead with your work. I'll see if there's anyone suitable at the company. After Shi left, Zhou Yang opened his computer and searched for Shi's previous works. She hadn't starred in many productions, mostly playing supporting roles. But from the few clips available, it was clear this girl possessed solid acting skills. Her eye acting, in particular, showed remarkable depth. More importantly, Shi possessed an unpolished, natural quality, a rare find in today's entertainment industry. Zhou Yang picked up the phone. Xiaomei, have Fangqing bring Shi to my office. 10 minutes later, Fangqing entered with Shi. Mr. Zhou, you requested us? Fangqing inquired. Shi, are you interested in acting? Zhou Yang got straight to the point. Shi paused, then nodded vigorously. Of course I am. Zhou Yang handed her the script for The Abyss. Take a look at this role. Do you think you can pull it off? Shi took the script and began reading it intently. The female lead, Lin Xiaoyu, is a 24-year-old rookie cop fresh out of the police academy. Stubborn and righteous, yet prone to youthful impulsiveness. After reading the character description, Shi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She looked up at Zhou Yang. This role is quite challenging, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Then it's settled. Congratulations, you're the lead in The Abyss, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Absolutely. She nearly jumped for joy. She never imagined landing the lead role so soon after joining the company. After all, she'd spent 2 years at Star Glory Media playing nothing but minor supporting roles. The only project where she played the lead was still in post-production, with no clear release date in sight. Thank you, President Zhou. I won't let you down, Shi said, her voice trembling. Don't rush to thank me. Whether you can pull it off depends entirely on your own efforts. I'll give it my all. Fangqing was equally excited beside her. As an agent, her success hinged on the artist's rise to fame. Take the script home and study it thoroughly. If you have any questions, feel free to discuss them with me anytime, Zhou Yang said. Got it. After the two left, Su Haoren pushed open the door, a mischievous grin on his face. Hey, bro, heard you landed that new little beauty the lead role? Is there a problem? No problem, just think your approach is pretty clever. Su Haoren sat down. Beauty paired with a hero rescues beauty, that formula never fails. Zhou Yang shot him a look. What are you thinking? It's purely because she's perfect for the role. Suited? Su Haoren raised an eyebrow. I think you're just lusting after her body, calling it suitable. Get lost, Zhou Yang scolded with a laugh. Su Haoren burst out laughing. Don't deny it, it's perfectly normal for guys. But this girl really is something special. I'm kind of smitten myself. Don't even think about hitting on her, Zhou Yang warned. Relax, I won't steal your girl. Su Haoren waved his hand dismissively. Besides, I've got plenty of beauties throwing themselves at me right now. I can barely keep up. At this point, Su Haoren began to beam with excitement again. You wouldn't believe how useful this deputy general manager title is. Just in the last couple days, over a dozen beauties have added me on WeChat. And then? Then, of course, I invite them out to chat about life goals, Su Haoren chuckled smugly. Last night, 2 girls were even fighting over who got to take me out to dinner. I didn't know which one to choose. Zhou Yang couldn't help but shake his head at the sight of him. Take it easy. Don't go overboard. Relax, I know my limits. Su Haoren patted his chest in assurance. It's a mutual arrangement. They want into showbiz, I want some excitement, everyone's happy. Just don't cause trouble for the company. That won't happen. I'm not some fool. Su Haoren suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice. But seriously, this entertainment industry is really murky. A girl told me the other day that she was forced into an unspoken rule at another company and now wants to find a reliable place to start over. And then? Then I spent the whole night comforting her. Su Haoren grinned mischievously. Mostly emotional support. Zhou Yang was speechless. This guy was way too cocky. Alright, stop showing off. Get back to work. Got it. Chapter 145, Supporting Role Shine 2, Nighttime Date. Zhou Yang pushed open the door to the talent department, where the room was bustling with activity. Sume was lounging on the sofa flipping through a magazine, Li Xiaoyu was studying sheet music, while Zhang Lin and Li Xian sat nearby chatting. Everyone's here, perfect timing, Zhou Yang announced as he stepped into the center of the room. Regarding the role assignments for the new drama, I'll make the announcement. The women immediately gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Sume, you'll play the second female lead, a strong-willed urban professional, Zhou Yang stated directly. Sume blinked, her red lips parting slightly. Second female lead? Sounds challenging. She was quite pleased with this arrangement. The second female lead had substantial screen time and a likable character far easier to shine in than the lead role. Li Xian and Zhang Lin, you'll play the third and fourth female leads, both are the protagonist's best friends. Li Xian and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, both visibly relieved. Though supporting roles, they were quite good for newcomers like them. Mr. Zhou, we've never acted before. Will we hold things back? Zhang Lin voiced her concern. Not at all. The company will arrange professional acting coaches to guide you, Zhou Yang reassured them. You both have natural screen presence. Just focus on learning. Li Xian asked, when do we start training? Next week. We'll start with fundamentals, then move to character training once you're familiar with the script. Li Xiaoyu raised her hand, what about me? You'll handle the theme song and insert songs. The entire music portion is yours to manage. Li Xiaoyu clapped her hands happily. Singing was her forte, making this arrangement perfect. As Zhou Yang prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught an interesting scene. Li Xian and Zhang Lin both instinctively moved closer to Su Mei, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Sis Mei, we'll be counting on your guidance from now on, Li Xian said in a sweet, syrupy voice. Yes, Sister Mei, we're both new here. We'll need your guidance, Zhang Lin chimed in. Su Mei gave a lazy smile, accepting their flattery. She knew exactly what was going on. Both women had been involved with Zhou Yang. Their current attempts to curry favor with her were nothing more than an effort to make a good impression in front of Zhou Yang. But she couldn't be bothered to expose them. It was enough that they all understood the unspoken truth. Zhou Yang watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The petty schemes between women could sometimes be more fascinating than the cutthroat rivalries in the business world. You two get ready. I've got other things to attend to. He turned and walked away. No sooner had he stepped out of the talent department than Li Xian followed, using the restroom as an excuse. Sume watched Li Xian's retreating figure and remarked to Li Xiaoyu, that woman has a lot on her mind. Sis Mei, what did you notice? Li Xiaoyu asked curiously. Nothing much. Just feel like her relationship with Zhang Lin and Zhou Yang isn't straightforward. Sume flicked her hair. But we just need to focus on our own work. Li Xiaoyu nodded, then said excitedly. Mei, let's discuss the style of the theme song. Sume perked up immediately. Sure. I think we should go with a lyrical approach to match the emotional arc of the storyline. The two launched into a lively discussion, leaving the earlier minor incident behind. Zhou Yang had just returned to his office and sat down when there was a knock at the door. Come in. Li Xian swayed her hips as she entered, wearing a tight-fitting sweater that accentuated her figure perfectly. She walked up to him, tugging at his arm as she brushed against him. Zhou Yang, I'd like to talk to you privately about the role. Zhou Yang leaned back in his chair, watching her performance with keen interest. What are your thoughts? I think the role of female lead 4 could be fleshed out a bit more. Like adding some romantic scenes? Romantic scenes? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. With whom? Li Xian bit her lower lip, a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. That'll depend on the boss's arrangements. Zhou Yang found her little gesture amusing. This woman really knew how to tease. Li Xian leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear, her voice hushed. By the way, are you free tonight? Why? Come over to my place. Lin Lin will be there too. Li Xian's warm breath tickled Zhou Yang's ear as she spoke. Come over for dinner tonight. We can see if our acting skills have improved. A flicker of heat passed through Zhou Yang's eyes as he gave her a playful pat on her pert bottom. Is that so? Then I'll have to inspect it. No passing grades, no deal. Li Xian let out a coy squeal, her cheeks flushing red. Then it's settled. 8 o'clock tonight. I'll be waiting. I've got things to take care of. You go ahead and get ready. Zhou Yang released his grip. Li Xian smoothed her clothes, then tossed him a flirtatious glance before leaving. Don't forget our agreement, okay? Newbie gift pack dispatched, charm plus 10, startup capital 100,000 yuan deposited into host's bank account. Li Xian and Zhang Lin were both sharp women, clear about their roles. They knew what they wanted from him and understood what they needed to give in return. This attitude pleased Zhou Yang greatly. With his emotions settled, Zhou Yang returned to work. A pile of documents awaited processing on his desk. The preliminary preparations for film and television projects were notoriously tedious. He picked up the phone and dialed Lin Meng's number. Manager Lin, how's the acting coach arrangement coming along? We've already contacted 3 experienced instructors. They'll be on board tomorrow. Lin Meng's voice came through the receiver. All professionally trained with extensive teaching experience. Good. Cost isn't an issue, the key is getting results. Understood. I'll oversee the entire process. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was quitting time. It wasn't until 7:30 p.m. that Zhou Yang finally stretched and prepared to leave. Passing by the talent department, he found it already empty. The women had all gone home. Zhou Yang headed straight to the residential complex across from the company. The elevator reached Li Xian's floor, and he pressed the doorbell. Coming. The door opened. Li Xian had changed into a silk nightgown, her stunning figure making one's blood boil. You're here. She planted a kiss on Zhou Yang's cheek. Ling Ling's inside, waiting for you to join us for dinner. Zhou Yang pulled her close. What did you two discuss today? Secret, Li Xian batted her eyelashes. You'll find out soon enough. From the living room came Zhang Lin's soft humming. Recalling their performance last time, Zhou Yang grew increasingly excited about tonight.